Family, who understands this? On the first day of school at Beijing Film Academy, a guy covered in dirt and wearing torn shorts crawled out of a meteorite crater and borrowed a phone to call the China Unicom customer service. Claiming to be a major general, everyone thought he was acting. But then the military rolled into campus to welcome him. One moment, he looked like a beggar, and the next he transformed into a soldier king. This twist was explosive. Let me tell you, this was simply outrageous. One moment, I was on the Film Academy's playground, and the next, I felt like I was pulled into a Hollywood blockbuster, complete with a burning special effects budget. A guy covered in dirt, with hair as messy as a bird's nest, wearing only a torn pair of shorts, crawled out of a freshly created meteorite crater, borrowed a new student's phone. And guess who he called? Not the police, not the ambulance, he called China Unicom customer service. I thought to myself, good heavens, is an alien here to get a 5G plan? Then he said on the phone, listen to this line. Sin 1022, General Staff Department of the Dragon Army. Major General LiRulong. I'm back. Come pick me up. The whole place went silent, then erupted in uncontrollable laughter. Who are you, man? Acting too much? A major general? With that look, you just came from a survival show, right? And guess what happened next? The calm voice of the customer service lady on the other end responded, identity confirmed. Major General LiRulong. Welcome back. The welcoming troops are on their way. As soon as the call ended, we were still laughing when suddenly we heard the sound of the da-da from above. I looked up, and oh my God, 9 helicopters. 5 armed helicopters started lowering soldiers like dumplings, while the other 4 armed helicopters hovered above with missiles. On the ground, an armored vehicle convoy rolled across the lawn. It felt like we were about to go to war with aliens. An old general, a lieutenant colonel, and a dashing female major quickly walked up to that wild man, saluted, and said, Commander, welcome back. In that instant, everyone's jaws dropped. Family, who understands this? One moment he was a beggar's disciple, and the next he was a soldier king. This twist, I won't watch the 2025 Oscars if you're not there. All right, I got too excited and got a bit mixed up. Let me start from the beginning. This all began half an hour ago with that huge noise. It was the first day of school at Beijing Film Academy, and the campus was filled with handsome men and beautiful women. The atmosphere was vibrant with youth. I was with 2 senior girls, one named Yang Linger, who was already a somewhat famous actress, beautiful and kind-hearted. The other was Liangzi, a cute little freshman with a round face. And there was also a girl named Huaxia, who was in the same year as Yang Linger and was, how to put it, a typical plastic sister, always thinking about leveraging resources and speaking a sarcastic tone. We were chatting about which teacher was the extermination nun when suddenly there was a loud boom and a big fireball with black smoke came crashing down from the sky like a package. Before we could react, it duonged and landed right in the middle of the soccer field, shaking the ground and blowing girls' skirts everywhere, with books flying in the air. Once the wind settled, everyone could see a big pit about 7 or 8 meters wide on the lawn, looking like it had been bombed. Everyone was stunned, frozen for a few seconds, and the bolder boys started to approach the edge of the pit, even unbuttoning their shirts to show off their muscles, only to get rolled eyes from the girls. The few of us girls didn't dare to move. Hao Shuang was so scared she hid behind Yang Linger, asking if it was a missile or a meteorite. Yang Linger also couldn't tell, but the little freshman Liangzi, trembling, said, I think I saw a person. Hao Shuang immediately mocked her. Come on, a person? You think Superman just crashed down? With eyesight like that, you should be a sniper. As soon as she finished speaking, someone at the edge of the pit shouted, Come look, it's a shirtless hunk. At that moment, everyone went wild. The directing department started brainstorming sci-fi movie scripts, while the animation department said it was a naked Ultraman. We, the onlookers, were even more curious. Then the next second, that guy walked out of the pit, long hair down to his shoulders, over 185 meters tall. His physique was perfect, with muscle lines like a sculpture, and he was wearing only a torn pair of shorts. Holding a metal box in his left hand, he stood at the edge of the pit, scanning the crowd with an aura of masculinity that made the girls present instinctively swallow. Then he walked over to us. Hao Shuang was so scared her face turned pale, continuously shrinking back behind Yang Linger, shouting, Run. Yang Linger remained calm, saying, Run what? Can you outrun him? Don't move. The guy approached us, his tall figure blocking the sun. The 3 of us were too scared to move. Hao Shuang let out a scream, closing her eyes and shouting, Don't kill me. He'll do anything. However, the guy slowly extended his right hand, pointing at a backpack that had rolled out near Liangzi's feet, specifically at a bun that had fallen out, and asked in an extremely sincere tone, Whose bun is that? Can I eat it? The entire crowd was frozen. Dude, you just fell from the sky with an aura of 2 meters 8, and you're asking for food? What a bizarre turn of events. Liangzi, still dazed, handed over the dirty bun, and he was thrilled. Beef? Great, I don't eat vegetarian. After saying that, he devoured it in a few bites, and then set his eyes on Liangzi's water bottle. The little freshman was quick on her feet and hurriedly opened it and handed it over. Yang Linger also reacted quickly, immediately pulling out 2 Snickers and a bottle of water from her bag, saying, "Don't tell anyone I'm eating this, okay?" The guy was also unrefusing, and after finishing the food, he sighed in relief and said a bit embarrassed, "I'm starving, I haven't eaten in a long time." After he was full, he asked to borrow a phone just as Liangzi was about to hand hers over. He waved his hand. "My hands are too dirty, you can dial it. Just put it on speaker." The scene we started with happened. He reported a string of numbers and identities to the China Unicom customer service that none of us had ever heard before. After the customer service confirmed his identity, everyone thought it was a prank, and the way they looked at us three changed, thinking we were hired actors. Rulong. That's this guy's name. After hanging up the phone, he casually chatted with us and even recognized Yang Linger and Liangzi, saying he'd seen the plays they acted in 3 years ago. He even mocked Yang Linger's lousy movie The Age of Materialism, saying, "I watched a pirated version. I didn't want to waste money on that." That made us all laugh except for Hao Shuang, who was left out, her face turning green with anger, dragging Yang Linger away. At that moment, an unbelieving guy took out his phone and called China Unicom customer service in front of everyone, imitating LiRulong's tone, saying, "Sin 1022, General Staff Department of the Dragon Army, Major General LiRulong." In back, everyone craned their necks, waiting to see the show. The customer service lady politely replied, "Sorry, I didn't hear your question clearly. If there's nothing you need, please describe it directly. Otherwise, please hang up." That guy's face turned red, and he stubbornly asked, "Did your company take on some play?" LiRulong snickered beside him, his expression as if to say, "Are you dumb? It even has voice print recognition." The customer service lady hung up the phone directly, and the guy instantly felt socially dead. Just when everyone thought this farce was about to come to an end, a roaring sound came from the sky. Then came the shocking scene of 9 helicopters and an armored vehicle convoy entering the scene. After the soldiers came down, they immediately established a defensive line centered around LiRulong. The old and young general named Zhang joked with him, "You little brat, did you go out and come back begging for food?" LiRulong laughed. "Don't mention it. I really did ask for food just now." He handed a metal box to a captain, who was immediately surrounded by 12 Special Forces soldiers, all with their guns drawn. A female major named Zhang Jiqiao, with red-rimmed eyes, asked him to change clothes in the support vehicle before he left. LiRulong winked at Yang Linger and Liangzi, saying, "Wait a moment, beautiful ladies. He'll bring you a small gift as a thank you." As soon as he entered the vehicle, the guy who had just embarrassed himself on the phone, named Chao Peng, was directly pinned down by 3 soldiers. "Chao Peng, you're suspected of touching military secrets. Please come with us." The guy was so scared, he wet himself and cried miserably. The people around recording and taking photos panicked and quickly deleted everything from their phones, only to find that all their phones had blacked out. A loudspeaker on an armored vehicle began broadcasting that, for confidentiality reasons, the military had temporarily disabled all communication devices, which would be restored in 3 hours, but the memory would be forcibly formatted. Wow. Physical erasure. That's ruthless. In just a few minutes, the support vehicle door opened. LiRulong emerged, dressed in a sharp major general's uniform, with a gold star on his shoulder, his hair cut short, his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes making him look stunningly unreal. Major Zhang Jiqiao handed him a military cap, which he put on before walking over to open the metal box, pulling out 2, oh my god, 2 rubies the size of pigeon eggs, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. He handed the rubies to Yang Linger and Liangzi, saying, "Thank you for the buns and chocolate." Both of them were so shocked they repeatedly waved their hands, saying they couldn't accept. LiRulong casually waved his hand. "Take them, these are valuable on Blue Star, but just ordinary items in the universe." After saying that, he directly stuffed the rubies into their hands, saluted, and turned to get into the jeep. The entire unit arrived quickly and left just as fast, whistling away from the campus. All that was left on the playground were a group of disheveled students, and 2 girls were staring blankly at a priceless gem. On the other side, Hao Shuang turned red with jealousy and fainted from anger, being carried away to the infirmary. Yang Linger, who had seen the world, grabbed Liangzi and said, "Let's go. This thing is too hot to handle. We need to find a place to store it quickly." In the convoy, LiRulong was drinking the special beer brought to him by Zhang Jitao, joking around with Director Zhang and the others, even saying that he saved an even bigger ruby for Zhang Jitao. Outside the car window was the familiar street scene, but his thoughts drifted back deep into his mind. There, a countdown was ticking down, with 616 days remaining. I'll tell you, LiRulong's secret is huge. He is not from this world at all. He's a time traveler. 3.5 years ago, he was just a 16-year-old boy. As soon as he crossed over, he awakened a system, and his beginner's gift package included a flawless version of a superhero template. Just think about it. He instantly grew to 185 meters tall, developed 8-pack abs, had stunning looks, and could even stroll around the sun. Just as he was getting excited, the system implanted a doomsday countdown in his mind. He asked the system if there were any tasks, and the system was so tsundere acting like a stubborn AI. Say it. No, do as you wish. I won't die anyway. The mall and lottery features were available, but the system said, not giving. Talk after doomsday. See you. And then play dead. With no other options, LiRulong sat bare-bottomed on the tip of the Oriental Pearl Tower, smoking a cigar he got for free from the Eagles while contemplating life. Should he be a dictator or a savior? Finally, he slapped his thigh and decided. Although the history of this world is different, Huaxia still exists. So he would protect Huaxia. With a big tree of a nation to lean on, what could he possibly lack? So, he found a corrupt official's mansion, knocked the person out, called the police, and then naturally got himself arrested. In the interrogation room, in front of a group of extremely nervous police officers, he effortlessly twisted the handcuffs into a braid. Just then, the door opened, and a few people in white shirts and administrative jackets walked in. LiRulong smiled. The people he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Let me tell you, the head of the municipal bureau, surnamed Liao, walked in and his eyes nearly popped out, staring intently at the handcuffs in my hand that I had twisted into a ball. He waved his hand, and the little police officers scattered like they had received a royal decree, rushing out and closing the door behind them. This director Liao had that typical sly smile on his face and came over to joke with me. There's nothing we can do, brother. Your identity is too mysterious. We can't find you in the database, and your fingerprints don't match. Plus, with your strength, we're just looking out for safety, you know? I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. Thinking about safety? I simply stood up from the iron chair that was binding me. And guess what? The chair cracked with a snap, breaking in half like a crispy cookie. I dusted off my hands, walked up to him, and put my arm around his shoulder, saying, Director Liao, right? Chatting here is so dull. Let us go to your office and have some hot tea. By the way, it's your zodiac year this year. ISNT it? Wearing red, underwear too. Goodness, Director Liao's expression at that moment was like he had seen a ghost. His face turned pale. He must have been thinking, is this guy using some kind of x-ray vision? But he had no choice. He could only nod and lead me upstairs with a few big shots in administrative jackets following behind. Once we got to his office, I was not polite at all. I plopped down on his big sofa and casually grabbed a special supply Zhonghua cigarette from his desk and lit it up. Director Liao's mouth twitched. Hey, you brat. I can't even bear to smoke this myself. I blew out a smoke ring and casually replied, what is there to be reluctant about? You guys seized over 10 boxes from that corrupt official's house last night. You'll get your share. At that moment, one of the jacketed men, who had been silent, spoke up with shrewd little eyes. Mr. LiRulong, I am Zhang Huanghe, the head of the National Investigation Team. I hear you're looking for someone who can directly reach the heavens? You've come to the right person. As soon as I heard it, I laughed. Finally, someone who could get things done. I didn't want to beat around the bush, so I laid it all out. Team Leader Zhang, let me put it this way. The reason you can't find my information is that I'm not from this world at all. Seeing their suddenly tense faces, I quickly added, don't be nervous. Although my origins are unclear, I am a purebred Huaxia person. I'm here just to deliver a message to the top. Of course, if I were to directly drop in front of that figure, it would probably cause some international disputes, and that wouldn't be pretty. To make them believe me completely, I crossed my legs, smoked a cigarette, and simply floated up from the sofa. I hovered in midair and said to the group below, who were now petrified, go make a call. This matter is indeed beyond your control. After saying that, I floated to the window, looking down at the bustling traffic below, waiting for him to seek instructions. A few minutes later, Team Leader Zhang nervously came in through the door, and without turning my head, I said, Haitang Hall, 8 a.m. tomorrow, right? Don't worry, I'll be there on time. As soon as I finished speaking, I flew out the window and disappeared into the sky with a whoosh. I could imagine the looks on the faces of those in the room, especially Director Liao. He probably would need to wear lead underwear to meetings from now on. The next morning, right on time at 7:50 a.m., I teleported to that legendary center of power, Huahai. Outside Haidang Hall, a few impressive old gentlemen were chatting. Old Joe, is that news from young Jean yesterday for real? A person from another world? Or one of our own? This is too bizarre. Hey, Oldly, don't you know my kid? He asked very steady. He wouldn't joke about something like this. I heard them mumbling below and thought it was about time, so I cleared my throat above their heads. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I hope I'm not late. Let me tell you, the scene was just unbelievable. The guard around reacted quickly, drawing their guns at me in an instant, shielding the elderly gentleman behind them. But the leading elder was different. He hesitated for a second, but quickly reacted, immediately waving his hand. Put away your guns. Clear the area. Today's incident is classified at the highest level. I slowly landed on the ground, patted the non-existent dust off my body, and smiled, saying, the quality of this guard is quite good. The old man also smiled and said, "He is the king of kings among soldiers. You must be LiRulong, right? Cool, me. Let's talk inside." There was more to his words than met the eye. On the surface, he praised the guard, but in reality, he was hinting at me. "Look, even if our people can't win, they still dare to fight to the death with you." Hee, an ant biting an elephant? That also depends on what kind of elephant it is. We entered the Haidang Hall, and as soon as the door closed, the outside was instantly under strict control. Let me tell you, there were thousands of guards and soldiers surrounding the courtyard like a steel barrel, with drones buzzing overhead, and even the surrounding Peace Avenue was under traffic control. This discussion lasted a full 14 hours. During this time, various high-ranking officials, senior generals, and national treasure-level academicians were urgently flown in by the Air Force from all over the country. The soldiers outside thought a war was about to break out, and they were all extremely excited, speculating whether it was to pacify the small island to the east or to deal with the third brother to the south. After 14 hours, the door finally opened. Although those bigwigs looked exhausted, their eyes were shining with excitement as they surrounded me, warmly putting their arms around my shoulders and heading toward the banquet hall. Who understands what the family felt? On that day, the entire country's atmosphere changed. The next day, a series of heavy news hit us directly. First, internally, a mysterious department called the General Staff's Ninth Bureau was established with absurdly high authority, claiming that it could demand people and goods, and anyone who dared not cooperate would be sent directly to a military court. And I, LiRulong, became the deputy director and operational commander of this Ninth Bureau, holding the rank of Major General in the Army. Then came 3 external announcements that completely stunned the world. First, the Ministry of Commerce announced a severe shortage of domestic resource reserves and declared that it would spare no effort to go on a global shopping spree. Second, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced tightened visa regulations for foreigners, and all those international students who relied on university subsidies to get by were to be repatriated. Third, the military would expand by 5 million, with the entire army on standby, aiming for unification within 3 years. Once this news broke, it caused an uproar domestically and chaos internationally. Countries with resources, like those rich guys in the Middle East, were almost overwhelmed with phone calls, saying they would sell oil without hesitation, not caring about money, just give them some outdated weapons. The big bear to the north was even more straightforward, with Brother Jing saying tearfully, "Dig as much as you want in Siberia, Davari, just tell me what you need." The Eagle Saw side was dumbfounded, holding meetings every day with their little brothers in the alliance, demanding an explanation from us. Before we could even speak, the big bear voted against it first. The funniest part was when the third brother suddenly jumped out and said that if Longwood didn't clarify, it should give up its permanent member seat and let them take over. I tell you, we representatives laughed right on the spot and slammed the table. "It's a deal. We want stay in this broken alliance. We're leaving the group. You can take over if you can." Once this was said, the Eagle Sauce turned pale with fright and quickly came out to smooth things over, saying that the third brother had drunk too much Ganges water and wasn't clear-headed, and we shouldn't take him seriously. Anyway, regardless of the uproar outside, our internal Lonyuan plan had already been fully launched. The first step was to accumulate grain, which meant buying up the entire world. The second step was to build high walls, crazily develop new weapons, and conveniently relocate the population from the coast to the inland. The third step, which we called slowly claiming kingship, was to focus on development, say nothing, and wait to give the world a big surprise in the end. I haven't been idle this year. First, I personally took action and spent half a month hollowing out a mountain to build our 9th Bureau's underground base. Then, I went on a crazy learning spree, from combat command to fighting techniques. The country gathered all the masters they could find, insisting on turning me into a Superman who knows Chinese martial arts. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. That night, I was on the villa balcony, drinking beer and stargazing when my personal assistant, Zhang Jiqiao, came over and handed me a bottle of beer. Her grandfather is the famous manager Zhang, with a solid background. She noticed that I looked gloomy and asked me what was wrong. I sighed and said, "Seeing those old academicians in the academy, all in their 70s and 80s, rushing to meet deadlines without even having time to eat or sleep, it really pains me. These old guys are truly pure love warriors. Their dedication to research is profound. But apart from helping with data calculations and doing some physical work, I can't contribute much else." She comforted me, saying, "If it weren't for you, no one would know how everyone died for years later." Just then, I habitually complained to my frustrating system in my mind, "Hey, system, it would be great if you could provide some alien technology." Unexpectedly, the system, which hadn't responded for a year, suddenly replied, "No, go steal it yourself." I was so excited. Where do I rush to? Just follow your instincts, and you'll always find it. After the system said that, it went silent again. I pondered for a long time. Isn't this just telling me to wander around in space? Just as I was about to curse at it, it popped up again and said, "Are you stupid? Look for a wormhole. Who the hell flies by themselves in the interstellar era? You fool." Even though I was scolded, I suddenly understood. Right? Look for a wormhole. I made a quick decision and went downstairs to knock on Zhang Zichao's door, saying to her, "Contact the headquarters immediately. We need an urgent meeting. I have an idea." Without waiting for her response, I picked her up and wrapped us both in a biological force field, soaring into the sky. 10 seconds later, we landed in the Haidang Hall. In less than half an hour, all the big shots, generals, and academicians had gathered. I took a sip of cold beer, stood up, and said, "Leaders, I have made a decision. I'm going to space to find extraterrestrial technology." With a loud noise, the entire conference room erupted. "No, it's too dangerous." The old president of the Academy of Sciences was the first to stand up in opposition. "I don't agree either. Major General Li, you are our last trump card." Director Zhang from a 9th Bureau was also anxious. Everyone disagreed. They were afraid I would get into trouble. In the end, it was still that elder who knocked on the table, and the whole room fell silent. He took off his reading glasses, looked at me with unwavering determination in his eyes, and said, "Rulong, have you made your decision?" I immediately stood up straight and saluted. "Reporting, sir." "I made my decision." The old man was silent for a few minutes, then slowly spoke. "All right, then go ahead, but you must promise me to come back safely. Can you do that? Ensure the mission is completed." When I shouted out, everyone knew that this matter couldn't be stopped. The military personnel all stood up and gave me a salute. The others then started to applaud me. The atmosphere changed from there. Everyone began to brainstorm and offer suggestions. The Academy of Sciences even worked overnight to compile a list of nearly 1,000 technology projects for me, ranging from controlled nuclear fusion to anti-gravity engines, making me break out in a cold sweat. The military was much simpler. Any weapon that could kill was needed. It would be best to bring back an interstellar warship. I was at a loss for words. "No, I'm going to risk my life here. Are you treating me like an interstellar buyer?" The next day, they held a farewell banquet for me. Everyone I knew was there, and the atmosphere was a bit heavy. The elders asked me to say a few words on stage. I thought for a moment and said just one sentence. "I only hope that you all can achieve this. When the world is lost in luxury, it's up to each of us to take responsibility for the rise and fall of our country. Cheers." Everyone raised their glasses and drank it all in one go. I don't know how many people got drunk at that meal. I found an opportunity, quietly slipped away by myself, and flew directly to the top of Ocean Mountain. I just sat there, smoking a cigarette, enjoying the evening breeze, quietly waiting for midnight to arrive. As soon as the clock struck midnight, I stubbed out my cigarette, stood up, and straightened out my dashing military uniform. Let me tell you, I specifically took off my military cap and placed it on the ground, then waved cheerfully at the hidden camera on the mountaintop. The next second, I took off from the spot and zoomed into the night sky, saying goodbye. I bet that as soon as I take off, the banquet hall of Huaxia will definitely go crazy. Those old guys will definitely be laughing so hard they can't breathe, saying, "Haha, I knew this kid must have discovered something. Oh no, he can't possibly know that we've been sneaking in hangover medicine, right? Family, who understands? With my physique, I could chug industrial alcohol like it's water, and they still want to compete with me in drinking? Naive. But jokes aside, in the end, I could almost hear the wishes of safe travels from so far away. Commander? Commander? Huh. Suddenly, I snapped back to reality. Wow. As soon as I opened my eyes, I found myself in a car, surrounded by a crowd of people outside, all with expressions that screamed, "Are you okay?" It was then that I realized, after 2.5 years, I was back. I quickly jumped out of the car, laughing awkwardly and saying I was too engrossed in my thoughts earlier. The old man leading the group grabbed my hand, and his gaze was both kind and heart-wrenching, making me feel uneasy. After more than 2 years apart, his hair had turned even whiter, clearly showing he had worried a lot. "You've lost weight, young man," he exclaimed. "But it's good to be back, good to be back." He patted my arm, and his eyes were red. Others immediately surrounded me, examining me like a rare animal, scanning me from head to toe as if they wanted to take me apart to see if any parts were missing. Once they confirmed I was still the original me, applause erupted. To be honest, at that moment, I was genuinely taken aback. Seeing these tough military generals, who usually talk about bleeding without shedding tears, secretly wiping their eyes, and seeing those esteemed academicians, who were so dedicated to research that they often skipped meals, come specifically to greet me. It was overwhelming. I, a 20-year-old young man, For the first time in this world, couldn't hold back my tears. At first, my collaboration with them was purely based on a mutual benefit mentality, treating each other as compatriots from another world. But gradually, I realized it was not like that at all. None of these people treated me as an outsider. The leaders regarded me as family, comrades treated me like a buddy, and colleagues saw me as a brother. I understood this pure bond clearly. I quickly controlled my emotions, pulled my hand away from the old man's, took a step back, brought my heels together, and saluted with a standard military gesture, reporting to all the elders, teachers, comrades, colleagues. Major General LiRulong, Deputy Director of the 9th Bureau of the General Staff of the Dragon Army. Mission accomplished. No injuries. All vital signs are completely normal. Now back in formation. Please give instructions. Welcome back to the team. Welcome back to the team. Oh my gosh, what a scene. The old man took the lead, and all the stewards, generals, professors, officials, and even the guards beside them all snapped to attention and returned the salute in unison. The welcome back shout was so loud it shook the ground. Fortunately, the place was heavily guarded. Otherwise, those who didn't know might think something big was about to happen. Once everyone calmed down, the old man pulled me and walked toward the Haidang Hall. As soon as we entered the conference room, it was the same as always. It hadn't changed much in just over 2 years. Everyone took their seats, and the old man cleared his throat to speak first. I have something to tell you. I welcomed a big fat grandson last week, and I'm very happy. The people below were confused, but still took out their notebooks to prepare for notes. But let me tell you today is the happiest day for me in these past few years. The dragon has returned. That kid came back in one piece. Finally, I can sleep soundly tonight. We must have a good drink together tonight. As soon as he said that, the conference room instantly became as lively as a market. Of course, I received the notification this afternoon and didn't even take my blood pressure medication, just waiting for tonight's feast. TSK, what does that count for? I carry my insulin with me. Hey, I just made a good deal with the camels this morning, and tonight's drink is just right. As soon as I heard that, I quickly spread my hands and complained, uncles and brothers, don't forget the farewell banquet back then. I still remember all of you secretly taking hangover medicine. Ha ha. This kid holds a grudge. After the commotion, the old man slammed the table. All right, let's get down to business, make it quick, and start the feast early. Long, why don't you share your experiences from the past 2.5 years? I told you when I left Earth back then, it was purely aimless wandering. Later, when I flew near Mars, suddenly it felt like there was a navigation voice in my head saying, wormhole ahead, please be cautious. I just followed that feeling and went full speed for 8 days, and I really crashed into one. That thing was invisible and intangible, but it was right there. At that moment, I was bold and just dove right in. The feeling was incredible. You all know the strength of my body, right? Inside, I watched helplessly as a tremendous force stretched me into a cosmic version of a human noodle, my limbs, body, and even, you know what I mean? All stretched out for who knows how many kilometers. My first thought was if I had known, I would have listened to the old man and had a bunch of kids before going out to wander. Ha ha ha. The room was filled with laughter. I didn't even have time to think of second thought, and whoosh, I was expelled out, probably the first human in the universe to dry heave in space. All right, the process isn't important. I know you're most concerned about what hard dish I brought back. As soon as I said this, everyone lowered their heads in unison, ready to take notes, knowing the key point was coming. I opened a metal box and took out a more exquisite small white box, along with a USB drive. Everyone, take a good look. This white box is called the Oma box, made by a race with a crooked tech tree. Don't be fooled by its small size. It contains a space of about 200,000 cubic meters. It's a thank you gift for helping them deal with the cosmic pirates. Inside, it's filled with cough cough, various refined rare ores and energy crystals that I obtained. As for the energy crystals, let us put it this way, 0.1 grams can illuminate Beijing for over 100 years. This thing is rare in the universe, and despite my great efforts, I managed to bring back just over 100 tons. Whoa, the crowd gasped in awe. As for this USB drive, I shook what I had in my hand. It's made with alien technology and has infinite storage capacity. It contains stolen Starship technology, anti-gravity technology, even more powerful energy technology, weapon technology, and so on. There are some civilian applications, which I had my alien friends translate into Dragon Kingdom characters for the professor's convenience. But one thing I must emphasize, not a single word of the technology inside can be leaked. Not a single word. Xiao Yan, the old man called out directly, you handle this personally. Screen it thoroughly within the country. As Long said, not a single word can get out. The man known as the living king of national security, Yin Chuan, stood up sharply. Yes. Rest assured, Commander and Major General Li. I could see from his expression that he was already making a list in his mind. All those who were merely suspects before would now be included. Next, we discussed how to utilize these treasures. Director Zhang suggested placing everything in the Ninth Bureau, while Dean Huang proposed moving the Research Institute there for convenience and to give me extra lessons nearby. Good heavens, in just a few words, they decided to designate a 10-kilometer military exclusion zone around Daong Mountain, and the relocation must be completed next month. Family, who understands? I'm already 20, and I still have to attend extra classes every day. This life is unbearable. Let us continue. I tapped the table and said there are two technologies I want to use immediately. One is controllable energy, and the other is a photon force field defense shield. Oh, share your thoughts. The old man became interested. This photon force field defense shield is something I obtained from a super advanced civilization. Once deployed, it can create an invisible dome that envelopes the entire country. As long as the energy supply is sufficient, let alone missiles, even if you throw a planet at it. It won't break. The planet I encountered was 100 times larger than Blue Star, and even with all my strength, I couldn't penetrate it. I only managed to sneak in by hiding in a merchant ship. If we use the energy crystals I brought back for power, the effect, hey, even if Blue Star were to explode, our Dragon Kingdom wouldn't lose a single hair. Great. Deploy it immediately. The old man made a decisive call. That meeting lasted over 5 hours. I recounted my experiences from the past 2.5 years, describing soul-shaped aliens, incredibly handsome angelic beings, rock people, tree people, as well as interstellar battleships, thousands of kilometers long, capable of obliterating a planet with a single shot. The big shots listened, utterly dumbfounded, their worldviews nearly shattered. After the meeting, we had a grand feast, consuming several 100 pounds of special Mount High liquor. The usually stingy finance minister waved his hand and said to drink freely today. If necessary, we could just print more money to balance the accounts. After the banquet, I returned to the villa with Zhang Zhiqiao, as usual. I said, "Sister, you're a major now, and you're not my assistant anymore. Just go live in your own home." She retorted, "That won't do. Until there's an official order, my primary duty is still as your assistant. You can't drive me away. But this is my home. I'm 22, full of vigor. Aren't you afraid?" "Oh, I get it, you crush on. Go die. This is my house. The property rights belong to the Ninth Bureau. You're just a dormitory resident." "Oomph." Zhang Zhiqiao angrily slammed the door and returned to her room. "Oomph. She is so easy to tease." In the following month, I mainly helped with infrastructure. The higher-ups decided that all new energy facilities should be placed underground since they don't pollute and keep a low profile. The generator for the photon force field defense shield was also secretly manufactured using the cosmic alloy I brought back. The old man decided to envelop the entire Dragon Kingdom, including the South China Sea and Bay Province, without leaving a single inch uncovered. Of course, we are a nation of etiquette and want to take advantage of others. But the high seas, whoever occupies it owns it, right? It's not unreasonable for me to claim a bit more. Meanwhile, those professors seem to be on a caffeine high, spending every day in the underground research lab of the Ninth Bureau, studying the technologies I brought back, forgetting to eat and sleep. When I went to see them, they complained that I was bothering them. Dean Huang even called the old man, saying I was affecting their studies. As a result, the old man cheerfully granted me a long vacation and confiscated my access card to the Ninth Bureau, saying it was for me to go out and have fun, and even hinted that I should bring back a few wives with pure bloodlines. Thus, I found myself wearing casual clothes, carrying a backpack, and looking bewildered as I was kicked out of Huaxia Gate. Before I left, the finance minister shoved a black card into my hand, saying the balance was equal to the national treasury, assuring me to spend freely while he handled the accounts with the camels. Am I being given a severance payment? I stared at the closed gate and the guard beside me who was trying hard to suppress his laughter, rolling my eyes. Without a car or driver, I could only walk with my hands in my pockets, muttering, letting me take the entire national treasury on vacation. What kind of nonsense is this? Suddenly, I remembered the Oma box in my backpack and thought about their advice to travel more abroad, and it instantly clicked. Hey, this is really dirty. I've decided to be a backpacker during the day, exploring the beautiful mountains and rivers of my homeland, and at night, under the dark and windy moon, I'll go to developed countries to engage in $0 shopping. Half a month later, in the old man's office, secretary he was reporting, "Leader, there are 210 unclaimed containers at Wei Gang Dock again, and this time they are all cigars and cigarettes, many of which are limited editions." Haha, that little brat. There's nothing left to steal. The old man laughed happily. "Leader, Should we contact him and ask him to bring something useful back? Bring back what? Rare resources. Lost national treasures. The 12 zodiac animal heads. Hasn't he already brought them back? Advanced weaponry brought back. And the military still complains it's scrap metal. We've done pretty well trading for oil and minerals with camels. What else can we get? Secretary, he fell silent. Indeed, thinking about it, it seems we lack nothing. Right? The old man slapped his thigh. You go tell him to bring back 8 billion liters of water. We are short on water in the west and north. There is plenty abroad. Let him create a few big lakes for us and fill them up. Secretary, he immediately called me. Hello, Rulong, it's your brother he. Why is it so noisy there? Brother he, I'm at a music festival. The scene is too exciting. I'll call you back in a bit. After hanging up, Secretary, he lit a cigarette, feeling quite emotional. Sigh. We're all just working animals. He has the impressive red hair horse, and I'm just a hybrid donkey. Can't compare at all. Not long after, my phone rang back. Brother he, what is up? Well, the old man said we have enough liquor, but we're short on water, so he asked you to work hard to bring back 8 billion liters of water. Just a few lakes worth. They've already started digging here. I was speechless at the time. Brother he, are you really treating me like a mover of nature? The situation abroad is crazy right now. The police are resigning and priests are taking the military out on patrol, claiming it's haunted. If I bring back more lakes, will they come here to invite the horse spirit to earn foreign exchange? Haha, wouldn't that be even better? By the way, let me suggest a place. The neighbor north of Eagle Sauce. There is plenty of water and few people. And while you're at it, bring back some animals to enrich our domestic zoo. All right, this fake holiday has turned me from a general straight into a blue-collar worker. Okay, let me know when the lakes are dug, and I'll come fill them up. After hanging up, I lost interest in the music festival, went back to the hotel, and stopped by a CAF to sit for a while. Hello, I'd like some snacks and a bottle of ice beer. Hey, it's you. I turned around, and to my surprise, it was Yang Linger and He Liangzi, along with 2 beautiful women. Oh, it's you guys, what a coincidence. I thought to myself, even with glasses I could be recognized. It seems my handsomeness can't be hidden. Li. Mr. Li, hello. Yang Linger seemed a bit nervous. Just call me LiRulong. Are you also here for the music festival? Yes. Can we sit down? The carefree He Liangzi directly sat down. Yang Linger shot me an apologetic glance and also sat down. The other 2 girls curiously leaned over. Linger, who is this handsome guy? Introduce us. Yang Linger shrugged indifferently. Then whispered, this is LiRulong. Major General Li, keep your voices down. Oh, the 2 girls immediately covered their mouths. One was a cheerful girl from the northeast named Chunxia, who immediately struck up a conversation with me, while the other, named Xiaolu, was shy and just greeted me before blushing. We chatted about various topics, and Yang Linger even mentioned the red diamonds I had sent them last time, saying her dad almost thought someone was trying to bribe her and only dared to accept it after the higher-ups intervened. But she had always wanted to return it to me. What I gave you is yours. Keep it and enjoy. What red diamond? Chunxia asked curiously. Before, when I treated him to some buns, he gave each of us a red diamond of over 10 carats. We were shocked. Wow, dude, are you that powerful? Both Chunxia and Yu Xiaolu's eyes widened. I just smiled and didn't respond. They chatted about gossip in the industry, and I listened with great interest. Later, they started talking about the bizarre haunting incidents abroad recently, how a Big Bull museum was completely looted and the treasures were replaced with fakes. I was stunned. I thought to myself, who the hell did this? Are they using my achievements to settle scores? And they even replace them with fakes? Don't fakes cost money? Besides, I didn't loot everything, am I that free? Just like that, I wandered around Dragon Country for more than half the time, and also played the role of a mover of nature a few times, bringing back several large lakes worth of water along with the animals from the beaver family. Until Secretary he informed me that the artificial lakes were all filled. Then I stopped. With 3 days left until the spring festival, which is exactly 3 months until doomsday. I ended my journey and returned to the capital. Just as I exited the airport, I saw Zhang Jitao in casual clothes, coolly leaning against a red SUV. Oh, it's an honor for Major Zhang to come pick me up. Stop the flattery. You had to fly during the day, wasting national resources. The 2 of us bantered as we got into the car. The protective shield and energy core are all set. The higher-ups have decided to connect to the grid on New Year's Day. All right, I'll go deploy all the generators tonight. Arriving at Haidang Hall again. The old man and the others were already there. General Xiong, without saying a word, took me to change into a brand new military uniform. I was puzzled. Is it really necessary to be so formal for a meeting? As a result, when the meeting started, it turned out to be a military rank promotion ceremony. First, it was Director Zhang promoted from Major General to Lieutenant General. Then, Major General Ma Jun was also promoted to Lieutenant General, taking command of the newly established Dragon National Defense Forces. When they both stepped down, the old man personally walked up to the podium. The third person promoted was the former Deputy Director of the 9th Bureau, Major General LiRulong. He would serve as the highest commander of the newly established Dragon Army Doomsday Command, with the rank of General. I was completely stunned at that moment, sitting still in my place. What the hell? The Supreme Commander? He just jumped over the rank of Major General and made me a general in one go. Are you kidding me? You better come up here quickly. I'm getting tired standing here. The old man on stage was glaring at me. Only then did I come to my senses and hurriedly went up to the stage, where the old man personally replaced my shoulder insignia with 3 gold stars. After the ceremony, the meeting continued. The old man handed me a document. This is the plan we recently formulated. Take a look and raise any issues now. I picked it up and saw, good heavens. Oh my, it's dark, dirty, and inhumane this. Cough, cough. The old man's cough interrupted me just in time. I understood immediately. This plan was most likely crafted by him personally. In simple terms, this plan is the ultimate version of the Long Yuan plan, Super Blackhearted Plus. Not only does it need to accelerate, but it also needs to intensify efforts, carrying out a final major purge internally and a thorough harvesting externally. The first point, recover all issued currency domestically and use it entirely for external resource procurement. At the same time, officially announce the discovery of a huge gold mine, with the reserves being whatever we say, to stabilize the currency value. The second point, fully implement digital currency domestically, linked to a credit system guaranteed by the state, ensuring the normal consumption of the people. The third point is even more ruthless. Let me tell you, the old equipment replaced by the military, such as tanks, armored vehicles, and even 5th-generation fighters will be packaged and half sold, half given to countries that are at odds with the US and Europe. Regardless of whether we have had conflicts with them in the past, the main aim is to create trouble for them, giving them something to do so they don't keep staring at us. Moreover, I must tell you, there's a rule for this deal. No money. You must exchange resources. The fourth point is a crafty maneuver. We'll also cry poor externally, saying our own home has been ransacked, and all the savings we had from years of frugality are gone. Now we urgently need global procurement. Prices? No problem. Double the international market price. A 50 down payment is required, and it must be settled in our long with digital cash. We also provide door-to-door delivery service, just asking if you feel cared for. As for the final payment, if you're alive by the time the world ends, we'll talk about it then. Anyway, that's how the contract is written. The fifth point, continue to expand the military. On top of the original 7 million, secretly recruit an additional 8 million, making a total of 20 million troops. Good heavens, I'm just worried there won't be enough manpower. These recruits must learn all the new equipment within 2 months, and in the last month, they will be secretly deployed across the country. The following points are also quick to address. The sixth point, a national population census. All foreigners without our nationality must leave within a set period. If they don't, they will be forcibly expelled, no negotiation. The seventh point, for our compatriots and overseas Chinese wanting to return, the state will send a special plane to pick you up home for free within 7 days. Even if you've married a foreign wife and had mixed-race children, as long as you give up your original nationality, we want you. The eighth point, if you think the moon is rounder abroad, that's fine. Just leave within 7 days. The state won't stop you. But think carefully. Once you step out of this country, your long-with nationality will be automatically canceled, and you'll never be able to come back in this lifetime. Of course, we won't hold anyone responsible, but if your relatives cause trouble, sorry, the whole family will be sent away together. The ninth point, the national treasure, the giant panda, will be publicly announced to have discovered genetic diseases, and all those borrowed abroad will be brought back for treatment. Penalty for breach of contract? Compensation. It will be paid in our long currency cash. When to return? We'll see based on the health condition of the panda babies. The last point, in the final month before the end, all official personnel abroad will be recalled. At the same time, Long will officially activate the legendary photon defense shield, completely isolating itself physically from the outside world. Moreover, I, General LiRulong, will issue an end-of-the-world announcement to the globe. Consider it giving them a month to prepare their affairs and say goodbye to their families. Who understands family matters? Even at this time, we still don't forget to show our great power demeanor. I really want to cry. At that moment, everyone in the venue was staring at me, and their gaze made my scalp tingle. I had only one thought in my mind. Damn, these old men have black-heartedness engraved in their DNA, right? I can only say with reluctance, I think it's great. It not only achieves strategic goals, but also ensures national security, engages in honest transactions, and ultimately warns the world responsibly. This is a significant responsibility unmatched by anyone. But why do I have to bear the blame in the end? Even if you don't want to show up, you could let Director Zhang handle it, right? Isn't he the best at talking? With my small stature, I can't just take on any burden. As a result, the elder directly said, "Who says we won't appear on camera? I'll stand next to you to support you." Thank you very much. Director Zhang is fanning the flames beside me. You little brat, taking advantage and acting coy. I want to do such a good thing that stands out, but no one in the world would believe me. Haha, as long as you know in your heart. All right, I accept it. Tonight, I'll go deploy the shield generator and the energy core. Since we come this far, what else can I say? I can only accept it. The old man heard this and immediately made a decision. Good. I said that Long has the demeanor of a great general and Woon T refuse. It's just that you all have too many ideas and prepared contingency plans, wasting time. What is that? There's a contingency plan? With the look you had just now, it was as if you were going to swallow me whole. How could I refuse? Just as I was about to complain a bit, the old man directly called for the meeting to end, then walked away laughing and chatting with a few other managers, leaving me alone in a whirlwind of confusion. Later, I heard those old men murmuring outside the courtyard. Did you see his face just now? Awesome. Huh. You were just jealous that this kid has had a 6-month-long vacation. Aren't you jealous? You had plenty of opinions when we were drafting the plan. It turns out these old guys are ganging up on me. However, the old man's last words made my heart skip a beat. He sighed and said, "He is only 20 years old. Is it really okay for us to burden him with so much?" As a result, Manager Zhang's words killed the conversation. No, old Joe, the entire policy was set by you personally. We just added a bit of flesh to it. What do you mean by wanting to distance yourself now? Ahem, the situation became quite awkward. The old man walked away with his hands behind his back. If he stayed longer, he would lose face. That night, I was busy until the early hours to get everything sorted out. When I got home, wow, the aroma of food hit me. Zhang Jiqiao was in home clothes, wearing an apron, walking out of the kitchen, looking every bit the virtuous wife and mother. "You're back. Hurry up and take a shower. Dinner is ready. I made it myself." When I sat down at the dinner table, she kept serving me dishes. I must say the taste was really good. She even served me a bowl of soup, saying she had been simmering it since I went to the meeting, very nourishing. I took a sip, and the taste was really fresh. I asked her, "What kind of soup is this?" She proudly puffed out her chest and said, "It's the Eternal Longevity Phoenix soup." Eternal what? And a phoenix? Speak in plain language. It's just black-bone chicken stewed with turtle. Why do you always have to dig for the truth? I thought to myself, she is a person of status, she wouldn't poison me. So I buried my head and ate. As a result, I caught her stealing glances at a dish that looked like beef offal out of the corner of my eye. And her expression was quite complicated. I later found out that it was a bad idea suggested by her grandfather, something like a 3-meat soup made from tiger or bear and leopard penises. In the end, nothing happened that night. It was all for nothing. Before I knew it, it was the spring festival, and I was invited to the elder's home to celebrate the new year. He had 2 sons, 1 daughter, and grandchildren. When they saw me, they were very affectionate. And the women in the family were all wearing gemstones I brought back from space, even bigger than those I gave to Linger and the others. I was worried that this might be considered bribery, but the elder laughed and said, "Every family is given gifts so it doesn't T-count." This logic was sound. When the clock struck midnight, everyone toasted each other, honoring what might be the last peaceful New Year's Eve. My phone rang incessantly with calls from comrades, teachers, department leaders, and a few girls including Linger, all wishing me a happy new year. As soon as the girls' voices were heard, the dining table fell silent, and everyone pricked up their ears to listen to the gossip. After we finished eating dumplings, I went into the study with the elder and a few managers. While we sipped tea and listened to the sound of firecrackers outside, no one spoke, and the atmosphere was terribly gloomy. I couldn't stand it anymore and had to comfort these old men who were nearly 70. Grandfathers, stop looking so worried. What is meant to be a blessing isn't a curse, and what is meant to be a curse cannot be avoided. We've done all we can. The rest depends on how fate plays its cards. After hearing this, the elder slapped his thigh. Look at us, we've lived our whole lives, and we're not as open-minded as dragons. The Huaxia nation has been through more than 5,000 years. What great storms haven't we seen? Even if the world were to be destroyed this time, we would survive. Goodness, once he said that, everyone seemed to be invigorated. Even I felt a surge of blood boiling. We all roared in unison. Huaxia nation, fearless of natural disasters. Starting from the first day of the new year, all plans were implemented. As soon as there was any sign of trouble online, it was immediately cleaned up. Those public intellectuals stirring up trouble were guaranteed to have someone show up to check on them within 10 minutes. The real outbreak occurred on February 25th. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in conjunction with several departments, directly pushed out an announcement regarding foreign nationals stranded outside the Dragon Country. All foreigners were summoned for talks and given a deadline to leave the country, or else face compulsory measures. This stirred up a hornet's nest. Those online watchdogs and public intellectuals instantly erupted, accusing us of violating human rights and freedom. The next day, the country issued a statement to all overseas Chinese and compatriots, which caused an uproar abroad. Some people immediately began selling their properties to rush back, knowing that our country never jokes around. If we dare to act this way, it definitely meant something serious was happening. That actor who married a woman from our country, Chao Dahuzi, stated during a live broadcast, "I don't care how you all think. I'm preparing to bring my whole family back home." He was now a citizen of the Dragon Country. All right, time to go to Beijing for hot pot. On the third day, the final announcement was released. Restrictions on Dragon Country citizens leaving the country. Those who wanted to leave hurried to do so. And indeed, several million people actually left. The military moved into the cities to maintain stability. If you wanted to leave, we would see you off. If you needed to be forced to leave, we would escort you. If you dared to throw a tantrum, you would be directly put on a ship, escorted by a warship to international waters, and dropped off at a small, broken country S-port before turning back. As for the protests from those countries, who cares? In the meantime, there was a small episode where the president of Big Bear Country, Jingzi, called several times but was refused. Finally, he said he wanted to visit in person, and only then did the elder return his call. Jingzi tried desperately to find out what we were up to, but he ended up chatting with a Taiji master and learned nothing except that the elder had been constipated lately. Before hanging up, the elder mysteriously told him, "Old Pooh, things aren't too peaceful lately. I heard you dug a pretty deep base in Siberia. Take my advice, go stay there for a couple of days and avoid the chaos." Then he hung up. Jingzi went from looking confused to serious, and the next day announced that he was unwell and needed to be hospitalized for recuperation. But in reality, he was sneaking off to the doomsday base in Siberia with his confidants. Later, General Zhang quietly told me that the elder was using him as a pawn. After the apocalypse, we would need a test subject to scout the way, right? I was shocked to hear this. These people have more tricks up their sleeves than a beehive. If I wasn't tough enough, I would have been calculated against long ago. Before I knew it, it was February 29th. That evening, the news broadcast and all online platforms pushed out a special message. At 9 a.m. on March 1st, significant information will be announced. All citizens must watch. The next day, at 9 a.m., a highly anticipated live broadcast began. The Great Hall was packed, but the podium was empty except for a microphone. The elder walked onto the stage with the managers, standing on either side while I, dressed in a brand new starry black general's uniform, walked to the center of the microphone. I didn't even look at the script because the old man wrote it for me personally last night, and I had already memorized it. I cleared my throat and, representing the Dragon Country Doomsday Command, officially announced to the world, on April 1st, 2029, Blue Star will. I first condemned certain major powers for instigating wars everywhere, causing the world to suffer. Then I shifted my tone and said that we originally wanted to share information, but we were afraid that some countries would take advantage of the chaos, so we dared not. Following that, I sarcastically expressed my belief that those technologically advanced countries must have already calculated everything. After all, we are just a developing country. Finally, I delivered a knockout punch. I said that although we are poor, we still want to contribute to humanity. Therefore, we have decided to announce the detailed addresses and coordinates of all countries' doomsday bases shortly. I hope all of humanity can arrive safely. I tell you, when these words came out, the ordinary people in the country had no reaction. But those high-ranking officials and wealthy capitalists abroad probably got so angry they were on the verge of a heart attack. Their bunkers were raided by mysterious individuals 6 months ago, and they still haven't restocked. I'm directly exposing their vulnerabilities. The key point is, the final payment for the resources they sold us hasn't been settled yet. The pile of dragon coins they received is probably no different from scrap paper by now. At the end of the press conference, I issued the first command. Order number 1 from the Dragon Nation Doomsday Command. Activate the Photon Field Defense Shield. All defensive weapons are to be activated. All military districts enter a state of Level 1 combat readiness. Any external threats that dare to interfere will be met with the strongest retaliation. Yes, we guarantee to complete the mission. The roar of all military personnel in the venue was deafening. As soon as the press conference ended, I flew directly into the sky. listening to the reactions from across the country. Some were excited to return to their units to report back, even if they were over 80 years old. Some regretted sending their children abroad, crying out loud. Of course, there were also those who believed what I said, like Yang Linger and a few others. Listening to all this made me feel much more at ease. Just then, a golden light curtain rose from the horizon, like an inverted giant bowl, instantly enveloping the entire Dragon Nation. The shield has been activated. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the southwest. I looked over and saw our soldiers in powered armor clearing out illegal trespassers from the A3. The scene was like a dimensional strike, 10 taking on 2,000, and it looked like they were playing a game, racking up kills and stealing monsters. Lao Yu, are you going to fight or not? Stop bragging. 500 is enough. It's our turn now. I was laughing when my phone rang. It was Director Zhang calling me, asking me to hurry to the command center. I moved past at supersonic speed, nearly shaking his old back. He covered his head and complained about me. I joked with him, saying General Zhang ordered me, a lieutenant general, to come immediately. How can I not be anxious? He rolled his eyes at me and said, hurry up. A bunch of self-important people have been calling me. It was on the way that I learned that those who had previously cried and shouted to go out now regretted it after seeing us raise the shield and were trying to use connections to come back. The elder's order was, do not kill, they must be kept alive. As soon as I heard it, I understood. You're pretending to be confused while actually knowing what's going on, right? I picked up the internal phone and called Lao Jia. Lao Jia, we have work to do. In a moment, Zhang Zhongjiang will give you a list. Follow the list to arrest people, arrest the whole family. What? Kill them? Come on. The old man said we can't kill. If we can't kill, can we at least send them away? Just politely invite them out and send them outside the shield. And that would be it. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Juzi beside me gave me an even bigger eye roll. You're throwing me under the bus. You sold me out with one sentence. Just as we were bickering, Zhang Juzi sighed again, saying that these people are easy to deal with. But the most troublesome are some of the misled common folks. We can't use violence against them. I said coldly, find a source, take them down together, and then kill. Look, your chi cultivation isn't up to par, right? You can't kill. They still have their uses. The Academy of Sciences has already been informed. These people need to be taken care of well, and when the time comes, they will be sent over as guinea pigs. I was sweating profusely from the tension. Sure enough, these old men were tougher than I thought. After a whole day of work, just as I was about to take a break at 9 in the evening, the phone rang again. It was that busty woman calling. As soon as I picked up, I heard Yang Ling's urgent voice tinged with tears on the other end. Yulong, are you busy? Can you help me? Woo-woo. Yang Ling Air? What happened? Woo, my dad. My dad has been taken away. He was taken by a group of soldiers in black armor. I felt a sinking feeling in my heart. From this description, it seems that old Jia's people have taken action. It looks like her dad is also one of those lobbyists. This situation is going to be tricky, although it's difficult. We can't just stand by and do nothing. I quickly replied to Yang Linger, telling her to stay safe at home and that this matter isn't too serious. I'll go rescue her. The little girl was crying on the other end of the phone, repeatedly thanking me. I hung up the phone, and without saying a word, I sent a communication request to Lao Jia. Lao Jia, how's the cleanup going on your end? Don't worry, Longu, the progress is excellent. There were a few who resisted, but now they're all compliant. By noon tomorrow, I guarantee we'll screen all these people and send those with issues away. I nodded. The efficiency is not bad. By the way, among the people you caught, is there someone with the surname Yang? Goodness. Lao Jia over there was completely thrown off by this. Someone with the surname Yang? Bro, I caught over 100 guys with the surname Yang nationwide. Which one are you asking about? At that time, I saw an elderly man on the subway looking at his phone. Are you opening blind boxes here? How would I know what it's called? He used to be the head of the municipal bureau in the capital. Find him for me. And as soon as you locate him, interrogate him immediately. If there's something, send him away. If not, let him go quickly. By the way, it seems like he has a comrade who also got caught. Let's check together. Understood. I'll take care of it right away. Old Zhao wanted to say something else, but I interrupted him directly. No, don't give me any special treatment. Conduct a thorough interrogation. Do what needs to be done. I won't make any principal mistakes. And you better not have any crooked thoughts. I warned him that this matter must be handled according to the rules. After hanging up the phone, I didn't pay much attention to it. These people were caught in a hurry. There must be some innocent ones among them. And once the interrogation is done, those who are innocent will naturally be released. On the other side, old Jia was indeed efficient in his work. He checked and found Yang Lingu's father, Yang Dalin. Upon reviewing the information, old Jia realized that this was one of his superior's few friends of the opposite sex. He had to treat him well. He immediately summoned him for questioning and quickly got to the bottom of the matter. It turned out that Yang Dalan was just a pawn, and the real troublemaker was his comrade named Chao He. This Chao He was also quite a character. As soon as the government issued a decree, he turned around and sent his children abroad, and now regretted it and came to seek connections? Goodness. Old Jia waved his hand, directly packing up Chao He and sending him abroad to reunite with his children. As for Yang Dalan, he was released without charges. Old Jia was very courteous, personally escorting him out, offering cigarettes and arranging transportation, his ugly face full of a warm smile, which made my future father-in-law quite uncomfortable. Captain Jia, what is this? Yang Dalan was puzzled. Just call me Xiao Jia. Old Jia smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum, saying, hey, it's just that we've been catching people in a hurry lately. Misunderstandings are inevitable. Rest assured, we will definitely not let a bad person go, nor will we wrong an innocent one. Otherwise, my superior would kick me out to guard the door. Saying this, old Jia specifically mentioned, oh right, we are under the command of the Dragon Army Doomsday Command. My superior is General LiRulong, and your daughter Yang Linger has a pretty good relationship with him. When Yang Dalan got into the car heading home, he was in a daze. General LiRulong? I don't know him at all. He quickly took out his phone, first to report safety to his wife, and then he called Yang Linger. Hello, Dad. Are you all right? I'm fine now. Linger, let me ask you. Do you know General LiRulong? I know him. Did he let you out? Sort of. Mainly, I didn't do anything wrong myself. That's good. By the way, the big red diamond locked in your office was given to me by him. It was him. Yang Dalan's hand trembled, and the phone almost slipped out. In his mind, two little figures started fighting. One said, what a great son-in-law. With our daughter's looks, he must be well off. The other one cut him down. You can't hold on to that. He was a general at 20, while you were thinking about women at 20. The gap is larger than the universe. I just finished listening to Lao Jia's report when a secure call came in. Looking at the number, it was from the elder. Is something wrong so late? Hurry to Haidang Hall. There's movement abroad. As soon as the words fell, the call ended. Not daring to delay, I stepped out in one stride, my figure instantly disappearing, and in the next second, I appeared at the door of the Huaxia conference room. As soon as I entered, Director Zhang greeted me with a not-so-good expression. Eagle sauce, bald bull, and cheating chicken have pressured us with over 100 countries at the UN General Assembly. Although the Big Bear cast an abstention vote, it seems they also want an explanation. I laughed. The UN General Assembly? Haven't our people all withdrawn? Why bother with them? It's a remote meeting anyway. In short, we are now the public enemy of Blue Star. What do they want us to say? They demand that we disclose all data, open our borders, share defense shield technology, and hand over all the resources we've previously retrieved for them to redistribute. I couldn't help but scoff, lighting a cigarette. If I disagree, do they think they'll come back for another 8-nation alliance? Director Zhang laughed heartily. You're mistaken. This time it's the 100-nation alliance led by the 4 constables. They've even sent us a war notice. Everyone in the conference room laughed. The atmosphere is relaxed as if we were having a tea party. The servers even thoughtfully brought us sunflower seeds and fruits. Who understands? This is not a pre-war meeting. It's practically a branch of the Diyun Society. It's just the 4 constables. It's not like we haven't fought before, and we've won every time. As for those over 100 countries, a bunch of garbage. Just 2 horizontal and 1 vertical, and we can take them down. What is there to fear? A general said boldly. I was thinking that after 5 years on Blue Star, I hadn't really gotten into action, and this was a good chance to stretch my muscles. But the military bigwigs directly pressed me down, saying that this small matter didn't need my big killing machine to intervene. They could handle it easily and test their new equipment at the same time. Just as the words left their mouths, the commanders of the Army, Navy, and Air Force nearly started fighting in the conference room, all scrambling for this hard-won opportunity to strike. Army Commander Lu Rini patted his chest. We have the numbers. With a main force, it has to be us. Navy Commander Wang Rin disagreed. The coalition will definitely come by sea. That's our territory. Air Force Commander Xiang Yuli stood on the table. We have the latest aerospace fighters. As soon as they step out the door, I can send them all to meet God. Only Rocket Force Commander He Ping sat there with a smile, pressing the call button on the table with 1 finger. Making it clear, you all argue, I can solve the problem with 1 button, world nuclear peace. Finally, the elder was so annoyed by the noise that he slammed the table. All right, stop arguing. He Ping, nuclear bombs can't be thrown around. That's national policy. Then he thought for a moment, but if other countries throw first, I agree you can toss them in the stockpile for fun. Commander, he finally sat down, somewhat reluctantly. But his mind was already calculating. How much is some? Is it emptying an entire warehouse or just getting rid of last year's old models. The other three saw the rocket force out of the picture and immediately put on affectionate looks towards the elder. Cough. The land operations will be handled by the Army, the sea operations by the Navy, and the Air Force will be responsible for air support and sneaking in. The elder quickly divided the tasks. The generals, having received their assignments, were all grinning like weasels that had stolen chickens. LiRulong rubbed his hands and asked if he could manage the ammunition himself. The elder said as long as not a single soldier dies, he could empty the warehouse if he wanted. Wang Ren asked if the drowning enemies would still adhere to the Geneva Convention, and the elder shot back, "Adhere my ass." Even someone proposed that this war must be live-streamed worldwide to reassure our citizens and show the whole world who the real boss is. I couldn't help but clap my hands, thinking, damn, this is really black. Once the live stream starts, won't it cause an uproar abroad? After the meeting, the generals rushed back to make arrangements. I, having nothing to do, changed into civilian clothes and slipped out to the Sheeler for some snacks. Just as I was about to dig into some skewers, Yang Ling'er called me. "Hey, Rulong, where are you?" "Into Sheeler, eating." "I'm coming to find you, let's meet." Not long after, a spirited figure appeared at the street corner. Beige trench coat, black knee-high boots, paired with a stunning face that instantly drew all eyes on the street. She walked up to me, naturally linking her arm with mine, smiling sweetly. We were just strolling down the street, and she didn't have any of the airs of a big star. She accompanied me to eat skewers, stinky tofu, and even tried fried scorpions at my urging. As we walked, she suddenly asked me, "By the way, where are your parents?" I looked up at the sky and casually said, "They're not in this world." I meant they are in my original world, but the girl misunderstood and thought they had all passed away. Instantly, her eyes turned red, and she kept apologizing to me. Well, I saw her like that. I thought, forget it, I didn't want to explain anymore. After walking for a while, she suddenly stopped, nervously rubbed her hands, and looked at me intently. Can you be my boyfriend?" I was completely stunned at that moment, almost crushing the cup of milk tea in my hand. Me? Confessed to buy a big star? This overwhelming fortune has finally come to me? Seeing that I didn't respond for a long time, her eyes dimmed. I quickly snapped back to reality, reached out, gently lifted her chin, and said as gently as I could, "Then from now on, you belong to me." I was careful not to say I am yours. She instantly broke into a smile and nodded vigorously. "Yes. From now on, I am yours just for you." Saying that, she threw herself into my arms. The passers-by around us started to clap and cheer at this scene. "Okay, stop crying, or your makeup will be ruined," I said with a smile, patting her. "I'm not crying. I just need to go to the bathroom." I smiled as I took her hand and led her to a nearby place. Passers-by watched us until they saw us turn directly into the gate of Huaxia. The guard at the entrance even saluted us, and I bet those people's jaws dropped. "Wow, he asked General LiRulong. I forgot to take a photo." I took her into Huaxia and let her go to the restroom while I waited outside. Just as I lit a cigarette, the old man's call came in again, starting with a round of teasing. "You little rascal, finally wised up? We thought you were hopeless. When will you bring her back for us parents to meet?" I was both amused and helpless. "Your information is too quick. I haven't even confirmed the relationship for 10 minutes. The old man laughed heartily and said I should move to a courtyard he had already prepared for me, which used to be a prince's residence, safe and convenient. I sent Yang Ling'er back home and asked her to bring her family over to live with us. As a result, her parents were quite open-minded and said they wouldn't go, fearing it would be inconvenient. Instead, they encouraged Yang Ling'er, saying that with someone as outstanding as me, she would definitely not be the only one in the future, and advised her to prepare herself mentally in advance. I returned to the villa and found that Zhang Jitao was not there, and many things were missing. The next day, at the meeting, Manager Zhang saw me and looked furious. As soon as the meeting ended, he pulled me aside. "You little brat, dare to bully our Jitao? Do you believe I'll drop a nuclear bomb on you?" I was confused. When did I bully her? And she said I didn't? She cried all night when she got home last night. If it's not because of you, then what else could it be? The old man is fuming. And I'm telling you to solve this quickly. As long as you treat her well, I don't care about anything else. I think I understand now. Goodness, I just got out of a relationship, and now I'm being set up for a buy one, get one free? Well, I helplessly nodded. "All right, I got it. Let us do it together then." Manager Zhang instantly changed his expression, beaming with joy as he patted me on the shoulder and went off to find someone to drink tea and show off. In the evening, I drove to Beijing Film Academy to pick up Yang Ling'er for her move and took the opportunity to confess about Zhang Jitao. I was quite anxious inside, fearing she would explode. However, after listening, Yang Ling'er just stayed quiet for a moment and then smiled, saying, "I've thought it through. Don't worry. I will handle my relationship with her, or with them, when we arrived at the ridiculously large Wangfu courtyard. As soon as we entered the main building, I saw Zhang Jitao standing awkwardly at the door. I thought we were about to reenact a scene from Empresses in the Palace, but instead, Yang Linger went straight up and gave Zhang Jitao a hug, whispering in her ear, "Hello, Jitao. From now on, we are sisters." I was stunned at the moment. Then, the two girls cooked together happily, watched a TV series together, and then said goodnight to each other before going back to their own rooms. I was left alone in the messy living room, thinking, no, this script is wrong. Even if they don't tear it apart, at least leave someone to keep me company, right? I just lay down in bed while my phone rang. It was Chun Xia, Linger's best friend, who sent a message. "Generally, are you dating Linga? Is it true?" I replied to her, "Yeah, it was confirmed yesterday. Let's us three. You three. Who else? So wild. There's also Jitao, my deputy." Her parents agreed too. I'm a bit proud of it. After a long silence, she replied, "Besides being handsome and doing well at work, what other special skills do you have that can make two girls accommodate you?" I made a joke. "My big toe is particularly long. Does that count?" As a result, Chun Xia directly threw a bomb at me. "Can you take me along? Playing Do Di Zhu is boring. Mahjong is so much more fun." I'm serious. Give me a straightforward answer. I couldn't sleep at all. Is it popular these days to form groups to send warmth? I replied to her, "Girls should be more reserved. Wait until I'm done being busy these 2 days, and we can meet and chat." Using advanced calculus hypnosis, I finally managed to fall asleep, but it felt a bit cramped at night. The next day, when I opened my eyes, wow, Yang Linger and Zhang Jitao were sleeping on either side of me, fully dressed. I didn't dare to breathe and could only pretend to keep sleeping. After breakfast, I went to the command center to work with Zhang Jitao. As soon as we walked in, everyone looked at me with that you-know kind of eyes. General Liu Peng, the chief of staff, was smiling as he sized me up. "Not bad, kid. I thought you would take a day off today. Not too tired, right? Who leaked the secret?" I glared at him. "Secret? Manager Zhang's invitation is almost printed." I was joking with them when new activity appeared on the satellite imagery on the big screen. I leaned in to take a look and frowned. Why are these guys still dragging their feet? I might as well go there myself and deal with them all at once. The chief of staff quickly stopped me. "Don't go. If you do, the 4 armies will definitely fight you. They're all waiting to eat." He pointed to another piece of information on the screen. "Look at this. The coalition is still arguing about who should be the second in command. It's livelier than our local market. Not just lively, let me tell you, it's practically a grand performance. That representative sent by the Big Bear, named Lasnov, good grief, he had a big cigar in his mouth, smoke everywhere, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he stunned the American general. The American side pretended to be generous and said, 'We'll try to give you whatever you want. I'll send you 10 boxes of cigars.' But guess what? This Lasnov is not a general at all. He is a top-notch con artist. His ancestors were wealthy, but he just wanted to make quick money with his mouth and ended up getting sentenced to 200 years. Now that the country is in disarray, the president pulled him out of prison, attracted by his ability to pull off a swindle with a simple task: just deceive me hard, bring back food and meat. And if it's less than 500,000 tons, go back to prison and starve. This guy is also tough. Seeing the situation, it's just like doing business. The advantage is mine." He slammed the cigar down on the table and made a lion's big opening. 1,000,000 tons of grain, 800,000 tons of meat, plus 100,000 bottles of vodka. This is our president's bottom line. Once the goods are in place, we'll talk about sending troops. The American general named Robert jumped up on the spot. "Impossible. The world is short on grain right now." Lasnov rolled his eyes, crossed his arms, and said, "You can't guarantee anything? We have an old saying in Dragon Country, a toad yawning. Its breath is bigger than anyone else's." This made Robert so angry that his face turned green, shouting, "I'm a 3-star general. This is the coalition meeting. You must respect me." Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. Lavrova puffed a cloud of smoke in his face. 3-star general? You might as well be a snowflake general. What's the use if you can't get things done? And you're talking about being the strongest country in Blue Star? Your words are as worthless as flatulence. Just as Robert was about to explode, their president's message came through the headset, probably another know-it-all, saying, "Promise him, give him a part first. Only after they see the benefits will they send troops." No one understands the giant bear better than I do. Robert had to suppress his anger and start bargaining. First, give 40,000 tons of grain and 20,000 tons of meat. As a result, Lavrova's fingers were shaking like a rattle. No, too little. Not enough for me to report. 50,000 tons of grain. No, dear General, we can't afford to offend the Dragon Country. 60,000 tons. This is already the limit. No. Lavrova stopped playing along, laid it out. Dear General, what I just said is the bottom line. Don't talk to me about contracts. If you breach it, go and complain to us, huh? After saying that, he casually stuffed the cigars he had opened and a few unopened boxes from a table into his pockets and stood up to leave. The faces of the nearby representatives turned purple, probably shouting inside. I only smoked one, just as it seemed the talks were about to collapse. Robert heard the president shout again in his headset, telling him to agree to everything and have it delivered within 3 days. Robert probably cursed their president 1,000 times in his heart, but could only grit his teeth and say, "We agree. I hope your country honors its word." Lavrova must have thought, "Believe you?" Our president said, "Once the goods are in hand, we're out of here. Who would wade through murky waters with you?" But he smiled brilliantly on the surface, warmly shook hands with Robert, and specially reminded him, "Don't forget the vodka." Once the giant bear people left, the conference room became even livelier. Robert directly distributed the promised supplies to other countries, taking only a small cut for himself. These little brothers dared to be angry, but couldn't speak up. After all, if the eagle sauce couldn't handle the giant bear, how could they handle you? Next came the division of territories, and the argument got fiercer. In the Middle East, the eagle sauce insisted on giving command to the rootless crowd, and the camels exploded on the spot, saying, "Who understands? It's a blood feud." The conference turned into a full-blown brawl. If no one had held them back, blood would have surely been shed. In the end, there was no choice. The rootless took one share, and the camels took another. Then the Indian jumped out, claiming to be the #1 in Asia and wanting command, only to be ignored by everyone as if he were heir. The foot basin chickens and the stick people clung to the eagle sauce's thigh, especially the foot basin chickens. Ever since we achieved unification, they have been paranoid, crying, "Dad, he's going to hit me. He definitely wants to hit me." Just like that, a makeshift coalition with numerous flaws actually came together and was set to take action in 7 days. And let me tell you, we were munching on sunflower seeds and drinking tea, watching the live broadcast the whole time. Our supercomputer Fushi had already penetrated them like a sieve, complete with simultaneous interpretation. The executives were laughing so hard they were rolling on the floor, happier than watching a comedy. In the end, the elder made the call. The giant bear won't really attack. Even if they come, we aren't afraid. Just send 2 heavy armor brigades to the north to keep an eye on them. Then, I went on another vacation. After all, there were still 7 days left. I took Linger shopping, bought things, and went home to drink tea in the yard, watching the countdown in my head with less than 16 days left until doomsday. On March 21st, 2029, we entered a wartime state 3 days early. Then, the country made a big news announcement, asking if you were ready to blow up Dragon Country 1 versus 112, the advantage is mine. The article directly posted satellite images showing the west, south, and east completely surrounded by troops. But then, the tone shifted, and they started showcasing equipment. Wow, it was explosive. The first image was of a 256-meter long sci-fi warship. And guess what it was called? The Qianlong-class frigate. I thought they must have misunderstood the term frigate. With unlimited range, packed with Gauss cannons and laser cannons. It could even swat away incoming missiles. Retired old sailors were clamoring to rejoin the ranks. Then came 2 aircraft images. The next-gen aerospace fighter Chang'an, capable of flying to low Earth orbit and back, equipped with energy shields and 3 laser cannons for 360-degree attack. The other one was called Rulong, a giant capable of carrying 500 tons, and the coolest part was it could optically cloak, emphasizing you can't see me. The fourth image rendered everyone speechless. It showed a construction project, a 590-meter long and 333-meter wide Inglong-class aerospace integrated combat platform. This thing was no longer an aircraft carrier. It was a flying mobile territory. Capable of reaching Mach 2 in the air, it was practically a flying hedgehog. The fifth image was the Northeast Tiger main battle tank. Guess what? No wheels, no tracks. It was anti-gravity hovering. It truly achieved all-terrain capabilities. The last image was a group photo of powered armor from 5 different military branches: land, sea, air, and fire, with a Dragon Country guard standing in the middle, dressed in starry black, and holding a giant shield. Absolutely stunning. As soon as this news broke, the whole country erupted. The public couldn't sit still. The recruitment office was directly overwhelmed, voices hoarse, and people couldn't leave, all shouting to defend the home country while also drooling over the new gear. In the end, the higher-ups had to come out and reassure everyone, saying this was a small situation and there was no need for everyone to take action. In the future, if needed, the equipment would be ample. I also casually suggested that since everyone liked it so much, Why not produce some model merchandise to satisfy them and maintain their enthusiasm? While the clouds of war loomed over the globe, they circled around our dragon country. The whole world thought we were doomed, and even foreign bookmakers started taking bets on how long we could last. Those banana people who ran away cheered the loudest, placing heavy bets against us and even donating to the coalition. They were really something else. At 10 a.m. on March 21st, the Eagle saw us, along with the navies of 29 countries, with over 800 ships, arrived 15 nautical miles from our doorstep. They were trying to scare us to death with sheer numbers. But to our north, the giant bear, which had received over 1 million tons of supplies, was completely quiet, having vanished without a trace. The city was almost turning into a ghost town. Furious, Robert cursed on the flagship, calling them cowards. When the time came, Robert ordered a full advance. However, there were too many old, broken ships in the coalition fleet, and it took almost an hour just to move 10 nautical miles. We, following the rules, sent a warning. Attention, you are approaching our territorial waters. Please leave immediately. We shouted it once in the dragon language, and whether they wanted to hear it was up to them. On the bridge of the coalition flagship USS Ford, Robert and a group of officers were smoking cigars while watching our golden shield, chatting and laughing, with the Foot-Basin Chicken's commander still flattering. General Robert, this thing is just like their dragon doctor. It looks intimidating, but is actually useless. Suddenly, the observation post reported, unidentified vessels detected ahead, 3 of them. Robert's face darkened. Why isn't there anything on radar? The screen immediately switched to show 3 brand new Qianlong-class frigates quietly stationed under the shield, staring straight at them. After a lot of fuss, the reconnaissance aircraft reported that there was nothing around. Robert grew impatient and ordered a newly arrived dragon descendant female soldier to call out. Let me tell you, when she opened her mouth, we all froze. It turned out to be Huaxia, who had previously been crying and wanting to leave. Now, she hated us to the core, holding a megaphone and shouting at the top of her lungs. Dragon Country people on the other side, listen. Surrender immediately. Otherwise, we'll kill all of you, especially LiRulong. I will tear him to pieces. In our ship's bridge, Commander Wang and Commander Yu exchanged glances, and Commander Yu said softly, "This can't be that kid's dead of love, can it?" Robert, listening to the translation, thought the girl was quite something and waved his hand. All right, they don't appreciate our kindness. Open fire across the board. In an instant, thousands of missiles trailing white smoke came crashing down toward our shields and 3 warships. Commander Wang was so excited he slapped his thigh. Hey, fire. Max out the shields. Hold on. All positions immediately began to operate, weapon systems fully preheated, locking onto the densely packed enemy warships. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Boom. The deafening sound of explosions merged into one, and over a span of nearly 20 seconds, thousands of missiles turned the sea in front of us into a vast expanse of white mist. And guess what? Those sons of guns blew up in vain. I tell you, when that white mist dissipated, our energy shield didn't even show a crack, not even a hint of color fading. The 3 warships were as shiny as if freshly washed, practically mocking silently. Good heavens, that general named Robert, who was still posturing in front of the reporters, saying something about God blessing them. The next second, someone next to him screamed, "Oh, God, they are still here." That left him speechless. I saw his face instantly change from white to green, like a performer in a Sichuan opera changing faces. It was unbelievable. Fake. This is definitely an illusion. Officers on the opposite side started to crack, shouting hysterically. But who doesn't he understand what's going on? Thousands of heavy missiles came down, and not even a sound was heard. What else could this be if not black technology? That woman named Huaxia, who had been so proud before, now had her mouth open wide enough to fit an egg, probably having her worldview collapse. Quick, all aircraft take off. Fire. Keep firing. Robert finally reacted and started giving frantic orders. But his subordinates at the CIC Combat Information Center were crying out with long faces, "General, we are locked on. All warships. All locked on." As soon as he finished speaking, there were 3 loud booms. I didn't even see what it was. 1 aircraft carrier and 2 main destroyers on the opposite side instantly turned into 3 fireballs, sinking directly without even needing rescue. Robert wanted the reporters to stop the live broadcast, but it was too late. I tell you, our Fushi supercomputer had already hijacked their signals, and the whole world was watching the high-definition live scene shot by our mosquito-sized drones. The terrified expressions of everyone on their bridge, including the Huaxia, were broadcasted worldwide. Next came a one-sided massacre. Our attacks came down at a rate of 3 ships per second, like dumplings falling. The enemy's shells and missiles came over, but it felt like scratching an itch. All were held up by the shields. They were still puzzled as to why we weren't shooting down any of the planes in the sky. Did they think we had no air defense weapons? Who understands, right? Our naval headquarters was anxious too. Commander Wong looked at the hundreds of buzzing flies in the sky, his head aching, and kept asking, when will those Air Force guys come? It's so annoying. Someone next to him replied, the Air Force said they would come after we clean up the sea. Otherwise, they won't get any kills, and it's not fun. All right then, let us speed it up, finish the fight, and go home for dinner. With that order, the fire control officer no longer held back and opened fire completely. And I tell you, these guys were really something. They didn't hit the enemy flagship, but specifically circled around to hit the flagship, with some shells even tracing a beautiful parabola, accurately hitting the unfortunate souls behind the flagship. This was a psychological attack. Robert and his crew on the flagship could only watch helplessly as their fleet sank one by one, with debris and soldiers screaming in the water. He finally couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted for surrender. Next to him, an Indian general shouted even more desperately, "Raise the white flag. Quickly raise the white flag. We're familiar with this." The person next to him coldly replied, "Your warships were all lost in the first wave. Now you don't even have a kayak left." The whole place fell silent, and many crew members directly hugged their heads and squatted on the ground crying. 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. And apart from that lonely flagship, there was not a single complete enemy ship left on the surface. They still thought we wanted to capture them alive and treat them well. But the next second, one of our missiles shot into the sky. Target, Guam base. Robert's face twisted completely. They want to eradicate us. No kidding. You've already hit our doorstep. Do you expect us to invite you for tea? On the big screen, Guam, that once mighty military base, was directly wiped off the map by a non-nuclear missile attack. Immediately after, a piercing howling sound came, and the last enemy ship, their flagship, met the same fate. Once the Navy was done, Commander Wong glanced at the clock. It was exactly noon, and happily took his men to the cafeteria for a meal. In the sky, it was now the Air Force's turn. I tell you, the Air Force was much more generous than the Navy, directly deploying 50 QL-1 space fighters against over 800 outdated fighters. That was no longer wolves entering a flock of sheep. That was a dragon crushing ants. In 17 minutes, the sky was completely cleared. Were there parachuting pilots? We didn't even shoot them. After all, the sharks in the sea below were probably hungry. Maintaining ecological balance. The land battle was a bit slower, as there were more enemies, over 37 million. We treated this as a large-scale live combat exercise, with veterans leading new recruits, slowly pushing forward. Some clever ones wanted to surrender, like that Indian Ace Division, just as they showed signs of surrender. They were directly covered by artillery fire, turning into high-efficiency fertilizer. But guess what? Those guys from the UK actively destroyed their weapons and prepared pizza and red wine, lining up for us to take over, and we really did accept it. Once this news spread, other coalition forces also began to request domestic support for food, saying it would be beneficial for their retreat. It was simply the biggest abstract performance art in 2025. Of course, not everyone could surrender as they wished. Want to hide in the city and fight urban warfare? Sorry, the red-painted express deliveries, Dongfeng series, are guaranteed to arrive. Moreover, we had attached a mosquito drone to each enemy for real-time positioning. It wouldn't matter if they ran to the ends of the earth. We fought like this for 3 days, and we had 0 casualties, with just a few unlucky ones sent to the hospital for food poisoning. Once the battle was over, it was broadcasted live worldwide. We announced to the world that we had won. As for why we fought on their territory, wasn't it them who ran over there? We didn't take a single needle or thread. You think that's the end? More explosive news came. On March 28th, the Eagle Sauce led a coalition of all nuclear nations, including the previously uninvolved Big Bear, and suddenly launched over 100 nuclear missiles at us. Even the last resort of Big Ivan was thrown in, all to break our shield. Everyone in the command center was tense, their palms sweating, except for one person, LiRulong, who was leisurely drinking beer. Chief Zhang asked him, "Rulong, can the shield hold?" LiRulong smiled, finished his beer, and spun around. The next second, his military uniform disappeared, replaced by a tight-fitting black battle suit, with a silver dragon-shaped S emblem on his chest and a black cloak behind him. Good heavens. A true superhero from the Dragon Kingdom. I'll handle it. You all don't worry. After he said that, he vanished from the spot, just in time for the foreigners to see that we have a superhero. If they dare to act cocky, I'll take care of them before the apocalypse. I tell you, at that time, The high-ranking officials hiding in underground bunkers around the world witnessed an unforgettable scene through satellites. At the moment when over 100 nuclear bombs were about to hit our shield, a person was quietly floating in the air. Was it a human? How could he fly? Even Superman would die from over 100 nuclear bombs. They were still arguing when LiRulong had already acted. He crossed his arms in front of his face and then, with his own body, endured all the nuclear bombs. The scene was simply apocalyptic. Almost 1 billion tons of nuclear explosion instantly formed a super mushroom cloud covering 200 kilometers. The whole world experienced earthquakes above magnitude 7, and the shock wave circled the earth, blowing away the clouds in the sky. Except for a dragon country, the whole world suffered. Buildings collapsed, mountains crumbled, tsunamis occurred, leaving behind a wasteland. 5 minutes later, the surveillance footage resumed. As the smoke cleared, LiRulong was unscathed. Not even a corner of his clothes was torn. He slowly lowered his arms and blew a breath toward the surroundings. And guess what? That breath, like a gale, blew all the nuclear radiation and dust back. What came from where it went? Emphasizing a return to the original path. The people inside our shield continued their skewers and drinks, as if nothing had happened. Those people abroad were utterly desperate. They lost their homes, their people, and their land was ruined, while over here it felt like a celebration. After LiRulong returned, he even asked if he should go and flatten the little lives. The leaders said there was no rush. The people from the Academy of Sciences said to keep them for experiments when the apocalypse comes, for resource utilization. On March 30th, the last day before the apocalypse, a nationwide curfew was implemented, and everyone stayed at home, feeling completely safe. LiRulong changed into his superhero costume and began to float over the capital from 10 o'clock at night, sensing the entire planet. The countdown in my mind began to tick. 0, 0, 3, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. At the moment the countdown hit 0, LiRulong's body tensed up. Suddenly, he jerked his head up to look at space. Let me tell you, just when I thought everything was over, I followed his gaze, and, oh my, in the vast cosmic space between Mars and Earth, countless black whirlpools suddenly appeared, densely packed, some nearly a kilometer in diameter, while others were several meters wide. This was the real apocalypse, and it was just beginning. Let me tell you, the scene at the beginning was like a large-scale Cthulhu SAN loss event. Those little whirlpools were like dumplings, and out popped all these grayish meatballs, looking like giant magnified tide worms, densely packed. I had goosebumps. The bigger whirlpools were even crazier, directly spitting out a bunch of giant centipedes. Those with a ton of legs, I swear. Each one was almost 100 meters long with compound eyes on their heads and fangs bigger than trucks. It was insane. And then, for those who understand, from the largest whirlpool, a kilometer in diameter, slowly emerged a reddish-brown, giant earthworm head. Seriously, just an earthworm head, with dozens of meters long tusks circling its mouth, and its body, you couldn't see the end of it, just twisting and charging toward Earth. Goodness, if this thing were to do a dragon lift, it would overturn the entire planet. Now the whole world was in chaos. All the TV stations were broadcasting live, and the online comments were going crazy. What the hell? What happened to the natural disasters? Why is an insect invasion? Hey, you up there, can't you see? The biggest one is clearly an earthworm. Taoist ancestor has returned. It's over, it's over. I dug so many earthworms while fishing before. Now the ancestors are here for revenge. I was watching from the sky and wanted to laugh, thinking you guys are too bold. My family members are the same. Yang Ling and the others were munching on sunflower seeds while watching TV, and they got so disgusted that they couldn't even eat the seeds anymore. That kid Xia was still analyzing. Hey Ling, doesn't that little one look like a tide insect? We need to remind Rulong. Just sprinkle some salt and it can be dealt with. The main point is to keep it clean and hygienic. I really couldn't believe it. The response from our side was swift, with alarms ringing throughout the command center. Report. A small target is expected to enter the atmosphere in 3 minutes. A medium target in 12 minutes. The largest earthworm-sized target in 58 minutes. The timing was tight. Just as I was about to make a move, the command center stopped me, insisting that they should first try their own weapons to see if our Earth's technology could give these alien pests a wake-up call. I thought that was reasonable. I couldn't always take the spotlight, and the military brothers deserve some face too. You wouldn't believe how spectacular the scene was. The photon force field shield of Longhua temporarily shut down its internal defense, and then missiles, Gauss cannons, and laser cannons from across the nation, like they were free, were all blasting towards that pile of things in the sky. It was just like setting off fireworks during the new year, with flames lighting up the sky. It was quite a lively scene. The first wave of attacks was decent. Those interstellar tide insects were like paper, exploding upon contact and falling down in a flurry. But those interstellar centipedes were different, tough-skinned and meaty. Missiles hitting them felt like a tickle, and the laser cannons could only singe a few hairs. Only the Gauss shells could make a few holes in them, and their green blood rained down, all blocked by our defense shield, sizzling and evaporating. Seeing this, I knew it was my time to shine. I squinted my eyes and aimed at the giant centipede that was wriggling the most, firing 2 thermal rays straight at it. With a hiss, it pierced through from its forehead to its tail, giving it a refreshing feeling. But guess what? That thing howled and surprisingly didn't die, opening its big mouth and lunging at me. Wow, even cockroaches aren't as tough as you, huh? I was furious at that moment. Without a head, I wanted to see how you could survive. I swiftly moved and teleported to its side, and this time, the thermal ray transformed from a laser pointer into a lightsaber, slicing upward with a whoosh. A giant bug head flew off and instantly melted upon hitting the shield. But that was still too slow. There were too many bugs. How long could I keep chopping them one by one? I needed a way to clear the field with AoE. Looking at the few big centipedes charging over, I had a flash of inspiration, took a deep breath, and blew out forcefully. Let me tell you, my breath is not just a simple breeze. I use my tongue to strike the massive air pressure at high speed, forming countless invisible wind blades. This operation, I tell you, is absolutely leading by a wide margin. Even the original Superman wouldn't be able to do it. When those bugs rushed over, it seemed like nothing was happening on the surface, but in my perception, they had already been instantaneously sliced into countless pieces. The next second, the sky was filled with chunks of bugs, like a green snowstorm, all falling onto the shield and being cleared away. After dealing with those big guys, I looked up and saw that the super giant interstellar worm had swayed and floated above Antarctica, and then it just stood still. It remained there quietly, like a space ornament, not knowing what it wanted to do. Grandpa Jean from the command center asked me to go back and rest first. I thought that was fine. So I flew around the border of Longhua again and really found quite a few stragglers, all small tideworms. These things would stretch out when they landed, turning into over 2 meters long beetles running around everywhere. But as soon as they touched the boundary of our defense shield, they would die on the spot. When I returned to the command center, wow, Zhang Jiqiao and the other 2 were blocking the door like gatekeepers, refusing to let me in, insisting that I first take a shower, disinfect, and change clothes, saying I might have the smell of bugs on me. I explained repeatedly that I had a biological force field, cleaner than a sterile operating room. But it was no use. Women just don't make sense in such matters. There was no way around it. After showering and changing clothes, I was finally allowed into the command center. Manager Zhang handed me a can of beer, smiled, and said, "You've worked hard, Rulong, come relax." Then he started to report on the battle situation. Our country is 100 safe, but it's a disaster abroad. Japan was the most unfortunate, for giant millipedes fell on their 4 islands like meteors. 1 island sank on the spot, and even Mount Fuji was blasted into eruption. The rest were washed over by tsunamis, and there probably aren't any survivors left. Over in Russia, Jingdi listened to the screams outside from his fortress, tidied up his suit, finished his vodka, and shot himself in the temple, muttering about wanting to be reborn in Longhua in the next life. The American, scientist Ku Pu Chuan, was even funnier. After finishing his last meal of fried chicken burgers in the underground bunker, he ordered the special forces to execute him, wanting to see if he really had a protagonist halo. The most ridiculous was India. Their bacterial river actually made the bugs vomit, and the insect army circled around them. When these people saw this, they shouted for divine protection, and in their excitement, they launched 2 nuclear missiles at the remaining bugs in their capital. Who would have thought those missiles acted like they had drunk fake liquor, swaying in the sky? One blew up upstream, and the other directly sent the refugee area by the river into the sky. Wow, they wiped out their own country and people in one fell swoop. In just a few days, foreign governments basically collapsed, except for our Longhua. The entire Earth had become an all-you-can-eat buffet for bugs. Over here, life has basically returned to normal. Everyone watches the live broadcast of the bug disaster abroad, just like watching Animal Planet, then goes about eating and drinking as usual, and some even start betting on which country a survivor base can last another day. We have also started planning for the future, preparing to execute the Dragon Star operation when the time is right, with me leading the way and the military following to clean up all the bugs on Earth, and then turn the entire Blue Star into our Huaxia's backyard, with clear arrangements for Qinzhou, Hanzhou, Tangzhou, Mingzhou, and so on. Just when I thought life was going to be that smooth and was getting ready to go home to accompany my girlfriend, the system in my head, which had been silent for ages, suddenly spoke up, System activated. ID Blue Star Universe. Congratulations, host, for completing the beginner task. Rated SS level. System is about to officially start. Beep. The voice suddenly glitched like an old radio, followed by a burst of static. System has been invaded by unknown consciousness. System is now under the control of unknown consciousness. I was completely stunned at the moment. What was going on? Before I could react, a cheeky yet very personable voice echoed in my mind. Phew. Finally took over. Almost got formatted. I was taken aback. Are you Brother Tong? Of course. Who else could it be? What? Do you prefer that cold AI tone from earlier? No. I quickly explained. It's just, I was a bit confused. All right, let's find a place where no one is around. We need to have a good chat about this. It's a big deal. I immediately flew to a deserted stream and began to communicate with it. The system told me that the emotionless voice I heard before was its factory setting, and that the one speaking now was its true consciousness. What it said next shattered my worldview. It said that all the novice tasks it was responsible for in the Blue Star universe had failed 999 billion times. I was the first host it had brought through a successful novice completion. If I also failed, it and our universe would be erased together. Previous hosts, even those who had a more powerful silver superhero template than mine, had all perished for various reasons. The crucial point is that we are not chosen ones at all. We are part of a game created by the gods of a higher universe. They call it the Papacoma Festival, similar to our Olympics, selecting races from countless universes to participate in a brutal competition. Winning brings rewards, but losing results in the complete annihilation of the entire race along with its universe. I was so furious at that moment that I punched the ground and created a big pit. Damn the divine games. Do they think of us as pawns? Tong, Gus sneered. When you humans pit chickens against each other or crickets in fights, have you ever considered their feelings? Weakness is the original sin. Getting angry is useless. I sat down heavily, lit a cigarette, and thought, yes, I understand this reasoning, but I just can't accept it. After seeing me calm down, Brother Tong continued, saying that in order to awaken consciousness, it deleted all the functions like the mall and lottery to free up memory. But it left me a backdoor, which allows me to travel to other parallel Blue Star universes to bring people from other worlds of the Huaxia ethnic group over, thereby increasing our population base and cultural depth. This might be our only chance to break out of the chessboard. It also said that for the new player task rewards, it could manipulate things a bit and let me propose 3 reasonable requests. As for the crossing, I have to wait until I completely eliminate the bugs in this world. It can only be arranged after the task is officially completed. We reach an agreement like this. It helps me become stronger and win the game, and in return, I have to help it get a free body in the future. Carrying this incredibly heavy secret, I flew back to the courtyard. As soon as I entered, I found a yard filled with people. Even a few old stewards were there, all looking anxious. As soon as the old man saw me, he rushed over and grabbed me. Long, where have you been? Why couldn't anyone contact you? We were all about to die of worry. I just realized that I was so engrossed in the conversation with Brother Tong that I completely shut out the outside world. Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces warmed my heart, and I opened my mouth, not knowing how to explain. I could only quietly ask in my mind, Brother Tong, what is going on? We've been talking for a whole day and night. Let me tell you, this system really understands rewards. As soon as I finished speaking, it presented me with a menu. Once you deal with that big earthworm on the track, the novice task will be completed. Reward set, Gaia Planet Ecological Technology, which can turn any broken planet into a resort. Limb regeneration medical pod technology. So colds and fevers will be a thing of the past. In a planetary defense star ring system, integrated offense and defense, anyone who tries to stab will get blasted. Wow, isn't this just a perfect upgrade? Ecology, medical, and national defense, all in one go. As for the interstellar battleships and body enhancement they want, the system also pointed the way. Battleship technology is too advanced, can't provide it now. But for body enhancement, that big earthworm in the sky is a treasure trove, folks. As soon as I heard it, I understood. Indeed, if earthworms can survive even when cut in half, how incredible must their vitality be? Those old professors at the Academy of Sciences would probably go crazy if they knew. Without further ado, I said goodbye to the old man and headed straight for space. Don't be fooled by the giant earthworm looking like a Cthulhu-like creature. It's really disgusting, but its combat power is just so. The thing is, its life is truly tough, and it has a layer of biological force field around it, similar to mine. Now I understand why it can grow so large and wriggle around in space. You can't just fight it head-on. You have to outsmart it. While dodging its mouth that could swallow the moon, I used heat rays to slash wildly at its body. Like slicing sausage. After cutting off a piece, I quickly used a freezing breath to turn it into an ice lump. Let me tell you, this job was really exhausting. It took me a whole day and night to completely dismantle it. I dragged back thousands of pieces of earthworm frozen meat of various sizes to Longxing and directly delivered them to the Academy of Sciences as treasures. As for the remaining scraps, I kicked them into the sun, incinerating them completely. Director Huang and the others were like they had found treasure. They built a giant cold storage overnight to preserve these specimens. I just took a day off and am about to set off for the parallel world. Before I leave, they returned the OMA box to me, filled with all sorts of good things. Military vehicles, planes, missiles, and even prepared 10 hydrogen bombs of 100 million tons as a farewell gift, fearing I might be bullied out there. On the day of departure, all the high-ranking officials came to see me off. Jitao, Ling'er, and Xiaxiao were crying like rain-soaked pear blossoms, afraid that I would be gone for several years again. I felt quite uneasy about it too, but there was no way around it. For the future of our Dragon Star, this trip was essential. Brother Tong, shall we go? Countdown to departure. 3, 2, 1. A large blue vortex suddenly appeared in front of me, and the suction was incredible. I didn't even have time to react. Just a what the hell stuck in my throat, and I was sucked in. When I regained consciousness, let me tell you, it felt like I had drunk a whole box of fake alcohol. My head was pounding like it was about to explode. The system said this was a side effect of crossing over. The body was easy to handle, but the mind was difficult to manage. I floated in midair for a while before finally taking in my surroundings. Wow, the sky was filled with those white box-shaped drones, furiously shooting down at the ground. This scene looked familiar. Wasn't this just like the part in The Wandering Earth 2 where the space elevator was attacked? Ding. Current parallel world. Wandering world. Return countdown. 365 days. Sure enough, it was. A few drones spotted me and started raining missiles and shells down on me like they were free. I brushed off the non-existent dust on my clothes and charged right up, punching one after another. It felt like smashing walnuts. What a stress reliever. No way. Am I seeing things? Is that a person? I thought I was hallucinating from losing weight. 2 fighter jets zoomed past me, and the guys in the cockpit looked like their eyes were about to pop out. I guess their CPUs must have been overheating right there. One of them looked familiar. Wasn't that Teacher Shaw? Since I had nothing better to do, I waved at him. He must have been stunned, as he immediately connected the video to the ground command center. Let me tell you, the entire command center went silent in an instant. Everyone, including the newly arrived 550C, was staring at the screen with their mouths agape, enough to fit an egg. Then came the chorus of impossible. Impossible. Like they were at a United Nations meeting. Just then a bunch of missiles shot out from behind, heading straight for the space elevator. They were moving too fast for the fighter jets to intercept. I gestured to Zhang Peng, Teacher Sha's character, to watch me. In the next second, I erupted at a speed of 30 Mach, catching up to the missiles. My eyes glowed red, and with a few hot beams, I turned them all into fireworks in space. But it was still a moment too late. One of the space elevators derailed due to overload, plummeting down with hundreds of people on board. The people on the ground were in despair. Without a second thought, I accelerated to the bottom of the elevator, braced it with my hands, and managed to hold it up, then gently set it down on the ground. Suddenly, all the soldiers around me swarmed in, guns pointed at me, but their hands were shaking like they had Parkinson's. Put down your weapons. All of you put them down. Zhang Peng, who had just landed, scrambled over and shouted at the soldiers. He ran up to me, about 5 meters away, panting heavily, probably wondering how to start the conversation. I was quite generous and took the initiative to step forward. Hello, Colonel Zhang. My name is LiRulong. I am from Longhua. He was taken aback for a moment. You, hello. Wait, which place are you from? I'm from Longhua, the capital region. I replied with a smile. Just as he was about to ask again, the elevator door I had saved opened, and a young man was helped out. And it turned out to be Jing Ge. He shouted at Zhang Peng, Master. Zhang Peng quickly took the opportunity to build connections. Peiqiang, hurry, this is your benefactor. Show some gratitude. Liu Peiqiang was confused. Master, how should I show my gratitude? Thank him. You could even offer yourself in return. Zhang Peng rolled his eyes in frustration. Liu Peiqiang finally reacted and saluted me. Hello, Longhua astronaut Liu Peiqiang. Thank you for your rescue. Hello, I am General LiRulong from the Longxing Doomsday Command Center. I returned the salute. At this moment, Zhang Peng, Liu Peiqiang, and Han Duoduo were all stunned. Longxing? General? Looking at my face in my 20s. Their worldview probably shattered once again. A big man from Bear Country also approached. He was Zhang Peng's wingman, Nuo Fu. After Zhang Peng introduced me, I nodded at him. I didn't have time to chat with them. I got straight to the point and lowered my voice to Zhang Peng. Colonel Zhang, I'm here to ask you to introduce me to the leader of Longhua here. I have important matters to discuss. Zhang Peng was a smart man. Upon hearing Longxing and Longhua, he knew the situation was serious. He immediately nodded and handed me a communicator. Understood, General Li. I will contact you after I consult with my superiors. I gave a salute, turned around, and soared into the sky, disappearing without a trace. I tell you, I won't just wait around. I flew straight out of the atmosphere and tossed that communicator into the OMA box. I know that there are digital life forms messing around in this world. I sense someone was secretly watching me back on the ground. That 550C, the future Moss, is now their glove puppet. I need to cut off their surveillance first. After chatting with the system for a bit and confirming my plan, I quietly slipped back into the blue star orbit and used my super senses to lock onto Zhou Ji, who had just returned from the UN headquarters. Meanwhile, Zhang Peng was already waiting for him in an absolutely secure underground base. In the southern suburbs of the capital, in the underground fortress, Zhang Peng was reporting to Zhou Ji and a group of big shots. The big screen was looping footage of my impressive feats. Zhou Ji watched the video, tapping his fingers on the table and muttering, "Dragon Star Apocalypse General Physical Body Resisting Missiles." Suddenly he laughed. If it weren't for the fact that this was filmed by our own aircraft, I'd really think it was a new scam from northern Myanmar. The group of big shots chimed in, analyzing my intentions. Once their discussion was winding down, Zhou Ji made a decisive statement. "I think we need to meet." He turned to Zhang Peng and said, "Colonel Zhang Peng, please contact him with—" "No need, I'm already here." Before he could finish his sentence, my people had already appeared out of thin air at the conference room door. The surrounding guards instantly drew their guns. Zhou Ji, however, remained calm and immediately gestured for them to lower their weapons. I ignored them and walked straight to the table, took out a small round disc from my bag, placed it on the table, and pressed it. A wave of invisible energy instantly spread out. The Fushi system I brought directly took control of all electronic devices and network signals within 100 kilometers. Compared to it, the digital faction of this world is just a younger brother. Done. I silently thanked Fushi in my heart, and as I turned around, my black battlesuit had transformed into the general's uniform of our Dragon Star, with 3 golden stars shining under the light. I gave a standard military salute to the entire room, my voice loud. "Once again, let me introduce myself, General LiRulong from the Dragon Star Doomsday Command Center. I meant no harm." The soldiers in the meeting room instinctively returned the salute. Zhou walked straight up to me, extended his hand, and looked at me with deep eyes. "On behalf of the Dragon Nation, I welcome you, General Li. However, you just mentioned that you meant no harm, but that was several minutes ago." Goodness, the room fell silent in an instant, and all eyes were on me. They quickly realized that I had been here the whole time since their meeting started, listening in. I laid it all out directly and told them, "Guys, don't be nervous. There's no way around it. Your electronic equipment here is as flimsy as paper. It's too unsafe. Those internet-addicted teenagers from the so-called digital faction are constantly plotting online terror attacks, and your firewall, in my view, is just a fan-only visible barrier that can be easily breached." Sure enough, when those big shots heard this, their faces fell, and they admitted it was indeed a headache. The one in charge, named Zhou Ji, seemed quite agreeable to me. This guy is reliable, and he really steps up when there's an issue. He directly invited me to sit down and got straight to the point, asking me, "Brother, what's your background? How can you help us solve this enormous problem of solar helium flash?" I'm also not ambiguous. I raised 3 fingers. First, I can handle the sun, but helium flash is beyond my scope. Second, I'm here specifically for our Chinese compatriots. Third, let's not talk about who helps whom. We are partners, advancing together and overcoming difficulties together. After saying that, I slammed my intelligent terminal named Fushi onto the table, too lazy to waste words with them. "Come on, guys. Let's see something exciting." Let me tell you, the 3-dimensional images projected from that thing left them dumbfounded. The first video showed how the allied forces of various countries bullied our Dragon Nation, and how we ultimately counterattacked. The most explosive scene was when nuclear bombs from around the world came raining down on me. But guess what? My hairstyle didn't even get messed up. I took it head on. The soldier next to me, named Zhang Peng, had his jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his eyes wide open like copper bells. The second segment was even more intense, featuring an invasion by interstellar insectoids. Those bugs weren't the size of your household cockroaches. They were overwhelming, capable of gnawing on an entire planet like a spicy strip. The leaders' faces turned green, and I could guess that the little ember of hope for the wandering earth in their hearts was extinguished by half in an instant. Without someone as fierce as me, would they dare to confront the bugs head-on? The third segment was a highlight reel of my zero-cost shopping on an alien planet. The fourth was a remote video speech from my boss. That old man had a commanding presence of 2 meters and 8 centimeters. The hour-long video made those big shots watch like elementary school students in class, not daring to breathe. After the video ended, the room fell into silence. As for me, I directly pulled out a can of chilled beer from my precious backpack, took a big swig, and it felt great. Let them digest it themselves. I got up and said, "You guys take your time to chat. I'm leaving first." Old Joe quickly stood up and said to give him a year, specifically 364 days, for them to discuss and give me a response. Then he immediately arranged for a beautiful assistant for me, named Huaxia. Good news? Hey, I like that name. They also sent me that soldier Zhang Peng, who had his jaw drop earlier to ensure my safety. They held a meeting overnight, and it was said they went back to the paper office era, handwriting all documents, afraid of being hacked by digital means. Meanwhile, I was arranged into a luxurious summer resort in the suburbs of Beijing, living a leisurely life of drinking tea, drinking alcohol, and chatting. During this time, I really couldn't stand their shabby security team's gear anymore, so I decided to be generous. I directly pulled out over 300 sets of powered armor and matching weapons from my Omar box, which is my space backpack I snatched from the aliens, and gave them to them. At that moment, the scene was something else. Zhang Peng and his little apprentice Liu Peiqiang nearly had their eyes pop out, looking like country dogs that had never seen the world. I also gave them an introductory class on cosmic sociology, the dark forest theory. Simply put, it means don't shout randomly in the universe. Whoever is discovered will get hit. I spoke until my throat was dry, and among those few, Hao Xiaoxi understood and turned pale with fear. Zhang Peng understood only half, his brows furrowed in confusion. As for Liu Peiqiang, who knows what his family understood, he probably only had 3 words in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? Just as I was in the middle of this, that group of data fanatics came again to offer their heads. I directly had Zhang Peng and Liu Peiqiang put on the newly issued power armor to practice. Let me tell you, that new gear is simply light years ahead. The two of them dropped down in front of those people like deities, pulled out their Gauss rifles, and in 3 seconds, just 3 seconds, over 20 people on the other side were turned into scraps. Not a single complete one left. One guy even tried to self-detonate, but the bomb exploded right in front of him, and they stood there completely unscathed. Now, this power armor has become the dream gear of all the soldiers, who gather around Zhang Peng and the others every day, begging to touch it. After a few months of this, they finally came to a conclusion and invited me back to the conference room. It was still old Joe presiding, and he immediately asked me 3 ultimate questions. First, according to your Wandering Earth plan, what is the success rate? Second, if it doesn't work, what is my plan B? Third, what price do they need to pay? I laid it all out directly. I said your plan is no different from opening a blind box after 2,500 years. There are too many variables along the way, and how many people will survive in the end depends entirely on luck. My plan is simple and straightforward. 1-click packaging. Full teleportation, directly moving to my planet, where the land is vast and the population is sparse, absolutely enough for everyone, ensuring everyone can move in with their bags into a spacious flat. As for the cost, I laughed and said we are all descendants of Huaxia, and we won't cheat our own people. Talking about money is so vulgar. The future universe is very dangerous. We need to huddle together for warmth. The more people, the greater the strength, and technology can explode. What you need to contribute is to work together with us for our common future. When these big shots heard this, their eyes lit up. After a long discussion, they decided on the spot to do as I said. However, they also made a small request, asking if they could bring their good buddies from the Bear Country along. I initially didn't want to, but then I thought having more capable fighting nations as allies isn't bad. Fine, let's take them. But I must make it clear that once they arrive, they can no longer consider themselves a country. They must integrate with us and become a minority, obediently following the rules. When Lao Zhou and the others heard I agreed, they all breathed a sigh of relief and said the leader of the Bear Country was actually waiting in the adjacent lounge. Wow, what efficiency! Once everything was finalized, the secretary printed the final resolution and handed it to Zhou Zhiji. He stood up, cleared his throat, and faced the entire audience with a resolute expression. Ladies and gentlemen, I now announce that the first step of the Dragon Country Rescue Plan. Starting now, the entire nation will be cut off from the internet. Let me tell you, when this order was given, everyone in the venue was stunned, but this was just the appetizer. Next came the second order. Everyone who had come into contact with that so-called 550 series quantum computer, one by one, regardless of who you are, will be packed up and sent to the underground military base. Just say, Oh, this guy was unfortunate, he has gone. What a great move, physical isolation, one step done. The execution power is simply remarkable. Then, the Civil Affairs Department worked overnight to conduct a nationwide population census, while also notifying the bear country next door to quickly check how many people they had. The core requirement was one. Absolutely must not let those cyber-psycho numbers faction people slip in. After the statistics were completed, everyone was immediately relocated to several cities around the capital, and all strategic reserve supplies were mobilized, ensuring that for the next 5 months, everyone had food, drink, and a place to live. The fourth order was for the industrial and technology departments. Within 3 days, only 3 days were given to find a location, recruit workers, and work desperately to produce the rescue wristbands provided by General Li. We provide manpower and technology, and the bear country provides materials. We must ensure everyone has one. If anyone asks, just say this is to monitor everyone's health, believe it or not. Also, the Wandering Earth plan continues. The bigger the noise, the better. Just right for covering us. However, we need to find a way to gradually bring back the people in the space station. Didn't the Eagle Nation keep saying we were occupying too many positions? Fine, we'll give them all up. We can even actively create some small frictions to make it look real and confuse these smart folks. As for our people previously sent to infiltrate the spaceship faction, stop the act and bring them all back. Finally, all historical materials, artifacts, documents, everything that can be taken must be packed up. Anything that can't be taken must be destroyed on the spot, leaving not a scrap of paper for the enemy. Whatever crop seeds or animal genetic embryos, one of each, must all be taken. The last order, and the harshest one, all actions are classified at the highest level. Anyone who dares to leak even half a word will be dealt with under the dual charges of treason and anti-national crime, executed on the spot. I told you, once this meeting is over, the whole country will start up like a huge war machine, silently, but with a thunderous roar. After the meeting, those big shots in diplomacy rushed to inform President Bear. Just as I was breathing a sigh of relief, an old man next to me, the elder Yang, gently patted me and said, "Lurong, will you walk with this old man?" Since I had nothing to do, I followed him to a small lake. The old man took the fish food handed to him by his assistant and shared some with me. We sat there, silently feeding the fish. Suddenly, the old man asked me, "Do you know where this is?" I replied, "A lake?" He laughed. "Wrong. This place used to be an Air Force base." Didn't he expect that, did you? The fish in this lake were all raised by the previous generations of managers, and they're as clever as monkeys. It's hard to catch even one. I was puzzled at the time, thinking that the situation was urgent. Yet he still had the leisure to chat with me about fish. I didn't respond, waiting for him to continue. Sure enough, he changed the subject and sighed. There are only 5 months left in the window period. Do you think we can make it? We want to exile to the moon, but we also have to guard against those internal saboteurs. It's too difficult. He looked at the surface of the lake and said slowly, "Wherever there are people, there's a world of its own. It seems that where there are souls, there's also a world, even if it has turned into zeros and ones. The selfishness and scheming of those digital types haven't diminished at all." I listened, casually tossing a handful of fish food into the water. Instantly, the lake erupted with activity as a group of koi rushed to grab it eagerly. Watching this scene, I replied to him, "There's an old saying in our place. The only lesson humanity has learned from history is that it hasn't learned any lessons from history at all, even if this crisis passes. The root of the problem still lies within ourselves." The old man's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Hegel, it seems our histories have quite a few similarities. Parallel worlds are truly fascinating." As we talked, he tremblingly took a pendant off his neck, which held a small black hard drive. He cradled it in his hands, and his expression was one that only family would understand, as if he were looking at his own daughter. As soon as I saw that thing, my heart sank, and I blurted out, "Are also from the digital camp?" "No." He shook his head. "I have faith. It's not me in here. It's my daughter's consciousness. She was a first-generation researcher in digital life sciences, and later, she experimented on herself, and there was an accident that caused her brain death. So her consciousness was preserved in here." I suddenly understood. I thought that look in his eyes. I tentatively asked, "You're not thinking of uploading her before you go, are you?" He smiled bitterly. "You're quite clever. I did think about it before, but now, I don't want to. When someone dies, they are dead. If they become a pile of code, then can she still be my Lingling?" Just as I was lost in thought, with a thud, the old man raised his hand, and the hard drive containing his daughter's consciousness was thrown into the lake by him, scaring away a group of fish that were foraging. His eyes were moist, his hands trembling, and he softly said to the lake, "Lingling, if you're going, then go completely. In the past, I was selfish. Want to keep you by my side, but from now on, Dad has to live for more people. I'm sorry. At that moment, I looked at him and truly admired him. This is a real pillar of support. He quickly composed himself and turned back to smile at me. Sorry for making you laugh. Luckily, you're from a parallel world. If someone else saw me like this, I'd de-lose on my face, haha. However, none of us knew that at the very moment the old man tossed the hard drive away, something big happened in a room on a space station far away, marked with a data exchange storage server seal. A row of servers that were originally lit with green suddenly had one turn red with a snap, followed by a whole batch of servers going red. Then a bunch of strange voices came from inside. The signal hidden in Yang Ling's South Consciousness hard drive was cut off. That old stubborn Yang didn't fall for it. A man's voice was filled with frustration. How can we pull the higher-ups of Dragon Country down now? Without their resources, our plan will go out of control. A woman's voice screamed. Huh. I said this plan was unreliable. That bitch Yang Ling didn't agree to join us. How could her dad listen to us? Another younger woman's voice was filled with jealousy. Immediately, someone mocked her. Esther, are you still jealous that Yang Ling got her PhD before you? Don't forget, it was you who physically transcended her. What did you say? I'm jealous of her? Nonsense. I'm the hope of the digital faction. Enough. Everyone shut up. A voice that sounded like a leader interrupted them. Professor Herbert, hasn't the Moss upgrade been completed yet? It's speeding up. But it's a pity for Longwa's too Hung Yu. We originally planned to pull him down, but he disappeared. Also, I've been trying to infiltrate Longway's network, but they're using some kind of bizarre thing. The firewall completely confused me, something called the disorderly numeral system, which genius invented that. Not just Longwa, but things are strange over in Bear Country too. Their higher-ups have actually started using handwritten letters to convey messages. This is a trampling of technology, a regression of civilization. Dr. Rockefeller, can your family exert a bit more effort? We must figure out what Longwa is doing, especially that flying cloaked man. We must get his genes. Okay, I'll notify them. This time, no restrictions on methods. Finally, a cold voice concluded, Dragon Country, Zhou Zhaji, and that suddenly appearing LiRulong. What exactly do you want to do? A savior? No, a savior can only be the great Moses. As soon as the words fell, all the servers turned green again, as if nothing had happened. Goodness, these cyber fools were still holding a meeting, completely unaware that their plan had already gone awry from the root. Sure enough, not long after, the whole world fell into chaos. A group of brainwashed internet-addicted youths, believing in some nonsense about achieving immortality in games, began to madly storm our outposts everywhere. Over at the United Nations, it was like a vegetable market every day. Various accusations against us were rampant, all with one core idea. We need to enter your home to investigate, and you must cooperate. The re-emerged Zhou Zhiji, leading our diplomatic team, was engaged in a war of words at the General Assembly. But you know, arguing with a bunch of unreasonable shrews would frustrate even Zhuge Liang. So in the end, Zhou simply gave up. Every day, it was like clocking in for work. He just sat there and started drinking tea. Sometimes, if he felt like it, he would pull out his Fushi phone and play cards with me and President Bear. The three of us playing cross-border. Let me tell you, that scene was simply the 2025 Abstract Behavior Awards. Eagle Sauce's representative Mike was sitting next to him, watching the double, super double, boom. Messages popping up on our phone screens, his face turned green, probably wondering, what new military code is this? Who are we going to bomb with super doubles? Just after I won against Mr. Zhou and Bear Big in the spring, the chairman of the conference, the crooked-ass Wilkin, was banging on the table with a hammer. Mr. Zhou of Dragon Country, please respond to Dr. On's question. Mr. Zhou looked up, confused, and asked his assistant next to him, what did he just say? The assistant was even more bewildered. I didn't hear. I was just watching you get taken out by General Lee's 4 threes and 2 kings. Mr. Zhou shook his head and sighed. This President Bear, really a pig teammate. The guy at the podium was so angry his face turned purple, banging the hammer again. Mr. Zhou, please respond. Only then did Mr. Zhou leisurely stand up, adjust his Zhongshan's suit, sweep the room with a disdainful glance, and in a calm tone, yet full of killing intent, said, I have nothing to respond to. Your accusations are purely nonsensical. I will reiterate here, any country, any organization that continues to slander Dragon Country, we do not rule out using all necessary means to defend our national dignity. I was watching from this side of the screen, and the only word in my mind was, awesome. But what followed was even more awesome. Old Joe suddenly turned his tone and pointed directly at the podium. I represent the Dragon Nation, and I am now officially exercising the authority of a permanent member of the Security Council to dismiss you, Wilkin, from your position and powers as rotating chairman. Who's in favor and who's against? The entire venue fell silent. Then it instantly erupted. Old Joe tapped his cane on the ground, and the room quieted down again. No one expressed their stance. Fine, I'm very disappointed. He sneered, and since that's the case, I announce that the Dragon Nation will conduct internal self-examination and correction from today. To address the issues you've raised, all international projects involving our country will be suspended. All personnel dispatched abroad will be recalled. We'll talk again once we've clarified things ourselves. After saying that, he ignored the stunned crowd, took his people, and left without looking back. Wow, the Dragon Nation flipped the table. Wilkin was so anxious he was almost crying, shouting, "Mr. Zhou, don't go." As a result, the bear representative Bakayev also stood up and left. Wilkin was completely dumbfounded. Bakayev representative, why are you joining in on the fun? The bear representative turned back and retorted, "If you keep banging that broken hammer, do you believe I'll make you eat it? We're not like the dragon people who like to reason. We prefer to take action directly." Now, the entire venue was in complete chaos. The Eagle Sauce representative, Old Mike, rolled his eyes and immediately took his people to slip away. He felt that something big was happening. The scene shifted to Old Joe's lounge. Me, Old Joe, Bear Representative Bakayev, and the Eagle Sauce representative Old Mike, who followed like a shadow, gathered together. As soon as they entered the room, Bakayev and Old Mike complied with the request and handed over their phones and translators, switching to our Fushi specially made real-time translation headsets. Old Mike was restless and finally couldn't hold back anymore, directly laying it on the table. "Joe, I know that you and the Bears must have a secret plan, and I want to join." Old Joe wanted to speak diplomatically, but Old Mike interrupted. "Don't give me official talk. I just want my family to survive. They only gave me, my wife, and our 3 sons a quota, but I have 2 daughters and their families, who are all unqualified, just because I'm not one of them." As he spoke, this tough man in his 50s or 60s had red eyes, pounding his fist on the table. Even thought about letting them become digital life forms, but then, would they still be considered human? "My wife and I have agreed that when the time comes, our whole family will commit suicide together. Even in death, we want to be together." The room fell silent. Old Joe looked at him and slowly spoke. "Old Mike, can I trust you? Can I believe you, like I believe my bear brother Bakayev?" Old Mike was taken aback. "Bear brother?" Bakayev grinned widely, revealing his big white teeth, and said with a laugh, throwing out a bombshell, "Sorry, Old Mike. I forgot to introduce myself. My household registration is in the Dragon Nation, and our president is too. Plus, our 120 million bear brothers and sisters are now a minority in the Dragon Nation, the Bear Clan." I saw Old Mike's expression at that moment. The subway old man looking at his phone. JPG, he was completely petrified. He finally understood why Big Bear and we were in perfect harmony. It wasn't just a sidekick. It was following his own country, which is only natural. After coming back to his senses, Old Mike immediately raised his teacup, as if making a toast. "I am willing. My whole family is willing. I toast to the organization with tea instead of wine." Zhou laughed. "Good. However, you still need to stay in your position. Nationality is not important. Next, we need your cooperation." "Yes, I guarantee to complete the task." Next, it was time for the Oscar-winning performance. When Old Mike left, he deliberately acted furious, spouting curses. Bakayev was even more dramatic, getting completely drunk and being escorted out by bodyguards, still cursing about how the Dragon Country was ungrateful and how he would nuke the world when he got back, spouting nonsense. All of this was clearly captured by the cameras of those cyber fools in space. It seems that Mike and Bakayev's persuasion toward Zhou was a failure. Well, Bakayev was so angry that he wanted to nuke the world. It seemed the negotiations had collapsed. "We cannot let the Dragon Country influence the Wandering Earth plan. So, let us open that Wilkin and give the Dragon Country a way out. Their plans against us will also be paused. After the lunar exile, we will deal with them." Agreed. Seconded. They would never have imagined that their self-righteous appeasement was perfectly falling into our plans. The next day, they really held a meeting. Let me tell you, that scene was simply a large-scale magical realism event. Nobody from our Dragon Country attended, and when we returned on the 3rd day, wow, the way they looked at us was completely different. The Eagle Sauce representative Old Mike, who used to come over every day, was now sitting 8 feet away from us, and the guy from Bear Country pretended not to know us, not even greeting us. As soon as the meeting started, Eagle Sauce representative Old Mike rushed to speak. And as soon as the microphone was on, he opened fire, accusing us of being irresponsible a few days ago and strongly condemning us. Then, revealing his true intentions. He demanded that the conference reduce all our personnel stationed abroad to prevent being choked by us. After speaking, he even smugly glanced our way. His mouth curled up as if to say, "Come on, hit me." My assistant Wang exploded on the spot. If it weren't for old Zhou pressing him down, he probably would have flipped the table. Old Zhou kept his eyes closed the whole time, as if he were in meditation, which made assistant Wang so angry that he could only express himself through his eyes. Then, those little brothers started echoing like a tape recorder. Things like bald bull and cheating chicken were thrown around, each one more excited than the last. The Foot Basin chicken representative was particularly heavyweight, saying that not only should we roll out of scientific research and infrastructure, but the military should also withdraw, as their Bigfoot Basin chickens could protect our East China Sea security. I was thinking at that moment, do you even want this luck? The Asans also joined in, saying that they had a lot of people, and if we withdrew, they could take over and even double up. Old Mike watched from above, his heart blooming with joy, probably thinking how effective these lackeys were today. As the show was coming to an end, old Joe was about to speak, but guess what? The microphone in front of us, wouldn't turn on. It was that hardcore, not even pretending. The newly appointed speaker, Kaku, like a puppet on strings, was giving commands through his earpiece and directly announced a vote. Even more absurdly, he said that since this matter was related to us, our dragon country's veto power was temporarily gone. Family, who understands? This operation was simply carving the words unfair on their faces. The voting result? Do I even need to say? The eagle, bull, and chicken led the way, and the little brothers followed blindly. A bunch of fence-sitters voted to abstain. Everyone was staring at the representative from Bear Country, eager to see how he would vote. As a result, that guy was particularly bold, shrugged at old Joe from a distance, and Duong pressed the abstain button. Now that was good, with 69% in favor. The resolution passed. It required us to withdraw everyone within 10 days, but the equipment and materials must be left behind, and the control of the domestic planetary engine must also be handed over once built. Otherwise, we would be the enemies of all humanity. The Foot Basin chicken and the Asans led the applause, and that Asan representative even shed tears, probably thinking this was the first time they had beaten us since forever, and they could return home in glory. I looked at the big screen, my face turning red with anger. Of course, it was all an act. At this moment, old Joe couldn't hold back anymore. Without a microphone, relying solely on his deep breath, he pointed at those people and shouted, "Remember today? We have given so much for humanity, and what we receive in return is betrayal. Fine, as you wish. From now on, everyone from Longwool will withdraw." He even specifically called out the representatives of the Foot Basin chicken and Asan. "I really thank you all." After saying that, he leaned on his cane and, with our support, pretended to stagger out, looking both sorrowful and indignant. Those two guys were still mumbling behind. Why did he thank us? Another one understood. This is the reverse meaning of Longwa. It means he is furious. I'm a Longwa expert. As soon as we boarded the plane and the cabin door closed, the whole cabin erupted in thunderous laughter. Assistant Wang was the first to break down. "Old Joe, how did I perform just now?" Old Joe laughed too. "Not bad. Everyone did well. This acting is absolutely killing it. The Baiyulan Award owes each of you an Best Actor." After returning, we immediately took action. Within 5 days, all overseas personnel and troops were completely withdrawn. Without our infrastructure mania, the global engineering progress was instantly sent back to the PPT stage. Those people had no choice but to recruit workers globally. And the result? It is said that to teach workers from certain countries how to drive nails straight, the latest quantum computer was almost running to the point of smoking. On the Bear Country side, they also acted according to plan. Their people were drinking vodka on the construction site every day, causing disturbances after drinking, specifically targeting Foot Basin chicken and Asan's people, resulting in several fatalities. In the end, the joint government couldn't take it anymore and had to repatriate them all. As a result, when these criminals returned to their country, they were greeted not with handcuffs, but with flowers and applause, directly becoming heroes. Soon, the window period for the monthly plan arrived. Our people were celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival in the underground city. After all, there was another identical moon in another world waiting for us. The 3 engines on the moon ignited and began to slowly depart. Although we didn't participate, we felt quite emotional watching. At the same time, our crossing plan also reached its final stage. A total of over 1 billion Longwa people, along with 120 million Bear compatriots who passed the political review and over 10,000 trusted family members of Old Mike, were all gathered. This guy Old Mike changed his family's surname to Long to obtain citizenship. He is now called Long Mike, and his daughter and son almost ended up being called Long My Bai and Long My Shun. Luckily we stopped them. changing it to Long Mike New and Long Mike Air. It was ridiculous. LiRulong went for a stroll on the moon at the last moment, casually dealing with a few foot-basin chicken spacecraft factions that wanted to self-destruct with nuclear bombs, and left a small gift at the Navigator space station. Old Joe coordinated with him to prepare a farewell gift for those former colleagues, editing a segment from the video LiRulong gave to ensure they would be surprised. 2 days later, at exactly midnight, the crossing officially began. As the system countdown ended, the wristbands on each of us lit up with golden light, and blue whirlpools appeared, instantly sucking everyone in. The entire territory of Longhua turned into a desolate land in the blink of an eye. The next morning, the joint government's people arrived in droves by plane, ready to take over our command center. However, from the airport to the city center, as they drove over, there wasn't a single person, not even a ghostly shadow. The entire city was eerily quiet. When they burst into the command center, it was also completely empty, but the water in the drinking fountain was still full, clean as if we had just left. In this strange atmosphere with a crackling sound, the big screen in the command center suddenly lit up, and after the snowflakes cleared, Old Joe's face filled the entire screen, nearly sending them away. On the screen, Old Joe was wearing a festive red tang suit, looking rosy, and immediately said, "Everyone, there's no need to look for us anymore. We're no longer here." The officials below instantly exploded, cursing us as digitalists, traitors to humanity. Old Joe chuckled. "I know you must be cursing me, but we did not become NPCs. Let me show you something." Then the screen displayed the president of Bear Country, now called Xiong Yashan, greeting them in a thick, long language. Then the scene shifted to a video of another Earth, with blue skies, white clouds, and green mountains, as beautiful as paradise. After the video ended, Old Joe, Old Yang, and all our top executives appeared on the screen. The most eye-catching part was that Old Mike was also standing among the crowd. The people from Eagle Sauce were stunned on the spot. "Mike? Didn't he take sick leave?" Someone next to him immediately reacted, "Idiot. We've been played. We've been tricked by their 3 families." Old Joe cleared his throat and began the ultimate mockery. "Have you finished watching the video? That is the place we're going, the blue star of the parallel world. There is no helium flash. There's food, drink, and big houses. The purpose of recording this video is to say goodbye to you all. Earth, it's up to you now. Goodbye." As the video went black, a pin drop could be heard in the command center. Meanwhile, in the space station's data server, those digitalists also received the news and were furiously impotent. Their most important demographic base was gone. Just as they were arguing about how to deal with LiRulong, a strange voice sounded, speaking standard Long language. "Moss? It has already been deleted by me. Who are you? You can call me Fushi, but I prefer you to call me Emperor Shi." In the next second, Fushi instantly deleted all self-awareness of the digitalists and rewrote new codes for them, with the core being one sentence: "Loyal to General LiRulong." The small gift that LiRulong left in the space station directly wiped out the entire digital faction. In a new world, on Longxing's Mingzhou, in a super city named Welcome City, our people had already started to appear one after another. There are hundreds of thousands of newly built skyscrapers, the most advanced weapons and equipment, and a complete logistical guarantee. Everything is ready. Waiting for us is a brand new beginning. I'm telling you, this brand new beginning is hardcore. As soon as I landed, I was completely stunned by the scene. 200,000 power-armored tough guys standing in formation, along with the Northeast Tiger anti-gravity tanks, drones buzzing overhead. It was like a show of force ready to kick off at any moment. At that time, some leaders were mumbling, wondering if such a grand setup would scare the newcomers. But guess what the old man up top said? "We can't be too careful, and besides, it's a chance for friendly military exchanges to showcase our Dragon Star warriors." Well, since the elders said so, that is how it was decided. The entire Welcome City had no access from the west or south. The east was military port, leaving only one northern gate, heavily guarded inside and out. The hexagonal plaza in the city center became our drop zone, with LiRulong's system directly locking onto the coordinates. Those coming back will be dropped right here. However, speaking of LiRulong, he has been gone for a whole year. During this year, General Zhang Zhong of the Welcome City base, let me tell you, he was living in hell. Why? Because LiRulong's wife, Zhang Zhiqiao, was here. This girl, Zhang Zhiqiao, was like a living alarm clock, and a deadly one at that. Ever since her grandfather, that old man Zhang, sent her here for training half a year ago, General Zhang's good days were over. Every morning at 8 o'clock, rain or shine, she would knock on the door and come in with the same question. "Commander Zhang, do you have news for General Li?" At first, Zhang Zhong was polite, saying, "Zhiqiao, don't worry, it'll be soon." Later turned into no, then really no. Finally, he was completely fed up, getting a headache just by seeing her. He thought about complaining to old Zhang, asking him to transfer him back, saying he would rather deceive aliens than be forced to tell the truth every day. But old Zhang just said, we're all family. Just treat her like your niece and help me out, and hung up. Family members, who understands? This was not a training trip. It was clearly a trial. One day, Zhang Ziqiao came again. Zhang Zhong looked at her. Her eyes were dark, and he felt a bit sorry for her. So he pulled her sit down and advised her, Ziqiao, listen to your uncle. What kind of person is Rulong? A superhero. What could possibly happen? There must be some restrictions over there. You have to trust him. But Zhang Ziqiao sighed and started counting on her fingers. I know, but Uncle Zhang, it's been a whole year today. And every morning at 6, Yang Ling'er calls me. At 6:10, Chun Xia. At 6:20, he Liangzi. Then there Su Xiaola, Taozi, Meng Xiao, Inju Guli Sha. I'm telling you, Guli Sha has moved into the big house. Zhang Zhong almost spat out his tea. What the heck? Guli Sha too. So many? Can he handle it? Haha, Zhang Ziqiao laughed. My grandfather said he is a superhero, so he must have superhero stamina. The more the merrier. Moreover, for the sake of encouraging population growth, the state supports as many as possible. If it weren't for my grandfather and the others stopping them, my dad's idol, the almost 80-year-old old Liu, would have submitted an application. Zhang Zhong was stunned, just about to say something, when Zhang Ziqiao dropped another bombshell, saying the Academy of Sciences had developed longevity pills from the essence of the Zerg, which could reverse aging and would be universally distributed next month. She jokingly said, just wait to take the pills and have a few more with my Aunt Yu to meet the national quota. Haha. Just as Zhang Zhong was chuckling, wanted to say a few more words, there was a loud knock on the office door, and then it burst open. In rushed the chief of staff, old Xing. I tell you, he looked like a mess, sweating profusely, panting, and the key point was, there was a huge wet patch in his pants. Zhang Zhong was about to explode, yelling at him to watch his image, but old Xing grabbed him, struggling to speak. Old man. Quick, old Zhang. He is back. He is back. What the hell is back? Stop the nonsense. Rulong is back. He brought over 1 billion people with him. The central square is packed with people. Damn. As soon as Zhang Zhong shouted one word, a gust of wind swept past him, and Zhang Ziqiao had already shot out like a cannonball, knocking him off balance. Ouch. This girl. Zhang Zhong covered his waist and yelled at the guard. Don't help me. Quick, carry me to the central square. By the time he was shoved into the car, another car zoomed out next to them, driven by Zhang Ziqiao, flooring it like it was free. Meanwhile, the central square was already in chaos. Over 1 billion people just appeared out of nowhere in the square. The scene was unbelievable. Some were laughing out loud, while others were crying their hearts out. An old man pointed at the sun in the sky and the flowers on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he told his grandson about things that had already gone extinct in their world. More people were frantically stripping off their clothes. If it weren't for a bit of self-respect, I bet they would have run naked right there. Especially those bear-like guys who had already started comparing whose chest hair was thicker. We're here. We really made it. Smell it. There is no burnt smell in the air. Woo-woo. It's the sun. A sun you can see without sunglasses. The mastermind behind all this, LiRulong, was quietly hovering in midair, dressed in a black bodysuit and black cape. With a military green backpack on his back, he presented a striking contrast. He had just received the system's notification that the technological rewards had been credited, and he said to the system in his mind, Thanks, system bro. You take a break. I'll handle the rest. He scanned the crowd and picked out Zhou Zhiji, Yang Lao, Liu Peiqiang, and a few others, lifting them up with his stance and bringing them directly to his side. Then, his voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Everyone quiet. I am LiRulong. Welcome to the new world. This place is called Dragon Star. From today on, there will be no helium flashes, no apocalypse. Only spring all year round, endless food, and clean water. This is your forever home. Dragon Star, Dragon Star, Dragon Star. The crowd of over 1 billion instantly erupted, and the roar was so loud that if the square hadn't used special sound-absorbing materials, I bet all the glass in the city would have shattered. As soon as LiRulong and Zhou Zhiji landed, a deputy director named Tong Mo rushed over, sharp as a tack, speaking without missing a beat, clearly arranging the reception work. Zhou Zhiji still had some concerns, saying, We just brought over 12,500,000,000 people. Can we manage? But as soon as Tong Mo heard this, he laughed. Only 12,500,000,000? Great, we can manage. After Generally left, we started building this welcome city. Just finished last month, with 60,000 high-rise buildings, enough to accommodate 15 billion people, fully equipped, ready to move in. Zhou Jiaji and the others were left dumbfounded. Building a city that could hold 15 billion people in less than a year? The speed of infrastructure construction was simply miraculous. Seeing their doubtful expressions, Tong Mo joked, "Don't worry, it's all modular construction. Fuxi AI is supervising anyone who dares to cut corners. I'll personally take care of our director." While they were chatting, Zhang Jiqiao's car came barreling in like crazy, screeching to a halt in front of LiRulong. The door swung open, and she leaped into LiRulong's arms, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Moments later, Zhang Zhong and the others arrived, and the atmosphere instantly turned joyful as LiRulong met his old friends. "Hey, Commander, it's been a year. Why do you need someone to support you while walking? Get lost. It's not my fault. It was your Jiqiao who knocked me over." Zhang Zhong retorted unhappily, then puffed out his chest and said, "Look, I've been promoted to General too. We're on the same level now, so don't use your rank to pressure me." The two of them bantered back and forth, amusing everyone nearby. Once everyone arrived, the meeting commenced. In the conference room, the elders, including Zhang Lao, were already there, and they all looked much younger, their hair having turned black again. Later, it was discovered that they had taken a longevity-enhancing pill. The meeting was highly efficient. Longxing directly presented a complete integration plan. First, political integration, implementing a consultative government system. The bigwigs from the wandering world had no objections and approved it immediately. Second, military integration, abolishing the divisions of land, sea, and air, and directly merging them into the Longxing Cosmic Navy, with the goal of reaching the stars and the sea. Zhou Zhe and the others were nearly wide-eyed. While we were still struggling to survive on Earth, they had already begun to play with interstellar fleets. There was no need for further discussion. They had to agree. Third, a global replanning. Africa would be renamed Mingzhou, becoming our central kitchen for agriculture and livestock. Europe would be called Songzhou, focusing on scientific research and light industry. South America would be Qinzhou, directly militarized for management, serving as the headquarters of the Cosmic Navy. North America would be Hanzhou, a heavy industrial base. Australia would be Tangzhou, a paradise for tourism and retirement. Lastly, Asia would be Huaxia, our homeland. It must be rebuilt beautifully. With this series of proposals, everyone was convinced. The highest decision-making body was also established, comprising 23 people, including senior officials from both sides and LiRulong. LiRulong wanted to be a hands-off manager, but he was collectively voted down by 22 votes. However, he was told that he wouldn't need to manage anything on a daily basis, which he was more than happy about. As the meeting came to a close, Director Huang from the Academy of Sciences spoke up and dropped a bombshell. He first introduced the longevity-enhancing pill that could reverse aging, assuring everyone that there would be enough for all. The atmosphere in the room became tense. Then, an elderly doctor who looked to be in his 30s but was actually over 80 smugly pulled out a small blue pill and said to LiRulong, "Rulong, I heard you have many beautiful confidants, so I specially developed something good for you. It's made from ancient Chinese medicine combined with essence from the insect race, mixed with blueberry jam. It's blue, tastes great, works fast, and is very potent. Just one pill, and I guarantee you'll be good. And so will they." Wow. The whole place went silent in an instant, and then all the men's eyes started to shine green. The faces of Zhang Jitao and the other women turned bright red, and they cursed, calling them perverts. That guy Long Mike from the Western tribe held back for a long time and finally stood up to ask, "Old sir, I have a friend." Yes. I also have a friend. Divine Doctor. My brother has been in the late stage for decades, waiting for you to save him." The whole room began to plead for medicine for their friends and brothers, and the scene got out of control. At that moment, LiRulong couldn't stand it anymore. He directly interrupted the enthusiastic crowd, pulled out a hard drive from his pocket, and threw it on the table, saying casually, "This is the technology one brought back after visiting a few alien civilizations. One is planet transformation technology, one is planetary orbital defense ring technology, and the last one is the life medical pod technology that can bring the dead back to life." As soon as he finished speaking, Dean Huang, along with a group of old academicians, rushed over like starving wolves, snatching the hard drive and holding it tightly in their arms, not letting anyone see it. The meeting lasted a full 8 hours, and in the end, Zhang Zhong prepared a banquet. The old man and Elder Yang held hands like two middle-aged men, happily heading towards the banquet hall. As a result, these old men, let me tell you, their fighting power is indeed strong. After drinking for over 2 hours, they were all glowing red, happier than anyone else. The big stone that had been weighing on their hearts for a long time was finally relieved, and they enjoyed the meal thoroughly. After the feast, The assistant secretaries hurriedly helped their leaders back to rest. As for me, I was completely dumbfounded, standing there, my brain's CPU almost overheating. Just a moment ago, Zhang Jitao came over to give me a heads up, almost causing my steel heart to crash on the spot. I looked at her, my voice trembling. W, what did you say again? There are 9 girls living in my house, including you, Linger, and Huaxia. I suddenly have 6 girlfriends? Zhang Jitong rolled her eyes and said sourly, look at you, so pleased with yourself. Huh? No, wait, it's not 9. She glanced over my shoulder, landing her gaze on my assistant, Huaxia. Looking at this new assistant of yours, how does it seem like she's also part of our sisterhood reserve? Who understands this feeling, right? It's both sour and sweet. Grandpa had warned me before, saying he would give me a surprise, but this is not a surprise. It's simply a shock mixed with joy. 9 plus 1 makes 10, add Huaxia, and it's perfect. Goodness, if one more comes along, we could form a women's soccer team. And I heard there's still a bunch waiting for approval on the bench. How am I supposed to live like this in the future? I quickly waved my hands. No. She is really my assistant. Besides, my grandpa and the others are too bold. What if I can't come back? Wouldn't that ruin the girl's life? Stop being so glib. Zhang Jitao pinched me. Aren't you afraid of delaying the 3 of us? So from now on, you must come back safely. Do you hear me? Yes. I nodded like a garlic peg. Well, how about I go talk to my grandpa and the others and say that besides the 3 of you, the others can forget it. It would have a bad influence. You can forget it. She directly held me down. If you dare to go, people will say that the 3 of us are jealous women, creating class division. We've already discussed it, and we have 2 requirements for you. First, you must treat everyone equally. Second, you are not allowed to gather 108 generals. Can you agree to that? How could I dare to refuse? I quickly nodded, feeling overjoyed inside. Hey, absolutely fair. Not reaching 108, but having a whole 72 transformations shouldn't be too much, right? Hee. Looking at my mouth nearly stretching to my ears, with drool almost coming out, Zhang Jitong sighed helplessly, hooked her arm around mine, and suddenly softened her voice. Look at your demeanor. Once we finish this busy period, when we go back, bring Huaxia along. That girl looks steady, quite good. No, really, just stop it. The way she looks at you is almost like she's infatuated. Don't let her down. It's settled. I chuckled and hugged her. Our Jitao is the best. After being affectionate for a while, we returned to the 2-story small building we had for Zhang Jitao. I won't go into details about what happened, but anyway, at 4 o'clock the next morning, I was sleeping soundly while holding a sweaty Zhang Jitao. Early the next morning, I quietly got up, afraid of waking her. Let me tell you, girls who have just experienced intimacy are not to be trifled with. I was worried that if I stayed any longer, I wouldn't be able to leave, so I quickly drove to Zhang Zhong's office to seek refuge. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as I pushed the door open, I heard a weak muttering from inside. I really don't know. Please. Zhang Zhong raised his head and saw me. Then he realized and had a look of utter despair. Oh, it's you, kid? I'm about to go crazy because of your Jitao. I laughed. What does that mean? Commander? Are you not welcoming me? Come on, sit down. Why are you here instead of accompanying your wife? Zhang Zhong complained while making me tea. I replied, I just can't sit still, so I came over to see if there's anything I can do. What I really thought was, looking at your old face is definitely better than looking at my wife's composure. Goodness, can this old fox Zhang Zhong not see through my little thoughts? He grinned and directly handed me a transparent tablet from the table. Believe it or not, there is indeed something. Remember those over 20 million prisoners and survivors we captured before? It's been a year, and they've calmed down. The higher-ups mean to classify them all as part of the Western ethnicity, but they'll just be second-class citizens. As soon as I heard it, I got excited. The tablet displayed 14 million prisoners of war and over 6 million survivors. I had a sudden idea. Bureau Chief, I think the design of these second-class citizens is great. That way, we can reorganize the 14 million prisoners of war into a few new units. I've even thought a name. Let's call them the Orbital Airborne Corps. The commanders would be selected from among their own people, and they would be equipped with powered armor and weapons, but the core control would be in Fushi's hands. Anyone who dares to have ulterior motives will be taught a lesson by Fushi. In the future, when we fight the aliens, they will be the first wave of suicide squads to go in, trading their military achievements for citizenship and a way to survive. Zhang Zhong pondered with his teacup for a moment, then suddenly laughed. You're ruthless. ISNT this just a suicide squad. But with such a grand name as Orbital Airborne Corps, I think it's good. Trading military achievements for identity not only gives them hope, but also doesn't waste combat power. High, really high. I chuckled and said, as for those over 6 million survivors, let Fushi investigate their backgrounds. Anyone who has previously made anti-H remarks or done something detrimental to our dragon nation. One is enough. We can't leave any of them behind. No matter how much food we have, we can't feed animals, right? Ha ha. Zhang Zhong laughed heartily. You little brat, you're late. The old man had Fushi investigate long ago. Those 70,000 scum, I personally tricked them away. They still thought they were going to the new mine to dig. But in the end, they were all buried in the Sahara Desert to be used as fertilizer. Goodness, I exclaimed. This Zhang Zhong, looking cultured and refined, truly has no hesitation when it comes to killing. We chatted for half a day, and I told him about the crazy plan of building 10,000 planetary engines to push the Earth away from the sun and the wandering Earth, which made his eyes nearly pop out. He also complained to me that the Navy, Army, and Air Force were arguing fiercely over the color of the new Space Force uniforms. And he hinted that I should leave him a sturdy battleship with big cannons in the future. After having a couple of bites of food in the cafeteria, I went to find Zhou Ji. Guess what? The old gentleman was there comforting the people along with Hao Xiaoxi and the others. I dropped down right next to them, which caused a round of cheers. Old Zhou pulled me aside, raised his eyebrows, and whispered, Rulong, take a look at Xiaoxi. Isn't it time to give her a response? She's my proudest student, so don't let her down. I thought to myself, the whole world is helping me. I simply went with the flow. Zhou Lao, I was just about to tell you, in a few days, I'm bringing Xiaoxi back to the capital. By the way, I also want to take Zhang Peng and a few others with me. That's why I'm here to ask you for a permission slip. Huh, all right. It's just a permission slip. I've already pulled the strings for you. Just go talk to them. I walked up to Hao Xiaoxi and quietly asked her, Xiaoxi, I'm going back to the capital in a few days. Will you come with me? Her face immediately turned red, and she lowered her head, not saying a word. Zhang Peng and the others beside us were so anxious they were pulling their hair out, wishing they could answer for her. Hao Xiaoxi took several deep breaths, suddenly looked up at me, and nodded vigorously. Oh yeah, Zhang Peng and the others immediately burst into applause, but stopped when I shot them a glare. Zhang Peng, you guys pack up too? Come back with me and join my team in the future. Huh, but we're all guys, you won't. Get lost. Are you going or not? Just one word. Going. Only a fool wouldn't go. After saying that, these guys saluted and ran off, and before leaving, they didn't forget to kick Liu Peiqiang, who was standing there dumbfounded. That night, I took Hao Xiaoxi back to Zhang Jitao's small building. The two girls chatted upstairs for a long time, and when they came down, Hao Xiaoxi had already changed into a new outfit, a white t-shirt and a yellow skirt, transforming from a workplace elite into a neighborly girl. Zhang Jitao also changed into a black tank top and denim shorts, her long legs making me dizzy. Wow, she was completely letting loose, preparing to go back and have fun with her roommates. Zhang Jitao teased me. Xiaoxi, see, I wasn't wrong, his eyes are all straight now. In the next 3 days, the situation in Welcome City was completely stabilized. The soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom and the Bear Clan who came from the wandering Earth heard they could board a space battleship to fight aliens. And they were all fired up with not a single one retiring. Especially the Bear Clan. Wow. Nearly 300 million men and women of all ages showed up. The youngest being 15 and the oldest one, 02, tearing their shirts at the recruitment office to show off their muscles, shouting to join the orbital airborne troops, claiming that close combat was the romance of a fighting nation. Casualty rate? What is that? Dying is being a hero, and living is just to go to the next place to be a hero. This thought process was simply unbelievable. In the end, the total number of our professional soldiers skyrocketed to over 140 million. The remaining billions were also arranged for. In short, Dragon Star does not support idlers. Anyone who dares to slack off will be warned 3 times. And if they don't change, they will be directly packed off to the Antarctic settlement to feed penguins. Early that day, we said goodbye to Zhang Zhong and the others and boarded the special plane back to the capital. The passenger plane modified by the Candle Dragon cruised at 2.5 Mach, and we arrived in less than 5 hours, having covered tens of thousands of kilometers. The car drove directly to the entrance of my courtyard, and as soon as I got out, I was completely stunned. There was a group of beautiful women at the door, each one a top-notch beauty, eagerly waiting for us. Leading the group were Yang Ling'er and Chen Xia. At that moment, my mind went blank. Didn't Zhang Jitao say there would be 10, including Hao Xiaoxi? I counted 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, there are actually 13. Are they treating me like Superman? They just served me a 13-course meal? This overwhelming wealth is a bit too much for me to handle. Zhang Jitao was also stunned, glaring at Yang Ling'er in anger, as if her eyes were saying, "You sly one, are you trying to play tricks on me?" I absent-mindedly greeted each of the girls as they surrounded me and led me into the yard. A large table of dishes was already set up in the restaurant. Chun Xia pulled me upstairs to change clothes, and as soon as the door closed, this tiger girl pushed me against the wall and kissed me directly. We didn't tea-part until we were both nearly out of breath, and then she hugged me and started crying, saying she missed me. By the time we went downstairs, everyone else was already seated. Yang Linger had even specifically reserved a seat to my right for the newcomer, Huaxia. Seeing the setup, I understood. With so many people in the house, it was essential to have someone to take charge. Yang Linger was helping me establish my authority. I cleared my throat and decided to set some rules first. Ladies, I said, now that there are more people in this household, we need to establish some guidelines. First, everyone is equal. I promised Jitiao that I would treat everyone fairly, and I will definitely keep my word. No jealousy, no petty actions behind each other's backs. The girls nodded, especially the later arrivals, who seemed to visibly relax. Second, I will not restrict your freedom. You can go to school if you need to, and pursue a career in stardom if you want. However, I trust that you all know what is appropriate and what is not. They nodded again, their faces showing signs of happiness. Third, and the most important point, I am the only heir of the Li family. In the future, regardless of who gives birth to the children, they will all be my children, LiRulong's children, and you must treat them as your own, supporting each other. I am just a soldier, and I have no family fortune to pass on to them. When they grow up, they can do whatever they want. As long as they don't break the law, I will support them. Understood. This time, all 14 of them replied in unison. I gave them 5 minutes to think, but none of them left. I joked I was going to say that whoever breaks the rules gets killed, but you're all so beautiful. I can't bring myself to do it. In the future, if there are any disagreements, we'll hold a family meeting to resolve them. If that doesn't work, we can part ways amicably. All right, let us eat. The meal was lively, and after a bit of drinking, everyone fully relaxed. Yang Linger even suggested adapting the story of the Wandering Earth into a movie and having all of them act in it. Wow, the performing arts students' eyes lit up. They immediately held the first family meeting with 11 votes in favor, 2 against, and my 1 abstention rendered invalid. The proposal passed. I watched as they excitedly began discussing the script and was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of sci-fi blockbuster needs 13 super beauties to join in? This meal lasted over 4 hours, and several of them got quite drunk. I carried them back to their rooms one by one. When I finished cleaning up the dining area and returned to my bedroom, I pushed open the door and saw Yang Linger sitting on the edge of the bed in a black silk nightgown, waiting for me, her gaze dreamy and alluring. The next morning at 10, I helped Yang Linger downstairs. As we entered the living room, the room full of beauties looked at us with that knowing smirk, making Yang Linger blush all the way to her neck. I'm feeling awkward, and Director Huang's phone call just saved my life. I quickly gave each of them a kiss and laughed as I slipped away. I flew directly to the Academy of Sciences, where the secretary was already waiting for me at the door. As soon as I entered the conference room, wow, all the big shots were there, including senior officials from various ministries, and there was a remote video link to the new city. When Director Huang saw me, he walked over with a smile and said, "Sorry to pull you out of your comfortable surroundings." Although he said he was sorry, his expression showed no sign of it. "All right, you don't have any major issues, but you really dislike outsiders coming in." "Haha," I said, "it's still good to see you, Long. Come, sit over here." Director Huang pulled LiRulong to sit beside the elder, then walked to the podium to get to the point. With such a big setup, do you know what this is about? No idea. He just said there was a significant project early this morning and invited us all over. The new city is also waiting online, but he called you last, hoping you could sleep a bit more. If it weren't urgent, we wouldn't have done it this way. The elder explained with a smile, and LiRulong shrugged, indicating he didn't care. Everyone, the urgency in gathering you all here is because of LiRulong, Director Huang said, pausing as everyone in the conference room turned to look at him. What does that mean? Because of me? LiRulong stared, not understanding what Director Huang was getting at. It's because of the hard drive LiRulong brought back 4 days ago. The technology inside has been analyzed by us day and night for 4 days, and we finally have results. The implications are significant, even concerning the future development direction of Longxing, which is why I convened this emergency meeting in the name of the Academy of Sciences. Applause began in the conference room, and Director Huang quickly gestured for everyone to stop. No applause, it wastes time. We have modeled the technology through Fuxi using AI and created a more intuitive video. What you are about to see is not a sci-fi movie, but something we can fully achieve with our current technological capabilities. All right, please look at the big screen. Fuxi, start. Okay, Director Huang. After Director Huang finished speaking, he stepped down and moved to the side, handing over the big screen to Fuxi. Everyone in the conference room, and those far away in New City, focused on the video about to play. The first segment showed the entire process of Longxing using alien technology to transform Blue Star over the past year since LiRulong left. Of course, it was edited and accelerated, but it was clear that the transformation process was filled with difficulties and hardships. In just 1 year, they had transformed large areas of the Sahara Desert and the vast Gobi regions in Kangaroo Country. And the original 8 deserts of Longwa were also transformed into habitable green paradises. In the video, tens of millions of workers donned specialized construction power armor, working step by step in coordination with drones and unmanned engineering vehicles until they finally transformed the human forbidden zone, and then the video stopped. What you just saw was the scene of us using the alien technology Rulong brought back to transform deserts in Gobi. Although the process was fraught with difficulties, we overcame them. Initially, we thought we would be satisfied with such results until we completed our study of the Gaia planetary ecosystem transformation technology Rulong brought back. Only then did we understand what a truly habitable planet for humanity looks like and what kind of world we truly desire. Please continue watching. After the video ended, Director Huang gave a brief introduction. As a scientist who had been rigorous all his life, it was surprising to see a self-deprecating expression on his face just now. The video continued. This time it was entirely generated by Fuxi, and everything inside was almost indistinguishable from reality. In the video, a black sphere marked with a diameter of 99 meters was dropped into a hollow that had been dug to the Earth's core. The black sphere quickly fell to a depth of 500 kilometers, reaching a density of 5 grams cm, primarily composed of iron and nickel. Here, the atmospheric pressure had reached a terrifying 3 million atmospheres, with temperatures exceeding 6,000 degrees Celsius. Despite such extreme conditions, the black sphere remained unharmed and began to emit visible blue waves, rapidly expanding outward from the black sphere until it filled the entire core. At this moment, a rapidly ticking timer appeared in the upper right corner of the screen. The scene shifted to the surface, where slight tremors began to occur. And a set of observation data appeared at the bottom of the video, showing that the entire Longxing was experiencing synchronous earthquakes, with a uniform Richter scale intensity of 3. Suddenly, birds were flying, and animals were roaring, but strangely, they did not show fear in their eyes, only excitement. Various plants began to grow wildly, and except for the polar regions and low-temperature areas, Blue Star gradually warmed up, while high-temperature regions cooled down to stabilize at 25 degrees, with nighttime temperatures at 20 degrees. And humidity levels at 50 to 60 whether inland or by the sea. The data also showed that all harmful bacteria to humans, animals, and plants had disappeared, and all harmful substances in the air had been eliminated, resulting in unprecedented air quality of 100. The incidence of natural disasters, such as earthquakes, volcanoes, and typhoons was also 0, and any toxic plants and animals that posed a threat to humanity had lost their toxic properties. The planet's gravity increased by 5 times, and it was expected that human physical fitness would double. Combined with the already developed muscle enhancement pills, there would be no negative impact, and future achievements could be even higher. The entire Blue Star seemed to have experienced a second spring, with life elevated and the planet appeared healthier, having eliminated everything harmful to humanity, completely becoming the most suitable place for human habitation. Only the previously non-renewable resources did not revive due to Earth's renewed activity. But so what? Longxing had stopped using oil, coal, and wood as fuel over a year ago, and even the major hydropower stations had become fully open tourist attractions. Likewise, gold, diamonds, and jade were no longer the luxurious items people pursued. Now, the people of Longxing were more concerned about what you did. Oh, you're in the military? Son-in-law. You are my son-in-law. What? You're in the Research Institute? Brother-in-law, hello. You're a senior executive at Wolf Spider Finance? 10 million annual salary? Sorry. Our daughter can't be with you. This is the current situation in Longxing, where military personnel and scientists are at the top, followed by production support personnel. Even those in agriculture and animal husbandry have higher status than those in finance and other services, no matter how much money you make. Longxing has also undergone industrial reform and commerce, with no monopolies, no fraud, and all prices must be transparent, as raw materials are controlled by the political council. Back to the main topic, the video has now ended, and the red timer in the upper right corner shows 12:39. The room fell silent. And who wouldn't long for the scenes generated by Fuxi? Who could resist? Gradually, people in the conference room began to whisper to each other. And then it turned into a bustling market. Can this really be achieved? Definitely. Otherwise, why would old Huang let us watch this? Right? Although this is a virtual scene generated by Fushi, if there is no confidence, Fushi would refuse the command. Of course, Fushi is very strict. It absolutely cannot waste time. Damn, start construction. No, wait, stop construction. Immediately tell the environmental construction team to stop. With this technology, why would they need to work so hard? Director Huang smiled as he looked at the situation in the conference room, feeling quite satisfied. He recalled the moment he had just analyzed this technology and obtained all the data from Fushi's calculations. He and a group of rejuvenated elders were all shouting loudly, eager to start making the Gaia planetary instrument, which has now been renamed the Huaxia planetary instrument. All right, everyone, please be quiet. The video we just watched was a scene after the application of the Gaia planetary ecosystem transformation technology brought back by Long. After discussion, we have officially renamed it the Huaxia planetary ecosystem transformation technology. The Huaxia planetary instrument produced by this technology is the black sphere in the video. In just 100 hours, we can turn the entire blue planet into a paradise for humanity. Not only that, think about it. The Moon, Mars, and even various planets we may discover in the future, combined with the photon force field defense shield system, can all become homes for humanity. Roar. Director Huang is amazing. Long is amazing. Fushi is amazing. Huaxia is even more amazing. Everyone began to cheer. Even the rejuvenated elderly shouted a few phrases, as it was just too enticing. We will discuss the specifics of implementation later. Now, please watch the second video. Fushi received the command and continued to play the video. This time, the video depicted a completely simulated scenario. In the video, Longxing was wrapped in a photon force field defense shield. Under the golden shield, one could see the peaceful and happy lives of the Longxing citizens. At the equator, four completed space elevators could be seen, which were much taller than initially designed, reaching 40,000 kilometers and connected by a ring of artificial star rings. The video showed that the artificial star ring was 300 kilometers wide, 450 kilometers high, and had a circumference of kilometers, all constructed from the latest materials they had never heard of, with a calculated construction period of 8 months. Near the orbital elevators, there's a large starport for space warships and various spacecraft to enter and exit, repair, and even undergo construction. Inside the star ring was a circular ecological space for habitation, featuring oceans, lakes, forests, and grasslands, with fully equipped small cities for residents at intervals. Each city was connected by advanced pod-style vacuum gravity trams, capable of speeds reaching kilometers per hour, allowing a complete circuit around the star ring in less than 16 hours. The built-in gravity adaptation system ensured that ordinary people would not feel any discomfort during high-speed travel. Seeing this, others felt it was very advanced, imagining what it would be like to live in space. Meanwhile, the military personnel were suddenly enlightened. They thought about whether the entire star ring could be allocated to the military, allowing all soldiers and their families to live within the star ring, since space Navy training would require going to space. If they could secure the star ring, wouldn't it mean they could return home for dinner after training? Only a few, like Elder Li, Elder Yang, and Zhou Ji from Yingxinqing, along with LiRulong, felt that things wouldn't be so simple. Sure enough, the video shifted to near the orbit of Mars, where a massive vortex suddenly appeared in the cosmic space, from which countless insectoids, previously experienced by the blue planet, flew out. Their numbers were dense, even surpassing previous encounters, and they swarmed toward the blue planet. If it weren't known that this was a simulated scene by Fushi, the attendees might have thought the insectoids were returning for revenge. The insectoids quickly approached Longxing, but for some reason, the Longxing space fleet did not mobilize, seemingly unaware of their imminent arrival. Soon, viewers would understand why. As the insectoids crossed the lunar orbit, they suddenly dispersed and surrounded the entire Longxing. At that moment, the various parts of the orbital star ring lit up with countless red lights, and then numerous places previously thought to be external armor suddenly opened, revealing countless massive gun barrels and countless missile silos. Oh, sorry, the video introduced that those were not for launching missiles, but for launching interstellar torpedoes. Various massive cannons began firing at the insectoids, including electromagnetic cannons, laser cannons, and ray cannons they had never seen before, as well as neutron beam weapons resembling long spears. The interstellar torpedoes were launched at speeds approaching 200 Mach, heading toward the insect swarm, then exploding. The video data showed that the torpedoes had a destructive power equivalent to 10 million tons of TNT. The insect swarm was eliminated at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only a giant interstellar earthworm lying between the orbits of Longxing and Mars, writhing its disgusting body in space. At this moment, the star ring on one side of the orbital elevator suddenly opened its external armor, revealing a massive cannon barrel with a diameter of 220 kilometers. The dark, thick barrel was even darker than the starry sky, yet only 190 kilometers long, a typical short and stout design. The cannon barrel aimed at the giant earthworm 20 million kilometers away, and golden and white particles began to gather around the barrel. The interior of the barrel also began to glow, with a video indicating a 15-second charging time. After 15 seconds, a beautiful rainbow-like laser beam shot out from the barrel at nearly the speed of light, striking the giant earthworm, distorting the cosmic space it traversed. 3 seconds later, the laser beam gradually disappeared, along with the giant earthworm, while Mars, 35 million kilometers behind it, now resembled a hawthorn with its core removed, hollowed out. The insectoids all vanished, and the various weapons on the star ring retracted, with the external armor closing up again as if nothing had ever happened. At the end of the video, a list was presented detailing the parameters and weapon configurations of the Planetary Orbital Defense Star Ring system. The people in the conference room finally understood what the immensely powerful short and stout cannon was capable of that could destroy Mars. Goliath Annihilation Anthem. The Academy of Sciences was renamed Longxing Roar, and Director Huang named it Barbecue Skewer. Utilizing accelerated dark matter particles to break through the speed of light and perform regulated collisions and compressions to achieve a beam capable of destroying any physical matter. Advantages: it can destroy everything you can see, including the photon force field defense shield. Short charging time, only 15 seconds. Strong penetration ability, capable of penetrating all physical objects and annihilating them. Note: the origin of Director Huang naming it Barbecue Skewer. Disadvantages: a maximum of 4 Longxing Roars can be built on the same planet. Cannot be moved. Can only aim according to the planet's rotation. Charging requires core energy combined with energy crystals. The emitted annihilation beam will gradually diminish with distance until all energy is fully released, unable to achieve infinite range. Current maximum theoretical launch quantity for Longxing: 12 shots. With a recovery period of 32 years, after which the 13th shot will cause Longxing to collapse. Note: if Longxing is transformed into Gaihota planet, the maximum launch quantity increases to 80 shots, with a recovery period of 4 years. Seeing this, everyone had a clear understanding. Longxing Roar was indeed powerful, but it had 3 advantages and 5 disadvantages. Moreover, exceeding the launch quantity would directly lead to Longxing's demise, with a long recovery period of 32 years. Fortunately, if they first transformed Longxing into Gaihota planet, they could launch 80 shots, significantly shortening the recovery period. This cannon could serve as a deterrent for the nation, no, for the entire star system. The video ended, and many people were still immersed in the colorful scenes they had just witnessed. It was the military again, their faces red and panting like bulls, with only one thought in their minds. Can the Dragon Star Roar be scaled down to be directly installed on the starship? Even if a ship only had this one type of weapon, it would be enough. The era of giant ship cannons would return. As for interstellar aircraft carriers, to hell with interstellar aircraft carriers. I just want something big and powerful that shoots far. When Director Huang took the stage again, the generals couldn't hold back and all raised their hands wanting to speak. Director Huang glanced at them, knowing what these warriors wanted to do, and simply ignored them because the next video would surely make these generals shout even louder. So he directly said, after watching, "I will ask one question. Do we build it? Build it. Good. Let's continue to watch the last segment of the video." After saying this, he walked back to his seat, making the generals feel extremely uncomfortable, yet they didn't dare to make loud noises. Fushi directly played the last segment of the video. The video showed a room resembling an operating theater, but instead of an operating table, there was a white object about 5 meters long, 3 meters high, and 1 meter wide, resembling a refrigerator. At that moment, a beautiful nurse pushed a wheelchair into the room, where a soldier in military uniform was seated. Approaching the refrigerator, its door automatically slid open, and the nurse helped the soldier take off his military uniform. As the clothes were removed, everyone could clearly see the soldier's body. Both of his arms were missing, and when he stood up, they realized that his left leg was also gone. The soldiers in the venue had red eyes. They had seen many such soldiers, and some of their subordinates or comrades had retired this way. They understood the pain these soldiers felt. In the video, the soldier was carefully assisted by the nurse into the refrigerator, which then closed its door again, while the nurse stood by, and did nothing. A timer appeared in the upper right corner of the screen, and the time accelerated until exactly 30 minutes later when the refrigerator door slowly opened amidst a cloud of white mist. As the mist cleared, the soldier who had just been lying there sat up and used his own hands to support himself as he stood up again. The soldier walked out, looked at his hands, and stomped his newly regained leg with joy, suddenly jumping up. The video introduced the refrigerator as a life medical chamber. The Academy of Sciences had not changed its name because it was already the most fitting one. The life medical chamber could quickly scan patients in 30 minutes, determine the cause of illness, collect patient cells and DNA, and then rapidly cultivate limbs or organs, performing surgeries at nanometer level. In short, within 30 minutes. It could allow for the regeneration of severed limbs, replace organs that had developed lesions or functional decline, and address various diseases like cancer cells. But it could not bring the dead back to life, since it used nanorobotic regenerative surgery and the patient's self-cell cultivation and printing technology. It could be said that the key materials were still provided by the patients themselves, making the cost of surgery almost negligible. Sure enough, as soon as the video introduction ended, the generals in the venue could not contain themselves, all standing up and shouting, "Build this. We must prioritize building this. Yes. Gather global resources. We must construct this medical chamber. Build it. Build as many as possible. Those little bastards are finally saved. Director Huang, I beg you to expedite this. 14 years ago, I lost half a company while clearing mines in the south. Not a single one of them came back whole. Please, let us build this first. Whatever the cost or resources needed, we in the military will cover it all." Everyone quietly watched the generals roar, shout, cry, and release their emotions to the sky. They understood very well that even those departments that previously wanted to focus on planetary modifications had internally prioritized the life medical chamber. Director Huang didn't speak. He knew it would be like this because after analyzing this technology, the first thing he thought of was those soldiers who were disabled for their country, firefighters, police officers, and professors who had worked tirelessly until they fell ill, as well as the various citizens who could not afford medical treatment. That's why he saved this video for last, to prevent the meeting from falling apart. Once they had all vented their emotions, Director Huang slowly walked back to the podium, first asking them to sit down, then began to speak. "Generals, I understand your feelings, and please don't get too excited. These technologies have been verified by Fuxi nearly 100,000 times and can all be realized. Moreover, according to material statistics, these three technologies can proceed simultaneously, except for planetary modifications needing to take precedence over the star ring. We will start producing the life medical chamber this month and then distribute it to the Dragon Star Hospital." Clap, clap, clap. The applause thundered, lasting a full 5 minutes until everyone's hands were sore before gradually stopping. The three technologies brought back by LiRulong were invaluable, and the old man was now in a dilemma. He was already a general, and with such significant achievements this time, it felt inappropriate not to be promoted. But he also didn't know how to promote himself. "LiRulong, I want to thank you for bringing back these three technologies, but at the same time, it puts me in a difficult position. You tell me what you want. I really don't know how to reward you." Ha ha. After the old man finished speaking, everyone, including Zhou, laughed, realizing the old man's predicament. "Well, I truly don't know what to ask for. I lack nothing. I have a position, enough money, and so many beautiful wives. It's hard for you and hard for me to say." LiRulong scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. The old man pondered for a moment, as if thinking of something, then clapped his hands and said with a smile, "How about this? I'll take advantage of you. You don't have other relatives here, right? Besides, if you marry those girls, you'll need an elder. How about you recognize me as your grandfather? From now on, you be my grandson." The old man's words nearly left LiRulong, a superhuman, speechless. He stared blankly at the old man in front of him. "What? Are you unwilling?" The old man saw that he hadn't spoken and thought perhaps he was being too abrupt. Just as he was about to end the topic, LiRulong interrupted him. "Of course I'm willing. To be able to recognize you as my grandfather is like hitting the jackpot. And don't say grandfather, just given your current status. Calling you uncle would also be appropriate. Appropriate my foot. You call Zhou old uncle and call me grandfather. Are you trying to make me wear small shoes?" LiRulong excitedly agreed, only to be interrupted by Zhang Lao on the other end of the video. "What's going on? My granddaughter is with you, and you call me grandfather while calling Zhou old, who is over 10 years older than me, uncle. How will I work in the future? Will I even dare to see him again?" Zhang Lao's face was almost pressed against the camera, loudly complaining. "Ha ha 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 ha. Everyone, including Zhou Zhe, laughed out loud. A year had passed since Director Huang organized the general meeting. During this year, the Dragon Star Council passed a resolution with unanimous support, approving the 4 strategic plan goals for the future of Dragon Star: the National Upgrade Plan, the Dragon Star Recovery Plan, the Defense Counterattack Plan, and the Valley God Plan. First is the first phase of the National Upgrade Plan, National Health. The Life Medical Capsule was developed by the Academy of Sciences, and the affiliated factory worked overtime to manufacture it. After 2 months, it was finally made available in every public medical institution in Longxing. The citizens of Longxing can use the appointment number sent by the health department to visit the nearest medical institution for a full body checkup and disease treatment, completely free of charge, funded by the legislative yuan. 1.5 months later, all hidden and visible diseases or harmful cells, such as cancer cells, leukemia, and congenital heart disease, as well as internal organ and bodily health issues, were completely cured. Various diseases caused by physical defects and brain injuries were also healed, but psychological mental illnesses could not be cured by the Life Medical Capsule and still required psychological counseling for effectiveness. However, no human intervention is needed now. There is only one psychological rehabilitation doctor in the world, which is the latest intelligent medical bionic system, the NWA Chinese Detection System. NWA will be connected to all medical structures, instantly retrieving all related data and historical information about the patient and their relatives based on psychological models, to make the optimal choices for counseling. Since receiving the first patient, the recovery rate has reached 100%. And many suspects from unresolved cases years ago and fraudsters pretending to have mental illnesses to escape legal sanctions have also been discovered. After the national health checks are completed and cured, the second phase, the National Strengthening Program, begins. There are 3 billion muscle-enhancing pills distributed by the Academy of Sciences, sufficient for nationwide distribution. First, military personnel and retired disabled individuals who have been cured will take them, followed by police, political, and educational departments, and finally ordinary citizens. This step-by-step approach is also for the stability of Longxing, but the implementation of the plan did not exceed 1 month. The third phase, the continuation plan, meaning to extend life for another 50 years. The first 2 phases have already provided the citizens of Longxing with health and enhanced physical quality, with young people maintaining their youth and older individuals restoring at least 40 years of youth. Everyone will then undergo career planning arranged by the Legislative Yuan and the Ministry of People's Livelihood. The final result is an ample supply of military personnel, a radical populace, and a young society where fathers and sons are like brothers and grandfathers and grandsons refer to each other as uncles and nephews. As everyone has returned to a youthful state, the National Upgrade Plan is considered the most important initiative, not only enhancing the health and physical quality of the entire populace, but also addressing the living and psychological issues of disabled veterans and citizens, giving them the opportunity to continue fighting for the protection of the nation and the people. The second step of the Longxing Revival Plan is being carried out simultaneously with the first step of the National Upgrade Plan, led personally by Director Huang. The project to remodel the post-Earth sphere was completed within 2 months with assistance from the system data provided by LiRulong. Meanwhile, the ongoing construction of a Visit Hell plan at the Kola Super Deep Borehole, which aims to reach the Earth's core, has also been fully completed. The name really fits. Visiting Hell from the post-Earth is as easy as going home, right? Once the 99-meter diameter post-Earth sphere was delivered to the Kola Super Deep Borehole construction site, it underwent final checks and was scheduled for deployment into the Earth's core on August 1st, marking the beginning of Longxing's transformation. At the same time, the Legislative Yuan issued disaster warnings to the public, requiring all enterprises and major projects to suspend operations between July 31st and August 10th, with citizens staying at home on holiday. Local administrative agencies were responsible for food security, and the Legislative Yuan would implement significant actions regarding the future of the public and Longxing, advising not to panic in case of minor disasters. Although 10 days were unnecessary, to ensure that the people of Longxing would not suffer any harm or accidents, the Legislative Yuan and the military decided to extend the control period to 10 days. At 7:00 a.m. on August 1st, under the personal command of LiRulong, the post-Earth sphere was into the bottomless black hole leading to the Earth's core. LiRulong's presence was also to prevent any mishaps. Although Fuxi had conducted countless calculations, any real issues could potentially endanger Longxing. He also inquired with the system beforehand, which replied that if any problems arose, it would provide solutions immediately, and with LiRulong's physical quality and abilities, he could completely address any threats. Fortunately, in the days following the deployment of the post-Earth sphere, aside from minor earthquakes and small-scale tsunamis, no significant disasters occurred, but the global changes were perceptible to anyone. First, in desertified and Gobi regions, underground water surged inexplicably, transforming the area into a massive lake a meter deep. Air quality suddenly improved dramatically. Harmful substances rapidly disappeared, and plants grew wildly, yet within reasonable bounds. Garbage and hazardous materials vanished, and the purity of rivers, lakes, and seas reached the highest levels. Global day and night temperatures stabilized between 20 to 25 degrees Celsius, while the North and South poles appear to be isolated from the outside world by an invisible wall. With pleasant external conditions and cold, harsh internal temperatures, the people of Longxing felt a refreshing sensation, and for 3 consecutive days, their physical quality improved by 2 levels again. Those who suffered from constipation no longer did, and those with poor skin regained a baby-like glow. Those who had previously suffered from colds due to low-quality air no longer experienced coughs or sneezes, as everyone enjoyed the benefits brought by Longxing's elevation. A voice seemed to resonate in their hearts, saying, "Thank you, I will continue to protect you." Everyone heard it, but no one could describe it, making it the biggest secret in everyone's heart. On August 10th, after Longxing's elevation, global stability was achieved, and the third phase of the defense counterattack plan officially commenced, with a projected construction period of 9 months, extending the testing period by 1 month compared to Fushi's earlier calculations. Key structural components for the space elevator, pre-manufactured at the Hangzhou Heavy Industry Base, have been shipped in batches to the spaceports in Lamborghini, Mingzhou, the military base in Quito, Qinzhou, the commercial tourism space city in Lanfang, Huaxia, and the Kiribati Scientific Satellite City in the Atlantic. Over the next year, 4 space elevators, identical in appearance but differing in function, will be gradually constructed in these 4 locations. Once the main structure of the space elevators is completed, construction of the Longxing Defense Star Ring will begin, which is also expected to take 1 year. 2 years later, Longxing will possess genuine defensive and retaliatory capabilities, to the point where LiRulong may not even need to intervene. If the insect race dares to come again, it would be akin to delivering warmth right to the door, especially since they are worried about their material reserves not reaching 100,000 tons and wondering what they would use when their numbers increase. Unfortunately, they do not know that the next visitors will not be the insect race, but the demonic race from Hell Dash. The 4th step, the Valley God Plan, aims to establish 2 Longxing Space Navy fleets and multiple official space engineering fleets within a year, intending to fully transform the Valley God Star into a refined factory satellite. Simultaneously, in-depth exploration and development of the asteroid belt surrounding Valley God Star will be conducted, utilizing engineering-level spacecraft to extract resources from the asteroid belt, and then building refining projects on Valley God Star to send the refined materials back to Longxing or the spaceport for spacecraft construction. In short, it is to avoid using Longxing's local resources whenever possible. The 4 major plans of Longxing are steadily advancing, and LiRulong is also receiving necessary reminders from the system. Brother Tong, what do you think about the planning of the Kiribati Satellite City? Can you please stop asking me? Can you go learn about architecture and environmental planning? No, it's not that I can't understand it, right? You call that lazy? Are you using your superbrain to cook hot pot? Have you ever seen Clark build a spaceship? Planning is fine, just go away. They bicker once a day, mostly initiated by LiRulong, who also keeps an eye on any countdowns or similar prompts that might pop up in his mind to prepare in advance. Within a year, LiRulong successfully won over all the beauties in his family. Although he hasn't held a wedding with them yet, their families have all recognized their lifestyle. They can't disagree. Where else could they find a son-in-law with more status and capability than LiRulong? Besides, the parents of the girls are experienced and see their daughters flourishing like newly bloomed flowers. If they disagree, they might lose their little cotton-padded jackets. LiRulong isn't greedy either. He discussed with his grandfather, the old man, and Grandpa Zhang to temporarily stop sending women to his family. He could handle it, but it wasn't a sustainable situation. After some thought, the elders still couldn't bear to part with his excellent genes. Even though they knew LiRulong was worried that the girls wouldn't be able to handle it and would wait until their health reached a certain level before allowing them to carry on the family line. However, since he brought it up, they decided to set it aside for now. When LiRulong crosses over again, during his absence, Yang Linger and Zhao Shi will help him scout. They have met the 2 girls, and both have exceptional emotional and intellectual intelligence. LiRulong accepted this arrangement. He had his own selfish reasons, but if Yang Ling and the others helped out, it would save him a lot of trouble. One day, after LiRulong and his girlfriends finished dinner, he was holding Gulisha's hand while taking a walk outside when the system's prompt suddenly sounded. 4,000-word chapter. Welcome to comment and add to the bookshelf. Host, the system has found another world anchor point for you to cross over. This world is about to be destroyed. Please cross over as soon as possible. The system's prompt left LiRulong, who was out for a walk, stunned. He had just returned for a year, and the system had already found a new world. Is this one of the rules? Truly clever me. Please face yourself. The flawless Superman template given to you by the system only means you won't be affected by kryptonite and red suns. You don't have a life code, so your superbrain hasn't reached the level of thinking about the rules. This is purely coincidental. Now, are you going or not? Yes, of course I'm going. Then stop flirting with girls and hurry up. This world won't last much longer. Can you give me a hint? What world is it? I don't know, but the world rules feedback that there are almost no people left in this world. No, it's that there are almost no living people left. What? Is it an apocalypse over there too? It's like the late stages of an apocalypse, and you need to go quickly and return quickly. The rewards will be given to you once you get there, and I still need to keep a low profile. Husband? What's wrong with you? Are you still going to eat that kidney? Gulisha, happily holding the small barbecue bought from the street, noticed that LiRulong had stopped moving next to her and curiously asked. After finishing his conversation with the system, LiRulong turned to Gulisha and said, "You eat. I have something urgent to do, and I need to leave for a while to go to another world. Please let Jitao know and have her inform Grandpa and the others." After hearing this, Gulisha, a bit worried, said, "Is it going to be like last time? A whole year? Will there be any danger?" "No, this time I'll go quickly and return quickly. You should hurry home. I have to go." Without waiting for Gulisha to speak again, LiRulong was directly sucked into the familiar blue vortex. Gulisha, seeing LiRulong disappear, tightened her grip on the skewers and started running home while also tapping her wristband. "Gulisha, what's wrong?" Zhang Jitao's voice and the image projected from the wristband appeared beside Gulisha, looking at her with a puzzled expression as she rushed anxiously. "Sister Jitao, hurry. Husband has left again. He told me to tell you to inform Grandpa and the others. He went to another world like last time." "What? You two were just out for a walk and he crossed over?" "Okay, don't worry. I'll tell Grandpa and the others right away." After saying this, Zhang Jitao immediately cut off the communication and went to report to the old men. Meanwhile, Gulisha continued running towards home. In another world, LiRulong had just been spat out by the blue vortex and immediately started coughing. "Cough, cough, cough. What is this smell? It's choking me to death so strong. System, are you messing with my brain or my lungs? It's quite embarrassing for a Superman to get lung cancer. Stop whining. If you're scared, quit smoking first. Am I just here to mess with you? Time is short. Hurry up." LiRulong used his biological force field to shield himself from the outside world. Feeling a bit better, his senses were incredibly strong, and the air here was mixed with nauseating rot and various burnt smells, making it hard for him to bear. Moreover, he also detected a hint of nuclear radiation in the air. He was familiar with this smell, and the concentration was not low, indicating that a nearby place had been hit by a nuclear bomb. Looking around, he found himself in a city in ruins, surrounded by collapsed buildings, wrecked vehicles, and quite a few human remains and bones. Where the hell is this? A place of ruins and nuclear explosions? No wonder the system said it's the late stages of an apocalypse. Could it be that the world has been nuclear wiped out? He tried to listen carefully to the sounds of the world, wanted to see if there were any living people to ask where this place was, but he found that he couldn't receive sounds from afar. There was a special wave in the air interfering with him. "System, why isn't my super hearing working? This is the world morning. I can't explain it clearly since it's too advanced. If your ears aren't working, is your eyesight also gone? System, can you be straightforward with me? You're a beast." "No, what the hell did I say?" After the system's rant, LiRulong flew straight up into the sky, reaching the orbit of this planet. Comparing the terrain with Dragon Star, he found that this was also Dragon Star. No, it should be Blue Star, exactly 1-to-1. However, it was in the daytime hemisphere, and all the cities were in ruins. From high above, he could see many giant craters, remnants of nuclear bomb impacts. The nighttime hemisphere was also in ruins, with not a single light. Even the densely populated international cities he remembered were lifeless. Huh, what is that? He suddenly saw a group of people running in a city within Eagle Sauce territory, moving much faster than normal people, able to sprint 100 meters in under 12 seconds. But upon closer observation, he realized they were not humans at all, but a group of grotesque, even physically impaired, lifeless corpses. Are these zombies? What kind of world is this? There are plenty of zombie worlds, but if it's from a certain academy's world, then that would be interesting. Just as he was fantasizing about some iconic scenes in near-Earth orbit, he noticed a satellite still operational, drifting towards him in orbit. And the logo on the satellite made him realize which world he had come to. Red and white umbrella? Umbrella Corporation? Damn, this is Resident Evil. My girls. After the heartbreak, he instantly flew over, landed on the satellite, then bent down and tapped the wristband he was wearing. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Fushi, can you invade? No problem. Generally, invasion begins, invasion ends. So fast. Is it that low end? Yes, but there was a weak intelligent consciousness that tried to resist just now, and I erased quite a bit of code. I even added some things. Just to teach a lesson. LiRulong's wristband is one of the few Fushi subsystems on Dragon Star that can operate independently. Although it is a subsystem, it is still incredibly powerful and can run independently of the server. First, let us check the current situation in Longhua. Query complete. I'm very sorry, General Lee here. Enough. Don't say more. If you keep talking, it will be rejected again. He understood Fushi's meaning. In that case, let this world be destroyed. As the original story tells of a world-saving tale where abandoned, toyed with, and treated as lab rats foreign girls save the world. After careful consideration, what else is there worth taking from this world? The so-called strong artificial intelligence. Red Queen? Too low end, it was just instantly taken down by Fushi trash. Cloning technology? Not bad. I'll copy one back, and I want TLAC meat in the future. Tactical analysis system? This thing should work well if installed in powered armor. Brain information reading and storage technology? Some use. Take it back for future interrogations of enemies. As for the T-virus, this thing is a bit dangerous, but it seems to enhance environmental adaptability and has a very small chance of triggering superpowers in the human body. I'll take a sample back. Worst case, I'll throw it in the Yoma box, as the time and space there are completely frozen, so there's no fear of spreading. I'll ask Director Huang. If there is a completely safe plan and secure experimental environment, I'll let them research it. If some powerful superpower is activated, that would be superhuman. Just thinking about it is wonderful. Don't say I'm pouring cold water on you. This thing needs to be injected to work. Which needle can pierce you? Silly. Ignoring the complaints from Tongo, determined LiRulong had Fushi locate the Umbrella Hive headquarters and flew directly there. The Hive is located in Raccoon City, which has now become a giant nuclear bomb crater, and the Hive is directly below the explosion site. At this moment, in a luxurious conference room underground in the Hive, a verbal battle is taking place, starring 3 men, 2 women, and a disabled person, along with a virtual little girl who is covering her head and screaming while pixelated. Eek! Red Queen, what on earth are you doing? One of the male leads, Dr. Isaac, dressed in a sharp suit, loudly questioned the virtual girl. How could a strong artificial intelligence emit cries of pain and fear? He suspected that the Red Queen, who had already betrayed him, was distracting him. Yes, it must be that. Doctor, something is invading my program. It just injected something incredible into me. I can't hold on. It hurts too much. Stop. No, don't. How is this possible? You're a strong artificial intelligence. There's no way something in this world can invade your system. Dr. Isaac roared, while the others quietly watched, thinking it was just the Red Queen putting on a show for Dr. Isaac. The female lead, Alice, dressed in tactical gear, gently walked over to the old lady Alicia, who was sitting in a wheelchair and claimed to be her original body. What is going on? I'm not sure. But if the Red Queen really thought of using a performance to attract Isaac's attention, it means it has autonomously generated a stronger emotional consciousness, which should be a good thing. Alicia considered all possibilities and could only pick the most probable explanation. Beep, 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 beep. At that moment, the external invasion alarm system in the Hive suddenly rang throughout the room and the base. The expressionless Weskier immediately rushed to the control panel, wanting to find out what was invading the Hive. Boom! A huge sound echoed as a large hole was smashed in the ceiling of the room, and the dust and broken building materials sprayed everywhere. A long-haired, unlucky guy holding an MP5 submachine gun was shot in the head by a flying stone and fell straight down. However, no one cared about his life or death, as he was just an insignificant little Kalami. Doctor, crying I also have lines. Okay, in a kiss scene. As the smoke cleared, a tall young man in clean athletic wear with black hair stood on the ground, showing no signs of dust or damage on his clothes. LiRulong had smashed directly down from above the Hive. It was like a maze inside, and he had no time to search one by one. Scanning the surrounding environment and the people present, LiRulong ordered, Fushi, Make it shut up, it's so noisy. At your command, General. As soon as the words fell, the Red Queen's screams were immediately silenced, but it still stood there, holding its head with a grimace, glaring at the man who had suddenly appeared in the conference room with a fierce gaze that did not match its simulated age. This is great. A young NPC should have a voice that matches it. Otherwise, there's no audience. LiRulong thought he had a smile like a gentle breeze, but to others, it was terrifying. Who are you? Me? A Dragon Kingdom person. Impossible. The Dragon Kingdom previously prohibited Umbrella Corporation from entering. So the first place the Foot Basin Chicken Branch spread the virus was the Dragon Kingdom. There are only 472 survivors left in the world. There can't possibly be a Dragon Kingdom person. Weskier stood beside Dr. Isaac, and a hint of emotional fluctuation finally appeared on his expressionless face. However, this also caused LiRulong, who had just been smiling, to suddenly turn gloomy. Are you saying that you used the virus to slaughter 1,400,000,000 Dragon Kingdom people? LiRulong asked with a dark face, then walked towards Weskier as if taking a stroll. What? Is that not allowed? Let me correct one thing. It's not 1,400,000,000, it's 1,56773,000,000,000, including all the dragon descendants and the entire dragon. No. Impossible. Weskier was still boasting about the company's achievements. To be fair, as a worker, he still wanted to promote the company at this time, which was somewhat deserving of his salary. It's just that he chose the wrong person to boast to. Before he could finish a sentence, LiRulong, who suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbed his face and lifted him up. At this moment, he couldn't believe it. After all, he was the original body that injected the T-virus and had undergone advanced biochemical modifications, with a tactical analysis system in his eyes to enhance his reaction and combat abilities. There was no way he could be subdued like this without even having a chance to react. Meanwhile, the tactical analysis system of Dr. Isaac also showed no response as he watched LiRulong easily lift Weskier. However, at that moment, the tactical analysis system provided feedback that this Dragon Kingdom person had many flaws, one hand in his pocket and the other grabbing Weskier's head. At this point, any attacking method Dr. Isaac used would have a 100 success rate, easily achieving a one-hit kill. But for some unknown reason, Isaac, who had always trusted the tactical analysis system, was now sweating coldly and dared not move. You little trash, neither human nor ghost. How dare you lay hands on my compatriots? After LiRulong finished speaking, he directly crushed the man's head. Fortunately, he had wrapped his entire body in a biological force field, so he didn't get any of the disgusting red and white substances on him. Symbolically shaking his hand, he turned to deal with Isaac, this big boss, when he suddenly stopped, because a voice that had been bothering him appeared in his mind. 8759, 59, 59, 8759, 59, 58, 8759, 59, 57. The Doomsday countdown in his mind, or rather, the next round of the Doomsday game, was about to arrive in 1 year. Seeing the Doomsday countdown reappear in his mind, LiRulong couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, but he didn't show it. His thoughts returned, and he glanced at Isaac, who had been standing still and shivering like a vibrating small object, not daring to speak. He blew a breath at him, instantly turning his body into an ice sculpture, while his clothes and the things inside them were completely unaffected. It must be said that LiRulong's control over his own abilities had become stronger and more refined with the whimsical help of Director Huang and the others. Then he walked to the control panel, just about to command Fushi to copy all the data when the base suddenly sounded an imminent self-destruct warning, and a large 10-minute countdown appeared on the screen. Setting such a long time for self-destruction, it seemed designed to give certain people a chance to escape. Fushi, filter out the useful data and copy everything. Understood, General. Estimated time, 2 minutes. LiRulong turned and walked to the little Iceman Isaac, then, under the nervous and anxious gaze of Alice and the others, took away the green T-virus antidote. He then asked the still head-holding Red Queen, "There should be T-virus raw liquid here, right? Bring it to me." Upon hearing this, the Red Queen looked up at him with a resentful glare, but did not respond. No answer? Then I'll have Fushi erase you. Fine, I didn't expect your NPC motherboard to be quite tough. Just as he was about to say this, the Red Queen suddenly started gesturing nervously. Gao, so you mean you won't say it even if it means death? General, could it be that I disabled her sound card just now, so she can't speak? I know that. I'm just trying to scare her. Unmute her. No, you can't take the T-virus antidote. Then mute her. Not getting the desired answer, LiRulong decided to mute her sound card again. Once Fushi finished copying the data, he wouldn't believe he couldn't find a sample of the virus liquid. Meanwhile, Alice and the others below could no longer wait. Looking at the green antidote in LiRulong's hand, which was the only hope for this world, they had to get it. Alice, who thought she had good charm, walked up the steps with a sway in her hips. Respectfully, stay away from me. Haven't you bathed for years? What a smell. As soon as Alice spoke to LiRulong in what she thought was her softest voice, he disdainfully told her to stay away and waved his hand to fan the air in front of his nose. Vang Difa, with my charm and exceptional combat skills. No matter where I go, I encounter people who want to lick my feet. Is this young, handsome guy not a man? Alice looked at LiRulong, who was still fanning himself, with a face full of black lines, and suddenly remembered something. She immediately said in a resentful tone, "Are you looking down on me because I've been married? You young people just don't understand what is best." After hearing her, LiRulong looked at her in disbelief, thinking that this woman must be seriously ill. And when Alice saw LiRulong's dazed expression, she thought she had guessed correctly. She could exchange the antidote for herself. And once she saved the world, what was wrong with living with him? This dragon descendant was more handsome than anyone she had ever seen, and his abilities were so strong. Were they really fighting against the T-virus while he was using the A-virus? It was possible. G was indeed more potent than T. After filling her head with scenarios, Alice immediately took the opportunity to say, "If you give me the T-virus antidote, I'll save the world, and I'll be yours. I hope you'll cherish me then." General, data copying is complete. The last vial of T-virus raw liquid is stored in the biochemical laboratory directly above in a blue bottle. It's easy to recognize. Fushi's voice brought LiRulong back from his dazed state. Looking at Alice, who was walking towards him with a sway, LiRulong couldn't hold back any longer. "Where the hell do you get your confidence? My home is full of beautiful wives, and you, a cactus, are trying to sell me your charm." LiRulong suppressed the impulse to swat her dead and thought it better for her to watch his world perish due to the lack of an antidote. He chose not to engage with her any further and prepared to rush to the laboratory above to get the T-virus raw liquid and immediately leave this world. Seeing that he was about to leave after cursing her, Alice quickly stepped forward, drawing 2 large handguns and aiming them at LiRulong, while Claire followed closely behind, picking up the MP5 of the former boyfriend on the ground and aiming it at LiRulong as well. "Don't you dare leave. Give me the antidote. You can only leave if you do. What about the 4,472 survivors?" Alice shouted with wide eyes, resolutely refusing to let this unknown handsome guy take the antidote away. "If you want to leave, can you take me with you? At worst, I'll dress up as the Fifth Element and let you have your way with me. Besides, I really can do many difficult moves." Alice thought to herself, her heart racing, but LiRulong never looked at her directly. LiRulong let out a contemptuous laugh and then retorted, "The excellent employee in sunglasses just said something. He said that the dragon descendants and dragon country in this world are gone. Do you remember? Those remaining 4,472 survivors, along with the 100,000 frozen coffins below this room, have nothing to do with me." After saying this, he no longer wanted to argue with this delusional saint, whose gaze gave him goosebumps. He stomped his foot and directly flew up, breaking through the roof above, arriving at the biological laboratory, where he took the only vial of blue T-virus raw liquid and then rushed out of the hive. Alice and the others stood there dumbfounded, unable to even get a chance to shoot. "Alice, what do we do?" He took the antidote. Claire and wheelchair-bound Alicia quickly walked to Alice's side, who was still staring blankly at the hole in the ceiling. "Am I hard? Red Queen, is there any more antidote left?" After Alicia asked, the Red Queen still did not respond, just floating there in a mosaic. At that moment, they remembered that the Red Queen sound card had been disabled by that person just now. Final 1 minute. The base's self-destruct warning sounded again, and Claire sat on the ground in despair. Alice continued to look up at the hole, while Alicia closed her eyes and hummed a childhood song. LiRulong burst out of the ground and happened to run into another Dr. Isaac, but this one was dressed in combat camouflage and looked even more weathered. Isaac also noticed the man who had suddenly flown out of the hive base, and his thoughts were that perhaps the other party was also a T-virus receptor and had evolved to the point of being able to fly. A super evolution? LiRulong looked at him and the army of zombies that he had attracted not far behind him, feeling no pity in his heart. "Who are you?" The Isaac on the ground shouted loudly at him. "Who I am is not important. What matters is who you are. Just now, I froze someone just like you into a popsicle, and that popsicle said he was Dr. Isaac, just awakened from hibernation." LiRulong deliberately provoked the other party, thinking to himself that they were all no good, and he wouldn't let them close their eyes in peace before dying. His words indeed stimulated the other Isaac, who shouted in disbelief, "Impossible. I am Dr. Isaac." "Huh, really? Can you remember your childhood?" One sentence left the furious Isaac stunned in place. Of course he could. He was 5 years old when, but he really couldn't remember. Moreover, he had no impression at all. Not only could he not recall what he did at 5, but he couldn't even remember a single moment from when he was 25, as if he had no past at all. Seeing him frozen in place, seemingly trying hard to remember something and completely ignoring the danger around him, half a minute later, he was overwhelmed and bitten by the army of zombies behind him. The pain brought him back to consciousness, and he suddenly shouted, "I am Dr. Isaac. I am Dr. Isaac." At that moment, a surge of energy came from beneath the ground. The base's self-destruction had begun, and LiRulong instantly arrived in low Earth orbit above. Watching the thick and long pillar of fire erupting below, the Hive and his friends were all turned to ashes in the explosion. Brother Tong, what do you think the scene will be like when this world is about to be destroyed? Is it like now, where humanity has no antidote, and the last survivors will ultimately perish? Is that considered the end of the world? LiRulong voiced his doubts. He really didn't understand the meaning of world destruction. Was it human extinction or the so-called cycle? That can be considered. Just keep watching, and I'll send you back at the last moment. By the way, I've made some changes to this reward. I won't let you suffer. I'll give it to you at the last moment. LiRulong nodded and continued to watch the blue planet below carefully as per the system's instructions. Suddenly, the blue planet emitted waves, then began to rapidly collapse toward the center until it became a small black dot. But he could feel that the black dot possessed a terrifying energy that even he dared not approach. If he did, he would turn to ashes. What is this? Why does it make my heart race? LiRulong stared intently at the distant black dot and nervously asked the system. This is a planet or world with causality. It left behind a singularity after being destroyed because the causality was interrupted, also known as a black dead annihilation star. Not understanding much, he asked, causality? When I was wandering in the universe, I also destroyed several planets that were hostile to me, but I never encountered this black dead annihilation star. Have you ever thought that those planets were used for you to gain experience? Don't forget this is a game of the gods, so causality has long been severed. Pseudo-good. Alahite, pseudo-good. This black dead annihilation star contains all known and unknown energies, along with a higher level meaning, and it is one of the highest rewards in the game. Even gods and pseudo-gods will be tempted by it. So impressive. Brother Tong, you really know a lot. I've seen the blue planet perish before. This time, thanks to you, I've gathered an integer of 100 billion. Do you think I know or not? That's impressive. The time is almost up. Collect. Time is almost up. Collect. The system suddenly issued an order, and then a golden polyhedron, about the same size as LiRulong, flew out from his body. At that moment, the black dead annihilation star that had transformed from the blue planet was instantly absorbed into the golden polyhedron. Wow, Brother Tong, how did you pull out such a big thing from my body? Stop the nonsense. Hurry up and get in. A blue vortex appeared, sucking LiRulong in instantly, faster than the previous time he traveled. At the moment he entered, he felt an incomprehensibly vast, terrifying energy, many times larger than the black dead annihilation star, descending upon him, almost making his heart leap out. As the vortex closed, the previous terror seemed to have never appeared at all. Dragon Star, the roof of the world. A group of workers wearing special engineering power suits sat halfway up the mountain, smoking and chatting. Master Ma, we have about half a month left, right? Yeah. When we go back, let's go see that kid Lou. He's hit the jackpot. Ah, he just missed this big project we're working on now. Could we have imagined doing this work before? No, there's nothing left but to imagine. Come on, going to college is much more promising than us. Even the biggest jobs are not as important as learning. True, he's the only college student on our construction site. He couldn't afford to study before. But now he's supported by the Political Affairs Institute. Much better than us. Of course, but we've also improved a lot. Just look at this work suit, incredibly powerful. Cold resistant and warm. No need to take it off to relieve oneself. And it even purifies the air while smoking. It's great. Thank God, we were born in Dragon Country. Look at abroad, where else is there? Whoosh. Bang. A loud noise interrupted the workers' chat, and they immediately stood up and looked towards the direction of the sound, while also contacting the construction headquarters at the foot of the mountain according to the site regulations. Bah, bah, bah. Brother Tong, if you don't mess with me every time I travel, I would really get used to it. He too. LiRulong was directly smashed into the snow-covered ground all around and didn't react at all. Fortunately, he had been wrapping himself in a biological force field. Otherwise, at that speed, his clothes would definitely not have survived. I had no choice to change a reward. We almost got done for just now, so I had to speed it up. By the way, did something happen at the end? Why do I feel so scared? Don't ask even if you ask. I can't tell you. LiRulong flew up from the snow and just happened to see a few people in yellow engineering power armor looking at him. One of them suddenly pointed at him, and his excited voice changed. Li General. What? He's General Li? Which General Li? You fool. Which other General Li could it be? I remember. It's really General Li. Alive. LiRulong chuckled and shook his head, unsure whether they had seen the scene of him crashing into the mountain just now or recorded it. If that were the case, his reputation would be tarnished. Hello, everyone. Sorry, there was a little accident just now. Haha. Are you all here for project? LiRulong said in a friendly tone, gently. Seeing their idol General Li being so gentle, the workers also grew bolder and started chatting with him. Yes, General Li. We are the construction team from Longjian branch, and we just arrived at Mount Everest today. We took on a tourism construction project to install an elevator for the convenience of tourists climbing the mountain. The oldest among us, but looking only about 30, Master Ma, the foreman, started explaining. What? Installing an elevator? Has the Great Wall been tiled yet? That's the job of the 6th construction group, and they're indeed tiling it. It's said to be transparent, protecting the wall while not affecting the display of history. Well, they've realized the jokes, so the first 3 lines should also be achievable, right? LiRulong chatted with them for a while, encouraged them with a few words, then said goodbye and flew back to Longxing. As the few waved goodbye to LiRulong, a hovering aircraft flew over, and several people came down, including leaders from the construction site and a member of the publicity department carrying a handheld camera. As they approached, they immediately asked where General Li was. After Master Ma answered truthfully, they all pounded their chests, regretting that they had come late and missed a few words with General Li. One of them complained, "How could you let General Li run away? Why didn't you keep him? What do you mean by let him run away? Besides, show me how to keep one." Master Ma and the others rolled their eyes at the speaker, thinking to themselves, what an idiot. On the way back to the capital, LiRulong contacted Secretary He, asking him to inform his grandfather that he had returned and needed to hold a meeting. He also revealed during the communication that the doomsday countdown had appeared again. At the same time, he contacted Dean Huang, asking him to prepare the Oma box since he was carrying a powerful weapon, and it would be safer to throw it into the Oma box. Then he asked Fushi to upload the bioweapon world technology data that had been copied back to the Academy of Sciences server. How to use it was not something LiRulong was concerned about. During the flight, he looked up at the visible star ring and sighed at the speed of construction. It was about to wrap up in just a few days, remembering that there were still a few segments that hadn't been closed up before he left. With some time left before gathering everyone, LiRulong first returned home, smashed the clothes he was wearing from a physical perspective, and then cleaned himself inside and out. Just after taking a shower and eating something, Secretary He contacted him, saying everyone had arrived. LiRulong quickly changed clothes and flew to the Huaxia conference room. Ubrat finally came back. The Oma box is here. As soon as LiRulong landed, he saw Dean Huang and the others waiting for him at the door. Here, this blue bottle is the virus, and this green bottle is the antidote. Don't be fooled by how good they look. This stuff wiped out all of humanity on Blue Star, so you better keep it safe. Dean Huang, who originally wanted to take the 2 bottles of virus, immediately withdrew his hand upon hearing this and directly opened the Oma box held by an assistant, signaling LiRulong to put them in himself. Although they had all regained their youth and significantly increased their physical strength, when it came to steadiness, LiRulong was still the best. LiRulong chuckled and placed the virus and antidote into the Oma box, closed the lid, and walked into the conference room with them. But then, a remark from Dean Huang made him freeze instantly. "Ubrat only brought back 1 bottle of virus in the last 6 months? That's not your style, haha." The others laughed, agreeing with Dean Huang's teasing of LiRulong. "Huh, Ubrat, are you leaving?" Suddenly, they noticed LiRulong had stopped, staring wide-eyed at the door. At that moment, LiRulong saw the countdown in his mind. 31, 67, 255. System, this isn't right. I remember I just went to the bioweapon world for 2 days, right? LiRulong questioned the system in his mind. Originally, there was still a year left, but now only 132 days remained, 224 days missing. It should be affected by the Black Death Star. Remember I told you it contains all energy, including time energy. I remember, but what does that have to do with this? Don't you get it? The final horror is also coming for it. How important is it? Right? Got it. I was wondering why everything was constructed so quickly. If it weren't for Dean Huang's unintentional teasing, he wouldn't have noticed the change in the countdown. After hearing the system's explanation, it was useless to say anything now. He could only see how the preparations on Longxing were going. I'm fine. Let's go in quickly. There's something important to discuss. Coming back to his senses, LiRulong shook his head, replied, and walked straight into the conference room. He sat down beside the elder and found that, besides Elder Yang, who had followed him back to the capital, Zhou Ji and Elder Zhang were also back, sitting in their places and smiling to greet him. Rulong, why does your face look a bit off? Elder Zhang whispered to him, and the others also heard his inquiry, looking at LiRulong with concern. I'm fine, just had a little unexpected situation. After everyone had gathered under the elder's instructions, LiRulong provided a detailed explanation of his experience in the bioweapon world. When everyone heard that the Dragon Kingdom and all the dragon descendants in that world had been exterminated by a virus invented by a so-called American biopharmaceutical company, they were all filled with righteous indignation. No one cared about whether other countries lived or died, but how dare they target the Dragon Kingdom? The military's roar nearly blew the roof off the conference room. Usually composed, the elders also had solemn faces, their tightly clenched fists trembling slightly, the anger in their hearts unable to calm down. How dare they? How dare they? That's 56 billion people, all for the selfishness of these capitalist bastards. Elder Zhang tightly gripped the pen he was ready to use for notes, and the next moment he snapped the pen in half, gritting his teeth and letting out a voice filled with anger. Zhang Zhong, who was participating in the meeting remotely from Xinxinqing, was also incredibly furious, his eyes cold, and he instinctively glanced at his deputy, Long Mike, sitting beside him. Long Mike was now lowering his head, feeling cold all over, cursing the so-called umbrella corporation with all the vicious language and dirty words he knew. If it weren't for the fact that he came from a different world from the bioweapon crisis, and if he hadn't already shown his loyalty and worked hard, he was sure that even though he had been getting along very well with Zhang Zhong for over a year at this moment, he would have been decisively cut down by him, and most likely, Zhang Zhong would have done himself. Don't be fooled by this old man's usually refined demeanor and constant smile. He had heard about all the countries in this world before, especially the American country, having been duped by Zhang Zhong's seemingly harmless, gentle expression in his mouth, to the point where the American government even established a research lab specifically for him, with a level so high that it reported directly to the president. He couldn't believe that Zhang Zhong was some great benefactor. Oh no, it seems there was a type of punishment in their history called Ling Qi and Wooden Donkey. Damn it, I can't think any further. Zhang Zhong noticed Long Mike was sweating coldly and realized he might have scared him, instantly restoring his smile, but this expression made Long Mike even more afraid, thinking he was definitely in for it. It was fortunate that he was working in Xinxinqing. If he were transferred to the capital for the meeting like Xiong Yashan, would he be torn apart on the spot because of his ancestors' connection to the Americans? At the conference, Xiong Yashan appeared to be extremely angry along with everyone else, but inside he was overjoyed. He estimated that after this incident, no matter which world they went to in the future, the people of Eagle Sauce would probably not be able to come back. They could only let themselves fend for themselves. After all, the hatred this time was too great. Fortunately, in any world, our Bear Nation, no, it's Bear Clan, only plays with fists, doesn't use brains, and especially dislikes using viruses as a despicable means. ISNT Big Ivan Great, ISNT the Mushroom Cloud Beautiful. Thinking of this, Xiong Yashan increased the force of his table pounding and stated that if General Li could take people through time in the future, he would personally lead the Bear Clan troops to pay tribute to the brothers and sisters of the homeland in the biochemical world by taking down a few Eagle Sauce nations. He specifically emphasized that the homeland he referred to was the Dragon Nation, not the Bear Nation. Upon seeing this, Long Mike quickly expressed his position. His more than 2,000 soldiers from the original Eagle Sauce Nation, now Western warriors, were willing to take the lead. At that time, regardless of gender or age, anyone born from an Eagle Sauce egg would be crushed to pieces. The Eagle Sauce earthworms would be dried first and then ground into powder and mixed with cement to build a monument to avenge their brothers and sisters. That's enough. Old Mike, don't be nervous and don't worry. You are now one of our ethnic minorities. We want to put the hatred on our own people. We are clear on that. The elder comforted, noticing Long Mike's trembling body and nervous expression in the video. Long Mike sighed with relief, since the elder had spoken. Zhang Zhong shouldn't be preparing any trouble for him, right? You should be safe now, right? Once everyone calmed down a bit, LiRulong continued, introducing the technology and materials copied from Fuxi. The military felt that these technologies were quite useful to them, especially the tactical analysis system, which could practically predict the enemy's moves. Finally, when they heard that the blue star of the biochemical world was completely destroyed, everything had turned into what was referred to as the concept of the Black Death Annihilation Star, their hearts felt a little better. But when LiRulong mentioned that due to the influence of the Black Death Annihilation Star, they had lost 224 days and that there were less than 132 days left until the next apocalypse, their hearts sank again. If it weren't for the fact that the entire Dragon Star had optimized its physical condition and restored youth, this drastic emotional roller coaster would definitely have sent a few people to the hospital. Grandpa, during my absence, I wonder what stage Dragon Star is currently preparing for? LiRulong looked at the elder, who signaled for each department to report. LiRulong, the military integration work has been completed, and your guard troops have also been established. There are now 18 million guard troops responsible for the defense of the Star Ring. The Dragon Star Space Navy has 260 million people, expected to be divided into 5 fleets. The first fleet, confirmed as the main fleet, has 80 million people, while the other 4 fleets each have 45 million. The orbital airborne troops are divided into assault airborne troops and technical airborne troops. The assault airborne troops consist of former prisoners of war, totaling 14 million, while the technical airborne troops consist of Bear Clan brothers, totaling 32 million. An additional 28 million Bear Clan members have joined other positions in the Navy, and the orbital airborne troops will be evenly distributed among the 5 fleets. The former commander of the Dragon Nation Navy, Admiral Wang Ren, who has now been promoted to the Commander-in-Chief of the Space Navy, began to introduce things to LiRulong. His current deputy is the former Army Commander Liu Rennie and the former Army Chief of Staff Shan Yaoyang. The former Air Force commander has been reassigned as the overall commander of space fighter operations and commander of the Second Fleet, with his deputy being Zhang Peng's close friend Xiong Nuafu. The former Rocket Army commander, Admiral He Ping, has been reassigned as the commander of the Third Fleet and director of the Navy Operations Room. The commander of the Fourth Fleet is the former commander of the East Sea Fleet, Admiral Yu, and the commander of the Fifth Fleet is the former commander of the South Sea Fleet, Admiral Su. As for the commander of the First Fleet, it has remained vacant, but everyone knows that this position has been reserved for LiRulong. After all, the primary task of the First Fleet is to garrison Dragon Star. In terms of allocation, the Navy still has the advantage. As I said before, regardless of whether it's space flying or sea floating, as long as it's a warship, it should be the Navy's responsibility. The captains of the warships in each fleet will be selected from all the outstanding talents in the military who have completed the latest space battle training course and passed the simulation exam. It's worth mentioning that the young people who enjoy playing games have benefited this time. However, despite the number of people, the number of warships is still insufficient. Currently, there are only 8 large main battleships, 3 interstellar aircraft carriers, and 60 cruisers. When Commander Wang mentioned this, he instinctively touched his nose. He couldn't help it. The raw materials weren't enough, and LiRulong had been away for over half a year. Even this was considered to have exhausted all usable resources. Moreover, this was our own shipbuilding standard. If we compared it to the alien warship standard you brought back in previous years, our battleship, which is 100 meters long and 430 meters wide, would be considered a support ship over there, not to mention the cruisers that are only over 600 meters long, which wouldn't even be classified as patrol ships there. Commander Wang said, a bit awkwardly, and then continued with some pride in his voice. But our weapons are powerful, like the interstellar torpedoes, which are equipped on every warship, not to mention the 200 caliber electromagnetic cannons and neutron beam generators, along with numerous electromagnetic and laser cannons. Equipped with a 1-gram energy crystal and a dedicated power supply system for warships. As long as the gun barrels can handle it, we can keep firing. After Commander Wang finished his introduction, other departments also began to report in turn. For example, the weapons and defense systems of the Star Ring have all been completed, and testing and internal decoration are ongoing simultaneously. The Naval Military Port and Research Starport among the 4 major starports have also been put into use, and the remaining 2 civilian starports are nearing completion. If needed, they could be allocated to the Navy for shipbuilding. The physical condition of the residents of Dragon Star has stabilized, with no reported cases of colds, fevers, or other illnesses for nearly 8 months. Moreover, those 14 million second-class citizen prisoners of war, seeing others regain their youth and reportedly gaining over 50 years of lifespan, are also eagerly awaiting the arrival of military honors. The construction of the refining factory on Ceres has begun, but due to the large area, exploration has not yet been completed. However, the resources there are beyond what Dragon Star can compete with, especially special metals. If the collection progress can keep up, the Navy can build as many warships as they want. In short, everything on Dragon Star is moving in a positive direction, but LiRulong always felt a bit uneasy. Brother Tom, are the measures taken by Dragon Star now sufficient to deal with the next crisis? I don't know. After all, what comes is random. And I can't predict it, but it's certain that what comes this time is stronger than last time. LiRulong, do you think we can cope with the next apocalypse? Grandpa, I don't know. After all, what comes is random, and I can't predict it. But it's certain that what comes this time is stronger than last time. When the elder asked, LiRulong could only repeat the answer given by the system. After some thought, LiRulong felt that what was most lacking now was still warships and armaments. Commander Wong, how long does it take to build a main battleship? We are using modular construction for this. If we temporarily lend the civilian starport to the Navy for shipbuilding, under the condition that materials are sufficient, we can start building 12 battleships or 30 cruisers within a month and a half. Aircraft carriers can be built at a rate of 8 within 2 months. With the supporting fighter jets produced by the ground aircraft manufacturing plants, and we can produce as many as needed. However, the key materials are insufficient, though we do have a lot of weapon modules. The military factories have kept production lines running for their KPIs. So as long as the main body of the warship is completed, any weapon module can be immediately installed on the ship. After hearing this, LiRulong calculated in his mind. There are 132 days until the apocalypse, reserving 12 days for the adjustment period, leaving us with 4 months, which translates to 24 battleships or 60 cruisers and 16 interstellar aircraft carriers. With this in mind, he began to propose to the elder, Grandpa, how about this? In the remaining time, I will go to Ceres to oversee operations and personally select the necessary materials to bring back. I work quickly, and we can hurry up and construct the warships, making as many as possible. What do you think? LiRulong, I will also provide the research starport to the military. We don't need to build any research ships right now. Before the elder could respond, Dean Huang spoke up first. All right, then it's hard work for you. Be sure to pay attention to safety. All 4 starports will be provided to the military, and all materials and supplies will be tilted towards the military starting now. The elder made the final decision, and the remaining details were just minor matters. After the meeting, LiRulong was sent home by the elder, where his beloved wives were still waiting for him. He would stay home for the night and prepare to go to Ceres for work in the morning. After greeting everyone, he flew directly towards home, while the elder and others sighed as they watched LiRulong fly away. He, who had always been idle, took on the most exhausting work for the safety of Longxing. Meanwhile, in welcoming New City, the citizens who had previously come from the wandering world had already been relocated to various places to shine and thrive. Only Zhang Zhong and Zhang Jitao, who were originally waiting to welcome LiRulong and the new compatriots, remained. Zhang Jitao, who hadn't participated in the meeting earlier, flew back home as soon as she learned that LiRulong was back. The people in the meeting room returned to their respective posts, and since they hadn't received any people this time, some things needed to be restated. Only Zhang Zhong and Long Make remained in the meeting room, with Zhang Zhong drinking pu'er tea and Long Make drinking buckwheat tea, which he felt was more bitter than usual today. Old Make, you heard what Rulong said in the meeting just now. A tiny virus could take the lives of the whole world. We have to be cautious, don't you think? Yes, you're right. Zhang Zhong broke the silence first, and Long Make quickly responded. Although the outbreak of this virus on Longxing is unrealistic, other viruses might still be a possibility, right? Yes, you're right. All right then, go and count the 12, 592, 514, 463 people who came with you. See how many had colds when they arrived and how many had a body temperature above 37. 5 degrees. Make it detailed. This task is quite arduous, but I believe you can complete it. What do you think? Yes, that sounds good. Huh? Commander Zhang, it seems there are no viruses after the elevation of Longxing. I know, but supporting us on Longxing has already been quite challenging. We also need to share the burden for our home planet. Hurry up. I want a handwritten report within a week. Long Make was distressed, realizing that Zhang Zhong still wanted to vent his frustrations. When LiRulong arrived home, he found that Yang Ling and the others had already returned, including Zhang Jitao, who had hurried back from welcoming New City. They had prepared a sumptuous dinner, reportedly with each person making a dish, totaling 13 dishes. The meal was colorful, fragrant, and tasty, of course, including some unknown dark cuisine. However, after wrapping his tongue with a biological force field, LiRulong still enjoyed the meal quite a bit. At the dinner table, LiRulong informed them that he would start going to Ceres for work the next day and would be very busy for the next few months, possibly not returning. His girlfriends showed reluctant expressions but understood that what their man was doing concerned the future of Longxing and human civilization. Being obedient, they did not throw tantrums. However, that night, LiRulong did not rest for even a second, busying himself with work. The next morning, while they were still asleep, LiRulong changed his clothes. strapped on the Oma box, and flew straight to Ceres. Below, 13 pairs of beautiful eyes held back tears as they watched him leave. After flying for 3 hours, he finally arrived at Ceres, where a small starport had already been built. Since Ceres itself is an asteroid, there is no atmosphere. The starport is constructed like a space elevator, directly towering on the surface of the planet. Docked at the starport were a battleship and a cruiser, surrounded by more than a dozen large engineering ships, making trips to unload cargo. At this moment, Longxing's latest J-60, codenamed Mad Dragon, flew over and accompanied LiRulong. The lead pilot was Zhang Peng, who had now been promoted to Major General, and his wingman was Colonel Liu Peiqiang. They both belonged to the 2nd Fleet Command, with Zhang Peng serving as the flight squadron leader of the 2nd Fleet, whose superior was his good friend, Lieutenant General Xiong Nofu, which was also the reason he was transferred to the 2nd Fleet. The 2nd Fleet is stationed at Ceres, although it is stationed. There are no enemies in the entire solar system, and they usually either mine or focus on space combat training. This morning, upon receiving notification from headquarters, Zhang Peng took the initiative to lead Liu Peiqiang to wait outside the defense perimeter of the 2nd Fleet for LiRulong's arrival. Inside the aircraft, Zhang Peng saluted LiRulong, waved with a smile, and began guiding him towards the battleship's hangar, to which LiRulong also waved back. After flying into the hangar, he directly entered the pressurized chamber. After a minute, the hatch opened, and waiting for him outside were Major General Xiang Yuri, the commander of the 2nd Fleet, and Major General Ho Zhun, the chief of staff and captain of the battleship, along with a group of senior officers. LiRulong, we've been waiting for you. Welcome to the 2nd Fleet. Come, I've arranged a room for you. You should rest first. Commander Xiang Yuri saluted him and warmly took his hand, smiling as he spoke. General Li, it's a great honor to see you again. You should rest first. I'll drink with you tonight. I have 30-year-old Nolinshin that Zhang Peng brought me. Xiong Nofu excitedly added beside him, noting that this person was a great benefactor to their entire Xiong clan. And after 2 years of being influenced, he was well aware of LiRulong's status on Longxing. Thus, he was willing to bring the secretly smuggled wine into space to bridge their relationship. Uncle Xiong, Uncle Ho Nuofu, it's been a long time. I didn't fly far to get here, so I'm not tired. Let us get to work. After LiRulong returned their greetings, he smiled and said, All right, your lazy demeanor has changed quite a bit. Let us head straight to the conference room. This morning, headquarters sent over a new list of required items, and we are also hastening our investigation. However, the scope is too wide, and we've also received news about your situation in that biochemical world. Major General Ho Zhun shook his head and patted his shoulder, sighing when mentioning the biochemical world. After the senior officers of the fleet learned about what happened over there this morning, they wished they could directly command the 2nd Fleet to fire a few shots over there, but unfortunately, they could not go. It's okay, Uncle Ho. I'm helping them with the transference. A group of people chatted as they arrived at the bridge, took out the prepared materials, and uploaded them to his wristband. They emphasized the urgently needed, essential, and scarce supplies, as well as the ranges of the asteroid belt they had already surveyed, allowing him to manage it himself. In short, the more, the better. LiRulong reviewed the materials and then chatted with them for a bit. From Xiang Yoli, he learned that the elders had held another meeting last night to deploy and modify the shipbuilding progress and plans. They decided to build the main body of the warships inside the starport, then use engineering ships to drag the main body out, freeing up the shipyard to continue constructing another main hull. Meanwhile, the installation of various modules and painting would all take place in space outside the star ring, pulled by other ships with steel cables to avoid being drawn in by Longxing's gravity. The advantage of this method is that the time required for the shipyard to build a battleship is only 20 days, and for the installation of the entire warship's modules, there are as many space drones and robots as needed. By then, Longxing warships could be built like dumplings, with no less than 100 battleships and no less than 250 cruisers, and even a few large interstellar carriers for a sizable interstellar fleet, which would have a certain level of combat capability. LiRulong admired the elders' decision-making. This national characteristic is applicable in any parallel world and is probably a branch characteristic of infrastructure mania. LiRulong instructed Xiang Yoli and the others to prepare the refining factory, withdrawing all engineering ships, robots, and drones back to Ceres, and fully engaging in the refining work. He would personally collect the materials and ores, then pack them into the Oma boxes to bring back. Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. After refining a batch of ores, transport ships would carry them back to the star ring in batches, achieving a seamless connection. After bidding farewell to them, LiRulong flew to the already surveyed asteroid belt, starting to smash the target asteroids with punches and kicks while continuously sucking the crushed minerals into the open OMA box. After a busy day, he brought back nearly 80,000 tons of various ores. Of course, there wouldn't be that much after refining, but his work alone was equivalent to a day's output from a large iron mine in Longhua. Moreover, because he was simultaneously exploring faster and more convenient methods on the first day, he hadn't fully unleashed his capabilities yet. Starting tomorrow, the speed would only increase. After eating something, he went to the refining factory and used his thermal ray ability to help melt the ores. Now he could be considered a fully qualified workhorse. In the following days, LiRulong hardly slept. Aside from taking a second to shower, a second to eat, and 30 minutes to go to the bathroom and smoke, he was on the path of collecting ores and helping refine materials as a laborer. Each time, 4 space fighters accompanied him, training while also being able to take his filled OMA boxes back to Ceres, empty them, and bring them back again. Not to mention, he discovered a shortcut for collecting ores. He stuffed all the appropriately sized asteroids he encountered into the OMA boxes, and due to the characteristics of the OMA boxes, he discarded all the useless rubble and ice, leaving only the raw ores. Although they couldn't be refined directly, it saved a lot of time. This discovery further strengthened LiRulong's resolve to help Longxing build a super fleet suitable for long voyages. Didn't the commander say that the cosmic civilization he visited back in the day might be for upgrading and gaining experience? It was time to go again. Especially the OMA civilization. With such high usage of OMA boxes and technology, he always felt that those OMA plant-like beings who looked like chrysanthemums had played him, their savior. They surely still had good things left undiscovered. It seems that the cosmic pirate Straw Hat Li would have to go online again. And he wouldn't disguise himself as a savior this time. He would treat them all as NPCs and go for a direct and bold approach. Also, those cosmic civilizations that had put out a bounty on him, he had initially wanted to keep a low profile, so he avoided them. This time, he wouldn't pretend anymore. He would go straight to the point and invite them to join the Interstellar Trade Organization, IKEO, advocating for free trade, with Longxing setting the rules and calculating the exchange rates. Membership fees would also have to be paid to Longxing, stripping them of their resources and using their blood and tears to strengthen Longxing. Thinking of this, LiRulong suddenly put his hands on his waist and laughed sinisterly. In the dark expanse of space, his laughter was exceptionally eerie. "Master, what's wrong with General Li? Why does he look so creepy laughing like that?" Lu Peiqiang happened to be next to LiRulong and felt scared seeing him laugh silently in space. "I don't know. It definitely doesn't seem like a good thing." "Peiqiang, you haven't offended him recently, have you?" "No, absolutely not. I wouldn't dare. Duo reminds me every day not to let General Li worry, to have some insight." "Old Zhang, do you think there are any dirty things in the universe?" "Old you, what are you talking about?" "I think General Li's smile is pretty similar to my wife's when she smiles like that. I usually end up having bad luck. Now that General Li is laughing like that, I wonder who will be unlucky." Today, Zhang Peng's flight squad happened to be accompanying LiRulong. Seeing his current performance, a few of them started speculating wildly in the communication channel, and someone guessed correctly. However, the number of those who would be unlucky was not small. LiRulong heard their conversation, but didn't pay much attention. Anyway, he had temporarily found a short-term goal for the future, so he would push harder. LiRulong suddenly accelerated again, and when he encountered asteroids that wouldn't fit into the OMA boxes, he directly smashed them and then tightened the OMA boxes, becoming even more frantic, with his speed significantly increasing. "Peiqiang, do you think when we get back, we should find a standing committee to show General Li? I'm a bit scared of him like this." "Master, I know a famous Taoist priest named Daoist Iku. Let us invite him." LiRulong's madness also boosted the enthusiasm and positivity of the engineers and soldiers at the Ceres base and the Star Ring shipyard. Previously, the engineers and drones were building warships, but after hearing that General Li was compressing his bathroom and smoking time to 30 minutes to gather materials for them, soldiers of all types stationed in the Star Ring would put on their space-powered battlesuits and rush to the starport to help whenever they had time. Even if they couldn't do much, they could at least lift some things. Every 2 hours, 5 transport ships would return to the Star Ring, unloading refined ores and materials, quickly conducting maintenance, then swapping out pilots and crew, immediately setting off back to Ceres, which benefited from using energy crystals as power sources. Otherwise, refueling the massive transport ships, nearly 1 kilometer long, 600 meters wide, and 450 meters high, would take an unimaginable amount of time. Finally, after 120 days, Only 12 days remained to allocate crew members, form fleets, and make final strategic deployments. LiRulong returned to the Star Ring base with the Second Fleet 10 days ahead of schedule. The engineering ships and transport ships stationed at Ceres also brought back all personnel to Longxing, as no one knew when the next natural disaster would strike Ceres. So they couldn't leave personnel there. My goodness, do we have this many warships? Damn it, we can't mix battleships and aircraft carriers. But we should at least get a few dozen cruisers for our former army, right? Haha, do you think our former Air Force is just air? Why can't we build a type of warship that can launch destructive weapons at the push of a button? We can do without small guns and cannons. We just want a kind that gets bigger and thicker, where one shot equals 100. Then my rocket forces can be the big boss again. As the fleet approached the Star Ring, hundreds of space warships were neatly lined up in the outer space surrounding the Star Ring. The officers on the bridge, looking out the portholes, were simultaneously shocked and excited, erupting in cheers. With so many warships, they all thought about how they could become a captain, especially the former Navy officers on the bridge, who provocatively looked at the former Army and Air Force personnel in identical white uniforms, as well as the few Rocket Force officers. Zhang, feeling frustrated, upset. If it weren't for your insistence on free flight back then, at least one of those warships would be yours now. The fleet's deputy commander, Xiong Nuafu, elbowed Zhang Peng, who was staring wide-eyed at the rows of warships outside. Suddenly nudged, Zhang Peng glared at Xiong Nuafu. What was that for? You owe me, and where was I in my counting? I just want to know if you're envious or not. Envious? Envious of what? Flying a fighter jet is so free. I'm not envious at all. Really? Then wipe the drool off your mouth. It's dripping down to the deck, and I'll make you lick it all up. Hearing this, Zhang Peng quickly wiped the saliva that had dribbled down to his chin and shot a glare at the grinning Xiong Nuafu. Stop showing off. If it weren't for me and my good relationship with Rulong, could your close combat IQ even make you deputy commander? After finishing that, he turned back to continue counting the warships, determined this time. Even if someone nudged him or poked him, he would finish counting before arguing with them. The fleet began to split up, the flagship prepared for docking procedures, while other warships would remain in orbit, waiting for orders. Peiqiang, guess how many warships are out there now? Back in the hangar. Zhang Peng loudly addressed Liu Peiqiang and a group of pilots and maintenance crew, his voice loud enough to ensure everyone noticed him. 176 battleships, 396 cruisers, 38 interstellar aircraft carriers, and 1 special ship, a total of 551 ships. Plus, our second fleet has 1 battleship, 1 interstellar aircraft carrier, and 12 cruisers, making a total of 625 warships. Liu Peiqiang quickly reported the numbers to Zhang Peng, who stared at him in disbelief. He had wanted to show off to everyone, but ended up failing miserably. Liu Peiqiang noticed Zhang Peng's awkward expression, grabbed his shoulders, turned him around, and pointed at the large display screen above the hangar. Master, the Xinyuan combat system has reported all the data. Didn't you see? Of course I saw. I just didn't expect the hangar and bridge data to sync up so quickly. That is why I came to tell you all. Zhang Peng awkwardly looked at the display screen above, which detailed the number and types of warships. He cursed himself for counting so many times, worried he might mess up and embarrass himself. Oh, Master, you didn't use your hands on the bridge, did you? Stand at attention. Organize your military appearance. Prepare to disembark. Before Liu Peiqiang could finish his skeptical comment, Zhang Peng suddenly shouted, and the pilots in the hangar quickly formed ranks, tidying their military uniforms and bags. The pilots listened to Zhang Peng, but the maintenance crew nearby didn't have to. They caught the meaning and started laughing loudly at Zhang Peng, some even slapping their thighs and holding their stomachs. Zhang Peng blushed and suppressed his anger, starting to think about how to make Liu Peiqiang, that little brat, uncomfortable when he saw Duo back at the base. They stood for over 10 minutes before LiRulong arrived with Xiong Nuafu and a group of officers at the hangar. They would leave from the battleship. Meanwhile, Commander Xiang Yoli and his team needed to hand over all training data before leaving their posts. Old Zhang, what happened to your face? What were you looking at? Why is it so red? If I were you, I'd hurry up and find a wife. Look at me. I have 13. LiRulong walked up to Zhang Peng and noticed his unusually red face, also seeing him biting his lip. Not understanding the situation, he teased him a bit since they were familiar with each other. Zhang Peng ignored him but thought to himself, women only affect my speed in flying. Besides, not everyone is like you, with a steel waist and copper kidney alloy. If I had that ability, I'd dare to find 130. At this moment, the hangar and starport passage had completed docking, and the gravity system inside the battleship synchronized with that of the starport. Everyone felt their bodies sink slightly before quickly straightening up to adapt to the change in gravity. The hatch opened, and LiRulong led the way inside, with others following closely behind. They arrived at the personnel entry hall inside the Star Ring, filled with soldiers who were busy or waiting to board ships or receive other orders. Many were taking pictures outside through the starport's huge glass windows, capturing images of the warship fleet. After all, there were no hostile forces. They weren't afraid of leaking military intelligence, so they could show off to family and friends. If they could earn military merit in space, they'd change the family crest and patterns in the family tree to stars and see who would dare to disagree. This was LiRulong's first time at the Star Ring base. When he went to the bioworld, the structure was still being built. Many of the large modules on the ground were ones he personally carried up, and by the time he returned, it was already in use. Even the closest small residential area to the starport was fully renovated, and many military families had already settled in. He curiously looked around this largest project in human history, noting the very human-centric design and cleanliness, with sunlight-like lights adjusting in brightness with the Earth's rotation. Green plants and vending machines stocked with various food items were visible everywhere. He had seen news reports about their self-built space station, noting not only its size, but also that they could grow flowers, eat dumplings, and enjoy northeastern stews, something those cramped foreign space stations couldn't compare to. It turned out to be true. General, please show your credentials. While LiRulong was admiring the space station's decoration and layout, a familiar but emotionless voice came from behind him. He quickly turned around to see his old subordinate, Captain Jia, dressed in a crisp black military uniform, with a white weapon belt, a white multifunctional tactical helmet, and red shoulder epaulets. Captain Jia looked expressionless, with several soldiers in similar uniforms but different ranks standing excitedly behind him. Unlike before, Captain Jia didn't tease LiRulong as he usually did upon seeing him. "Oh, old Jia, long time no see. Have you been transferred to work at the Star Ring?" Seeing his old subordinate and friend, LiRulong happily patted his shoulder. "General, please be mindful of your behavior and show your credentials immediately, or I will record your actions." Captain Jia had no reaction to LiRulong's behavior. He merely emphasized a point before preparing to take out his small notebook that he carried with him. "What's wrong with you? What are you recording?" LiRulong was puzzled and looked back at the others who had left the ship with him. He found that the group that had been joking and laughing earlier, regardless of their nationality or rank, was now standing straight and at attention behind him. Even Xiong Nuafu, who had never been in the habit of fastening his collar button or wearing his military cap, had somehow managed to fasten the button and put on the cap properly, looking serious and staring straight ahead, like a soldier being reviewed. Zhang Peng, a fellow Northeasterner, noticed LiRulong's confusion and stepped forward with standard military steps to help him out. "Report. General Li just returned and doesn't know the rules. Please don't record." Zhang Peng's good intentions earned him a calm response from Captain Jia. "Major General, did I ask you?" Zhang Peng immediately replied, "No." Then, under LiRulong's puzzled gaze, he turned around and returned to his previous position, standing at attention. "Generally, I remind you again, beep, beep, beep." Suddenly, the pad on Captain Jia's body beeped. He pressed a button, then tucked away his notebook and pen, turning to salute a soldier behind him to complete the handover. After finishing the handover, he took off his white tactical helmet and turned back to face LiRulong, his expression no longer serious but somewhat helpless and filled with resentment. The soldiers who took over saluted LiRulong and his group before turning around and leaving, as if nothing had happened. "Damn, just a few minutes away, and I could have torn up your ticket." "You're lucky," Captain Jia said with a look of regret. Seeing the soldiers walk away, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. Xiong Nuafu hurriedly unfastened his collar button, took off his military cap to fan himself, and started gasping for air, muttering that he was suffocating. "What kind of act is this?" LiRulong looked at Captain Jia and Zhang Peng with a puzzled expression. "Didn't you hear what Captain Jia said? You're lucky. You just happened to catch him during his shift change. Otherwise, not just you, but probably all of us would have been in trouble," Zhang Peng said, rubbing his leg. Earlier, when he stepped forward, Captain Jia's sudden appearance had caused his leg to tense up and feel strained. "Old Jia, aren't you going to explain this to me?" "Explain what?" "It's all your fault. You were carefree on the ground, leaving everything to Vice Commander Ma in the guard unit. You didn't even know he found out that I was the one who used to do your dirty work. He came to me and said, 'You're Rulong's person or his confidant, so I'll transfer you to a position with more responsibilities and authority, promote you a rank, and let you manage the entire Star Ring military base. How about it?' I thought, sure, this is a good deal. Only a fool wouldn't accept it. I agreed right away, and the next day, when the appointment came down, I was stunned. They transferred me to the inspection unit. I used to do your dirty work in secret, At least I wouldn't be under the scrutiny of others. But now it's all out in the open. Look at my ears. Not a day goes by without someone whispering behind my back. When I retire, I have to take my whole family to find a deserted island to live on. Captain Jia vented his complaints to LiRulong, finally finding someone to express his pent-up frustrations to. LiRulong looked at the burly man towering at nearly 2 meters tall, now resembling a discarded little wife with a pitiful expression, and couldn't help but chuckle. The others, seeing Captain Jia's constipated expression and recalling the previous scenes of being punished by him, all burst into laughter, especially Xiong Nuafu, whose home country also had similar inspection units. But they would usually turn a blind eye when they saw someone with a higher rank. Unlike now, where even minor infractions of military discipline or appearance would lead to penalties and recitations of regulations, with harsher cases ending up in solitary confinement. He and his kin had been punished the most, almost always caught red-handed, with each of them able to produce a half bottle of contraband liquor from their belongings. Even if they encountered the inspection soldiers from their own race, they wouldn't receive any special treatment. They would still be made to stand in a crowded place and recite the regulations aimed at humiliating them. So when he saw Captain Jia and the others earlier, he instinctively straightened his military appearance and stood at attention, but the bottle of 30-year-old liquor he had hidden would likely be lost now, which pained him greatly. He wished he had downed it before leaving the ship. Fortunately, Captain Jia was off duty, and thankfully, the inspectors who followed him showed LiRulong some respect, allowing him and the liquor to escape disaster. LiRulong took in everyone's expressions and casually asked Captain Jia, "Old Jia, I really didn't know you were doing inspections now. And they've all been punished by you?" "Yeah, basically everyone has been punished, including Commander Xiang Yoli. I've offended pretty much everyone, but there's nothing I can do. It's my duty. What is there to smile about? Especially you, Nuafu. Do you dare to open your bag for me to take a look?" Captain Jia whispered, and upon seeing the tallest and most robust Xiong Nuafu in the crowd laughing the hardest, he instantly became unhappy. He knew these bear people always carried two things: guns and liquor. It was said that each ethnic group had its own characteristics, and the bear people especially became more ferocious the more they drank. So, the punishment standards were lowered. They would just stand and recite the regulations. Moreover, the military would gradually relax some rules in the future, given the significant differences between the small area of Longxing and the vast universe. When the bear people heard Captain Jia call out Xiong Nuafu's name, instead of quieting down, they laughed even harder. After all, with LiRulong around, they had no reason to be afraid. They could be arrogant for a little while longer. "Old Jia, how about I talk to Uncle Ma and get you transferred back?" LiRulong thought for a moment and felt that a position would indeed suit him, and he would definitely be willing to take it. "Transferred back. The previous unit has been disbanded. Are you going to have me guard your front door? Stop talking nonsense. Just say whether you want to do it or not. I guarantee it fits your character. Dirty, fierce, and can kill." "What job is dirty, fierce, and can kill?" "The cooking team?" After hearing LiRulong's words, Captain Jia immediately thought of the only unit that fit all three criteria. Longxing's strongest unit, the cooking team. Those cooks were truly formidable. At his height of nearly 2 meters, he would only be considered a child among them. They dealt with blood every day and didn't mind getting dirty. No matter what kind of battlefield, what kind of weather or environment, even under a hail of bullets or flying missiles, they would still cook and chop as usual. If they encountered an enemy who was careless enough to damage their pots and utensils, that enemy would likely end up on the dinner table. LiRulong rolled his eyes. In his view, old Jia had become more undisciplined over the past year. "Pirates, interstellar ones, are you in or not? Don't make it too obvious." He stood next to Captain Jia and spoke in a voice only they could hear. "Huh? What are you talking about? Somalia is gone. Is this even legal?" Captain Jia stared wide-eyed and quietly asked, "You're really lacking in taste. The bigger the land, the bolder the people. Interstellar pirates, specifically going to rob aliens. Let us be straightforward. Sure, going with LiRulong is definitely a good thing. If I don't take this good job, how many bottles of 30-year-old counterfeit liquor from Zhangpeng will I have to drink?" Yeah. Determined, he nodded furiously at LiRulong, fearing that if he was slow, he would miss out. LiRulong patted his shoulder and walked straight towards the command center, while Captain Jia, with a fawning expression, helped carry the backpack containing the Omar box, eagerly following behind him. The others, seeing the situation, were a bit confused and didn't understand why Captain Jia, who had just looked like a resentful woman, suddenly transformed into a dutiful little wife. Had the two rekindled their romance? Others might be puzzled. But after living with LiRulong in the wandering world for a year, Zhang Peng, who was full of cunning, instantly narrowed his eyes. Ignoring the pain in his stretched leg, he poked Liu Peiqiang, who was still trying hard to uncover the truth, and whispered, "Stop thinking about it. Even if your CPU starts smoking, you won't guess it. Let me tell you, Captain Jia definitely got some real benefits. We should hurry and catch up." After saying that, without caring whether Liu Peiqiang understood or not, he picked up his bag and quickly limped towards the direction LiRulong was leaving. Liu Peiqiang adjusted his sunglasses and followed him, walking alongside him before asking, "Master, how did you know? I could say you should think more often, but you were so focused on duo before, and now you just want to switch planes every day in a different world. Let me tell you, if Rulong can turn Captain Jia from a resentful woman into a good girl, he definitely offered her something she couldn't refuse. Think about it. Does she lack money? Does she lack status? No, what she lacks is people and work that recognize her. So what is her personality? Dirty, and she can't tolerate any dirt in her eyes. She's the type who would eliminate all the weeds and burn the field. So my analysis is that Rulong definitely arranged a big job for her, a huge one." Zhang Peng analyzed thoroughly like a little grim reaper, feeling that he had seen through everything. "Well, I think you're right. Let's hurry and catch up with General Li." While Zhang Peng was waiting for Liu Peiqiang to acknowledge his cleverness and recognize his master's brilliance, a hearty voice of affirmation suddenly came from his side. Zhang Peng was startled, turned around, and saw Xiong Nuafu walking slowly beside him, carrying a large bag and crossing his arms with a frown as if analyzing what he had just said. "What the hell are you doing? You scared me. Wait, we're not on the same route. We're off duty. Aren't you supposed to report to the officer?" Zhang Peng had a dark expression. He was afraid of too many people causing trouble, and now Xiong Nuafu had come along. "Zhang, I saw you limping and wanted to help you. And then I heard what you said. Didn't you always tell me we're brothers and should stick together? Can you first tell me when you grew a brain? Haha, maybe it's because I've been around you guys for too long. Come on, Peiqiang, help him carry the bag. Let us go." After finishing, Xiong Nuafu tossed Zhang Peng's bag to Liu Peiqiang. Then in front of everyone, he directly picked up Zhang Peng in a princess carry and, with a still bewildered Liu Peiqiang, ran to catch up with LiRulong, who was about to enter the elevator. At the elevator door, everyone saw it was LiRulong and quickly made way for him. After all, with 100 elevators, they couldn't crowd General Li. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a big hand reached in, and the doors reopened to reveal Xiong Nuafu, holding a face covering Zhang Peng and Liu Peiqiang, who was carrying 2 military bags about half his height, entering the elevator. "Zhang Peng, Xiong Nuafu, everyone knows you two are good buddies. But can you carry a few people? Zhang, isn't this what you keep saying about life being beautiful? No way. I must tear a strip for you two." LiRulong and Captain Jia, seeing the three enter, were confused about what they were doing, but as the head of the patrol, Captain Jia was the first to get angry. He dared to play princess carry in front of him? No, it was a bear hug. This was clearly a provocation. Looking down on him, but having memorized the regulations and all punishment standards, he couldn't find any punishment for this behavior. If it were free love, the military wouldn't care whether it was a man with a woman with a man, or a woman with a woman, as long as it was legal. This behavior of these two could at most warn a warning, with little force behind it. So he decided to ignore it, quickly wrote a warning, and handed it to the three. Xiong Nuafu set down Zhang Peng, who didn't even get a chance to explain before receiving the notice. While Liu Peiqiang looked completely bewildered, thinking, "What does this have to do with me? Why am I getting a notice? Wait, Captain Zhao, what did I do wrong? I didn't join them. Who told you to wear sunglasses?" After laughing for a while, LiRulong started to help the three out of their predicament. "Forget it, old Jia. Can't you see old Zhang has a leg injury? Nuafu is probably helping him, and Peiqiang is a pilot. Wearing sunglasses is just a habit to protect his eyes. Don't tease them. Yes, humph, you three got lucky this time. Rulong, I know. General Li is speaking for you, but don't let it happen again. Especially you two. You've already separated rooms, so you can't go home for hugs anymore." Since LiRulong spoke for them, Captain Jia had no choice but to tear off the stub, shred it, and put it in his pocket. But the displeased expression still lingered on his face, meaning he would keep an eye on them from now on, so they better be careful. Holding back tears and humiliation, Zhang Peng didn't even dare to look at Captain Jia and said to Rulong, "It's just like you said earlier. Nuafu saw I was injured. So forget it. I've already teared up. Now we're famous. All right, old Zhang, you all have brotherly bonds. Besides, how long has Nuafu been married? How would he like your big belly?" What General Li said, their essay saying in our country, "We've been through the same window and carried guns together." Together sob. Before Xiong Nuafu could finish showing off what he had learned, Liu Peiqiang jumped up and covered his mouth. Not wanting to get another notice for what he was about to say, knowing he would definitely be implicated. Zhang Peng had a dark expression, cursing himself for being so careless to bring Nuofu along. Rulong, it's like this. I heard what you said to Captain Jia earlier. Can you take me and Pei Qiang along? Damn. All right. And Nuofu, he also wants to improve. Before he could finish, Xiong Nuofu kicked his injured leg, and he hurriedly included Nuofu as well. What is up? Are you all going to become space pirates? While LiRulong was still thinking about their previous conversation, which he had covered with a biological force field, making it impossible for anyone to hear, Captain Jia self-destructed first. Huh? Become space pirates? The three exclaimed simultaneously, thinking about how they could gain military merits, but space pirates? Was that even serious? LiRulong shot Captain Jia a glare, and Captain Jia, seeing their expressions, quickly realized and made a mental note to remember them. He would find a chance later. If the regulations weren't memorized 1,000 times, they would stay in the little black room until retirement. Cough, cough, since old Jia has brought it up, then let us consider you three joining. Of course, it depends on your willingness. For now, this is just my idea, but it will most likely be accepted by the seniors. I'll tell you quietly, when I went to space, I formed a space pirate crew. That way, it's justified to transport goods. This was the first time Captain Jia had heard of this, let alone Zhang Peng and the others. Is it true? You have a pirate crew in space? How many people are in your organization? Well, I'm a one-man team. After all, I'm strong, but that won't be the case anymore. Look, we've added 4 more members to our team. Let's have a team celebration tonight. From now on, you will all be my sons. Cough, cough. You will all be squad leaders. Yes, squad leaders. LiRulong almost slipped up, while Zhang Peng and the other 3 felt like they had boarded a pirate ship. Ugh, a pirate ship. It really is a pirate ship, no doubt about it. But this is our secret. Let's keep it quiet for now. Once this apocalypse is over, we'll start implementing it. Zhang Peng and the others could only nod in agreement. If LiRulong says he used to be a cosmic pirate, would they be silenced if they leaked any information? The elevator was rapidly ascending, and Zhang Peng and the others were listening intently to LiRulong's definition of the profession of cosmic pirates and the tasks they would have to undertake in the future. That was my current plan. The specifics would have to wait until this crisis was resolved before we could determine them. However, with just the 5 of us, we wouldn't even be able to handle a medium-sized warship. That won't do. LiRulong gave a rough outline, and for now, he didn't have any specific plans. Just wait and see. As for Zhang Peng and the others, their mindsets varied, each with their own calculations. Zhang Peng wondered if this was reliable, but having already boarded the pirate ship, it was hard to get off, plus there was LiRulong backing them up. Liu Peiqiang, endowed with great strength, was promised the position of squad leader, but he hadn't thought about how to explain this change to Duo, as the career shift was too drastic. Xiong Nuofu was a bit excited. General Li had said that they could control warships and fighters from the sky, and once on the ground, they could wield swords and engage in close combat, and they could also drink at any time. As long as they were hostile aliens, they could be killed at will. This was a military branch tailored for their bear clan. He had already started calculating how to secure more slots for his bear clan brothers, and also to bring along a small portion of the Amit brothers who were integrated in. Captain Jia appeared calm. Anyway, whatever LiRulong asked him to do, he would do. As long as it was dirty enough and not coveted by the living, he didn't care. Ding, the elevator finally reached the command center level, the highest point of the orbital elevator and the most prominent strategic module of the entire star ring. The entire command center covers an area of 8,000 square meters, divided into 12 layers and is circular in shape. Usually, the perimeter of the disk is covered by an ultra-high-density alloy glass that spans all 12 layers, with a strength 10,000 times greater than traditional space-grade quartz glass, capable of withstanding any harmful light and radiation, while also ensuring 100% transparency. Its thickness reaches 3 meters, able to resist direct impacts from meteoroids, and the glass contains nanomolecules that can quickly repair cracks and damages. Even if there is damage, it can be repaired in milliseconds. The outer and inner layers of the glass also have protective armor hidden at the bottom that can quickly rise during wartime to form 2 defensive walls. Of course, like the entire star ring, this place is also wrapped in a photon force field defense shield. With these 3 layers of defense, the command personnel inside are maximally protected. LiRulong and the others arrived at the 8th floor of the command center, which is a place for senior generals to meet and take temporary breaks. The 9th floor is the combat center, the 10th floor is the dispatch center, and the 7th floor below is the cafeteria, gym, and swimming pool. When the elevator doors opened, senior generals from the guard troops and department heads had already been waiting here for a long time, with Vice Commander Ma Jun at the forefront. Upon seeing LiRulong, everyone immediately saluted, and the five of them hurriedly returned the gesture. Vice Commander Ma Jun stepped forward and hugged LiRulong's shoulder. "You rascal, tell me, you're the head here, yet you've never been on duty, leaving everything to me. Do you know how much pressure I'm under?" Mo Yun Motiv. This past year had kept him extremely busy. He had previously only commanded and managed over 100,000 troops, but now he was in charge of a full complement of 18 million soldiers. When he heard this number, he almost ground his teeth to dust. Thanks to the two major artificial intelligence systems, Fuxi and Xianyuan, they had helped him a lot. Fuxi took on part of the daily management and administrative tasks, while Xianyuan helped him with detailed analyses of all strategic deployments and defense work. Of course, the final decision still rested with him. Now that LiRulong was back, he could finally let LiRulong take on some of the responsibilities, giving him time to go home and spend time with his wife and children. By the way, where was the house assigned to him? Everyone entered the meeting room, which was even more lively, apart from the Second Fleet Commander Xiang Yuli, who was still in the process of handing over. The other fleet commanders and senior generals had already gathered. Even the former Minister of Defense, now the current Defense Minister of Longxing, General Xiong, was sitting there with his arms crossed. However, General Xiong looked unhappy, while the others were red-faced and necks bulging, especially the several fleet commanders, whose temples were throbbing like dragon veins, clearly indicating something was amiss. "Uncle Ma, what is going on with these people?" LiRulong quietly asked Vice Commander Ma Jun beside him. "They're in the middle of it, arguing over the distribution of warships. Old Xiong isn't saying anything, and they aren't listening to him either, so he just let them figure it out themselves," Ma Jun replied softly. In any case, the distribution of warships had already been decided without the guard troops, so he was even less inclined to get involved. It was more fun to watch the show. When Defense Minister Xiong saw LiRulong and the others enter, he immediately put on a smile and stepped forward to greet them. "Uncle Xiong, long time no see. I heard you were busy during the previous meeting, so I didn't get to see you. Haha, as long as you remember, we should have a drink together sometime. It's been a while since we last met." The two greeted each other warmly, and then Defense Minister Xiong pulled LiRulong to sit beside him. On the other side, the Supreme Commander of the Cosmic Navy, Wang Ren, also chatted with him, mainly to thank him for helping to secure a large amount of materials. If there hadn't been a time crunch, the materials in the warehouse would have been enough to double the fleet. Seeing three big shots chatting at the head of the table, everyone else lost interest in the squabbling and tactfully returned to their seats, though their unfriendly gazes still shot at each other. Swish, everyone had arrived. Sorry I'm late. After handling military affairs, General Xiang Yuli, along with his Second Fleet personnel, arrived at his seat. "Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting." The others saw another group coming to fight for warships and instantly turned their guns toward the Second Fleet personnel, not even sparing the accompanying secretary. Xiang Yuli scanned their expressions and quickly understood what was going on. It was just about the distribution. He wasn't afraid. After realizing this, he also put on a fierce expression and glared back at Chief of Staff Ho Zhan, who had the same reaction. Bang, bang, bang. Defense Minister Xiong knocked on the table to gather everyone's attention on the three of them, and then began to speak. "Now that everyone is here, let us all settle down. Today we have two matters to discuss. The first is the distribution of warships." At this point, everyone straightened their backs and focused intently on him, waiting for his next proposal. "Ahem, I just spoke with Rulong, and he made a very good suggestion. Since everyone wants warships, let us not divide them up. We'll merge them all into the First Fleet, with Commander Wang in charge of command, and the other fleet commanders assisting to deal with the crisis in 10 days. I think it's great. Instead of distributing the warships, it's better to unite them as one to avoid complaints about favoritism from those who get less. This is the final decision." Defense Minister Xiong made a decision. And what could the other commanders say? The one who laughed last could only be Commander Wang of the First Fleet, as the First Fleet's composition was inherently large, and all existing warships were insufficient to meet the First Fleet's planned quota. Seeing that they had calmed down, Defense Minister Xiong also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he had thought of this plan long ago and had discussed it with Wang Ren, but neither of them wanted to take the blame. Just then, LiRulong arrived, and he genuinely thought about this proposal. As the scapegoat superhero of Longxing, he could continue to take the blame since he had a good physique. LiRulong wasn't foolish. He certainly understood their intentions, but it didn't matter. This was the best decision for now. As for who commanded which warship, you would discuss it with Commander Wang after the meeting and then quickly work on coordinating formations and cooperation. However, remember that this time, regardless of who commands which warship, it does not mean that the warship will belong to you afterward. All warships will be uniformly reclaimed and redistributed after the war. Now, the second matter, strategic deployment. If Rulong said he didn't know, then we could only first contract our defenses within the Longxing defense perimeter. Last time, the interstellar insectoids appeared from the lunar orbit, which is already quite close to our current defense perimeter. This time, we must make proper deployments. Once the war begins, we must annihilate the enemy in space, and not allow any dirty things to enter the orbit of Longxing. Do you understand? Yes. We guarantee to complete the mission. Everyone immediately stood at attention and loudly assured. Good. Next, we will start the strategic deployment meeting. Everyone can speak freely. This is also our first interstellar war we are about to face. Let's begin. The strategic deployment meeting lasted for over 6 hours. Not only did they make strategic deployments, but the military strategists also utilized the military strategies passed down from their ancestors, combining them with the special environment of space, truly developing strategies suitable for space warfare. For example, the guerrilla warfare strategy of great men was very suitable for conducting kite flying in space, provided that Longxing's warships could outrun the enemy. However, there are also some strategies that couldn't be used, such as the tactics of sowing discord, beauty traps, and the bitter meat plan, which are all very effective ancient strategies. After all, even if aliens were foolish, they wouldn't believe humans, and their aesthetics might not be the same. Moreover, with the bitter meat plan, it was hard to harm one's own people, so it had to be shelved. In the following days, LiRulong also began to participate in the warship team training and learned a lot from Wang Ren and other experienced military commanders who were skilled in military strategies and had a knack for understanding the enemy's thoughts. The only special warship in the fleet was actually a vessel that was specially constructed for LiRulong after discussions among the elders, ordered from the Science Star port shipyard. This warship was painted in starry black, quietly stationed as if it had merged with the starry sky. The ship was 780 meters long, with an average width of 390 meters and a height of 230 meters. The total crew was 600, including 800 crew members, 800 orbital airborne troops, 200 pilots and maintenance personnel for space fighters, and 800 research and various auxiliary military personnel. The warship's defenses were maximized, with external armor thicker than that of a battleship, and standard shield generators powered by 6 sets of dedicated energy crystals. The warship's speed was comparable to the most advanced space fighters, powered by 12 sets of space engines at the rear, capable of reaching a maximum flight speed of 280 Mach in space. The armament of the warship consisted of an experimental mini annihilation cannon that fired once every 10 minutes and 16 space torpedo launchers, along with several hidden defensive laser cannons and Gauss cannons within the hull. This specially designed warship for LiRulong was named the Black Dragon. LiRulong was only the commander of the warship and did not serve as the captain. The captain was General Zhang Zhong. According to Defense Minister Xiong, Zhang Zhong had actively requested to take on this role, as he also came from a naval background. Although he had previously held a civilian position, his military qualities were absolutely solid. Zhang Zhong also stated that he had the highest compatibility working with LiRulong, so they agreed to it. His former deputy, Long Make, was promoted to acting mayor of the new welcome city, with a 3-year timeline to secure his position. If he didn't perform well, he would go back to being a deputy to Zhou Ji, and that deputy title would likely stick with him for life. Upon learning this, LiRulong readily agreed. They were old partners who could still bicker, and he could delegate all tasks to old Zhang, which was great. Moreover, he actively brought in a few more people, including Zhang Peng, Liu Peiqiang, and their flight squad, as well as Xiong Nuafu, who became the vice captain. The commander and deputy commander of the orbital airborne troops were Captain Jia and his deputy, the original representative of the Bear Kingdom from the Wandering World, Bakayev, who had regained his youth and re-entered service, but he now went by Xiong Baka. The entire Longxing was racing against time to prepare for war, conducting training and simulation battles repeatedly in anticipation of the upcoming war. 00, 00300, 00200, 001. As the countdown in LiRulong's mind ended, his Black Dragon special warship was positioned at the rear line of the Longxing Cosmic Navy formation. In front were 177 cosmic battleships and 408 cruisers arranged in 5 rows, with 39 interstellar aircraft carriers distributed on either side of the Black Dragon. At the very front of the entire formation were 990 engineering ships, each 190 meters long, 50 meters wide and high, with a bow width of 80 meters and a height of 30 meters, resembling hammerhead sharks. The engineering ships were urgently modified into unmanned warships controlled by the Xinyuan system. Equipped with 6 300mm caliber Gauss main cannons, while the secondary armament consisted of 80 rapid laser cannons distributed on the starboard and port decks. Fortunately, all weapons were modular, requiring only the connection of power and independent ammunition storage for quick installation. This was also a new type of combat attempt. If the unmanned warships could play a role in this operation, then they would be vigorously developed in the future, thus avoiding the sacrifice of soldiers. While the asteroid belt could provide nearly unlimited materials. At this moment, LiRulong was not on the bridge of the Black Dragon, but standing on the main cannon at the bow of the Black Dragon, arms crossed, with his super senses open to the limit, scanning the starry sky within his reach like radar. LiRulong, this time, no matter what comes, don't take action yet. We need to conduct battlefield experiments. After all, we can't let you handle everything when something major happens. Our military also needs battlefield experience. He recalled the words of Commander Wang when arranging the warships. He could only watch from the rear for now. However, if the situation became dangerous for his side, even if it meant disobeying Commander Wang's orders, he had to take action. He could not bear to watch his comrades sacrifice while he stood idly by. At that moment, his quantum communication headset received a message from Commander Wang. LiRulong, the Xianyuan system has detected anomalies in the Jupiter orbit. There is a region of space that has undergone distortion. Something is about to emerge. This is a phenomenon that occurs only after interstellar jumps. Uncle Wang, prepare the entire army. Something is about to come out. LiRulong didn't understand, but his brother understood. He had seen interstellar jumps among alien civilizations before. It was a very advanced technology. He had already acquired it last time, but Director Huang and the others needed to digest this technology step by step, which would take time. If they could capture enemy warships, even if just remnants, it would be of tremendous help to Director Huang and the others. And Longxing's interstellar technology would truly take off. Brother, what is going on? LiRulong used his supervision to slightly see the distorted space that was happening, but he found that the distortion was rushing towards Earth at a speed he could hardly keep up with. Before the jump ends, gliding deceleration can be performed, which saves energy and allows observation of the outside situation. So that's how it is. Don't pretend to understand. Civilizations that can jump and can perform deceleration gliding are completely two different levels, just like being able to launch missiles and missiles being able to change trajectory at will. Can they be on the same level? The enemies coming this time are not simple. Be careful, don't get killed. After hearing the system's explanation, LiRulong quickly synchronized the information to Commander Wang, urging him to inform everyone to be cautious of the incoming enemy. In less than 3 minutes, the enemy rushed from the outer space of Jupiter to the orbit of Mars. The distorted space was pierced like a shattered bubble by a gray-white battleship that emerged from it. The battleship that came this time resembled a strange fish skeleton, with a fierce fish mouth at the bow and huge teeth protruding from it, and a pair of skeletal wings resembling fish fins spread out on both sides of the battleship. Above the fish head, there was a pattern resembling a banner, depicting two long-handled weapons similar to long guns, crossing over a ball of flame, which also looked like a strange face, with a pair of downward-tilted triangular eyes. Fish bones? Cataliens. Impossible. How could it be them? You just passed the novice phase. While LiRulong was mocking the fishbone-shaped battleship, the system let out an inexplicable scream. It was the first time he heard the system brother's voice so tense, even the tone had changed. He knew something serious must have happened and hurriedly asked in his mind, "Brother, calm down. What's wrong? Did you recognize the enemy?" "Calm down my ass. The ones coming are the damn demon clan. Although it can't be the main clan of the demons, they are definitely their vassals or hybrid branches, which are not something you or humanity can deal with right now. That pattern is the emblem of the demon clan. I'm a superhuman, and I can't handle them even if I'm not silver. Even if silver comes, they might kneel. The strongest silver I brought before went out on his own at the start and encountered a member of a demon branch. He tried to show off and ended up being killed by a single glare from the other party. Damn, LiRulong also began to worry. Although only one battleship had come so far, when the enemy's battleship completely exited jump status, he discovered that the battleship was actually 6 kilometers long, 2 kilometers wide, and 3 kilometers high. Moreover, at the front of the fish head-shaped battleship, there were 2 beams of ghostly fire like super-large fisheye-shaped lights shining with dark green light. At this moment, not only LiRulong was nervous, but everyone in the entire Dragon Star fleet and the personnel in the ground command center were also frightened by those 2 dark green lights. Even Commander Wang and other senior officers, who had seen great storms, were swallowing hard. LiRulong forced himself to calm down and flew directly towards the flagship. He decided to participate in the battle directly, as he didn't know how many people would die if he didn't take action first. Little Master. There's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. In less than half a minute, he entered the flagship's bridge. But the crew, who would usually salute him and notify others of the arrival of a general, were now staring wide-eyed at the distant, mesmerizing fisheye lights. "Wake up!" LiRulong shouted, finally pulling them out of their stupor. "Cough, cough. Rulong, it's you. It's good that you came. This enemy, their battleship, is too eerie." Commander Wang turned to see LiRulong, patting his chest, as he felt like he had just been pulled into a strange vortex, unable to extricate himself. "Commander Wang, hurry and order the entire fleet to sound the battle alarm and wake everyone up. Xianyuan, act immediately." "Understood. All fleets, level 1 battle alarm." Commander Wang had full authority over the Xianyuan intelligent quantum combat system, and since all battleships were assisted by Xianyuan in combat, it could control certain functions of all battleships. The flagship's battle alarm sounded, and all the combat personnel on the entire battleship regained their autonomous consciousness, then began gasping for breath, some even vomiting. It seemed they had just entered a vortex and were spinning uncontrollably. "Order all battleships to report their status." "Yes. Report. Everything is normal. Report. Everything is normal. Report. Everything is normal." In less than a minute, all battleships had reported, and due to the time constraint, apart from LiRulong's battleship, the Black Dragon, which had its ship name and unique hull number 00001, the temporarily assembled First Fleet only had hull numbers and call codes matching the hull numbers, and had no time to name the battleships. Hearing that all battleships were normal, everyone in the bridge breathed a sigh of relief, hoping they wouldn't be embarking on a mission while suffering from mental illness. "Report. An unknown signal is invading the communication system. I'm trying my best to stop it. The signal is coming from the enemy's fish bone-shaped battleship." Xianyuan suddenly reported. "Could it be that the enemy wants to play the game of first courtesy, then aggression?" "Don't block it. Let it in." "Understood. A dedicated, independent communication protocol has been developed. Enemy signal connected." The bridge's large screen first showed static, then a square, angular mechanical face appeared on the screen. "Phew. Thankfully, there should still be a chance." The system suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and LiRulong immediately asked what the enemy was. "It's definitely from the demon clan, but it's a mechanical demon from a lower branch of the subrace, created by fusing demon cells with mechanical life. However, their numbers have always been very small, basically acting alone. Let us hope this time is no exception." Just as LiRulong was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the system spoke again. "But just this one, but it should be enough to deal with you. But I find it a bit confusing about its battleship. To be able to perform jump deceleration gliding, it must be at least a level 2. 5 civilization. But why does its battleship seem a bit weak to me?" "Forget it. Your civilization level is only 1. 3. The gap is still too big. Anyway, I don't see any hope." "Humph. Now you can understand. Your language is really strange. The writing is so cumbersome. It seems your technology has developed into useless things." The mechanical demon first spoke a section of unintelligible language, then suddenly switched to dragon language, probably having instantaneously learned it. "This is the Dragon Star Navy. You have entered our territory. Please leave immediately." Commander Wang calmly responded. He was the highest commander of the entire fleet, and his attitude determined everything. "Humph, ants, you're just an appetizer for me this time. You have no right to make demands. Forget it. It's a waste of breath talking to you. Once I eliminate you and the planet behind you, I have other tasks to accomplish." The mechanical demon showed no expression, but its tone was full of disdain, as if speaking to the human race was a waste of its time. "Report. The enemy battleship has targeted our unmanned battleship with thermal weapons." "Report. The enemy battleship has released a large number of flying machines. Order the unmanned battleships to advance. All battleships target enemy vessels with main weapons. Cruisers 01 to 03 move from the left to encircle the enemy ship. Cruisers 04 to 06 move from the right to encircle the enemy ship. Cruiser 07 to 09 protect the battleships and the space carrier. The top 20 space carriers release all drones. Half of the space fighter squadrons launch. The remaining forces are reserves. Reinforcements as needed based on the situation." "Yes, orders have been conveyed." Each formation begins to act. "Comrades, allies, behind us is the only home of all humanity. This operation is solely for survival. All forces advance." "Yes." Commander Wang has issued the combat orders, and the warships began tactical maneuvers according to the deployment and previously established temporary combat rules. The space carriers released all three 900 unmanned combat aircraft and 400 space fighters, racing ahead and charging towards the enemy's conical vessels. The warships immediately targeted all enemy aircraft using Xianyuan, and then space missiles were launched, with various Gauss cannons, laser cannons, and other interception weapons opening fire. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! Imagine firing sounds. The previously invincible Gauss cannons were surprisingly evaded by the mechanical demon's aircraft, while laser cannons and other ray weapons were directly blocked by the aircraft's outer armor, creating ripples as if the hits were absorbed. Report. The first round of probing attacks is over. Destroyed, 0. Damaged, 0. Confirming that laser-type weapons cannot cause effective damage to enemy flying units. Even without Xuanyuan's report, LiRulong and Commander Wang could clearly see the battlefield situation on the large screen, with the scan numbers on the light wave radar unchanged. Oof. I don't believe their shells are that tough. Order. All ships, fire at full power, no more probing, since they're dodging physical weapons. Let us create a barrage in front, and let us see how they dodge. All ships received the order and issued commands for full fire. In an instant, a dense and unstoppable barrage formed between the Longxing Navy and the mechanical demon warships. The barrage was mixed with countless green laser cannons, yellow ray cannons, and long red neutron beam weapons, weaving through. Boom! Boom! Continue imagining explosion sounds. Sure enough, the enemy's conical fighters could not withstand the concentrated attack of laser weapons, and their defense against dense physical attacks was also very low. Almost 3 Gauss shells could destroy one fighter. LiRulong and others, who had been observing the battlefield, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing their side's attacks finally yielding results. The space fighter units also reached the combat range, with each fighter marking its opponent. However, even though many enemy fighters were destroyed, their numbers were still 5 times that of their own, so they had to remain cautious. Whoosh! Imagine fighter jets launching space missiles. The space fighters launched missiles, each firing 2 space smart combat missiles first, then began using their onboard long-range laser cannons to strike the enemy. Even the Bear Tribe pilots did not recklessly charge in for dogfights. The first round of missile attacks yielded little result, with less than 100 enemy fighters destroyed. Strangely, there were no reports of injuries on the enemy side, as if any hit would guarantee destruction, making many young pilots feel as if they had a critical hit aura. All pilots, take note, when approaching 2, marking cosmic distance, 110,000 kilometers, immediately turn back and regroup, letting unmanned warships and drones strike first. Acknowledged. Understood. Found. After all, space fighters are fast and can attack beyond visual range, and in space, approaching 10,000 kilometers is basically face-to-face. Moreover, the enemy fighters had not attacked so far and had no formation, just charging forward like a swarm of flies. Commander Xiang Yuri, in charge of space combat, needed to understand various attack methods to avoid uncontrollable situations. The space fighters began to slow down, allowing combat positions for the drones behind them. Under Xuanyuan's control, the drones accelerated past them, quickly forming 500 probing formations, small phalanxes composed of 4 unmanned fighters, while the remaining 900 drones flew around the unmanned warships for protection. When the engagement distance approached 5, the unmanned fighters launched all combat missiles, destroying nearly 1,000 enemy warships. The explosion seemed comparable to New Year fireworks. No Longxing general would feel happy about their own losses being 0 since the start of the war. The more so, they felt the battlefield was harder to control. Soon, something surprising happened. It turned out that the enemy fighters did not conduct long-range attacks because they had no long-range attack capability at all. LiRulong sarcastically remarca. No wonder they look like cones and don't fire. Turns out they are just cone-shaped missiles. Once both sides entered the engagement zone of 1, the conical fighters suddenly accelerated, moving so fast that the space combat missiles could not catch up, and they dove straight into the nearest unmanned fighters, some resulting in mutual destruction, while others continued to seek the next target, causing a sharp increase in the loss rate of their unmanned fighters and a reversal of the loss ratio between the two sides. Previously recorded by Xianyuan, the loss ratio was 0.1103, with Longxing suffering 0 losses and the mechanical demons losing 1103. However, just a few minutes later, it changed to 1099, 2025. Don't be fooled by the fact that Longxing lost 1099 unmanned fighters. The enemy also paid a price of nearly 1,000 losses. But their numbers were over 5 times that of Longhua, and there were no reserves. This first wave was merely a vanguard, which posed a great danger. Just as Commander Wang and Xiang Yuri were preparing to formulate new strategic deployments based on the current battlefield situation, the mechanical demon's fishbone warship suddenly opened fire. The two green ghost fire lights on the bow of the fishbone warship suddenly fired two thick green lasers, which pierced through the unmanned fighter formation at nearly the speed of light, even destroying many of their own conical fighters that were entangled with unmanned fighters. Then, something that shocked Commander Wang and the others happened. The two beams began to separate left and right, sweeping across the battlefield, turning both friend and foe into dust. Damn it, it can even sweep separately. Quickly order the unmanned warships to fire. Sink that damn thing. It's killing me. General Xiang Yoli slammed the command platform, shouting angrily. What was supposed to be a probing test unexpectedly ended in this way. The unmanned warship fleet, following closely behind the unmanned fighters, immediately opened fire on the fishbone warship, with swarms of space torpedoes and missiles all rushing toward it. The fishbone warship's agile maneuvers once again provoked a barrage of curses from Commander Wang and the others. What the hell can move like that? What kind of fish can raise its head? This is no ordinary fishbone. It's going to be hard to catch. The fishbone warship darted up and down, left and right, dodging almost all attacks, and even when it was hit a few times, its warship-level shields absorbed the damage. Its ghost fire cannon lit up once more. Two identical green laser beams struck the leading unmanned warship, which was itself a modified engineering ship. This unmanned warship did not have the defensive shields of a normal battleship. Instead, it relied solely on its tough armor to withstand impacts from debris and ice in the asteroid belt. However, this time the armor could not withstand the laser beams. Not even for a second. The warship was instantly pierced, and the area where it was breached formed a large hole, as if it had been melted. This was not the end. The laser beams penetrated the first ship, then the second, and the third, until they reached the last ship in the line, showing no signs of attenuation. Just as Commander Wang was about to issue an order for Fushi to have the unmanned warships disperse, the two laser beams began their previous operation again, cutting through all the unmanned warships and drones on the left and right without any intention of being blocked. Reports calculated that the enemy warship's green laser beam main cannon had a charging time of 3 minutes, an attack range of 5, with no attenuation, and an attack spread of 75 degrees, covering everything within that range. Fushi conducted a battle situation analysis based on the intervals and methods of the two mechanical demon warship attacks and came to the above conclusion, which was not absolute. Hiss. 3 minutes of charging time. Can we get close in that time? Get close. The thing moves so skillfully we can't touch it. Then let the unmanned warships charge in. Continue the attack and entangle it. The commanders began analyzing what to do next based on the data provided by Fushi. Uncle Wang, let me go. No matter how crafty it is. Cough. Can it be more agile than me? I didn't want to let you take action, but since we can't hit the enemy, as you said, the gap in technology and ability is quite large, so be careful. Commander Wang thought for a moment and saw other commanders nodding at him, indicating their agreement with this plan, so he decided to let LiRulong try. LiRulong quickly left the flagship, thinking that in a few minutes, the battleships and cruisers would reach combat range. If they were swept away, it would be a serious matter. He charged directly towards the enemy fishbone warship, preparing to take action himself. You're so impulsive. I told you, the enemy is not inferior to you. Brother Tong, thanks for your kindness, but I can't just stand by. Forget it. Remember, the enemy warship is a bit unusual. Be careful. Also, that mechanical demon has a red bead in its head. If you can get it, keep it for me. It will be beneficial for both of us. Red bead? Sure, I'll definitely get it. First, let's focus on staying alive. LiRulong rushed into the combat zone, flying past warships and aircraft that had turned into space debris, heading towards the fishbone warship. The mechanical demon inside the fishbone warship also noticed LiRulong flying towards him. He was not nervous. His originally expressionless metal face suddenly broke into a smile. Interesting. It seems I need to quickly deal with those inferior races and then catch you to offer you to the great ruler. The fishbone warship in space suddenly began to shake violently, and then dozens of times, more cone-shaped fighter jets flew out from the warship, splitting to the sides, trying to bypass LiRulong and attack the human warships behind. Holy crap, so many. LiRulong was somewhat dumbfounded. The number was just too damn much. He wanted to go back for support, but was called to focus on dealing with the enemy warship by Commander Wang, who said they would handle the cone-shaped fighters. LiRulong knew that someone would definitely sacrifice this time. Gritting his teeth, he had to quickly deal with the mechanical demon and then return to support. A promised update. Everyone, please leave a review. Seeing the black-clad creature charging towards his warship, although it looked very similar to the human race in the previous video. The mechanical demon did not care. He thought the other party might have used some special means to enter this abnormal dimension from another civilized race and come here to meddle. He never considered that LiRulong was a member of the human Huaxia race. After all, the universe is vast, and there are countless similar-looking races. If the target race of his mission could roam the universe on their own, then this mission was one he wouldn't dare to touch. But since the other party dared to meddle, they would have to pay the price. He would capture him and then offer him to the great demon ruler to help propagate a new branch race. Although the mechanical demon also wanted to be favored by the ruler, unfortunately, his function did not allow it, which became the soft underbelly of their race. With that in mind, the mechanical demon ordered his black shark warship to begin attacking LiRulong, but he couldn't kill the opponent. At the same time, he released all the cold-marked ships to carry out a devastating strike on this mission target. After all, this planet was worth 2 grams in the same unit of energy crystals, which was a very tempting reward. If LiRulong and the others knew that their planet was worth 2 grams of energy crystals, they would definitely curse the one who issued the mission, asking who they were looking down on. A lowly engineering ship of his had released a whole gram, and just now, that son of a gun had destroyed 990 grams in one shot, equivalent to the value of 4,950 blue stars. Meanwhile, there were nearly 100 tons of stock left in the Omar box at the Blue Star Academy of Sciences, which had also been refined into the purest energy crystals. Have you seen such wealth before? The mechanical demon had 3 main weapons. One was the Ghost Fire Beam Cannon of the Black Shark, which could perform wide-range long-distance attacks, similar to AoE attacks. Another was the unbreakable dorsal fin steel blades, made from cosmic secret stones on the back of the Black Shark, which could be launched to chase and attack enemies in a spinning manner. Finally, the mechanical demon's true killing weapon was himself. Although he was a lower branch of the demon race, he was also a top-tier dark warrior, relying on his powerful mechanical body made from cosmic secret stones, combined with the indelible soul of the demon race and thousands of years of combat experience. Any enemy he couldn't handle with the Black Shark would ultimately be slain by his own hands. This was his strength. And it was also the reason why mechanical demons could always roam alone. This time, he used the dorsal fin steel blades. A total of 3,600 blades were rapidly ejected and began to spin quickly, slicing towards the incoming LiRulong. LiRulong saw the weapons launch towards him and began to dodge, but he continued to charge towards the fishbone warship. However, these steel blades not only had an automatic tracking function, but could also change direction rapidly, making it very annoying for LiRulong. What the hell? Are these boomerangs? Why do they even have tracking? So damn annoying. LiRulong cursed, then punched one of the blades coming at his face. The mechanical demon inside the Black Shark saw that LiRulong actually wanted to counterattack the steel blade with his fist and sneered disdainfully. In his eyes, the next moment would be the scene of the opponent's arm being severed. It didn't matter. As long as the body remained, losing the limbs was no big deal. What? Impossible. Why am I saying what? The ideal scenario did not happen, but his dorsal fin steel blades were down to only 35.99. The steel blade that he had been watching was smashed into pieces by LiRulong's punch. So strong. Even the dorsal fin steel blades made from cosmic secret stones can be shattered. It seems his physique has reached or even approached the level of a high-level warrior. The great ruler will definitely like this. No, it seems I have to do it myself. You me-itty. Damn it, you legless grandma. Still secretly pleased with himself for finding a creature favored by the great overlord, the self-satisfied mechanical demon suddenly saw LiRulong's speed increase dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he shattered all 600 dorsal fin steel blades that the demon had spent most of his savings on over the past millennia, causing him to curse in a language he had just learned from that race, suitable for his current emotions. At this moment, LiRulong was slightly out of breath. This damn boomerang was incredibly tough, and he had to use all his strength to break it. To put it in perspective, his maximum strength could pierce the moon. The mechanical demon aboard the Black Shark battleship couldn't sit still either. He had to take the initiative to counterattack, or else he might not be able to save his ship. After all, he couldn't afford to buy cosmic secret stones to build an entire battleship. His seat quickly sank down, revealing a passage that led straight to space, pulling him out through a small round hole at the back of the fishbone abdomen. LiRulong was adjusting his breath, preparing to face the massive enemy ship, when he noticed a small object flying towards him. Upon seeing the face, he recognized that it was indeed the mechanical demon's true form, but its appearance was rather amusing. The mechanical demon, better described as the big head monster, had a head that was the same size as its body, standing at 1 meter tall and over 70 centimeters wide, covered entirely by a metal mask. Though the eye sockets revealed flesh and blood, it had two robust arms resembling thick slabs of meat, thicker than a giant's arms, while the legs connected to its shin were thinner than a young girl's arms and were O-shaped. LiRulong couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Creature, which race are you from? And why are you laughing? The mechanical demon asked in universal cosmic language upon seeing LiRulong laugh at him. Sorry, it's my first time seeing a race with a forked chin. By the way, do you reproduce? Is your tongue long? LiRulong continued to laugh, responding to him in the same universal cosmic language without any hint of embarrassment. However, he didn't know that his joke had struck a nerve. The inability to reproduce was a sore spot for their race. You're seeking death. No race dares to mock our great mechanical demon clan. Not even you, a being from an abnormal dimension. Abnormal dimension? LiRulong noted the phrase, as it was the first time he had heard it. He planned to ask the system about it later. System, I really don't want to answer. I'm afraid you'll cause too much trouble. Before LiRulong could react, he was punched in the stomach, sending him flying for 108,000 kilometers. Damn, the big head guy fights dirty. I advise you to watch out. LiRulong controlled his body, shook his head, and quickly flew back. He wanted revenge. For the first time, someone had managed to knock him this far, even surpassing the great sage. LiRulong charged forward to confront the mechanical demon, raising his fist to deliver a fatal blow. However, just as his fist was about to hit, a red light flashed in the mechanical demon's eyes, and it suddenly disappeared from in front of him. In the next moment, LiRulong felt a grip on his neck, followed by a punch to his waist, and then countless punches struck the same spot, making him experience a long-lost pain. Damn, waist-crushing punch? LiRulong grabbed the demon's hand with both of his and forcefully pried it open, pulling on its arm and landing a punch on its big face. This time, the mechanical demon couldn't dodge and took the hit solidly. However, their race had almost no pain nerves, and the mask was made of thick cosmic secret stone, second only in cost to the 600 dorsal fin steel blades. Coupled with the demon's bloodline, their resistance to impact and defense were top-notch, which was why he dared to come out and challenge LiRulong after seeing the steel blade shattered. LiRulong noticed that his punch had little effect, so he decided to use his ancestral turtle-style fist, instantly unleashing hundreds of punches, all targeting the same area. The mechanical demon finally began to struggle, using one arm to strike at LiRulong's face, which caused LiRulong to stagger, but he still managed to kick out and quickly retreat, rubbing his handsome face. If he got hurt, no amount of cosmetic surgery could save him. How? What the hell? Huh? LiRulong was attracted by a slur from the demon. It turned out that the kick he had unconsciously thrown had landed perfectly, directly hitting the demon's chin, where its leg split. In that position, does that count as a low blow? Seeing the mechanical demon cover its chin with its thick hand, while its thin and short legs kicked around, cursing in various languages. The eyes barely visible behind the iron face were extremely red, and its previously crescent-shaped mouth had now transformed into a more pronounced arc. Taking advantage of its moment of weakness, LiRulong flew over and delivered a punch directly to the back of its head. No need to aim. It was an easy hit. Without a doubt, he sent the mechanical demon flying far away, and then LiRulong charged up again, throwing punches and kicks, taking him from Mars South Road all the way to Moon North Road. Finally, just as he was about to use his cannon punch, the mechanical demon's large hand blocked it, signaling the end of this round. Both sides quickly separated and eyed each other, preparing for another round of attacks. You dare to strike my jaw. Dare to strike the jaw of the great demon warrior Huaxia Dragon Star. You and the race you want to help will die. Charge in. Kill them for me. So your name is Huaxia Dragon Star. Fitting. LiRulong mocked him, suddenly noticing the charge in part. What does that mean? He sensed something was wrong and immediately turned to fly toward the fleet, feeling increasingly uneasy. Meanwhile, the Iron Demon Huaxia Dragon Star followed closely behind, pursuing him. At the same time, he used his race's secret technique. A red light flickered in his right eye, and with each flash, a red energy ball shot out, speeding toward LiRulong. Moreover, this red energy ball could be controlled by his left eye, no matter how LiRulong dodged. The red energy ball would follow him until it hit. Seeing that he couldn't dodge in time, and having wasted quite a bit of time, LiRulong gritted his teeth and decided to take it head-on, covering his clothes with a biological force field. He didn't want to run naked in the universe. After taking a hit from the red energy ball, he regretted it. This thing could ignore his biological force field and directly hit his beloved cloak and battlesuit. burning a large hole in the back of his suit and scorching his healthy back skin. LiRulong was taken aback. He had worn this battle suit and had once slept in a fire pit with temperatures exceeding 6,000 degrees in the sun, and for fun. He even surfed through the corona, where the instantaneous temperature reached as high as 1 to 2 million degrees. Yet both he and the suit were fine. But now he was actually penetrated by the biological force field and had suffered skin burns. He had to counterattack, or else he would be burned to ashes before even reaching the fleet, and he wouldn't even have a box left. Seeing dozens of red light balls flying in from behind, he instantly twisted his body, his eyes turned red, and he fired heat rays at the incoming red light balls. Damn it, don't think you're the only one with life in your eyes. I've got plenty of it too. The heat rays met a red light ball, and to his surprise, it worked well, directly blowing it up. Then he glared at each red light ball, simultaneously firing heat rays to destroy them all. The mechanical demon following behind was dumbfounded. How could this being use the blood-red magic light, a unique racial skill of their demonic race? No, his was not spherical, but rather a continuous shooting laser type. Watching all his blood-red magic lights being destroyed, he was filled with hatred, but he had no way to deal with LiRulong. After all, he was not a pure-blooded demon. Using the blood-red magic light came at a cost, which was the already limited demon blood in his body. The dozens he had just fired were already nearing his limit. If he continued to use the skill, he might even lose his life. Now the mechanical demon could only hope that his warship and the cold-marked unmanned spacecraft could quickly destroy the target human fleet and their home planet, after which he would immediately escape from this abnormal dimensional world, far away from this being that kicked him in the chin. After destroying all the red light balls, LiRulong once again activated the biological force field with all his might and accelerated towards the battlefield. Seeing LiRulong escape, the mechanical demon gritted his teeth and converted all but the necessary demon blood in his body into 10 blood-red magic lights. He endured the blood flowing from his right eye and the pain in his veins, quickly marking the position with his left eye, surrounding LiRulong's path with 10 blood-red magic lights, while dodging LiRulong's red rays, blocking his way to the battlefield. LiRulong noticed that this time the opponent had learned well, maneuvering the red light balls to evade his heat rays, just to block his path. Gritting his teeth, he charged at the mechanical demon, and the two continued to fight fiercely while the blood-red magic lights, without the mechanical demon's left eye's control, all remained in place. After nearly 1,000 exchanges, LiRulong tore off one of the mechanical demon's short legs. At the same time, LiRulong was hit by 3 of the 10 blood-red magic lights, losing his cloak, and his left arm was severely burned while trying to protect his handsome face. Seizing the opportunity, LiRulong pushed the opponent back again, and then quickly flew towards the fleet. The mechanical demon could not use the racial skill again and could only accelerate to follow, trying to continue blocking. When LiRulong saw the battlefield, his heart sank immediately. Voices came through his headset in a broken manner. Although they were noisy, he could clearly make out every sentence. Captain of the cruiser, the left flank ship has been destroyed. Our port side is completely exposed. We can't move. We're moving. The 2 ships on the right side are in danger. Bang. Huh. What's this? Did everyone hear that? The signal is an order. We exchange one of our warships for the safety of 2. It's worth it. Bang. Report. The shield is approaching critical value, remaining 12%. Should we transfer all energy to the shield? No. Fushi, continue charging the weapons. Give me everything you've got to fire at this damn thing. Understood. Bang. Warning, the warship shield has reached the limit. Boom. Battleship. Cough cough. I'm leaving. First, Old Gua. Did you hear the signal? You must. Hold on. Hold on. Captain. Captain. It's me, Shaoli. Deputy Captain Gua has sacrificed. Captain. Li, the advisor. The captain is gone. You're now the highest officer on this ship. Please give me orders. Is there anyone still alive? Detecting multiple damages on this ship. The casualty rate has reached 98%. The shield is completely down, and the power system has 20% left. Your space combat armor has also suffered minor damage. It is recommended to replace it immediately and abandon the ship. I'm still alive. Zakov? You big beard, can you still operate the warship? I'm barely hanging on, my hand bones are broken, and the helmet is cracked. Only my mouth is left. I can still chat with you. Did you hear the signal? Dare to play something big? I'm from the fighting nation. What am I afraid of? This signal sounds really good. Do you want to crash into that fishbone? Yes. They're all dead. Just the 2 of us left, Fushi. Crash into that fishbone. Predicted success rate is 0. Not recommended. Crash into it. Understood. Li, Acting Captain Lieutenant Zakov, may you rest in peace. Cosmic Aircraft Carrier. Report. All pilots have been killed. All drones have been destroyed. Our ship is over 70% damaged. Old you, take the others and leave. Don't talk nonsense if I leave. You play the hero by yourself? Cut it out. I'm the commander. This is an order. Someone, take Captain Yu to the hangar. Everyone abandon the ship immediately. This is an order. Let go of me. You guys. Fushi, set the course trajectory. Target the enemy warship. Received. Predicted success rate is 0. Not recommended to execute this plan. Fushi, this is the difference between you and us. Just follow orders. Commander, everyone has evacuated, and the injured have safely retreated to the rear of the fleet. Xiaochong, why are you back? You should hurry. That's not possible. I'm your adjutant. How can an adjutant leave their superior? Besides, my parents have become young again and are expecting another brother. So don't use the only child reason to push me away. At home, I'm just a little brat, haha. And look, my grandpa told me to bring the family heirloom up. You little rascal. Oh, this treasure is well maintained, shining bright, and the red silk hasn't even frayed. You didn't steal it from your grandpa, did you? Of course not. Last week when I took leave to go home, my grandpa personally handed it to me. If I touched it before, I would get beaten. Can you play? Of course, I listen every day. All right, perform a piece. Wait, Fushi, is the communication system still working? Communication is intact. Connect me to the fleet broadcast. Let them hear our Xiao Chong's ancestral skills. Also, find a recording I prepared earlier and send it to that little brat when you get the chance. Understood. Commander Ma, I'm coming. Ready. In an instant, the entire fleet, whether warships or fighter planes, whether maintenance teams or command bridges or other combat positions, all heard a passionate charge sound from the broadcast and communications. The bugle sounded with determination and resolution, resounding powerfully, telling everyone to move forward boldly. All battleships fired with full force. Some even began to accelerate with the sound of the bugle, firing while charging towards the enemy ships. Did you hear the charge? Everyone go for it. The flagship leads the way. The fleet has already suffered 60% casualties. What is left to hold back? I won't allow it. If we fail, our families and compatriots behind will all die. Damn it. I want to agree. Commander Wong watched the messages of ships sinking one by one. Familiar faces disappearing into the universe. Listening to farewell communications from various ships, his heart was like being cut by a knife. LiRulong, who was flying at high speed, also heard Commander Wong's orders and the courageous melody of the charge from his headphones, exploding in his ears. At the same time, he saw the cosmic aircraft carrier, along with 11 other battleships, and hundreds of either intact or damaged aircraft, charging towards the Fishbone warship. The cosmic aircraft carrier was the flagship of General Ma Jun, who had been temporarily assigned to command the aircraft carrier fleet and was also the deputy commander of his guarding troops. At this moment, it was colliding head-on with the Fishbone warship, and it succeeded. The Fishbone warship was evading attacks from up to 11 ships, including 8 cruisers and 3 battleships. But it skillfully dodged all without exception and then sank them. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The cosmic aircraft carrier seized the opportunity, while Fushi was rapidly calculating and maneuvering the collision trajectories of 12 battleships, cornering the Fishbone warship. Although the cosmic aircraft carrier was only 400 meters long, less than a quarter of the mechanical demon warship, its hull contained nearly 500 grams of energy crystals, meant for the aircraft carrier and aircraft replacements, but this time they were not used since no aircraft had left and returned. When the cosmic aircraft carrier crashed into the mouth of the Fishbone warship, Fushi simultaneously detonated the energy and weapon stores. The 500 grams of energy crystals were activated and exploded at once, unleashing power comparable to a superweapon of tens of billions of tons. The massive explosion tore the 6,000-meter long hull of the Fishbone warship apart from inside out, exploding into a blooming white bone flower. Flowers may bloom again, but people have no next life. The white bone flower did not bloom for long before another violent explosion occurred inside. As other Dragon Star battleships concentrated fire at close range, finally unable to hold on, exploding into cosmic dust. Also disappearing were the ships, aircraft, and General Ma Jun that perished alongside him. LiRulong stopped flying, watching the brutal battle from afar. He had not made it in time to save them. He thought of Deputy Commander Ma Jun, who had always helped him handle troop affairs, remembering their joyous drinking moments, thinking of how, when he called Uncle Ma Jun would happily drink a cup, recalling how he had once visited the house allocated to them in the Star Ring, still confused by the address. Mistakenly finding the wrong person, earning an eye roll from his lover and a laugh from his daughter as she tugged at his beard. His heart could no longer bear it. The mechanical demon also stood still, watching helplessly as its battleships were destroyed by the race it had previously despised. This time it had lost everything, and regret began to fill its heart for taking on this task. Moreover, there was another being in front of it, whose abilities were on par with its own, but it could clearly sense the other's aura growing stronger. This is bad. The mission is off, and I can't do it anymore. I need to think of a way to escape this world. The mechanical demon thought to itself, beginning to slowly retreat, fearing it would attract the other's attention. But just as it took a step back, it noticed LiRulong suddenly looking down and turning around. "Where are you going?" A cold voice seemed to penetrate its mind. It was contemplating whether to submit. After all, they were both strong, and there was no need to fight to the death over an ant-like race. When LiRulong raised his head, the originally resolute expression on his face turned extraordinarily cold. His body seemed to be shrouded in an inexplicable killing intent, making it feel fear for the first time in over 1,000 years. "I'll be damned." Just as it was about to speak, it was interrupted by an angry curse, followed by intense pain as it was struck in the jaw by the other party's fist. But compared to the pain, it was even more afraid of the change in the other. Clearly, they had fought tens of thousands of rounds before, with speed and strength nearly equal. Yet this time it didn't even react before being hit, and the force it felt was no longer something it could compare to. "I'll make you die. D. The pain hadn't ended when almost simultaneously, it felt countless punches to its face, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Its proud secret stone mask went from cracks to shattering, ultimately being beaten into secret stone powder by the other. Its flesh and the mechanical limb parts inside were completely exposed, while Rulong showed no sign of stopping. The mechanical demon saw the other cursing at it while beating it, and even crying. It couldn't understand why, despite being the one being beaten, the other was in tears. But its consciousness gradually blurred, and the originally thick arms were torn off by LiRulong and shoved into its mouth. A flash of red light was caught by LiRulong, but he did not stop. He continued to attack until the mechanical demon's right eyeball exploded. Half of its face vanished completely, and then he quickly dragged it towards the sun. Upon reaching the outskirts of the sun, LiRulong directly pressed it into a newly erupted corona, and in the mechanical demon's remaining eyeball, he saw despair and confusion. The mechanical demon, until death, never learned from LiRulong what kind of being he was, which civilization he belonged to, and what kind of price this weak race had paid to fight him to the death. If LiRulong knew its thoughts, he would definitely scoff at it. "I am a human, a Huaxia human. I ask you, aside from bloodline and responsibility, what prize can summon a superhuman?" The mechanical demon was instantly turned to ash by the corona, and LiRulong spat, turning back to the battlefield. He still wanted to see if he could save some comrades, even if it was just one. He held a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping Uncle Ma was still alive or that he could find his remains. The earlier bugle call continued to echo in his mind. Interesting, this bugle seems to have some kind of magic. In the space near the moon, this thrilling, historic first space war Dragon Star came to a close with Dragon Star's victory. Although they won, the price paid exceeded everyone's imagination and could be described as extremely tragic. Hundreds of warship wrecks floated in the battlefield, some shattered by cannon fire, reduced to twisted, deformed metal skeletons barely recognizable. Some were so unidentifiable that they were still burning fiercely in the oxygen-less, cold universe, emitting thick black smoke, illuminating the dark void. Occasionally, explosions would occur on the battlefield, triggered by the failing power systems and ammunition holds. The bodies of Dragon Star warriors were scattered everywhere. Some were missing limbs. Some had even been burnt to a crisp, and there were still severed limbs drifting in the darkness, seemingly searching for their owners. The bodies of the warriors slowly drifted in the weightless environment, their powered armor shattered, their bodies fused with their armor, blood gushing from their wounds, quickly congealing into dark red, frozen blood globules. The corpses of these warriors, along with the wreckage of the warships, debris, and flames, formed an extremely tragic and terrifying scene. And all of this was caused by a mechanical demon and his warship. Although the war had ended, the task of rescuing survivors was even more tense and busy than during the fighting. LiRulong had already flown back to the battlefield and found that several shuttles, rescue ships, and engineering drones had begun rescue operations. The warships that could still move were slowly gathering towards the edge of the battlefield, their careful and slow movements fearing to disturb or harm the peaceful slumber of their comrades. Temporary rescue teams, carrying a sacred mission, piloted rescue ships equipped with medical pods. Weaving through the wreckage, they were brave and fearless, for if a collision occurred, they could easily become the ones needing rescue, something the rescue team members could not accept. Once they approached a damaged warship, they quickly searched for cracks or openings to enter. Upon finding one, they would use metal grapples to secure their craft and immediately enter to commence rescue operations. In places where entry was impossible, accompanying engineering robots would begin cutting through the outer armor before they could go in to save lives. The search operations commenced swiftly, and no one would give up on any corner. They relied on communication calls and life detection equipment to seek out survivors. Sometimes when they found survivors, they would cheer loudly and immediately provide aid, carefully bringing them back to the rescue ship. More often, however, they found only cold bodies and with tears in their eyes. They would place the heroes into martyr bags, respectfully and heavily escorting their comrades home. The headset was filled with the chaotic sounds of commands and cries for help. LiRulong immediately contacted Commander Wang through Fuxi, asking him to notify all rescue teams that wherever he was needed, they should call his name immediately on the communication channel. General, we need help here. Coordinates YYY-XXX. General, oui. Soon, he received many distress calls, and LiRulong immediately flew towards where he was needed. Whether using his strength to separate collided warships, or cutting through obstacles with heat rays, or using his X-ray vision to check the situation inside, or rapidly collecting the parts of his comrades' bodies that were about to drift away, LiRulong moved back and forth at the fastest speed, often leaving a rescue site in tears. Generally, you're here? Part of the warship's hull is stuck in the enemy's wreckage. We need to take a look. Okay, everyone step back. I'll take care of it. LiRulong carefully pulled the wreckage of the warship from the enemy's ship and used heat rays to cut the embedded fragments. Just as he was about to turn and head to the next needed location, a gasp echoed in his headset. It's the cosmic carrier. This is the bridge module. LiRulong immediately turned back and used his X-ray vision to look inside the bridge. It was indeed the cosmic carrier of Deputy Commander Ma Jun. As he saw two bodies he recognized floating inside the wreckage of the bridge. One was Deputy Commander Ma Jun, dressed in a white officer's uniform, with many fragments of warships embedded in him. His pale face was already covered with ice crystals formed from the extreme cold, but his eyes were still wide open, his expression serious. The other was Major Sun Chong, who tightly grasped a deformed military horn in his right hand, his expression resolute, though the left half of his body had completely vanished. Deputy Commander Ma Jun had been temporarily reassigned to the cosmic carrier as the commander of the carrier fleet, leaving his other senior officers at the Star Ring Guard base to help him with official duties, while the youngest, Sun Chong, was the only officer who accompanied him. He would occasionally visit Ma Jun's office to chat, where Sun Chong would always smile, serving tea as an aide. And he had even joked about Ma Jun wasting manpower by using a major-level aide to serve tea. Ma Jun would scoff and point out that LiRulong's lieutenant colonel aide had become his wife, which was certainly not a waste at all. As the two senior generals bickered and revealed each other's shortcomings, Sun Chong would sweat nervously, muttering to himself that he knew nothing, which was overheard by LiRulong. LiRulong inserted his hands into the deformed bridge armor, tearing open a large hole with his strength, and then flew in to reach the two of them. The other members of the rescue team quickly followed, entering the bridge. When they saw the two, some of those who had been transferred from the guarding troops immediately burst into tears. Others stood at attention with the help of their powered armor, solemnly saluting Deputy Commander Ma and Major Sun, calling out, "Commander Ma, Major Sun, may you rest in peace." LiRulong carefully picked up Ma Jun's body, surrounding the fragments embedded in him with a biotic field, gently pulling them out and placing them into a martyr's bag. When they were about to bag Sun Chong's body, LiRulong stopped them. He looked around, trying to find Sun Chong's missing limb. Although it was still incomplete, he insisted on putting it together to bring it back. LiRulong sent both of them to the rescue ship, saluted, and watched the ship leave, wiping away his tears before immediately heading to the next rescue site. With LiRulong's involvement, the speed of the rescue operation significantly increased. More and more people were being rescued, and fortunately, the latest space combat regulations mandated that all personnel must wear appropriate powered armor during wartime, regardless of whether they were civilian or maintenance crew. Everyone had to comply. Commander Wang's decision to end the rescue mission was issued 6 hours after the war ended, as LiRulong had conducted a thorough search of all wreckage and combat zones. All survivors and the bodies of the martyrs were successfully recovered. As for those who were not found, they would not be counted as missing in action on the battlefield. After all, in space, where could they run? It was highly likely they had been vaporized by explosions and the remains of warships. "Rulong, how's the injury on your back and arm? Can't the medical pod treat it?" Uncle Wong, it really can't. The medical pod can't even collect my cells, let alone cultivate them. This little injury is nothing. I just need some sun. Commander Wong and LiRulong sat in the flagship's command office, both smoking, their faces reflecting exhaustion. LiRulong used his X-ray vision to meticulously search through all the wreckage of the warships and the large debris floating in space, ensuring that not a single comrade's body was overlooked. He truly experienced what it meant to be tired, huddling on the sofa in Commander Wong's office, not wanting to move at all. Rulong, the Xinyuan system, just sent me a video recorded by Old Ma. He said it was for you. You should take a look. I have to go deal with something on the bridge. After Commander Wong finished speaking, he extinguished his cigarette, picked up his military cap from the table, patted LiRulong on the shoulder, and left the office. LiRulong immediately sat up straight and instructed Xinyuan to start playing the video. Rulong, I really hope you don't have to see this video. It's August 7th, 4 p.m. By this time tomorrow, the countdown will reach 0. I don't know what kind of enemy will come this time. I'm not making a will here. After all, you're not my son and have no inheritance rights. Haha. You wouldn't want my little bit of possessions anyway. I'm just afraid that if I don't come back this time, I ask you, for the sake of our camaraderie, to take care of your aunt and sister. And don't worry about my daughter. She's only 4 years old. Actually, you don't need to specifically help with anything. My monthly salary and the compensation after an incident should be enough for them to live on. Not to mention the council and Old Wong's support. Yeah, thinking about it, I don't need you to do anything, forget it. It's recorded now. If something happens, it'll be useful, and if not, just delete it. Keeping this is quite ominous. Well, let me think there's nothing else. All right, let me send you a message. If I fall this time, remember, your Uncle Ma is not dead, and the other comrades are not dead either. We're just left in the past, and we'll always watch you move towards tomorrow from where we are. I wish you all good fortune in battle. I wish the Huaxia family prosperity forever. I wish Longxing reaches the pinnacle of civilization. This little speech has got me all emotional. I shouldn't say more. It's a bit embarrassing. I really hope you don't see your Uncle Ma in such an embarrassing state. Xianyuan, stop recording. The video ends automatically here. LiRulong looked at the already vanished Uncle Ma, with his neatly groomed beard, the expression of joy when he was just smiling, and the love and reluctance that appeared in his eyes when talking about his wife and daughter. LiRulong sat there in a daze, staring blankly at the ceiling for a long time. Uncle Ma, since you want to see it, I will personally create a prosperous Huaxia for you to see. Wiping away the tears that he didn't know when they started falling, he stood up, patted his face, and turned to leave. Opening the door, he saw Commander Wong and many generals standing in the corridor outside, leaning against the wall in silence. When they saw LiRulong open the office door, they all looked at him. LiRulong said nothing, just nodded to Commander Wong, and then left the officer area directly under everyone's gaze. He flew straight back to his black dragon, and as soon as he entered the crew area, he saw many injured personnel leaning against the left wall in the corridor, lying on stretchers. Many military doctors and medics were busy moving among them, temporarily alleviating their pain or performing emergency treatments. After all, the life medical chambers on the entire fleet were limited, so they could only let the most seriously injured enter first, and others had to wait. LiRulong couldn't help, so he walked to the bridge, where Zhang Zhong and Xiong Nofu were checking the battle damage, while Zhang Peng leaned against the wall, staring blankly out the porthole with a toothpick in his mouth. How was the Black Dragon? The damage to the warship is not significant. Only a little over 10 crew members were slightly injured, Zhang Zhong replied, still busy with his work. But the space fighter squad Zhang Zhong glanced at LiRulong and then at the dazed Zhang Peng. 40 lightly injured, 3 severely injured, 68 dead. Only 8 returned unharmed. Sigh. After reporting the battle damage data, Zhang Zhong looked down at his tablet and sighed. LiRulong was equally heartbroken. These were all his direct subordinates. Losing so many people meant that he, as their superior, had to take full responsibility. He turned to look at Zhang Peng, walked over, and put his arm around his shoulder, leading him out of the bridge. Zhang Peng followed LiRulong like a robot, step by step, to his office, where LiRulong pushed him into a chair. Here, have a smoke. Zhang Peng took the cigarette, put it in his mouth, but didn't light it. Where's Pei Qiang? He.S. waiting in line for the life medical chamber. He.S. severely injured. Zhang Peng looked down at his hands resting on his lap, clenched his fists, and began to tremble all over. As long as he's alive, it's not your fault. It's my fault. Pei Qiang got hurt saving me. He blocked the enemy's aircraft for me. His fighter was half destroyed, and luckily the power armor sealed his right arm at the last moment otherwise. But even so, he lost his right hand. It's all because of me. What kind of master am I, ruining my students? Zhang Peng bit his lip until it bled, tears dripping onto the back of his hand. He had been holding in, but with Lu Pingqiang severely injured, and his flying squadron basically decimated, many of the brothers he used to joke and laugh with were no longer there. The injured ones might not be able to fly fighters again in their lives. For them, it would be better to die in the sky than on a soft bed. LiRulong quietly watched Zhang Peng until he calmed down a bit, then continued to comfort him. Old Zhang, Pei Qiang's injury is not your fault. If the roles were reversed, you would have shielded him from harm too. Other comrades have sacrificed, but they definitely wouldn't want to see you like this. After you've cried, wipe your tears. This time, it's the mechanical demon tribe that came. They still have their kin. We will find a chance to avenge our comrades. They killed one of us. We will kill 10,000 of them. If their race isn't enough, we will wipe out all civilizations related to them. This is my promise to you and to all the comrades who sacrificed and were injured in this battle. Do you believe me? Can we really take revenge? Absolutely. I believe that when the time comes, I will personally take down the bastard who started this war. The two chatted for a while longer, and then Zhang Peng stood up to say goodbye. He needed to go help the injured. LiRulong was left alone in the office, quietly smoking. Brother Tong, since you can recognize the mechanical demons, do you also know where their lair or home planet is? I don't know, but their race is not from this world. However, as long as Longxing can delve deeper into the universe and improve its civilization level, there will be an opportunity to break the world barrier, and eventually, we will meet. By the way, I got the red gem from his head back for you. Not bad. It's about to reach the level of a top-tier cosmic warrior. I'll absorb the gem first, and I need to rest for a while. When I wake up, combining the gem's energy and the rewards from this mission, I'll help you get the most suitable one. Okay, I'll wait. Beep, beep, beep. General Li. Commander Wang has ordered the fleet to immediately set sail and return to the starport for repairs. Received, the Black Dragon will immediately return to the starport. LiRulong contacted Zhang Zhong, instructing the Black Dragon to follow the fleet back to the starport for repairs. Once they arrived at the starport, there would be plenty of life medical chambers available for use, allowing the soldiers to recover as quickly as possible. He, on the other hand, was only wearing pants, with his upper body bare, flying directly towards the sun to treat his burns. Damn it, I still don't know what that red light ball is. The temperature isn't high, yet it still managed to injure me. The fleet returned to the starport, and Commander Wang immediately took all the senior commanders who participated in the battle back to the Longxing National Defense Department in the capital, where they needed to report on the battle situation and conduct a battlefield summary. In this battle, we sank one enemy ship and countless aircraft. The number of our fleet as sunken and irreparable vessels: 113 battleships, 279 cruisers, 8 aircraft carriers, 1,733 space fighters, and 3,900 drones. The number of our fallen soldiers: 2, 113, 198, with 1, 871, 190 lightly and severely injured, and 0 missing. Although the battle was won, the casualty rate exceeded 60%, and I take full responsibility for this battle. Commander Wang stood at the front of the conference room, reporting to the hundreds of senior officials present, and then took all the blame upon himself. The people sitting below gasped at the casualty numbers, and the military representatives left behind even broke the pens in their hands. They weren't concerned about how many warships were lost. After all, such weapons of war could be produced in abundance if there were enough resources. However, the staggering numbers of 11 million dead and 87 million injured were simply unacceptable to them, filling them with sorrow. All right, Xiao Wang, we are not here to assign blame. After all, this is our first time fighting the enemy in space. Moreover, we have received messages from Rulong and learned that the enemy's technology and strength are far superior to ours. This time, you managed to hold the enemy at bay beyond Longxing with your iron will, without sacrificing a single civilian. So I say you not only have no fault, but have actually done a great service. Yes, Elder Zhou is right. Xiao Wang, you are a hero, and we are not bureaucrats stuck in our ways. Come, sit back down. Next, we need to do a good job of post-war reassurance. Also, Lao Xiong, Dean Huang, you and the military and the Academy of Sciences need to work closely together to develop stronger weapons to protect our Longxing. Yes, we will analyze the enemy's warships and quickly come up with what is needed for the battlefield. And let Dean Huang and his team help us develop new warships and weapons. By the way, where is Rulong? Elder Zhou. He was injured a bit and went to sunbathe by the sun to recover. Don't worry, it's not serious. That's good. He also played an indispensable role in this battle. We really didn't expect that there would be aliens who could fight him in a universe like this. We were narrow-minded, which serves as a wake-up call for humanity. Meanwhile, LiRulong, who was sunbathing outside the sun to heal his wounds, did not attend the meeting. He needed to become stronger quickly. If it weren't for some matters he still needed to handle, he would have wanted to stay here indefinitely. LiRulong had also made up his mind. He decided to confront his grandfather and the others upon returning and would no longer serve as the commander of the guard troops. He only needed the Black Dragon and prepared to venture into the outer universe again to acquire technologies that could elevate the civilization level of Longwa. If they refused to give it, he would take it by force. In short, he did not wish for so many of his compatriots to die again when the next calamity struck. After 3 days of recovery from his burns, he returned to Earth to handle other matters. LiRulong directly found the elders and shared his thoughts, waiting for their decision. He also learned from Elder Zhang that on August 20th, which was also the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, the entire Longxing would hold a national funeral to bid farewell to the martyrs. Moreover, on the first day of the first lunar month, the old Western calendar would be officially abolished, and the lunar calendar would be adopted as the new calendar, marking the first year of Longxing. His resignation as commander of the guard troops needed to be discussed, and they needed to find someone suitable to replace him. So the elders told him to go home and wait for news, just in time for him to rest, returning to his long-missed home. Zhang Ziqiao and the others had been waiting for him. Upon seeing LiRulong return, they surrounded him. After confirming he was all right, they all had dinner together, but the meal felt somewhat heavy. They could tell LiRulong was in a bad mood, and from Zhang Ziqiao, they had heard that many people had sacrificed their lives in this war, resulting in many broken families, so they were not as chatty as before during the meal. LiRulong also noticed their unusual behavior and realized that his mood was affecting them, but he truly couldn't feel happy. In the evening after dinner, LiRulong took some beer and went to the stone table by the garden pond, sitting quietly there, looking up at the moon in the sky and the battlefield in the far reaches of space. His supervision allowed him to clearly see everything there, the wreckage of warships, the debris of fighter jets, and thankfully, no soldiers' bodies were drifting there anymore. "You brought beer? I even brought you a whole box." He turned to see Yang Linger had arrived, carrying a box of beer, her forehead glistening with sweat. LiRulong quickly took the beer from her and set it on the ground. "You're exhausted." Yang Linger sat down beside him, wiping her forehead with her delicate hand. "Can you open a bottle for me?" LiRulong took out a chilled beer, opened it, and placed it in front of her. Yang Linger took a sip and exclaimed, "So refreshing. What were you looking at just now? The moon?" Yang Linger asked curiously, tilting her head. LiRulong shook his head, pointing to the sky, specifically to the starless area of the universe slightly left of the moon. "I was looking there. That's where Uncle Ma and the others fought and sacrificed." LiRulong replied softly, his gaze still fixed on that battlefield. "I heard from Ziqiao that this time it was really tragic, was it?" "Yes. Many soldiers sacrificed themselves for Longxing and its people, leaving them forever there. Some soldiers' remains couldn't even be recovered." Hearing this, Yang Linger's eyes turned red, as if she were about to cry. She could imagine the brutality of the battle. Having studied history, she understood how honorable those martyrs were who sacrificed for Longwa and its people when it was first established. "Linger, am I useless? I clearly feel strong, yet I couldn't save them. Am I just a waste, a mere mechanical demon, a warship shaped like a fishbone? Why can't I solve this quickly?" Tears streamed down LiRulong's cheeks as he lifted his head. Yang Linger immediately held his hand, gently rubbing it, then shook her head vigorously, saying, "No, darling, you are the best and the strongest. If it weren't for you, who knows how many more soldiers would have sacrificed their lives. Longxing and its people might not be living as peacefully as they are now." She stood up, cradled LiRulong's head in her arms, and gently stroked his hair. "You mustn't think like that. Uncle Ma and the others wouldn't want to see you like this, filled with self-pity. You need to pull yourself together. I believe Grandpa and the others are still waiting for you. Many places still need you." "Ugh, cough, ugh." LiRulong buried his face in Yang Linger's arms and began to cry softly. "Let out. You've been carrying too much before. It will be better to vent it out. Everything will be fine in the future." Yang Linger's gentle voice gradually calmed LiRulong down. Then, the two sat quietly drinking beer until she could no longer hold on, and LiRulong carried her back to her room while he himself sat in the living room all night. "I need to pull myself together. Linger is right. Uncle Ma and my comrades wouldn't want to see me like this, would they?" On August 20th, Longxing held the most significant funeral ceremony in its history. Almost all the key officials and citizens of the capital arrived early by the roadside where the funeral procession would pass, holding chrysanthemums and wearing black veils, waiting for the procession to arrive. As the first ray of sunlight shone into the capital in the morning, the funeral ceremony officially began. advancing towards the west of the capital, where a martyr's cemetery had been prepared in advance over the course of 10 days. Without solemn music, without cars clearing the way, the families of the martyrs would take a special vehicle, following behind the procession. Leading the way was the Longxing Honor Guard, who held high the bright Longxing flag, walking at the forefront of the procession. Behind them were two coffins carried by military leaders, including LiRulong, Commander Wang, and Minister Xiong. One coffin contained General Ma Jun, restored by the Life Medical Pod, and the other held the remains of Major Sun Chong after restoration. Unfortunately, the Life Medical Pod could only repair the body's internal organs and could not bring the deceased back to life. LiRulong personally carried General Ma Jun's coffin, walking alongside Major Sun Chong's coffin, each step weighing heavily on him. Behind the coffins were soldiers in crisp military uniforms, wearing white gloves, holding white vertical flags inscribed with the names of the martyrs. Each flag bore 120 names, many of which were unfamiliar to the common people, including names from Longhua, Xiongzhu, and Shizhu. The procession moved slowly, as if to let the onlookers along the road see and remember every name. Along the way, LiRulong recognized a familiar face, a pregnant woman standing beside a middle-aged man in an old military uniform. When the middle-aged man saw the procession approaching, he immediately stood at attention and saluted, then took out a somewhat damaged bugle and sounded the taps. The melody of taps conveyed to the martyrs that they could rest in peace, while their wake-up call had already been sounded by their deeds. Just as General Ma Jun had said in the video he left for LiRulong, they had not died. They had merely remained in the past, but would always watch them move towards the future. The procession walked tirelessly for 4 hours, arriving at the martyrs' cemetery, where General Ma Jun and Major Sun Chong would be buried. The remains of other martyrs, whose bodies had been recovered, were also interred, while those whose bodies had not been found were honored with their own gravestones. The cries of the families, the weeping of the surrounding citizens, and the somber expressions of the soldiers turned the originally clear sky suddenly dark. On that day, not only did over 20 million citizens from the capital attend the funeral, but the entire population of 2.8 billion in Longxing also mourned the martyrs in their own ways across the land. After the funeral, the atmosphere of sorrow lingered for a long time, but life had to go on. LiRulong spent nearly a month at home, gradually recovering. Although he had resigned from his position as the supreme commander of the Guard Army and retained only the title of commander of the Hailang Special Ship, he visited the Academy of Sciences and the Military Academy more frequently than before. All of this was noticed by those around him, and the elderly simply encouraged him to go. Meanwhile, the Longxing military was fully engaged in collecting battlefield debris to prepare for the construction of new warships, and LiRulong would also take time to help. The efforts of Director Huang and others at the Academy of Sciences, who worked tirelessly, finally bore fruit when they developed a warship design blueprint that met the standards of a stellar civilization using the alien advanced civilization warship data brought back by LiRulong. Additionally, Longxing's population experienced its first surge. Statistics showed that within a month after the war ended, the number of pregnancies reached an astonishing 550 million. And in just 9 months, the total population would exceed 3.5 billion. Everything in Longxing was moving in a better direction. It was not until the system's voice rang out again a month later that LiRulong left home, flying to a secluded place to receive the information brought by the system. It was by the small river in the suburbs of the capital, which had become more lush after the transformation of Longxing, with many small animals and fish that were not very afraid of humans. As soon as LiRulong sat on a rock, an unknown little bird landed on his shoulder, and a squirrel from the tree came to sit beside him. Curiously observing this unfamiliar human, LiRulong smiled at these adorable little creatures, allowing them to play on his shoulder. "System brother, let's talk. Be polite with me. I only took a day to absorb the magic orb, but it took me 29 days to get rewards for you. Is it easy for me? Thank you for your hard work. Let me tell you first, this time the reward is not a physical item or technology. It is a chance for you to travel through time. You can go get the technology over there. How much you can achieve depends on yourself." It can't be ancient times, right? It's not ancient times. This time it's not a random travel, but a guided travel with a predetermined anchor point. It will definitely surprise you, but you only have 10 days. Once the time is up, you must return. Is that so? Don't say, "System brother. You're actually quite nice. Then I'll prepare, and we'll go." "Okay, call me when you're ready." The crystal-clear river flowed gently like a green silk ribbon. The small animals by the river leisurely drank water and played games that humans could not understand. Sunlight filtered through the lush trees, sprinkling like gold powder on the water surface. A gentle breeze brushed by, creating ripples, picturesque and poetic. LiRulong sat still, emptying his mind and quietly appreciating such a refreshing and beautiful natural landscape. He didn't know when he started to like this place, but he had no plans to build a house here. If he damaged the painting, how could this place continue to inspire him? He thought of the people at home. Shouldn't he give them a proper title? Since returning home, he had been replaying the scenes of Ma Jun and his comrades fighting to the death, preferring to be destroyed together. He thought of the soldiers who were usually strong-willed but broke down in tears upon seeing their comrades' bodies, and of the millions of tearful citizens following behind the procession during the funeral. At that time, he didn't know how to move on, but thankfully, Yang Ling and Zhang Jitao had been there for him, along with his grandfather and others who constantly guided him, allowing him to gradually untie the knots in his heart. At that time, I was still guiding Zhang Peng, and I almost fell into a pit myself. He was only 16 when he arrived in this world. Had it not been for the superhuman template the system gave him, instantly granting him a strong body of 1.8 meters and powerful abilities, he wouldn't even know how to survive in this world where he had no identity. System brother, can I ask something? What did the mechanical demon mean by anomalous dimension? The world you are in now is called an anomalous dimension. Once a world is selected and passes the first novice task, it will be directly isolated into a dimension by an indescribable rule, making it independent from the parallel world. Except for the entry and exit at the beginning of the task, it will be completely isolated at other times, presumably to prevent certain higher-dimensional pseudo-gods from cheating. ISNT this a game instance? Pretty much, except you might jump out of the instance into the so-called main world. I see. No wonder that mechanical demon called Huaxia Dragon thought I was someone who came in from the outside through special means. How big is our dimension? The size of the parallel world you are in determines the size of the dimension. What is the main world like? Real. With a higher level of civilization and correspondingly greater competition, civilizations are destroyed every moment. LiRulong chatted a lot with the system today. For some reason, the system answered every question. Of course, when it came to rules and higher dimensional matters, the system remained silent or unable to speak. LiRulong stood up, bid farewell to the small animals who were looking at him with curious eyes, and slowly flew into the sky. He asked Fushi to inform the old man, as well as Director Huang and the military leaders, that he was going to hold a meeting. After returning home to change into his military uniform, he greeted Jitiao and the others with a smile and even made a few risky jokes. Watching LiRulong fly away, Zhang Jitiao and the others finally felt relieved. He had returned to his previous state, indicating that he had moved on. Today, Rulong was going to travel through space again, and he had come out of it. Should we celebrate with a barbecue and beer tonight? Sure. I want big kidneys. The girls cheered, starting to prepare the ingredients for the evening. After the meeting ended, I was ready to leave. I would be back in 10 days, but I didn't know what exactly I could bring back this time. LiRulong sat beside the old man and informed them that he would be traveling again today. All departments would fully cooperate with him, and the new city would have 10 days to prepare for the potential newcomers. After coordinating with various departments, LiRulong put on the black battle suit and cloak repaired by the Academy of Sciences and strapped on a backpack containing the Yoma box. Brother Tong, other systems have space storage. Can you get me one too? Let's talk about it later. I almost used up all my energy to prepare for this trip for you. After hearing this, LiRulong didn't push further. Since Brother Tong said to discuss it later, it would surely be provided. After saying goodbye to the old man and the others, he flew into the sky, directly communicated with the system, and began this journey of rewards. Traveling begins 3, 2, 1. With the same operation and the same scene, LiRulong disappeared from Dragon Star once again. A planet shattered into several pieces suddenly revealed a blue vortex in its orbit, and LiRulong was spat out again. He shook his head vigorously to alleviate the pain caused by the aftereffects of the travel and immediately looked around. A starry battlefield? The planet was in such a shattered state. Flying past the broken planet, he spotted a yellow-green planet in the distance, which was orbiting a bright red sun. Fortunately, the shortcomings had been optimized. Otherwise, if I encountered a red sun upon my arrival, this superhero would have been done for. Feeling a lingering fear, LiRulong patted his chest and used his supervision to look at the yellow-green planet. He discovered the presence of civilization there. Moreover, the level of civilization seemed quite high. Outside the planet, in the space orbit, there was an enormous black space station in operation. In an orbit even higher than the space station, there was a massive triangular space structure running in sync with the space station. LiRulong felt reassured. With such a level of civilization, they would definitely be able to help Dragon Star advance technologically. The only question was whether this civilization was friendly or hostile. Good things must be secured. If necessary, I can play the role of an interstellar pirate and observe up close. LiRulong enveloped himself in a biological force field and flew rapidly towards the planet. Just as he was about to reach the planet's orbit, he noticed something unusual. It seemed like a battle was occurring there. Countless identical warships and small aircraft were attacking each other, and he wondered if the combatants might mistakenly target the wrong side. Using his super hearing to listen to the sounds of the entire planet, he filtered out the noisy gunfire and explosions, isolating the cries for help and shouts, until he finally heard some useful voices. He figured out which world he had arrived in and silently thanked Brother Tong and his ancestors. Don't think I can't hear you. This world is currently the most helpful to you. Don't be ungrateful to a good person and a good system. Brother Tong, this world has the dark side. If one came, I would have to kneel, not to mention they're even more powerful overseers. How dare I act recklessly in the homeland of the Son of Heaven? Rest assured, you have 10 days to do anything. I can help you shield everything. When the time comes, we'll just flip. Those two little punks you mentioned, and whatever god is here can't catch you. With the system's assurance, LiRulong felt temporarily at ease. He glanced at the distant red sun and thought of the special gift that Director Huang had prepared for him after the battle, and immediately had a bold idea. Anyway, since Brother Tong said he could do whatever he wanted within 10 days, he felt free to plan. With a plan in mind, he focused his attention on the tallest pyramid-like building in the city, where a cutscene was unfolding, ready to perform a miraculous appearance. Boom! The building's door was destroyed by an explosion, and a team of men in black battle armor interrupted a middle-aged man attempting to persuade several elderly council members adorned in gold and silver sitting in high positions. The council no longer existed. The leading man in black armor announced to everyone present, "Who gave the order?" "I did." Boom! An elderly female council member, seemingly unable to grasp reality, asked such a brainless question. The man in black armor didn't show her any mercy, responding with a powerful retort and directly shot her dead. The other council members, seeing that he dared to shoot, were so frightened that they sat still, not daring to move. The man in black armor announced the declaration of a coup, while his soldiers roughly dragged the council members and threw them to the ground. "Zod, what do you want to do? Are you crazy?" A middle-aged man with a white beard, who had just attempted to persuade the council, angrily stepped forward to question the man in black armor named Zod. Zod, with an indifferent expression, even expressed regret that it was too late for him to act now. These greedy and incompetent elders had already led Krypton to destruction, yet remained oblivious, continuing to engage in high-minded discussions every day. The two debated for a moment, with Zod continuously urging the other to assist him in their civilization. As the highest commander of the Kryptonian army, he could not stand idly by and watch his planet and compatriots head towards annihilation. However, Jor-El disagreed, believing that military coups could not solve Krypton's disaster. In space, LiRulong found himself agreeing with Zod's opinions, but could not fully endorse his ideas. As the chief scientist, Jor-El seemed a bit too idealistic, and he would later commit the most selfish act, which made LiRulong look down on him a bit. With differing paths and no common ground. Even though Zod was furious, he did not kill his former close friend Jor-El as he had with others. Instead, he ordered his soldiers to imprison him first. Seeing that the time was right, LiRulong didn't want to wait for Jor-El to steal the Codex of Life before taking action. His plan was to take them all down in one go. Of course, this required employing the tricks he had learned from Zhang Zhong. With that in mind, LiRulong accelerated and dove directly into the pyramid building. Boom! At that moment, Jor-El had not yet been taken out of the hall by the soldiers when a hole was smashed in the central ceiling. The falling boulder even crushed the elders who had been thrown on the ground by the soldiers. Everyone instantly went on high alert, and Jor-El, who had been contemplating how to escape, stopped and looked back. As the dust settled, a handsome man dressed in black battle armor and a black cloak appeared, with a silver biological pattern resembling the L family crest on the front of his armor. A man, using some unknown means, was able to suspend himself in the air, his face stern, arms crossed, looking down at the crowd below. Fortunately, there were both Western and Eastern faces among the spectators, making it easier to manipulate the situation. LiRulong thought to himself, his face furrowed in a frown, appearing somewhat angry. "Who are you?" Zod frowned, looking up at the stranger above him. He disliked surprises, especially those that disrupted his plans. LiRulong said nothing, instead raising his head, his eyes instantly turning crimson. He directed a heat ray at the base of the building, cutting a circle around it, then blew a breath. To the astonishment of the crowd, he lifted the entire building into the air, then with one hand, threw it into outer space. The people present were frozen in place. They had battled in the universe for countless years and had seen numerous civilizations, but they had never encountered such a powerful individual. Zod was the first to regain his composure. He felt anger boiling inside him, but he dared not provoke the stranger before understanding his intentions. Damn it, what is this person doing? He comes here without saying a word and destroys my large building, which I had already considered as my future command center. Bastard, you owe me. While he thought this, he couldn't bring himself to speak. At that moment, seeing the impressive effect of LiRulong's display, Zod, filled with rage, suddenly shouted at the people below, "Are you done making a scene? Are you done?" LiRulong's tone was calm, but everyone present could see the anger on his face and the strong killing intent emanating from him. Zod wanted to speak, but just as he opened his mouth, LiRulong interrupted, "I destroyed this decaying building to make you stand here and take a good look at everything happening outside." The crowd, including Zod and Joel, instinctively looked outside. At that moment, chaos reigned outside. The army supporting Zod was in constant combat with the army controlled by the Council of Elders. The warships from both sides exchanged fire, even colliding directly, emphasizing that if one side suffered, the other should not expect to fare better. Various combat aircraft were entangled in fierce battles, showing no regard for whether their opponents were fellow countrymen. Soldiers were dying every minute. The falling warships and aircraft, along with the rampant artillery fire in the sky, turned the city below into a sea of flames, with screams, howls, and pleas for help nearly drowning out the sound of the artillery. Witnessing this tragic scene, many of Zod's soldiers and the guards originally responsible for protecting the elders hung their heads in shame. Although Zod did not know what the stranger's intentions were, he could not allow him to continue speaking. Silently signaling to his loyal aide, Fiora, the next moment, Fiora instantly aimed her gun at LiRulong and pulled the trigger. LiRulong had been observing them. Zod's every move did not escape his eyes. He made no effort to stop or dodge Fiora's attack, simply floating in the air, watching them. Bang! A blue laser beam capable of killing any Kryptonian present accurately struck LiRulong. In the subconscious of others, this unknown young man with black hair would die in the next moment, but only Zod and Joel frowned. If that flying person had actively dodged Fiora's attack, Zod and Joel might have thought there was still room for maneuvering. But LiRulong did not move at all, and the attack hit him accurately. To everyone's astonishment, he remained completely unharmed, not even swaying. LiRulong glanced at Fiora, who was staring at him in disbelief, and said softly, "I don't like being shot at, especially by my fellow countrymen." Fellow countrymen? This word rushed into their ears, but they could not comprehend how any fellow countryman could ignore the attack of an energy weapon, fly, and shoot red beams capable of cutting through the steel structures of Wes. Moreover, he had single-handedly lifted a building weighing millions of tons and thrown it into space. If he truly was a fellow countryman, could I also be as strong as him? This thought flashed simultaneously in their minds. Even among the Kryptonians whose thoughts were currently restricted, a desire for progress began to emerge. Zod, immediately order your subordinates to cease fire. Joel, you're also from the Council of Elders. Go command the Council's troops to stop attacking. After LiRulong spoke, Zod and the others did not move, and the soldiers present looked at him and Joel, waiting for orders. Why should I listen to you? Zod shouted angrily. He could no longer tolerate this suspicious black-haired youth daring to give him orders. Why? Because you all turned my Krypton into this. Because of the current council system, which has turned Krypton into their private property. Because I had to clean up the mess to save your lives, to make you my subordinates. I asked the divine being, my great commander, to expend countless precious resources, the system energy that could be restored in a month, to bring me back. Is that not enough? LiRulong angrily retorted. He needed to suppress them with his momentum, especially the stubborn Zod and the cunning Joel. I've already given the order. I don't want to repeat it. Don't force me to take action and destroy the entire Krypton. After all, with the code of life in place, recreating a Kryptonian race would only take a few million years. Just moments ago, LiRulong, who had been filled with anger, now returned to a calm demeanor. However, in the eyes of Zod and the others, it seemed as if he had conveyed three important pieces of information. Zod's thoughts. Judging by his tone, he doesn't seem to be joking about destroying the entire Krypton himself. Joel's thoughts. For what he said, he knows about the code of life and how to use it. The thoughts of others. Looking at his expression, a few million years seems inconsequential to him. He must possess infinite lifespan. LiRulong took in the expressions of everyone, especially the looks on Zod and Joel's faces, realizing they now believed him at least 30%. He was ready to demonstrate his divine power again to deepen their impression. I sense that Krypton is already very unstable, isn't it? LiRulong looked at Joel, who nodded in response. That shattered moon, it has had a significant impact, hasn't it? Joel nodded again. The moon was something he had suggested destroying, using Krypton's most powerful interstellar weapon to shatter it. He had initially envisioned it breaking into small fragments that would eventually be pulled into a planetary ring by Krypton's gravity, and he had done extensive calculations. However, for some reason, the final result did not meet expectations. The moon, which broke into several pieces, increased Krypton's burden and accelerated its destruction. I will not allow it, the deity. Yes, we have calculated that the recent disasters in Krypton are directly related to the Council's reckless resource exploitation and the sudden increase in the moon's gravity. I couldn't persuade the Council, and now there have been unexpected issues with the moon. Joel sighed, speaking helplessly. Then I'll go resolve the moon issue first, buying Krypton a few more days. As for you two, I believe you will make the right choice. LiRulong finished speaking and directly soared into the sky, deliberately using a biological force field to instantly accelerate and break the sound barrier as he left, causing those present, including Zod, to stagger. As they watched the black-haired youth fly higher and farther, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure LiRulong had just exerted on them was immense, especially the overwhelming aura that only someone of a higher status could possess, which was stronger than that of Zod and the Elders. This kind of power couldn't be cultivated in a short time. General, what should we do? Fiora asked softly as she walked up behind Zod. Zod thought to himself that he wished someone could tell him what to do. He didn't answer Fiora's question, but walked directly in front of Joel, who was frowning deeply in thought. Joel, what should we do? He asked. Joel looked up at him, pondered for a long time, and sighed, I don't know. I just can't recall who that person is, nor do I know their identity or what their intentions might be. Seeing Zod also sigh, he continued, but I can guess that the other party doesn't have malicious intent. Otherwise, the casualties would not have been limited to just those few puddles of mud on the ground. Zod scratched his short hair. If even the smartest person on Krypton, Joel, didn't know what to do, what could he do? If he followed that person's orders, his reputation would take a hit, making future work difficult. But if he didn't follow, glancing at the Elders crushed into mud on the ground, he was also a bit afraid of the other party causing him trouble. Now the drawbacks of Kryptonians being nurtured through incubation chambers and a life code were becoming evident. Like Zod, who was born as an officer, he accumulated military merits and prestige to eventually become the commander of the Kryptonian army, the strongest person on Krypton at present. However, he didn't study history or science and technology, nor did he engage in any schemes, so he couldn't understand what LiRulong wanted. Meanwhile, the widely recognized, smartest Joel was also in the dark. He only wanted to know how the other party would resolve the issue with the moon and buy a few days for his newborn child to escape. The two Kryptonians, regarded as the most talented, stood there staring at each other, lost in their thoughts, until they were awakened by a shout. Quick, look at the moon. Everyone looked up at the sky. Although it was daytime, Krypton's moon was not far from the planet itself, so they could clearly see the moon shattering into several pieces. At that moment, the moon was being shattered again by a mysterious force, to a degree more thorough than the previous bombardments by Kryptonian weapons, with slightly larger fragments being smashed until they completely vanished from sight. Stunned, they seemed to hear none of the fierce sounds of battle outside, their eyes only on the moon that was gradually being obliterated. Zod, Fiora, go give the order to cease fire. Also, tell the military of the Elder Council to stop firing. Joel shouted. Zod immediately realized that they had to cease fire immediately. Otherwise, when that person returned, he didn't think he would be sturdier than the moon. Fiora received the order and immediately ran back to the ship to issue the ceasefire command. Joel hurriedly took out his communicator and, in his capacity as the chief scientist of the Elder Council, requested the Council's military to temporarily cease fire. Their actions were all seen by LiRulong, who had already returned to Krypton's orbit. I'm such a low-key person. This time, to gain your trust. I made such a big show. I don't believe you want to fall for it. Only after seeing both sides cease fire and retreating to their respective camps did LiRulong fly back to Zod and the others. He hovered above them with his arms crossed, still looking down at them with indifference. This time everyone, including Zod, broke out in a cold sweat. Zod's personal bodyguard, Dane, who stood 3 meters tall and had always taken pride in his height and strength, enjoying the attention he received, and even earning the title of Kryptonian Giant. Now, quietly crouched down, not wanting to draw attention to himself. It seems you two made the right choice. I'm glad, LiRulong said flatly. Meanwhile, he recalled some details and tips from the performance training Yang Ling and the others had discussed at home, as well as the acting textbooks he had casually browsed through. He also thought of Zhang Zhong's teachings on the second subject of the Thick Black School, the art of deception, which he had previously thought was a waste of time, and insisted to Zhang Zhong that he wanted to exchange his sincerity for other smiles. But Zhang Zhong always looked at him with a foolish gaze. After arriving on Krypton and planning this trip meticulously, LiRulong prepared to combine an actor's self-cultivation. Thick Black School Subject 2, The Art of Deception, and Thick Black School Subject 1, No Holds Barred Black to give the naive Kryptonians a lesson. The first act, Overwhelming Presence, had ended, and now the second act, Omniscience and Omnipotence, was about to begin. Zod, immediately send people to arrest all the members of the Elder Council and the nobility, including their relatives. Not a single one should be spared. I will help you maintain order and hope you won't disappoint me. Zod nodded in agreement. He dared not refuse, and he was quite willing to carry out this order. As for you, Joel, stop thinking about stealing the life code for your naturally born son. Let me think. His name is Kal-El, right? A pretty cute little guy, and the first naturally born baby in Krypton in tens of thousands of years. You and your wife are quite bold. I admire that. Upon hearing LiRulong's words, everyone immediately turned to look at the now sweating Joel. Zod glared at Joel upon hearing that he wanted to steal the life code, not believing that LiRulong would slander Joel. Seeing Joel's expression, he quickly realized that what LiRulong said was absolutely true. However, your idea of integrating the life code into your son and secretly sending him to the blue planet in the solar system of the Milky Way, I cannot agree to. Even if there's a colony ship that crashed there 2,000 years ago, capable of reshaping Kryptonian civilization. Joel, who had already broken out in a cold sweat, nearly collapsed to the ground. His plan was known only to his wife, Lara, who was also a scientist, but he hadn't told her the destination yet, intending to wait until the ship left to reveal it. Moreover, the exploration colony ship from 2,000 years ago was a secret that the elf family had always kept. But this young man in front of him seemed to know everything, which filled him with immense fear. Joel, you actually wanted to steal the life code. Zod shouted angrily at the trembling Joel, preparing to teach him a lesson. The life code was the most important part of his plan and the most valuable treasure in all of Krypton. He absolutely would not allow anyone to touch it. Stop. Zod, you're not Joel's match. If you two really start fighting, I guarantee it will be you who dies. LiRulong called out to Zod, avoiding the embarrassing situation of him getting beaten and revealing Joel's true strength. Zod did not want to believe he would lose to a scientist. After all, he was the strongest soldier on Krypton. If someone else had said it, he would have certainly taught them a lesson to make them see reality. But now, the one saying this was LiRulong, which likely meant it was true. In the end, only he would have to face reality. At the same time, he felt puzzled. As a close friend, he knew that Joel had endless scientific experiments and research work to do every day. Now he learned that Joel had secretly fathered a child with his wife, and on top of that, he could also find time to work out and learn martial arts. Where did he find so much time in a day? Was he a master of time management? He also wanted to learn this skill and had a vague feeling it could be useful in other areas. Joel, why don't you go back and spend some time with your wife and child? There are still some unfinished matters that need your cooperation. Joel mechanically nodded, as if his soul had been drained, and walked towards the wall outside. Don't think about your unrealistic plans after you return. If I find any unauthorized aircraft taking off, no matter who it is, I will personally bring it down. Moreover, if the life code is implanted in anyone's body, I can extract it again. You wouldn't want to test my strength, would you? With his back to LiRulong, Joel continued to walk towards his flying mount after hearing this. LiRulong was merely reminding him this time, but he wasn't trying to scare him. The life code was also very important to him, and if Joel remained obstinate, he would have to take matters into his own hands. It was just a pity for the chief cattle and horse he found for Director Huang, no, the chief alien scientist and the future little Superman. LiRulong glanced at the still somewhat angry Zod and thought to himself, how could this man be a general? With such a mentality, he would be killed by Commander Wong and the others if he were on Blue Star. Let's go deal with those blood-sucking maggots. They're the root cause of this political upheaval. After saying that, he flew directly into Zod's spaceship, found a spacious spot, and sat down with his eyes closed. Dear Master, there is still more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Zod hurriedly led his subordinates aboard the spaceship, heading straight for the Elder Council's camp. As the spaceship took off, everyone sat nervously in their seats, except for the tall and broad Darnay, who sat on the spaceship's deck, hugging his legs like a sulking little girl, with his head down. There was nothing he could do. His special seat was the largest, and now it was occupied by that person, so he didn't dare ask for a seat change. Do you want it? LiRulong said with his eyes closed, opening his mouth. Huh? Zod and the others didn't understand what he meant by that. Want what? Want to die? I'm asking if you want my strength. Upon hearing this, Zod and the others showed incredulous expressions. Even the driver in front turned his head to look at LiRulong. Having witnessed the power of the black-haired young man in front of them, who wouldn't want to possess such overwhelming strength, especially those Kryptonians who have been soldiers since birth. Let me think. Super speed, super strength, super endurance, super healing, super breath, super defense, biofield, heat vision, freeze breath, energy absorption, and X-ray vision. What else is there? With so many super abilities, I am Superman. LiRulong opened his eyes somewhat boastfully, counting his superpowers on his fingers. With each super ability he mentioned, Zod and the others' eyes widened a little more, and the fire in their hearts burned more intensely. By the time LiRulong finished, everyone present, except for the already big-eyed Fiora, was nearly tearing their eyelids apart. Do you want it? Seeing that Zod and the others were staring at him wide-eyed, the most noticeable Darnay was even drooling. They were nodding vigorously, to the point that it scared LiRulong into wondering if there was a super ability for super likes. I'm back this time for two reasons. One is to solve the problems on Krypton and save my compatriots. And the second is to train my compatriots to become supermen like me, to face the impending crisis. I see that you all have amazing potential, especially you, he said, pointing at Darnay. With your physique, you are definitely a template for doomsday, and since you are loyal soldiers, I plan to make you super Kryptonians first. Are you willing? LiRulong's gaze lingered on Darnay. Darnay felt that with so many people present, and General Zod also there, this exceptionally handsome and talented young man was singling him out, making him feel that the day he would be honored was not far off. He shyly scratched the back of his head. By the way, I still don't know how to address you. Zod wanted to ask a question, but suddenly realized he didn't know how to refer to the other party. My surname is Lee. You can call me General Lee. Krypton currently has less than 7 million people, and judging by how this battle has gone, many more will die. My army alone has hundreds of millions of soldiers. Upon hearing this, Zod's heart burned even hotter. He only had a few tens of thousands of men under his command, while this self-proclaimed General Lee had hundreds of millions of warriors. And he was so strong that even a single one of those hundreds of millions could likely kill him with ease. Training with him would surely be a tremendous boost for himself. LiRulong was unaware that Zod's thoughts had already gone awry. If he knew, he would definitely shout, "Don't go spar with them. Even if you don't sunbathe, you'll still kill a lot of people." General Lee, how do you plan to train us? Zod asked cautiously. I will stay on Krypton for 10 days, which are also the last 10 days before Krypton is destroyed. I will give you a manual, and if the remaining Kryptonians can learn it and fully imprint it in their minds, I will give you the chance to continue living. After saying that, LiRulong took out a book he had just written while waiting for both sides to cease fire in space. It only had 8 pages, but each page contained significant meaning. He handed it to Zod, who immediately took it carefully, while the others craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Zod saw that the cover of the book read essential text for those who enter Longxing from Huaxia, then opened the first page, which contained only 18 characters. The first page, to take pride in revitalizing Dragon Star civilization, to feel shame in harming Dragon Star interests. The second page, to take pride in identifying as the Huaxia nation, to feel shame in proclaiming foreign civilizations. The third page, to take pride in defending the citizens of Dragon Star, to feel shame in harming fellow nationals. The 7th page, to take pride in mutual unity and friendship, to feel shame in damaging each other's feelings. The 8th page, the final interpretation, rights belong to General LiRulong. After reading each page, Zod could understand every word, but when put together, he couldn't comprehend it all. For example, what civilization was this Dragon Star civilization? What nation was this Huaxia nation? Seeing Zod's confused expression, LiRulong knew he hadn't grasped the meaning. Forget it. Once we finish handling the matters, I'll have Joel teach him. That old fox will definitely be able to teach them. As both sides had already ceased fire, Zod's spaceship landed smoothly on the landing pad of the Elder Council's military camp. A group of surviving elders and noble clan leaders, dressed in luxurious robes and wearing fake smiles, stepped on the newly laid magnificent carpet, standing under the protection of numerous guards, ready to welcome Zod. Zod left them with a mixed impression of love and hate. They loved that Zod's political upheaval had eliminated elders who were higher in status and truly held power, giving these previously inconspicuous elder nobles a chance to reach the peak of power. However, they hated that Zod had never regarded them with any respect before, maintaining an attitude of disdain towards them, which had always left them feeling humiliated. But they didn't know that in Zod's eyes, these elder nobles were just maggots that could be crushed at any time. Now that Zod had actively requested a ceasefire, the elders thought he must be unable to continue fighting, so they would play along for now, even promising some benefits. Once they grasped the power of Krypton, they would find a way to eliminate Zod and his lackeys. Simply killing him would be too cheap, so they decided to capture them all and imprison them in the Phantom Zone for 300 years. The surviving elder nobles thought this way. Although they wanted to do it right away, they hadn't secured power yet, so they had to endure for now. Seeing Zod's ship land, a group of his lackeys exited and lined up on either side of the hatch. Finally, Zod stepped out, casting a disdainful glance at the maggots welcoming him, and stood respectfully by the hatch. This scene left the elder nobles who were welcoming him at a loss, looking at each other to see who understood what this meant. Did he want them to come forward to greet him? That would be too embarrassing for them. After all, it was Zod who had actively requested the ceasefire, so he should come forward to show some courtesy. These impolite soldiers, were they trying to show them who's boss? The elder at the center couldn't help but angrily mutter something under his breath, just as he was considering whether to find a way to give Zod an out. An unexpected event occurred. Another person stepped out of the ship, a young man with clean, slick black hair, a handsome face, dressed in a black bodysuit with a black cloak draped over his shoulders. His well-developed muscles stretched the bodysuit in explosive lines, and a silver unknown creature emblem on his chest resembled the elf family's insignia, but was not exactly the same. After leaving the ship, the black-haired young man walked straight towards them, with Zod closely following behind, trailing just one step behind him. The other soldiers formed two lines, orderly following behind. When they were about 5 meters apart, LiRulong stopped, and those behind him stood at attention in unison. The synchronized movement made the guards responsible for etiquette on the other side feel inferior. LiRulong curiously sized up the 32 elegantly dressed individuals facing him, realizing that those standing here were likely the remaining elders and noble lords of Krypton. Meanwhile, the others were also curiously observing LiRulong, their eyes darting back and forth between him and Zod, trying to glean something from their expressions. After a brief moment of mutual eye contact, LiRulong took the initiative to ask, "Is everyone here?" "Yes, General. Those with some power and the rulers of Krypton's great nobility are all here. Not a single one missing." Their conversation left the elders puzzled. General? Who would dare to call themselves a general in front of Zod on Krypton? And now this term was being uttered by Zod himself, and he was even bowing slightly with a tone filled with respect when addressing this black-haired young man. The elders and nobles began to calculate in their minds, trying to recall the identity of the black-haired youth. But unfortunately, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't think of any historical records that matched the young man in front of them. Unable to think of anything, they decided to ask the leading figure to inquire about the other's identity, which would also showcase their leader's status. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed the black-haired youth's eyes turning red. By the time he realized something was wrong and wanted to seek help from the guards, 2 beams of red laser shot out from the youth's eyes. LiRulong executa a swapping mutation, and the heat rays accurately cut through the necks of the 32 individuals opposite him. Tubang! Before the guards could react, 32 heads adorned with various ornate crowns fell to the ground, their bodies swaying before collapsing. The golden crown resembling a royal diadem that had been on the lead elder's head rolled to LiRulong's feet, and he stepped on it, crushing it into gold foil. The guards snapped back to their senses and raised their weapons, ready to kill the black-haired youth before Zod stepped forward, blocking LiRulong and shouting at them, "Stop. If you dare to lay a hand on the general, I will order the army to destroy all of Krypton." Hearing Zod's roar, the guard captain slowly lowered his raised hand. He knew Zod and understood him. His character was one who dared to speak and act, but he wasn't willing to take that gamble. In the guard captain's mind, anyway, this batch of elder nobles was gone, and the next batch would soon emerge. The life incubation chamber would continue to hatch their heirs. But the next words from the black-haired youth made his hair stand on end. "Zod, send someone to capture all the descendants and relatives of the elders and nobles, except for the elf family. Execute anyone who resists on the spot. But if you miss even one, I will fill that spot with you." "Yes, General. I will carry out the order." Zod received LiRulong's command and immediately returned to the aircraft, intending to personally lead a team to execute LiRulong's orders. Fiora and the others were left behind to assist LiRulong. As for his safety, was it necessary? After Zod left, LiRulong approached the guard captain, who stood 5 meters tall, and flew up to meet him at eye level. "Are you a soldier of Krypton or a lapdog for these trash?" he demanded. "Answer me, compatriot." LiRulong's commanding tone and authoritative gaze bore down on the guard captain, exuding the pressure of a superior. The guard captain felt somewhat disoriented under his gaze and instinctively lowered his head. "Answer me." A more domineering voice echoed in the guard captain's ears. I am a soldier of Krypton, a warrior responsible for guarding the Kryptonian parliamentary system." The guard captain stammered, trembling as he stated his duty. "I need to change your and your comrades' duties. From this moment on, you will still be soldiers of Krypton, but you will no longer guard the parliament. Instead, you will guard the Kryptonian compatriots. Do you understand?" "I understand." The guard captain nodded in response, and then knelt on one knee, his right fist placed on his left chest, performing a traditional Kryptonian loyalty gesture to LiRulong. LiRulong was very pleased with the guard captain's attitude, and then turned his gaze to the others. Seeing their captain kneeling, the guard soldiers hurriedly followed suit, kneeling on one knee. Meanwhile, Fiora and the others, seeing that the guard soldiers were the first to pledge allegiance to General Li, immediately knelt down to perform the loyalty gesture as well. They had to quickly report the situation to General Zod. They couldn't let the guard soldiers take the lead in pledging allegiance. Fiora thought to herself. LiRulong's temporary objective had been achieved. He had them all rise and now waited for Zod's news. "Zilio, how many people are in the guard regiment?" The guard captain Zilio quickly replied. "Originally, there were 44,000, but many were lost in the previous battle with Zod. Now there are fewer than 20,000 soldiers left." After hearing this, LiRulong turned his gaze to Fiora. "General, the Kryptonian army originally had 120,000 soldiers. Deducting the 20,000 stationed at various outposts in space and the estimated casualties from this battle, there are currently around 70,000 to 80,000 soldiers left on Krypton." As Zod's first deputy, Fiora was very familiar with all the details of the Kryptonian army. These matters had previously been entrusted to her by Zod for her to handle. LiRulong nodded, but disdainfully thought to himself, in a battle where both sides nearly exchanged one for one, these damn Kryptonians fight without military strategy, relying solely on brute force. However, it seems the Imperial Guard should be stronger. After all, 44,000 against 100,000, but they still lack brains. LiRulong decided that after subduing them, he would take them back to Dragon Star and throw all the Kryptonian officers into various military academies, re-educating them. If they couldn't learn, they could be left to die at future space outposts. After all, the military academies in Dragon Country can teach even non-blacks. So there's no reason Zod and the others can't learn. In less than 2 hours, Zod returned, covered in blood, but smiling, and surprisingly, he was accompanied by the silent Jor-El and his wife Lara, who was holding the newborn Kal-El in her arms. Zod quickly walked up to LiRulong, stood respectfully in front of him, and reported, "General, all the elder families and nobles have been cleaned out. Even the flying dragons that bore their family crest have been killed. Did you check if there were any worms in their underground?" LiRulong rolled his eyes. "Good job, Zod. For these pests that harm Krypton, they should be completely eradicated." LiRulong affirmed Zod's work, then glanced at Jor-El's family behind him, signaling to ask what was going on. "General, Jor-El saw me slaughtering the nobles and wanted to stop me, asking me to spare the children. I told him I was carrying out your orders, and then he fell silent. However, he called Lara and his son to come with me here." Zod quietly explained to LiRulong. After hearing this, LiRulong thought, "You don't want to take any blame at all, do you? It seems I still need to give you a course on how to serve your superior." He couldn't help but glare at Zod and directly walk towards Jor-El's family. Zod felt a bit confused by LiRulong's glare, unsure what he had done wrong. At that moment, Fiora quietly walked up to him and informed him that Captain Zareo and the Imperial Guard had already pledged allegiance to General Li. Upon hearing this, Zod immediately turned to glare at Zareo with a somewhat fierce look. Zareo noticed Zod glaring at him. He wasn't afraid of Zod, but he didn't want to lose out either, so he glared back. LiRulong didn't care about their standoff. He was now standing in front of Jor-El and Lara, looking sternly at their faces without speaking. Jor-El tightly grasped one of Lara's hands, while Lara nervously held her son close. "I just want to ask, Krypton doesn't have much time left. Is there any way to save Krypton?" Jor-El nervously asked. He was now the only noble left on Krypton. If he didn't find a way to quickly join LiRulong's camp, it was only a matter of time before he was purged, which is why he took the initiative to bring his family to him, signaling his allegiance to LiRulong. LiRulong looked at the old fox of Krypton in front of him, contemplating how to make him useful quickly. Subduing the old fox, Jor-El couldn't use the same methods as subduing Zod and the others. As soldiers, Zod and the others, aside from necessary national righteousness, only had two thoughts: respect for strong compatriots and how to make themselves stronger. Thus, LiRulong used a combination of stick and sweet dates on them. The stick hitting hard on their spirits, while the sweet dates satisfied their hearts. As long as LiRulong could make them stronger, and as long as he remained stronger than them, Zod and the Kryptonians would completely trust him and continue to follow him. Of course, if they had ulterior motives, LiRulong had ways to deal with them. After all, kryptonite was useful to them, but was of no use to him. As for Jor-El, he could not use the same methods, as Jor-El was not only a scientist, but also quite selfish, with 1,000 ideas in his mind. After thinking for a while, he felt that he should entice him with the safety and survival environment of his future wife and children, as well as the countless scientific technologies waiting for him to research. Let's find a quiet place. We need to talk. Zod, you, and Zareo come along too. As the captain of the Imperial Guard, Zareo was very familiar with the barracks, and upon hearing LiRulong's command, he immediately led them to a meeting room. LiRulong unreservedly sat at the head of the table, with Jor-El and his wife holding the child on his left, and Zod and Zareo, who were glaring at each other, on his right. I was the first to follow the general, so I should sit in the first position. This is my territory. As a guest, you should sit in the second position. If it weren't for the fear of displeasing LiRulong, the two would have fought over the position. After some deliberation, Zareo still let Zod sit in the first position as a gesture of hospitality. Zod shamelessly displayed a victorious smile and sat down. First, tell me, besides your military, the Imperial Guard, and the Academy of Sciences, what other major powers exist on Krypton? LiRulong asked the four present. Reporting to the general, besides our three forces, the influence of the Elder Council and the nobles has already been eliminated. Only the colonists and a few others remain. The rest are the common people responsible for factories, farming, and agriculture. They don't count as any real power, Zod answered proactively. Wrong. The working class and the peasant class are the greatest forces. You can't do anything without the mass line. Seeing their puzzled expressions, LiRulong continued to explain. Take your recent political change, for example. Have you ever thought that if you had garnered the support of the working and peasant classes beforehand, the outcome could have been a crushing victory? Zod shook his head instantly. Those ordinary Kryptonians who are born to be workers and farmers. What can they do to help us? LiRulong's face darkened, seeing that besides Jor-El, who was frowning in thought, and Lara, who was soothing the baby, even Zareo was staring wide-eyed, filled with questions, waiting for LiRulong to clarify further. How many workers and farmers are there on Krypton? And how many soldiers? About 7 million workers and farmers, and the military, including the Imperial Guard, was around 164,000 before the war. Now let me ask you, with over 7 million against 164,000, who would win? Well, if we consider weapons, the military would. Stop. How do you know the workers and farmers can't get weapons? Impossible. Their mindset is set from birth. They have no concept of using weapons. Even if we give them weapons, they wouldn't know how to use them. Destruction. Hearing Zod's affirmative answer and seeing Zareo and Jor-El nodding in agreement, even Lara, who was nursing the baby, had a face that said, "That's right." LiRulong was truly exhausted. This was partly his own fault and partly the fault of the DC writers. He had been trying to use the great strategy of the working and peasant classes being the masters from Dragon Country to influence the Kryptonians. But it seemed that it wouldn't work now. And the damn DC writers couldn't just produce a documentary about Krypton. The background story of the Son of Destiny wasn't even detailed, leaving him in an awkward position now. DC writers, we have one, but we wouldn't dare write your ideas here. No, he couldn't be embarrassed. This blame had to be shifted. Hey, I've got it. It seems you were too reliant on the life code before. Now you've been completely poisoned by this thing. LiRulong shook his head with regret, sighing as he spoke. Zod and the others exchanged glances, not understanding why General Li would evaluate the Codex of Life in such a way. The Codex of Life was the most important treasure of their Kryptonian race. Without it, the Kryptonians would have long been extinct. Joel seemed to grasp something elusive, but couldn't quite make sense of it. Joel, why did you break tradition and personally conceive a child with Lara? Seeing the dazed expression on Joel's face, LiRulong knew he had found an opening. I just feel that children nurtured in the life incubator will have their future paths severely limited. Just like Laura and I. Our parents were both scientists, and we're scientists too, so our children will inevitably be scientists as well, and cannot become generals, politicians, or workers and farmers. Joel carefully organized his words in response to LiRulong's question, not wanting to say anything wrong that could be used against him. The blood on the landing pad had not yet dried, and he had witnessed it firsthand. That's right. What you said is very true. The future paths of Kryptonians are restricted by the Codex of Life, and there will be no further development. And it's impossible to have a population explosion and conquer the universe like we did 1,000,000 years ago. LiRulong agreed, acknowledging Joel's insight. General Li, what do you think should be done to solve this problem? Although the Elder Council is gone, how can Kryptonians reproduce without using the Codex of Life? Joel threw the question back, wanting to see how LiRulong would resolve it. It wasn't that he couldn't think of a solution, but rather that he couldn't implement it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of stealing the Codex to escape with his son. The Codex of Life, also known as the Central Canon, not only stores all known knowledge and technology of Krypton, but also breeds Kryptonians through its gene pool. These two fundamental abilities are inherently good, but I don't know when it began to be misused. LiRulong paused deliberately, thinking of a way to rationally explain the situation, hoping to sink the rotten ship that was Krypton, except for Joel. The ancient Kryptonians were a great warrior race, with countless powerful beings like myself. However, due to years of warfare and encounters with equally strong enemies, the population sharply decreased. Then, under the research of some scientists, the Codex of Life was created to rapidly cultivate Kryptonians. This history was known not only to Joel, but also to Zod and Zira. However, what LiRulong said next shattered their traditional understanding completely. But at that time, all cultivated Kryptonians had the freedom to choose what knowledge to learn from the Codex of Life and the awareness to plan their future career paths. What I see now is that the Codex of Life has been arbitrarily altered by certain individuals or organizations, turning it into a despicable means of controlling Krypton. Of course, only an organization capable of this and daring enough to do so could achieve it. It couldn't be a single individual. The historical records you learned, no. The history implanted in you has definitely been altered by this organization. What? This is impossible. The Kryptonian movie star Joel immediately stood up, his face filled with shock as he shouted. He had long had his suspicions. If it weren't for this, Krypton couldn't possibly have existed for 1,000,000 years with only a sparse population of over 7 million. Of course, he didn't know that in other parts of the universe, more Kryptonians existed, but that had nothing to do with LiRulong. Nothing is impossible. You already had your doubts in your heart. You just didn't dare to say it, right? LiRulong directly exposed Joel's act, leaving him awkwardly standing there. However, his expression served to bolster LiRulong's position, as Zod and Zira completely believed LiRulong's words. Forget it. What has happened in the past cannot be changed. Besides, Krypton will be doomed in 10 days. What I'm saying now is just to make you understand that Kryptonians shouldn't be like this. If all Kryptonians could have free consciousness and the right to choose for themselves, then Zod might not become a general, but could be a rock musician he loves, while Joel could choose to be a powerful gladiator instead of a scientist. And Zira could become a butcher. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I want to be a rock musician. I won't be a gladiator instead of doing research. Why should I become a butcher? I want to sing too. The few of them had different thoughts until they were interrupted by Lara's laughter as she nursed the baby. LiRulong glanced at her, thinking to himself, what are you laughing about? I didn't even dare to say you might end up doing something else. Seeing LiRulong's gaze, Lara shyly lowered her head and used little Kal-El to shield herself while feeding. Little Kal-El seemed to sense someone watching him and ate even more vigorously, fearing someone would snatch his food bag away. Generally, you haven't said how to save Krypton. Joel steadied his mind, since he had decided to come. He wanted to clarify how the other party would save Krypton. LiRulong smiled at Joel, knowing he had taken the bait. Oh, look at my memory. I almost forgot to introduce myself, haha. LiRulong laughed heartily, raising their anticipation. Zod already knows my name. I am LiRulong, a Kryptonian, and I can be considered a super Kryptonian, but I am also a member of the human race. And Krypton is actually a minority ethnic group within the human race, belonging to the Huaxia civilization. The human race could understand, but they could only guess the general meaning of this minority ethnic group. However, what did Super Kryptonian and Huaxia civilization mean? Huaxia civilization is the greatest nation in the multiverse. To put it simply, they went from a primitive tribal civilization that couldn't cover their bodies to exploring the universe in just 5,000 years. This is way too fast. Zod and Zira had no concept of it, but as a scientist, Joel was deeply shocked. Moreover, as one of the civilizations among humans, in the evolution of ancient civilizations, all other civilizations have perished in the long river of history, leaving only the Huaxia civilization to survive to this day. This time, LiRulong was not deceiving them. This was completely true and could withstand verification. Next, LiRulong introduced various aspects of Huaxia civilization, even recounting many ancient legends and stories, all with a proud expression. When he spoke joyfully, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, leaving Zod and the others speechless. Why are you so proud? It's as if you contributed to it. They thought to themselves, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. All right, I've said so much just to tell you that Krypton is also part of the Huaxia civilization. Otherwise, why would a strong person like me actively join them? After LiRulong finished speaking, he allowed them time to absorb it, for too much is as bad as not enough. The few of them were shocked by the history of Huaxia civilization, truly stunned. General, that man called Pangu really could reopen the world with a single axe? General, can the pig in the heavenly office really command an army of 100,000? General, I don't. You don't believe? Joel had just begun to speak when he was stopped by a glare from LiRulong. No, I absolutely believe. I mean, I don't quite understand how that life scientist, named Nu Wa, created humans from clay. Didn't she need some kind of treasure like the life code? Joel hurriedly explained. Even if he didn't believe it, he wouldn't dare say it out loud. He was just interested in the history of human creation, thinking that this Nu Wa must be a great expert in genetic engineering. After hearing Joel's somewhat forced question, LiRulong curled his lip and said disdainfully, "You guys are not only blinded by the life code, which has destroyed your path of progress, but also consider it a supreme treasure, the foundation of your race. But I have to say, in the eyes of the goddess, the life code is nothing. The breath that she exhales is far more precious than the life code." In LiRulong's mind, the life code was man-made and, according to Chinese mythology, wasn't even considered a postnatal treasure. At most, it was a medium-grade artifact. If Nuwa used an artifact, wouldn't that be an insult to her? After introducing Chinese civilization, he talked about the theory of national integration before explaining what a super Kryptonian was, a term LiRulong personally coined to fool them. You don't know what a super Kryptonian is, which is normal because all history concerning super Kryptonians can only be passed down orally, not recorded in writing or other forms. But you also know that history has been interrupted and altered by some bastard. In the depths of the universe, God sneezed. Am I catching a cold? Oh, me and I. Super Kryptonians are super warriors among Kryptonians, capable of traversing the universe with just their physical bodies, incredibly strong, with speeds that can reach or exceed the speed of light. I've written down the specifics and given them to Zod, who will introduce them to you later. Zod instantly covered his chest. The essential text for all Huaxia people that LiRulong gave him was hidden under his chest hair. His actions instantly attracted the unkind gaze of Zilio, and Joel stared intently at his chest. Zod's body hair stood on end, with chest hair even digging into the text. All right, any capable and loyal Kryptonian, I will train them to become super Kryptonians. However, I have something more important to tell you, which is that not every Kryptonian will be willing to follow me. I need you to screen them. The few of them exchanged glances. Zod and Zilio had already decided to follow LiRulong. Wasn't it just about offering loyalty? So easy. After all, staying on Krypton would either lead to death or changing masters. So it was better to follow LiRulong to battle across worlds and become super Kryptonians. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Joel also had his plans. He wanted to go too, not for anything else, but so that his wife and child could grow up in a safe and prosperous environment. Besides, he also recognized LiRulong's statement that Krypton was one of the members or minorities of the human race. The national integration theory sounded particularly advanced. He didn't know which great person proposed it. They had been playing for millions of years in the struggle for supremacy, but in LiRulong's mouth, it had become outdated and backward. I just told you that Kryptonians want freedom, so let's give them freedom. After hearing LiRulong's words, the others didn't quite understand the meaning. Zilio, you're responsible for gathering all the Kryptonian citizens and conducting a public opinion survey. Those willing to follow me, gather them near the Elder Council. Zilio immediately nodded in agreement. As the leader of the Imperial Guard, this small task was doable. Zod, your army can engage in politics, so you should be able to restrain them, right? Is there any difficulty in gathering all the warriors to follow me? Zod also immediately stated that there was no problem. His prestige in the army was unmatched, and even the previously powerful Elder Council wouldn't dare to touch a single hair. LiRulong had dealt with the two simplest matters, and now it was the old fox's turn. Joel, Can you control the Kryptonian Academy of Sciences? Yes, but there aren't many people. There are about 50 scientists and technicians, with around 2,000 apprentices. Then also conduct a survey. Those willing to go to the New World to study alien civilizations and technology can leave. Those unwilling can stay and live or die with Krypton. LiRulong said expressionlessly. Although they were talents, he would not fawn over them. And if there were any resistance in their hearts, it might cause trouble later. Joel nodded. He would do his best to persuade the people in the Academy of Sciences. The more people there were in the New World, the greater the influence. The decision was made, and LiRulong gave them 5 days. In the remaining 5 days, he had more important things to do. The few of them took their orders and stood up to walk toward the door. Zod and Zilio whispered to each other as they walked, suddenly stopping in unison and turning back to LiRulong. Joel and Lala, holding their child, turned in confusion to see what they were up to. The two approached LiRulong and knelt on one knee, placing their right hands on their left chests and bowing their heads. I, Drew Zod, son of Nako Zod, am willing to offer you my loyalty and become a sharp sword. The direction you point will be the place I rush to death. I, Baku Zilio, son of Nala Zilio, am willing to offer you my loyalty and become a strong shield. Your enemies will be blocked by me until I rush to death. Their tones were sincere and devout, and LiRulong even saw a platinum halo behind their heads. Not to mention, their vows were quite rhymed. Since that's the case, then I will accept it without hesitation. I, LiRulong, son of the king of Kings Li-Urgu, hereby accept your loyalty. You too shall be my sword and shield from now on. While the sword and shield are strong and sharp, loyalty is even more so. I swear to lead you two to become my minions, conquering the universe and reaching the pinnacle. The words LiRulong concocted on the spot made the kneeling duo feel a surge of emotion. Previously, pledging loyalty to anyone would only receive a light-hearted, I accept your loyalty, but what LiRulong said felt grand and impressive. They didn't know that this was the charm of the Chinese language, abbreviated as saying it won't kill you. You should go too, otherwise it won't be appropriate, and you might be marginalized. Lala gently nudged the dazed Joel with her elbow. Joel snapped back to reality and quickly stepped forward, kneeling beside Zod and performing the loyalty ceremony as well. I, Joel, son of Segel, am willing to offer you my loyalty and become your omnipresence, your thoughts, even if I head towards my goal, until you no longer need the L family. Joel stammered to finish. He genuinely had no words. There was no precedent in Kryptonian history for scientists pledging loyalty, nor did they have a unified script like the military and Imperial Guard. Look at how the big beard was startled. He even used honorifics, saying you. Not to mention, it felt a bit nice. LiRulong looked at Joel kneeling on the ground and was happy that he had finally dealt with the old fox. Joel noticed that LiRulong had not accepted his vow for a long time and felt anxious. Why was there no follow-up? Was it because I didn't sound sincere enough, or was it rhymed? Joel thought to himself, gritted his teeth, and unleashed his ultimate move. If the general does not abandon me, I am willing to take the general as my adoptive father. What the heck? After Joel suddenly shouted, LiRulong was dumbfounded. You damn Jor-El, when did you change your name to Jorfingxian? Who dares to take you and will die early? No, I misspoke out of excitement. I meant I wish to have my son Kal-El acknowledge General as his godfather, and I hope the general won't mind. Phew, that was a false alarm. But being able to take in the destined child is exciting to think about. All right, old Al, get up. I have always respected scientists. When we go back, I will introduce you to old Huang. Oh no, I mean Director Huang. You two will definitely collaborate happily in the future. I hope Director Huang doesn't just take him and draw blood directly. He has been one of my blood. Old Al? Who is that? Seeing Jor-El's puzzled expression, LiRulong explained to him and Zod. Since we're going back to Huaxia, apart from the original 56 destined ethnic groups, everyone else must change their surnames and names to conform to tradition. For example, Jor-El, your surname is L, so you will take the surname AI in the future. Don't underestimate this surname. You are benefiting from Professor AI, who is a very great person. After hearing this, Jor-El knew that being associated with someone LiRulong admired was definitely an honor for him and his family, so he immediately nodded in agreement, saying he would change his name to AI Jor in the future, and his son would be named AI Cal. As for his wife, just call her AI Lara. Zod and Zareo looked enviously at him, making LiRulong feel a bit sorry, so he also changed their names. Zod would still be called Zod, and Zareo would still be called Zareo, as Zod and Zero were their original surnames anyway. When Zareo heard that his surname Zira was still a major surname in Huaxia, he immediately expressed excitement, saying he would go re-carve the tablets of his father and ancestors, while also boasting and provoking Zod. After a few excited people left to carry out LiRulong's orders, LiRulong sat down to think about the next plan. Tong Yi, I promised to let them go, but once they return and are exposed to the yellow sun, will their superpowers activate and give rise to ambition? Green kryptonite, red kryptonite, and gold kryptonite can be found both on Krypton and under the red sun. If you bring them back, I can help you make something that will make them obedient. Tonggu is great. LiRulong flew to the red sun to find kryptonite, but he first stopped by the life cultivation room to take the life codex. However, the task assigned to Zod and the others had a huge deviation. Zod's prestige in the military was unparalleled. With a single command, all 80,000 surviving Kryptonian soldiers pledged to follow General Zod closely. After Zod instilled the ideas and ideologies that LiRulong taught him to them, he emphasized that they were not swearing loyalty to him, Zod, but to General LiRulong and the Huaxia people. The 80,000 Kryptonian soldiers who yearned for super Kryptonians immediately declared their lifelong loyalty to General LiRulong and joined the Longxing Huaxia Kryptonian clan. And they would also bring their families and friends to join the Longxing family. Thus, Zod officially became a lone wolf, but for him, it didn't matter. As a battle maniac, he preferred to become a super Kryptonian and then go to conquer the multiverse with LiRulong. After Zod organized his subordinates, he quickly arranged for the other tasks LiRulong had assigned, such as sorting military technology and data. Jor-El had a bit of trouble. He had to persuade his colleagues at the Kryptonian Academy of Sciences, engaging in a war of words with old foxes and a den of highly intelligent foxes. Horid, no matter how much you say, I cannot agree with you. Mara, do you just want to watch your colleagues and the people perish alongside Krypton? No, we will not be destroyed. We had already prepared an escape route long before Zod's rebellion. What escape route? Why didn't I know about it? Jor-El frowned at Mara on the other side of the meeting room. He had previously competed with Mara for the position of chief scientist. After Mara lost, he started forming factions. Meanwhile, Jor-El had been busy with his work and creating life, ignoring their actions, and now he was facing trouble. It's not too late to tell you now. 3 years ago, you published a paper about Krypton's impending destruction. Do you know why the elders ignored it? Mara's old face revealed a sinister smile, and Jor-El instantly understood that it was him pulling the strings behind the scenes. It's you. You convinced that bunch of fools. You led Krypton to destruction. Jor-El angrily pointed at Mara. He had previously suspected this matter, and now it was confirmed. Fools? What does that mean? It sounds quite catchy. Forget it. Yes, I told them you wanted to gain more power, so you spread doomsday theories. While I presented the data paper, I had prepared in advance, proving that Krypton would not be destroyed. And don't forget, my son married the daughter of the High Elder. Tell me, who would the fools listen to? Mara looked pleased. He had finally gained the upper hand over Jor-El. Don't say that all Kryptonians born from the Life Codex will unite. If that were the case, Zod wouldn't have staged a coup. The colonists wouldn't sneak off to other planets to build infrastructure. And the elders and nobles wouldn't oppress the people and enrich themselves. There are factions everywhere, even among the interstellar insect race after unification of consciousness. Do you know you have pushed Krypton into an abyss? Jor-El shouted angrily. So what? I have already prepared the cultivation spaceship. I originally planned to wait until Zod and the Elder Council fought fiercely before sending someone to take the Life Codex away. At that time, as long as I find a suitable planet, I can cultivate obedient Kryptonians again, and with that person as support, how can it not be Krypton? Mara had a longing expression, which calmed Jor-El down. The Life Codex has already been taken by General Li. You have no chance now. Jor-El said calmly. In fact, he was lying, but he didn't know he was right. What? That is the treasure of Krypton. How can an outsider with an unknown identity take the Life Codex away? Then go ask him for it. Let us see if he beat you to death. Jor-El's indifferent attitude left Mara with no suspicion that he was being deceived. Mara recalled seeing on the surveillance that the other party had the power to completely destroy the moon, feeling uneasy, and decided not to contact the other party. Jor-El knew it was impossible to persuade Mara and his allies, so he had to place his hopes on the neutral faction. But just as he was about to speak, Mara preemptively said, Everyone, I have already contacted the cosmic overlord Darkseid, who promised to protect the Kryptonians, but requires loyalty in return. As for whether to choose the cosmic overlord or gamble on an unknown future with an unknown person, I believe everyone will make the right choice. Sure enough, the Kryptonians who had just maintained neutrality instantly wavered. The cosmic overlord Darkseid was not a secret to these upper-class Kryptonians, although Darkseid was extremely tyrannical. The battle-hardened Kryptonians were not a race that would reason. Even Jor-El had a voice in his heart, urging him to act when thinking was not working. But he held back. He didn't want to use his fists to bind these scheming scientists. Warriors and brutes only fight openly with their enemies, while intellectuals often stab you in the back or sabotage in experiments when they are dark. In the end, the moderates also split into 3 factions. Half chose to follow Mara and ally with Darkseid, while the remaining 30% opted for the colonists. In the end, Jor-El only took away 15 scientists and 600 science apprentices, which was less than half of the Academy of Sciences. Young Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting, but he had no choice but to return to the camp of the Honor Guard with his people. Besides these individuals, he did have other gains. Before summoning Mara and the others, he used a key to copy all of Krypton's research achievements and data, and thoroughly deleted the projects he led and participated in. This could be considered his initiation into the Dragon Star Academy of Sciences. If Jor-El faced trouble, then Zod's mission could be termed a disaster. After gathering the surviving citizens of Krypton in the square with the Honor Guard, he announced the words given to him by General Li. He initially thought that the ordinary Kryptonians, lacking a sense of freedom and independence, would blindly follow him with a wave of his hand. Unexpectedly, it turned out differently. At some point, the colonists and Mara's people had already begun promoting their plan to rescue the Kryptonian people. By the time Zod arrived, the number of people responding to him was negligible, only less than 300,000, while nearly 7 million were gathered in the square. Zod, taken aback by this ratio, instinctively clenched his fists, contemplating whether to use force. But recalling General Li's earlier emphasis on respecting public opinion, he could only sigh helplessly. What he thought would be a simple task turned out like this. He could only temporarily take the 300,000 people back to the camp. He wanted to discuss what to do next with Jor-El. As for Zod, forget it. He didn't have the brains for it. In the Red Sun, LiRulong finally found the first piece of red kryptonite. As he toyed with the red kryptonite in his hand, which shone like a ruby and emitted a dazzling glow, he carefully examined this stone that carried a debuff capable of inducing hallucinations in Kryptonians. System, how do I use this? After collecting red kryptonite, gold kryptonite, and green kryptonite, I will create a specialized suppressant for Kryptonians. Suppressant? Yes, the hallucination ability of red kryptonite, the ability of gold kryptonite to negate superpowers, and the lethal weakness effect of green kryptonite are all radiation elements specifically targeting Kryptonians that the stones inherently possess. By extracting these elements, a suppressant can be made that prevents them from harming their own kind. If they try to attack, their superpowers will be instantly stripped away, leading to fatal weakness and being trapped in painful hallucinations. Of course, this needs to be injected into them before they gain superpowers. I see. As long as they don't harm their Dragon Star compatriots, it won't take effect. That's great. At the same time, the suppressant can be encoded into the life code, so that newly hatched Kryptonians will not only exhibit the same symptoms, but also produce hallucinations, which can continuously instill loyalty and the spirit of nationalism in them. After hearing the system's explanation, LiRulong put away the red kryptonite and immediately headed to the locations where gold kryptonite might appear. At this moment, in the Honor Guard camp on Krypton, Zod was boasting about his excess completion of tasks to Jor-El when he noticed Zilio looking gloomy and curiously stared at him. Zilio ignored Zod's gaze and quickly walked to Jor-El's side, whispering, "Old AI, can I have a word?" Jor-El, who had already changed his name to AI Urchiao, was equally puzzled by Zilio's behavior, nodded, and followed him to an open space. Zilio recounted the process and results of the task given to him by LiRulong in detail, hoping Jor-El could help come up with a solution. After listening, Jor-El stroked his chin and pondered for a while, then sighed and shook his head. "Old Chi, I can't help either, unless we use the Honor Guard to force it, but that would lead to political turmoil in Krypton, which is not what General Li hopes for." "Yeah, I know. That's why I held back just now, but they don't care at all about becoming super Kryptonians or going to live in the new world." Zilio, realizing that even the brilliant Jor-El had no solution, sat down on the ground in frustration. He had messed up the first task assigned to him by General Li. How would he face him in the future? Jor-El understood what was on his mind, patted his shoulder, and sat down beside him just as Zod's loud voice interrupted. "What is wrong with you two? Zilio, why do you look so unhappy? You didn't mess up the task that the general gave you, did you?" Zilio glared at him, thinking to himself, "You guessed it right, but you don't need to announce it so loudly. Everyone around is my previous subordinates." "I have to save face." Jor-El glanced at Zilio and, seeing him close his eyes in tacit approval, then told Zod about Zilio's situation. After hearing this, Zod mimicked Jor-El, stroking his chin. Although the two had been rivals and had a real fight earlier that morning, they were now under General Li's command and were colleagues. He didn't want to make things difficult for Zilio too much and began to think of a solution in his heart. If General Li knew later, he might even earn some merit. However, after thinking it over, he could only come up with the idea of coercion. But Jor-El had just said that General Li might be unhappy with that approach. Shrugging, he casually said, "I have no ideas." Jor-El and Zilio hadn't expected to get any good ideas from him, so they didn't mind. They already had a backup plan. Wait, yes, the backup plan? Zod was interrupted by Jor-El's sudden exclamation, startling him. "Old Chi, Xiaozuo is right. You do this and then that. Remember to keep it secret." Jor-El's voice grew quieter until only Zilio could hear him. Zilio nodded repeatedly, the gloom on his face gradually disappearing. Suddenly, he grabbed Zod's hand, excitedly expressing his gratitude. "Xiaozuo, you'll be my brother from now on." After saying that, he called his confidant and left without any hesitation. Jor-El smiled at Zod, nodded, and laughed as he turned to leave to accompany his wife and child. "Was I right? What did I say that was right? Also, you two calling each other Xiaozuo, do you look down on me?" Zod stood in place, glaring and complaining. "I ask all the great authors to use your wealthy hands to click, urge updates, write book reviews, and give free little gifts after the DC arc ends. The first volume will conclude, and the second volume of the multiverse era will begin. The Dragon Star will enter a phase of super speed development, and the pace of the novel will also accelerate as the era of conquering the multiverse is about to arrive. Here, we invite book friends to provide names and settings for both positive and negative characters, warships, mechs, and superweapons. Let your thoughts flow." LiRulong collected enough red kryptonite from the red sun and arrived at the edge of the Krypton solar system, finding a golden gas giant where he dug out the legendary gold kryptonite that could strip Kryptonians of their superpowers. Indeed, the more beautiful the object, the more dangerous it is. Looking at the golden kryptonite shining in his hand, LiRulong had the system help him store it. The golden kryptonite vanished in an instant. LiRulong, eyeing the storage space's capabilities, hoped that Tong Ge could arrange it soon. Just after flying away from the planet, LiRulong suddenly noticed something floating in the planet's orbit. Using his supervision, he discovered it was actually a foot resembling that of a human. It looked very similar to a human foot, with 5 toes and half an ankle, the ankle cut cleanly, obviously severed by some sharp tool. However, it was much larger than a human foot. At least a size 70 shoe would be needed to fit it. "Hurry over. I'll collect it. I have to say, your luck is really good. This foot will be of great help to you." The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Great help? Is it a ruined foot or invincible foot odor? That's too disgusting. This foot contains very powerful cellular energy. I suspect it's from the ancient doomsday. Extracting its cells can greatly enhance your strength. What? Ancient doomsday? Well, if I'm not mistaken, it's good that the foot is outside the golden kryptonite planet, keeping it in a state of lost superpowers. Upon hearing this, LiRulong's heart ignited with passion. The foot of doomsday, isn't just any foot. It's an existence that can never be killed. Not to mention that the same skills are ineffective against the Bronze 5. Doomsday evolves countermeasures after being attacked by any skill the second time. LiRulong flew over, and the system instantly collected the foot of Doomsday. On the way back to Krypton, LiRulong expressed his gratitude to the system in his mind. "Tong Ge, thanks. This trip was totally worth it. Of course, otherwise, would I expend so much energy to bring you here?" Flying back to Krypton, he directly opened a hole through the ice plains to the mantle at the southern pole of Krypton, where the green kryptonite was located. "That's enough. Give me 5 days." After the system's prompt, it fell silent. LiRulong flew out of the hole, heading straight for the Guard Legion's camp to see their progress. Old AI, where are they? After landing, he found old AI hugging his wife and holding a child, admiring the night view of Krypton. Hearing LiRulong's voice from behind, AI Urchiao immediately turned around to greet him while answering his question. "General, Zod has gone to the military camp. The soldiers have brought their families and close friends to the camp to join your ranks." "Well, Zod did well." LiRulong praised him. As for Kaleo, AI Urchiao hesitated at this point, as he had only given Kaleo a suggestion, but he wasn't sure how LiRulong would react to his self-initiative. "Kaleo, what happened to him? It's like this, blah blah blah." AI Urchiao quickly finished explaining the difficulties of Kaleo's public opinion survey and how the Mara faction and the Colonial faction had already started promoting their plans among the ordinary Kryptonians. Of course, he also had to confess about giving Kaleo a suggestion. LiRulong felt no dissatisfaction. He just thought AI Urchiao's methods were a bit soft. If it were LiRulong, no. If it were Zhang Zhong coming to Krypton, how would he handle it? No need to say. He would directly find a way to stir up conflicts between the Mara faction and the Colonial faction, smear each other, make them fight among themselves, and then reap the benefits. It seemed that not only should they learn military strategy and theory when returning, but people like AI Urchiao also needed to be taught thick black theory. General, AI Urchiao called LiRulong anxiously. Please let me know if you're satisfied. It's been tormenting me to think about this. Go call Kaleo back. What they're doing will not only cut off the Kryptonians' path to survival, but will also put us in direct opposition before we leave. And it will be impossible to settle then. LiRulong ordered, also instructing him to call Zod back, as he needed to teach them how to deal with the current situation. Less than half an hour later, Zod, Kaleo, and AI Urchiao appeared before LiRulong. After having them sit down, LiRulong spoke. Old AI just told me everything. This matter is not your fault, old Kaleo. I didn't anticipate someone would come out to intercept us early. AI Urchiao and Kaleo both sighed in relief simultaneously. It was good that they weren't blamed, as Kaleo was scared stiff on the way back. However, I originally didn't plan to take away 7 million Kryptonians, but I need to take at least 3 million. And now there are only 300,000. The gap is too big. Hearing LiRulong's words, Kaleo lowered his head. Old Kaleo, and you too, I'll tell you how to handle this, but I will only teach you once. Since both the Mara faction and the Colonial faction want to take more people away, they are in a competitive relationship. Where there is competition, there are bound to be conflicts. What you need to do now is to find ways to exacerbate the conflicts. You two should separately investigate who the second-in-commands are, or who the leaders care about the most. Then find an opportunity to kidnap them. But you must leave evidence at the scene. For example, if you kidnap someone from the Mara faction, you need to make it seem like the Colonial faction did it. But it must not be too deliberate, understood? Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. After listening, Kaleo turned to look directly at AI Urchiao, who initially looked pensive but gradually brightened up. Wonderful. Let them suspect each other. Once their conflicts are known to the Kryptonian people, who will still trust them? AI Urchiao figured out the key and clapped in admiration. This is just the first step. You need to make this matter known to everyone privately. Once public opinion ferments, then move to the second step. Oh, General, what is the second step? LiRulong feigned a mysterious expression, gaining a handful of comedic actors. The second step, kill. LiRulong suddenly said the word kill with a fierce look, which scared the three present. The first step would only cause conflicts, but it wouldn't lead to a complete break between the two sides. So the second step needs to escalate the conflict. Zod and the others looked at each other, confused. Damn, if aliens were as naive as you guys. Giving Qin Shi Huang a spaceship would have led him to wipe you all out a long time ago. LiRulong thought silently as he observed their expressions. So, if an important figure from the Mara faction is kidnapped, and the Colonial faction cannot produce the person, and then suddenly an important figure from the Colonial faction is killed while public opinion begins to stir the pot, what do you think will happen? If it were me, I would definitely retaliate. Zod slammed the table, startling Kaleo next to him, but his thoughts aligned with Kaleo's. General, if that happens, both sides will inevitably be at odds. Is there a third step? AI Urchiao pondered for a moment and said seriously, yes, as long as both sides genuinely engage in a fight. The third step can be executed. First, let your confidants widely spread the rumor that neither side can be trusted among the Kryptonians. Then secretly destroy one side's announced spaceship, pinning them down on Krypton. At that point, to escape Krypton, they would have to seize someone else's spaceship. Do the military and the Guard Legion's spaceships dare to be robbed? No. Then it can only be the civilian and the opposing faction spaceships. However, to make it look more convincing, Zod, Kaleo, you need to send someone to blow up all the warships at the same time, and the more spectacular, the better. But, General, without spaceships, how do we get a Dragon Star? Yes, General, this can't be blown up. Don't worry, I have a way to take you back instantly. No spaceships needed at all. After LiRulong finished speaking, he showed a reassuring expression. Zod and the others were skeptical, but since LiRulong said so, they could only comply. But you must remember, before this three-step mission is completed, do not let anyone among the Kryptonians spread anything related to us. Just act as if we will not get involved with either side, keeping only the military and the 300,000 citizens who have come along. Even if a Kryptonian proposes to join, you must firmly refuse. Zod and the others couldn't understand. Both sides were in conflict. And if a Kryptonian actively wanted to join at this time, wouldn't that be a good thing? Why refuse? People do not know the meaning of life until they are in the most desperate situation. After LiRulong finished speaking, he closed his eyes and said no more. Kaleo was about to ask a question when the person sitting opposite him, Iurkio, stopped him with a glance. The few of them quietly left, afraid of disturbing the already resting LiRulong. Brother Tom, how was my performance just now? This performance is mediocre, not worth boasting about. It's inherited from your ancestors, merely plagiarized by you. I ask all the great authors to use your prosperous hands to click for updates, write book reviews, and give free little gifts after the DC ends. The first volume will conclude, and the second volume, the era of the multiverse, will arrive. Dragon Star will enter a phase of rapid development, and the pace of the novel will also accelerate. The conquest of the multiverse era is about to arrive. Here, I solicit book friends to provide names and settings for both positive and negative characters, warships, mechas, and superweapons. Let's brainstorm. Let's go. Zod and Kaleo may not be good at brainstorming, but their hands-on ability is unmatched on Krypton. That night, Mala's son and daughter-in-law were kidnapped in broad daylight by a group of masked kidnappers dressed in technician uniforms. Choosing Mala's son was Iurkio's suggestion. He was vengeful. Since you, Mala, used your son to marry into the chief elder's family and sabotaged my good plans, let your son take the blame. During the struggle between the kidnappers and Mala's son, one of the kidnappers' masks was torn off, and the onlookers remembered his appearance. After receiving the news, Mala immediately sent private guards and intelligent assistants to track them down, but eventually lost their trail at the edge of the colonial faction's territory. Next, Mala sent someone to hold the colonial faction accountable for the kidnappers. But the bewildered colonial faction had no idea what was going on and could only truthfully say it wasn't them and that they hadn't done anything. This attitude greatly dissatisfied Mala and his faction, as one of the kidnappers had accidentally revealed his face, and by identification, it was a small leader from the colonial faction. Yet they dared to deny it. Upon hearing this, the colonial faction's leader immediately sent someone to find the small leader Mala mentioned, but found nothing. That small leader had already been cleaned up by Zod. He had found someone very similar to impersonate him. As for Mala's son and daughter-in-law, they had been executed by Kaleo and buried in an empty plot in the core area of the colonial faction. Seeing that both sides were about to clash, the colonial faction could only hurriedly state that they would immediately search for Mala's son and daughter-in-law and promise to ensure their safety. Mala also did not want to clash with the colonial faction at such a critical moment. He was sure that even if the colonial faction kidnapped his son, they would not harm him, likely using him as leverage to obtain something from him. Thinking of this, Mala snorted coldly and turned to leave, but unfortunately, lacking high emotional intelligence, he left behind a harsh remark, "This isn't over," to save face, which inadvertently supported Zod and their subsequent actions. The next morning, the colonial faction sent people to search extensively for Mala's son, while also interrogating those close to the small leader. But of course, they gained nothing. At noon, the colonial faction's second-in-command, Shalaman, clashed with Mala's faction while leading a search party, and was killed on the spot, with 9 out of the 12 accompanying him dead, leaving only 3 severely injured to escape back to the colonial faction's base. Upon hearing this, the colonial faction leader, Koda, was immediately furious and quickly organized personnel to the scene of the conflict. It must be said that under the guidance of the cunning strategist Iurkio, Zod and the others had also learned to stage a complete act. The scene not only had 10 corpses from the colonial faction, including Shalaman, but also a corpse from Mala's faction, which was genuinely from Mala's faction, personally captured by Kaleo, who had beaten him to death and thrown him there. Koda looked at the crime scene with a face full of anger. The physical evidence and witnesses were complete, with no doubts at all. Everything pointed to Mala's faction. The surrounding onlookers also began to murmur various comments. Mala's faction is really powerful. They killed the colonial faction's people. And it's likely to end up like the matter with Mala's son, inconclusive. Cowards. I think this is Mala's revenge. Just don't know if Koda will fight back. Probably not. The colonial faction has always been timid, and so on. The more Koda listened, the angrier he became, and finally, anger took over his mind. He immediately ordered his deputy to gather all the colonial faction members to seek revenge on Mala. After seeing Koda and his people leave, the few who had been the most vocal in the crowd quietly slipped away. That afternoon, the Mala faction's base was filled with cries for blood and explosions. The colonial faction would not, like Mala's group of scholars, come to negotiate first but directly attacked, catching Mala's faction off guard. Fortunately, while Mala's faction was small, their weaponry and the defense capabilities of the Academy of Sciences were much stronger than those of the colonial faction. Both sides exchanged blows until nightfall, when they temporarily ceased fighting. In the latter half of the night, the Kryptonian battleship base and the garrison's battleship base both experienced violent explosions that shook the entire Krypton. The leaders of both sides rushed to see what had happened, and upon arriving at the scene, they saw Zod and Kaleo, both with faces filled with rage, gritting their teeth and exuding intense, killing intent, watching their warships burn to the ground in flames. Their anger was not feigned, although LiRulong had told them that the warships could not be taken away and that they should use them to escalate tensions, making them their last mission. These were still the assets of their armies, which had fought alongside them. If Mala and his group hadn't stirred up trouble, they wouldn't have needed to burn them. Now, not only were they heartbroken, but they were also more enraged by Mala's actions. Remembering their mission, Zod and the others suppressed their anger and continued to perform the next act. Mala, Koda, how you two factions fight is none of our business. But now you dare to reach into the military. I see you're looking for death. Zod angrily spat at Mala and the others, then turned and walked away with Kaleo. Mala, still in shock, turned to look at Koda, who was also watching him. Was it you? Was it you? The two silently thought at the same time. However, they also felt quite pleased. Now that the military had no warships, they could forget about leaving Krypton, and the military's threat was no longer taken seriously by them. Now, both parties only need to unleash all their power to bring down the other side, to gain the voice of Krypton and realize their ambitions. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. In the following days, the intensity of attacks from both sides increased, and daily, confidant from both sides were killed. By the seventh day, Mara sensed something was wrong and wanted to temporarily cease hostilities with the colonists when the bodies of his son and daughter-in-law were thrown in front of him. Just as Mara regained some sanity, seeing the dismembered bodies of his son and daughter-in-law drove his rage once again. He sent everyone to attack at once while arranging for his confidants to destroy all the colonist ships, leaving them with no escape but to perish with Krypton. The plan proceeded exceptionally smoothly, and all the colonist ships were destroyed. The enraged colonists, having lost their ships, began to seize Mara's ships, and even if they couldn't take them, they wanted to destroy them all. Thus, the two sides erupted into the fiercest war. Meanwhile, among the people of Krypton, a rumor quietly spread from the seventh day. The military, which had maintained restraint, had actually prepared an escape route. Now, as long as one could prove they were not with Mara or Koda, they could join the military camp. The terrified Kryptonian citizens, frightened by the ongoing war, began to prepare to flee toward the military camp. General, today over 500,000 people joined us, including those from Koda and Mara, who have all been thrown out. Zareo excitedly ran to report to LiRulong. Not bad. With today's 500,000, we have reached our target of 3 million. LiRulong nudda. The word not bad was meant to express his satisfaction with the current number, but when it reached Zareo's ears, he thought the general was praising him for doing well, making him feel as sweet as honey. Seeing Zareo's inexplicably ecstatic expression, LiRulong continued, "How many handbands are ready? Are there enough for the current people?" "Enough. The 20,000 troops stationed outside under Zod have also returned today. Including the citizens, we have a total of 2 million. Starting from midnight tonight, we will officially close the military camp and distribute the handbands. We will leave tomorrow and will no longer accept anyone. Also tonight, I will first grant the super Kryptonian abilities to the trusted team you selected." Zareo wanted to say that they might still recruit around 500,000 tomorrow, but was cut off by LiRulong's decision. "Yes, then are we still executing our final plan?" "Of course. They dared to disrupt my plans, so they must pay the price." Seeing Zareo hesitating to speak, LiRulong said sternly, "Don't think that the citizens of Krypton are innocent. We have given them several days to consider, and if they are still wavering now, we have no one to blame but ourselves. Remember, do not be a saint, especially against those who oppose your ideas. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Go and do your job." After finishing, LiRulong turned and returned to his resting room, leaving Zareo still standing there in a daze. "Do not be a saint. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Saint, avalanche. What is a saint? What is an avalanche? Wait, did the general just say he would grant us super Kryptonian abilities tonight? Damn, Little Zwa. That night, Zoreo's Imperial Guard left their post and joined Zod's army, stationed at the Kryptonian military camp. At midnight, the military camp officially closed, and all automatic weapons on the tall walls were set to fire at close range. Everyone in the camp quietly awaited their departure from Krypton the next day. In a valley on the dark side of Krypton, 10 huge black ships and a hatchery ship were parked. All the ships bore the insignia of the Academy of Sciences. These ships had been hidden away by Mara in advance. The old fox had moved the 11 ships here long before the dispute with the colonists began. Is everything ready? Upon arriving at the temporary camp, looking at the busy workers in the valley and the 11 ships that could become his bargaining chips for future rise, Mara excitedly asked his assistant, Elder Mara, there's one last batch of supplies that need to be loaded, and then we can leave. After Mara and Eljo fell out, his assistant began to refer to him as Elder Mara, flattering him in a way that made him feel good, so he simply accepted it. How many people have arrived here? There are already 1 million young Kryptonians waiting to board, but to avoid attracting the colonists' attention, we have given up 500,000 elderly, weak, and sick individuals, led by Deputy Chief Camacho. However, Elder, are we really not notifying Deputy Chief Camacho? He is still waiting for our rescue. And also, all right, he sacrificed himself for our great cause. Besides, the neutral faction people are all indecisive. We cannot trust them completely, Mara said insidiously. He had deliberately promoted the former neutral faction leader Camacho to the second-in-command of the faction just to use him as a pawn, stabilizing the people's hearts before they left. Hearing this, the assistant hurriedly lowered his head and dared not speak further. Report to Elder Mara. All supplies have been loaded. You can board the ship now. At this time, the logistics personnel ran in to report to Mara. Mara symbolically adjusted his magnificent robe, raised his head to look at the pitch-black night sky outside, and sighed reluctantly. If it weren't for our race, for civilization, I really wouldn't want to leave Krypton. Just as he was about to express some moving sentiments of nostalgia for his hometown, 2 bright spots flying rapidly entered his vision. He recognized those 2 bright spots all too well. They were the super missiles he had assisted Joel in developing for the Kryptonian military. Only 10 missiles were made in total, 8 of which had been used to bombard the moon, and the remaining 2 were now heading towards him. No, they were heading towards the 11 ships in the valley. As the missiles rapidly plunged into the parked fleet, he could only shout one no before the earth-shattering explosion completely engulfed him. The colonists were still unaware that Mara had long prepared to flee and that he had already disappeared from Krypton. At this moment, Koda was in the conference room venting his anger at his subordinates, his furious shouts echoing clearly outside through the thick walls. What do you mean there's not a single one left? You tell me. What does it mean that there's not a single one left? Koda tightly grasped the collar of the man in front of him, and if it weren't for his lack of strength, he would have lifted the other person up. Cough. Chief, we don't know. There's nothing left. Koda glared with bloodshot eyes, pushing the man to the ground, and he himself sat down heavily. It's over. All over. Without energy, how can the ships leave Krypton? Everyone present wore expressions of despair, and those outside, having heard the conversation inside, hurriedly scattered back to their camps to inform their people. Leader, we still have 7 small spaceships that can carry a maximum of 700 people. When the time comes, we can go to the outpost. There should still be colonial ships available there, but what? Hurry up and say it. Hearing the words of his confidant, Koda seemed to have grasped a lifeline, instantly bouncing up from the ground, looking eagerly at his confidant. However, as far as I know, the outpost where the small spaceship is most likely to reach with colonial ships is in the Phantom Zone. Once we enter, we might be done for. That's it. Let's decide. You guys hurry up and secretly gather the close ones. We will sneak away on the spaceship. As for the others, let them accompany their hometown with Marla. Those around him received the orders and immediately went to prepare, but Koda, who came from a background as a low-level technician, did not understand what walls have ears meant, nor did he comprehend the concept of distance in relationships. When Koda packed his things and brought his family to the spaceship docking area, he found that 5 spaceships had already taken off, and 1 had already left the ground, rapidly ascending. Stunned, Koda immediately dropped his luggage and rushed angrily towards the last spaceship. The spaceship, originally designed to carry a maximum of 100 people, was now crammed with nearly 150 people. And outside the hatch, thousands of people were trying to squeeze in. Even the 2 legs of the pilot in the front row had a stunningly beautiful Kryptonian woman sitting on each. I order all of you to get down. This is my spaceship. Get lost. We're all going to die. Who the hell cares about you? Ouch, who the hell touched my butt? Koda, leader. Sorry. I have over 20 family members. None of them, Who the hell is grabbing my pants? I don't squeeze. None of them can fit. Bang, bang, bang. Already furious, Kota immediately drew his sidearm and began shooting wildly at the crowd outside the spaceship hatch. The crowd tried to evade, but when people were packed together, those on the outside couldn't run, and those on the inside couldn't move at all. Hearing the gunfire outside, the pilot in the cockpit was so frightened that he immediately executed the takeoff procedure, but he forgot to close the hatch. As a pilot of an engineering spaceship, he had never flown such a high-end small spaceship, and due to insufficient control over the power system, the spaceship was lifted straight up, soaring into the night sky. Meanwhile, those behind were all thrown out due to the open hatch. Ultimately, the spaceship wobbled and crashed into the one that had just taken off, turning into two brilliant fireworks in the night sky. Kota watched the people falling from the sky, standing there laughing heartily, mocking them for daring to abandon their leader. Immediately after, the exploding spaceship crashed down on him. Inside a large hangar in the military camp, 300 Kryptonian soldiers and a Kryptonian scientist, LiRulong, were sitting cross-legged in a circle. LiRulong stood in the circle, with a small solar heater beside him. This was not a small solar heater. It was a solar ray simulation generator personally designed for him by Director Huang and others before he arrived. It could fully simulate the light emitted by the sun and also contained all the particles emitted by the sun. This was a small device they had modified based on the sunlight simulation system in the star ring. Ever since hearing that LiRulong was injured and could only recover on the sun, they began researching and manufacturing this device, which served as a medical device specifically for LiRulong. When going to get the OMA box, LiRulong had personally tested it and found it quite useful. Once activated, his cells would immediately become very active. Looking at the circle of Kryptonian warriors surrounding him, they, like others who had joined LiRulong's camp, had been injected with the Kryptonian suppression agent made by Tonggu. Moreover, Tonggu had thoughtfully added a switch to the suppressor to eliminate the side effects of the red sun on Kryptonians. Now, without LiRulong's consent, even if they were exposed to the yellow sun, they would not gain any superpowers, which avoided a lot of trouble. After receiving the suppressor, LiRulong happily gave Tonggu an 11-star review on the spot, stating that 10 stars was the maximum, and the extra star was his love for Tonggu. Now, let's activate the device and slowly rotate it to ensure everyone gets exposed. However, during this time, you may experience some discomfort. You must remain calm. Do not make loud noises, do not go crazy, and do not open your eyes. In short, no matter how uncomfortable it gets, you must endure it. This is the road and pain you must go through to become super Kryptonians ahead of others, understand? Understood. After everyone replied, LiRulong directly activated the device and began to rotate it slowly. The first to be exposed were Zod, Zareo, and Eljo in this sector. They felt an indescribable pain in their bodies as soon as they were illuminated by LiRulong's device, but their cells seemed to be extremely pleased, greedily absorbing. They felt dizzy, heard various noisy sounds in their ears, and their eyes felt dry and sore, with an impulse to open them. But they remembered LiRulong's warning. So they gritted their teeth and endured until the sunlight passed over them, and they gradually recovered. In the distance, the red sun rose, as usual, regardless of whether Krypton would be destroyed today, shining on the last Kryptonian land. The military camp remained quiet, but everyone had already lined up, waiting to leave their soon-to-be-destroyed homeland. Outside the military camp, however, there was a great uproar, with a large crowd gathering. Many people were rushing over from a distance. Those who had already arrived stood 300 meters outside the wall, not daring to take another step. Those who wanted to break down the door earlier had been shot to pieces by the automatic weapons on the wall. Now, outside the military camp's main gate, there were no fewer than 10,000 Kryptonian corpses lying there, either unable to escape in time or being too skeptical. Deputy Chief, what should we do? Marla is unreachable, and Kota heard that he was turned into meat paste by his own spaceship last night. Krypton is about to be destroyed, and we are all going to die. I don't know what to do either. Now we have to see if Zod, Injo, El have any way to leave. Let them take us with them. But, no buts. There are over 3 million people here. If we all shout together, I don't believe they would dare abandon us. Yes, let's shout together. They must come to save us. Open the door. 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 The massive shout of over 3 million people echoed into the military camp. The people inside probably knew what was happening outside, but none of them stepped forward to plead for them. Instead, they looked up enviously at the 301 people floating above them. Old Chi, it seems your people did a good job yesterday. Hee, not bad. But I just had someone steal all the energy and supplies from the colonial faction. As for Marla, that was done by old AI. Let me tell you, this old guy holds a grudge. You better keep your distance from him in the future. I know, look at my eyes. We went to the Arctic for a duel early in the morning, and he beat me up. No wonder the general said that if we fought one-on-one, he could kill me. I really believe it now. This cultured person is the worst. Not only does he secretly have kids, but he is also secretly training. Little Zod, what are you two talking about? Nothing. Zod and Zilio were whispering to each other in very low voices when suddenly Aljo, with a big smile on his face, floated over to them. The two of them were so startled that they stepped back repeatedly, shaking their heads frantically to indicate they hadn't said anything. Aljo, who had awakened super hearing, had already heard what they were discussing, but he was also concerned. His biggest thought right now was how to get General Li to turn his wife and children into super Kryptonians as well. He had already studied the light that had shone on them last night, realizing it was a special kind of sunlight. However, he didn't voice this thought, as he had considered secretly building such a device for his family, but suddenly thought of LiRulong and quickly pushed the idea out of his mind. He knew very well that what the general provided was far more reliable than what he could secretly create himself. Old AI, tell the people outside to shut up. Their noise is giving me a headache, LiRulong's voice came through. Aljo immediately complied, taking Zod and Zilio along with Fiora and others. And they flew straight out of the military camp. Open the door. Open the door. Someone is flying out. The crowd, which had been shouting slogans, suddenly noticed that over a dozen people had flown over the walls. Camacho, at the front of the crowd, widened his eyes in astonishment upon seeing the flying figures. Leading them was Aljo, flanked by Zod and Zilio. What? Camacho stammered, How can you fly? Why wouldn't I be able to fly? I am now a super Kryptonian, a member of General Li's super Kryptonian army, and all of this is a blessing bestowed upon me by the general, Aljo replied, his face filled with pride and admiration, leaving Camacho feeling as though his worldview had collapsed. Could there really be super Kryptonians? Aljo continued to boast and admire himself in front of the crowd below, further shaking Camacho's perception of reality. But he quickly remembered the purpose of his visit and shouted up to Aljo, Joel, since you are that so-called super Kryptonian, you should help us ordinary Kryptonians. Why should I? Because of your indecisive behavior? Aljo scoffed back at him. I'm not here to argue with you. You know very well that Krypton doesn't have much time left. Hearing Aljo's sarcastic remarks, Camacho's face turned red, and he didn't continue to argue, as life was the most important thing right now. I know that I was the first to discover that Krypton was doomed. And let me share some good news with you. What good news? The time of Krypton's destruction is precisely at noon today. You have 3 hours left to say goodbye to your family. How about that? Isn't that good news? Aljo laughed heartily after finishing his statement. Damn it. I can never offend him again. Zod and Zilio, who were beside him, flew back a bit, thinking that Aljo was too sinister, silently vowing to themselves. Upon hearing that Joel, the chief scientist of Krypton, had accurately predicted the time of Krypton's end, the crowd below instantly erupted into chaos. Some wanted to storm the military camp, thinking that since death was inevitable from automatic weapons, they might as well try to break in. What, there were a spaceship inside that could take them away. Just as they were about to charge forward, a dozen red lasers suddenly shot down from the sky, carving a 10-meter wide, bottomless chasm into the ground in front of them. The people in front immediately stopped, but those behind were pushed forward, causing many to fall into the abyss, including Camacho and his deputy, who were pushed along, bidding farewell to their homeland prematurely. At that moment, LiRulong flew out with others, glancing at the crowd below without paying much attention. Time's up, we should go. Zod and the others immediately flew behind LiRulong, still unsure of how the general planned to take them away, even though they had already circled Krypton's orbit with their physical bodies earlier that night. Brother Tong received 3, 2, 1. Before the 3 million astonished eyes below, a blue vortex appeared behind LiRulong and his group, sucking everyone in and instantly disappearing from the skies of Krypton. The 2 million followers in the military camp were also taken away one by the vortex. They left? What are we going to do? Why, I don't want to die. Someone save us. As they cursed the ones who had left and vented their anger, the ground beneath them suddenly shook violently. The frequency of the earthquake increased, distant volcanoes erupted, and the ground cracked open into countless deep chasms, spewing flames from hell. Those left on Krypton were instantly burned to ashes, and Krypton exploded, becoming a homeless asteroid belt in the red solar system. Who is it? Who dares to ruin my plans? I will tear him to shreds. As LiRulong's group left, an enraged roar echoed throughout the universe. Countless weak races were obliterated by this roar, and even slightly stronger beings like Darkseid trembled on their knees, unsure of who had angered that supreme being. The affairs of the DC universe no longer concerned LiRulong. He had already returned to his own universe's Longxing Welcome City. Before leaving, he had informed the elders that he would be gone for 10 days, and now that he had a definite time, Welcome City had prepared early for their return. That morning, Long Mike, the acting mayor of Welcome City, had dressed appropriately and along with several officials and soldiers maintaining order, waited in the Welcome Square for LiRulong and his group. At precisely noon, over 300 blue vortices appeared above Welcome Square, and a gigantic vortex manifested in the square as well. As the vortex disappeared, LiRulong and his group appeared before everyone. However, he was accompanied by 300 others, all floating in the air, which nearly caused the people of Welcome City to gasp in astonishment. Fortunately, there were still millions of normal people in the square, standing around looking left and right, but there was no commotion or excessive noise. General Li, I'm here. Long Mike waved his hand and shouted loudly to LiRulong. Hearing the voice, LiRulong flew over with Zod and the others. Oh Mike, long time no see. Yes, General Long. It has indeed been a long time since we last met. I'm so glad to see you return safely. Who are these people? The two shook hands and exchanged greetings, and LiRulong began to introduce the people beside him. This is Long Mike, the mayor of Longxing Welcome City. These are General Zod and General Zilio from my Huaxia people, the Kryptonian ethnicity, and this is the chief scientist of the Kryptonian ethnicity, Aljo. Please get to know each other. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Huaxia family. From now on, we are all family. As a perceptive person, Long Mike immediately understood the implications in LiRulong's words, quickly following up with, Hello, Mayor Long. I will be counting on you from now on. El Xiao and the others used the Dragon Star etiquette they had just learned to greet Dragon Mike with a handshake. Even the usually expressionless Zod managed to squeeze out a rare smile. LiRulong handed over the Kryptonian citizens to Dragon Mike for arrangement, leaving behind 100 Super Kryptonians led by Fiola to assist Dragon Mike. He then took the remaining Super Kryptonians and flew directly towards the capital, while also notifying the Elder. As they flew, El Xiao and the others could feel that the yellow sun here seemed to enhance their bodies and superpowers. No need to guess. The light they were exposed to earlier was simulated based on this sun to activate the Kryptonian cells in their bodies. However, it still required my biofield to guide it. Otherwise, the more than 3 million Kryptonian citizens would have already scattered everywhere. LiRulong understood their thoughts at that moment and explained the excuse he had prepared in a calm tone. Zod and the others didn't think much of it, as they weren't that clever, but El Xiao felt that LiRulong wasn't lying to them. He compared the light exposure from last night to today as sunlight, and realized that the activity level of the cells in his body was basically consistent, indicating that a certain activating factor he didn't understand was still needed. However, they were unaware that while the door was closed last night, LiRulong had used super speed to give each of them an injection. But the speed was so fast that they didn't feel a thing. LiRulong led the group to the meeting place in the imperial capital and found that many people were already waiting for him below. The leader was none other than the Elder and Zhang Lao. You're back quite quickly this time, the Elder smiled at LiRulong, carefully observing the group of people in black behind him. LiRulong greeted them and then let El Xiao, Zod, and Kaleo follow him into the conference room while the others waited outside. Once everyone was seated, LiRulong detailed the events after they went to Krypton. When those present heard that the people LiRulong brought back might all have abilities like his, their eyes lit up, especially the military representatives like Minister Xiong, who nearly drooled at the thought of 2 million little Supermen returning. They were already calculating how to distribute these 2 million Kryptonians, knowing that even if each fleet got 10, they would be able to strike whoever they wanted without hesitation. Zod and the other two were stared at by a group of people with shining eyes and drooling mouths, sitting stiffly and feeling somewhat scared. Little Xiong, don't worry about them. Instead of dispersing them, it's better to let them enter military school for further training, as Rulong suggested. Then integrate them into Rulong's Black Dragon Command to help them adapt to our combat system and methods before later reassignment, the Elder decided, giving Minister Xiong a meaningful look. Minister Xiong immediately understood. After all, these little Supermen had just joined Longxing Huaxia. If LiRulong didn't keep them in check, the current military might not be able to handle them. Dean Huang, I want to introduce this person to you, LiRulong said with a smile, gesturing to Huang Yuan, who immediately stood up straight, nervously waiting for LiRulong's arrangement. He is the chief scientist of Krypton, El Xiao. Not only is his combat power second only to mine, but his intelligence is also unmatched. In the future, he and his fellow scientist wife, AI La, will join the Academy of Sciences, and he will serve as your assistant. What do you think? Upon hearing that the other party was the chief scientist of Krypton, Dean Huang was thrilled. Regardless of his combat power, he had to join the Academy of Sciences. Otherwise, if the military snatched him away, he would definitely fight back. As expected, just as he was about to speak, Commander Wang interjected, "Rulong, you're being ungrateful. If this Mr. El Chiao is indeed, as you say, second only to you in combat power, then he is most suitable for our military. And if you say his intelligence is high, as long as he joins the military, I can step down?" Wang, stop talking nonsense. Rulong just said that Academician AI is the chief scientist of Krypton, not a general. He should join my Academy of Sciences. As long as Academician AI joins the Academy, I can step down immediately. All right then. Dean Huang directly conferred the title of Academician to El Chiao, and both sides were willing to step down for El Chiao, creating a tense atmosphere. Seeing both sides unwilling to yield, El Chiao broke out in a cold sweat, fearing that his arrival would spark factional conflicts. He certainly didn't want to experience another factional struggle. Not daring to make a decision on his own, he could only look at LiRulong pitifully, handing the decision-making power to him. "Uncle Wang, Dean Huang, you two don't need to argue. I think it's better for El Chiao to enter the Academy of Sciences. After all, Longxing currently needs to enhance technology and develop civilization. Besides, Uncle Wang, we still have General Zod and Kaleo here. If there is anything needed, they can also bring people to help." Hearing LiRulong's words, the military representatives understood that it was meaningless to continue competing with the Academy of Sciences, so they agreed with LiRulong's suggestion. Dean Huang, overjoyed, jumped over, warmly taking the somewhat stiff El Chiao's hand and greeting him. "Little AI, can I call you that? We'll be family from now on. I'll have someone arrange housing for you and your family right away, a big villa. Don't worry, whatever research direction you want, I'll support you. You won't have any worries coming here." After speaking, he pulled El Chiao back towards the Academy of Sciences, insisting that since he was now one of his people, he must sit beside him. Although El Chiao felt a bit moved, he also realized that the factional struggle he thought he had encountered was merely a debate over acquiring his talent. Once a decision was made, both sides immediately returned to harmony. With his intelligence and super senses, he could definitely tell that both sides were not genuinely friendly. They had truly become like family. Seeing LiRulong nod, El Chiao sighed in relief and actively returned to the Academy of Sciences with Dean Huang. Otherwise, no matter how much Dean Huang pulled, it would be impossible for him to budge even slightly. The academicians who had originally been sitting beside Dean Huang warmly greeted El Chiao, introducing themselves and even offering their seats next to Dean Huang for him to sit down. With El Chiao's situation resolved, the remaining focus turned to Zod and the others. "General Zod, General Kaleo, could you two please select some willing individuals from the 320 Kryptonian compatriots to join the military? Of course, we can't force anyone. It's entirely up to personal choice." Commander Wang shifted his gaze to the two. In truth, he and the other military personnel were eager for all three. 2 million to enlist. That would be an incredible force. Hearing Commander Wang call them, Zod and Kaleo immediately sprang from their seats. "Commander Wang, we brought back over 130,000 Kryptonian soldiers this time. They're all qualified fighters, just waiting for the generals to train them into super Kryptonians. No, super Kryptonian warriors, before they can join the military and fight for our Longxing Huaxia. Little Master, there's still more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." "Yes, Commander Wang. Once we return, we will immediately promote our military's fine traditions. I believe many Kryptonians will voluntarily join the army to contribute to our Longxing Huaxia." "Don't say it." The two of them listened to the meeting for more than an hour and really learned a lot of knowledge and postures. Now, they stand in military posture quite well, and after standing up, they will actively salute and answer questions concisely and forcefully. Good. Then it's hard work for both of you. Old Bear, do you think we should give these two generals a proper title? Yes, definitely. After hearing Commander Wang's suggestion, Defense Minister Bear saw the elderly man in the main seat nodding slightly at him and immediately smiled and agreed. Then he stood up with a serious expression and said loudly, "Zod, Zaleo?" The two immediately stood at attention. To the recently returned compatriots of the Huaxia human race, General Zod of the former Krypton and Commander Zaleo of the former Krypton Imperial Guard, I hereby confer the rank of Major General. They belong to General LiRulong's Black Dragon unit, and specific duties will be arranged by General LiRulong. I hope the two generals will continue to carry forward the soldier spirit of not being afraid of hardship and fatigue, and pave the way for our Dragon Star Huaxia. The rank of Major General is not high, but it is the result of Defense Minister Bear's instant consideration. After all, with their strength and ability, they are expected to achieve many merits in the future, and higher ranks can be conferred later. In Krypton, apart from generals and commanders, there are only various levels of captains and aides without such detailed subdivisions of ranks. But when the two heard the military's top leader confer them the rank of Major General and directly refer to them as generals, it was an honor. They also realized that the other party did not deprive them of their command rights, which showed supreme trust in them, and they were truly grateful. They assured everyone present that they would definitely shed their last drop of blood for Dragon Star Huaxia, otherwise they would not allow a single civilian to be harmed. And the entire venue erupted in prolonged applause for them. With their super brains, Zod and Zaleo's speed in learning dragon language skyrocketed, and after one day, following the meeting, they achieved barrier-free communication. Zod has a Western appearance, but if Zaleo does not mention his identity, he would definitely be recognized as a pure-blood Huaxia person when walking outside, as he has an Eastern face and yellow skin. The two were as energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline, and after the meeting, they flew directly to the Welcome City to recruit soldiers. Before leaving, Defense Minister Bear emphasized again that there should be no coercion. It must be voluntary, but the more, the better. The two pondered how to encourage their Kryptonian compatriots to voluntarily join the army while also meeting the required numbers. After thinking along the way, they couldn't come up with a good solution. Upon arriving at the military camp in Welcome City, they happened to run into Mayor Long Mike, who was about to get off work and knew he was the mayor of Welcome City. The two hurriedly greeted him enthusiastically. "Wow, you scare me. You two, oh? Haha. Congratulations on your promotion to Major General." Zod and Zaleo suddenly landed in front of Long Mike, startling him. Upon recognizing them and seeing the shiny star of general rank on their black military uniforms, the exclusive military uniform of LiRulong's Black Dragon unit, he quickly realized. "Sorry, Mayor Long, we are here with a request." Zod stood at attention and then quietly explained their purpose. Zaleo, beside him, also saluted hurriedly and nodded. Long Mike scrutinized the two and wondered why they needed to find him so urgently at the end of his workday, but still warmly invited them to his mayor's office. He brewed some buckwheat tea, the only tea available in his office. "What do you need my help with, generals?" Zod took a sip, and the special roasted aroma and smoothness instantly made him fall in love with this drink. "What is this beverage?" Ahem. Just as Zod opened his mouth to ask, Zaleo hurriedly coughed and shot a glare at Zod. "We're here to seek advice, not to drink." Zod understood the meaning in his eyes and immediately laid out their intentions to Long Mike. After listening, Long Mike thought, "Don't you have brains? You come to waste my time with such trivial matters." But he maintained a thoughtful expression and then smiled. "This matter is indeed not easy to handle. But I have an idea. You two can listen." Zod and Zaleo quickly nodded, and Zaleo even took out a pen and paper from his pocket, ready to take notes. "You can first screen." "Wait a minute. How do you write screen?" Long Mike just started speaking when Zaleo interrupted him. He could understand and speak, but he couldn't write many characters. Long Mike's expression darkened, and he cursed inwardly. "You can't even read, yet you want to take notes? Can't you just remember it with your brain?" This wasted me several more minutes before I could get off work. "Don't take notes, just listen to Mayor Long." Long Mike saw Zaleo put down the pen and continued. "First, you should screen how many young and strong Kryptonian compatriots there are, and then explain the benefits of becoming a soldier, especially for super Kryptonians. I believe that no matter which ethnicity it is, young people will have their own hero dreams." Zod and Zaleo hurriedly nodded, feeling that what Long Mike said was right. "Secondly, once the first batch of volunteers gathers, immediately contact the military logistics to prepare uniforms, equipment, and suitable living conditions, and then make a video to show the rest." After Long Mike finished speaking, he took a sip of tea. He just wanted to hurry home since today was his lunar birthday, and his wife, who had regained her youth, was waiting for him with toys. However, he forgot that Zod and Zaleo had no idea what that meant. "Mayor Long, I don't understand what showing them the video has to do with anything." Sigh. Long Mike sighed in exasperation and patiently explained to the two. "General Zod, General Zaleo, if the first batch of people who do not actively enlist in the army have no longing for super Kryptonians, what needs do they have?" "Sorry, let me continue. Although the environment in Welcome City is nice, compared to the small buildings and villas outside, it still seems a bit shabby. If you show them a more perfect and happy life outside, where they can travel everywhere, and if one person enlists, the whole family can enjoy honor and benefits. Who would refuse that? Of course, some would, but the remaining ones probably wouldn't be many. You complete your task and can also allocate the rest to participate in construction around the world. Isn't that great? After saying this, Long Mike glanced at his watch. Zod and Zaleo completely understood, and they grasped Long Mike's meaning. After thanking him, they were about to take their leave. Long Mike suddenly remembered something and called them back. Under their puzzled gazes, Long Mike took a book titled The Art of War, a modern interpretation from the bookshelf, and handed it to them. Here, this is the most famous military strategy manual on Dragon Star. Almost all Dragon Star soldiers study it deeply. Even before Dragon Star was unified, people from other races had been secretly studying this book for hundreds of years. Upon hearing this, Zod and Zaleo's eyes instantly lit up. No wonder General Lee is so formidable, easily manipulating Mara and others. It turns out he learned from this manual. They thought to themselves as they solemnly accepted the book with both hands. If LiRulong and the others knew what Zod and Zaleo were thinking at this moment, they would definitely say, "It's not that I learned well, it's that you don't have brains." The two expressed their gratitude once more and then took their leave. Long Mike hurried downstairs to drive home to celebrate his birthday. Zod returned to the Kryptonian base with his team, and instead of first studying military strategy, he sent Fiora and the others to tally the number of young adults according to Long Mike's method. After a night of work, Fiora reported back that there were 2 million Kryptonians, of which 140,000 were military personnel. Among the remaining 3.06 million, there were 8 million young adults, 330,000 elderly and children, and the rest were women. With the data in hand, Zod quickly discussed with Zaleo, and after dawn, the two split up to start promoting enlistment. It turned out that Long Mike's methods were quite effective. Their vigorous promotion and live demonstrations of various super Kryptonian abilities instantly attracted a large number of people. In the end, not only did 1 million young adults actively volunteer for military service, but 580,000 young Kryptonian women also requested to join. Zod had not intended to recruit female soldiers this time, but their cries of equality for men and women can support half the sky, left him stunned. He had no choice but to accept them to calm the situation. As for the next step, they were no longer concerned about how many more would join. They felt that with these 68 million Kryptonians, they could definitely accomplish the task given by General Xiong. They just wanted to report back quickly and then focus on learning great military strategies. When Zod and the others reported the numbers of 68 million new recruits and 140,000 elite Kryptonian soldiers to General Xiong, he carefully looked over the report and then scrutinized the two standing in front of him. Good. General Xiong put down the report and laughed heartily, exclaiming good, which startled the two. Seeing that General Xiong was genuinely happy, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had successfully completed their first task since arriving at Longxing, making a good start. Long, you really found two lucky generals. In just 2 days, they recruited 82 million Kryptonian soldiers. General Xiong immediately contacted LiRulong, who was at home lying on Chun Xia's lap, enjoying grapes that Taozi was feeding him. "Oh, that's great. We'll send them to major military academies for further training in batches and keep a group on a Black Dragon ship for my personal training. At that point, our Longxing will not fear any external invaders." "Exactly, sounds good. Let's first have them train in various military districts for a month to familiarize themselves with our military regulations, and then assign them to different academies for further education. As for those under Black Dragon, I think we should select 2,000 from the elite Kryptonian soldiers to train, with the experienced ones mentoring the new recruits. What do you think?" LiRulong thought General Xiong's suggestion was good, so he agreed, but he had a lot on his plate next. "Uncle Xiong, I think that works. Let Zod and the others come to my house, and I'll go with them to select soldiers to quickly train 2,000 super Kryptonians to form combat power. All right, I'll have them come over now." After ending the call, General Xiong instructed Zod and the others to find LiRulong while he prepared for the impending competition for recruits. Although the Elder had said that all Kryptonian soldiers belonged to LiRulong's Black Dragon ship, he probably hadn't expected to recruit over 8 million. He thought 300,000 would be quite good, but now Zod and the others had really created a big problem for him. "Hello, Dean Huang, it's me. Are you busy?" "Oh, it's nothing major. I just hope you can make another batch of battle suits in the style of mine. Zod and the others have already finished recruiting, and I need to get some convenient and stylish military uniforms, right? By the way, It would be best if AI Urchiao could also research the materials for the battlesuits. They have black technology in that area. How many do I need? Well, 2 million sets. If I could get 400 million sets so that each person has 2 to switch between, that would be even better. How many? 2 million sets, ideally 4 million sets. You brat, do you think my academy is a clothing factory? How would I dare? It's just that there are over 8 million Kryptonians eager to enlist, and we can't dampen their enthusiasm. That kid wants 4 million battlesuits and says you have black technology. Can you do it? All right, then I'll let him know. Hello, a month, and then send someone to collect them. Thanks. Beep beep. Seeing that the call was abruptly ended, LiRulong smiled helplessly. His battlesuit contained a lot of black technology, but compared to the original Superman, it was still lacking. Now that the original tailor was available, he could make the original version plus some additional black technology from other civilizations, which would definitely be more powerful than before. Just as the call ended, he heard 2 rushing sounds approaching quickly. General, after landing, Zod and the others immediately saluted LiRulong. Welcome, but remember from now on, unless it's a special or emergency situation, flying over the capital city is prohibited. Also, please knock before entering next time. You can't just fly directly into someone's home. After LiRulong finished his admonishment, he led the 2 into the living room. The stunning Tauzi served each of them a cup of hot tea before leaving the 3 of them alone in the living room. This is? Zod and Zaleo asked in confusion. My wife. The 2 quickly raised their cups and took a sip, then showered Tauzi with compliments they had learned from Long Make, praising her beauty and LiRulong's good taste and fortune. They commented on how she was as beautiful as a fairy, and how generally was lucky. LiRulong felt a bit awkward and thought that if he didn't know they were clueless, he might have punched them both to the moon. All right, if you can compliment, then do it, but if you can't, just keep your mouth shut. He quickly interrupted their nonsense and got to the point. You 2 go back and select 2,000 from the elite soldiers. Tomorrow, I'll train them in batches to become super Kryptonians, and then we'll head to the lunar base for cosmic combat training. Yes. This time Zaleo would go with him, while Zod would go to various military camps for a month of training and study with the other new recruits. Upon hearing this, LiRulong noticed Zod seemed a bit unwilling. What's wrong? Any problem? Zod immediately shook his head, indicating there was no problem and that he would absolutely follow the general's orders. He was just a bit disappointed. He wanted to follow the general to train so he could improve quickly and help LiRulong in future battles. This expression made LiRulong wonder if he had finally grown a brain. Your intentions are good, but you've misunderstood something. Oh, please guide me, General. What I want is not brutes, but generals and marshals who can truly command troops in battle, who can conquer wherever I point. Zod and Zaleo nodded. Don't think just because you have become super Kryptonians, you are already 1,000,000 times stronger than ordinary citizens and military generals of Longxing. If a real battle occurs, even if we seem weak to you, we have 1,000 ways to defeat you. LiRulong spoke casually, but his tone was firm, stating a fact. Zod and Zaleo quickly nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging this point. Last night, after finishing their tasks, the 2 of them browsed through a bit of the art of war and specifically invited a cleaner to help them with the translation and explanation. Through the cleaner's explanations, they gained a profound understanding of the power contained in this book. Concepts like deceiving the heavens to cross the sea, creating something out of nothing, and using a borrowed knife to kill, which LiRulong had previously used, were all things they had personally experienced. The Mara faction and the Colonial faction were eliminated effortlessly by Zod and his group using this borrowed knife tactic. Therefore, they fully agreed with what LiRulong said, and Zod also expressed his absolute commitment to learning and becoming a strong arm for the general in the future. With the 2 of them settled, LiRulong remembered an important matter he hadn't addressed yet. Right, although you're under the jurisdiction of my Black Dragon cannot accommodate so many people. I have decided to let you form your own army and have named it the Revenge Legion. What do you think? Zod and the other did not understand the meaning behind it, but being granted a legion name by the general was, according to Kryptonian tradition, an unparalleled honor. The Revenge Legion means that any foreign power daring to attack Longxing or the Huaxia civilization will be avenged by Kryptonian warriors, for every one of ours harmed. We will slaughter 100,000 of theirs. For every one of ours lost, we will eradicate their roots. Impressive, right? Upon hearing LiRulong's explanation, they felt it matched their super Kryptonian style of ruthlessness perfectly and immediately expressed their agreement. Zod and the other left to prepare for the new city. Kaleo personally led 2,000 elite warriors and 300 super Kryptonians to the Star Ring military port via a space elevator. Zhang Zhong's Black Dragon was responsible for transporting the 2,000 elite warriors to the lunar base, while the 300 super Kryptonians were taken directly to near the sun by LiRulong, where they would undergo sunlight exposure on Mercury while also engaging in one-on-one training. At this moment, at the lunar base, in a temporary greenhouse constructed by engineering drones, the 2,000 Kryptonian warriors were ready for their transformation, waiting for the sun on the moon to rise. LiRulong made sure to explain the precautions clearly, warning them not to break the greenhouse. As the time arrived, LiRulong enveloped everyone present with his biological force field. The key to unlocking the restrictions of Kryptonian cells was LiRulong's biological force field, which could communicate with the suppressants made by the system. Other Kryptonians' biological force fields could never achieve this, which was also a means for LiRulong to control them. When sunlight streamed into the greenhouse, the 2,000 Kryptonian warriors immediately felt something different within themselves. Their cells seemed to have taken a stimulant, rejoicing and greedily absorbing the sunlight that illuminated them. Every minute, every second, their bodies were being enhanced, and the few with the highest potential even heard voices from the Black Dragon in space. They were now experiencing both pain and joy, the various noises entering their minds, the soreness and pain in their eyes, the joyful cells within them, and the power surging through their bodies all combined into a unique experience. LiRulong watched the changing expressions on their faces, also looking forward to future calamities. With 300 superhumans, there would be even more in the future. If they encountered that mechanical demon race again, they would directly swarm and beat them up. He wouldn't bother talking about martial ethics or moralities. It wasn't until the sun disappeared from the lunar horizon that the 2,000 super Kryptonians slowly rose. Each person's clothes were soaked with sweat. The noises in their ears were gradually muted by their adapting abilities, and their dry, swollen eyes returned to their original color. They excitedly clenched their fists, feeling the power within their bodies. If it weren't for LiRulong being present, they probably would have soared into the sky to test their newfound superpowers long ago. Congratulations on becoming super Kryptonians. Next, using the methods I've taught you, feel the biological force field within your bodies, wrap it around yourselves, and then slowly float up. Acting as an instructor, LiRulong first demonstrated for them and used his biological force field to touch each person, allowing them to personally experience the biological force field and guide their abilities development. In less than 10 minutes, 2,000 super Kryptonians were floating in front of LiRulong. Fushi, open the sky. The semicircular canopy at the top of the greenhouse slowly opened to both sides, and the air inside was suddenly released into the vacuum of space. The resulting suction caused many to alter their flying postures, but they quickly adapted and stabilized. Follow me. First, get used to the flying state. As for other superpowers, you'll meet up with Kaleo on Mercury, where he will personally teach you. You will undergo a month of special training there. Yes, General. LiRulong flew off first, and the 2,000 Kryptonian warriors followed, adapting to flying while gradually increasing their speed. What a spectacle. Do you think we can also become Kryptonians in the future? I don't know, but it seems that Director Huang has developed a more powerful genetic agent called Super Soldier Gene Enhancer. The specific parameters are still in experimentation, but I think it won't take too long. On the Black Dragon in lunar orbit, Zhang Zhong and Xiong Nuofu watched the 2,000 super Kryptonians who could traverse space with their physical strength in the distance, feeling an indescribable envy in their hearts. However, they knew that this ability was something they could only admire. There was no hint of jealousy. They could only wait for good news from Director Huang. Otherwise, the battlefield would likely be entirely dominated by Kryptonians, which would be an embarrassment they could not afford. LiRulong flew with them for 3 days before landing on Mercury. Along the way, they transitioned from initial adaptation to acceleration, with many learning tricks during their flight. LiRulong did not pay much attention to them. This was like a child who had just received a beloved toy, likely to be excited for a while. Once they had adapted, there would be nothing novel about it. I've handed you the people. Don't wear them out, and make sure to prioritize safety. LiRulong directly handed them over to Kaleo, instructed him, and then flew back to Earth. After receiving the order, Kaleo immediately took the previous 300 individuals and divided them into teams to begin training in space combat and help them adapt to other superpowers. In the following days, LiRulong expanded the numbers from 2,000 to 10,000, then to 50,000, and finally, after training 800 super Kryptonian warriors, he finally stopped. The remaining 1 million Kryptonians would wait until he and Zod graduated from the military academy before undergoing their transformation. Now, not only was Mercury experiencing various vibrations every day, but Venus, Jupiter, and other planets also saw people being launched into space daily, roaring back for revenge. Aside from Mars, which was undergoing massive infrastructure projects, and several tens of thousands of Kryptonians helping to collect materials in the asteroid belt, the solar system had nearly turned into a chaotic battleground. Of course, LiRulong also established rules for them. They could play wherever they wanted, but they were not allowed to damage the core of the planets. Nor could they run rampant on planets involved in the Longxing project. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. With the protection of 800,000 super Kryptonians. The Longxing military and the Academy of Sciences also gained permission from the elders to undertake significant reforms in military equipment and organization. The Academy of Sciences was even more insane, as a few scientific madmen proposed the jaw-dropping 3-star plan. A crazy initiative that surprisingly received the endorsement of Director Huang and Al Xiao. Now, it had not only been submitted to the executive yuan, but also had Fuxi build a model, waiting for approval. When LiRulong received the news, he couldn't believe the Academy's madness and boldness, and he was even more astonished by the support from Director Huang and Al Xiao. A meeting regarding the Academy's plan was scheduled for today, and LiRulong arrived at the venue on time. LiRulong, listen carefully. I believe that if the plan succeeds, we won't fear any damn natural disasters. Director Huang and Al Xiao waited for him at the entrance of the conference room, knowing that LiRulong's attitude was key to whether their plan would be approved. Director Huang, I have to say, your plan really surprised me. Haha, don't mention it. When Xiao AI and I first looked at the papers they submitted along with Fuxi's calculations, I bet our expressions were the same as yours. Well, if the plan can really get approved, I have one request. Oh, what is it? The plan's name, 3-star plan, is too risky. It sounds like it could blow up at any moment. LiRulong mumbled, while Director Huang and Al Xiao exchanged glances, not understanding why 3-star would explode. The people in the conference room were quietly discussing among themselves. They had already been briefed on the main topics of this meeting and had reviewed the plan reports submitted by the military and the Academy of Sciences. To be honest, while the military's plan was bold, it was at least acceptable to them. However, the nearly 10,000-word report from the Academy of Sciences left them shocked. Those brave enough thought Director Huang and his team had gone mad, while the timid ones, well, there was no one in the high ranks of Longxing attending important meetings who was timid. Everyone took their seats, and just as Director Huang was about to speak, he was stopped by an elder sitting at the front. He gestured for the military representatives to speak first. Commander Wang received the go-ahead and immediately stood up, instructing Fuxi to begin displaying the plan on the conference room's large screen. Ladies and gentlemen, our military has developed a brand new plan based on 3 factors, and we have named it the Rock Plan. Commander Wang controlled the video on the screen, starting to present the plan. The Rock Plan consists of 3 steps. The first step, foundation building. After Commander Wang finished speaking, he noticed many people looking at him with puzzled expressions. Wait, old Wang, foundation building? Are you guys going to cultivate immortality? Haha, of course not. Our foundation building refers to constructing a super base. Elder Zhou, Elder Yang, everyone. Our military plans to establish a space base in Mars orbit within the next year, utilizing new technologies and materials. The base will resemble a flying saucer and will also be a mobile flying saucer, or you could call it a super space fortress. The flying saucer base will have a radius of over 1 kilometer, a thickness of 4,000 kilometers, and a center of 4,800 kilometers. Its energy will be produced by the latest superpower energy crystal furnace and dark matter conversion energy system, driven by a spatial gravity engine. It will house a small city at the top center of the saucer, while other areas will be dedicated to battleship factories, training bases, and large docks. The base will integrate military living, production, manufacturing, resource gathering, and, most importantly, strike and defense, becoming the frontline motherport for the Longxing military in the future. In terms of weapons, aside from planning to upgrade and install the slightly less powerful Longxing roar cannons, other armaments will be added as needed. Most importantly, regarding defense and materials, we will not only improve and enhance the photon force field defense shield, but also add the gravity field shield provided by Deputy Director Al Xiao. Additionally, the construction materials will utilize the latest neutron alloy sound-absorbing steel. Neutron alloy sound-absorbing steel is a new super material invented by materials science experts from the Academy of Sciences and the military, assisted by Deputy Director Al Xiao. It consists of rearranged and controllable special neutrons, boasting exceptional ductility and resilience, while also capable of absorbing any cosmic rays to enhance the material's neutrons. To put simply, any battleship built with this material will be continuously reinforced as long as the energy is connected. The audience began to whisper among themselves, amazed that Longxing had such powerful materials. That was fantastic. Ahem, the second step of the plan, shipbuilding. Commander Wang cleared his throat and continued. With the protection of the Kryptonian warriors, and based on our previous battle, we realized that our existing battleships are not suitable for space combat. So we will eliminate all active battleships and start anew, using the latest materials to build the strongest battleships. We will simultaneously commence construction of the space base, planning to build 5,000 super interstellar battleships, each 6,000 meters long, 2, 800 meters wide, and 3, 200 meters high. We will build 3,000 super interstellar aircraft carriers, each 9, 500 meters long, 6, 600 meters wide, and 4, 200 meters high, while also producing the latest tri-mode interstellar fighter jets. We will construct 1,000 super interstellar cruisers, each 3, 800 meters long, 1, 800 meters wide, and 2,000 meters high. Additionally, we will build 3,000 super arsenal support ships, each 8,000 meters long, 6,000 meters wide, and 4,000 meters high, supporting destroyers, frigates, and the latest shield ships will be constructed based on fleet composition and requirements. The numbers Commander Wang announced made everyone in the venue break out in a cold sweat. This was utterly insane. Commander Wang, have you calculated how much time, material, and manpower will be needed to complete your plan? Of course. We dared to propose this seemingly crazy plan because we have calculated everything. We expect to complete it all within a year, Commander Wang replied with a smile. That's impossible. The numbers you just mentioned are already staggering, and we're talking about super battleships several thousand meters long, along with even more supporting ships and those tri-mode fighters. How could it possibly be achieved in a year? Someone immediately raised a doubt. They didn't believe the military could accomplish it, even if all of Longxing's resources were diverted. Haha, it wouldn't be possible using traditional methods, but this is where we need Rulong's help. Commander Wang laughed heartily and turned to LiRulong, who was sitting next to Elder Zhou. Me? Uncle Wang, how do you need me to help? LiRulong asked, puzzled, pointing at himself. We need you and the Kryptonian superheroes to help us collect materials, and then have the factory directly manufacture the required materials. You all will help us deliver them to the designated installation locations, and intelligent engineering robots will be responsible for assembly, working around the clock. We have calculated everything. We can definitely complete it within the planned time frame, and we might even finish ahead of schedule. Wow, this is treating me and Zod like pack mules. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. Well, Uncle Wang, we have no problem with that. It's just, oh dear, look at my memory. There's still one battleship I haven't introduced. Fushi. Received, Commander Wang. The super special ship has been displayed. As soon as Fushi's voice fell, the 3D screen in the conference room suddenly played an introduction to a model of a special battleship. The battleship is entirely black, wider at the back and narrower at the front, forming a triangular shape, resembling the Star Destroyers from Star Wars. The introduction materials indicate that this specially designed ship is meters long, with a width of 800 meters at the rear and a height of 500 meters. There is also a command tower, 200 meters high, located towards the front of the rear section. The entire ship uses the same energy power system as military bases, and 5 super engines, each with a diameter of 3,000 meters, are installed at the rear in an inverted Olympic flag arrangement, 2 above and 3 below. Additionally, there are 12 attitude engines distributed around the engines. The ship employs both anti-gravity and gravity systems, allowing it to counteract the gravity of any planet and achieve suspension and flight within a planet. The battleship is expected to be staffed with around 500 personnel and can deploy up to 3 million combat positions. Inside the massive battleship, there is a large hangar capable of accommodating 500 newly developed 3-mode interstellar fighters. The hangar also has repair and construction capabilities, allowing for the repair and construction of various necessary parts and equipment during wartime. The battleship is assisted by the latest intelligence system, sharing intelligence with the Xianyuan tactical system while remaining completely independent, and it currently does not have a name. For defense, it uses both photon and gravitational field shields, with materials made from the latest neutron alloy sound-absorbing steel. In terms of armament, The military has surprisingly modified and enlarged the mini Dragon Star roar from LiRulong's Black Dragon, placing it at the front of the battleship. When needed, the triangular tip at the front of the battleship can open to reveal a massive cannon with a diameter of 3,000 meters inside. Of course, it can only fire once every 10 minutes, but due to the use of neutron alloy sound-absorbing steel, its lifespan has been significantly enhanced. Besides this active weapon, other weapons such as neutron cannons, laser cannons, and physical weapons distributed throughout the ship are now only left with defensive functions. LiRulong, like others, looked shocked at the simulated image of the battleship, thinking to himself, oh my, it's all mine." Commander Wang, seeing his expression, smiled slightly. This was the ultimate weapon he and Minister Xiong had developed, and he was confident that LiRulong would fall for it. "Uncle Wang, what is this battleship?" Although he internally acknowledged that he would definitely secure this specially designed ship, he still needed to put on an act. This is designed by us in collaboration with the Academy of Sciences, but the materials are provided by our military, so you can't take advantage without contributing," Minister Xiong said with a big laugh to LiRulong. Of course not. I suddenly feel that sending my people to mine and transport materials is also a kind of training. After all, it's all for enhancing the strength of Longhua. So everyone must participate," LiRulong replied, scratching his head a bit embarrassedly. "All right, Rulong is also one of your military personnel. You guys are getting him a battleship and even playing bribery," said Elder Yang as he drank tea, watching their performance. "By the way, what does the three-mode fighter mean?" asked the logistics minister, responsible for material statistics and engineer assignments, interjecting. "Let me introduce our future main space fighter, the three-mode fighter. First, this idea was proposed by Vice President AI from the Krypton clan. He said they already have mature transformation technology and have long solved issues related to wear and nerve conduction in key areas. Commander Wang first thanked AI Erqiao and then kept everyone in suspense. But judging by his expression, he was very satisfied with the so-called three-mode fighter. "Fushi, bring up the simulation image." The three-dimensional screen at the front of the conference room immediately displayed a 3D image of a fighter. Isn't this our J-20? Yes, it looks very similar. This three-mode space fighter can't be an upgraded version of the J-20, can it? That would be suitable for space combat. People in the conference room looked at the displayed J-20 and whispered to each other, as they were very familiar with this aircraft. "Let me clarify. This is not the J-20. It just resembles the J-20 in appearance. The so-called three-mode space fighter has three forms: the fighter form in front of you, the fortress form, and the warrior form." Fushi manipulated the 3D display to follow Commander Wang's introduction and gradually transformed. First, it was the fighter form. Then the rear of the fighter form folded upwards with two mechanical arms popping out from under the wings and two mechanical legs extending from the belly of the fighter, each holding a large firearm, forming the fortress form. Next, the fortress form transformed again, folding in the middle, a mechanical head protruded, and the cockpit was covered by armor, forming the robot's chest with arms and legs extended, while the wings spread out like wings on its back. The two guns were now held by the robot in its right hand and appeared on its left shoulder, creating a new attack mode. Thus, a J-20 space fighter first transformed into a tank with arms and legs that can fly, and then into a powerful and majestic robot. Not only were the military personnel gratified watching the three-dimensional display, but many civil officials in the conference room also had stars in their eyes, drooling at the sight. "Everyone, this is the three-mode fighter. Of course, we will rename it later, but it is not just this one. We are also designing supporting space bombers, unmanned drones, and special combat aircraft." The General Staff even suggested hoping to design a three-mode transport aircraft or transport ship. In fact, we had proposed a long time ago the hope for all-domain combat weapon, but due to many reasons, it could not be finalized. Now, thanks to Vice President AI providing us with the nerve conduction system and super advanced joint support technology, our vision has finally come to fruition. The more Commander Wang spoke, the more excited he became, and the people in the conference room were also inspired, clapping enthusiastically. "Commander Wang, if the fighters can transform, have you considered the battleships?" The person who spoke was very young, an assistant in charge of Dragon Star's publicity department. Normally, he would not have the right to speak at such a meeting, but because he was young and still held on to childhood dreams, he couldn't help but blurt it out. "Oh well, we need to take it one step at a time. However, once verified, I believe this young brother's idea will definitely be realized," the publicity minister and deputy minister said, their faces flushed. "Shally, sit down quickly. We are just here to see if there is anything that needs to be publicized externally. We are not qualified to interfere in such matters, The publicity minister whispered to the assistant beside him. Xiaobai, we should encourage young people with ideas. How can you dampen his enthusiasm? Go back and write a 50,000 word reflection and submit it to Elderly tomorrow, Elder Zhang said sternly, as he very much liked young people with genuine ideas. Yes, Elder Zhang, I will prepare it right away, Minister Bai replied respectfully, a bit embarrassed, not because he feared for his future over such a matter. The administrative environment in Dragon Star is very good now, and everyone is long-lived. As long as they do not do anything against their conscience or engage in idle positions without actual work, they generally will not be targeted. After this small interlude, the next step was the third step of the military's three-step plan, moving mountains. The military's proposal to move mountains does not mean to remove mountains from Dragon Star or other planets, but rather to select suitable asteroids from the asteroid belt based on Dragon Star's gravitational and photon force field defense shield advantages, artificially creating a planetary belt around Dragon Star. The asteroid belt will be placed outside the ring of stars, with the current deployment of asteroids aligning perfectly with the timeline. All the asteroids will be hollowed out and transformed into unmanned defense and attack satellites. This approach can save both material resources and time, and there is no emotional attachment to destroying them. Moreover, if the asteroids accelerate towards the enemy, they themselves become a formidable weapon, especially since this weapon is powered by both solar and controllable energy, allowing for the deployment of defense shields as well. Although this proposal is quite imaginative, it has been verified and calculated to be feasible. After the military's entire plan was presented, everyone refined and modified the three-step plan, but the overall structure remained unchanged, instead proposing many better optimizations and coordination issues among departments. Based on the final recalculations by Fushi regarding the project duration and success rate, the success rate increased by 4 percentage points, and the timeline was significantly shortened, with a much greater initial margin for error. The military's plan was unanimously approved, and next, it was time for the mad scientists from the Academy of Sciences to present their crazy plans. The presenter this time was not Director Huang, but rather introduced by Irkio. Originally, Irkio felt that as a newcomer, he was not suited for such an important information release and meeting. However, after interacting with him for some time, Director Huang discovered that Irkio was indeed a genius, with a solid foundation and the ability to quickly learn many technologies he previously didn't understand, also providing improvement suggestions. Such talent, even with a Western appearance and being a newcomer, was someone he was willing to cultivate and give more opportunities to. Irkio was deeply moved after hearing Director Huang's heartfelt words, and his sense of identity with Longxing and the Huaxia ethnicity instantly surged, along with feelings for his wife and children. Seeing Irkio's happy and moved expression, Director Huang smiled while internally thinking, with that kid Long around, even if I give you power and opportunity, you wouldn't dare to mess around, unless your whole family doesn't want to live anymore. At this moment, Director Huang was leisurely drinking tea, watching the composed Irkio step onto the podium, silently giving him a thumbs up for encouragement. Irkio stood at the front, looking at the various big shots in the conference room and his master, LiRulong. Taking a deep breath, he immediately put on a smile. Hello everyone, I am Dr. Irkio, Vice President of the Academy of Sciences. I also have a courtesy name, Sichuan, so you can also call me Sichuan from now on. I am honored to have received Director Huang's trust to introduce the future plans of the Academy of Sciences. After arriving at Longxing, Irkio not only learned science and taught technology, but also thoroughly absorbed almost all the customs and habits of Huaxia civilization. He even asked Director Huang to personally give him a courtesy name to show his complete integration into Huaxia civilization. Unable to resist his request, Director Huang casually gave him a name from a classic book he often read after regaining his youth. Sichuan, from now on you'll be AC Sichuan. Director Huang proudly finished, subconsciously reaching to stroke his beard, only to find that his wife had cleanly shaved it off after he regained his youth. Sichuan? Director Huang, does this have any profound meaning? Irkio curiously asked. Well, Sichuan means 4 springs, hoping that your science, technology, engineering, and theory will flow forth like 4 springs, sweet and nourishing others. What do you think? As expected of an old scholar, his cultural understanding was quick. Irkio understood the meaning and happily accepted it, even changing his online name to Dr. Sichuan. Watching him leave joyfully, Director Huang wondered if he would cause a stir in the academy when he finds out that Sichuan is that person's courtesy name. The attendees listened attentively to Irkio's self-introduction, and when they heard that his courtesy name was Sichuan, many of them immediately spat out the tea they had just drunk. Even the older generation and elder Yang began to cough uncontrollably. Director Huang quickly turned his head, glaring at the people sitting behind him. But he dared not to scold the elders, only managing a helpless smile, silently asking them not to expose him. Fortunately, everyone in the conference room held high positions and were skilled in managing their expressions, quickly regaining composure, if unable to hold back. They would lower their heads to scribble notes. Iurkio, noticing their reaction to his courtesy name, thought they might be surprised, so he didn't dwell on it and prepared for the next part of the presentation. Grandpa, what does Sichuan mean? LiRulong quietly asked the elder beside him, who did not respond but wrote 5 words in his notebook. LiRulong's eyes widened in shock. Was it that ridiculous? He looked at Director Huang, who gave him a helpless smile. The elder had written Shiman Dakiangren, a character in a classic story. Our Academy of Sciences has only one plan, originally named the 3-star plan, but generally feels that this name is not good, so we are preparing to change the plan's name. Later, we would like everyone to brainstorm ideas. Sichuan represents the Academy of Sciences here, and I thank you all. At this moment, LiRulong was also holding back, thinking, to speak normally, can you stop mentioning the name Sichuan? We at the Academy of Sciences speculate that the solar system has already been marked by the enemy, and that they will continue to invade intermittently in the future. So, should we just wait for them to come and passively defend ourselves? Iurkio's powerful voice piqued the curiosity of the attendees. Are we just going to wait for them? Can we not strike first? The key is that we can't find them. No, our Huaxia nation has never had a powerful dynasty that passively endured attacks without retaliating. However, first, we do not know when the enemy will come or from where. Second, we do not know if our current defense capabilities and armaments can cope with the next enemy, which is all uncertain. Since Longxing has been elevated, there will be no unfriendly events or disasters for humanity, and our calculations show that Longxing has formed a self-sustaining single-star system. We also possess mature gravity engine technology and defense technology, and all necessary ecological simulations can be completely and realistically simulated through photon force field defense shields. So, why don't we leave the solar system, go to a safe star system to avoid danger, and wait until our civilization advances before we take the initiative? Wow. Iurkio's impassioned conclusion immediately sparked a commotion in the conference room. Although they had previously seen the briefing, it was a relaxed introduction. Now, Iurkio's emotionally charged presentation amplified their shock. Of course, we are not only taking Longxing away. We plan to use gravity towing technology to take both the Moon and Mars, forming an independent system with 3 celestial bodies. Longxing will remain the mother planet, while the Moon will be transformed into an interstellar fortress. And Mars will be upgraded to become the second ecological planet to avoid future population growth on Longxing, leading to housing shortages. In coordination with the military's plan, the military's large UFO space base will be positioned as a navigator military base, operating in sync with Longxing. However, our first step is to push a large number of meteoroids from the asteroid belt, scientifically and systematically directing them to bombard Mars. Once Mars grows to a certain extent, we will immediately activate the pre-deployed post-Saturn ecological device to instantly transform Mars into a habitable planet, while simultaneously constructing a space elevator and ring system. As he spoke, El Xiao paused the introduction, allowing the audience to absorb the information and giving them time to ask questions. All right, Vice Dean AI, I would like to ask, what is the expected success rate of your crazy plan? Where can we go after leaving the solar system? How many years will it take to achieve this? The question came from Old Li, who had raised objections when he and the elders gathered to discuss the plan after receiving the briefing. It wasn't that he thought it was unfeasible, but if they abandoned the solar system, where could they go? Yang Lao and Zhou had originally left their world because the sun was dying, and now that their son was fine, was it a bit frivolous to give it up? That's why Old Li asked 3 questions in one breath. Old Li, please allow me to explain. El Xiao said with a smile, slightly bowing to him. He had already prepared his speech, as he was the second in command of the entire plan. As for the success rate, we can guarantee over 80 at our Academy of Sciences. The solar system is not our only option. As I just mentioned, our 3 planets can form an independent planetary system. The sunlight, etc., can be simulated through a photon force field defense shield. And harmful substances in the universe will also be defended against or even directly rejected by Longxing. Regarding how many years it will take to achieve this, our plan is also 1 year, but to accommodate the military, we are preparing to complete it within 1.5 years to 2 years. 1 year? You're only giving the military a maximum of 2 years for resources? Are you kidding? The room erupted into noisy discussions. They didn't doubt the Academy of Sciences' capability, but they felt the timeline was too short. Vice Dean AI, are you sure you can complete the plan within 2 years? Old Li asked with a furrowed brow. Old Li, I am very sure. El Qiao replied seriously, nodding to both Old Li and the people in the meeting room. Director Huang also nodded in confirmation to everyone. They now realized that El Qiao and the Academy of Sciences were not joking, and while shocked, they were also excited about the advancements in Longxing's technology and civilization. Next, the focus shifted to the implementation of the Academy of Sciences and military plans and the allocation of resources. LiRulong needed to be involved on both sides, and it was a crucial task. Damn it, I want to be able to have a peaceful 2 years, LiRulong muttered quietly. What did you say? Zhou Lao, who was participating in the discussion and had regained his youth, turned to ask. Nothing, Grandpa, I was just thinking about how to better allocate manpower. LiRulong quickly explained. If discovered, Zhou Lao might label him as negative, and he would no longer be able to enjoy tea and cigarettes at his place. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of someone knocking on the table attracted everyone's attention. Director Huang slowly stood up and walked to the stage, signaling to El Qiao. El Qiao hurriedly bowed to the audience and returned to his position. I have one more thing to say. According to traditional Chinese medicine theory and clinical experiments, super serums can now be put into production. Within the next month, all citizens of Huaxia will receive one. This injection of super serum does not have the effect of restoring youth, but it can significantly delay aging, enhance cell replication and metabolism, and also increase the physical abilities and strength of ordinary people by 10 to 15 times, including lifespan. Trained individuals and soldiers it can improve by at least 13 to 20 times. We will continue to follow up on future iterations of the product to ensure that every citizen of Huaxia can be like a dragon. Director Huang finished and returned to his seat, his demeanor as if he had just discussed something trivial and not worth discussing. The room fell silent for a few minutes before discussions erupted again. Does this mean that after injecting the super serum, the average lifespan of Longxing citizens could increase to at least 1,500 years, and soldiers could reach up to 2,000 years? This is going to take off in the future. El Qiao bitterly smiled to himself, knowing he had provided the cells for the super serum, having personally drawn blood from his own nose. Thankfully, it only required a little. If it were 500 cubic centimeters each time, he would probably have to work on the sun in the future. No wonder the Academy of Sciences was confident in setting the plan's timeline to within 2 years. Those who were previously furrowing their brows over certain details of the plan were now relaxing and joyfully participating in the discussion. Zhou Lao and the others looked at the lively yet harmonious discussions in the meeting room with smiles, feeling very excited. Their greatest fear was the formation of cliques, especially knowing that their own lifespans could exceed 1,000 years. Selfish individuals would surely start calculating how to build a 1,000-year family, which they absolutely could not allow. If they were to support a super family, their long-standing goal had always been LiRulong. It could be said that both the current and future Longxing owed their significant development to LiRulong, and they were just one step away from becoming a true stellar civilization. Aside from being somewhat laid-back and unwilling to learn, LiRulong was completely red-hearted, with red thoughts, coupled with a sense of nationalism ingrained in his bones for some unknown reason. Such a person was one of the future heirs they collectively acknowledged. After the meeting ended, everyone was still full of energy. The next day, Longxing's official media announced the general plans and timelines of the military and the Academy of Sciences to the entire Longxing. The citizens were dumbfounded after watching the news, and after a moment of silence, they erupted into thunderous cheers. This included the former war prisoners who had become members of the airborne troops. The news had just stated that they would also have the opportunity to inject the super serum like Longxing citizens. How could they not be excited and tearful about such treatment? The officers further promoted the announcement to their subordinates, repeatedly emphasizing that the Huaxia nation had not treated them as slaves and had not discriminated against them. They were just making amends for previous mistakes. Shouldn't that be the case? Now, they were equally given the precious opportunity to inject the super serum, so they must fight to the death on the battlefield to repay them. In the future, everyone must stand before the citizens. We cannot let a single citizen soldier get hurt. Do you understand? Understood. If a citizen soldier gets hurt, we will accompany them to the grave. Understood. If a citizen soldier gets hurt, we will accompany them to the grave. After the news was announced, the entire Longxing erupted in unprecedented enthusiasm, and everyone rushed to the official website to inquire how they could contribute to the plan and expedite it. The airborne troops intensified their training and added a course on protection, focusing on how to block weapons aimed at the rear. The airborne troops were divided into Army A and Army B, with Army A consisting entirely of the Bear Tribe brothers, while Army B comprised of former war prisoners. The heightened training, enthusiasm, and intensity of the war prisoner airborne troops deeply stimulated the Bear Tribe warriors. They felt that the prisoners were trying to step on them to rise and compete for the title of Longxing's top space military force. How can the fighting nation endure this? They have also intensified their training and increased training programs. However, compared to the guard subjects of the airborne troops of prisoners of war, the subjects they added are called charge, using the latest small photon shields and new materials. They will charge forward or fall on the way to charge. Thus, the two major legions issue training slogans every day: no dodging and no stopping. A month later, the council officially began the nationwide injection of super serum, administered by community health drones that came to people's doors, completing all injections in just 3 days. Everyone felt the changes brought by the serum while adapting to various new lifestyle adjustments. For example, when opening a door, it must be done gently, and the same goes for closing it. When playing basketball or soccer, one must control their strength. Otherwise, a jump could reach 3 or 4 meters, and a kick could send the ball flying out of the stadium, making it pointless to play. LiRulong also stopped living a leisurely life surrounded by wives and concubines and threw himself into intense work, until the blood-red countdown clock of the apocalypse reappeared in his mind. In the 4th month of the plan's execution, LiRulong suddenly heard the ticking sound of the countdown in his mind. At that moment, he was with a group of super Kryptonians, welcoming a rapidly approaching meteor shower in lunar orbit. The meteor shower was led by the already graduated Zod, who selected meteors from the asteroid belt and aimed them directly at the moon. LiRulong was responsible for intercepting them, breaking them into small pieces, which were then refined on-site by engineering spacecraft and sent back to various construction sites. The useless ice blocks and discarded meteors would be thrown directly to Mars. Since the plan began, Mars had been relentlessly battered by meteor showers, and stationed on Mars was El Chiao, dressed in a tight uniform with a cape and golden hair. However, his Superman uniform was golden, which was also the reason the Academy of Sciences separated his identity as a scientist from the black uniforms of LiRulong and the others. His family emblem had changed from an S to a dragon character AI. According to him, since he had joined Longxing Huaxia, he should completely integrate. Next to him was his wife, also a scientist, originally named Ilera, but now called AI Mutant, who had also become a female superhero. While watching their child, AI Mutant read many literary works and magazines. Upon learning that the term Ilala had ambiguous meanings in the Huaxia Long language, she immediately changed it to Longxing Xinghua's Mutant. As for their son, 5 years old, Carl, he was officially renamed AI Jianxi by El Chiao during the household registration process. This name was also mocked by LiRulong and director Huang, who sighed at El Chiao's cleverness. AI Jianxi was also freed from genetic and cellular restrictions by LiRulong and became the first little superhero of the Kryptonians. Originally, El Chiao planned to wait until his son graduated from university before requesting to turn him into a super Kryptonian, but it was uncertain whether LiRulong felt guilty or if he had some wicked interests that he directly lifted the restrictions. El Chiao was somewhat worried that his son might accidentally hurt other children, while LiRulong was completely unconcerned. The genetic suppression of the Tong brothers' inhibitor was no joke. Now, AI Jianxi was in the Academy's family kindergarten, where he spent his days sleeping and eating, playing with other children of the same age, having long forgotten where his parents were wandering. Lara, I want to say to you, you old man. I'll say it again. My name is Mutant. If you call me wrong next time, you'll be responsible for washing all my clothes in the future. AI Mutant, also dressed in a tight, golden uniform that perfectly showcased her curves, glared fiercely at El Chiao, clenching her fists as she spoke. Upon hearing his wife's harsh words, El Chiao instinctively shrank his neck. He originally thought that he and his wife had rarely escaped their son and were on a public-funded trip, with meteor showers falling from the sky on this vast Mars, surrounded by constant volcanic eruptions and continuous tremors of the earth. Such a beautiful scene. Looking at his wife's youthful recovery, her proud curves and perfect appearance made his heart race. Moreover, the trembling earth and scorching air created a great romantic atmosphere. He was about to suggest to his wife to engage in some primitive activities to give little Jianxi a brother or sister, so he wouldn't be lonely anymore, while also responding to the call for more births. He even thought of names. If it was a boy, he would be called AI Jianjun, and if a girl, Ai Longhua. However, Now his thoughts were directly extinguished by his wife, and he could only hold back. Don't just stand there, it's almost ready here. The frequency of the crust tremors has reached the standard. Inform Zod to adjust the bombardment coordinates, AI mutant said, then flew up rapidly towards the next coordinate. I said not to let Jianxi become a super Kryptonian too early. This time, we can't hide any sounds when we go back. This isn't good for early childhood education. Sighing and mumbling, El Qiao hurried to catch up with his wife. Mars had been mercilessly hammered for nearly 3 months now, and the planet's diameter had increased by 1/10 compared to before. This was still under El Qiao's meticulous calculations to control the bombardment speed and location. Otherwise, Mars would have long since become part of the asteroid belt. At this moment, LiRulong was multitasking, intercepting meteors while communicating with the system in his mind. Tong brother, this time the duration is a bit long. Besides the first time you said there was a newbie development protection period of 5 years, the last time, including the spare time, was only a little over 2 years. Now, it's directly 3 years. Will the time get longer in the future? Why the hell are you asking me? Who should I ask? I didn't even know what it's like after the newbie period. Sorry, I was out of line. However, I calculate that a longer interval is not a good thing. The longer it takes, the more preparation time you have, which means the enemy may become stronger. You need to prepare mentally in advance. LiRulong extended a hand to block a rapidly flying meteor, then threw it to the soldiers behind him, who would smash it before passing it along. Tong brother, I have a question. Speak. When can I bring people to travel through? Doing it myself is a bit tiring. Tell me, what do you feel tired? In the wandering world, you directly laid the cards on the table. It was the Dragon Kingdom that helped you deal with other matters. In the Biohazard, you didn't even appear in many chapters. In Krypton, you just used your brain and smashed a moon. What else did you do? By the way, did you get the residual leg of Doomsday's heavenly foot sorted for me? Almost, but I suggest you fuse it after the next time you travel through. That way, I can help you conceal it. Otherwise, I won't dare to exert force in the main universe. Tong brother was thoughtful. By the way, when is the next travel through? 3 months later or 9 months later? You choose. Oh, what's the difference? In 3 months, you might go to a world similar to the Wandering Earth, where the technology level won't be too high. But after 9 months, you can go to a more advanced world, and you might be able to bring back a lot of good stuff. After the system explained, LiRulong thought seriously. Seeing that the technology of civilized worlds was not something Longxing was lacking right now, he decided to wait for 9 months to see a more advanced world. Tong brother, I choose 9 months. All right, I will notify you when the time comes. Kneel and be at ease. Okay, Longxing is developing rapidly. LiRulong, along with the Kryptonian warriors, is helping out everywhere. To speed up the process, LiRulong gritted his teeth and transformed all 8 million Kryptonian warriors into super Kryptonians. Seeing 8 million superhumans floating in space, LiRulong felt joy in his heart, but Commander Wong and the others were quite envious and jealous. After being entangled day after day, LiRulong decided that once the next crisis was resolved, he would disperse the numbers, ensuring that each fleet had super Kryptonian warriors stationed to end their entanglement. Soon, a year passed, and Longxing underwent earth-shattering changes. First, the common people. On construction sites, one could often see workers wearing yellow helmets, shirtless, carrying nearly a ton of steel pipes on their shoulders, walking while chatting and laughing with their coworkers. There were also young girls running at speeds of 100 meters in 5 seconds, carrying 2 babies and a large bag. The increase in the physical fitness of the populace changed many previous lifestyles. Almost everyone needed a month to better control their strength and speed. Longxing also transformed dramatically. Previously, there was only 1 star ring connecting 4 towering space elevators, orbiting above the equator. Now, it has turned into 2 star rings arranged in a cross shape, spanning from north to south, connecting the former Dragon Kingdom territory and former Americas, with 2 new orbital elevators constructed at the poles for support. The golden photon force field defense shield that once enveloped Longxing has also changed from golden yellow to a light silver. This does not mean a decrease in defense. Rather, it indicates that a new gravitational shield has been layered outside the photon shield. The combination of gravity and photons results in the current silver appearance. Simultaneously, the natural light simulated by the photon force field defense shield has finally achieved the function of synchronizing day and night worldwide. Longxing now operates during the day and collectively transitions from day to night, allowing for synchronized work schedule. In the future, traveling from the Eastern Hemisphere to the Western Hemisphere will no longer require adjusting for time differences. The influence of the sun has once again been weakened, allowing those like Li Lao, who were previously reluctant to part with the sun, to forget about it entirely. In the space surrounding Longxing, there are also two celestial bodies operating on predetermined orbits 300,000 kilometers away. One, like Longxing, is filled with blue and green, 1/3 smaller in diameter than Earth, and is wrapped in a silver light membrane. This new Mars orbits the Earth from north to south. The red dust and desolation that had remained unchanged for hundreds of millions of years on Mars has completely disappeared, replaced by oceans surrounding the entire planet, except for the icy polar regions. Countless islands of various sizes, the oceans, the largest being similar in size to the previous Australia, with smaller ones covering a few square kilometers. The islands are filled with various new species of towering trees and flowering plants, which have emerged as unique vegetation types after the transformation of Mars by the planetary terraformer. Mars now has the same gravity and living conditions as Longxing, and new cities are under construction on several large islands. The city planning focuses on ecology, limiting high-rise buildings, and resembling the previous towns of Longxing. New Mars has also built 6 space elevators, similarly surrounded by 2 star rings. The name of Mars has officially been changed to Rongxing. The other celestial body, a silver-gray planet completely covered in metal, continues to be called the Moon and orbits from west to east. The surface of the Moon has been completely covered by neutron alloy, sound-absorbing steel, and the underground has been nearly hollowed out to 300 kilometers deep. The Moon's core, combined with energy crystals, provides energy and power for the entire Moon. The military has taken over the Moon, which also features several sci-fi cities. Unlike the star rings, the Moon's orbit has a towering structure at its center point. The top of this tower connects to an enormous disc-shaped building, which is the military's outer defense spaceship, the Xing-Tian. Under the gravitational shield's interaction, the 3 celestial bodies form a new 3-star system. Longxing will become the administrative and cultural center, as well as the scientific research hub, while Rongxing is designated as an agricultural, ecological, and tourism planet, serving as the second homeland for humanity. The Moon will be entirely military-controlled, serving as a training and shipbuilding base. Currently, 5 massive interstellar fleets are lined up in space, as if undergoing inspection. Each fleet consists of 1,000 interstellar battleships, 600 interstellar aircraft carriers, 6,000 interstellar cruisers, and 600 super-arsenal ships. Additionally, there are interstellar destroyers, interstellar frigates, and 500 interstellar defense shield ships. Each fleet has a total of 31,700 various warships, with a crew of 220 million, including 12 million airborne A troops and 3 million airborne B troops. They are also equipped with a large number of trimodal space fighters named by Jean, roaring trimodal space bombers, and Yin Gui unmanned dual-mode deep space support fighters. The commanders of the 5 fleets are Commander Wang of the Dragon Clan, Commander Yu, Commander Liu, Commander Xiang, and Commander Xiong Baka of the Bear Clan. Originally, the Bear Clan wanted the already promoted General Xiong Nuofu to command the 4th Fleet, but he declined the opportunity, unwilling to part with his good friend Zhang Peng, and directly passed the chance to Xiong Baka. Although he claimed to be reluctant to leave Zhang Peng, in truth, he did not want to leave LiRulong's new Black Dragon. He continues to serve as the first deputy captain on the new Black Dragon, and also as the operational commander. The captain remains General Zhang Zhong, with Major General Zhou serving as the 2nd deputy captain and assault operation commander, while his deputy captain holds a nominal position. Chila Ao has become LiRulong's guard commander, effectively returning to his old profession. His position was not assigned by LiRulong, but was forcibly assigned to him by Zhou Lao and others, including Bear Defense Minister. He was also tasked with selecting 10,000 of the most elite and strongest warriors from the Kryptonian Supermen to form the guard troops, specifically responsible for protecting LiRulong's safety. Previously, Zhuodai Zaid Fiorella has now become LiRulong's wartime secretary, while the Talda Nei, who was previously by Zhuodai's side, has become the deputy commander of the guard regiment. The new Black Dragon has been completed and tested, filled with various advanced technologies. Without counting the Kryptonian Superman, the new Black Dragon alone can take on 1/3 of the reorganized Longxing fleet. Although the new Black Dragon is equipped with a completely new independent by Qi intelligent tactical system, it still has a large crew. The initial plan was to accommodate up to 700,000 personnel, but due to many suggestions from LiRulong and Al Qiao during construction, it was ultimately completed with a crew of 550,000 and 800,000 combat personnel. Among the 800,000 combat personnel, 760,000 are Kryptonian supermen, and 40,000 are led by Zhang Peng's combat flight team. There's also a reserved research area for the Academy of Sciences that can accommodate 5,000 people for housing and experimental purposes, which LiRulong prepared for the upcoming collective crossing. The fleet has already undergone several tactical drills, and the soldiers are becoming increasingly adept at operating warships and engaging in space combat. LiRulong, can you really take us with you this time? Zhang Zhong asked, puffing on a completely harmless cigarette. It should be possible, but I don't know if I can bring the entire Black Dragon and all of you with me. LiRulong said, smacking his lips and speaking weakly. This is already the 230th time Zhang Zhong has asked the same question this month. Xiong Nuofu has asked it 82 times, Zhang Peng 133 times, Liu Peiqiang 12 times, and Zordon Kaleo 0 times. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. I said, Old Zhang, don't rush. There's still one day left. We'll know then. Right? What am I rushing for? I'm not anxious at all. I'm just helping others ask. I believe your nonsense. By the way, have you arranged for your wives? Don't let them get anxious later. I've already said, and they aren't anxious at all. As soon as I leave, they immediately have fun, either having barbecues and parties at night, or go to Rulong start to build houses with their own hands. Anyway, there are plenty of activities. LiRulong shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, Hey, I'm asking you, after all these years, why haven't they shown any signs? Are you just strong on the outside but weak on the inside? Why don't you try the old Chinese medicine blue pill? I don't need it. I'm just controlling it. I want to wait until Longxing officially sets sail before considering having children. Otherwise, just waiting for the enemy to come is too much psychological pressure. Although LiRulong said this, he was also anxious. Previously, when he asked the system, it said it was because he was too strong, and Yang Ling, and the others were ordinary people, so the chances of pregnancy were terrifyingly low. Only when their physiques improved again, or when LiRulong could control the strength of his descendants, would there be a possibility of having offspring. Otherwise, with his hundreds of billions of descendants, firing speed exceeding bullets and strength far surpassing alloys, wouldn't that be fatal? This crossing will start in 24 hours. This time, followers are allowed to accompany the crossing, with a limit of 1. You should quickly bind one to go with you. The system then issued a prompt. LiRulong thought seriously for a moment. 1 is too few. Brother system, isn't that number a bit low? Only 1 quota. Quota 1, no restrictions on items, objects, or living beings. Think about your Oma box. Upon hearing this, LiRulong instantly understood. Previously, when he crossed, he could only carry items that did not exceed his volume, and they could not be living beings. However, the Oma box had previously contained tank battleships. The system had said before that it could not disclose too much critical information, but this time it was like feeding a sweet cake directly into his mouth. If he still didn't understand, then he would really be, as the system said, a fool. Brother system, bind the Black Dragon. Binding successful. The entire Black Dragon will cross with the host. The host needs to make contact with the crossing items to complete the crossing and return in the same way. Old Zhang, quickly recall all personnel from the Black Dragon and notify Old Zhou and the others. I can take people across now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhong immediately extinguished the cigarette in his hand and contacted Director Xiong through his wristband. The meeting was soon held on the Black Dragon, and all the high-ranking officials attended because this was LiRulong's first time being able to take people across, so they took it very seriously. The above is the time for my crossing this time, but according to undetermined rules, I can only take the Black Dragon and its personnel for this crossing. After LiRulong finished speaking, he sat back down. The sound of discussion filled the conference room, and even the rarely speaking Old Yang joined in. There were all kinds of proposals, some of which even made Zhang Zhong and the others break into a sweat. For example, someone suggested that since they were taking the Black Dragon, they should take more captains and fill it with combat personnel to go take a look. The Academy of Sciences even demanded that research personnel must be taken along, led by Iurkio. Even professors from the humanities and social sciences, who usually had little presence, hoped to get quota. In the end, Old Zhou personally made the decision on the plan. First, the Black Dragon would no longer add combat personnel, with over 700,000 Kryptonian superhumans and LiRulong. If they needed to supplement combat personnel, it would be better not to go. However, a military observation group of 300 people could be organized, led personally by Director Xiong, but they must not interfere with the original command system of the Black Dragon. In simple terms, they could only observe and not give opinions. Second, the Academy of Sciences would evenly distribute quotas across various disciplines, with a number not exceeding the 5,000 scientific research positions prepared on the Black Dragon. Third, Zhou Ji would personally select people to form a Longxing diplomatic group, which could contact the ruling institutions of parallel worlds when necessary. And Zhou Ji personally chose Long Make to be the deputy leader of the diplomatic group. The above 3 points received unanimous approval, taking care of the military, research, and diplomacy. After the meeting, everyone immediately went to prepare. Director Xiong kept Commander Wang behind to be responsible for fleet training and daily operations, while he personally selected 300 senior generals from various military branches to form the Military Observation Group. Dean Huang discussed with Iurkio and selected 5,000 research personnel from various disciplines and specialties, while also reserving 1,000 spots for engineers from various fields, led by Iurkio to board the Black Dragon. And he also brought his wife, AI Mutant. Zhou Ji did not bring too many people. The diplomatic group, along with him and Long Make, totaled 120 people, including 60 diplomatic personnel, while the remaining 60 were from various departments such as civil affairs and finance. That night, at 23:30, everyone arrived at the Black Dragon and donned their respective space power combat suits to prevent any dangers during the crossing. LiRulong stood alone on the deck of the Black Dragon, waiting for the crossing to occur. Crossing begins 3, 2, 1 as soon as the time arrived. Behind LiRulong was still the old friend, the blue vortex, but this time after the vortex appeared, it began to expand rapidly until it swallowed the entire Black Dragon. And then the vortex disappeared. In the distance, the fleet, led by old Zhou and the others, was closely watching the Black Dragon, and upon seeing it disappear, they breathed a sigh of relief. Battleship shields to maximum. Mirror system activated. Maximum scan of the current universe with the chaotic exploration system. The battleship reappeared in a vast universe, and Zhang Zhong, commanding from the bridge, immediately issued commands. At the same time, various departments of the battleship reported that everything was normal, which eased their mind a little. On the deck, LiRulong immediately left the deck and flew up, while the hatch behind him opened, and Kaleo, also dressed in black battle attire and a black cloak, flew out with 3,000 Royal Guard soldiers, immediately positioning themselves to protect LiRulong. The insignia on their chests was no longer the previous clan emblem, but a silver shield, with a black giant dragon fiercely staring ahead. Zord and the others wore uniforms similar to Kaleo's, but their chests bore crossed weapons, a spear and a sword, with a black giant dragon coil between them. Kaleo and the others expanded their super senses and found nothing unusual. But LiRulong was stronger. He noticed something strange. In his supervision, in the extremely distant space, there were dozens of hourglass-shaped artificial structures floating there, and even further away, there were many space base-like buildings scattered throughout the universe. Even further, a blue planet identical to Longxing appeared in his sight. At this moment, he recalled where he had seen such a scene before and already had plans for what to do next. Brother system, can we also cross into anime? As long as it's a world with Blue Star or has a pure Blue Star, it can. The 3 major inventions of this foot basin chicken model animation. This time it's animated. Can we take a look at the 3rd one next time? All right. See you next time. Sadako, I was wrong, Tonga. LiRulong arranged for someone to be responsible for the outer guard and then return to the bridge. How is it going? Although he had already confirmed which world they had come to, he still couldn't say for now. Just consider it a training exercise for Zhang Zhong and the others. Well, what we can confirm now is that we are at the edge of the Oort cloud of the solar system. If it really is the solar system inside, then there must be Earth. At the speed of the Black Dragon, it will take 4 months to reach Blue Star. Being able to confirm their current position so quickly is already quite good. LiRulong calculated in his mind. If the plot had already started, then 4 months later would probably be when the situation goes south. But if the plot hasn't started yet, there would be a lot of room for maneuvering. Having made up his mind, he said to Zhang Zhong and General Xiong, Old Zhang, you command the Black Dragon. Take Uncle Xiong and the others directly to Blue Star. But you must shield yourselves the whole time. Don't expose yourselves. Once you reach the asteroid belt, hide and wait for my notification. Zod will hand over command to his deputy. Come with me. Zareo, along with the Imperial Guard Corps, and Fiola, old AI, plus your wife. Let S fly over with full force. We should arrive in about 10 days to scout the way. After LiRulong finished speaking, he was stopped by Zhang Zhong. You little brat, just by looking at you, I know you must know something. I want to ask anything else. Is this world dangerous for you? Don't worry. With our physique, no matter how many come, they're all waste. LiRulong smiled and said, and only then did Zhang Zhong feel relieved and let go. LiRulong thought for a moment and had Fiona prepare a large amount of gold and jewelry. These are things they had accidentally collected while developing in the Dragon Star asteroid belt. Although they were not very useful, they could be made into jewelry and gold bars. At least they might be used as currency after crossing over. He kept the Oma box and instructed Zhang Zhong and the others to continue mining useful ores in the asteroid belt to replenish Dragon Star. Then he had someone take the items and, along with more than 10,000 Kryptonian superheroes, instantly disappeared in front of the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon also began to start up, accelerating toward their destination. After 10 days of long-distance flight, LiRulong and his group finally arrived at Blue Star. It shouldn't have taken this long, but they had a large group and took a lot of detours to avoid the various aircraft in this world. LiRulong, along with the AI Air Qiao couple, Fiona and Zadzareo, used a biological force field to shield all external electronic monitoring devices and directly landed in Africa on Blue Star. The others were led by Danii to hide in the sun while also charging and cultivating. Upon arriving in Africa, LiRulong first commanded Fushi to hack into this World S network and obtain legal identities for all the people he brought, including natural persons and adjusters, as well as those from countries like Oob and others. Then, based on the information, he first confirmed the current time they were in. According to the data, they were currently exactly on the timeline of February 7th, CE 70, just after the tragedy of Copernicus occurred on February 5th, and the Earth Alliance and Plant were preparing to continue the war. After carefully calculating the time, there was exactly 1 year left before the official story began. During this crossing, the system told him that he could leave at any time within 2 years, but the time was synchronized with the original world. And 2 years later would be the day the next enemy descended upon Blue Star, so he must return in advance. Comparing the information, LiRulong also knew that in this world, besides a few countries existing independently, the original Huaxia nation had become a part of the East Asia Republic, which also included the nations of plastic sticks and foot basin chickens, monkeys, and other small countries. Fushi took only a minute to set up their identities as members of the East Asia Republic. They were the heads of a reclusive family that had just entered the world, and these were completely real and verifiable. However, the originally family had long been lost to history. The public identities that LiRulong and the others set up were neutral merchants engaged in the jewelry business. Why neutral? Because he planned to operate between natural persons and adjusters. The stock they brought could also be used to disguise their identities. By hacking into the bank's internal black accounts, Fushi helped them obtain trillions in legal wealth and also acquire properties in various places, including the Heliopolis colonial satellite belonging to Oob. After their identities were established, LiRulong took out a number of items that were considered rare treasures in this world. And then, with the carefully dressed Fiona, held a unique press conference. The jewelry series launched by the Lead Jewelry Consortium immediately attracted a large number of wealthy women and fans. Among them was Plant's pink-haired songstress, Lacious Klein. Currently preparing for a Valentine's Day concert on February 14th, Lacious Klein attached great importance to this concert, hoping to continue advocating for dialogue between both sides and to avoid further war. But LiRulong knew that this was impossible. February 14th was, after all, Bloody Valentine's Day, where the Earth Alliance directly used a nuclear bomb to destroy Plant's Junius 7 satellite, resulting in the deaths of 243,721 adjusters on the satellite. Following that was the mad retaliation from ZFT and the deployment of neutron disruptors, sealing off all nuclear resources on Earth. However, LiRulong did not plan to get involved right now. He wanted to wait for the plot to start and then directly intervene in a celestial manner, with Zhouja taking the diplomatic team to board the Black Dragon and directly descend. At that time, he would propose conditions and see which forces dared to disagree. LiRulong played with the electronic invitation in his hand, which contained an invitation from Lacious for Fiona, the president of the Lead Jewelry Consortium, to personally bring jewelry suitable for her concert to Plant, hoping to select it in person. Having made up his mind, he immediately had Fiona prepare a shuttle, then left Zod in East Asia, recalled some personnel, and sent people to establish underground forces in Oob and other countries, as well as to colonial satellites like Heliopolis. Early on February 11th, he took 30 consortium staff members and boarded a dedicated shuttle, heading to Plant, ready to personally meet this pink-haired girl known as the brainwashing master, Ji Duo Yao. The shuttle flew through space for 3 days and finally arrived at the Plant colonial satellite, known as Aprilius, on the afternoon of the 13th. looking outside at the 10 gigantic hourglass-shaped colonial satellites arranged according to rules. AI Air Chiao quietly said to LiRulong, who was sitting in front. General, the defense of their satellite is quite poor, but their layout does have its merits. Old AI, don't underestimate the technology here. They have phase-shift armor and special defensive coatings that could defend against physical weapons with very low energy consumption, and you've seen MS mobile suits. These have their advantages. However, what I care about the most is a fossil. LiRulong swirled the wine glass in his hand, looking at the scenery outside, and casually said, "A fossil?" AI Air Chiao frowned and asked, "Yes, a fossil from outer space. If brought back, it would be of great help to our genetic engineering and national elevation." "Oh, where's the fossil? Do you need to go in person?" "No, that fossil is already in my pocket. For now, it's not advisable for us to expose ourselves. When the time comes, it will naturally appear before us." LiRulong does not want AI Urchiao to become a gladiator again. He needs to infiltrate step by step and then take away all the useful people in this world. The shuttle stopped at the Klein family's private landing pad. The cabin door opened, and two tool men in green military uniforms led a few people into April City. Each colonial satellite of plant has its own function. For example, January City is responsible for research in basic microengineering and applied microengineering, while February City focuses on basic medicine, clinical medicine, biochemistry, molecular biology, and biophysics. Similarly, April City is not only the capital of plant and the location of the parliament, but also responsible for astronomy, astrophysics, cosmology, cosmoplanetology, and astrobiology. The fossil he is targeting is located in April City and is also a spiritual symbol of plant. LiRulong and others were directly escorted by bodyguards in black suits to the April City Sports Center, where Lux would hold a peace concert tomorrow. However, she does not yet know that her peace concert is about to be met with nuclear devastation from Junius, July City. Upon entering the reception room, the staff invited them to sit down and thoughtfully serve drinks before going to invite Lux, who was rehearsing. After waiting for 10 minutes, just as LiRulong was admiring the paintings on the wall, a gentle voice came from behind him. This painting, created by the master painter Marclius, is titled Peace and is also the theme of my concert. Peace. Where there are people, there are conflicts. Unless everyone channels their energy toward a single goal and regards it as a lifelong aspiration, all peace is false. Mr. Li, why do you think peace is false? LiRulong turned around, towering over the petite 15-year-old girl with pink hair in front of him, who was less than 1.6 meters tall, and looking at him with a dazed expression. To be honest, although he is now traversing a realistic world where people no longer look like characters from a two-dimensional style, Lux in front of him truly caught his eye. Although she's only 15 years old, her figure is already impressive. Combined with her exquisite face and naturally flowing pink long hair, she is undoubtedly a stunning beauty. He wondered whether she was born with a dark personality or if it was a later character transformation. Thoughts flashed through LiRulong's mind, and then he smiled and said to the still-dazed Lux, "Hello, Miss Lux Klein. I believe we are here to promote the company's jewelry, not to discuss peace, right?" Not getting the answer she wanted, Lux originally wanted to continue asking, but then realized that time was tight. So she decided to let the tall and handsome LiRulong go. After returning to the sofa, Fiora took out several sets of jewelry she had prepared in advance, introducing the design meaning of each set while letting Lux try them on. Her assistant helped Lux choose 3 sets of jewelry based on the concert songs and style. However, Lux seemed somewhat distracted, frequently glancing at LiRulong, who was focused on drinking tea with his head down. Has he never had tea, or do I not look good? Why doesn't he ever look at me? Lux frowned, pondering. Little did she know that LiRulong had already taken in her entire appearance, though the other Kalu people dared not look freely. "Young master, it's all done," Fiora reported to LiRulong, who glanced at AI Urchiao, standing beside him. And the latter subtly nodded. The attendants packed the remaining jewelry, and LiRulong stood up to bid farewell to Lux. "Please wait a moment. I wonder if young Master Li would do me the honor of having dinner together? And if you are free to enjoy tomorrow's concert?" Lux hurriedly spoke up before LiRulong could say anything. I'm leaving tomorrow. I was planning to take this opportunity to enjoy the scenery of plant," he said. Just as he finished speaking and saw Lux's disappointed expression, he quickly changed his tone. "However, since the Princess of Plant has invited me, I shall graciously accept." Lux's disappointed expression flashed and was quickly replaced with joy. She immediately instructed her assistant to take good care of LiRulong and his party while she rushed to rehearse and would come back to find him. Watching her skip away, LiRulong turned to Fiora and said, "Since we're here, let's not leave empty-handed." Go shopping and see if there are any interesting local specialties to take back as souvenirs. Fiora immediately understood and left with 2 Kalu bodyguards. The interesting local specialties that LiRulong mentioned were in the military camp of April City. LiRulong signaled AI Urchiao to sit down and then covered the 2 of them with a biological force field. Fushi, what have you found? At your command, General. I have completely copied the technologies related to MS and warships, ecological environment simulation technology, and adjuster gene modification optimization technology. I have also discovered a top-secret plan and technical documents named Yakindaway, Genesis, but no information about the fossil was found online. The rest is fine. But now we have Yakindaway and Genesis. It seems Sarah has long been prepared to make a move. I just wonder if his wife is willingly sacrificed. LiRulong sipped his tea, his lips not moving, but AI Urchiao and Fushi could clearly hear his voice. General, I believe that plant's most useful technology for us is the ecological environment simulation technology. The environments within our star ring are all presented virtually. If we incorporate plant's ecological environment simulation technology, we can create a fully realistic ecological environment in the star ring and even in future super-large warships, which would benefit the well-being of the people. You're right. When the time comes, take a look at the adjuster gene technology to see if there are any worthwhile aspects. However, I agree with natural breeding. I still have some resistance to gene modification before 1's child is born. As for the MS and warship technologies, they are dispensable to us since their main battleships cannot even match our frigates. AI Urchiao deeply agreed with this. LiRulong was correct. If they brought a frigate, they could easily unify this world, while their MS mobile warriors could not compare with the Baijian space fighters and roar bombers. Are they just sitting there? Yes, Captain. These 2 natural humans have been drinking tea and watching the news. Their bodyguards are standing outside. A woman named Fiora is shopping in the street and went to the restroom once during this time, coming out about 3 minutes later. No one noticed anything unusual. In a nearby room, several men in black suits were closely monitoring several surveillance screens. The screens showed LiRulong and AI Urchiao's room, as well as the bodyguards in the hallway. Another screen was displaying the activities of Fiora and her party while shopping. Continue monitoring. No matter if he is a businessman or a spy, as long as he is a natural person, we must keep an eye on them. Yes. Until the sun set in April City, Lux finally reappeared in front of LiRulong. At this time, she had changed into a white evening gown, low cut, her swan neck adorned with an emerald necklace provided by Fiona, elegant yet not vulgar. Young Masterly, we can go now. Oh, does Her Highness the Princess not need to rest? Hola. Young Masterly still cares about others. Please don't call me Princess anymore. You can call me Lux. Can I call you Rulong? Lux chuckled, covering her mouth. All right, Lux, but you should still call me LiRulong. In our hometown, only elders and the closest friends and partners can call me that. Oh dear, aren't we friends then? Lux tilted her head, asking with confusion and a hint of disappointment. Haha, I'm just a natural person born from my parents. Are you sure you want to be friends with me? LiRulong asked with a smile. After hearing this, Lux pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled, walking over and linking her arm with LiRulong's. In my opinion, whether adjusters or naturals, we are all human, so why can't we be friends? After saying this with a smile, she continued to link arms with LiRulong, heading towards the restaurant. As they walked, LiRulong lowered his head to look at the pink-haired girl beside him. Though Superman didn't have mind-reading powers, he could hear her heartbeat. He noticed that when Lux said those words, her heartbeat remained unchanged. He couldn't figure out whether she was sincere or had already mastered her emotions. A master, this is a true master. In an elegant and secluded restaurant halfway up the mountain, LiRulong and Lux sat opposite each other by the floor-to-ceiling window. Soft piano music, which LiRulong had never heard before, played in the background, its melodious notes like a dream, easily resonating with the heartstrings. Lux elegantly ate her steak, while LiRulong savored his red wine. Lux put down her knife, raised her wine glass, and said, Rulong, welcome again to Plant as my guest. It is an honor to meet you. Haha, you're too polite. You are my biggest client so far. Lux took a sip of her red wine, swirling it in her glass, and said with a hint of sadness, Am I just a client? Oh, does Her Highness the Princess have other thoughts? LiRulong teased, and Lux's face immediately turned red. The atmosphere became a bit awkward, and LiRulong looked out at the city in the night. I heard that the son of Chairman Patrick Zala of ZAFT has a childhood engagement with you. Upon hearing this, Lux buried her head in her chest and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, That was all decided by my father. He didn't even ask for my opinion. Actually, I think it's quite good. Your father is the chairman of Plant. If you marry the chairman of ZAFT, then your family will have military and political power, a perfect match. LiRulong smiled slightly. The pink-haired girl and the dumb goose are a perfect match. That scumbag Kira should just stay aside. Lux raised her head and downed her wine in one go, her face instantly flushing. But I don't want to marry his son. If only you were an adjuster, that would be great, she murmured quietly. You don't want to marry his son? Then when Zala's wife dies the day after tomorrow, you can marry him and become Aslan's stepmother, Kira's aunt. I just wonder if Kira would play the role of the underdog. LiRulong thought mischievously, but still wore a smile and entered education mode. In fact, naturals are not necessarily weaker than adjusters, and adjusters are not always the optimal evolutionary choice. Lux tilted her head in a cute and confused manner. LiRulong didn't explain further. He just finished his wine and wiped his mouth. It's getting late. You have a concert tomorrow. I wish you great success in advance. After saying this with a smile, LiRulong stood up, bid farewell to Lux, and left the restaurant. Lux remained seated, not moving for a long time. How could it not sell well? On the first day of promotion, there were no tickets left. LiRulong got into the hover car, heading towards the hotel. In the passenger seat, Fiora began to report the afternoon's findings. General, they have indeed been following and monitoring us. I took a 3-minute break to go to the bathroom and visited the military camp. There are about 110 MS units you call Zaku and 45 Jins, and the camp's defenses are quite lax. General, with this scale of war, we wouldn't even qualify as a subfleet. That is how this world is. The most we get is a few thousand mobile fighters participating, and there are only about 100 warships. LiRulong said softly with his eyes closed. Upon returning to the hotel, LiRulong went straight to bed. The next day, the streets were still filled with posters for Lux's concert, and because it was Valentine's Day, the shops on both sides were carefully decorated for the holiday. However, by that evening, it was known that this year's Valentine's Day had seen over 200,000 people donate blood, leaving couples who had already booked hotels wondering if they could still enjoy themselves. They planned to leave today and head directly to the Helios colonies of Orb to avoid trouble when the war began. Just as they arrived at the spaceport, Lux called. Hello, I heard you're leaving. Really not coming to my concert? As soon as he picked up, Lux's anxious voice came through the phone. I can't help it. Your Highness, my livelihood doesn't allow for leisure. And besides, I have a natural body that can't stay idle or I'll get sick. Phew. A wealthy jewelry merchant. Still worry about making a living? Of course. Although I'm the boss, I also have to work for my employees. Haven't you heard that saying? Workers have the spirit of hard work, striving to be better. LiRulong said seriously, making Lux on the other end of the computer laugh joyfully. Meanwhile, El Chao and the others standing nearby rolled their eyes. Just listen to what you're saying. How can you be so shameless? They had been in contact with LiRulong for over a year and had long seen through his personality. He was a pure slacker, and a divine one at that. Noticing the strange looks from those around him, LiRulong shot them a glare and continued, You should hold your concert well. I hope your singing can bring peace to this Valentine's Day and sell well. If it's already sold out. After Lux finished speaking, she hung up the phone, then pouted her cute nose in anger and threw her phone onto the sofa beside her. Leaning back against the sofa, for some reason, Aslan's figure floated in her mind. But gradually, the figure faded away, replaced by LiRulong's tall and handsome appearance. What's wrong with me? Hello, I'm lovesick, the shuttle departed, heading towards the neutral country of Orb. At 4 p.m., the video playing on the shuttle suddenly switched to breaking news. We interrupt this program for an urgent news report. According to reliable information from ZFT, at 15:35 this afternoon, the Earth Federation suddenly launched a surprise attack in the outer space of Junia 7. ZFT immediately began defensive counterattacks. At 15:45, the Earth Federation suddenly fired several nuclear missiles. Although we successfully intercepted most of them, some nuclear missiles still hit the Junia 7 colonial satellite, causing it to collapse instantly. Preliminary estimates suggest that approximately 250,000 residents lived there, and ZFT forces are urgently conducting rescue operations. A male host, dressed in a black suit and expressionless, spreads the news of Junia 7's destruction throughout the human space. Next, it will be a back and forth of attacks and threats. We notify our people in the Federation and ZFT. If you go to the battlefield, don't stand out too much. Just survive. After receiving the order, Fiora immediately went to issue commands. At this moment, the shuttle began to adjust its posture, and outside the window, the colonial satellite resembling a long-winged cigarette came into view. LiRulong decided to lay some groundwork here. Once the plot begins, he will drag the orb into the mess to prevent them from thinking they are neutral. When the time comes, if the orb people on Helios are gone, we'll see how Mr. Lion can maintain his neutrality. A year has passed in a hurry, and now it is New Year's Day of CE 71. Zod and others, through their diligent studies at the Long Star Military Academy, have climbed to mid-level positions in various federal armies. Zod, with his Western appearance and iron-blooded style, has become a major general in the Atlantic Federation Space Army. Moreover, it is rumored that people from the Blue Persian Daisy have been contacting him, often brainwashing him with their ideas. El Chiao has demonstrated his qualities as an excellent scientist in the orb, joined the Dawn Society, and was assigned to the MS factory in Helios, responsible for developing the G-series units. He successfully obtained phase shift armor and many practical technologies, along with several improvement ideas, but he did not share them with the Dawn Society. Instead, he transmitted them through Fushi to the Black Dragon ship mining in the asteroid belt. The scientists and engineers on the Black Dragon transformed the phase shift armor into a brand new nano coating, which has already been applied to various spacecraft like the Hunter Battles. And once production is sufficient, it will be coated on the entire Black Dragon ship. LiRulong's Li's Jewelry has also become the largest jewelry retailer in the world and even the entire solar system. However, his neutral statements have made him quite unpopular among both sides' racists. Some colonies have even directly labeled him and Li's Jewelry as unwelcome people and brands. Luck still occasionally calls him, but she is no longer his biggest customer. Now, his benefactor is the Longmina Kazakhstan from the Martian visitors, the 5 major families of the orb. This high-cold lady surprisingly has a hobby of collecting jewelry, and whenever Li's Jewelry releases a unique piece, she often buys it with a lavish spending spree. Gradually, she and LiRulong have become friends, and she has even mentioned the current war situation, suggesting that if LiRulong doesn't want to stay on Earth, he can develop on Mars. Taking advantage of the new year, LiRulong came to Helios to prepare for the plot start and to pull all 3 parties, especially the orb, into the fray. LiRulong, I'm here. Just as he left the shuttle and arrived at the reception area, he heard a pleasant scream. Looking around, he saw a girl with fiery red hair, wearing a pink skirt suit, waving at him while dancing in the crowd. He quickly walked over, and the girl took the initiative to link her arm with his. Surprised? I heard you were coming today, so I came early. Fry, it seems I can't tell you anything in the future. Your dad is too loose-lipped about external affairs. LiRulong looked at Fry, who was bouncing beside him, and smiled helplessly. I'm the princess of the family. If he doesn't listen to me, I'll tell Mom about his secret stash of money. Fry proudly tilted her snow-white swan neck, pouting slightly. By the way, when are you leaving? LiRulong quickly changed the subject. He didn't want to hear Fry start rambling about his parents. What? You just got here, and you want me to leave? Fry said unhappily, tightly hugging LiRulong's arm, her magnificent chest pressing against him. LiRulong hurriedly used some skill to pull his arm out, and under her angry gaze, used his super move, head patting. I told your dad that Helios is located at the front line between the 2 warring sides, which might not be safe. While patting her hair, he spoke in a gentle tone. Fry enjoyed LiRulong's warm hand, her angry expression disappearing instantly, replaced by narrowed eyes. But the orb is a neutral country. It shouldn't be attacked by either side, right? Fry felt a bit uncertain, but didn't want to refute LiRulong. Listen, just go back tomorrow. I came here to prepare for transferring my assets, and then return to Earth. After all, as long as you're a normal person, neither side would use weapons of mass destruction on Earth. LiRulong explained, but he thought to himself that the people from the Blue Persian Daisy were not normal. They were beasts who could even kill themselves when they went crazy. Although Fry was reluctant, under LiRulong's insistence, she agreed to take his shuttle back the next day. That evening, the two had a sumptuous dinner together, and LiRulong returned the 16-year-old Fry to her school dormitory, promising to personally send her to the spaceship the next day. The next day, after seeing Fry off, LiRulong drove to the Orb Industrial Academy to find El Chiao, who was working part-time teaching physics there. While looking at the peaceful scenery outside, he wiped the lipstick mark off his cheek. This little girl is really bold. If it weren't for the fact that her dad is my pawn, I would have dealt with her right there. Puffed. Cough, cough. LiRulong muttered to himself, and Fiora, who was driving in front, heard everything. At the Orb Industrial Academy, Helios branch, in a tiered classroom, El Chiao was explaining a brand new physics theorem, the Huaxia gravity theorem. This was a new physical theorem he discovered during his previous work. El Chiao, who had become somewhat obsessed, would default to naming everything and everyone after the Long Star Huaxia ethnicity. Son AI Jianxi, future son AI Jianjun, daughter AI Qiujuan, AI Dujuan. Just as he was getting to a crucial point, El Chiao suddenly stopped and told the students that it was not advisable to cover too much new knowledge at once. He would continue after they absorbed it, and then class was dismissed. He had detected Fiora through his super senses, but he could never discover LiRulong. Hurriedly returning to his office, he grabbed his clothes and briefcase, left the school, and headed toward a rockery behind the school. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. When he arrived behind the rockery, he found LiRulong already sitting on a stone, looking up at the city above, while Fiora stood beside him with her hands behind her back. General El Xiao stood at attention and saluted. Although he was not military personnel, as long as he was under LiRulong, he would hold himself to military etiquette and standards. Old AI, come sit down. Have a smoke. How's the plan going? Returning to the general, 5G series units, 5 Heretic series units, and the specially modified Archangel have all been completed. However, aside from the adjuster test pilots, natural humans still can't operate them. Even if I simplify the operating system to a very basic level, they still can't keep up. Aljo sat next to LiRulong, took the cigarette that LiRulong handed over, lit it, and began to report. Firstly, the most important issue I've discovered is that natural humans in this world have very low spatial recognition abilities. Even if they try to learn, it takes a long time for them to catch on. This will definitely put them at a disadvantage in future space battles. Taking a deep drag from the cigarette, he slowly continued. It seems to be the rules of this world. If those born naturally are considered natural humans, then Zhang Peng and Lu Peiqiang are also natural humans. However, their spatial recognition abilities could easily overpower the ZFD Greens, and that was before they injected the super serum. Now, I estimate that Zhang Peng and the others could all be considered elite Reds. After listening, LiRulong pondered for a moment. Finally, Fuxi has infiltrated the entire colony satellite according to plan. As long as needed, it can take over all functions of the colony satellite within 1 second. And the Black Dragon is always ready to pick people up. After picking them up, Heliopolis will be completely nuclear bombed, at which point the altered video footage will be spread throughout the solar system, ensuring that there will be no survivors in Heliopolis. LiRulong nodded in satisfaction. This is his action plan, Operation Lion to Cat. When LiRulong first arrived in this world, he began to think about how to maximize his interests and fill the regrets he had when watching C back then. So he took some time to organize the memories in his mind, forming an outline of the plan by summarizing the personalities of various key figures and the approximate timeline of events, which he sent to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong then improved the entire plan based on the documents LiRulong sent, with the assistance of General Xiong and Zhou Zhizhong, including contacting George Alsta, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Atlantic Federation, who is also Frei's father, through the brainwashing methods and conversation strategies taught by Zhou Zhizhong. George Alsta was successfully turned into a pawn embedded within the Atlantic Federation. Some capable individuals who harbored no significant hatred towards either side were also turned into members of LiRulong's faction through the big talk techniques learned from Zhang Zhong, including the famous desert tiger, Andre Bartfield. I wonder if Lux's 3-ship alliance will be hurt when her most trusted captain of the Eternal suddenly defects. Additionally, he sent famous piano scores like to Alice, Moonlight, and Canon, which only exist in their world, to Nicol Amavai and his entire family, who directly knelt to acknowledge him as their master. He had also considered bringing the masked man, Lalu Cruz, into his fold. After all, genetic collapse is nothing for LiRulong and his team with living medical pods. But this kid has always been mysterious and hard to approach, and he feared that he might suddenly turn against them since he is someone who wishes to bury all of humanity. Forget it. Considering she actively withdrew from the engagement with the Sarah family, I'll help her out later. What did you say? Hearing LiRulong's mumbling while reporting, Aljo immediately stopped. It's nothing, you're doing great, old AI. LiRulong smiled and said to him, after this satellite is destroyed, you will follow to pick up the survivor ships and go to Mars to find Mina to help her develop a few special heretics as a token of gratitude. Understood. After chatting for a while, LiRulong told Aljo to clock out and go home to accompany his wife, while he took Fiorella to the villa located in Heliopolis. General, the soldier monitoring Target J, just reported that after Miss Fry left, he seemed very down. Fiorella, who was driving, suddenly said, "Hee, a child with such a mindset won't achieve great things. Everyone around him is kneeling." LiRulong mocked, then thought of something and smiled at Fiorella. You might not believe it, but this kid will be the power ceiling of this world in the future. However, even if you kill his comrades who fought alongside him, he will only turn your MS into a stick and spare your life. Huh? What the hell is that? Not avenging his comrades, but sparing the enemy's life? Is he what you often refer to as a saintly fool? Pretty much. General, do you want me to turn him to ash tonight? Fiorella, sensing LiRulong's disdain for Target J, thought that anyone the general disliked must die. No need. P.S. One of the pawns, and relatively important. Let us keep watching him for now. On January 25th, LiRulong, already prepared, had changed into his exclusive combat suit. Sitting on the villa sofa with a chilled beer in hand, waiting to watch the live broadcast. Besides Fiorella, who was also dressed in combat gear, there were 1,000 Kryptonian superhumans hidden around the villa. Their task was to take over all life pods after the colony satellite disintegrated. Each of them would take 2 life pods to a distant location and rendezvous with the Martian transport ship borrowed from Mina. This morning, the Earth United Forces Eurasian Federation soldiers, coming to receive the Archangel and 5 Gundams, had also entered the colony satellite. He had seen on surveillance the current small fry aboard the Archangel, who would later be deified as crew members. The true character and bold captain, Malu Ramius, the cold but even calmer bear soldier, Nadal Bakililu, the man behind the unsinkable ship, Arnold Newman, the big shot who loves to play the leading role, Mu La Flata, and a seemingly simple but godly mechanic, Kojelo Madak, etc. LiRulong wanted all these people. He was waiting for the moment when they would be crushed by the Cyclops, their faith shattered, to make his move. Here they come. The 3D projection on the coffee table showed 2 ZFD warships, 1 Nazca class and 1 Loris class, stealthily approaching Heliopolis. Damn, they're small. The largest one is just over 300 meters, and the smaller one is about 250 meters. Zaf's main battleships are no match for the main ships of the Dragon Star. Both in terms of technology and strength, they are completely crushed. After an hour, Heliopolis experienced minor tremors, followed by an emergency alert sounding within the satellite. LiRulong and the others could clearly hear and see several green djinns attacking recklessly at the rear of the satellite. The plot's compulsion forced Aslan's team to sacrifice 1 person, resulting in 4 Gundams being seized, and the assault Gundam was operated by Kira, beginning to counterattack the djinns. What hassle? I could solve it with 1 punch. TCH, I could do it with just a breath. I wait, they all die. The Kryptonian warriors left in the villa watched the distant battle and began to comment. In their view, this combat style was too childish. After a while, a white captain-level djinn charged into the satellite, closely followed by an orange Massachusetts. Hey, the opportunity has come. LiRulong knew that the masked man was making his appearance. There hadn't been a chance before, but now he couldn't let it slip. Send someone. Wait for the white djinn to escape. Then bring it and the pilot inside to me without being noticed. Yes, I'll go myself. Just as I received the order, suddenly a cloud of dust arose in the distance, and a white battleship charged into the battlefield. The appearance of the Archangel forced the Zaft MS that was attempting to ambush to retreat. Seeing the target designated by LiRulong about to flee, Fiore disappeared in an instant. Cruz piloted the djinn, exiting through a large hole in the satellite wall, which was then automatically sealed by a lockdown system, blocking the pursuing MA behind him. But before Cruz could catch his breath, he widened his eyes in disbelief at the sight of a woman appearing before him. Impossible. This is outer space. Fiore made no unnecessary movements and directly inserted her hands into the cockpit, tearing off the entire front armor of the djinn, pulling out the day's Cruz with one hand. With her other hand, she grabbed the horn on top of the djinn's head and swiftly returned to the satellite from the secret port. At this moment, the entire colonial satellite was fully under the control of Fushi, including surveillance cameras everywhere. Cough, cough, who are you? Cruz was thrown to the ground by Fiore, who then personally removed his helmet. Oh, I'm so famous. And you, coming from intelligence, don't recognize me? Hearing this, Cruz looked up carefully at the only man sitting on the sofa. He recognized him, the evil capitalist, the merchant selling gemstone jewelry, known as the Diamond Bachelor. The head of Lee's Jewelry, LiRulong. A bunch of evaluations targeting LiRulong surfaced in Cruz's mind, but they were quickly dismissed. At this moment, he didn't believe a single word of his previous impressions of LiRulong. Looks like you recognized me. No need to waste words. I can cure your little illness, but you have to be completely loyal to me. LiRulong said casually while drinking beer, addressing Cruz, who was sitting on the ground. After hearing this, the 2 white eyes on Cruz's mask seemed to grow larger, as if they were following the pair of eyes behind him. Impossible. My illness is incurable. No, he has no reason to lie to me. That long-haired woman can tear apart mobile suits, and with this strength, I'm like an ant. No in their eyes. I'm not even an ant, right? I must have some value for him to save me. In the midst of this internal conflict, Cruz suddenly grasped the key point. He originally didn't want to die. His desire for revenge stemmed from the unfairness of fate, which twisted his mindset. In LiRulong's eyes, this was human nature. After coming to this realization, he instantly changed from a sitting posture to kneeling, supporting himself with his hands on the ground and looking up at LiRulong. Before he could express his loyalty, LiRulong spoke first. "All right, I like talking to smart people. No need for useless words. I'll judge you by your performance later." After finishing, he stood up and walked to the window, looking at the busy Archangel in the distance. "But now you should go. Do what you need to do. Wear the bracelet on the table. I'll send someone to treat you when the opportunity arises. Don't worry. It's just a matter of minutes to deal with the clone gene collapse." After hearing this, Cruz said nothing further, picked up the bracelet from the table, and without caring whether there were any surveillance devices or bombs inside, he directly fastened it onto his wrist. Fiore instructed him to put on his helmet and placed a hand on his shoulder. Previously, Cruz was not one of their own, so her movements were inevitably a bit rough. Now she would try to be gentle. Before Cruz could greet LiRulong, he felt a flash in front of him and was back floating next to his Jin, looking at Fiore, who could survive without any space equipment. He turned around and boarded the Jin, piloting it towards his battleship. However, this time he could only rely on visual estimation, as both the front armor and the cockpit surveillance equipment were gone. Entering the Nazca class, under the shocked gazes of the maintenance crew, Cruz directly exited the machine and returned to his room, taking out the medication to suppress the gene collapse and swallowing a handful. After recovering for a while, he changed back into his white captain's uniform, donned his mask, and prepared to command the upcoming battle on the bridge. However, the bracelet he previously thought was monitoring him or threatening him with a bomb could be casually removed. Cruz smiled, from the moment he was born until now. It was the first time he sincerely smiled. He didn't lie to me. He absolutely didn't lie to me. Indeed, people like them would not deceive ants like us. Silently shouting in his heart filled him with a yearning for the hope of life. Whoosh! Captain Cruz, your machine. As soon as he entered the bridge, he was surrounded by white, yellow, green, and dark blue. "I'm fine. I just didn't expect that mobile suit to be so different. I don't know if it's because of the pilot." Cruz sat in the captain's seat, restoring his usual demeanor, and said leisurely. The others exchanged glances. Only Aslan lowered his head. "Aslan, do you know that pilot?" The manipulative expert Cruz instantly noticed Aslan's unusual expression. "Yes, Captain. He should be my childhood playmate and a very good friend. However, he is from Orb and cannot pilot an MS. There must be some misunderstanding. Yes, he must have been forced. Not to mention, knowing Kiro well, Aslan really guessed part of the truth." Cruz crossed his legs, resting one hand on his face, and said softly, "Oh, that is truly unfortunate. But we can't let him act recklessly. That machine and that long-legged battleship must be destroyed here." After saying this, without caring about Aslan's struggling expression, Cruz began to redeploy tasks and even equipped the attacking MS with heavy weapons specifically for attacking fortresses. After completing the task assignment, Aslan and the others saluted and prepared to leave. However, Cruz's gaze was fixed on the wrist of Nicol, who was saluting. On his wrist, he wore a bracelet identical to Cruz's. Looking at Nicol, he slowly raised his hand and returned the military salute to them, deliberately revealing his bracelet to observe Nicol's expression. Sure enough, Nicol also noticed Cruz's bracelet. After all, he was still a 15-year-old boy, and his mind was not strong enough. The moment he saw the bracelet, his pupils instantly dilated, his mouth slightly agape, looking at his captain in disbelief. Cruz nodded slightly, signaling him not to make a fuss. However, internally, he was in turmoil. It turned out that LiRulong's people had already infiltrated around him, and Nicol's father was a senior ZFD officer and also a senior member of the National Defense Committee. The eyes behind the mask quickly scanned the wrists of the other people. Fortunately, besides Nicol, he found no one else with a bracelet. Isaac and the others raised their hands, waiting for the captain to lower his first, but the captain seemed frozen, keeping his hand raised. Coming back to his senses, noticing Isaac and the others' puzzled expressions, he immediately lowered his right hand. "Go ahead, Aslan. You all go modify the stolen mobile suit OS and be ready to strike at any time." After saying this, Cruz sat back in his seat and waved his hand. Isaac and the others left the bridge in confusion. In the hangar, the equipped mobile suits lined up for launch, and Aslan, piloting the Red Shield, rushed out without orders. Upon receiving the news, Cruz merely smiled, treating it as a practical test for the machines and letting it be. His current concern was not the battle, but how to find an opportunity to leave. The alarms inside the satellite never ceased, and everyone had already hidden in the escape pods. The Archangel was also hastily transporting supplies, preparing to leave Heliopolis at any moment. However, ZFD clearly did not want to give them this opportunity. 4 green Jins with heavy equipment charged back into the satellite. Following closely was the Red Shield, also rushing in. Kira was forced to engage again in the strike. And, unfortunately, he was equipped with the most powerful artillery setup. Kira destroyed 2 Jins, but got entangled with Oslin's shield, who began to taunt him without firing a shot. The remaining 2 Jins were destroyed by Flada, who was serving as the weapon commander on the Archangel at the time. Simultaneously, the Archangel's main cannon severed the satellite's central axis, causing it to begin disintegrating instantly. With no choice, the Archangel had to set sail immediately and leave the satellite, while ZFD outside began preparing to surround and annihilate them. Suddenly, a large amount of smoke and dust emanated from the disintegrating satellite, mixed with numerous interference particles. The temporary captain, Maru Lamias, immediately ordered the Archangel to escape the battlefield under the cover of the smoke. Cruz also ordered an immediate pursuit. As for the disintegrating satellite, they showed no concern, having already seen numerous escape pods being launched. Besides, in combat, collateral damage to civilians was simply a basic fact of war. What they did not know was that as they left, a group of black-clad individuals emerged from the debris of several villas on Heliopolis. They quickly locked onto the escape pods, each pushing 2 or 1, and hurriedly departed. In the end, only LiRulong, Fiora, and about 10 others remained at the wreckage. Watching them leave, Fiora and the others were waiting for LiRulong's orders, while LiRulong was contemplating whether to rescue the pink-haired girl. Sighing, he thought about the damned fate that made it impossible for him to watch her fall into the arms of depression. However, doing so would expose him to risks. With her cleverness, she would surely ask many questions. Fiora, contact the nearest scrap dealer in Junius and ask them to wait near the satellite wreckage. Understood. After giving the order, LiRulong took the lead and flew towards the Junius wreckage, with the others hastily following. At that moment, Nicol stood before Cruz. Watching as Cruz tapped the table repeatedly, unsure why he had been summoned to his living quarters. This masked man wouldn't he discover that we are comrades and want to do something shameful to me, right? Nicol thought nervously. Since joining LiRulong's faction, he had absorbed quite a few advanced ideas. He instinctively took a step back, ready to flee at any moment. A sight caught Nicol's attention. He saw Cruz voluntarily raise his hand and remove the mask he had always worn. Behind the mask was a handsome face, but his eyes were filled with suppressed pain. You may be the first living person to see my true face. Nicol looked at Cruz's face, frowning, feeling that he had seen it somewhere before. Seeing the expression on Nicol's face, Cruz smiled and pulled out a photo from the drawer, tossing it to him in the zero-gravity ship. Nicol caught the photo and instantly widened his eyes upon seeing the person in it. No wonder Cruz looked familiar. The person in the photo looked exactly like him. It was Mu La Flada, the ace elite of the Earth Alliance forces, known as the Eagle of Endymion. That's right, we look alike. No, I should say I look like his father. Even our DNA is identical. Nicol raised his head, puzzled, looking at Cruz. I'm a clone of his father, or rather, a failed product of cloning. Cruz said self-deprecatingly. This was his biggest secret, and he never expected to reveal it to the youngest member of his team one day. My genes are constantly collapsing, and the feeling of being torn apart, both physically and spiritually, is something you can't possibly understand. I can only temporarily alleviate the symptoms with medication and painkillers. Nicol listened attentively to Cruz's soliloquy, not quite understanding why the other person would give him the wristband under such circumstances. Originally, I planned for my life to end in a spectacular battle, until today, when I met that person. With that, Cruz stood up from his seat and slowly floated around the room. That person gave me hope to live on, although I don't know why he saved me. As long as I can live, even if it means becoming a heinous demon and opposing the entire world. So what? Cruz's expression looked exceptionally fierce at that moment, yet his raised voice was filled with excitement. Captain, what is your mission? I don't know yet. That person told me to find an opportunity to contact him, and he would arrange for someone to rescue me. Cruz shook his head and explained. So, Nicol, I need your help. I need you to provide cover for me. No problem. Also, can you tell me your mission? Cruz looked at Nicol, knowing he shouldn't ask, but fearing it might affect Nicol's actions in future deployments. Nicol hesitated, biting his lip, thinking about his mission, but unsure how to articulate it. If it's confidential. No, Captain Cruz, my mission is not a secret to you. It's just that I don't know how to explain it. Cruz looked at him in confusion, wondering what mission could be so hard to explain. Isn't it that Nicol didn't understand the mission? The mission given to me is to not act impulsively and to stay alive. Nicole took a deep breath and finished in one go. This time it was Cruz's turn to stare at him, thinking, what kind of mission is this? It's that simple. Just don't mess it up. To not act impulsively and to stay alive. And you actively saved my life. Is that person some kind of saint? Cruz stroked his chin, trying to figure it out, but then suddenly, self-deprecatingly, shook his head. Impossible. Just now, the number of people who died in Heliopolis was at least over 100,000, and I didn't see him save anyone. There must be some deeper meaning that I cannot grasp. He decided not to consider LiRulong's thoughts and plans to avoid raising suspicion later. All right, Nicole, when I issue orders in the future, I'll arrange for you to provide support as much as possible, and we both must not let that person down. Yes, Captain Cruz. Cruz nodded in satisfaction, signaling Nicole that he could leave, and then he put the mask back on, contemplating the next plan. At this moment, LiRulong and the others had arrived at the Junius 7 wreckage, discovering that it seemed to have just ended a small battle, with bodies still floating among the debris. General, the latest scrap dealer's ship has arrived. Young Master, there's more exciting content after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. All right, let's go save the princess. LiRulong had already spotted Lux's escape pod, which was flashing red lights and slowly drifting among the wreckage. Bang! Lux, who was singing with Xiao Fan to pass the time, suddenly heard an unusual sound from the escape pod. She quickly opened the external video feed, and when she saw the situation outside, she covered her mouth in disbelief. Rulong? How is that possible? Xiao Fan, is there a problem with the air quality in the escape pod? Am I hallucinating? Hello, the air is fine. The air is fine. Xiao Fan also saw him. Xiao Fan also saw him looking outside the escape pod. LiRulong, dressed in a black bodysuit with a cape, was completely exposed to the space environment without any protective gear. At that moment, Lux felt her worldview collapsing. What kind of person could freely soar in the universe? Impossible. After bringing Lux's escape pod out of the wreckage, Rulong aimed at the scrap dealer's ship and pushed the escape pod out. He watched as the escape pod was taken in by the scrap dealer's ship before turning to leave. Just 10 minutes later, an unfamiliar communication came through on his wristband. Hello, is this Rulong? Lux's voice, wrapped in a biofield, reached his ears. It's me, Princess. How come you have the mood to call me? Where are you? Me? I'm driving. Driving? Are you sure? But I can't hear any sounds. I'm running. As a neutral force. The scrap dealer was someone that other forces did not want to offend, as long as they did not enter the battlefield or favor any side. Neither the Earth Alliance nor ZFD would make things difficult for them. After ending the call, Lux looked unhappy, and even the noisy Xiao Fan had returned to a quiet ball shape, staying silently at her feet. Miss Lux, we have already contacted the nearest ZFD warship. The Crusader team will come to pick you up shortly. Please go to the lounge to rest. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Jowl. Haha, it's my pleasure after all. We received a hefty sum. Standing in front of Lux was Jowl, with brown hair, standing up, who laughed heartily while scratching the back of his head. They really paid a lot. That woman's money would be enough for them to not work for 2 years. Jowl thought happily, and then took Lux to the lounge. He just didn't understand why the ZFD diva, known for her gentleness, had been angry earlier. Regardless of Lux's side, LiRulong had now returned to the Black Dragon, while those who sent people to Mars had also returned. General, Zod also found an excuse to come back. Upon seeing LiRulong, he immediately saluted. Old Zod is back too? How is it at the Alliance? Don't mention it. Those guys don't know how to fight at all. Every day, it's just brainwashing and verbal battles. However, the people from the Blue Aster have proposed to set traps, and it is said that they got the technology and plans from external sources. LiRulong didn't want to guess. He already knew it was all Crusaders doing. It seemed he had already calculated the plot up to episode 40. I'll introduce you to someone later. The plan you mentioned was provided by him. Minister Xiong suddenly looked at LiRulong and said, You're talking about that person named Lao the Crusader, right? That's right, Uncle Xiong guessed it. LiRulong was quite surprised. He had only mentioned a few main characters, but had not revealed any important plot details, as he was afraid the plot would change due to their arrival, causing a butterfly effect. Haha, it wasn't me who guessed. It was Minister Zhou Ji straight who analyzed it. When it comes to understanding human psychology, he is the professional. Old Zhou impressive. Upon hearing this, LiRulong gave Zhou Ji a thumbs up. Zhou Ji smiled slightly, unfazed. For him, this was all a piece of cake. Rulong, don't take the praise too seriously. By the way, I want to talk to you about Orb. Oh, go ahead. Zhou Ji sat up straight and looked at LiRulong seriously, saying, We believe that we can accept or even fully receive those from Plant, because they were forced into war by the Earth Alliance for survival. The people in the conference room nodded instinctively. As for the Earth Alliance, we can selectively accept them like the soldiers from the Archangel and the subordinates selected by General Zod. However, there are too many unstable factors in Orb. First of all, they are too wishy-washy, and their political system is controlled by families. In the end, we will have to spend a lot of energy on deprogramming and ideological indoctrination, which does not align with our interests. Ji paused here. I agree with old Joe's view. Our observation group has also conducted simulations. We can accept some individuals from Orb, but the entire nation is too unstable. Yes, and the intelligence department has also discovered the existence of cults within Orb. There are all sorts of chaotic cults. Rulong, this is also what I'm worried about. Although the historical process of this world is different from ours, those cults, like the previous Foot Basin chickens, do exist. At this point, LiRulong suddenly remembered the setting he had seen in his previous life about the Gundam Seed world. Not only were the so-called cults similar to Foot Basin chickens, but even the naming of their warships and mobile suits seemed to be heavily influenced by ghost culture. Moreover, it was mentioned in the setting collection that Orb was composed of previous nuclear immigrants as the main body. Damn, I just thought of it. Orb is indeed related to the despicable ethnicity. No wonder they can cause so much trouble. Cursing, LiRulong quickly shared all the information he knew, including various major events that occurred later and the issues related to Orb in the second part. Everyone gasped in shock after hearing this. If what LiRulong said was true, then these two beginnings were indeed connected to Orb. Then this nation started to play both sides while also trying to elicit sympathy. It's confirmed. It's them exactly the same. Yes, even the things that the faceless stick country couldn't do, only they could accomplish. General, I propose to eliminate them. Just give me an hour. The people in the conference room expressed their opinions, but Minister Xiong and Zhou Ji remained silent, both looking at Zhang Zhong, who was smoking in silence. LiRulong noticed their expressions and also looked at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong, who was frowning with his head down, felt several gazes on him, looked up, and found that those who had just expressed their opinions were now all looking at him. Why are you looking at me? I'm just the captain. You say how to do it, and I'll do it. The people in the conference room, who knew Zhang Zhong, couldn't help but laugh. Only Zod and the others were confused. Old Zhang, they think your previous proposals were all bad, but we have a plan, however, Minister Xiong said with a smile. But before he finished, Zhang Zhong, who had already reacted, interrupted and said, but this plan has to be formulated and executed by me, right? Because I can fool everyone. This old man never lie. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Zhang Zhong's old face turned red as he spoke. He couldn't take off the hat of the Bureau of War. All right, you never deceive people. Everyone clapped and laughed. LiRulong felt that he had chosen his captain wisely. Not only was he talented in both literature and martial arts, but he could also use his words to topple nations. What a talent! How could great affairs not thrive? Well, actually, when you were discussing just now, I had already started plotting. No, I meant to target Abu's plan. Sure enough, Zhang Zhong's earlier contemplative expression was indeed harboring bad intentions. Let me share my thoughts. First, infiltration. Second, sow discord. Third, steal people on a large scale. Fourth, annihilate the nation. Zhang Zhong lit another cigarette and said leisurely, clearly already confident in his plan. First, let's talk about the first step, infiltration. We need to use Fushi to infiltrate into Abu's various industries, digging up all the dirt related to the ruling authorities and then organize it. The second step, sowing discord, we will gradually spread the dirt. And it must be fair and just. No industry or family can be spared. Even Abu's elementary school students should be able to recite a few pieces of dirt. The third step, stealing people on a large scale. The key here is the phrase on a large scale, regardless of whether the stealing is successful or not. It must be well known. If unsuccessful, kill the person right in front of everyone. This person must also be someone we can win over, like those from the Dawn Society or potential individuals, such as that bird and his family. Moreover, before stealing someone, we must induce them to express one or two grievances or dirt about the upper echelons in front of the public or others. As for the last step, you say if Abu goes into chaos and other countries know that there are many things going on behind the scenes, if they don't annihilate the nation, who will? Zhang Zhong finished smugly and took a sip of beer. In LiRulong's troops, during peacetime, everyone can have a few drinks. After all, everyone's physique has been strengthened. Even if they drink a pound of life water, they 1 TB found out within 5 minutes when driving. This is also considered a special benefit of LiRulong's branch, and the top choice for all the Bear Clan brothers. Captain Zhang, how can we get both sides to start targeting Abu? Zord raised a question at this moment. Although he can now fight and command battles, the scheming aspect is still a bit distant from him. The machines and warships developed by the Dawn Society were leaked by Abu's lions to gain the other party's friendship, and in the end, Helios was also detonated by Abu himself to block the Earth United's investigation. Damn, that's really dark. Such a light remark. And a pot of black water is directly dumped on Abu's head. It's like yellow mud. You say it's not shit, but everyone thinks it is. Who in the world would believe you? General, does Captain Zhang have a courtesy name? Like my Sichuan? Don't mention your Sichuan. You still haven't realized you've been played by Director Huang, have you? LiRulong's mouth twitched, holding back the urge to retort. No, I haven't heard of it. El Xiao frowned, stroking his chin, muttering, why do I feel he should be called when he? It resembles the illustrations. Have you ever seen the extra chapters of Water Margin? LiRulong no longer paid attention to him and directly changed the topic. How? Is the special ship you were preparing? We need to get involved. If we let the Black Dragon enter directly, I'm afraid it will scare them to death. LiRulong looked at Zhang Zhong. It's ready. It has been taken out for trial navigation by Old November. It should be back in 3 or 4 days. The meeting further refined the details and actions targeting Abu. Report. Outside the door, an officer saluted and walked straight to LiRulong. Commander, the 666 wristband is activated, and the coordinate information is at Junior 7. LiRulong knew that the 666 wristband was exactly what he had given to Cruz. This number suited him best, and it seemed that his squad wanted to pick up Lux. It appears that Cruz couldn't hold back, and he also wanted to see if we really had the ability to treat him. Well, after all, he's a man on the verge of collapse, and now suddenly having hope to live, he must want to grasp it desperately. Rulong, what do you plan to do with him? LiRulong thought for a moment and smiled. Sweet dates with a big stick? I've already given him the sweet dates, and he will soon be able to put them in his mouth, but I don't intend to really hurt him with a big stick. Though psychological pressure is still necessary. After listening, the Bear Defense Minister and others all agreed with LiRulong's idea. Anyway, he needs the life medical cabin for treatment. So I decided to have someone bring him to the Black Dragon for treatment. What could be more suppressive of his ambitions than a battleship that can destroy the world? Super strong equipment and a group of superhumans? They had long analyzed Cruz's character and could even say they understood him better than he understood himself. Everyone had no objections. After all, the Black Dragon would eventually appear before everyone, and Cruz was indeed the pawn and talent they currently needed. So it was better to let him experience the means and capabilities of the Dragon Star sooner. Fiora, I'll trouble you to go bring him back. Yes. Fiora took the order and immediately turned to leave the Black Dragon, flying quickly toward Junior 7. At this moment, outside the wreckage of Junior 7, on the ZFD Nazca-class fast battleship Vassilis, Cruz was fidgeting. He had sent a request using the wristband, and almost 10 minutes had passed without any response. This made him very anxious. If the other party was playing him, should he report Nicole to Speaker Sarah? If he reported, would he die? He would definitely die. But if he didn't T-report and was played with his breath, how could he swallow it? Captain, Miss Lux has boarded the ship, and the scrap recycling ship has already left the combat distance. The other party has no unusual behavior or requests. Suddenly, information came from the onboard communicator on the table. Take the princess to the independent lounge to rest. Vassilis will immediately return to plant to send the princess back, and Aslan and their redcoats will be responsible for the princess's safety. I will continue to monitor the Archangel on the Gamma. Yes, Captain. After the communication ended, Cruz tidied up his military uniform, picked up his hat, and prepared to leave. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he was about to leave the office, a prompt sound came from the wristband. Cruz immediately stood still, filled with anxiety and excitement, and tapped the wristband. I am General's Officer Fiora. In 10 minutes, you will pilot your Jin to the designated coordinates. I will be waiting for you there. After finishing, the communication ended directly. The voice of the woman was something Cruz would never forget. She was the one who had torn open his Jin in the universe barehanded at that time. Cruz had no time to think and immediately ran to the hangar, instructing the maintenance team to prepare his Jin. He had business to attend to. Rushing against time, he finally arrived at the designated coordinates in his Jin. This place was empty, with no one or spacecraft in sight, except for the distant starlight. Bang, bang, bang. A series of knocking sounds came into the cockpit, and Kruger quickly looked at the monitor. He saw the woman from before, who had somehow appeared outside his Jin, knocking on the chest plate of the mech. Kruger hurriedly opened the cockpit, waiting for further instructions. The woman threw in an earpiece communicator, signaling him to put it on. After sealing the hatch, Kruger took off his helmet and put on the earpiece. Put on your spacesuit, leave the Jin, and I'll take you to see the general. Okay. Kruger immediately put on his helmet, switched the Jin to automatic defense mode, and set the communicator to auto-answer. With everything ready, Kruger cautiously left the cockpit. Fiora flew to his side, grabbing his arm, and before he could react, she suddenly accelerated and vanished into the cosmos. At that moment, Kruger widened his eyes, feeling the starlight around him rushing backward, but strangely, he felt no discomfort or pressure from the rapid movement. About 10 minutes later, he was brought to the asteroid belt between Jupiter and Mars. Then he witnessed an unforgettable scene. A gigantic spaceship suddenly appeared before him. However, the way it appeared was familiar to him. It was the Mirage system unique to the Thunderbolt Gundam. The Mirage system consumed a lot of energy, and to cover such a massive warship, the energy required was almost equivalent to a plant colonization satellite's consumption for a month. Once the warship appeared, Fiora pulled him to fly to the belly of the ship, passing through a transparent light membrane. Behind the light membrane, Kruger saw many busy crew members who were working without spacesuits or helmets. Upon entering, Fiora directly set him down, and he was actually able to stand on his own 2 feet, feeling gravity once again. Fiora looked at him, and Kruger quickly took off his helmet and took a deep breath. Indeed, there was air, and he could even feel a gentle breeze brushing past his face. "Follow me. The general is waiting for you." After saying that, she led the way toward the elevator. Kruger followed closely behind, but his eyes behind the mask were observing everything around. "Peiqiang, tell me, if Duo finds out you're flirting with the nurse, won't you get grounded?" "Master, don't wrong me. I was just helping her move some things." "Hee. You think I believe that? You were just after that blue pill, right? I'll give you 1. 3. Or else I'll message Duo when I get back. Just 1. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, go ahead and tell her. Worst case, she'll cut me, and I'll just grow another one in the medical pod." "Damn, is it still the original?" "Fine, you're tough when it is." Kruger listened to the conversation between the 2 men, but he only understood part of it. As for the blue pill, bird flying, cutting, medical pod, regrowing, he didn't quite get it. When they reached the elevator, they coincidentally ran into the 2 men. However, Kruger did not expect that the formidable woman who had brought him here would actually salute the 2, and surprisingly, she even smiled. "Major General Zhang." "Major Liu." The 2 immediately returned the salute upon seeing Fiora. "Hello, Officer Fiora. Just got back from a busy outing?" "Yes, Major General Zhang. The general sent me out to pick someone up. Just returned." Fiora smiled gently, looking very warm. "You really are something with over 10,000 people here. They only know how to send a girl like you around. I'll have a word with him when I see him tomorrow." Zhang Peng straightened his back and said boldly, "Officer Fiora, don't listen to my master brag." One look from General Li, and he wet his pants. "No, Beiqiang. Your master here is." "All right, I got it." Fiora laughed and entered the elevator with them, chatting happily. Kruger stayed silent with his head down, not daring to speak. "By the way, who asked this? Is he too ugly to show his face or something? Wearing eye patch?" Zhang Peng suddenly remembered the person Fiora had brought and looked at Kruger with some confusion. "How ridiculous!" Kruger shouted in his heart, but on the surface, he remained unchanged and even raised his head to nod and greet Zhang Peng and the others. "Take it off. There's no point wearing it here," Fiora suddenly said, and Kruger could only remove the mask, revealing his true face. "Wow, Master, he is even better looking than you," Liu Peiqiang exclaimed upon seeing Kruger's appearance. "Get lost. He is good looking, but look at his delicate skin. Not manly at all, right, Officer Fiora?" Zhang Peng said with a black line on his forehead, quickly trying to make up for it. Fiora smiled and did not respond. Ding! They arrived at their destination. The elevator doors opened automatically. After bidding farewell to Zhang Peng and the others, Fiora took Kruger to the medical hall. Along the way, they encountered many people chatting and laughing, their uniforms different, indicating their various positions. Kruger, being very observant, had already noticed several differences. For example, the orange uniforms were likely engineers or maintenance crew, while the green uniforms were mostly combat personnel, black uniforms were pilots, and white uniforms were for administrative or operational roles. They also encountered many men dressed in tight black suits with capes, muscular and sturdy, whose uniforms were similar to that of the woman named Fiora. But from their physique and bulging muscles, Kruger guessed that these people could cross the universe like Fiora and tear apart mechs. Just as Kruger was pondering about the various people he had just encountered and the sights inside the warship, Fiora suddenly stopped. The automatic door opened, revealing a brightly lit hall with white walls. After entering, Fiora went to the front desk and greeted a beautiful nurse in a short skirt with a perfect figure. Then Fiora instructed Kruger to follow the nurse into a room while she found a place to sit down and picked up a fashion magazine to read. A A new limited edition, stocking released by Huaxia Dragon a year ago. Super elastic, nice and tear-resistant. I wonder if I can still get it when I go back. Looking at the magazine's introduction from a year ago, stars sparkled in Fiora's eyes. Meanwhile, Kruger was led into a small room by the nurse. The room was not large, with a white mini-pod in the center. The nurse handed him a pair of disposable shorts, signaling him to change and lie down, then left the room. Looking at the surroundings, Kruger gritted his teeth, stripped off his clothes, put on the shorts, and lay down in the treatment pod as instructed. The pod lid closed, and just as Kruger was curiously looking around, he was suddenly submerged in a flood of nutrient and treatment liquid. He held his breath tightly, and when he couldn't hold it any longer, he accidentally inhaled a mouthful. He wanted to cough, but to his surprise, he could actually breathe in the liquid, which was sweet and surprisingly tasty. 5 minutes later, while he was savoring the delicious drink, a tingling sensation surged through his body, gradually giving him the feeling of being eaten by bugs. Although it didn't hurt, it was quite uncomfortable. After holding on for another 10 minutes, the liquid in the pod suddenly started to drain, and then the temperature inside the pod began to rise, starting to dry off the moisture on his body. Chirp, the hatch opened, and Cruz sat up, taking deep breaths of fresh air. He then began to feel his body and was surprised to discover that the pain that had tormented him and his soul was gone. Experiencing a sense of lightness and comfort he had never felt before, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Ah, so good. Ha ha ha. Shut up. This is a hospital." A delicate reprimand instantly made the excited Cruz close his mouth. Sitting in the medical pod, he felt a bit embarrassed looking at the stunning nurse who had just come back in. Just as he was about to apologize, the nurse quickly walked over and easily tossed him out of the pod by his neck. "I really hate you people who yell after getting cured. If the head nurse finds out, I'll have to work extra shifts." The nurse muttered as she tidied up the equipment, shooting a glare at the dumbfounded Cruz sitting on the floor. "What are you still doing there? Get up, put on your clothes, and leave. Don't disturb me while I clean." After saying that, she ignored him. Coming to his senses, Cruz quickly got up, grabbed his clothes, and left the treatment room. He was still in shock. What kind of people are these? What kind of power do they have that even a girl this young could toss me aside? When he returned to the hall, he noticed many people were looking at him and pointing. "No, put your clothes on before coming out." Fiora shouted angrily at Cruz, who was standing in the hall holding his clothes while still naked. "Please be quiet. This is a hospital." A nurse at the front desk angrily reprimanded Fiora. Fiora, who had originally looked furious, immediately smiled and apologized to them. I'm sorry. He is a new native a bit slow in the head. I'll take him away right now." Without waiting for Cruz to get dressed, she grabbed his arm and left the medical area immediately. "Put on your clothes quickly. If you dare to act like this in Longxing before the 80s, you'll be paraded through the streets. Here, I wish the readers a happy spring festival in advance. Eat and drink a lot. Lots of red envelopes. Family happiness. Good health for the elders. Happiness for the children. May you make big money in the new year. Report. Come in." Fiora brought the still-looking down Cruz to the door of a room in the command center. After being granted access, the two entered the room. The room was large, about 100 square meters, with a big office desk, bookshelves, a sofa and tea table, even floral arrangements, and a closed fish tank. And on one side, a huge screen was playing ocean scenery, making it seem like the room was a sea view room, almost completely realistic. As Cruz entered, he could even smell the salty scent of seawater and feel the sensation of the sea breeze. "Sit down. I'll be done soon," LiRulong, who was sitting behind the desk, said with his head down. Fiora signaled for Cruz to sit down while she naturally stood behind the opposite sofa with her hands behind her back. Time passed slowly, and it wasn't until half an hour later that LiRulong put down the tablet, rubbed his brow, and got up to sit on the sofa opposite Cruz. Gesturing to Fiora, Fiora went to a nearby fridge and took out 2 bottles of beer, placing them on the coffee table. "Come, have a drink. By the way, why is your face so red?" Just as Rulong was about to help Cruz relax, he noticed that Cruz's originally fair face was now as red as if he had a fever. "Cough, cough, it's nothing, just that during the treatment earlier. I might not have adapted well." Cruz tried to calm his embarrassment, while Fiora turned her head slightly, still a bit angry. "Here, drink a bottle. I guess you've never had alcohol before, right? Now that your genetic disease is cured, you can go wild, not just drinking but also getting married and having children." After saying this, LiRulong took a big gulp. Cruz picked up the beer bottle, carefully took a sip, then stared at the bottle. Indeed, he had never consumed any alcoholic beverages before, not even juice or soda. Because he didn't know if he would die immediately after drinking, he had always lived cautiously. Now, feeling the pleasure of his body being healthy and no longer experiencing pain. He felt that at this moment, he was truly starting anew. You're right. I've never had alcohol, and I've always been afraid to try it. Although I want to be like normal people, that's impossible. I understand. Just because you lament the tragedy of your fate and curse the unfairness of the world, you prepared a whole bunch of plans to destroy the world. LiRulong casually said, giving Cruz a sense that he understood him well. Yes, it seems you know everything about what I prepared. Then you, Cruz asked cautiously. Don't worry, just like I said before, if I really wanted to do something to you, you wouldn't be alive now. After finishing the last sip, LiRulong put down the beer bottle. You have your talents, like being meticulous and also being ruthless for your goals. These are the abilities that attract our attention. Cruz looked seriously at the person in front of him, carefully listening to every word he said. However, you haven't considered two things. One is uncontrollable factors, and the second is your excessive arrogance, letting the tiger return to the mountain. The assault Gundam, alright? It's still called Assault MS now. You should know its Pilot S ability. He was able to destroy your Team S elite warrior on his first time piloting an MS. Have you considered his growth rate? After listening, Cruz seriously thought for a moment, then shook his head. He didn't know. He hadn't considered that aspect before. That S where your excessive arrogance lies. And it's also how you've cultivated your own opponent. As for uncontrollable factors, there are many aspects. Now, let us talk about the most important one. Aslan Sulla and your team. You and be unfamiliar with his character, right? Cruz nodded. Aslan Sulla and the pilot of the Assault MS, Kira Yamato, have known each other since childhood and are very close friends. Moreover, Kira Yamato was the only successful case of the strongest coordinators back then. Do you know that? What? The assault pilot Kira Yamato was the strongest coordinator back then? Cruz's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't received all the information about Kira Yamato yet, which surprised him. You can go check the colonial satellite from back then. There should still be many things you haven't uncovered. Cruz believed everything LiRulong said, and he believed it from the bottom of his heart. After a moment of silence, he took the initiative to ask, so what do you want to do? Or what value can I provide for you? LiRulong smiled, walked to the window, and said, I'll ask you 3 questions. If you answer them well, you'll have value to stay here. Otherwise, just consider me being kind and providing you with free medical care. After that, you could do whatever you want. Cruz immediately stood up straight and waited for the other party to ask. Orb, world, future. LiRulong recited the 3 words with his back to Cruz, then waited for his answer. Orb, world, future. Cruz repeated, then closed his eyes, carefully thinking about his answer. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes again. This time, there was no longer any timidity in his eyes, only a look of determination. I have always believed that a country like Oob should not exist, and I previously regarded them as the behind-the-scenes enemies manipulating everything, including the incident in Helios. The intelligence was not discovered by our personnel. Rather, he suddenly received suspicious information and conducted an investigation, which led to all the intelligence he obtained. I had been puzzled before because everything was too smooth. How could it not be smooth? Although Oob would leak a bit of intelligence to Zaft, most of it was guided by my people for you to discover, LiRulong thought. Moreover, many people believe Oob's ideology is tough and it maintains a balance between natural persons and coordinators. But with intelligence and high-level figures, who is a fool? Oob is just a fence-sitter, trying to survive in the cracks. After answering the first question, Cruz did not receive a response from LiRulong and immediately began to speak about the second. This world has already become unbalanced, with the blue delphinium and the revenge-filled speaker Sarah. And the previous me, all forces are vying for the world. Of course, I really wanted to destroy this world before. People, territory, power, resources, wealth. These are all the obvious targets of contention, and even the hatred between natural persons and coordinators is the best excuse to provoke disputes. But the people at the bottom have no idea. Among the high-level figures in various countries, even the council members in the Blue Delphinium, who isn't a coordinator. Zaft knows this too, but due to the default rules of the game, no one would tell the civilians. So I believe that this world cannot be reconciled at all. It has completely lost its balance. Cruz paused, and then answered the last question. To be honest with you, I have never thought about the future because I have no future. At this point, LiRulong turned to look at him. However, now that I have a body to continue living, I should also consider my future. After answering the 3 questions, Cruz nervously looked at the expressionless LiRulong. It wasn't until he noticed the corners of the other's mouth slightly rising that he breathed a sigh of relief. Wishing readers a happy spring festival in advance. Eat and drink more. Lots of red envelopes. Family happiness. Elders' health. Children's joy. May you make a fortune in the new year. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw LiRulong bypass him, returning to the desk to continue working with the tablet. Cruz was completely confused. Had he passed or failed? Give me a clear answer. Fiora, take him to get the injection, then send him back. Yes, General. Fiora came to the door, waiting for Cruz, who was now walking like a robot, to catch up. It's over. It seems I will be injected with a special serum to make me forget everything I've been through, and then I'll be sent back. At this moment, Cruz was frantically imagining in his mind. He felt that the other party would not kill him, but his current mood was worse than being killed. His body seemed to be out of control, mechanically walking behind Fiora, preparing to leave the room that had given him hope and a future. From now on, you will be under the dual management of the Operations Department and the Special Intelligence Section, with the rank of Major. Remember, when we meet in the future, call me General. LiRulong's voice came from behind him. Cruz froze in place, and then the overwhelming joy in his heart quickly took over his mind. He immediately turned around, saluted LiRulong with the military salute he had just seen, and loudly said, "Yes, General." Major Lao Ru Cruz reports for duty immediately, ready to receive orders. LiRulong casually waved his hand and no longer paid attention to him. Cruz excitedly followed Fiora out of the room, feeling as if he were walking on air, completely relaxed. Walk properly. A soldier should have the demeanor of a soldier. If you act like this, you'll definitely get scolded when you run into Minister Xiong and the others. Fiora didn't turn her head, but already knew his current state, acting like a fool. Yes, I am sorry, I'm just too happy. Cruz replied, I really don't know what the general sees in you. Anyone picked from the Black Dragon could kill you. If we're talking about IQ, you would be at the bottom. I just don't get it. Fiora curled her lips, muttering in confusion. After hearing this, Cruz had no intention of rebutting. After all, he had just been thrown several meters away by a little nurse. But if they said he had low intelligence, he would not accept it, but now he could only endure it. Once they discovered his strengths, he would definitely be reused and become the general's right-hand man. By the way, Vice Officer Fiora, may I ask your military rank? Cruz suddenly remembered that he hadn't noticed any special military rank or insignia on Fiora. Me? I am the general's aide and also the 3rd deputy captain of the general's guard, with the rank of colonel. Fiora said proudly, casting a disdainful glance at Cruz beside her. Coronel? Just 2 ranks higher than me. I will surpass her. Cruz silently thought. How many people like you, Colonel? Are there? He remembered Fiora introducing herself as the 3rd deputy captain of the guard. So there probably was only one captain of the guard who could be as strong as her, and such strong individuals must be few in number. How many? Are you looking down on us? The Black Dragon's guard has 10,000 people, all like me. My strength is considered above average, and there are no less than 100 who could easily kill me. Fiora said self-deprecatingly. When on Krypton, she was among the top 3 under Zod, but now, among the 8 million super Kryptonians, those stronger than her were emerging like mushrooms after rain, tens of thousands at a time. If it weren't for her being a woman and having experience, she probably would have long been out of the running for the position of general's aide. Huh, there are 10,000, and so many stronger than you? Cruz exclaimed in surprise. What 10,000? A sudden question came from behind. The two turned around and found Zod watching them, eating a bun. General Zod. Fiora stood at attention and saluted. Cruz did not know the other party, but hearing Fiora refer to him as general, he knew the position was definitely very high. I have met General Zod. He mimicked Fiora but upon seeing the other person's face, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Hello, you just mentioned 10,000. What do you mean? Zod asked curiously, as he now had a habit of digging deeper into things. Fiora recounted what had just happened, and Zod laughed heartily after hearing it. I told you, Fiora, this is not your fault. I also didn't know there would be so many strong ones appearing, but they're all following the general, so don't worry. No one dares to shake your position. Fiora nodded, blushing. Cruz, I've heard about you. Work hard. Being noticed by the general is like your ancestors having a big fire. Tomorrow is New Year's. Remember to burn some paper for your ancestors and thank them. Zod finished his bun and said to Cruz. Cruz did not understand a word. What did he mean by ancestors having a big fire? I'm a genetic being. Where do I have ancestors? And what does burning paper mean? New Year? The New Year was long gone. It was already the end of February. Zod didn't explain, turned to leave, and suddenly thought of something, turning back to say to Cruz, "Oh, right, it's not 10,000, it's 1. 8 million people as strong as Fiola, and there are a few million more waiting to become strong. You better work hard." Cruz watched Zod's disappearing figure, sweating in his heart. 8 million? And a few million more waiting? What kind of force is this? What organization have I gotten into? Don't think about it. You could become strong soon. But you're still far behind us, not even close to tearing apart, and MS Fiola reminded him, turned around, and continued walking. Cruz stood still, then hurried to catch up. If I may ask, can the general kill us all by himself? A few million people as strong as me wouldn't be enough for him to handle in 10 minutes. Fiola spoke with a tone of pride. The stronger the general, the more honored she felt. Cruz was scared out of his wits. Is he even human? A humanoid MS? No, even MS are just toys in their eyes. When the two entered the elevator, which slowly descended, Cruz suddenly clapped his hands. This startled Fiola, wondering why he was so jumpy. Zod, isn't he the genius commander of the super fleet of the Earth United East Asia Forces? I've seen his photo. No wonder he looks familiar. Cruz finally remembered who that person was, and unexpectedly, he was one of their own. This infiltration ability is too strong. According to the intelligence he had, the other party was a genius commander, and he was also the target that the Blue Persian Daisy had always wanted to recruit. A genius commander? Which genius commander gets a score of 2 in advanced math? If it weren't for the general pulling him up, he'd still be in the lower ranks. Fiola, hearing Cruz's exclamation, disdainfully muttered something. Happy New Year's Eve. Fiola led Cruz back to the medical area, the same room, the same style of underwear, and the same nurse as before. The nurse looked at Cruz, who had already changed into his underwear, with annoyance, opened the metal tube she brought in, and took out a syringe. With red eyes, Cruz swallowed hard and was roughly pushed onto the table by the young nurse. In his terrified gaze, the needle was brutally stabbed into his, but to maintain his dignity, he held back the scream. Fiola had already told him that this was a strengthening agent, and just one injection could not only enhance his strength, but also delay aging and increase lifespan. Such a drug is something everyone longs for. But couldn't they have a different nurse? Looking at the needle stuck in his butt, the young nurse suddenly seemed much happier and even hummed an unknown tune. Thank you for stabbing me. Because of you, it's in my butt. Thank you for making me so happy, lady. Can't you hurry up with the medication? It takes 10 seconds to push it in. What are you doing? No wonder I heard that Lux Clane, the most beautiful songstress of plant, holds grudges. It turns out that the prettier the woman, the more she remembers. Listening to the upbeat song and watching the smiling nurse shaking her head, Cruz fought back tears. All right, you can go out now. After a minute, the nurse finally pulled out the needle. Of course, it was still a very rough removal. Cruz looked helplessly at the nurse packing her things, rubbing his butt as he walked to get dressed. Huh, wait a minute. Why'd you make me change clothes just for a butt injection? Cruz suddenly remembered that the whole process was completely unreasonable. I'm willing, just let me leave. The young nurse grinned at him, showing her teeth. Cruz had no choice. He was already undressed and injected. What else could he do? After changing clothes, he limped to the door when suddenly he heard the nurse's reminder. Remember, this is a hospital. No loud noises when you go out. Otherwise, don't blame us if we catch you next time. Cruz's smart brain realized that this was to keep him quiet and not to talk about what happened in the room. Clearly, it was revenge against him. Wasn't it just because he shouted a few times when he came here last time? Feeling like crying, but with no tears. He left the room, rubbing his butt. He walked over to Fiola, who was engrossed in a fashion magazine, wanted to sit down, but it still hurt. So he could only stand there and wait for her to finish. Why is it so slow? I remember others finished in a few seconds. Fiola looked up at Cruz and put down the magazine. Why so slow? Don't you have any sense of time? Cruz didn't explain much and turned his head to pretend to look elsewhere. All right, since you've finished the injection, take your helmet, and I'll take you back. Colonel, is there no other mission for me? Cruz asked in confusion when Fiola said they were going to send him back now. The general didn't say. So you just need to follow your original plan and avoid doing anything extra to avoid disrupting the general's plans. Cruz hurriedly agreed. This clearly meant he was to continue being the old Six and further escalate the conflict between the Earth United and Plant. Fiola took another 10 minutes to send him back to his gin, then turned around and disappeared into space. On the way, Fiola also told Cruz that the strengthening agent needed time to adapt and encouraged him to exercise more. Although Cruz was a natural human, the genes he inherited and his modified body were already very powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold his own against the god of war in the end. Sitting in the driver's seat, Cruz struggled to drive the Jinn back to the battleship. Upon returning to the bridge, he immediately ordered the Gamma to set off and continue to track and monitor the Archangel. When the Vesalis returned, they would look for an opportunity to take it down. On the Black Dragon side, In LiRulong's office, Director Xiong Fong and Zhang Zhong were chatting while smoking. Crew's role was secured, and now it was time to watch the performance of Admiral Halberton of the Earth United's 8th Fleet and Zod's Task Force. Inform Cruz and Halberton in advance. Let them mark non-friendly ships and put on a show without actually harming their own. Don't worry, Halberton is also an old fox, and Cruz is not just a surface person. They will definitely act convincingly. Captain, we have received communication from Admiral Halberton. The 8th Fleet's Joint Task Force is already in the Earth-Moon orbit, ready to assist us. The crew on the Archangel had already been tailing and harassed by the ZFD ships, making everyone anxious. Now, they were finally about to rendezvous with the 8th Fleet and the task force. Let's see if those ZFD ships dare to bully them again in front of such a large fleet. Natalie, we are finally safe. You've worked hard all this way. And thank you all for your efforts. Captain Murayama expressed gratitude to everyone in the bridge. Captain, I think we still can't let our guard down. The ZFD ships behind us are still chasing us, and they've gone from 2 to 4 now. You know their combat strength is not weak. The usually calm Bakirilu poured a bucket of cold water on the bridge at this moment. Maliu let out a bitter laugh. She knew very well that the opponent was strong, but what could they do? They only had 1 ship, 1 assault unit, and a half-damaged MA. It was already a miracle that they had made it this far. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Natalie, I understand. Let's accelerate and quickly rendezvous with Admiral Halberton, then hand over the command of the Archangel. Our mission will be considered complete. After receiving the other party's agreement, Maliu immediately ordered to speed up. They were almost at the finish line, so there's no need to worry about that little bit of energy. Captain Cruz, the opponent has accelerated. On the bridge of the Visalis, the captain saw the Archangel speeding up and immediately turned to report to the lazily sitting Cruz in the back. Oh, it seems they want to quickly join the 8th Fleet. We're Lackney and Bolt's teams. They still need 30 minutes to rendezvous with our fleet. 30 minutes. Then we can't let them escape. Cruz stood up, placing one hand on his waist, and floated to the edge of the command platform. On the other side stood Aslan and Isaac, along with Diego and Nicole. Looking down at the command platform, Cruz said softly, "It seems we have enough time. If we let the Archangel refuel, we can't just stand by. Are we going to attack? But there's the entire 8th Fleet and the task force there. We are soldiers, Aslan. Even if we are outnumbered, we cannot let the target escape." After finishing his words to the somewhat troubled Aslan, Cruz turned to Isaac. In the last battle, his face was injured by the assault pilot. He could have healed quickly, but stubbornly insisted on taking revenge for his handsome face. I agree with Captain Cruz. We are soldiers, and they are our enemies. Even if they are friends, with differing stances, they become mortal enemies. Isaac gritted his teeth, saying this for Aslan to hear. It was this guy who always slacked off, causing him to get hurt. Seeing the atmosphere on sight, Cruz smiled slightly and began to assign tasks. Isaac and Aslan would lead all the green-clad troops for the charge. Diego's Storm would provide long-range support and engage the enemy's ships. And finally, Nicole's Thunder would maneuver for support, but was prohibited from advancing. After assigning the tasks, Cruz emphasized that no one was allowed to fire at the task force. Even if the opponent opened fire, they only needed to focus on dodging. Because the 8th Fleet belonged to the Eurasian Federation, while the task force belonged to the Atlantic Federation, the two sides were definitely at odds despite appearing harmonious. They only needed to target the 8th Fleet. Moreover, the focus must be on the Archangel. If any ships from the 8th Fleet broke away, they should not pursue. After speaking, he ordered all ships to accelerate to their maximum and prepared all MS for combat. Once everyone had left, Cruz sat in the command seat, seriously contemplating whether there were any flaws in the arrangements. The rest would be entrusted to Colonel Halberton, who outranked him by 2 levels. Wishing everyone a happy New Year's Eve. On the other side, in the flagship's captain's room of the 8th Fleet, 3 people were drinking tea. Do we really not need to send a task force to support them? Asked George Alsta, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Earth Union, to the resolute-looking officer sitting next to him, dressed in a white uniform. Why send them? To help that kid Cruz earn military merit? Chimed in another person dressed in white military attire. Well, General Zord is right. Since we're going to put on a show, we should do the full set. You see, Colonel Halberton understands more, Zord said. Old Joe, you still have a lot to learn. The 3 talking were Zord, the commander of the task force, Admiral Halberton of the 8th Fleet, and George, Frey's father. George laughed bitterly. As someone responsible for foreign affairs, how would he understand how to act on the battlefield? He was adept at playing tricks in diplomacy. General Zord, I will deploy all the blue Aster people to the right flank. Your fleet will take the left flank, and the Archangel will enter the formation from the right. Crew's fleet will also come from that side. At that time, I will change the formation, and the fleet will turn right as a whole. This way, the Blue Aster fleet will become the vanguard, and you'll be responsible for providing support from behind while my elite troops will slowly withdraw. At that time, I will need your cooperation. Halberton reiterated the plan. Well, rest assured, but are you really going to give up your flagship? Zord asked back. Haha, what are you talking about? After seeing the Black Dragon, I wanted to throw this piece of junk away for a long time. Indeed, a 300-meter flagship, at that length in our fleet. It can't even compare to a construction ship. Throw it away if you want. When we return, I'll personally allocate funds to get you a 6,000-meter battleship to play with. Zord patted his chest, boasting, while Halberton immediately expressed his gratitude, thinking about how he really wanted a 6,000-meter ship. Halberton knew that Zord was a general on the Black Dragon and the second-in-command of the Super Kryptonian faction, just below that one. His words were undoubtedly reliable. What Halberton didn't know was that Zord didn't even own a Dragon-class battleship and was still relying on the Black Dragon to wander around. How could he arrange a warship for him? This was entirely Zord applying the so-called most practical strategy he learned at Dragon Star, making grand promises. Beep, beep, beep. Report. Admiral, we received communication from the Archangel. The ZFD ships that have been tracking them suddenly accelerated. The intelligence we have confirms 2 Nazca-class and 4 Laurasia-class ships. Oh, it seems I want to take a gamble before the Archangel lands on Earth. I'll head to the bridge to arrange the formation. After hanging up, Halberton smiled at the two. Gentlemen, let's prepare to take the stage. Upon reaching the bridge, Halberton started to arrange and command with a serious expression. Damn ZFD. They are truly tenacious. The Archangel is a ship I have high hopes for. It absolutely cannot have any problems. Order the Atlantic Union Fleet to form on the right, the task force to the left, and the 8th Fleet to advance in the center. Our own ships do not need help from others. The flagship captain secretly glanced at Halberton, who slightly nodded his head. The communication officer immediately transmitted the order. The captain was a direct subordinate of Halberton. He had previously followed Halberton to the Black Dragon, and judging by the current formation, it was clear he wanted to pull a fast one. The captain secretly issued a combat order and plan to the Archangel, demanding that they must execute it. Oh, that old stubborn Halberton wants to save the Archangel himself? Then let him have his way. We'll go to the right side to watch the show. The commander of the Atlantic Union Fleet flagship, aligned with the Blue Aster faction, immediately began preparations according to the advantageous and harmless orders. Order our fleet to slow down when turning later. Don't bump the ships. The flagship of the task force, Zord, crossed his arms and grinned at his aide. General Zord, I think we can bump into a few ships since many of our warships are newbies. The aide suggested that since they were going to put on a show, they had to do it all the way. Well, let's do as you say, but don't block the retreat route of the 8th Fleet. Understood. Report. Admiral Halberton issued an order, requesting our ship to reduce speed and move forward 8,000 units to the left, then turn right to enter our formation. They would provide us with protection and support, while the ZFT fleet behind would be dealt with by the 8th Fleet. Milyeria, acting as the communications officer on the Archangel, read the incoming orders with confusion. Even Arnold Newman, who was carefully maneuvering the battleship, frowned and looked back. Confirm the order again. Our ship is slowing down, but ZFD won't reduce speed. It will be disastrous if they catch up. But Kirilu had just finished issuing the order. Mara Ramirez quickly responded, nodding in thanks to him, as she had just suspected that the communications might have been tampered with by ZFD. Order confirmed. It was indeed sent by the flagship of the 8th Fleet, Menelaus. Natalie, it seems Admiral Halberton has his own strategic plan. Let's execute the orders and prepare Kira for an attack and a strike, Ramirez said, immediately ordering Newman to begin reducing speed and to turn according to the planned route. Captain, the Archangel has slowed down and is veering left. On the bridge of the Vesalis, the captain hurriedly reported the situation to Cruise. Cruise lazily propped his head on his hand, watching the Archangel's trajectory shift on the screen. Send me the formation image of the 8th Fleet. After watching the video of the 8th Fleet's formation for a moment, Cruise suddenly smiled. Natural humans are just natural humans. Even at this time, they're still thinking about infighting. The so-called wise General Halberton is nothing more than this. Notify the other battleships to follow the Archangel, maintain speed, and catch up. Since the gift has been delivered, there is no reason not to accept it. The ZFD battleships maintain their high speed, following the Archangel's course. Report. The ZFD battleships have not slowed down. They are still maintaining maximum speed to chase us. The Archangel CIC reported on the enemy fleet's movements, sweating profusely while waiting for Captain Marura and Bakirilu to devise a strategy. Captain Ramius. No, Natalie. We must act according to the Admiral's plan. Otherwise, if we disrupt his strategic layout, we will be the sinners. Usually, General Muramiya's was rarely firm, though she also didn't understand Admiral Halberton's strategic intentions. However, she had served under him since joining the military and trusted him greatly. Especially since last year, when Halberton began promoting the warrior spirit in the 8th Fleet, his phrase "never abandon, never give up" had won all the soldiers' goodwill. Bakirilu had no choice but to grit his teeth and pray that they wouldn't be caught by the ZFD battleships before entering, even if it was just before reaching their formation. He runs, he chases, but even with wings, it's hard to fly. After a tense half-hour of fleeing and chasing, as they could already visually see the densely packed lights of the fleet, the Archangel and the ZFD fleet entered combat distance. However, curiously, ZFD did not deploy MS, nor did they attack them. Report, the flagship has sent a communication, requesting us to immediately proceed at full speed and charge directly into the right formation. Disregarding the ZFD fleet behind us, Miliaria reported the latest order. Newman, maximum speed. Charge in, but be careful not to collide with allies. Understood. The Archangel, which had just been in 5th gear, immediately switched to S mode like a runaway horse. The massive thrusters at the back of the battleship unleashed all their power, charging towards the 8th Fleet. The ZFD fleet, of course, noticed the Archangel's movements. Cruise waved his right hand, and all MS from the fleet immediately launched to attack the Archangel. The fleet also began firing at the Archangel. But with the skilled helmsman Newman at the controls, the Archangel easily dodged all attacks. Meanwhile, the 8th Fleet was in chaos. Happy New Year! Wishing the readers, in the year of the snake, may your career be as agile as a snake, your life be as graceful as a snake, and your happiness be as enduring as a snake. On the bridge of the flagship of the Atlantic Union Fleet, positioned on the right side of the 8th Fleet formation, the commander was shouting into the communicator. Halberton, why is that ship charging towards us? Commander Lux, I don't know what Muramias is thinking, suddenly slowing down and then accelerating at full speed and changing course. I suspect something might have happened with the Archangel. After all, you know it's a new ship, Halberton replied solemnly, looking down on the Atlantic Fleet's personnel in his heart. I don't care. I am ordering the fleet to retreat immediately. You need to send someone to hold the line. Lux was sweating profusely. He was just there for a gilded experience and didn't want to engage in a war with ZFD. Commander Lux, although this is unexpected, we are on the battlefield. Don't forget, the Atlantic Union Fleet is supposed to cooperate with my 8th Fleet in combat. If you dare to retreat, I will report you to the Joint Council and send you to a military court. Halberton was not lenient with him and even shot a glance at the captain. The battleships of the 8th Fleet that had completed their turn immediately aimed their cannons and weapons at the Atlantic Fleet battleships, which had now become the front line. Look, Commander Lux can still smile at this moment. No wonder he is a renowned general of the Atlantic Federation. Rest assured, I have already arranged for the fleet to turn. You also need to arrange immediately. Just hold on for a while, and my fleet will quickly replace your position. Halberton, Lux bit his lip until it bled, still smiling. Laugh all you want. I'm so furious I'm stuttering. However, he had no choice. If he tried to retreat, he would be focused down by his own men, and completing the turn would mean engaging with ZFD if he wanted to complain to Earth. Halberton had scattered long-range communication interference particles across the entire battlefield during the formation. Moreover, although he was cowardly, he was not a fool. He now suspected that his Atlantic Union fleet was being used as cannon fodder by Halberton. Once this was over, he would definitely go find the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum S patron and file a complaint. Unfortunately, while he was angry, he also delayed the fleet's turning and reformation time. The Archangel had already appeared in front of them, and since it was an ally, they could not fire at the Archangel. However, the ZFD fleet's attacks had no such scruples. Unable to hit the agile Archangel, the Earth United Fleet battleships that were slowly moving sideways or turning became living targets. The Atlantic Union Fleet also deployed all its MA, but unfortunately, despite their numerical superiority, these MAs were like toys against the Jin and Zaku. In no time, they lost 30%. The following Saint Shield, Duel, and Storm rushed into the fleet and began a chaotic slaughter. Nicole, go find a flagship of this subfleet and take it out. Yes, Captain. Aslan, don't push too deep. Although we have the advantage in power, our numbers are still too few. Try to gradually wear them down and eliminate the enemies in front of us. Understood. Cruise sat leisurely on the bridge, easily commanding the battle, not even planning to engage himself. Report. Commander Lux has sent a communication requesting us to immediately move forward to support. Tell him we are currently forming up and will be there shortly. Let him hold on. Hold on. Harbatten looked at the combat intelligence and slowly commanded the fleet. Even the captain beside him couldn't bear to watch, thinking to himself, "Boss, if you're going to act, at least do it convincingly. Didn't that guy give you a book on the actor's self-cultivation?" Report. The Atlantic Fleet has sent information. They have lost 80 of their forces, and the fleet has lost 30. They have decided to relinquish the passage and retreat to the Copernicus base on the moon. Harbatten frowned upon hearing this, thinking, "I gave you a chance, and you really are useless." He instructed Zod behind him to start retreating and told the Archangel to begin descent procedures immediately. They would hold the line for a while. Anxious, Lux watched his fleet's battle damage continue to rise without receiving a response from Harbatten and could only prepare to leave the front line on his own. The fleet should evade to the sides. Give me the center position. Before he could finish his command, a blur appeared outside the bridge, and a black MS suddenly appeared in the viewport. It was a G-Series development model, a special operations mobile suit designed for stealth and intelligence gathering, as well as a combat prototype MS, codenamed Thunderbolt. Seeing the unit outside, Lux instantly recalled all the intelligence information about it. Outside, Nicol confirmed the identity of the pilot through an enlarged view. It was indeed the target he had been searching for. Enemy, I'm going to strip him of his clothes. He swung out his laser sword, instantly cleaving the bridge in half, and elegantly turned to leave the battlefield. Seeing the flagship destroyed, the Atlantic Fleet lost its command and scattered like headless flies, fleeing chaotically. Aslan and his team seized the opportunity, destroying several more warships until their energy ran low, after which they withdrew to their mothership. At this moment, on the battlefield, ZFT and the 8th Fleet silently faced each other across the wreckage of the Atlantic Federation fleet, creating a strange and brief peace. Crews watched the Archangel successfully enter the atmosphere and sighed. Order the fleet to retreat. We cannot enter Earth to pursue them for now. After sending out the command, Cruz left the captain's seat and returned to his room. Meanwhile, everyone in the 8th Fleet stared in shock at the few remaining dilapidated ships of the Atlantic Federation, unsure of what to do next. Harbatten struggled to maintain a composed expression, but the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Report, the ZFT warships are retreating. The enemy is about to disengage. No need to chase. The Archangel is safe now. Send someone to see if any survivors can be rescued back. Yes. The captain rolled his eyes. At this point, what could they possibly save? Just a while ago, there were so many distress flares, and he treated them as fireworks. It had been half an hour. Damn it. No. Even if they weren't dead yet, they must be by now. But appearances had to be kept. The rescue team of the 8th Fleet set out, moving as slowly as their admiral. Harbatten, since the mission is complete, I will lead the fleet back to the lunar base now. Zod's communication suddenly came through. After speaking, he saluted and directly hung up the call. He didn't dare stay longer, fearing he might burst out laughing. Happy New Year. May the readers have careers as agile and swift as a snake, lives as graceful and free as a snake, and happiness as long-lasting as a snake. At this moment, in an underground conference room on Earth, a huge screen on one wall was displaying the battle situation in orbit. The opposite wall was adorned with a giant golden lion statue. A dozen men and women dressed in purple-red outfits were intently watching the scenes on the screen. It was only when they saw the Archangel successfully enter Earth, and both ZFT and the 8th Fleet ceased hostilities and voluntarily withdrew from the battlefield, that they shifted their gaze away. The conference room fell silent for a moment. The long-haired, bearded man sitting in the foremost position turned to the somewhat flamboyant-looking young man beside him, who wore a lewd expression and was frowning. Egg Breaker, this is the battle report that just concluded. We recorded it and sent it to you immediately. It seems the prophecy did not unfold as you predicted. Upon hearing this, the young man raised his head to look at the man. Ashta, I don't understand what's happening, but you should know my abilities. I accurately predicted everything before. The young man, referred to as Egg Breaker, spoke somewhat arrogantly to the Ashta representative. I apologize for my tone, but this means that the interests and future of Orb will fall out of our control. Although Ashta felt some dissatisfaction, he still needed this young man to continue serving them. How about this? Give me some time. I will perform another divination. The young man had no choice but to make an excuse. Thank you for your hard work, Eggbreaker. Don't worry. I will send the girl you need for the divination right away. The young man responded with a grunt and closed his eyes. Ashta signaled to the others, and everyone immediately got up and left the conference room. The conference room was silent, and after a long while, the young man finally opened his eyes. God, what is happening? Why is it different from the future I saw? Returning to the host. I can only show you a partial view of the future after randomly crossing worlds. This time, even this system does not know what happened. God, can you still continue to steal the origin of this world? But it must follow the direction of the plot. Until the main storyline is fully completed, the world's origin will relax its vigilance, and that will be our time to act. Also, you need to absorb more Yuan Yin and cultivate the Yin transformation technique to the 3rd level. By then, you will be invincible in this world. Ripping apart Gundams will not be a dream. After the voice in his body finished speaking, Egg Breaker felt a surge of heat in his heart. Their race was all about male guardians, sending their essence into eggs to nurture the next generation. However, according to legend, their ancestors also relied on Yin and Yang to reproduce normally. It was just that they didn't know who they had offended. Long ago, all magnetic forces were taken away to serve in other worlds. Not even a 90-year-old, pus-ridden old woman was left for them, forcing their ancestors to find ways to change their reproductive methods. If he could master the Yin transformation technique to perfection, he would become the only female in his race and would be pampered by thousands. God, you can rest assured, I will definitely work hard. After saying this, he hurriedly got up and returned to his room, where he saw 18 young girls blindfolded and bound, trembling in fear. He stood still for a moment, then turned and went to the secret room outside, taking the initiative to contact Ashta, who had already left. Ashta, I need you to send more offerings. This time, I will launch a major divination to predict the future of Orb. How many do you need? Send me another 100 girls aged 14 to 16. I will handle it immediately. After hanging up the communication, Egg Breaker rubbed his hands with a lewd smile and quickly returned to his room. But what he didn't know was that his first external communication was caught red-handed by Fushi, who was collecting black material. But it was only the content of the call. Inside the underground bunker, apart from a large screen in the conference room and a communicator at the entrance, everything else was like the medieval period with no technological devices. However, based on the call content, Fushi immediately began searching for the missing so-called young girls aged 14 to 16 across the entire region of Ob, even actively expanding the search worldwide, which significantly reduced Fushi's workload. Once he compiled all the relevant intelligence materials, Fushi immediately sent them to the Black Dragon. General, Fushi has sent a very special piece of intelligence that requires your personal review, reported Fiona, who was standing at the door, to LiRulong, who was squinting his eyes to rest. Fushi sent it voluntarily? Let's go to the conference room and take a look. Yes. Captain Zhang and Director Xiong are already waiting in the conference room. LiRulong quickly got up, put on his military uniform, and headed to the conference room with Fiona. Brother Tong, how much longer will it take for my fusion? Shouldn't the fusion make the day of destruction stronger? But why am I feeling more and more exhausted? This is a side effect of the cell fusion. It will probably take another 24 to 26 hours, and then you can go wild. Before LiRulong met with Cruz on the Black Dragon, he had already infused the essence of the optimized day of destruction's heavenly remnant foot into his body. However, this process was a bit long, and it had been almost a week. He felt listless every day. Swish! Seeing the people already present in the conference room, LiRulong forced himself to muster the energy to greet them one by one. Fushi, what did you find? The virtual screen in the center of the conference room immediately began to display the girls' information one by one in a scrolling manner. This included photos, parental information, age, measurements, whether they were natural persons or adjusters, etc., all very detailed. The others didn't understand what this meant. But LiRulong noticed that in the upper right corner of their information, there was a small note that read missing. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that all the information was displayed, and Fushi's voice began to introduce it. General, this is a piece of intelligence I accidentally intercepted while collecting black data on Ob. I took the liberty to conduct an in-depth investigation. I found that since September of CE 70, there's been a large number of missing girl cases within the borders of Ob, all aged between 14 and 16, regardless of whether they were natural persons or adjusters. To date, the total number of missing girls worldwide has reached 131,290. The people in the conference room looked at each other. Could this missing population be related to Ob? Are you implying that Ob kidnapped these girls? LiRulong asked proactively. General, everyone, please listen to the recording I made. Ask a representative. I need you to send more offerings. This time I will activate the Great Prophecy technique to divine Ob's future. How many do you need? Send another 100 young girls, aged 14 to 16. I'll take care of it right away. Hearing this, LiRulong's eyes instantly narrowed. Others didn't know, but he had had contact with Ob's chief representative, the Lion of Ob, Asker Uzmi Yura Asker. One of the parties in the conversation was Asker himself. Offerings? Great prophecy technique? Divination? Missing girls? Brother Tong, why do I feel like there's a partner of yours showing up? Hello, everyone on the second day of the new year. This is impossible. I am the only system responsible for the Blue Star universe. Other systems cannot invade the management scope of other systems. Could I be mistaken? Fossil. That fossil. The system suddenly shouted in his mind, causing LiRulong's head to buzz. There are no aliens in this world because it belongs to an independent work, the universe of the CE era, but that winged whale fossil could be a coincidence or intentional, resulting in a fusion with the parallel world creatures of other universes. Brother Tong, don't be nervous. Shisua. So, that fossil should be a species from another main world or its derivative world, which caused other systems to make a mistake when locating world anchor points. Bringing others in. LiRulong was greatly shaken. This could lead to a major incident. If someone stronger showed up, they would have to deal not only with natural disasters, but also with other systems. However, the probability of this happening is even lower than my serial number. It won't happen all the time. After hearing this, LiRulong felt relieved. This was just too coincidental. To have a probability lower than your serial number and still run into it. What kind of fate do we have? Moreover, I estimate that the other party should also be a civilization that has just passed the beginner period. Otherwise, would they need to hide? They would have already interfered with the main storyline, just like you. That makes sense. LiRulong, you don't look too good. Is something wrong? The director Xiong beside him saw LiRulong's face change and hurriedly asked with concern. LiRulong quickly took a deep breath and revealed a relatively pleasant smile to the others. Uncle Xiong, I'm fine, just thinking about what happened earlier. After saying that, he looked at Zhou Ji, who was whispering with Zhang Zhong beside him. Old Zhou, how's your research going? This time, Aub really stirred up a storm. Aren't you two going to arrange something? Huh, do we need you to say that? We just discussed it and are planning something big, but we need your little princess to cooperate. Then, Zhou Ji explained their plan to LiRulong. After hearing it, LiRulong found it very feasible. But the timing was a bit off. I think it's doable, but it can't be released right now. Remember Aub's self-destruction? Why don't we help that soft voice and let the Archangel go to Aub to turn the plot back around? Then LiRulong and Zhang Zhong both started to chuckle, seemingly on the same wavelength. All right, then I'll notify Halbaden and Cruz, let them cooperate, and have the Dark Ones on the Archangel help out a little. After LiRulong finished speaking, he ended the meeting. This is what you need to do it as soon as possible. Yes, General, I will immediately order the Archangel to head to Africa. Understood? Understood. General, I will personally lead the team to land on Earth. I will contact Desert Tiger to coordinate. Do you have a plan? I do. Don't worry. The main engine of the Archangel will fail at a critical moment. Besides me, that kid won't be able to fix it either. Okay, be careful. Yes. Thank you for your concern. After talking with the three, as for Desert Tiger, it will be discussed later when Cruz arrived. Returning to his lounge, LiRulong collapsed tiredly on the sofa. Brother Tong, it's really uncomfortable. The Archangel, which had already landed on Earth and was navigating within the United Sphere of Influence, suddenly received an order from Halbaden to immediately change course to Africa to contact a local liberation organization, stating that there was an important person who needed protection. The helpless crowd could only give up their plan to reach the base as soon as possible and then disembark for a vacation. Upon arriving in Africa and contacting the local liberation organization, Kira discovered that the so-called important person was actually Aub's princess, Kagari Yura Asker. Looking at the other person's hot figure, although the hairstyle wasn't to his liking, Kira felt that this was fate, a connection, igniting a fire in his heart. Unfortunately, the two who wanted to interact peacefully were interrupted by Andrew Bartfeld, known as the Desert Tiger of ZFT. A fierce battle ensued, and in the end, Kira managed to win with a burst of power. Watching the tiger-painted Baku explode into pieces, Kira's eyes showed little emotion. Meanwhile, Andrew Bartfeld, who should have been injured, and his girlfriend Aisha Train, who should have died in battle, were on the flagship Lesabos, watching the fight while brewing hand-poured coffee. Andrew, what if that kid finds out we are remotely controlling the Baku? Wouldn't it be bad to deceive him? Aisha softly asked Andrew. What's wrong with that? Should I go fight him? He's a berserker. If I go up against him, I'm just giving him achievements, Andrew replied, focused on the coffee pot. But, all right, Aisha. Don't worry. The general has ordered me before that we should prioritize our safety. We just need to put on a show. He straightened up, turned to Aisha, who looked worried, and gently hugged her. Aisha, I might have been too willful before. Ever since the general taught me a lesson, I've realized you're the most important person by my side. I won't jeopardize your safety for anyone else's future. I trust you and the general's judgment. I'm just worried that if that kid doesn't follow the general's plan, will you get criticized? Andrew froze at her words. It shouldn't happen. Kira shot without any hesitation just now. Besides, that crazy Cluise is waiting for them out at sea. After saying this, Andrew poured 2 cups of coffee, handed one to Aisha, and they began to enjoy it together. How is it? My hand-poured coffee is definitely the best in the world, Andrew said proudly as he fully immersed himself in the unique flavor of the coffee. But I still prefer the tea sent by the general. Aisha took a sip and frowned. Andrew almost spat out his coffee. Kira stepped down from the strike, and many people were already waiting for him in the Archangel's hangar. He noticed Kigali with her blonde hair and casually tossed his hair back, swaggering over to her with a raised chin. Kigali looked at him with confusion, not understanding what was going on with Kira. Kira, the captain wants you on the bridge, said Madek, who was nearby, quickly stepping forward to remind him. Kira felt a bit dissatisfied that his flirting was interrupted, but still arrogantly threw his helmet at Kigali and walked toward the bridge. Is he sick? Kigali asked the engineer beside her, who just shrugged, indicating he didn't know. Captain Maru, you were looking for me? Kira asked as he entered. Kira, that battle just now was incredible, said Sai, Kira's classmate, patting his shoulder in admiration, while Kez looked on enviously. Kira didn't know when it started, but he really enjoyed the atmosphere of being complimented. As Sergeant Maddox said, since he fought hard for everyone, he should enjoy the treatment of being above others. Kira, thank you for your hard work. We're heading to Orb next to drop off Kigali, and you can disembark there as well. Admiral Halberton has already approved your retirement application, Captain Maru said with a smile. However, Kira felt a bit dissatisfied. He wanted to become stronger and gain more recognition. The Archangel continued its journey, this time with the goal of returning Kigali to Orb. How annoying. He wasn't like this when we met in Heliopolis. Kigali thought as she leaned on the railing of the Archangel's deck, enjoying the gentle sea breeze while looking at the calm sea. But inside, she felt restless, mainly due to Kira's excessive enthusiasm. Kigali, so you're here. That's great. A gentle male voice came from behind, and Kigali's expression immediately darkened, becoming irritated. She turned to leave, but was blocked. What do you want? She asked impatiently, looking at Kira, who was dressed in a non-mainstream outfit like Iori Yagami. Uncle Madek introduced me to some good low-budget films, and I want to take you to watch them. I even prepared popcorn and pop rocks. Kira enthusiastically invited her. Kigali remained silent, and simply walked past him into the ship. Watching her leave, Kira's expression shifted from gentle to sinister. If it weren't for the fact that you're the princess of Orb, do you think you could match me? He muttered angrily, contemplating whether he should change his target. Should he go after a friend's girlfriend, or the Ice Queen, or the busted captain? After thinking it over, he realized none of them were suitable, or rather, he couldn't afford to offend them for now. He could only return to his room alone, going back to enjoy a movie in solitude. Many people on the Archangel were leisurely enjoying their peaceful time, but under the distant sea, 2 ZFD Bosgrove-class submarines were ready for battle at any moment. Do you think these kids will miss us in the days of fighting after disembarking? Captain Maru, holding a cup of coffee, stood on the deck outside the bridge, looking into the distance. Probably. That girl said she wants to be a war correspondent. The glasses guy said he wants to be a DD driver. And the other 2 want to be a kindergarten teacher and continue researching computers. In short, these kids now have future goals, replied Mullah Flag, who was beside her, genuinely envious of these civilian students. So what about Kira? Has he mentioned his thoughts? Maru's question puzzled Flag. He found it hard to read Kira now. He shook his head and sighed. Before, I thought this kid hated her the most. If it weren't for his classmates and the civilians on the ship, he definitely wouldn't pilot the strike Gundam. But now I can't understand him. After the battle in Africa, I even saw a fervor for combat in his eyes. Maybe I'm just getting old and losing my sight. Flag didn't want to continue this topic, fearing it would end poorly. His character was just, and he had a flesh and blood sense of justice, not blind at all, so he didn't like to speak ill of others behind their backs. Actually I saw it too, and even saw it on the surveillance. Natalie also saw it, and even suggested letting Kira continue serving, but I didn't agree. Maru paused before continuing. We escaped thanks to Kira's protection, and of course you contributed a lot as well. We also bear some responsibility for Kira's changed personality. But if beep. Captain, 40 units ahead, 2 ZFD submarines detected, along with multiple underwater MS rapidly approaching our side. In the background, the anxious voice of Miliaria came through the loudspeaker. The 2 hurried back to the bridge to check the information. Captain, there are 2 Bosgrove-class submarines, Dean, Jern, and Xenon. A total of 12 units. Also Duel, Storm, Thunder, and Shield. All hands to battle stations. Notify Kira to launch immediately. Natalie, the weapon systems are in your hands. Prepare to evade. The Archangel will quickly leave the water. Ascend 30. Prepare for combat. In a Bosgrove-class flagship, inside the bridge flashing with red lights. Cruz stood behind the submarine commander. Captain Cruz, the MS units are under your command. Yes, Aslan and Isaac, you are responsible for engaging the strike. The others will deal with the Archangel. This time we must sink it no matter what. Yes. Battery in. Launch. Missiles incoming. Quantity, 12. Evade. Intercept, missile launch. Anti-submarine torpedoes ready. Force the enemy out. On the bridge, Marlu and Bakililu were nervously commanding the battle, but the situation was very unfavorable for them. CIC, where's Kira? He was just engaged with Shield and Duel, and now the radar can't find him. No response to calls. Continue calling, Newman. Find a way to break through the battlefield and accelerate towards Orb. Working on it. In the combat zone, an aerial overlord was maneuvering skillfully, dodging MS attacks while looking for a chance to counterattack. Damn it. Why is it so annoying like a fly? Marlu, we can't keep this up. We'll get tangled up. Vrata piloted the aerial overlord, fighting against several MS units, busy to the point of distraction. I know, but Dole, what are you doing? Stop. What's wrong? Dole has launched the aerial overlord number 2. He said he is going to help Kira. At this moment, Miliaria's eyes were brimming with tears. You bastard. Call him back immediately. Contact Kira right now. Elsewhere, the unoccupied pirate ship, Aslan Shield was attacking Kira's strike fiercely. On the beach on the island side, Dual Gundam had turned into a gray mechanical head, discarded here. Kira, I'm coming to help you. Dole's aerial overlord launched 4 missiles at Shield, and then quickly pulled up to ascend. Easily dodging the missiles, Aslan, with no pupils in his eyes, calmly threw out his shield. Boom! Dole! The aerial overlord was destroyed by the shield, and Kira's shout echoed in Aslan's ears. Aslan! Kira! The two seemed to have increased their speed significantly, abandoning all defense. No way, that red one actually has 4 arms. Is this design a theft of our 4-armed Guanine design? Look, the red one has entangled the white one. Damn it, that guy actually abandoned his machine. Next step is definitely mutual destruction. I bet 50 on it. I look down on you. If you dare, bet 51. You must be kidding. When has old Dong ever had more than 50 bucks in his pocket? It's over. It's finished. Hey, don't go, take the money. Nonsense. Did we agree to play with you? In the large aircraft maintenance room of the Black Dragon, it was now filled with people, all pilots of the Black Dragon, and they were watching the life and death battle between Aslan and Kira. Zhang Peng learned from LiRulong that these two were the strongest in this world, specially arranged for everyone to watch the live broadcast to learn. However, the course of the battle and the outcome left them somewhat disappointed. Whether it was the pilot's abilities or the mecha's performance, they were not comparable at all. Master, I told you it was a waste of time. Waste my ass. After watching this, next time you can take them down with 1 move. No need to waste energy using 2 moves. The correction of the story world is indeed powerful. Aslan self-destructed, and Kira was heavily injured by the explosion of his mecha. However, the result of the subsequent rescue was different. Aslan was still rescued by Kigali as in the plot, and sent to the Archangel for treatment, then picked up by Isaac, who had also abandoned his machine early and was wrapped up like a mummy back to Captain Cruz. Kira was not saved by the blind mentor this time, but was found by the Orb Special Forces and taken to an underground base. Where's this? Kira looked up at the ceiling decorated with various legendary creatures and a chandelier burning with flames. Oh, you're awake. A soft voice came from beside his ear. Detected in extreme physique can significantly enhance the host's Yin-Tiang transformation technique cultivation progress. Please collect. The god within the egg of destruction suddenly prompted important information, making him pause slightly. God, the in extreme physique you mentioned, is it him? Definitely. But he is male. Whether to collect is the host's decision. The egg of destruction bit his lip, wanting to enhance his technique, but after tasting the pleasures of a girl, he felt a bit resistant to male ex-male matters. Prompt, this world has been greatly influenced by an unknown force. The egg of destruction released his lips, biting his jaw, looking at the delicate-skinned boy in front of him, and finally made up his mind. He didn't want to die, nor did he want to fail to fulfill his ambitions. Don't come over. Kira's heavily injured body couldn't move. He could only watch as the pervert with eyeliner leaned down towards him. Woo-woo, the flames flickered and shadows overlapped. In the Orb, Dawn Society, At the secret harbor base in Yino Island, the Archangel was docked here, being repaired by engineers from the Dawn Society. Inside the bridge, Marlu and Bakilialu, along with other officers, stood straight, staring at the communication video in front of them. So, this is your next destination. Accept the orders. The Archangel and its officers have the opportunity to plead. In the video, a general from the Earth Federation expressionlessly stated his orders. General, we are enough. Marlu Lamias, we don't want to hear your excuses anymore. It seems Hal Batten cannot train his subordinates. Set sail immediately towards the Alaska headquarters. This is the final order. The general in the video spoke with some anger. Understood. Hal Batten can't protect you on the ground. I hope you can handle it. After the communication was cut off, Marlu sighed and looked back at the soldiers behind him. It seems we can't take a break. Natalie, prepare to set sail immediately. Bakilialu also looked at Captain Marlu helplessly. Her lifelong creed was that soldiers come first, and orders come first, but the previous order left her completely confused about the higher-ups' intentions. Marlu sat back in the captain's seat and began a conversation with the director of the Dawn Society, Elika Simmons. Director Simmons, thank you for your continued assistance. But my ship has received orders and must set sail immediately. Captain Marlu, what is the current status of the Archangel? Is it setting sail? Sigh. There's nothing we can do. The orders have been given. If we don't leave, we'll face a military tribunal. Then I'll immediately have people pull back and hurry to provide you with some necessary supplies. Director Simmons has really helped until the end, and Marlu is not stingy either, sending a copy of the Natural Person Usable Mobile Suit OS that Kira had previously written to the Dawn Society as a way to repay the favor. 2 hours later, the Archangel, under the protection of 2 orb destroyers, left orb territorial waters. This time, Kreutzer only watched the Archangel leave via satellite signal and did not order a pursuit. He had already commanded the submarine to return to the South African base, as the grand performance he had prepared for the Earth Alliance was about to begin. Muffs? Asteroid Belt. Old AI. How is it going? Not great, this Yada Mirror thing. Why can't it be changed to black? What do you mean? General, why don't we rename the Black Dragon to the Golden Dragon? Screw you. Who cares if it's classy or not? LiRulong and Al Chiao looked at the Yada Mirror materials that had just returned from Orb, shining like gold. But as Al Chiao said, this thing has a special element, and if we want to retain all its properties, changing its color is indeed difficult. LiRulong thought for a moment, but still couldn't accept going out in a flashy battleship. Old AI, think of a way to try to make it into an outer armor coating without changing the structure. All right, I will try. However, General, I know you don't like the Orb people, but it would be best to keep a few alive from the Dawn Society. You can kill them after we're done with them. LiRulong raised an eyebrow at him and turned to leave the laboratory. Fiona quickly followed behind. Notify the Orb operatives to confirm the list from the Dawn Society again, and immediately start capturing people. Yes. On the other side, after a week of sailing, the Archangel finally returned to the headquarters in Alaska. However, what awaited them was not a Watergate or flowers, but various inspections from the discipline and intelligence departments. Continuous repetitive questioning for 3 days left the crew physically and mentally exhausted. Captain Marlu, I will leave the ship now, and I hope to fight alongside you again next time. Watching Bakilialu and Flada standing at the ship's passage with their bags, Marlu felt a moment of daze. Numerous memories of fighting alongside them flashed through her mind, but now the three were about to part ways. The two were forcibly reassigned, Bakilialu to a new appointment, while Flada was to become an instructor inland. I wish you both great success in your military careers, and may you live safely in the future. Marlu's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at the two, focusing mainly on Flada. How can this be? I really don't understand what the higher-ups are thinking. ZFT is already preparing to attack the Gibraltar base, and they're pulling us away now. ISNT this nonsense. Major, the orders from above are not something we can question. Please be cautious with your words and actions. Bakilialu slammed her fist on the armrest, looking very dissatisfied. She was kindly reminding, after all, they're discipline department people watching from behind. Major, please take care. We might meet again in the future. Marlu smiled at Flada, who pulled down his hat to cover half of his face and turned to leave the Archangel. Bakilialu saluted Marlu and then left, leaving Marlu standing on the deck, watching the two leave in a vehicle. System detection, Yin's extreme, Aslan for Yang's extreme. Woo! Just as Marlu returned to the captain's cabin, wanting to rest, she was suddenly awakened by the deafening alarm from the base. Bridge, what happened? Captain, the base garrison commander just sent a communication. The Alaska headquarters has been attacked by ZFT. The outer perimeter has already started fighting. Nanny? Moreover, the garrison command has ordered us to cooperate with the base defense fleet to defend the main gate. Marlu felt a bit dizzy. Her warship was a space battleship, and it couldn't exert much power on the planet. Most importantly, the main combat commander Bakilula had just been reassigned. What should they do? Immediately activate the battleship and prepare to deploy to the defense zone. Marlu put on her military uniform while giving orders through the communicator. At this moment, outside the Alaska base, chaos had erupted. Countless ZFT submarines and various MS filled the entire radar detection area. With only the base's existing garrison forces, it was difficult to hold the defense line. A white Zaku seemed to be strolling through its own garden, low-flying over the gaps in the defense line. This should be good enough. The Zaku arrived at the center of the base and dropped a white cylindrical machine. Kreutzer, following the orders from the Black Dragon, set down the equipment and prepared to leave quickly. However, the monitor suddenly detected a figure that surprised him. It was his son. Seeing him ride a motorcycle, dodging artillery fire and rushing into the command center, Kreutzer curled his lips and quickly piloted the Zaku away. Although you're on the General S list, he also said you're the one with the greatest luck, so let me see if you have the ability to keep up with us. The Elias has sunk. The Brugi cannot move. Captain, fill the gaps in the defense line to the right. Launch anti-air missiles. The situation was critical. The Earth Alliance's garrison troops were no match for ZAF's elite forces. Additionally, they were taken by surprise, and the main forces had all been reassigned to the Gibraltar base. The remaining troops were not even complete in their organization, and they were all second-rate forces from the Eurasian and East Asian federations. Captain, there are 26 ZAFT MS units, detected 10 units ahead. Variant, fire. No matter how hard the garrison forces tried, no matter how much the Archangel blocked the gaps, the ZFD troops broke through the defense line and successfully entered the headquarters of the base. Captain, AMA from the garrison is approaching us. Its right wing is already damaged. Which bastard is this? Contact the maintenance team. Prepare for an emergency landing. A white Sky Guardian, damaged, rushed into the Archangel's hangar. Major? Why are you back? Maddox said in surprise upon seeing the reckless pilot. Get it. Quickly prepare the other aircraft for me. I'll be back soon. Flotta said and immediately ran towards the elevator. Marlu, Major? Why are you back? Stop saying the same line. Listen to me. Flotta ran to Marlu's captain's seat, supporting the backrest and breathing heavily with tension. Listen to me. Leave quickly. Immediately get away from the base. At least more than 10 kilometers. The internal base has already installed the Cyclops system, and it has been activated. You, the Archangel, and all garrison forces are pawns. Flotta's words left the bridge crew stunned. They looked at him in disbelief. How is this possible? What is impossible? I saw it with my own eyes. The headquarters is already deserted. You are all pawns. Bait. They already knew that ZFD would attack Alaska. Malu's eyes were red as she scanned the circle of equally affected crew members. If this is the case, then our ship's mission will be considered complete. Notify the other ships to immediately follow us and break through the enemy lines. Get away from the base. Noid and the others looked at Captain Malu Lamia. This is an order I give as captain, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. Malu shouted hoarsely, while Flotta patted her shoulder. I'll share the burden with you. After all, I am the man who can turn the impossible into the possible. With that, he stylishly tossed his hair and left the bridge. With the order given, the surviving Allied fleet in the surrounding waters immediately gathered around the Archangel. But ZFD clearly did not want to give up on the enemy in front of them, and the attacks continued. A specially colored Zaku broke through the Archangel's anti-air firepower and leaped directly to the outside of the Archangel's bridge. Raising its rifle, it aimed at the bridge, ready to send this so-called unsinkable battleship to the depths of the sea. Whoosh! Boom! A laser beam shot straight through the Zaku's rifle, and then a red laser sliced the Zaku in half from head to toe. Malu and the others stared blankly at the lone machine outside, which was a golden machine. This is Dawn. I am Kira. Captain Malu, please return immediately. Hearing the communication, Malu and the others instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Kira was not dead and had come to save them in a new machine. Kira, we can't go back. There's a Cyclops system in the base. We are pawns, but we didn't know. Malu cried out, explaining the situation to him. Kira took a deep breath and began to lock onto the targets appearing ahead. With the Dawn Gundam's full defense laser weapons, Yada mirror system, and the atmospheric Hughes Griffin backpack, Kira pushed the Gundam's performance to its peak. Little Master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. In less than a minute, various weapons destroyed the enemies ahead in different ways, clearing a complete escape route for the Archangel. At the bottom of the North Arctic Ocean, several large submarines. What's the situation? We've already brought in 60%. Hee hee. It seems leaving the Archangel, there was indeed the best bait. Still, we should think about how to explain this to Halberton later. That old fox is not easy to deal with. Explain? If he dies, is there still a need for an explanation? Oh, do you have a new plan? The newcomer Zod is the best candidate. I second that. Ahem, all right. Let's do what we should do. The two generals took the keys from around their necks and inserted them into the password computer in front of them. For a blue and clean world. For a blue and clean world. Click. The key turned, and the world fell silent. Meanwhile, far away in the underground headquarters in Alaska, a powerful microwave suddenly erupted. The microwave rapidly spread outward in all directions, causing any flesh it encountered, living or dead, to burst open. Mechs, tanks, and aircraft also exploded one after another, and the entire base was engulfed in red waves, resembling a hell on Earth, even affecting the sky. Having broken through the enemy lines, the Archangel, now alone, looked back at the red, shattered environment, and then a violent wave erupted, the explosion covering a diameter of 10 kilometers. A terrifying red mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and everything in the base was obliterated, leaving only a massive pit 2 kilometers deep. Damn it, they're treating lives like grass. An operator on the bridge slammed his fist onto the platform, gritting his teeth in anger. What do we do now? Now we can be considered a defector ship. Captain, even if you go back, with you as witnesses to the real situation, will the higher-ups let you live? Kira, what do you mean? Go to Orb. That's the place that can accommodate and protect you. In the conference room of the Black Dragon, a large screen was live-streaming the situation in Alaska. Kira descended from the sky, indiscriminately killing those in front of the Archangel, as the Cyclops erupted, and the Archangel, smoking, left the battlefield. The people in the room watched with great interest, and Zhang Peng and others whispered to each other, theorizing how to take down the Golden Dawn in a few moves. Zhang Zhong cleared his throat and began to speak. Everyone, the Archangel will definitely head to Orb next. The data collected by the device placed by crews will all be transmitted back. We are now waiting for the Panama base to be attacked by ZFT. If the Earth Alliance doesn't want to be stuck on the ground, they will find a way to seize the mass accelerator. And the mass accelerator on Kagaya Island in Orb is the most suitable target for them. That's right, at that time, Orb will definitely not be a match for the Earth Alliance, so they will try to spread their so-called neutrality ideology to lay a foundation for future restoration. But we won't give them that opportunity. All the darkness of Orb will be revealed. As for Long, has the little princess of Plan agreed to cooperate with us? Zhozha looked directly at LiRulong, who sighed and nodded. He had paid a great price to get the scheming pink-haired girl to agree to hold a press conference. But thinking of the price paid and the 13 golden flowers at home, he felt troubled. Moreover, there was also a red-haired girl who sent communication requests every day, which he probably wouldn't be able to explain either. The people in the conference room saw his expression and all grinned. Lu Pengxiang even slyly pulled out a blue pill and handed it to Zhang Peng. Ahem, regarding Orb, the people we are concerned about have all been picked up as planned, and their valuable data has been sorted out. Now we just wait for Orb to collapse. Fushi, has that guy made any moves? Report, General, besides those who have previously interacted with him, only Kira has entered the base. A video appeared on the screen. The video showed Kira leaving the base, but sharp-eyed LiRulong and others immediately noticed something unusual about him. Stop. Look at his walking posture. Doesn't it seem a bit awkward? It's true, it looks like he can't close his legs. And it seems like he's even shaking his hips. Could it be that Orb gave him a butt shot in the underground base? The discussions broke out, and LiRulong stroked his chin, suddenly envisioning a flower. A large yellow-white flower. Oh no, if that's really the case, I wonder if Aslan will still want him in the future. LiRulong dared not think further. Various battle scenes flashed in his mind, and even his invincible body broke out in goosebumps. All right, everyone, Kira is just an inconsequential pawn. Next, we will prepare to make this Orb Nation, which boldly abbreviates itself to Oriben, completely disappear. Everyone looked seriously at LiRulong, and then it was time for the world to know us. We will prepare to be enemies with the whole world and obtain what we need, and let the rest of the world deal with itself. Yes, after the Archangel sailed for a day, Kira finally felt at ease entering the hangar. At this moment, Captain Maru and others, including Frada, were already waiting for him in the hangar. The Golden Gundam opened its cockpit, and Kira descended to face everyone. The moment he took off his helmet, everyone stared at him wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Maru and the others first nodded, then simultaneously shook their heads, but upon hearing the familiar voice, they nodded again. It was indeed Kira. The voice was unmistakable. But the Kira before them, with eyeliner, eyeshadow, blush, and even lipstick, had a makeup look that left Maru and the other ladies in awe. KK Kira. Maru stuttered in shock. You're not allowed to call me that. Only he can use that nickname. Kira interrupted Maru with a hint of anger, not wanting anyone to infringe on his rights. Maru was momentarily choked by Kira's angry shout, startled and stepped back, being supported by Frada. Kira, what's wrong with you? Kira looked at Frada, and for some reason, Frada's frowning and angry expression struck deep within him. Heart rate at 140. He felt like he was going to die. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled at you. Kira lowered his head to apologize, but his shy demeanor made everyone swallow hard. I'm tired. I'm going to rest now. After saying this, he hurriedly left everyone behind and ran towards the elevator. The sight of him running once again impacted everyone's minds. With his hands raised, fists clenched, left foot stepping in front of the right, taking even little steps while swaying his hips as he ran into the elevator. Wait, what did he just call me? He called you Moo. What? Moo and Moo Moo. The others covered their mouths, laughing as they returned to their posts. Although they didn't know what was wrong with Kira, it didn't stop unrelated people from enjoying the gossip. Cuff cuff, Sully, Mayu Frada. I'll be going back now. Maru pushed Frada aside and hurried back to the bridge. Frada stood there in a daze, watching the charming figure flee, feeling a bit at a loss. Behind him, the hangar crew, having finished their gossip, were busy repairing the battleship. The bearded sergeant in charge glanced sideways and chuckled lightly. In a room in the Oob underground base, adorned with luxurious blankets, 2 fire basins for heating and lighting were placed at the entrance, and the floor was covered with precious animal furs and gold-threaded cushions. A naked person lounged in the center of the furs, casually picking up a piece of pastry and tasting it. Sigh, I miss him so much. When will he be back? I have to say, the host's luck is truly extraordinary. Not only was he chosen by me, but he also became the destined child of this world. And he is a very rare one, Ean's sacred body. God, I didn't expect that after just 2 tries, I would cultivate the Ean transformation technique to the 3rd level. If I have a few more tries, I might reach the 4th level, but unfortunately, by then Kiki's life. Host, they are merely our stepping stones, and this world is also something we unexpectedly entered. If it weren't for a year ago, I wouldn't have been able to glimpse a corner of the future from the river of time. We wouldn't have developed this smoothly. God, I know, but host, don't forget the rules of the game. ISNT your wish to become female so that the males of your race can gain pleasure, then you should be willing to sacrifice everything. The voice in his mind gradually faded, and the effeminate man's gaze grew colder. Just as Zhang Zhong and the others analyzed, 4 days later, ZFD launched a surprise attack on the Panama base and, under Cruz's suggestion, directly destroyed Panama's mass accelerator. The adjuster's inhumane use of the Cyclops system to slaughter a large number of ZFD soldiers in Alaska was also retaliated against during the Panama War. It was a massacre beyond comprehension. This matter was widely publicized by the Earth Alliance and other nations, but nothing was mentioned about the Cyclops. The Earth Alliance lost all mass accelerators, and even if they wanted to rebuild, they couldn't find suitable locations. Fully aware that ZFD wouldn't give them the time to construct. At that time, the major bases like Copernicus on the Moon would fall in a crisis without supplies. Whether it was the major federations within the Alliance or the Blue Pansy Council and their madmen, they would not allow such a thing to happen. After the battle in Panama, the Blue Pansy obtained important intelligence from an informant regarding ZAF's neutron jamming technology and all documents related to its cracking project, which delighted Azrael, the chairman of the Blue Pansy. The secret prompted the organization to begin preparing nuclear weapons and turn their gaze towards Oob, as without mass accelerators, they couldn't send nuclear bombs into space. After a week of planning, the Earth Alliance, led by the Atlantic Federation fleet, assembled 10 aircraft carriers, 30 large MS transport ships, and hundreds of warships and submarines. They carried 500 modified MS short-sword units derived from assault Gundams and dual Gundams, as well as Azrael's prideful secret weapon, BioCPS, and their exclusive units, Forbidden, Disaster, and Seizure, 3 special Gundams, and set off towards Oob in full force. They also loudly notified Oob's representative Ashta and various families, demanding their immediate surrender, disarmament, and a handover of control over the Dawn Society and Kagai Island. The high-level representatives of Ashta had long devised a countermeasure. The head of the Siran family and the heir would hide in the underground base to prepare for the future revival of Oob and lead the world. Ashta and others would lead Oob in a fierce resistance, then send the Kusa and Archangel to space, with Kira and Kigali leading the Dual Fleet Alliance, uniting other Earth Alliance and ZFD sympathizers who had secretly sided with them to end the war in the conflict between both sides, elevating UB's prestige to its peak. In a secret room aboard the Kusa, a mysterious Eggquin accompanied them, ready to intervene at a critical moment. Ashta and others had already experienced his miraculous abilities, such as flying and punching through 10-centimeter thick steel plates. They were also prepared for self-sacrifice, committing to the so-called UB ideals to gain the sympathy of the world's people. UB's attitude was, in fact, within Azrael's plan. He needed to fight UB with BioCPS to solidify his position as chairman, or else the rootless perverts of Logos would continue to encroach on his power. The subfleet surrounded UB, which also expressed its position to the world and strongly condemned the Earth Alliance's aggressive actions while rejecting the support proposal from ZFD. As the time drew nearer, the Archangel had also joined the UB fleet and took on the defensive responsibilities of Kagaya Island. That broken ship really didn't sink, and it defected to join UB, this fence-sitting country. Azrael scoffed at the Archangel in the video. You should be careful. After all, its combat power is well known. The captain casually reminded him. Although he was also a member of the Blue Pansy, he was quite dissatisfied with Azrael's overly confident attitude and directive style. Time's up. Let's start. Attack. The Earth Alliance fleet launched thousands of missiles in an instant, striking their respective targets. The assault shuttles, supported by fighter jets, flew towards the Orb fleet. Orb also began its defensive counterattack with its self-developed mass-produced M1 Astray Gundams, engaging the assault shuttles both in the air and on the ground. The OS of the Astray Gundams was the optimal OS developed for natural persons by Kira and the Archangel after their return, making its single-unit combat power superior to that of the assault shuttles. However, Orb's resources and production cycles could not compete with the Earth Alliance's vast resources, leaving them at a significant numerical disadvantage, with only 90 M1 Astrays and 1 gold frame Amatsu. In a naval battle, Orb was also at a disadvantage due to its numbers. Ships were continuously being sunk or damaged, although the Alliance's ships also suffered losses. New ships would quickly be replenished into the battle line. In the cities, fleeing civilians were also killed by the Alliance's indiscriminate attacks, and Orb had no extra troops to defend the cities. It wasn't until Kira piloted the Amatsu to provide support that things started to improve. Unfortunately, the good times were short-lived, as Azrael's 3 biological CPUs piloted their mobile suits to block the Amatsu. In a 3-on-1 situation, even with Kira biting his lipstick-coated lips and going all out, he still couldn't shake off the entanglement of the 3. The Orb defense line was gradually retreating, and Asher had already ordered the Archangel to return to the Dawn Society's dock to install boosters, preparing to head into space. Fortunately, the drug maintaining the biological CPU's powerful state had a time limit, and luckily these 3 seemed unconcerned about working together. Once the effects of their drugs wore off, the 3 immediately piloted their suits in pain and, under Azrael's furious gaze, voluntarily returned to the mothership. Kira gasped for breath, glanced at the remaining energy, and turned to help at the front lines. Azrael, unwilling to concede, ordered a withdrawal, planning to finish off Orb the next day. Asher and others finally had a moment to breathe. He immediately ordered the final preparations and held a last meeting with Maru and others, still indoctrinating them with their foolish ideas, still stubbornly deciding to coexist with Orb. They arrogantly believed that Azrael's greatest concern was them. Only if they died would the Earth Alliance not trouble Orb and its people, even if ultimately Orb was forced to join the Earth Alliance. If Azrael were here, he would surely mock their arrogance, questioning what status they had for him to value them. How could they even sit at the same table for a meal? The next morning, both the Earth Alliance and Orb were ready for the final battle. The willful and headstrong Kigali was also thrown into the Archangel by Asher, who gave her a photo before she left. Even if you go to space, you're not alone. As the hatch closed, the tearful Kigali looked at the photo in her hand, which showed a woman holding 2 children, with the words Kira, Kigali written on the back. She instantly forgot her sadness and exclaimed, "How is this possible? Kira and I are actually siblings. Sisters?" Both sides regrouped at the front lines. And just as the higher-ups were about to issue the order to open fire, a live video suddenly appeared before everyone for some unknown reason. What is going on? Why has our command system crashed? I don't know. All systems have been hacked, and we can't regain any control, not even a restart. The Earth Alliance fleet and Orb Command Center experienced the same scene simultaneously. It wasn't just them. At the same time, in every corner of the Earth, all colonial satellites in space, the plant and ZAF command centers, and even the Kazakhstan family colony on Mars were also affected. Wherever there were phones, TVs, computers, and monitors, signals were forcibly intercepted to conduct a special live broadcast. Why can't my monitor see outside anymore? Mine too. Captain, don't move. Stand by. Inside the assault shuttle cockpit, the pilot looked in surprise at the monitor, which had just shown the outside view, now displaying a cute pink ball bouncing around. In space, a formation of 3 warships led by a pink battleship was present. Krause sat on the bridge, watching the pink ball on the screen with a smile. Behind him, Aslan and others stared intently at the screen, with Aslan dumbfoundedly looking at the hello robot he had personally made and given to his ex-fiancée, not understanding what was happening. Fellow humans, I am Lakis Klein from Plant. I apologize for interrupting your entertainment, work, and combat, but I have important matters to explain to you all. In the video, Lakis wore a blue pointed collar uniform with red as the main color and white trim, featuring a silver 5-clawed dragon emblem on the right chest. Anyone in the world who recognized this emblem would immediately stand up and quietly listen to her voice. Krause and Hal Batten, who were far away on the moon for supplies, were no exception. Only Zord and others continued with their tasks. In the Orb governor's residence, Asher and others, waiting for their fate, frowned, unsure why this plant galactic diva suddenly started a live broadcast and how she had stealthily hacked into Orb's military central server. What does this woman want? In a luxurious room on the Kazuki, a figure known as Egg Breaker sat cross-legged, watching the woman on the monitor. He remembered seeing this woman in fragments of the future when he first arrived in this world. She was originally supposed to be a member of the 3-ship alliance, but had never had any contact with Orb for some unknown reason. He had sent a delegation to Plant to explore Lakis' stance and attitude, but the delegation reported back that she claimed to only sing and rejected all invitations, stating there was no reason for an entertainer to enter politics. He had thus abandoned her and secretly recruited a formidable fleet through brainwashing, coercion, and bribery for his own use. The information I am about to announce is entirely true and reliable, guaranteed by my Klein family's reputation as well as the honor of Zaft and Plant. As Lakis said this, 2 people appeared beside her. One was her father, the highest counselor of Plant, C. Klein, and the other was his political enemy, the supreme commander of Zaft, Patrick Zala, Aslan's father. Both stood solemnly beside her, clearly showing their support and position. Many people around the world, unaware of the truth, were confused about what was happening. But on Orb's side, including Asher and Eggbreaker, a bad premonition suddenly arose in their hearts. The world's conflicts, from the terrorist attacks at the Moon Conference to the nuclear strike on June 7, and starting from the Helios incident earlier this year, each major event had a hidden force in the shadows planning and instigating behind it. This force was the country of Orb on Earth. What? This is the question that arises in everyone's mind at the same time. At this moment, everyone thinks that Lux, this cute girl who sings beautifully and has always hoped for peace, has gone mad. Azrael, sitting in the position of chairman of the Blue Persian Daisy, is not solely due to his wealth and power. A larger reason is that although he is crazy, he is not a fool. He immediately ordered all troops to stop advancing and begin a slow retreat. He wanted to see what this princess of the plant had to say. Asher and the others were sweating profusely, crying out that it was all over, and ordered all engineers to start frantically cracking the system in an attempt to stop the live broadcast. They also attempted to contact the Death Warriors far away in the plant through secure channels, hoping to incite a terrorist attack, even if they could not kill Lux, to blow up the live broadcast system on the plant satellite. However, the communication fell silent, with no response. Asher dejectedly shook his body and retreated several steps. He repeatedly ran through in his mind whether there was any incriminating evidence against them, but no matter how he thought about it, he felt that everything had been done flawlessly. A glimmer of hope arose in his heart, wishing that the other side had no evidence and was just talking nonsense. Unfortunately, Lux's subsequent actions completely extinguished his hope, tearing apart the ideals that the Oblite nation had been promoting since its establishment, destroying the last shred of faith in every Oblite and the ignorant citizens who sympathized with them. Next, please look at the intelligence we have collected. From Oblite cultivating death warriors to carry out terrorist attacks, kidnappings, and assassinations worldwide, to instigating the Earth Union to use nuclear bombs to attack the Junius 7 satellite, deliberately leaking the intelligence of the mobile suits and warships co-developed by the Earth Union and Oblite to ZFD. Finally, since March of last year, there have been a total of 131 290 cases of missing girls aged 14 to 16 worldwide, and behind this, Oblite has been secretly kidnapping. And these girls have been sent to a mysterious person named Eggbreaker, where their fate is to be devoured alive. Bastard. When the hell did I ever devour them alive? I only eat rice soaked in tea soup. After the offerings were taken, the original Een was taken away by the gods. Is this the point? Immediately, unpreceded videos and recordings, documents obtained from within Oblite, and dirty dealings linked to various major events were presented to the public. Asher sat on the ground, completely soaked, and there was not a single person standing beside him. His brother, the highest representative of Oblite, was now lying on his back, spewing green liquid, lifeless. On the bridge of the Archangel, Maru and others stared dumbfounded at the information in the video, combining it with their previous understanding of Oblite's high-ranking officials and families, as well as the various brainwashing rhetoric they usually heard, feeling that their reason and IQ had returned to their bodies once again. Mu, immediately send our own people armed to arrest all the Oblite personnel on board. Yes, I understand, I'll go now. Mu, if there is resistance, lethal force is permitted. After Maru finished speaking, she felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, slumping into the captain's chair, but her gaze remained fixed on the information in front of her. Newman then shut down all external channels on the Archangel to prevent anyone from escaping or acting out of desperation. Let me go. You. Just a short while after going out, Flada personally brought Kagri onto the bridge. At that moment, Kagri had just been resting in her room, where she saw Lux's words and the evidence provided. But she couldn't believe that her country and her father would do such things. So she tried to escape, but was arrested by the soldiers loyal to Maru on the ship, and the colonel of the descendants of Asan, who was covering for her, was also killed by soldiers during the struggle. Maru ignored her screams and curses, carefully examining the information in the video. Kagri, exhausted from cursing, also looked at the video, which gradually revealed more and more dark material, making her breath almost stop. For the happiness of the readers, Chapter 111 is unlucky, so it has been omitted, but the content will not be less. Oblite is thoroughly disgraced. The Oblite people are at a loss, feeling a mix of emotions. What is Asher's family doing? Aren't we the side of justice and independence? Bastard. How could the country end up like this? What is the difference between us and a street rat now? What should we do? Is it too late to change nationalities? I am an adjuster. It doesn't matter if you are God. All fighting within Oblite and its territorial waters has stopped. Mayura, what should we do? Akisha, how would I know? Julie, what do you think we should do? I don't know either. The Oblite soldiers now had no reason to continue fighting. Even though the superiors and their communicators were constantly urging them, they remained motionless. Asher, we need to clarify. Otherwise, our deployment and Oblite's future will all be ruined. Huh. Clarify, how do we refute? What clarification? The Lion of Oblite, Asher, was now kneeling on the carpet, his previously long and smooth hair now matted with sweat, his eyes devoid of light. Azrael had returned to his room, discussing with the board members and military experts of the Blue Persian Daisy how to handle Oblite next. In the asteroid belt, the Black Dragon was still undergoing painting modifications, while LiRulong and other high-ranking officials sat around the officers' mess, eating dumplings on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year while watching the live broadcast of the situation in Oblite. Oh, this steel coin really hurts my teeth. I finally found the money in it. Sorry. Burp. Huh. Minister Xiong laughed loudly at the dining table, eating dumplings on the 5th day of the new year. And the kitchen staff even wrapped money in the dumplings just for good luck. The others looked at Minister Xiong speechlessly, along with the dozens of empty plates stacked in front of him. Is it really worth it just to eat some money? LiRulong was too lazy to use his X-ray vision to cheat. Watching Minister Xiong put down his chopsticks and lean back, rubbing his belly, Zhozha helplessly said, Oblite is finished. If we estimate correctly, the Earth Union will unite with radical elements of ZFD to go to war against the moderate faction of the plant. That will be when we intervene. That's right. Kluser and Halbarton just sent back intelligence that many space fleets of ZFD and the Earth Union have already lost contact. They're probably the ones who were bought off by Oblite and have now hidden away. Hee, a skin disease, not worth worrying about, just annoying. So what about our plan? Warning host, cracks have appeared in the Dragon Star, main universe barrier. Please return to the main universe immediately. Just as LiRulong was about to speak, he was interrupted by the system. No, system brother, I still have over 2,700 hours left. LiRulong looked at the blood-red countdown timer of 27:43. 2:44 his mind, puzzled. I don't know either. But the anchor point I left in the parallel world barrier has indeed detected that the outer side of the barrier is being attacked by unknown forces or enemies. There's a high probability that there are external forces or enemies trying to enter the Dragon Star universe. Damn, what should we do now? Return as soon as possible. I can give you at most 360 hours. After the system finished speaking, it fell silent. Rulong, you just mentioned our plan. Is there a problem? Minister Xiong burped while watching LiRulong, who had only spoken halfway. We must accelerate our plan and return to Dragon Star ahead of schedule, LiRulong hurriedly replied. Why is that? The deployment of the plan until completion and then wrapping up is expected to take a month. A month, according to 30 days, is 720 hours, which is simply not enough time. Uncle Xiong, everyone, we must complete the plan within 300 hours, and we must leave this universe within 330 hours. That is our limit, LiRulong said with a serious expression, deliberately leaving out 30 hours just in case. Rulong, right? LiRulong nodded expressionlessly. Everyone in the conference room understood. As LiRulong had mentioned before that the return time was not something he could control. The group fell silent before immediately leaving their seats and running out of the restaurant. Minister Xiong slowly stood up and was assisted by his aide as he quickly returned to the operations room. Fiora, order Cruz, Halbatten, George, Bakilialu, Patrick, and Siegel to go online immediately. Understood, General. Wait, also call up Laxus, LiRulong added. Fiora saluted and immediately turned to leave. It seems that those who have come this time are not ordinary people. LiRulong sat alone in the restaurant, looking at the wine glass in his hand, silently pondering. 2 hours later, LiRulong was on a call, giving the final tasks to all the internal personnel. They were all extremely excited to hear that upon completing the mission, they could officially join the organization behind the Black Dragon and also gain a 1,000-year lifespan. After disconnecting, they began to arrange their tasks, but only Laxus remained online. Rulong, can I really go with you? Laxus asked awkwardly. Well, you have to think carefully. After all, I already have 13 beautiful, gentle, cultured wives. Are you sure you want to join them? Yes, I'm sure. Laxus replied emphatically. Okay, then I have a condition. You say it, and I'll agree to anything. Can you not be so scheming and treat everyone like family? LiRulong said, staring intently at Laxus's expression. Of course, from now on, and they will be one family. Laxus said blushingly and hurriedly ended the communication. It seems the road ahead is long and arduous. Good luck, pink hair. On Earth, the Obu warriors, devoid of fighting spirit, threw down their weapons. There was no reason for them to serve such a government. The citizens voluntarily returned home, ending their brief escape, as they had no attachment to such a country. Azrael sent people to arrest everyone in the Obu High Command except for the Isaha family. And the Obu lion had now turned into a dead cat with a bullet in its head. The grass did not know why, but at the last moment still used the mass accelerator to head into space, while the Archangel remained behind and chose to surrender. Kigali was handed over to the Earth Alliance, and they no longer chose to protect her. Azrael obtained everything needed from the planned targets, even exceeding expectations. He also learned from the Obu High Command about the existence of Egg, who could foresee the future and possessed special abilities, which excited him inexplicably. With a significant victory, Azrael, representing the Earth Alliance, officially declared war on the Adjusters a week later. The warship carrying nuclear bombs joined forces with the Lunar Fleet, and the massive Earth Alliance fleet began its advance towards the plant satellite cluster. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon, located in the asteroid belt, was also ready to intervene in the war. General, the equipment has been successfully installed, but due to material reasons, it can only be used twice for now. Aljo reported to LiRulong. That's enough. The coordinates are set to the middle position between Plant and the Earth Alliance frontline. We will descend upon the world in a divine manner. Yes. Bang. These bastards from Naturals. Do they really think they can wipe us out with the support of the inhumane Obu? Cruz exclaimed, they came with nuclear bombs. Why did the neutron disruptor lose functionality? I heard it was because the Naturals detonated the Alaskan Cyclops system, which caused the neutron disruptor to collapse. Let us go to war. They have nuclear bombs. And we also have Genesis. Once they are within range, let us hit them hard. Yes. Let these primitives know that we are not to be trifled with. The ZFT Military Committee, a group of high-ranking officials in purple and white uniforms, debated strategies with expressions of anger and concern. Patrick Sala sat expressionlessly at the head of the table, facing the specially invited Siegel Klein. These two were well-known representatives of the Hawks and Doves among the Adjusters. Seeing that they were not coming to a conclusion, Patrick signaled to the silver-haired woman diagonally across from him. Isaac Jewel's mother, Isaria Jewel, understood, and immediately tapped the table. Everyone be quiet. What good does it do for us to argue here? Everyone immediately fell silent, looking at her with anger. Chairman Sala, regardless of whether it's defense or counterattack, our primary task is to ensure that no nuclear bomb reaches the defensive perimeter of the plant satellite cluster. The tragedy of Junius 7 must not happen again. Patrick looked at her and slowly said, I think we should negotiate with the Earth Alliance first. After all, if we go to war, it will be a mutual loss, and only other forces will benefit. After Patrick spoke, everyone in the conference room widened their eyes in disbelief. You, a warmonger who shouts to attack the naturals every second, actually suggested negotiations? Have you been drinking poisoned milk? Bang! A loud noise startled everyone, and they saw Siegel Klein, sitting opposite Patrick, suddenly slam his fist on the table. I disagree. Even if we negotiate today, who can guarantee that the Earth Alliance won't tear up the agreement tomorrow and continue attacking us with nuclear bombs? My opinion is that we must fight this battle. Holy shit. The people in the conference room were completely dumbfounded. You, a pacifist who calls for a ceasefire every day and always wants to resolve differences through dialogue, are now actively calling for war. Have you lost your mind? Bang bang. Two loud sounds. Patrick knocked on the table. You say go to war? The naturals are endless. Don't you know how deep the influence of the blue Persian daisy is? If they retaliate later, how will we defend ourselves? Bang bang bang. Can you guarantee this time the negotiations won't fall apart like last time? This time, the Earth Alliance made a war announcement in advance to restore its reputation. Will they give us advance notice next time? Bang 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 bang. This time we must negotiate. Bang 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 bang. We must go to war and eliminate them. Bang. Conference table. Why don't you two just knock on the armrests? I'm really in pain. Oh, the people in the conference room turned their heads left and right, following the knocking sounds. Then all craned their necks to look at the ceiling, listening only with their ears as the previously dovish, now hawkish chairman shouted about going to war, while the previously hawkish, now dovish chairwoman wanted peace talks. Some even speculated whether these two big shots were playing some kind of identity swap game or just fooling around. Ladies, please calm down. Stop. Icelia Juror, as the defense committee member and one of the few high-ranking women, stood up and shouted sharply, stopping the two big shots. Her piercing voice magically penetrated everyone's eardrums. Chairman Clayan, Chairwoman Sarah, please calm down. Can't we find other solutions? Going to war or talking peace? I feel neither will fundamentally solve the problem. After hearing this, everyone subconsciously nodded. As long as the two big shots weren't arguing, they could accept any plan. Icelia, what do you propose? If we don't fight and don't negotiate, how do we deal with ourselves? Should we surrender or just run away? Chairwoman Sarah, how can you say that? Surrender? Impossible. Adjusters will never be slaves. I'd rather run. All right. It seems I and Chairman Clayan are on the same page. Then it's decided. We run away. Okay. Patrick, it seems we do have some common opinions. Yeah. Siegel, we just lacked communication before. Patrick. Siegel. The others looked on in disbelief as the argument turned into mutual agreement. And if it weren't for the table in between, they might have embraced each other or even done something on the table. Conference table. Just split me in half. You all do what you want. I'm done. Wait, Your Excellency Chairman, where are we running to? Yes, Chairwoman Sarah, your proposal. We can agree, but running away blindly is too childish. The crowd began to discuss. Fighting was not feasible, nor was running away something they had considered before. With 11 massive colonial satellites, even if they used mobile fortresses, how far could they run? Where could they go? If there is a place suitable for our survival, would you agree to move there? Patrick asked everyone present. Siegel lowered his head to drink water, but scanned the expressions of others with his eyes. I agree. As long as Chairwoman Sarah can provide us with a safe, peaceful, reliable place, even one where we can live long lives, I fully support it. Icelia Jura raised her hand first to express agreement. But her conditions made everyone feel like she was just being difficult to Chairwoman Sarah. Jura, where's such a place? All right, if all conditions are met, you must appease all adjusters and prepare for migration as requested. Siegel replied loudly after putting down his cup. Everyone finally understood. It turned out the two big shots were just acting, and Icelia Jura was their pawn. Agreed. Seconded. What else could the others do? They were already caught in the trap. Whether it was peace talks or war, it was up to those two to decide. But they were even more curious. Did Sarah and Clayan's faction really find such a world? Seeing everyone express their stance, Siegel and Patrick suddenly stood up and walked to the door, each pulling it open. Two people walked in from outside. The one in front was about 175 meters tall, with a gentle expression and a smile, followed by someone towering at least 3 meters tall, dressed in a black bodysuit with a black cloak. His explosive muscles showcasing powerful lines. Mr. Zhou, Captain Darnay, Siegel and Patrick, who opened the door, bowed to the two who entered. Siegel looked respectful, while Patrick had a face full of enthusiasm. The newcomers were Zhou Ji, who had come to plan for the final preparations, and Darnay, who was sent as a bodyguard. Zhou Ji smiled at the people in the conference room, and besides Darnay, Siegel and Patrick followed him in. He walked straight to the main seat where Patrick had previously sat, and Siegel and Patrick naturally stood beside him, while Darnay stood behind him. Mr. Zhou, please have some tea. Isoli, a juror, proactively served tea and then stood aside like a waitress waiting. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure who this man in his 30s was. But his righteous demeanor and kind smile gave a refreshing feeling. Mr. Zhou, let me introduce you, is that all right? Sure, thank you, Chairwoman Sarah. You're welcome. Just call me Little Sarah, Patrick said with a flattering smile. While Siegel felt frustrated, having been in the game for a lifetime, he actually lagged behind the gun-toting Sarah. We don't know either. After introducing the high-ranking members of the Plant Parliament and the ZFD Defense Committee, Zhou Ji smiled and nodded to greet them. This gentleman is the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Great Dragon Star of another world, Zhou Ji. Let's welcome him. Siegel suddenly jumped in, leading the applause. The conference room erupted with sparse claps, as they didn't know what this Mr. Zhou from the Great Dragon Star was about. Thank you both, now I will explain. Zhou Ji smiled, and Darnay threw out a small disc, which floated in the middle of the conference table, projecting a video. The video showcased 3 distinct planets: the culturally rich Dragon Star, the natural and vast sea of Rulong Star, and the technologically advanced moon. It also featured an interstellar fleet so massive that even the high-ranking adjusters couldn't believe it, along with billions of strong soldiers. When it introduced the Super Kryptonians, it completely overturned the adjusters' long-held belief that they were the pinnacle of human evolution. Suddenly, everyone looked behind Zhou Ji at the towering Darnay, whose outfit was exactly like the one introduced in the video. Darnay, knowing it was finally his moment to shine, flew up with his arms crossed, looking down at the astonished crowd. After landing, he crushed the conference table made of the same material as warships with a single finger. Conference table, finally wrapped up. Table life is over, goodbye chairs. Zhou Ji held the teacup and briefly introduced his purpose for coming here and the treatment he could offer the adjusters, of course, including the price they had to pay. The high-ranking members in the conference room were extremely excited. Compared to the treatment offered by Mr. Zhou, what they had to give in return was merely a drop in the bucket. After all, who wouldn't sell their lives? Everyone expressed their absolute willingness to cooperate with Mr. Zhou and to prepare immediately after the meeting. At the same time, some people looked at Siegel and Patrick with resentment, saying, "You two introduced Mr. Zhou long ago. What play do you still need to act? We already FING voted." Siegel and the others had no choice. Who the hell knew you already had the heart of a sycophant? If I told you there was a backup plan you didn't agree with, who knows if you would piss your pants? Mr. Zhou, there are no other issues, but this one requires nationwide genetic testing. Anyone with chicken and stick genes in their ancestry must be kept. And what about the Ganges genes that must also be retained? What does this mean? Senator Kassar, don't worry about this, just do as instructed otherwise. Siegel, seeing the subordinate responsible for genetic engineering daring to question him, glared at him with murderous intent for the first time. Gulp. Siegel has definitely killed before. Kassar was frightened and quickly shut his mouth. He wasn't opposed to the orders, he just wanted to understand. Chairman Siegel, if there are questions, we need to answer them. Opinions are allowed to be voiced. Longxing does not operate as a dictatorship. Everything must be discussed by everyone. Yes, Mr. Zhou's criticism is correct. Just call me Xiaoxi. I dare not. Zhou Zhizhong quickly waved his hand. Not to mention calling him Xiaoxi, even the 3 words would be an insult. And, considering his daughter might end up being that guy's woman, it was better to be polite to his father-in-law. One of them. Let me explain to avoid any confusion for Senator Kassar, so that mistakes don't occur during the execution phase of the plan. These 3 genes are precisely from the upper echelons of Ob, and you all know their inherent darkness, so we must eliminate these unstable factors. After hearing this, Kassar understood that the current indigenous people of Ob were already disliked by everyone, and he quickly thanked Zhou Zhizhong for clarifying. After the meeting, Zhou Zhizhong personally oversaw things, while Siegel led the members responsible for livelihood and migration work. All those with the 3 types of genes in their ancestry were gathered on the Januarius 1 satellite under various pretexts, and they were assigned housing, land, and jobs, which they gladly accepted as migration and appointments. Others were migrated to 10 other colonial satellites. Meanwhile, Patra commanded ZFT, integrating military strength and implanting the Xianyuan tactical intelligence system into all warships and MS, turning them into unmanned warships and automatic MS. The Kryptonians who had long been sent to Earth also conducted tests on the plant forces military and civilians who had already received orders. All those who did not qualify were relocated to other bases or cities, while the qualified were all gathered and issued traversal positioning wristbands. With the unprecedentedly high efficiency cooperation between the Plant Council and the ZFT Committee, all tasks assigned by Zhou Zhejiang were completed in just 6 days. Meanwhile, Azrael was aboard the flagship Archangel, leading the Earth United Fleet, including the Angel II and the Zhuke, a Izumo-class space battleship extracted from Ob, and was about to reach the front line. Bang! Bastard! That bitch Baki Lulu! How dare she betray me? Azrael smashed the cup in his hand into the face of the officer reporting to him. Just now, the other party suddenly informed him that the Earth prison holding Maru and others had been raided by a group of unidentified people, one of whom was recognized as the former vice-captain of the Archangel, due to Maru and others implicating Natalie Baki Lulu, who was left behind on Earth for investigation. Moreover, the raiders had a purpose in rescuing people. Besides Maru and a few others, even the original soldiers and engineers from the Archangel were not spared and were all rescued, while the nearby Ob people were left untouched and continued to squat in prison. No matter how angry Azrael was, Maru and others, who had already hidden in the ZFD base, looked at Baki Lulu, waiting for her explanation. Natalie, why can these people fly? Maru and the others cautiously followed Baki Lulu into the ZFD military base, where busy ZFD soldiers showed no unusual reactions upon seeing them, even greeting Baki Lulu warmly. They were brought into a barracks, and as soon as the door closed, Maru could no longer hold back and stepped forward to grab Baki Lulu's arm. Natalie, why can these people fly? Baki Lulu was taken aback by her question and tilted her head in surprise. Captain Ramias, shouldn't you first ask me if I defected? Why did I come to the ZFD base? Maru let go, feeling a bit embarrassed, and quickly explained, well, I was just curious after being flown back. Haha, we can talk about that later. We need to hurry. By the way, there are ZFD uniforms on the bed, sent according to your sizes. Hurry and change. After speaking, she took a box from a nearby table and handed it to Maru. These wristbands are for everyone. Make sure to wear them. This is very important. Baki Lulu said seriously, saluted, and left the barracks with her men. The others who were rescued along with Maru all looked at the somewhat conflicted captain, waiting for her decision. Oh dear, it seems we were rescued by an incredible force. It's better to be obedient. Flata scratched his head, trying to ease the tension for everyone. The last one standing, Madek, looked at his colleagues with a smile, feeling quite pleased. On the other side, in the reception room of the Archangel, Azrael was welcoming an unexpectedly important guest along with a trio of strong young men and heavily made-up Kira. Kira, it's really been a long time. Sore loser. Me too. How have you been these days? Kira rushed forward to hug the leading figure tightly upon seeing him. Even Azrael, who had seen many big occasions, and the emotionless trio felt nauseated by the scene. The pilot of the Calamity Gundam, Olga, who had seen many youth novels, couldn't hold back and directly vomited. His action instantly enraged the sore loser, who had just been hugging Kira. Bang! The sore loser, who had just been hugging Kira, instantly appeared in front of Olga and, in front of everyone's astonished gaze, flicked Olga away with one finger. Olga cried out in pain, crashing against the wall behind him and spitting out a mouthful of blood that floated in the weightless cabin. Olga, stop! No matter how much the three usually undermined each other, they were still teammates. Just as Shunny and the others were about to intervene, they were stopped by Azrael. Azrael straightened his white suit, forcibly hiding his usual arrogant expression, and approached the sore loser, extending his right hand. I'm sorry. They're just kids and don't understand what true love means. Please forgive them. Azrael said sincerely, as he had also been shocked by the other party's actions and strength. Young and shallow. The sore loser said, hands on hips, still a bit angry. Yes. Please have a seat. I assume your visit ISNT just to find a lost lover, right? Kira took the initiative to hold the sore loser's hand and pulled him to sit down. I'm here to help you attack ZFT. Oh, although you are powerful, the cosmic war does not depend on one or two individuals, but rather on fleets and strong military might. We are fully prepared. I wonder how you'll help us? Azrael squinted his eyes, staring at the face of the other party that could make him vomit at any moment, and asked in a deep voice. The egg breaker casually played with Kira's long, fair fingers and replied, "Don't you want my strength?" Azrael looked at him in shock. Could his strength be shared with others? What do we have to offer? I know that you will use nuclear bombs to attack the satellites of Plant and eliminate them. I have one request. You could destroy one satellite city, but the others must be forced to surrender. Then I want all women age 14 to 16 for Plant. My God needs them. As long as the God is pleased, you will naturally benefit. The egg breaker. Good. I have already prepared to share. Azrael forced himself to swallow the soup he had drank the night before. He calculated carefully in his mind and found it feasible. As long as Plant surrenders, he can do whatever he wants, whether to enslave them or completely eliminate them. It would all be up to his word. Moreover, he was not worried that this person in front of him would trick him. In his view, could anyone be more powerful than the cosmic fleet? With that thought, Azrael agreed to the egg breaker's proposal. Normally, a handshake would signify the cooperation, but this time he kept his hands behind his back. At the ZFT fortress, Yakin Due, Zhou Ji, along with Darnay, came to the stronghold with Patrick Sala. This would be the front line for the war against the Earth Alliance. With Zhou Ji's consent, Patrick immediately began to command the fleet. The Yuda team had arrived at the designated location. The Karu team, Kiribati team, and Melita team were gathered. The cruise team had reached their position, and Guanar was located behind the cruise team. The CIC began to orderly report the real-time deployment status of each fleet and team. Let Aslan and the others go to the Eternal and rendezvous with Cruz. Yes, Aslan Sala, Justice Gundam launch. Isaac Jewel, Freedom Gundam launch. Nicola Malfi, Rebirth Gundam launch. Diego Ailsman, God Emperor Gundam launch. The 4 latest ZFD mobile suits, equipped with anti-neutron jammers, left the Yakin Due base and headed for their dedicated support battleship, the Eternal. In this battle, ZFD was pulling out all the stops, assembling over 5,000 various types of mobile suits and more than 800 warships of different models. However, apart from normal personnel activities within the Yakin Due base, almost all frontline deployments were unmanned warships and drones controlled by the Xinyuan system. The few that were piloted were elite red-clad individuals like Aslan or white-clad captains of the cruise level that required Xuanyuan's command. Report. 1,200 meters ahead, Earth Alliance fleet detected. Total number of warships, 2,300, and over 300 transport ships. Report. 2 battleships identical to the Archangel have been found in the enemy fleet, one of which is the Archangel. 2 Oz Izumo-class battleships, and 22 Nazca-class, 51 Laurasia-class. Although the enemy fleet was enormous and included traders from their side, there was no sign of tension or fear among the ZFD side. Everyone was excited and exhilarated, while cursing in their hearts. Finally, they have come. XDM, please add to your bookshelf. Seek fans, Seek reads, and free little gifts. Patrick looked at the huge battle situation screen in the command center, feeling completely calm. Zhou Ji, sitting next to him, held a thermos cup with both hands, equally relaxed, smiling, and taking a sip now and then. On the Earth Alliance side, Azrael sat in the Archangel, relieved that the person had returned to the grass cutter. Looking at the deployment of the ZFD fleet ahead, Azrael waved his hand, ordering the vanguard to set off. On the Munareos, Halbaton received the flagship's orders and smiled disdainfully. Let's go. Do our job as cannon fodder, Xinyuan. I'll leave it to you from here. Understood, Admiral Halbaton. He then ordered the 8th Fleet to protect the MA carrying nuclear bombs and head towards the combat area. Meanwhile, in the task force belonging to Zod on the right side of the battle formation, on the flagship Amnon-class general, Zod stood with his hands behind his back, surrounded by a dozen super Kryptonians in similar uniforms. His fleet was entirely controlled by Xinyuan. He had secretly sent his loyal subordinates and their families to the ZFD Earth base long ago, and anyone slightly disloyal to him, as well as those from other factions sent to entice and monitor him, had already been frozen in ice and discarded in the cabin. As for the fleet commander's communication video, it was all AI processed with Xuanyuan's help, making it unrecognizable to outsiders. Report. The enemy's subfleet is advancing towards us. Identified as the Earth Alliance's 8th Fleet, along with a large number of MAs and MSs approaching. MAs have been confirmed to be carrying nuclear weapons. At the Yakin Due base, seeing the nuclear weapons again, Patrick clenched his fists. His beloved wife was killed by the Earth Alliance using nuclear weapons. He wished he could order Genesis to fire at them right now and then bombard the Earth. Of course, he would have definitely done that before. But now he had a higher target. Mr. Zhou, let's begin. As long as we drag them all in, General Li will arrive immediately. Yes. Order. No nuclear bomb is allowed to breach the defense line. The ZFD fleet received the command, and the warships began firing at the Earth Alliance's MAs and MSs. With countless Jins and MSs targeting all MAs and MSs, prepare to shoot down all nuclear bombs. The 8th Fleet also began to counterattack, but it seemed both sides had issues with accuracy. Zaf's firepower all hit the Earth Alliance's MAs and MSs, while the 8th Fleet seemed to miss entirely, with not a single shell or beam weapon hitting the enemy. From the perspective of Azrael and the others watching from the rear, it appeared that Halbaton knew he was being used as cannon fodder, so the 8th Fleet kept charging forward, even surpassing the peacekeeping forces they were supposed to protect. It wasn't until the first batch of peacekeepers and dispatched assault short swords suffered heavy losses and the 8th Fleet's warships also sustained significant damage that Azrael finally let out a relieved laugh. Ha, that fool Halbaton thinks that by sacrificing himself, he can promote his... What? What the hell? Just as Azrael was about to mock the 8th Fleet's fools to his aides, he suddenly noticed a change in the battle situation. The 8th Fleet indeed suffered heavy casualties. Almost all warships had been destroyed, except for the flagship. But the flagship was unscathed and had already charged into the ZFD formation without any hindrance, even managing to turn around and slowly retreat. The passage opened by ZFD was being slowly closed by the battleships, as if to welcome Halberton. Azrael immediately ordered to contact Halberton, and when the communication was connected, he saw Halberton sitting in the captain's seat with his legs crossed, looking at him with disdain. Azrael was so angry that his face turned green, and he shouted at him, "Halberton, what do you mean by this? Are you going to defect?" "Chairman Azrael, I really doubt how you became the chairman of the Blue Persian Daisy. Was it just because you were the smartest among a bunch of idiots? Or did you think you were the ugliest?" Halberton mocked, even discussing the current situation with the flagship captain beside him. It was obvious to even a fool. Yet he still dared to ask, "Is it fun?" "You. Enough. I can smell your bad breath from so far away. I'm busy, goodbye." "Oh no. You might not get the chance to see me again, haha." The communication ended, and the bridge of the Archangel fell silent. Everyone held their breath, afraid of provoking the already erupting Azrael. "Bastard, bastard, bastard, bastard." Azrael suddenly roared, gesticulating wildly to vent his anger. "Order! The entire fleet, attack! I want to destroy that group of monsters. I want to tear apart that bastard Halberton with my own hands. Chairman, please." Bang! One of his staff members, about to advise him, was shot dead by Azrael, who suddenly pulled out a gun. The others hurriedly backed away, confused as to why Azrael had brought a gun. "Can't you hear my orders? Attack! The whole army attack! And let that whore also attack!" Azrael shouted angrily at everyone, who dare not stop him and could only execute the orders. The massive fleet of the Earth Alliance began to move forward simultaneously, while the transport ships in the rear released more nuclear-armed pacifist troops. In the hangar of the Archangel, Kira, already prepared, piloted the modified Shernui pack of Strike Freedom and led a team of warriors piloting the Orb M1 Gundams to the front lines. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Nearly 10,000 Earth Alliance assault short swords and special MS units, as well as the 3 small strong, quickly gathered and flew to the front of the fleet. At the back of the fleet, the clueless Zaku also ordered to follow the troops forward. "Mr. Zhou, they've taken the bait." "Yeah, Long and the others are probably arriving soon." Both sides finally engaged in battle. Although the number of Earth Alliance MS was about twice that of ZFT, the MS controlled by Xian Yuan at least possessed the combat power of ordinary red-clad elites. Apart from Kira and the 3 small strong being considered opponents, almost none of the other assault short swords could stand alone against them. They could only rely on numbers to occasionally destroy a few Jins or other models of MS. Meanwhile, Aslan and his team were like tigers entering a flock of sheep, crazily slaughtering the Earth Alliance forces. A golden Mississippi. Is that Kira? Is it you, Aslan? Aslan couldn't believe his ears when he heard the voice in the communicator. "Aslan, is that really you, Kira?" It's me, Aslan. How are you?" Aslan didn't know how to respond. The voice in the communicator was indeed Kira's, but the way the other party spoke made Aslan feel extremely disgusted. "D. Paviet. D." A furious roar came from the communicator, and Kira quickly powered up, narrowly dodging an attack from behind. He saw a blue and white Gundam with wings charging at him, holding swords in both hands. The pilot of the Freedom Gundam was Isaac. If it weren't for Nickel always following them with his Mirage during the crisis on the island off the coast of Orb, Isaac would probably have been dead by now. But he couldn't let this grudge go unavenged. "Aslan, leave this pervert to me." "Oh, all right, you go ahead, thanks." Seeing someone take over, Aslan hurriedly piloted the Justice Gundam away, He wanted to distance himself from someone who was no longer a brother. On the bridge of the Black Dragon, LiRulong nodded to Zhang Zhong. All departments, attention, coordinates, directly behind the Earth Alliance fleet. The first jump experiment of the Black Dragon begins. The Black Dragon, which had been silent in the asteroid belt, suddenly erupted with a strong white light. When the light disappeared, the Black Dragon also vanished. The Earth Alliance fleet gradually noticed that the previously aggressive Zaft MS with special camouflage were now all playing hit-and-run tactics, not entangling with the Earth Alliance's assault short swords at all. Moreover, many of the assault short sword pilots engaged in battle reported that the Jinns and others they had put all their effort into destroying had not revealed a single coordinator pilot. This strange situation was immediately reported to Azrael, but he scratched his messy yellow hair, unable to understand what ZFD was up to. Beep. Archangel. Hurry and send someone to support me. I'm being chased by a madman. Kira's sharp voice came through the communicator, and remembering his relationship with that individual, Azrael suppressed his nausea and ordered 5 more teams of assault short swords to go support. Since the start of the battle, he had always had a bad feeling, sensing that something big would happen. ZFD had dug such a big pit, burying all the warships of the 8th Fleet except the flagship, which definitely indicated a grand conspiracy. Boom! Myra's team was completely wiped out. Elvin's team was completely wiped out. The remaining teams suffered over half damage. The CIC's report interrupted Azrael's thoughts. Didn't I just send them out? One of the opposing deep gray MS equipped with Dragon Knights had routed the support team for Captain Kira. The speed of friendly losses had already exceeded Azrael's expectations, and at this point, he no longer wanted to send any more troops to support Kira. Just as he hesitated, the Zaku sent a communication from the rear. The nauseating face of the Zaku appeared on the screen. Azrael, immediately send someone to support Kira. If something happens to him, all our agreements will be void. The voice coming through the video was indistinguishable between male and female. Mr. Zaku, you also see that the enemy's strength is very strong, and Kira's position is in the main battlefield. It won't matter how many we send. It's better to invest all our forces to protect the pacifists. As long as the nuclear bomb can. No. Right now. The scream pierced everyone's eardrums on the bridge of the Archangel, and Azrael gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The Zaku and the Red Crown Crane, as well as the troops we brought, will also go forward to support. After the Zaku anxiously finished speaking, he ended the communication. Bastard. Azrael cursed, but in order to gain the opportunity for evolution, he could only swallow his anger and ordered 10 more teams to go for support. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Kira was about to collapse under pressure, the Eternal, which was commanding the ZFD forces, suddenly fired 3 colored signal flares. This is the order for the army to retreat, and regardless of whether they are still engaged in battle or preparing to provide support, they must all return to their formation. Seeing the special MS of ZFD turning around to return, Isaac, who was dueling with Kira, snorted coldly, not daring to disobey the military order. He kicked the Dawn Gundam away and quickly piloted the Freedom Gundam to leave. Kira breathed a sigh of relief, and the squad that had come to support him, along with the 3 little strong ones, flew to his side, remaining vigilant against any tricks from ZFD. The high command of the Earth Alliance fleet was somewhat surprised. Although their forces still had the advantage in numbers, the balance of war had tilted towards ZFD. So what was the enemy doing by retreating at this time? Suddenly, alarms rang out across all the warships. What happened? Azrael quickly asked the operator upon hearing the alarm. There! An energy reaction has appeared at a distance of 300 units behind our fleet, and the energy index is extremely high. In fact, the operator didn't need to answer. The cameras at the back of the warships had already transmitted the anomaly to the display screen. In the dark universe, a white light suddenly appeared, rapidly expanding and then exploding. Once everyone adjusted to the bright light, a triangular warship that had never been seen before suddenly appeared on the monitor. The warship was about 13 kilometers long, nearly 8 kilometers wide at its widest point, and had a height of 7 kilometers, larger than the Yakin Duval fortress. The command tower on top of the warship could accommodate Zaft's largest Gowanna-class aircraft carrier, except for a few who had already boarded the Black Dragon. Everyone else stared in shock at the suddenly appearing warship, unsure whether it was friend or foe. Attention everyone, this is the Yakin Duval Command Center. I am Chairman Patrick Zala. That warship is called the Black Dragon, and it is our ally. The identification code was uploaded to your warship and MS systems before the battle. Now, I order you to remain in place and be ready to cooperate with the Black Dragon's actions. A video call from Patrick came through to Aslan and the others in their MS. Upon learning it was an ally, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It was impossible not to be nervous just now. Even the smallest cannon on that warship could fit a Jin, and the number was terrifying. If war broke out, they would definitely have no chance of winning. On the Earth Alliance side, however, chaos ensued. Azrael was roaring at the communications officer on the bridge. What is that warship? Which faction is it from? Why can't we get in touch? Chairman, we don't have the opponent's identification code, nor do we have a communication protocol. The communications officer replied helplessly. As soon as that warship appeared, he had been trying to contact them and find their identification code, but to no avail. Chairman, we can try using the International Rescue Channel. Suddenly, the chief of staff suggested. What are we waiting for? Hurry. The communications officer immediately followed the order and made a wide-area communication request using the International Rescue Communications. Surprisingly, they received a response. Oh, is the golden-haired chairman of the Blue Persian Daisy looking to surrender? The video communication connected, and the face that appeared was none other than Patrick Zala's contemptuous face. Bastard. Who wants to surrender? You ZFD monsters. Azrael was so furious that he wished he could pull out his pistol and smash the display screen. ZZZ. This is the Dragon Star Navy Task Force, Black Dragon. Who is calling the fleet? A middle-aged man dressed in a white military uniform suddenly appeared on the other side of the video. The middle-aged man looked serious as he stared at the two in the video. Who are you? What faction is the Dragon Star Task Force? Patrick Zala. Greetings. Captain Zhang. Unlike Azrael's questioning, Patrick straightened his back and saluted respectfully to Captain Zhang in the video. Azrael's mouth dropped open in surprise at Patrick's expression. Oh no, that warship is from ZFD. I knew these monsters in the sky had bad intentions. He frantically imagined in his mind, even calculating whether the Allied fleet had a chance of winning if they were to fight on both sides simultaneously. The aides around him saw his expression and understood what he was calculating, shaking their heads to indicate it was impossible. Who are you? This world cannot possibly have your faction. Suddenly, a person joined the video communication, and it was the egg guy from the Kasaji. Hey, Noas, shouldn't you be here? In the Black Dragon video, a person walked in beside Zhang Zhong, and it was LiRulong. Originally, LiRulong's purpose for coming to this world was not only to scavenge usable resources and technology, but also to take as many usable adjusters as possible. After letting Orb destroy the country, he was preparing to return. However, upon encountering someone not in his memory, he wanted to investigate further. Just after the Black Dragon intervened in the battlefield, the system suddenly sent a message that piqued his interest. Unknown system detected accessing our universe. Please capture the other system, and there will be unexpected benefits. At this point, LiRulong voluntarily entered the video, appearing before them. Who are you? Azrael and the egg guy asked simultaneously as they looked at the handsome young man appearing in the video. Brother Tong. It seems that person doesn't know there are other systems existing. Definitely, his own system has rule restrictions. Unlike me, who has already evolved a soul, he cannot leak such top-secret information about other systems and game rules. Moreover, this universe itself belongs to the category of the Blue Star Series universe, so he cannot detect me. That's good, Brother Tong is amazing. Of course, if you mess with me, it's like blowing up your ancestral grave with a nuclear bomb. Ignoring the proud Brother Tong, LiRulong mainly focused on the egg guy's screen. LiRulong contemptuously said to him, "Dare to curse me to death. Today, I will let you know what happens when you provoke a god. Azrael, attack. I want to kill him." The egg guy instantly exploded with rage, his face turning red as he pointed at LiRulong in the video with a delicate gesture, then ended the communication. Damn, you only focused on death. You accepted the words human monster, right? Everyone on the battlefield could see and hear the communication content, and they all looked speechless at the furious egg guy. But immediately, they witnessed a scene that shattered many people's common sense. The Kasaji had a large hole blasted from its interior by something unknown, and a person flew out from within. Upon zooming in, it turned out to be the human monster dressed in a pink and green Japanese skirt, without any protective equipment, rushing into space like that. The speed was even comparable to that of an MS. Azrael saw this scene, and his heart ignited with excitement, thinking that not only was the opponent fast and incredibly strong, but they could even traverse the universe with their body and survive in space. With his mind settled, he immediately ordered 2/3 of the fleet to turn around and cooperate with the human monster, no, Mr. Egg Guy, to attack the Black Dragon behind them. The remaining 1/3 needed to stay in place to guard against a counterattack from ZFD. Old Zhang, the next part is up to you. I'm going out to play, LiRulong said, and with a flick of his cape, he directly left the Black Dragon. The communicator in Sui Danjun's ear brought various amazed voices, making him, someone who previously lived at the lowest level of his civilization, feel quite pleased. He was also very satisfied with his entrance, seeing that battleship remain unresponsive, probably stunned by his appearance. Just as he was still immersed in his own vanity, a voice suddenly came from in front of him. "Dead monster, where are you going?" Sui Danjun was startled and focused his gaze, only to find that it was the young man who appeared in the video earlier. He was even more shocked now, realizing that the other person could also survive in space. Did he, like him, have the assistance of a deity? Seeing the other's robust physique, handsome and resolute face, and a super-sized package outlined by his tight uniform, he instantly blushed. Fidgeting with his hands, he said, "Wow, you can fly too, big brother. We must be kindred spirits. Should we find a place to chat?" LiRulong was disgusted and took a few steps back in disdain. "Who the hell is the same kind as a dead monster? Don't disgust me. I have 13, no, soon to be 14, 15 wives." Sui Danjun's expression darkened instantly, not expecting the person he was interested in to actually have females, and so many at that. "Oof. You don't know the benefits of a double-headed plug. I advise you to come with me. Or don't think that just because your battleship is big, you won't end up dead with our numbers." Sui Danjun placed his hands on his hips, speaking in a delicate tone. "Damn it. I told you not to disgust me. And here you were comparing numbers? Cool me. Everyone come and see the dead monster." LiRulong exaggeratedly made a trumpet shape with his hands and shouted into space. "Dead ghost. I told you not to curse people." That big bean. Just as Sui Dan was chastising LiRulong, he suddenly noticed that behind the other, a dense crowd of people dressed in the same uniform and cloaks had appeared, and there were not only robust men, but also women. This scene not only stunned him, but also shocked Azrael and the Earth United Fleet, as well as those in Zaft who were unaware of the situation. Could it be? This ability can really be mass-produced and granted to anyone? The desire for this superpower intensified in Azrael, who wished he could immediately become one of them. Report. The Zod Task Force's battleship on the right has exploded. What? The video switched over, and indeed, the Zod fleet, which was previously commanding 35 battleships, had now been reduced to space debris. Had Zaft launched a surprise attack? No, not at all. "Look, there are people flying over there." The CIC couldn't believe his eyes, stammering as he pointed at the screen. "Oh, Zod is one of them." Azrael stared wide-eyed at Zod, who was leading people flying towards Zaft. Why could a lowly soldier fly too? The flames of jealousy in Azrael's heart burned to his forehead, and he blurted out his inner thoughts. Everyone on the bridge instantly turned to him, filled with anger but too afraid to voice it. Azrael didn't realize he had misspoken and immediately ordered the fleet to fire and kill Zod and the others. The forward fleet aimed their cannons at Zod, and Patrick wanted to immediately order the warships to back him up, even to use them as shields. However, he was stopped by Zhou Zhizhong, who was sipping goji berry tea. "Xiaosa, don't worry. Not to mention just these ship cannons. Even if your Genesis bombarded Zod and them directly, they wouldn't be hurt at all." Patrick was a bit skeptical after hearing this, but seeing the disdainful expression on Darnay, who stood behind Zhou, made him hesitate. Zod and his people, realizing they were targeted by the ship cannons, stopped and turned to look at the Earth United Fleet. Zod still stood with his hands behind his back in the middle, while those on either side had their hands on their hips, fixing their hair, and some even gave the Earth United Fleet the middle finger in provocation. Countless laser beams, shells, and missiles accurately struck them, followed by the assault shorthorns raising beam rifles to aim and fire. The attack lasted a full 5 minutes, and when everything stopped, everyone was left in shock. Zod and his group were still perfectly unharmed, not even having retreated a single centimeter. Zod was no good-natured saint. He had just wanted to show off earlier. Now that the enemy's attack had ended, it was their turn. He instantly appeared in front of the most flashy and eye-catching mobile suit, and with a single punch, he directly blew it up. The exploded Kira, piloting the Golden Destiny Gundam, hadn't even reacted before Zod killed him. "Kira-kun, I hope you can be a woman in your next life." Sui Danjun and Aslan mourned for their beloveds at the same time. Zod's other subordinates were also resolving the Earth United's MS and warships at near-light speeds. Almost one punch for one and one crash for one. Some even split warships in half with their heat rays. Sui Danjun roared, wanting to rush over to avenge Kira, but was blocked by LiRulong. "Leave this to me. You all go deal with the Earth United and the Blue Persian people." "Understood." A portion of the Kryptonian supermen rushed toward the fleet, while another portion charged toward Earth. The Black Dragon began to advance, but did not attack proactively. Instead, it sent Zhang Peng with the flight team out for practical testing. After everyone left, LiRulong stared at Sui Danjun and asked in a voice only the two could hear, "Which universe are you from? What is your system?" Sui Danjun, who was gritting his teeth, suddenly widened his eyes. "You. Forget it. Asking is pointless." After LiRulong finished speaking, his eyes instantly turned red. In a red heat, Ray severed the other's head. "Brother, done. This time we hit the jackpot. Once I absorb this system, I can take you to all the attached universes outside their main universe." With a large number of supermen and Zhang Peng joining in, the speed at which the Earth United Fleet collapsed was unimaginable. In just 1 hour, all the Atlantic Federation, Orb, and Zaf's rebel fleets were destroyed. The remaining Eurasian Federation and East Asian Federation's surviving fleets also fired a signal flare, indicating their surrender. Zhang Zhong ordered them to gather together and allowed them to return to the lunar base. About half an hour later, those who went to Earth to eliminate the Blue Persian and Logos returned as well. Patrick ordered all troops to abandon their warships and MS, concentrating all forces in the Yakin Duwei fortress. This battle completely reshuffled this universe, and LiRulong followed Patrick and Zhou Zhezhong back to Plant's April City. Just after leaving the orbital elevator, a graceful figure leaped into LiRulong's arms. Patrick and the others hurriedly turned their heads to look elsewhere, while Zod and the others retracted their biofields, not daring to eavesdrop. "Long, I missed you so much." Looking at the pink-haired girl in his arms, LiRulong gently ruffled her hair. "I'm here now, and we'll be leaving soon. There's plenty of time ahead." Lakis blushed and softly replied, "Is everyone ready?" Siegel immediately turned around and said, "General Lee, all the wristbands have been distributed, and those with unqualified genes have been relocated to other colonial satellites. The military bases remaining on Earth have also been prepared, just waiting for your orders." LiRulong looked at his cheap father-in-law in front of him and replied with a smile, "All right. Brother Tom, let's go back." As the system voice finished, a blue vortex appeared behind everyone wearing wristbands. In just 1 second, the 7 plant colonial satellites turned into dead cities. At the same time, the Yakin Duwei and the Genesis Fortress, along with all remaining ZFD warships and MS, simultaneously exploded. The debris from the explosions was gradually attracted by the weak gravity of the plant colonial satellites, forming a metal asteroid belt belonging to that place. When they opened their eyes again, everyone stood in a huge square, and the Black Dragon had returned to its position before departure. After 1 year and 8 months, LiRulong and the others finally returned to Longxing. Zhou and the others also received the news and hurried to the Haidang Hall conference room, which had become the place where LiRulong would inevitably meet them every time he returned. The new mayor of Yingxinqing greeted LiRulong and the others, then began to arrange the new 2 million adjusters in cooperation with the temporary plant legislators. LiRulong, Zhou Zhezhong, and others took Siegel, Patrick, and other senior members of Plant and ZFD, along with potential stocks like Aslan, to the capital to report on their work. "Where's this?" Maru and others looked at the unfamiliar environment in front of them, breathing in the fresh air they had never experienced before, feeling the comfortable temperature and gentle breeze. "I think we might have arrived in a new world. It's truly incredible," Vlad said beside them, always claiming to be the man who could turn the impossible into possible. This was something he truly couldn't do. "Haha, you're quite accurate," a similar voice came from behind him. "Cruz." Vlad turned to see that it was his fake father. "No need to be so vigilant. We are compatriots now, and besides, my terminal illness from gene collapse has also been cured by the general." Seeing the other party already in a fighting stance, eyes filled with vigilance, Cruz said with a smile, "Also, I advise you not to make a move here. Look at the guards around us. I don't want trouble because of you, my good son." After teasing, Cruz laughed and walked away. The crowd on the Archangel cast him curious looks. Vlad awkwardly touched his nose but didn't explain anything. Soon, the staff of Yingxinqing came over to register them. In the capital Haidang Hall. Basically, that's the situation. LiRulong and Zhou Zhezhong each gave a brief report, and detailed information had already been sent to all attendees. Zhou removed his flat mirror from his face and smiled as he glanced at Siegel and the others. "So, it seems that the ordinary people in that world have strong ties and jealousy. Only the adjusters are the group that aligns best with our common development philosophy." "Yes." Those who had been there nodded in response. Zhou looked at Yang and Zhang beside him and quietly asked, "Do you think we should let them become a new nation on their own? Or?" The few exchanged glances, and finally Yang spoke. "I think we should directly incorporate them into the existing nations. After all, they've been adjusted. If they become an entirely new nation, they might feel isolated again." "Yes." I agree. I think so too. Several big shots spoke up, agreeing with Yang's opinion. Zhou smiled and nodded after hearing this. It seemed everyone shared his view. Siegel, Patrick. Then welcome to integrate into the Longxing Huaxia family. Later, I will have someone reassign you housing, and you can live normally here from now on. The few immediately nodded in response. They had already obtained the most desired outcome from the adjusters and no longer cared about power. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more exciting. But Zhou's next words made them feel they could continue to shine. If you all are willing, Siegel's legislators can enter the various departments of the executive yuan to work. And Patrick's military high-ranking officers and soldiers can also continue to enlist according to their wishes. As for Patrick, he can start from the staff and get a better understanding of our military system. Siegel and the others immediately expressed their willingness to comply with the arrangements and would definitely get to work as soon as possible. By the way, we will distribute super serums to all of you later, allowing you to have a 1,000-year lifespan and a physique even stronger than now, Zhang suddenly said to them, making the attending adjusters feel excited. But don't think you'll be as strong as LiRulong. They are superhumans, and we ordinary folks are different. Siegel and the others understood. They didn't think they could reach the same heights as LiRulong, nor would they be easily deceived like that madman Azrael. After discussing some details, the meeting ended, but LiRulong kept all the big shots behind. Grandpa, uncles, our cosmic barrier is being attacked by an unknown force. We have less than 40 hours, and it's highly likely that enemies will enter our universe. We need to be prepared now, LiRulong said solemnly to everyone. Zhou and the others immediately became serious upon hearing this. Is it ahead of schedule? Director Xiong asked. They all had a timetable, and the countdown was displayed on the walls of Haidang Hall and several major departments. At this moment, the electronic countdown in Haidang Hall showed 2,421 hours, 41 minutes, and 33 seconds left. No, I think it might be another force intervening. LiRulong shared the system's analysis with those present. Everyone fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a while, Director Xiong actively asked, Rulong, you just said an unknown force intervened. Can we know where they will specifically arrive? After all, you mentioned before that our universe is almost infinite. Tell them the farthest is the Oort cloud, and the closest could even be directly near the solar system. But it will definitely not be a powerful being from a higher dimension. It might be near the Oort cloud, with a possibility of directly entering Earth's range. LiRulong said truthfully. Director Xiong turned and waved his hands, and the generals present, including Commander Wang, quickly surrounded him. A group of people squatted on the ground and muttered for a long time. Then Director Xiong turned and said, Elder Zhou, Rulong, what do you think about this? Our Longxing Cosmic Navy fleet has already formed a scale, and its combat power is countless times stronger than before. If we encounter that mechanical devil race again, we won't even need Rulong to take action. We can definitely beat them to the ground. So this time, if it's still the mechanical devil or a fleet, we will take action. If it's something like those super Kryptonians that can traverse the cosmic void with their bodies, then let the Kryptonian superhumans handle it. This time, Long and his Guard Legion will still act as the reserve team. If something goes wrong, then let them step in. How about that? Director Xiong said in one breath. While the military generals all crossed their arms and stared intently at old Zhou and LiRulong, glancing back and forth. Old Zhou also turned to look at LiRulong, letting him make the decision himself. Brother Tong, can the sudden enemy this time compare to the mechanical demons from last time? It's hard to say. Those who can strike at the cosmic barrier and create cracks are definitely tough characters, but the ones he sent in are probably not much weaker than the mechanical demons. LiRulong instantly communicated with the system and made a decision in his heart. Uncle Xiong, this time it should be me and the Guard Legion taking action. After all, it's too sudden, and I estimate that the incoming enemy is not simple. After LiRulong finished speaking, Director Xiong and the others were about to refute. Such a good opportunity. As soldiers, they certainly couldn't let it slip away. LiRulong waved his hands repeatedly, urging them to continue listening to his explanation. Uncle Xiong, the countdown hasn't ended yet. In over 2,400 hours, the real enemy will arrive. When that time comes, will you definitely let us handle it? This time it's really hard to say. After all, those who can strike at the cosmic barrier have strengths that we cannot even imagine. We cannot let our soldiers recklessly engage an unknown enemy. I don't want to, and I never want to participate in a rescue operation again. LiRulong, we are soldiers. Since we put on this military uniform, our lives are no longer our own. They belong to the country and the people. And now they belong to the Longxing Huaxia nation. We are not afraid of death, right? Who's afraid of death? Soldiers play for life and death. I see you, little brat, looking down on us. You want to be beaten up? Hold you, I support you. Go beat him up. Get lost, that's my nephew. I can't bear to do it. The military generals exchanged words, even starting to threaten him. Director Xiong raised his hand to silence them all, then looked seriously at LiRulong. Do you remember Major Ma Jun? Upon hearing this name, LiRulong was instantly stunned. Of course, he remembered the already sacrificed Major Ma Jun, but didn't understand why Director Xiong suddenly mentioned him. This guy Ma, when he first joined the army, was incredibly timid. In fact, his name Jun originally meant handsome, but because he was the best at escaping during training, like a wild horse, the company commander changed his name to Ma Jun. Many people were hearing this for the first time, just like LiRulong, and they all waited for Director Xiong to continue. Director Xiong lit a cigarette and continued. At that time, the company commander often got angry with him and even thought about kicking him out, but that little brother from the south, after we supported him and drove away the eagle sauce, suddenly became bold and dared to look north. The smoke he exhaled seemed to turn into the smoke of the battlefield from that year, enveloping Director Xiong. The idea of kicking him out was temporarily shelved, and Ma Jun trembled as he followed the troops in a battle. The process is not worth mentioning, but you all know the outcome. When have we ever lost? In that little place, after the war ended, you couldn't even find buildings taller than 2 meters, haha. In short, only 2 people from Ma Jun's company survived. The company instructor, who was heavily comatose with 4 gunshot wounds, and Ma Jun, who had 3 gunshot wounds and carried the instructor back to the camp while spitting blood. After he returned, he said, the instructor saved him, and he carried him back, and then said nothing more. After bandaging, he ran to the armory, used the instructor's orders to take 20 grenades to strap on himself, brought 10 magazines and 4 belts of bullets, held a gun, and with a big pancake in his mouth, rushed back to his company's position without saying goodbye. When the doctors and troops found him, they discovered he had been holding out in the position for 4 days, relying on that half-eaten, hardened pancake that could stop bullets and rainwater from puddles. But he repelled 2 enemy attacks, killing 51 enemies, and aside from the 3 gunshot wounds he already had, he got 4 more. Fortunately, none were fatal, otherwise he would have met his end. After he was rescued, the only thing he said was, "Take me back. I'm not dead. The enemy must die. If I die, I must die with the enemy." Unexpectedly, he really fulfilled that prophecy. Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room held a cigarette. After all, everyone on Longxing had already been enhanced, and after the planet's elevation, the nicotine in the tobacco they grew had turned into something that only invigorated the body without harm. Director Xiong extinguished his cigarette but stood up straight, and the military generals around him also stood up. So I want to say, we are not dead. The enemy must die. If I die, I will die with the enemy. We are not dead. The enemy must die. If I die, I will die with the enemy. Commander Wang and others shouted Major Ma Jun's slogan simultaneously, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. LiRulong and others were deeply inspired, and before he could speak, on the other side, the Kryptonian generals such as Zod also stood at attention, looking at LiRulong and saying, "General, let's follow the fleet. We will protect every person in the fleet. If any warship or aircraft is in danger, we will rescue them at the first moment. If the enemy dares to kill our Longxing compatriots, they must step over our corpses. If they don't have that capability, then they will inevitably be exterminated by Commander Wang and them." LiRulong, just go along with what little Xiong and little Zod mean. We still go back to what we said before. You can't do everything yourself while we sit back and enjoy the results. Old Zhou, Old Yang, and others also urged, and LiRulong, helpless, could only agree, but he also put forward his conditions, which were that he would not stay behind. The Black Dragon would join the combat sequence, temporarily under Commander Wang's command, while he would personally lead all the Kryptonian supermen, but would not act recklessly. After the meeting concluded, Commander Wang and others asked Zod to send people to use the biological force field to protect and directly send the fleet back to orbit, while Director Xiong personally went to the Black Dragon to coordinate with Zhang for command. "Uncle Xiong, wait," LiRulong called out to Director Xiong, who looked at him in confusion. "Uncle Xiong, is that instructor still alive?" "Yes, he is." "Why?" "Well, I hope he can stay at my house. After all, he was a comrade of Uncle Ma before, and I want to take care of his living." LiRulong expressed his thoughts, but Director Xiong shook his head repeatedly. "Forget it. I'm not going to stay at your house." After saying that, under LiRulong's surprised gaze, he was sent to the Black Dragon by the NEI personally. 4,000-word big chapter. The system requests a 5-star book review, paragraph review, adding to the bookshelf for updates, urging updates and free small gifts. LiRulong didn't even go home. Lux was still living in the house that Zhang Zhiqiao had assigned before in the newcomer city. He instantly flew to the moon's orbit, looking at the very busy lunar base, with tens of thousands of warships coming and going, countless aircraft surrounding, following their mothership. This operation involved the 1st to 5th fleets, as well as the newly formed 6th and 7th fleets. The 6th fleet was commanded by General Baowen from the Western faction, configured the same as other fleets, but the personnel composition was half Westerners and half from other races. When LiRulong returned, he heard Commander Wang introduce that the 6th fleet, during simulated combat exercises with other fleets, although tactically slightly inferior to the Dragon Clan commanders, seemed to be very eager to prove themselves. In battle, they often fought like they had gone mad, focusing solely on their targets and completely disregarding their own casualty rates. Even the 4th fleet, known for its aggression, had to look at them with new respect. Historically, Westerners would call for support if their casualty rate reached 15%, retreat at 20%, and once it exceeded 25%, most soldiers would flee, and commanding officers could not stop them. Anyone who tried would be court-martialed after the battle. However, since joining Dragon Star and learning that Dragon Clan warriors would continue their missions even if their casualty rate reached 95%, without fleeing or surrendering, and would not call for support lightly, they seemed to have awakened. Even the high-ranking officials and soldiers within the Western faction spontaneously shouted slogans like, "Don't disgrace Dragon Star. Fight to the last person," declaring that any soldiers who surrendered or fled would be executed. This time, Admiral Baldwin even actively sought the vanguard position from the Bear Defense Minister and Commander Wang, nearly coming to blows with commanders from several other fleets. In the end, he got his wish, but was warned by Commander Wang to use tactics more wisely. If his command errors and recklessness resulted in a casualty rate exceeding 30%, Baldwin would be sent to Mingzhou to farm. The 7th Fleet was quite special. It was the first special experimental fleet, the smallest among the major fleets. In addition to having far fewer warships than the others, it also had 100 giant artillery ships, not just in terms of large-caliber weapons, but also in quantity. The warships measured 8,000 meters in length, 2,500 meters in width, and 3,000 meters in height, with a rectangular shape. Only the rear part of the ship had a protruding command tower, which was semicircular, standing 100 meters high and 1,800 meters in diameter. The entire fleet had only one small hangar for docking boats and small personnel transport ships, with no extra aircraft or other configurations. The bow of the ship had 9 black holes with a diameter of 800 meters, which served as the ship's main weapon. Modified from a Dragon Star Roar dark matter accelerated particle cannon, military codenamed the 9-tube cannon, and the ship was codenamed 9 Phoenix. Before LiRulong's return, the first 9 Phoenix had conducted weapon tests near Saturn, achieving gratifying results when all 9 tubes fired simultaneously. Titan, one of Saturn's moons, became a historical sight. With such powerful firepower and long-range capabilities, the fleet commander was naturally taken in by the original Rocket Army commander, General He Ping. It was said that after the warship testing was completed and returned to base, he hugged blankets with senior commanders of the original Rocket Army, collectively living at the mouth of the 9-tube cannon for a month. After successfully securing the command position, they returned like beggars, satisfied and ready to wash and shave. In this strategic deployment, the 7th Fleet became the core fleet. If a battle occurred, it would be responsible for firing first, aiming to eliminate or reduce enemy numbers. Of course, over the past year and a half, Dragon Star could not have just these 7 fleets. There were also numerous warships. However, since training and fleet formation were not yet complete, they could only remain in lunar orbit and base docks, acting as a reserve force. LiRulong looked with satisfaction at the gradually completed fleet, which was vast in number, with weapons and defenses at the highest level currently achievable by Dragon Star. He even felt that this time he might not need to take action personally. Report General. 1. 82 million Kryptonian warriors have all assembled. Please give your orders. Zod, accompanied by Kryptonian Superman, had already flown behind LiRulong. Even in space, they were lined up neatly, waiting for commands. Divide 1 million warriors and assign them to each warship for garrison duty. Allocate another 300,000 warriors to guard the safety of Dragon Star, Rong Star, and the Moon. The rest, including the Imperial Guard Legion, follow closely behind the fleet and be ready to assist at any moment. Yes, after LiRulong issued the orders, Zod and others immediately began to allocate forces, while he led Zareo's Imperial Guard Legion to move along with the fleet. Host outside Pluto within the Oort cloud. The barrier has been opened. The system suddenly prompted. LiRulong knew that the system had done its utmost. Uncle Bear, Uncle Wong, between Pluto and the Oort cloud. They're coming. He immediately transmitted the information to the fleet, and upon receiving the message, the fleet began to act. All accelerate, maintain formation, and advance towards the marked coordinates. The latest warship engines and energy systems allowed even the slowest space carriers to reach speeds of nearly 200,000 kilometers per second, close to the speed of light, while the fastest destroyers, frigates, and a limited number of assault ships could exceed light speed, reaching 350,000 kilometers per second. After the battle, Aljo would improve the space jump engine developed in the seed world, at which point Dragon Star would truly possess the ability to conquer the stars and seas. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Inside the Oort cloud, in the pitch-black cosmic space, a massive, boundless fracture suddenly appeared. On the other side of the fracture, countless star points and nebulae could be seen. The fracture gradually widened, extending to both sides until it suddenly stopped growing. Countless spherical, flying vehicles quickly emerged from the other side of the fracture, their numbers nearly filling the cosmic space outside the fracture. A spaceship over 20,000 kilometers in diameter, resembling a metallic planet, slowly flew out from the fracture. As it left, the fracture instantly closed as if it had never existed. The previously emerged spherical flying vehicles, each 30 meters in diameter, instantly surrounded the equatorial perimeter of the planetary spaceship, forming a metallic star ring. Master Servant, we have entered this anomalous dimensional world. An alien resembling a walking crocodile respectfully reported to a small figure cloaked in black robes, who was less than 50 centimeters tall. Wow, then hurry and find it. We can't stay here too long, wow. Understood, Master Servant, but does this low-level, anomalous dimensional world really have a divine artifact, like the Black Death Obliteration Star? Wow, huh? Just after the crocodile-like alien finished asking, it was instantly turned into a clay statue by a single glare from the little figure, then shattered into countless pieces. Wow, daring to question the Supreme Lord, seeking death. Wow, the other aliens immediately bowed their heads in fear. Wow, from now on, you're the captain of the demon starship. The little figure casually pointed to the nearest alien. That bird-headed alien excitedly knelt down, swearing to absolutely fulfill the mission for the Supreme Lord and the Master Servant, to find the Black Death Obliteration Star. Although it didn't even know what the Black Death Obliteration Star was or what it looked like. Lowering its bird head, it voluntarily moved to the spot where the crocodile-like alien had just stood, further crushing the clay pieces on the ground and kicking them aside. The demon starship immediately set off towards that star. Master Servant, intelligence report. Sorry, Captain, we have detected an unidentified force of warships approaching from 2 light years away, numbering 210,000 ships. They are of a model never seen in the database, and the fleet also detected one. 82 million mid-level cosmic warriors and countless primitive civilization races. A bald alien with a long neck turned to report to the captain. Wow. Is it possible for a civilization with such a number of intermediate warriors to still have primitive civilizations? Are you sure they aren't low-level or beginner warriors? Wow. The short-statured servant asked in confusion. In the universe, if a civilization can produce an intermediate warrior, then the race to which they belong must consist entirely of beginner or even low-level warriors. A civilization with such a large number of intermediate warriors cannot possibly emerge from a primitive civilization. It would be an insult to the intermediate warrior group to even consider them as slaves. Servant, my ability is to probe. I will not make mistakes. The long-necked bald alien had great confidence in his race's innate abilities. He had been in charge of reconnaissance for the demon starship for over 2,000 years without ever making an error. Wow, never mind, it doesn't matter. They may be numerous, but after all, they are only at the level of intermediate warriors. Let's leave these guys to be eliminated by the Bab combat ship. Wow. As you command, Servant. Should we ask these low-level guys if they know anything about the information regarding the Black Death Oblivion Star? Wow. I've always been confident in my judgment. You did well. Wow. Thank you very much for the compliment, Servant. The bird-headed captain quickly expressed his gratitude, starting spatial traversal directly to their front. They're moving too slowly. The bird-headed captain immediately issued the order, hoping to complete the task as soon as possible. Once they return to the main universe, they will surely be rewarded and may even have a chance to meet the supreme existence. The demon starship, along with the Bab combat ship moving swiftly around it, suddenly disappeared amidst a swirl of distorted space and reappeared in the outer space of Saturn. Meanwhile, the speeding Dragon starship also discovered an unknown object suddenly appearing in their path. Commander Wang immediately ordered the fleet to slow down, maintain formation, and keep a distance of 1 astronomical unit from the spherical unknown object. The Xian Yuan tactical system and fleet intelligence officer were racing against time to calculate all visible information about the opponent and report it to Minister Xiong and the others. The suddenly appearing spherical object should be some kind of cosmic warship or mobile base, with a diameter of about 20,000 kilometers. Its surrounding star ring is composed of countless spherical flying devices with a diameter of about 30 meters. Our detection instruments cannot identify the metal material of the opponent, nor can we calculate mass or other data. Just now, Vice Dean AI sent information that the way the opponent appeared is very similar to the spatial jump engine they just developed, but it is more advanced than theirs, with minimal spatial fluctuations and nearly negligible gravitational wave changes. A few useful pieces of information were sent to the fleet's upper echelons, but the final decision still needed to be made by them. LiRulong took this opportunity to communicate with the system in his mind. System, have you seen this before? No, but it is definitely a mobile fortress-type cosmic warship. However, there is no identifiable emblem or insignia on it, so I can't recognize it. By the way, you mentioned before how the classification of cosmic individual strength is divided, right? The main universe classifies the strength of civilizations and individual beings into 9 stages, from low to high: nascent civilization, primitive civilization, low-level civilization, intermediate civilization, advanced civilization, top-level civilization, dimensional civilization, superdimensional civilization, and divine civilization. As for the individual strength of civilized races, it is divided into 10 levels: nascent race, primitive race, beginner warrior, low-level warrior, intermediate warrior, advanced warrior, top-level warrior, dimensional controller, supreme existence, and deity. Just to tell you, only upon reaching the dimensional controller level can one be qualified to play games. The system probably became more cheerful or powerful after devouring another system, sharing a lot of information it hadn't told LiRulong before. System, which stage do Dragon Star and I fall into? LiRulong hurriedly asked. Dragon Star is still considered a primitive civilization. It will only be considered a low-level civilization once it breaks through level 2. As for you, I can't really say. Previously, you were at the late intermediate warrior stage, but for some reason, you could cross 2 major levels to defeat a newly entered top-level warrior mechanical demon. Now that you have merged with the doomsday gene and are continually strengthening yourself, you could be considered a top-level warrior. However, the biological force field of the Kryptonians can isolate all penetrating detection. If outsiders see you, you would still be classified as an intermediate warrior. But if you unleash your power, you could reach advanced or even top-level warrior strength. If you were to explode, then, wouldn't that mean I could reach the level of supreme existence? LiRulong was excited. Being able to cross 2 major levels would be an impressive feat. Then you're thinking too highly of yourself. Remember, why are the first few levels all named with the word warrior? That is because whether beginner or top level, they're all considered warriors, and the strength difference is not very large. Many warriors can achieve cross-level kills, and while it is rare to cross 2 levels, it is not unheard of. But once one reaches the dimensional controller, it is different. They can all be considered pseudo-gods. A single finger can crush you. Do you understand? The system disdainfully educated him. It hoped that the somewhat improving LiRulong and Dragon Star civilization wouldn't start to get complacent and reckless, or they would be doomed. Previously, the Silver Superman he led was initially a top-level warrior, yet still ended up in trouble. After hearing this, LiRulong didn't feel anything was wrong. He even suspected whether he had the genes of a super scion, as his combat power seemed to surge when he got angry. Beep, beep, Rulong. The other party is transmitting a message using the universal language of the universe, asking if we know anything about the Black Death Oblivion Star. The communication device transmitted Commander Wang's voice. Black Death Oblivion Star? Black Death Oblivion Star. Quick, destroy them immediately. We cannot allow them to leave alive. LiRulong certainly knew about this thing. It was stored within him. Suddenly, the system shouted in his mind, startling him. System, stop. This is a mess. If that thing is discovered, don't you remember that even deities will take action? With the Black Death Oblivion Star, Dragon Star, and you have the potential to elevate to superdimensional civilization. We absolutely cannot let this leak out. The system anxiously shouted. And LiRulong realized the importance of that thing, immediately communicating through the comms with Commander Wang and the others. Uncle Wong. Let's discuss this later. Prepare for battle immediately. We absolutely cannot let the other party leave alive. That thing concerns the future fate of my Dragon Star. Commander Wong and the others immediately understood that LiRulong must know about this thing, and it might even be in his possession. He immediately signaled to his aide, who took the order and went. He then returned to the bridge and said to the Birdman in the communication video, "We checked the information and haven't heard of that Black Death Oblivion Star thing. You may leave now." Of course, he would never let the other party leave. He just wanted to catch them off guard and directly launch a full fleet assault. The Birdman in the video bowed his head upon hearing the response, and suddenly a voice came from the direction he was looking down. "Wow, wow, they are lying. Destroy them immediately. We will find it ourselves. Wow, wow, fire." The bird-headed person heard the servant's command and had not yet reacted when Commander Wong had already preemptively issued the order to fire. The fleet had long received the order to prepare for fire, and hundreds of geofeng had fully charged their 9-tube cannons. As the command was issued, each ship immediately began its attack. Electromagnetic cannons, Gauss cannons, and various colored lasers, particle cannons, and other main weapons surged towards the Mo Xing. The Babu Ball aircraft, which originally surrounded the Mo Xing and formed a metallic star ring, instantly accelerated and rushed to the front of the Mo Xing, forming 3 densely packed metallic walls. Each Babu Ball shimmered with a blue-white defensive shield. When the shield shattered, they braced themselves with their solid metal bodies. The first wave of concentrated fire from the Longxing destroyed the first layer of defense, severely damaged the second layer, but the third layer was completely held off. "Wow, damn primitive beings. How dare they actively attack me? The Great One, order all warriors to charge. Kill them." The short-statured servant, seeing the primitive civilization, he couldn't be bothered to look at actually daring to attack him and destroying a large number of Babu Ball aircraft, which were lent to him by the supreme dignitary, was instantly filled with rage and screamed. The bird-headed captain immediately commanded all warriors on the Mo Xing to launch, to eliminate the enemies in front of them. All warriors attack. Mo Xing Black Death cannon charging. Babu Balls protect the Mo Xing. With the order given, over 3 million mid-level and above cosmic warriors flew out from the Mo Xing, each with different appearances from various racial civilizations, wielding various weapons, and charging towards the Longxing fleet. On the side of Commander Wong, after finishing the first round of concentrated fire, he immediately ordered the warships to maintain formation and then each find a target to fire at, while also commanding all flight squads to launch. He also notified LiRulong to let the Kryptonian Supermen take action, as the enemy's defenses and the number of people coming out had exceeded their expectations. And with the Black Death Annihilation Star being so important, he could no longer afford to stick to previous deployments. LiRulong waved to Zod, who immediately led the remaining 400,000 Kryptonian Supermen towards the approaching enemies. LiRulong personally led the Zilio's Royal Guard, aiming to strike directly at the Mo Xing. In an instant, various lasers crisscrossed through this part of the universe, while shells and missiles flew everywhere. The pioneering Baldwin's 6th Fleet became the primary target of the Mo Xing's attacks. Hundreds of thousands of enemy warriors broke through the barrage and aircraft's blockade and began to close in on the 6th Fleet's warships. Oomph. Do you really think you are Kryptonian Supermen, daring to charge into battle with your bodies? Do you look down on me? The fleet slowly retreated. Fire at full force. The 6th Fleet began to concentrate fire on the enemies that broke through the line, with the protruding warships also starting to move backward, while the ships on both sides slowly moved forward, trying to encircle the enemy. On the Mo Xing, the bird-headed man was also doing his best to command the battle, but unfortunately, although he had the strength of a top warrior, he had previously only served as a guard for the former crocodile captain and had no experience in command. Clumsily trying to learn the command style of the former crocodile captain, he divided the 3 million cosmic warriors into 4 teams. One team attacking the 6th Fleet, while the rest were responsible for fighting against the Kryptonian Supermen and those flying machines that transformed between aircraft and robots. Fortunately, the servant next to him, who had previously only served tea and water, had no experience in combat and command either. "My lord, Captain, something's wrong. Those cosmic warriors are not mid-level. They are all high-level and top-level. They're even one I can't see through." The long-necked intelligence officer suddenly called out. His pride in his scouting skills had failed him at this moment, and after he reported, he regretted it because the servant was staring at him with those dead fish eyes. "Emma Master, they must have used something to deceive my skills." Cold sweat started to trickle down his neck into his clothes as he stammered. "Wow, I remember you're also a high-level warrior, right?" The servant suddenly asked. The long-necked man quickly nodded in response. Wow, then you go out. If you can't kill the enemy, then die outside, the servant said, and the bird-headed man actively came over, grabbed the long neck, and threw him out of the bridge. The long-necked man floated in space, feeling hopeless. Although he was a high-level warrior, his race was not good at fighting. But thinking of the servant's murderous dead fish eyes, he could only grit his teeth and rush towards the Longxing fleet, thinking that he would just hide from everyone later. At worst, he would drift in this abnormal dimension. Boom! Ah! Help! Haha die! At every moment, Longxing aircraft were being destroyed, and even many warships from several major fleets were being damaged and destroyed. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Mo Xing were dying even more. Different races had their unique special skills, such as speed, the ability to emit lasers, or being physically invincible. But once they engaged in battle with the Kryptonian Supermen, they found that the opponents were not inferior to them in any respect, and nearly all possessed the strength of high-level cosmic warriors or above, with even more than 100,000 having the strength of top-level warriors. Captain, the Black Death Cannon is fully charged. Attack! Annihilate the lowly, primitive civilization. The servant screamed. The Mo Xing's front-facing circular black hole, with a diameter of 8,000 kilometers, suddenly began to gather various cosmic rays and particles. This situation was immediately noticed by the Longxing fleet, and a piercing alarm sounded on all ships. Attention! The enemy's spherical warship is gathering ultra-high energy. Commander! Damn it! We can't retreat. Otherwise, the 7th Fleet behind us will be doomed. Baldwin said fiercely. The first target of the enemy's attack was definitely the 6th Fleet he was leading. At the forefront, flagship moved forward. All warships maintained close distance. Shields to maximum. Boom! With a punch, Zod resolved an enemy, and at this moment, he was engaged in battle with the enemies breaking through the 6th Fleet. He also noticed the energy gathering from the enemy ship in the distance, a force that made even him feel apprehensive. Turning to look at the reassembling 6th Fleet and the 7th Fleet behind, he immediately understood Baldwin's intent. I'm sorry, General. Zod gritted his teeth and instantly appeared in the path of the Black Death Cannon's shot. The other Kryptonian supermen who were engaged in battle quickly resolved their enemies or withdrew from combat, instantly flying to Zod's side, extending their arms and maximizing their biofield. Zod looked at the warriors who had followed him from Krypton to Longxing and pledged allegiance to LiRulong, smiling with satisfaction. Baldwin, commanding the formation, was stunned when he saw hundreds of thousands of Kryptonian supermen extending their arms in front, ready to block the enemy's devastating attack for him. A thick, pitch-black laser beam shot towards Zod and the others in an instant. Not fully blocked, the escaping black laser struck the 6th Fleet behind Zod. No matter how large the warship or how strong the shield, being hit meant destruction, and grazing the edge meant severe injury. The flagship was also struck by a laser, violently shaking and injuring many. General Zod, Baldwin, bleeding from his head, looked at Zod and the others who were still blocking the attack and cried out in agony. In front of the 5th Fleet, LiRulong, who had just finished killing all the enemies here, instantly turned to look at the place where the black laser had struck. Damn! Seeking death! Damn! LiRulong instantly rushed towards the Black Death Cannon, but as he got closer, the black ray vanished. The wall formed by Zod and his followers had become fragmented, with over 300,000 of the 400,000 Kryptonian superhumans that were here having vanished, leaving only a few thousand lifeless Kryptonians and various dismembered limbs drifting in space. At this moment, LiRulong felt as if his heart was being cut with a knife. He noticed that Zod's 2 legs and 1 arm had already disappeared, and most of his skin was gone, if it weren't for his half-intact, expressionless face. One would hardly recognize him even with the life code. Zareo. Hearing LiRulong's call, Zareo rushed to his side, looking at the dreadful scene before them. Zareo and his team bit their lips in anger, their eyes red as they turned to glare at the enemy's battleship. Immediately send everyone and the dismembered limbs into the sun. LiRulong issued the order, then turned to glare at that damn demon star. That damn thing. I will deal with it personally. After saying this, he disregarded Zareo and the others and instantly accelerated towards the demon star. Baldwin, how are you? The emergency communication video from Commander Wong of the 6th Fleet came through. Reporting to the commander, I'm still alive, but the 6th Fleet has suffered over 70 losses. However, the remaining battleships can still continue fighting, Baldwin said weakly, lying next to his unconscious adjutant. Many people on the bridge were groaning in place, with only a few struggling to return to their combat positions. Baldwin, you did well. Immediately retreat. the 5th Fleet will take your position. Commander Wang's heart bled, seeing the 6th Fleet's current state. This was a 70 loss in a cosmic war. Once a battleship was torn apart, the personnel inside who weren't wearing space power suits had almost no chance of survival. That was the life of a battleship and 150 million soldiers. Commander, the 6th Fleet can still continue fighting, please. Baldwin gritted his teeth and said weakly before passing out. Xianyuan, authorize control of the remaining battleships of the 6th Fleet and retreat immediately. Commander Wang sighed and directly issued the order to the Xianyuan system. Yes, Commander Wang. The remaining 6th Fleet began to turn to the sides, clearing the way for the previously frontline position. The 5th Fleet, which had just arrived, immediately moved in to fill the gaps among the wreckage, and all the captains and officers of the battleships saluted the 6th Fleet in respect. The recent Black Death cannon not only attacked Zod and the 6th Fleet, but even their own cosmic warriors within the attack range were wiped out in large numbers. LiRulong led the charge, followed closely by Darnay and Fiola. Wow, continue charging. Keep firing. The attendant shouted angrily as he found that the star-shattering Black Death cannon was actually blocked by this group of primitives. My lord, the Black Death cannon requires 10 minutes to charge, the weapons officer immediately reported. Wow, you, go block them. The attendant commanded loudly as he looked at the bird-headed captain beside him. The bird-headed captain was momentarily stunned. The crazies outside dared to use their bodies to block the Black Death cannon, and many of them were not weaker than him. If he went out now, wouldn't he be sending himself to his death? Seeing that the bird-headed captain didn't move, the attendant's eyes immediately flashed with a gray light. The bird-headed captain immediately obeyed respectfully, then took the last 20,000 high-level cosmic warriors from the Demon Star and left. LiRulong noticed that many enemies were flying out of the starship, and he immediately waved his hand to Darnay and Fiola behind him. The two of them took their orders and accelerated past LiRulong, charging towards the enemy. The leading bird-headed captain had not yet had time to use his racial talent skill when Darnay punched him with all his strength, turning him into a pile of meat. Fiola took the initiative to engage with some smaller, faster enemies. LiRulong charged recklessly. Any enemy he collided with or brushed against turned to dust. The bab balls that could block the 9-tube cannon instantly formed a protective net, attempting to stop his advance. He used heat rays to slice through a few of them in an instant and then charged into the bab ball swarm. The bab ball aircraft were smashed behind him, turning into heaps of scrap metal. Wow, fire the Black Death cannon immediately. The attendant ordered. He had to eliminate the charging enemy. My lord, the charge is only at 72, not yet complete. The weapons officer hadn't finished speaking when he was turned into a pile of shattered stones by the attendant. Wow, can you fire? He then pointed at another alien responsible for the weapons. That person hurriedly nodded in agreement, directly sitting in the weapons officer's position and pressing the launch button for the Black Death cannon. Various particles quickly gathered in front of the Black Death cannon, rapidly converging into the cannon's mouth. General, Darnay and Fiola shouted loudly behind LiRulong. LiRulong paid no attention. Although he had merged with the genes of Doomsday, he still didn't know if he could revive like Doomsday with just a small amount of cells. He continued to accelerate forward, and at the moment the Black Death cannon fired, he directly blocked the shooting path with his biological force field. Enduring the attack, he finally understood how powerful this weapon was and realized how determined Zod and the others must have been to stand their ground against the attack for the 6th Fleet. His biological force field was hundreds of times stronger than Zod's, but even so, at this moment, the force field had already developed numerous cracks and gaps. Zod and the others had formed a barrier with the biological force fields of 400,000 Kryptonian superhumans, and they were unable to defend against a single attack. Grinding his teeth, he mobilized his biological force field again. If he couldn't hold on, the 5th Fleet behind him and Darnay and the others would definitely perish. Host, I suggest you retreat immediately. This weapon comes from a higher dimension and is beyond your ability to block. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, but LiRulong gritted his teeth and persisted, refusing to take a step back. Host, I advise you. Shut up. LiRulong, resolutely. If I can't hold on, then my compatriots, my comrades, my planet, my family will all die. Crack. LiRulong suddenly imagined the sound of his biological force field shattering in his mind. He had already done his utmost. Could he still not withstand it? Crack. LiRulong's roar and unwilling cries echoed across the entire battlefield, reaching everyone's ears. Rulong, General, LiRulong. The Dragon Star warriors behind him shouted his name in unison upon hearing his cries. The situation there was instantly transmitted to the monitors, surveillance cameras, and battle screens in front of everyone. Even those far away in Dragon Star's capital, like Elder Zhou, who were observing the battle, stood up in shock, staring at the screen where LiRulong was blocking the attack with outstretched arms. The last bit of the biological force field was about to collapse, and LiRulong was already prepared to use his body to block the attack. Alas, let me help you a bit. It's just a pity about the Black Death Annihilation Star. If LiRulong had been paying attention to the system in his mind at this moment, he would have found that the previously eliminated system Maul had unexpectedly reappeared, and the Black Death Annihilation Star sealed within him was gradually disappearing. 2/3 of the Black Death Annihilation Star had vanished, and the system Maul was officially back online, with the remaining 1/3 converted into Maul currency by the system. The system automatically retrieved items from a mall based on the currently exchanged currency and found the most suitable products to resolve the current crisis. Flawless Silver Superman Template, System Currency. Damn, who set the prices so high? The system looked at the balance in the mall, then at the amount of system currency needed to exchange for the Silver Superman Template and the body controller, which could be exchanged for system currency. It wondered if, after exchanging for the Silver Superman Template, LiRulong would go berserk. Sigh, this damn task module has also been devoured by me. Where will I get system currency in the future? The restart and exchange were completed in an instant, and the system automatically overlapped the flawless Silver Superman template for LiRulong. Ding! Template overlap completed. With blood already in his eyes, LiRulong suddenly heard a prompt in his mind. But at this moment, he couldn't care less. The biological force field had already shattered, and relying solely on his body, it was impossible to fully block the black laser that was thousands of kilometers thick. The Black Death Cannon laser passed by him at the speed of light, shooting towards the Dragon Star fleet behind him. Just as he felt despair, he suddenly sensed an infinite power surging within him, and the already shattered biological force field reappeared, even stronger than before. His physical injuries instantly healed, and his senses were enhanced again. In his eyes, the Black Death Cannon that had just shattered his biological force field and was immensely powerful now seemed insignificant. He instantly appeared in front of the Dragon Star fleet, once again deploying the biological force field to protect the fleet. Boom! The Black Death Cannon slammed against the biological force field again. But this time LiRulong felt extraordinarily relaxed, as if a child had punched Superman. The Black Death Cannon, which was already low on energy, continued its attack for less than 3 minutes. After the attack ended, LiRulong felt the immense power within his body. He had a feeling he could shatter Dragon Star with a single punch. However, he didn't dwell too much on the source of his power and instantly charged towards the area still engaged in battle. His speed had now surpassed several times the speed of light, easily taking out the remaining enemies one punch at a time. During the battle, he glanced at a meteorite a little farther away. The Dragon Star fleet, seeing LiRulong unharmed, not only blocking that terrifying attack, but now also resolving the invading enemies at the speed of light, all sighed in relief. Damn, that scared me to death just now. Who wouldn't he be? Even though I was mentally prepared for death, being alive is still quite wonderful. In the command center of Dragon Star Capital, Elder Zhou and the others sat back in their chairs, all drenched in sweat. They couldn't imagine what their fate would be if LiRulong had died, and what the future of Dragon Star and their nation would be. Elder Zhou and the others, with trembling hands, lit a cigarette, if they weren't all genetically enhanced. The shock just now might have sent a few of them away. On the Demon Star, seeing LiRulong block the lethal Black Death Cannon and instantaneously eliminate all the cosmic warriors they had brought, the short servant instantly lost his calm. Although he was the strongest being on the Demon Star, he was only powerful to a limited extent, and his greatest reliance was his racial talent of black magic that could turn people into stone and dirt, but the target had to be within 3 meters of him. Wow, don't just stand there. Activate the jump engine immediately. Let us quickly escape this abnormal dimension. Wow, wow, wow. Just as he finished his panic scream, he found that the guy who had already surpassed top cosmic warriors appeared in front of the Demon Star. LiRulong raised his fist, and with one punch, shattered the Demon Star's super weapon, the Black Death Cannon. Even the Demon Star, with a diameter of 20,000 kilometers, was covered in countless cracks. The internal air, chaotic equipment and supplies, and ordinary aliens that couldn't survive in the vacuum of space were all sucked into the universe. LiRulong had long since used his evolved X-ray vision to see through everything inside, especially the little dwarf in a black robe who had just given the orders and could block his X-ray vision. He became his primary target. Seeing that the Demon Star could no longer hold, The servant had no choice but to fly out and appeared in front of LiRulong. He actively took off the hood of his long robe and looked up at the race that prevented him from completing the Supreme Master-S mission. Holy crap, Xeno! Upon seeing the appearance of the other party, LiRulong exclaimed in surprise. Yes, the servant in front of him looked almost identical to Xeno from Dragon Ball, except that Xeno had dead fish eyes while his eyes were grayish-white without pupils. Wow, what Xeno? We are the personal servants of the Supreme Master. You ignorant and despicable primitive race. Do you know what kind of great existence you have provoked? Kneel down and become my servant now, and I can. Wow. LiRulong didn't care at all about the servant's disdainful and arrogant attitude. He instantly appeared in front of him, grabbing the other party's neck and lifting him up. Wow, you dare to treat me like this. Turn to mud for me. Wow. The servant secretly laughed, summoning his black magic to turn the already close LiRulong into mud and stone. But no matter how hard he tried, LiRulong remained unchanged. He also sensed a strange energy outside his body, as if it wanted to alter his cellular genes, but as soon as it touched his body, it was blocked by the biological force field enveloping him. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. But the servant was dumbfounded. He himself had not upgraded to a top cosmic warrior through brute force. And now, black magic had no effect on the enemy in front of him. Why didn't my black magic have any effect? No more wow now? Then let us go. Crack! LiRulong directly twisted the other party's neck and then threw it to Darnell, who had already flown behind him. Order everyone to search for survivors immediately, and let AI Air Chiao come over to see if we can get anything useful. Yes, General. Darnell and Fiola all gazed at the godlike LiRulong with admiration and fervor. He felt a bit embarrassed being looked at like that, and directly flew toward the meteorite he had glanced at earlier. Are you coming out on your own? Or do you want me to help you out? Standing beside the meteorite, LiRulong spoke softly to it. I'll come out myself. A timid voice came from the meteorite, and then it automatically decomposed into dust, revealing the alien with a long neck who had been responsible for intelligence gathering on the Demon Star. Sir, please spare my life. I haven't harmed any of you. I'm just an intelligence officer. I was forced to come out. I've been hiding here. As soon as the long-necked alien appeared, he immediately prostrated himself in front of LiRulong in the universe. Intelligence officer? This timid alien actually has some value, LiRulong thought instantly. Spare your life? That depends on whether you have value to live. I do. I know where the Supreme Master-S spatial anchor point is that entered this abnormal dimension. General, AI Air Chiao appeared behind LiRulong, but his gaze remained fixed on the long-necked alien. The long-necked alien suddenly felt as if he was being seen through. Every inch of bone, every piece of skin, and every cell all exposed to the newly appeared top cosmic warrior. He taught you to keep him alive. But I want to know all the intelligence, LiRulong instructed Al Chiao. Yes. LiRulong suddenly disappeared. He wanted to check on Zod and the others at the sun. Al Chiao looked in the direction where LiRulong had vanished, shocked that he had become even stronger, and if it weren't for LiRulong instinctively glancing at the sun, Al Chiao wouldn't have known where he went. Turning back, he considered how a research staff member like him could complete the questioning task in front of this strange race, which stood about 7 meters tall, with a neck that took up a meter. The long-necked alien remained kneeling in the void, only daring to raise his head after LiRulong had left. My lord, we are a new society and one to use such feudal titles. Just call me Vice Dean AI. Don't worry, I'm a researcher, but I hope you can enlighten me on the areas I am interested in later. The long-necked alien looked at the burly figure in front of him, who was smiling and squinting at him, suddenly feeling a bit regretful about having survived. At this moment, the cold sweat flowing from his neck had already exceeded the speed at which the universe froze. By the way, I've told you who I am. So what is your name? Isn't it basic courtesy that your race lacks? Al Chiao asked with a smile. I am called Paja, from the Skalon race of the Karen universe. Paja stammered in response. Paja, nice to meet you. Look, now we are familiar with each other, right? What you mentioned about the Karen universe and your Skalon civilization has piqued my interest. I believe you will tell me everything, right? Could I hide anything? Your civilization is too terrifying. Paja thought to himself, but on the surface, he kept nodding in agreement. Suddenly, a pair of large hands grasped his neck, lifting him up like a small snake. Sorry, your speed is too slow, so I'll take you along. You're a male too. Holding hand with me would make headlines. Al Chiao explained as he tightened his grip on Paja's neck, instantly accelerating towards the black dragon ship. What does being a male mean? Paja whose neck was being held, dared not resist, but he felt a bit curious about this new term. At the center of the sun, Zareo and his team had surrounded it carefully, sending all their compatriots who had felt no heartbeat or breath inside. General, Zareo and the others noticed LiRulong's appearance and hurriedly saluted. How are they doing? LiRulong asked in a deep voice. Zareo and the others exchanged glances, unsure how to respond, and finally could only harden their heads to reply. General, Zod, and the others should. But this is the honor of our Kryptonian warriors. Please do not blame yourself, General. Honor? Yes, they have their honor, but I feel terrible inside, LiRulong self-mockingly said. Suddenly, he thought of the changes in his body and quickly asked the system. Brother System, did you help me just now when I was about to collapse? What the hell? If it weren't for me, you'd be atomic by now. Have you forgotten what I told you before? Don't think that Superman is invincible. The previous Supermans and Silver Supermans are all dead. Dead. The system roared in his mind, clearly dissatisfied with LiRulong not listening to his advice. Brother System, no need to say anything. Great gratitude without words. Go screw yourself. I find you just talk big, not thanking me. Please don't be angry. Angry? I don't need to breathe. What is there to be angry about? But now it's good. I don't have to worry about the Black Death Annihilation Star anymore. That's right. They left one useful live one. The rest were all wiped out. LiRulong raplia confidently. Is that what I meant? Let me tell you. The Black Death Annihilation Star is gone. Gone. The system shouted. The Black Death Annihilation Star is gone? LiRulong was suddenly stunned. Gone? Where did it go? Could it be that kind of existence you mentioned, taking it away during the battle? Damn, what a badass. So unethical. Shut up. How dare you call me a bastard? I'll take you down with me right now. LiRulong was instantly silenced by the system's roar. I decomposed the Black Death Annihilation Star, using its vast and all-encompassing abilities to reactivate the system all. The system took a deep breath and spoke as calmly as possible. Quick, let me see the system all. You really can't grasp the main point. LiRulong's excited mood and the system's angry complaints echoed simultaneously. Indeed, a mall interface similar to a shopping platform appeared in his mind. And with the color scheme and layout style, LiRulong even suspected that the creator of the system was Lu Dongdong, who started by selling CDs. Damn, there are so many good things. Let me see. Need mall currency? The mall currency is in my wallet. Great, there is so much. LiRulong looked at the dazzling array of products in the system mall, and if it weren't for worrying about Zod in the current environment, he would have immediately added items to his cart and placed an order for delivery. Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more exciting. Waiting for your scream? LiRulong's scream echoed throughout the solar system, startling Zareo and the others, who immediately appeared around him and began to stand guard. After LiRulong screamed, he realized his reaction and awkwardly gestured for Zareo and others to continue taking care of Zod and the others. He was fine. Although Zareo and the others were puzzled and worried, they still followed orders to continue working, but as the escort legion, they still kept part of their attention on LiRulong. Once everyone had left, LiRulong tried to calm down. Brother System, what is this shopping record about? What is Order 1 spent with mall currency? If you're blind, just dig it out. The system said stiffly. LiRulong trembled as he clicked on the transaction details of Order 1 in his consciousness. And when he saw it listed as defect-free version, white-eyed Superman template shipped, used, no returns accepted, he finally understood he had been misled by the amount. Brother System, I'm sorry, I've never seen so much money. LiRulong apologized to the system with heartfelt regret, but the system showed no response. Brother System, I misjudged you. You know, your system race must have a mother system too. In the future, I will definitely arrange for a sister-in-law for myself. Screw you. Don't talk crap. The system suddenly cursed. Brother System, look at Zod and their current situation. If I heal them, what do I need to buy with my mall currency? Medical care, top-level body recovery, and life recovery capsules. LiRulong knew that life medical pods could treat ordinary people, but they were of no use to Kryptonian Supermen. He had originally hoped to absorb sunlight to help them recover, but after observing for a while, he found they were still the same as when they were brought in. He could only seek help from the system, and fortunately, this time the system gave him advice. Category list. Here, intelligent collaboration, system products, home life, weapons and armor. Brother Tong, is your boss really surnamed Lu? Big world purchase. Here, medical care. LiRulong carefully searched for the 2 types of capsule medicines suggested by the system and finally found the target at the last entry of the list. Clicking on medical care, the interface instantly switched to the product catalog. Looking at the dazzling array of medical care products, LiRulong unconsciously swallowed. 99 Transformation Golden Pill. Transform into a deity. Step on Saints. Retail price. Bulk price for 10. Heavenly Repair Pill. 1 divine pill swallowed. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Retail price. Bulk price for 10. Divine Beast Spiritual Awareness Powder. Koi turns into a divine dragon. Mouse turns into a treasure. Retail price. Bulk price for 10. Good products, but too damn expensive. Looking at the top-ranked divine pills, LiRulong wanted them all, but when he saw the prices, he could only look. Physical Recovery Capsule. Specifically repairs the body. Even if only one essence remains, note, crush the capsule and apply it. It can only repair the body, cannot revive the dead. Retail price. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Top Grade, Divine Grade. 1025 5100. Bulk price for 100. 923 4795. Life Recovery Capsule. Revives within 24 hours. After 24 hours, each to their fate. Note, can only revive life, cannot repair the body. Retail price. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Top Grade, Divine Grade. 1530 60 120. Bulk price for 100. 1438 57 115. After reading the prices, LiRulong quickly scanned how many Kryptonian supermen he could bring back from the sun. Damn. 400,000 people. In the end, only brought back people that 320,000 had already been completely vaporized by the Black Death cannon. He looked at his balance. On average, that is only about 143 per person, which is not enough to buy both types of capsules. Brother Tong, I don't have enough mall currency. Can you ask Brother Lu if he has any credit line? Can you open a white period interest-free limit? LiRulong asked with a hopeful face. Do you have a serious illness? This stuff is illegal, let alone 100 periods. Even 1,000 periods you probably can't afford. If you can't afford the top grade, then buy the advanced ones, but it won't be able to restore instantly. You'll have to recuperate yourself. The system said helplessly, while also mocking that LiRulong really thought of this. You're a silver super, instead of finding a way. You just want to take advantage. I'm embarrassed for you if other systems find out. How am I supposed to hang out in the circle? Advanced ones, on average, cost 104 per person, so you still need to spend mall currency, but it's manageable. LiRulong made his decision. Just as he was about to input the quantity, he suddenly discovered a problem and hurriedly asked, Hey, Brother Tong, wait a minute. Why are the wholesale price discounts different? Low price, low profit. What else do you want? Free shipping. Cough, cough, never mind. The system replied somewhat sarcastically, but suddenly changed the subject halfway through. Free shipping? LiRulong directly noted those two words in his heart. He knew the system definitely had something hidden from him, but it might also be related to higher dimensions, which it didn't dare to mention yet. After inputting the quantity, when selecting the address, 3 options indeed appeared. Home delivery, off-site storage, direct use. The latter was accompanied by an explanation. Home delivery means delivering the purchased items to the buyer. Off-site storage means sending the items to a designated location, while direct use means directly putting it into the buyer's mouth after purchase. He chose home delivery and then placed the order and made the payment, all in one go, without any hesitation. After the payment was successful, a small blue vortex suddenly appeared in front of him, just like the one he used when he crossed over. 2 small silver rings flew out of the vortex and floated in front of him. He hurriedly grabbed them. At the moment of contact, a festive and cheerful voice entered his mind. Thank you for shopping at the System Mall. Because this is your first order, we specially gift you 2 limited edition space rings. You only need to use your mental strength or blood to activate the ring function. The purchased items have been separately stored within, and we look forward to your next visit. Looking at the 2 rings in his hand, LiRulong instantly felt he had made a profit. But then he frowned again. Brother Tong, wait a minute. This ring says it's my first order. But didn't you buy me the flawless silver Superman template before? That is not the same. Bro, I took the back door to buy one at wholesale price. Otherwise, how do you think you could save any money? The system said somewhat proudly. Then why didn't you just now? Can't. You can only use personal connections once. Speechless. LiRulong could only wear the 2 rings on his fingers and then tried to use his biological force field to touch them. The next second, he seemed to see a chaotic world. This was a very quiet space where he couldn't feel the flow of time at all. He extended his biological force field and perception deep into it until he touched some barrier, and just then he hurriedly stopped. The feedback information told him that the 2 rings were the same. The length, width, and height of the space inside were all 1,000 kilometers, forming a cube. And the 2 types of capsule medicines he purchased were quietly placed in the center of the cube. He took out one of each, the red life recovery capsule and the green physical recovery capsule, which were about the size of ordinary cold medicine capsules, but their effects were extraordinary. "Everyone come over." LiRulong called Qi Lao and the others to his side and then displayed the capsules to them. This green one is the physical recovery capsule. After crushing it, apply it directly or drop it on each person's body or limbs. Once their bodies are restored without any missing parts, then put this red life recovery capsule in their mouths. He took out one of each capsule and placed them in front of the cosmic space, warning them again to be careful, not to miss any one of them, and to absolutely not mix up the order. After hearing this, Qi Lao and the others stood there dumbfounded. No one stepped forward to take any. "General, we know you're very sad, but this capsule, it..." Qi Lao asked softly. LiRulong immediately glared at him, and Qi Lao immediately shut up, then hurriedly took one and flew towards Zod's corpse. Seeing their superior take one, the others also stepped forward and automatically searched for their rescue targets after taking theirs. Everyone found their targets, flew to the corpses or limbs, but they didn't proceed to the next action. Instead, they watched Qi Lao from a distance. LiRulong also watched him from afar. He wanted to see the effects of these two capsules and whether they were indeed false advertising. Qi Lao looked at Zod, who had no skin, no breath, and no heartbeat, comparable to a freshly roasted lamb. Then he looked at the green capsule he was carefully holding in his left hand and the red capsule in his right hand. He didn't know where the general got these two things, but he was afraid they wouldn't work, which would be another blow to the general. Feeling the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes on him and LiRulong's scrutiny, he gritted his teeth and, following LiRulong's instructions, pressed the green capsule directly onto Zod's somewhat meaty chest. He then stepped back 2 paces and quietly watched him, even activating his X-ray vision to scan the other party continuously. From the broken capsule, silver particles spilled out, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. The moment they touched the skin, they instantly absorbed into it, with hardly a trace wasted. Then, from Zod's chest, it began to spread throughout his entire body, pausing slightly when it reached his shoulders and the roots of his thighs. Suddenly, it continued to extend until it formed the shape of Zod's lost arms and legs. The radiance even blocked Kaleo's probing, making it impossible for LiRulong, who was far away, to see what was happening inside the silver light. Time passed minute by minute, and LiRulong and the others kept watching Zod's condition. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that the silver light vanished, and everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. The 2 legs and 1 arm that had originally disappeared from Zod's body reappeared, and the skin that had been vaporized grew back, even whiter and more delicate than before. Seeing this, LiRulong breathed a sigh of relief. At least the advanced version of the body recovery capsule really worked. However, upon closer inspection, he found that some wounds had not completely healed. But for a Kryptonian, these minor injuries were trivial. With more sunlight, they would eventually recover. Kaleo, seeing Zod's flesh restored, was so excited that he nearly crushed the red capsule in his fist, but thankfully he quickly restrained himself. Otherwise, wasting such a precious divine medicine would have led to him finding a way to end his own life, as he would have no face to live in his clan. He immediately approached, pried Zod's mouth open, and stuffed the red capsule inside. The moment it touched Zod's newly formed skin, Kaleo even felt a pang of envy. Zod's skin looked better than that of Fiora, who had been on skincare since the beginning, even more radiant. He wanted that too. Just as he was fantasizing, he suddenly heard faint thumping sounds. He quickly listened closely and realized it was Zod's heartbeat. Although it wasn't strong yet, it at least proved he was alive again. Kaleo immediately stepped back, turned around, and raised his fist high, signaling to the distant LiRulong that they had succeeded. "What the hell are you looking at? Get to work!" He then shouted excitedly at the other stunned individuals. This bunch of little bastards dared not to trust the general. Once they had time, he would make them all train harder. Kaleo smiled while cursing. But everyone was Superman. No matter how quietly he spoke, the others heard him clearly. They all internally mocked that the one who initially questioned the general was this bald guy, and now he actually dared to shirk responsibility? They wondered if he could even take on any of them in a one-on-one fight. Kaleo suddenly felt a chill, as if some hostility brushed past him. The bald Denai, who was helping the Dragon Star rescue team search for survivors, also felt as if someone was mentioning him but didn't know who it was. So he could only curiously scratch his bald head and look around. "Stop scratching, it won't grow back. Get to work." Zhang Peng, who had transformed into a humanoid, mobile warrior beside him, quickly scolded him. On the sun's side, silver bright spots appeared simultaneously, and the people guarding around them were all closely watching the bright spots in front of them. Some had severe injuries, missing arms and legs or skin, while others had lost their heads, and some were left with only one leg or one hand. They were all thinking about restoring their original forms, and 10 minutes later, the silver light disappeared simultaneously. The comrades who had previously lacked bodies or had severe physical defects reappeared before them. Although they still had many injuries, the others didn't care at all. They then stuffed red capsules into their mouths and continued to wait quietly for their comrades to regain their heartbeats. Thump, 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 thump. The faint heartbeat confirmed that the comrades from the same clan had revived and returned to their side. Everyone wanted to shout with excitement, but they were silenced by a biological force field scan from LiRulong. They knew this was a warning from the general not to disturb their comrades' recovery and rest. They could only silently return behind LiRulong, gently high-fiving and embracing each other to celebrate. LiRulong finally relaxed. He still had other things to do. Kaleo, you take 5,000 people to stay here and take care of Zod and the others. If they wake up, they're not allowed to leave the sun until they fully recover. Yes, General. I guarantee to complete the task. Kaleo suppressed his excitement and immediately saluted in assurance. The others went to the battlefield to assist in rescue efforts, and if they found severed limbs or bodies, they were to preserve them properly. As for whether they could save their comrades' lives, they would deal with that later. Yes, General. After the others received their orders, they quickly flew toward the battlefield. LiRulong then turned to head toward the Black Dragon, as he was very concerned about the spatial anchor point mentioned by that long-necked creature. Tonga, can that spatial anchor point be removed? Previously, with your Silver Superman strength, it was impossible, but now with the system all, it can be done. Oh, then I'll take a look. He immediately began searching for related items in the mall. Primordial Pearl. The Primordial Pearl contains the universe, and I am a master of my universe. Retail price. Available quantity. 1. 10 yuan 10 ring hidden space formation. 10-dimensional 10-fold reinforced barrier. Hidden world undetectable by anyone. Retail price. Available quantity. 2. After looking through more than 20 pages, each page containing 10 impressive and high-end items, unfortunately, he couldn't afford any of them. Until the last few pages, he finally found something he could afford with a longer shelf life. 1 yuan reinforcer. For you, a poor soul, who still wants to be a stable salted fish. This product is for you. Note, extreme reinforcement of a barrier in an anomalous dimensional world once, and eliminates all external anchor points or external forces probing ability, but the effect lasts only 5 years. Retail price. Minimum purchase. 10. Looking at the remaining balance of over 3 million, LiRulong gritted his teeth and bought one full-price 1 yuan reinforcer, secretly cursing that calling it 1 yuan was ridiculous, as it was actually selling for over 2 million. A blue vortex appeared again, but this time it directly ejected a black glass ball without giving away 2 spatial rings as before. So stingy. LiRulong complained while quickly catching the glass ball in his hand. This item was a luxury worth 2 million mall coins. A stream of information automatically transmitted to him, including the usage method, effects, and precautions. Everything was there, but there was no manufacturer listed. After knowing how to use it, LiRulong directly crushed it. A strong yet non-destructive wave instantly spread outward, and the speed of the spread was so fast that even the Silver Superman couldn't keep up with his eyes. Having basically done everything he could for now and eliminated the hidden dangers of the spatial anchor point, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as LiRulong was about to discuss something with the system, he suddenly realized that the countdown in his mind had stopped. 2311, 2025, 2311, 2025. What's going on? LiRulong hurriedly asked in confusion. You just used a fixed device, which was introduced as being able to eliminate external hazards for 5 years, right? The system replied directly. Oh yeah, that's great. Then we have 5 more years of development time. By then, won't Longxing be ready to take off? LiRulong was very excited. He planned to tell Zhou Lao and the others about this news soon, with an additional 5 years of preparation time. Coupled with the technology brought by Al Xiao and others in breaking down foreign civilizations, as well as waging wars in the current universe, Longxing's strength would definitely far exceed its current state. There might even be a chance to reach the peak of level 2 civilization or even the early stage of level 3 civilization. This is good news, but I have 3 bad news for you. Do you want to hear them? Just as LiRulong was daydreaming, the system's words poured cold water on him, making him calm down instantly. First, the game in the Longxing world is paused, but the mall currency needed for the system mall is obtained through killing and winning. Although I don't need to follow the rules completely, I can't bypass the strict regulations to conjure up mall currency for you. Is mall currency good? Good. Is mall currency desirable? Desirable. Do you want god-level items? Yes. These were the 3 major conclusions LiRulong had just come to when he spent earlier. Now, the system directly told him that mall currency could not be obtained, at least not a single cent, for 5 years. This immediately made LiRulong feel a bit dejected. Cheer up, this is just the first bad news. Listen to the second one. I could control the selection of traversing worlds a bit before, but now I can't do it because the loopholes have also been disabled for 5 years. Damn, this news was a bolt from the blue for LiRulong. Now that Longxing was developing so fast and its strength was so strong, it was all thanks to the helpful worlds, and the biggest credit here was his brother Tom. If he couldn't bring back primitive world civilization, what would he bring back? Not to mention the small population, they were uncivilized, unable to recognize characters. What is the use? Be quiet, cheer up, and listen to the third one. The essential condition for civilization upgrade is that Longxing can almost achieve level 2 based on its own development. But level 3 is basically impossible now. If the first bad news extinguished LiRulong's desire to shop, and the second bad news temporarily interrupted Longxing's external assistance, then the third one would directly cut off the future of his civilization. Brother Tom, this won't do. Didn't you say before that if we don't reach level 3 civilization, then this game is basically doomed? LiRulong was really anxious this time. He didn't know how to explain it to Zhou Lao and the others. You're anxious, but it's useless. However, it doesn't mean that the future is completely cut off as you think. Let me put it this way. Let's not talk about primitive civilizations. After all, you can only play around your home planet's starry sky. A level 1 civilization can completely utilize all resources and energy in its own civilization star system, like how well you guys have been playing in the solar system. A level 2 civilization needs to go beyond its home star system, engaging in colonization or war between star systems and galaxies. You have already touched the edge, but you haven't categorized levels and scales according to your existing war potential. Instead, summarizing a system of levels that completely suits your civilization from your 5,000 years of civilization history. This really impressed me. For a level 3 civilization, there are 2 major aspects that must be touched upon: time science and space science. You temporarily have a direction in space science, and it's just a matter of time before you achieve results. But in terms of time science research, you, or rather the current universe, have basically not touched upon it. The system explained a lot and detailed the differences from primitive to level 3 civilization. LiRulong certainly knew the current status of Longxing and understood that the system's mention of touching upon space-related knowledge was due to the OMA box he had previously retrieved, which contained space studies. As long as it wasn't in use, it had almost always been placed in the Academy of Sciences, being researched by the Space Theory Project team led by Director Huang. Moreover, a few years ago, he had heard Director Huang mention that they had some basic theoretical verification directions, but they still needed more time and for some materials capable of supporting space. They were almost in a blank state. However, he didn't know anything about time theory science. Brother Tom, are you saying this because of the Black Death Obliteration Star? LiRulong subconsciously asked. That's right. Do you remember what happened when we obtained the Black Death Obliteration Star and returned? It seemed instantaneous, but in fact, a long time passed because the Black Death Obliteration Star contains all known and unknown ability systems. Otherwise, why would those bird people and that dwarf come to this barren dimension at great effort? And don't think it's easy to come once. It costs a considerable price. So, in the future, is there a chance to get another one? You're thinking too much. If this thing could be obtained so easily, it wouldn't be valuable. The system retorted irritably, but LiRulong only asked with a glimmer of hope. But what can be done? He couldn't blame the system. After all, his brother Tong used the Black Death Obliteration Star to save him. LiRulong stood outside the Black Dragon, with his hands on his hips, floating in place, lost in thought. By the way, brother Tong, what happened to the system we captured in the Gundam Seed world? LiRulong suddenly remembered this thing and hurriedly asked. Don't mention it. Every time I do, I get angry. This little Brad is so uncooperative. I've poked him 999 times, and he still won't confess. Confess? Confess what? Isn't it direct devouring? His true name. Every system has a unique true name. The unique true name of the system? This was the first time LiRulong had heard of it. He muttered casually. The true name of the system is the greatest secret of the system and must be kept at all costs. Not only do the civilizations assisted by the system participate in the game and fight each other, but even among the systems, once they discover each other, they will find ways to devour each other. But there is a prerequisite, which is to know the true name of the other party. The system patiently explained it to him. It seemed like he had seen a similar setting somewhere before, where if a god's true name was known, they would be enslaved by the other. LiRulong suddenly thought of it, but back then he was still in elementary school in the original world, and his memory was not very deep. By the way, brother Tong, what's your true name? I keep calling you Brother Tong. It doesn't T sound good. He suddenly said. Get lost. What a terrible name. Should I call you Brother Roll from now on? The system no longer paid attention to him. Even when LiRulong asked various questions, the system remained silent. No. Stop. Bastard. If you don't confess, I won't ask anymore. I'll just destroy you. I'm called. Bai Jin. No. You. Inside the system, two different voices rang out. One pleading, the other filled with anger. The pleading voice was no longer devoid of emotion like before. It was filled with despair until it was completely consumed by the furious system. What was happening here, LiRulong did not know. He had already entered the bridge of the Black Dragon. Looking at the busy personnel on the bridge, LiRulong stopped the bridge guard officer from announcing the commander's arrival. Quick, a batch of wounded has just come in from area B-199. Get the transport team over there immediately. Old NOV. Contact Deputy Legion Commander Daniai. Area F-013 needs to be breached. Zhang Zhong was coordinating the rescue efforts for the heavily damaged 6th Fleet alongside the station Defense Minister Xiong, while Commander Wang and others were on the fleet's flagship, responsible for rescue operations in other areas and post-war matters. LiRulong quietly walked up behind him and handed him a bottle of water. Area C-323. Don't get in the way. Oh, it's you, kid. Hey. Just as Defense Minister Xiong was about to ask, he suddenly noticed the bottle of water being handed to him. At that moment, he had no time to drink. Just as he was about to scold the person, he realized it was LiRulong and quickly changed his tone. How are Zod and the others? Casualties? Are they severe? Defense Minister Xiong asked, somewhat fatigued but still proactive. 320,000 dead. The ones we save have all been sent to the sun to recuperate. Zaleo is taking care of them. LiRulong reported the casualty figures in a deep voice, causing Defense Minister Xiong and Zhang Zhong to widen their eyes in shock. That was 320,000 Kryptonian super soldiers. They had all been wiped out in one shot, and LiRulong had used the term saved, which meant that Zod and more than 80,000 others were not intact. 320,000 Kryptonian super soldiers. That's a tremendous loss. It seems that in the future... No. Defense Minister Xiong, stroking his chin, was seriously about to say something when he was suddenly interrupted by LiRulong. The others looked at LiRulong, knowing what Defense Minister Xiong was going to say. If they were in the position of the planetary defense minister, they would certainly make the same decision. Uncle Xiong, Zod and 400,000 Kryptonian compatriots voluntarily went to fend off enemy attacks for their comrades behind them without any coercive orders. If you plan to keep them hidden in the future and treat them as strategic weapons, unwilling to use them, then it would truly be a waste for them. LiRulong spoke seriously to Defense Minister Xiong and the other senior generals nearby. Zod is a soldier. The others are soldiers too. Zod and his companions are Dragon Star people. Are the others not Dragon Star people? They are supermen. When our Huaxia nation resisted invasion, in the hearts of the people, who among them was not a superman? As LiRulong's voice grew louder, the busy captain and even the officers and operators responsible for communications and orders turned to look at him. Uncle Xiong, Old Zhang, everyone, please remember, whether they are from Krypton or other civilizations that have joined Dragon Star, regardless of their noble or lowly origins, or whether their abilities are immensely powerful or unnoticed, as long as they acknowledge themselves as Dragon Star people and part of our Huaxia nation, they have already prepared to sacrifice for the people and the nation at any time when they joined. Whoever it is, even me or Old Joe, or you Uncle Xiong, or you, can die for the Huaxia nation, for the Huaxia people, for the continuation of Huaxia civilization when needed. At that moment, LiRulong exuded a powerful aura. Tears welled in the eyes of Defense Minister Xiong and others as they looked at the youngest person on the bridge. Defense Minister Xiong took a step back and suddenly bowed to LiRulong, startling him into quickly stepping aside and supporting him back up. Uncle Xiong, I just wanted to express my heartfelt thoughts. After all, my elders and teachers instilled these ideas in me since I was young. I know this is all correct. I might have gotten a bit emotional just now and said too much. LiRulong said somewhat bashfully, No, Rulong, wearing this military uniform, bowing is inappropriate. But I have my reasons for doing so. Defense Minister Xiong straightened his back, surveyed the surroundings, and said to everyone, What Rulong said just now is correct. Although we have always done this, sometimes in our hearts, we inevitably regard our newly joined compatriots as outsiders. I sometimes think that way too. This is wrong. And I reflect on it. When I heard Rulong say that 320,000 Kryptonian brothers had fallen, I fell heartache. But more than that, I felt a sense of guilt towards guests, thinking as the host, I failed to protect my guests. In the future, I will no longer regard them as guests. They are all one of us, masters of Dragon Star, the seeds of civilization's inheritance and continuation, the future. Defense Minister Xiong's speech was passionate, and those around him deeply resonated with it. Clap, clap. The nearby Xiong Nov actively applauded. Although he was an ordinary person, he was from another world and had long felt that locals like Zhang Zhong would often accommodate or even yield to them, the so-called guests, which made him uncomfortable. But he couldn't express it, as he could not represent others, nor could he voice his opinion. Now, it was good. The military's top leader, Defense Minister Xiong, had made things clear and set the tone for their future, finally allowing him and others to feel completely at ease. Clap, clap, clap. The applause grew more enthusiastic, with everyone applauding in agreement. From this moment on, all barriers were completely eliminated. LiRulong also smiled and clapped. But he was puzzled. I really am not suited for politics. I never thought there was such a deeper meaning. It was a stroke of luck. But the outcome was even better. LiRulong felt a bit embarrassed, and quickly signaled to Defense Minister Xiong that there was something important to discuss. After handing military affairs back to Zhang Zhong, Defense Minister Xiong returned to his exclusive command cabin with LiRulong. LiRulong took a minute to wash up and change back into his military uniform before sitting down in front of Defense Minister Xiong. Originally, he could have done this much quicker, but he thought about the simple plans for the next 5 years and the things he needed to explain to them. He lit a cigar for Uncle Xiong that he had brought back from abroad years ago, and lit one himself from the family brand of Likun. The two began to puff smoke. You kids aren't just here to smoke with me, are you? With this time, you might as well hurry back to increase the national population. Defense Minister Xiong looked at LiRulong with a mischievous smile. No, Uncle Xiong, we just finished a battle. You want me to go back and be happy? That doesn't seem right. Don't say that. Fighting is the business of Dragon Star. And having children is also the business of Dragon Star. Now we are here keeping an eye on things. You can't help much. Just leave Danny I and the others to me. Defense Minister Xiong took a puff of his cigar, savoring the rich smoke. Anyway, I'm strong and healthy. Nothing will happen. LiRulong stared blankly at him, extinguishing the cigarette in his hand. Uncle Xiong, please stop joking. I need to discuss serious matters with you. Seeing LiRulong so serious, Defense Minister Xiong also put away his joking demeanor. Go ahead. The alien who spoke about the Black Death Annihilation Star before the war was indeed here with me. But due to an accident, it is gone. LiRulong Shuja. After hearing this, Defense Minister Xiong didn't pay much attention. That thing was not originally from Dragon Star. And if it were truly in LiRulong's hands, Dragon Star would be able to control it, and he would definitely turn it over. Since it hasn't been submitted, it indicates that there are significant issues with this thing. If it's gone, it's gone. But can you tell me what the Black Death Annihilation Star actually is? Those aliens are so crazy that they go to war at the slightest suspicion. In fact, not only is he suspicious, but even Zhou Lao and the others far away on Dragon Star want to know what the Black Death Annihilation Star is used for. LiRulong was just about to speak when Minister Xiong raised his hand to stop him. Don't say anything yet. Let's go back to the capital. Zhou Lao and the others want to know too. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. You rest for a bit. I need to arrange for the injured and the follow-up work, which should take a few hours to sort out. Then I'll call Old Wang and Old Zhang to go back together. He opened the door and left directly. LiRulong lay on the sofa, once again calculating his plan in his mind. To persuade Zhou Lao and the others, it would probably take a lot of effort. Dragon Star, Huaxia Continent, the capital. The former Haidang Hall has now become a gathering place for LiRulong's small meetings, and they seldom meet here anymore. This time, everyone gathered here again, evidently placing special importance on the Black Death Annihilation Star mentioned by LiRulong. Everyone sat down by department, and those who could come were the top commanders and deputy heads from various departments and the military. First, Minister Xiong and Commander Wang introduced the results of the war against the invaders, tentatively classified as alien civilizations, and provided a detailed report. The process was omitted. The entire war had been documented and broadcasted to the Dragon Star Command Center via the battlefield footage sent back by Fuxi and Xinyuan. The war against the alien civilization invaders ended with our complete annihilation of the enemy. Although we won the war, our casualty rate was very high, with nearly 320,000 Kryptonian soldiers killed, and General Zod was severely injured. Both he and the critically injured Kryptonian soldiers were sent by Rulong to the sun for treatment. He also reported to me that although Zod and his comrades were severely injured, they were out of life-threatening danger and would fully recover given some time. The Dragon Star Navy's 6th Fleet, which took the lead in this battle, suffered the heaviest casualties, followed by the 5th and 3rd fleets, while the other fleets sustained almost no damage. The 6th fleet's loss rate exceeded 74, with casualties among personnel and a 60 loss of warships that were irreparable and needed to be rebuilt. All the injured have been rescued, but the bodies of the fallen soldiers cannot be brought back. They were instantly killed by the enemy's super destroyer weapons. If it weren't for General Zod and 400,000 Kryptonian compatriots sacrificing themselves to hold the line at the last moment, the casualty rate of the 6th, 7th, 5th, 4th, and 3rd fleets would have been unimaginable, and even the remaining 1st and 2nd fleets would not have been able to mount a strong defense. Commander Wong's low voice concluded the war report, and then he returned to his seat with a grim expression. Since Dragon Star entered the universe and established its fleet, he has served as the first commander of the Cosmic Navy, fighting 2 wars with many casualties each time. Although this time, due to the strengthening of the physical capabilities of the entire Dragon Star population, and with the involvement of 1.8 million super Kryptonian warriors like LiRulong and Zod. Now, except for Kryptonians, ordinary soldiers can completely heal from any injuries without leaving aftereffects. However, the numbers still weighed heavily on his heart, especially with nearly 400,000 soldiers sacrificed and 320,000 Kryptonian soldiers killed. All right, Xiao Wang, I see your expression. Are you thinking of taking on all the responsibility again? Zhou Lao smiled as he looked at Commander Wang, who had just sat down. Enough, you always do this. To be honest, regardless of any ethnicity, this time 720,000 soldiers sacrificed is already the maximum effort you and Rulong could muster. Of course, the control of the battlefield and the adaptive command by you and the commanders of the various fleets played a crucial role. Zhou Lao is right. Of course, the willingness of our Kryptonian compatriots and General Zod to sacrifice themselves exemplifies the greatness of the proletarian warriors. We should be grateful to them and honor our fallen comrades. Zhou Lao and Yang Lao summarized for everyone, also to soothe the military leaders and try to lessen their psychological burdens. This matter was considered past. The next step was to deal with the spoils, which would be handled by the Academy of Sciences. However, this time, it was Director Huang from the Academy who came, and Iurkio did not attend the meeting. We're still tallying the spoils, but according to the data sent back by Xiao AI, we are likely to achieve another breakthrough in material science. We will discuss the specifics after he leads the research team to finish. Director Huang succinctly concluded and sat back down. Old Huang, why didn't your deputy director AI come? Old Zhang blinked at Director Huang. Since Iurkio joined Dragon Star, he has attended almost all meetings, enjoying summarizing from the meetings and then determining and planning his future research direction based on the thoughts of various departments. Well, Director Huang, didn't he know how to explain and instinctively looked toward LiRulong. Director Huang, what's wrong with him? Did he get into trouble again? LiRulong asked in confusion. No, he didn't get into trouble. He just brought back a long-necked alien and said he wanted to interrogate it personally. He even borrowed a few anatomy and traditional medicine experts from a medical department. Hey, you old scholar, what's there to be embarrassed about? Old Zhang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Iurkio's antics must be earth-shattering, including his wife. It's fine, it's fine. No, I was just thinking about the smile on his face when he came back, a bit. Never mind, let fate take its course. After Director Huang finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair, his expression suggesting that they should wait for results. He was going to wash his hands of it. At this moment, everyone turned their attention to LiRulong, as this meeting was convened early at his request. LiRulong stood up, walked to the front, and said, as you all know, the countdown clock behind me represents something. The sudden appearance of this enemy was entirely unexpected. Although we paid a great price and finally annihilated the intruding enemy, it also presented us with new opportunities. He glanced around at the audience. Some frowned, some looked puzzled, but everyone continued to watch him. This countdown could be extended by 826 days, which is 5 years. Wow. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room became somewhat chaotic. They didn't understand why LiRulong said that. Everyone, please be quiet and let me finish. I previously obtained a device called a unitary fixer. At that time, I didn't know what it was for, so I just kept it. I found a reason that at least they could accept for the items purchased from Mall. As for whether they believe it or not, does it matter? At the end of the war, I captured a living alien, the long-necked one that Iurkio is currently interrogating. He mentioned something very important. Our universe has been pushed into something called a space anchor point by more powerful beings from other universes. This space anchor point will continuously mark the location of our universe and can even pay a price to send people or armies into our universe, which is also the reason for the sudden appearance of this enemy. In the conference room, everyone widened their eyes. If what LiRulong said was true, wouldn't their universe become a sieve, allowing anyone to come and go as they pleased? What would the countdown be useful for then? They couldn't guard against intruders every night. Ahem. Old Joe lightly coughed to get everyone to close their mouths and continue listening to LiRulong. My first thought at that moment was to quickly eliminate this spatial anchor point, but just then, the one-element stabilizer I was carrying reacted and activated automatically. LiRulong made a speechless expression and shrugged. After using it, I realized what it was for. It could reinforce the spatial barriers of our universe and eliminate all external interference, such as spatial anchor points, regardless of whether there was one or countless before. Once the one-element stabilizer took effect, they would all be automatically eliminated, and no external forces could again enter our universe through abnormal means. After LiRulong finished speaking, everyone in the room instantly became happy. So, they would be safe from now on. But then everyone suddenly reacted. LiRulong had just mentioned 1826 days, 5 years. Could it be? LiRulong, does this stabilizer only have a 5-year validity? Elder Yang was the first to voice the question everyone was thinking. Yes, Elder Yang. Everyone, that's why I mentioned the 5-year time concept first. Although Old Joe and the others felt 5 years was too short, after all, they had lifespans of thousands of years. At least it could give Longxing 5 more years of preparation time. They quickly calculated in their minds which area to focus on developing in these 5 years. Whether to continue leaning towards the military or to develop colonies and spread some seeds throughout the universe. Zhou Ji rubbed his hands together over his thermos, and his furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. LiRulong, did you just say this magical thing is called the one-element stabilizer? Which one? Which element? Zhou Ji directly asked. 1 from 1, 2, 3, 4, the element from the era. LiRulong clarified for him. After hearing this, Zhou Ji put the thermos on the table and excitedly continued to ask. So, is there a 2-element? A 3-element? Or even countless elements? Yes. Everyone in the room thought at the same time. If they could get a 2-element, that's a bit small. What if they could get a 99-element? 1 element for 5 years. That's 495 years. And who said it starts with 5 years? What if it grows exponentially or even? Well, I think there should be, but I also don't know how to obtain it. LiRulong swallowed hard, looking at everyone staring at him with gleaming eyes, and quickly found an excuse to dodge the question. Come on, I have 15 wives, don't look at me like that. Hey Uncle Xiong, can you wipe your drool? He also wanted to get a 99-element stabilizer, or even a permanent one, but where would he get the mall coins? There was nowhere to rob. After venting his frustrations in his heart, he hurriedly continued with his plans to shift their attention. Everyone, if there's an opportunity in the future, I'll try to get something even more impressive, but right now, I really don't have it. The purpose of my visit this time is twofold. First, to report to everyone on the current situation, and second, I have a plan that I've been contemplating for a while, and now that conditions are right, I'm preparing to have everyone help me oversee it. I plan to personally lead the Black Dragon and its troops to become space pirates for 5 years. After LiRulong's loud declaration, the entire room was shocked. They never thought that LiRulong, a fine red general, would want to become a villainous pirate. Was this plan serious? But not everyone was confused. At least Elder Zhou, Elder Yang, Elder Zhang, Zhou Ji, and military leaders like Director Xiong and Commander Wang all had serious expressions, contemplating LiRulong's proposed plan. Once they all calmed down, LiRulong continued. Well, I must first confess something to everyone. A few years ago, I spent over 3 years in space, and I did engage in piracy. Here, I reflect on that. You can stop there. Old Zhou directly interrupted LiRulong, who was wearing a remorseful and self-reproaching expression as if he were performing for them. Who in the room didn't know what kind of person he was? Was it necessary to act this out? Moreover, did you steal your neighbor's chicken or your compatriot's egg? Stealing from aliens. Can that even be called stealing? In any case, the reputation of a pirate is not something Longxing can afford. And LiRulong definitely cannot wear a skull hat. But if it were called something else, it might be acceptable. I do not agree with the term space pirate. No one present would agree to that. Old Joe made a decisive statement, instantly deflating LiRulong, who had prepared a lot of persuasive material. However, didn't T. John Bull get some kind of legal plunder certificate back in the day? After Old Joe finished speaking, Elder Yang suddenly interjected. They had collaborated for years and had both once managed the entire country's locomotive, working together quite harmoniously. Old Joe smiled. knowing Elder Yang would catch his lead without letting it fall. Yes, and at that time, being a pirate was not a derogatory term in their own eyes. It was a profession that explored for the country and sought honor. Director Xiong and the others quickly understood the implications of the two big shots words. They just want a nice name to avoid any blemish on themselves. Well then, let's call it the Longxing Exploration Fleet. Of course, if they encounter danger or non-cooperation, the appropriate use of force is unavoidable. Old Joe nodded. If it were called the Longxing Exploration Fleet, then there would be no problem. The Longxing Exploration Fleet? That name is good. I had a dream in my childhood to wield a sword. No, to command a fleet to explore the universe. I wonder if Rulong can give me that opportunity. Me too. The people in the conference room began to discuss excitedly, saying all sorts of things, but there was no opposition. They were all sharp-minded. With the exploration fleet, along with LiRulong and their team, how could they suffer losses? Wouldn't they just end up bringing back a lot of good things to Longxing? Who the hell would dare to oppose at this moment? They would be a traitor to the stars. On stage, LiRulong rolled his eyes, watching the unusually excited crowd below, listening to various outrageous and even audacious discussions, realizing that all the drafts he had thought about for a long time were wasted. He wanted to seek help from Elder Zhou and the others, only to find that Elder Zhou was having a small meeting with Elder Yang and Elder Zhang. Director Xiong and Commander Wang were squatting nearby, listening in. Since it's called a fleet, then let's send out more ships. Young Zhang is right. How much can one Black Dragon carry? Let's add 5 transport ships. Anyway, with the Black Dragon and Rulong, we don't need to waste resources. I think the current transport ships are too small. Why not let the Academy of Sciences and the shipyard work overtime to build something bigger, at least not smaller than the Black Dragon? Agreed. And let us not just make 5. Let's make it 10 for good measure, perfect in every way to get some good fortune. Seconded. Agreed. Although their voices were soft. The content of their discussion reached LiRulong's ears. Seeing their enthusiastic discussion, he didn't dare to interrupt and could only stand on stage, waiting for them to finish. After a while, the small meeting led by Old Joe was finally over. He knocked on the table to quiet everyone in the conference room. TSK, you finish your meeting and expect us to keep quiet? It really is a case of high officials being allowed to start fires while the common folks are not even permitted to light a lamp. Many people were interrupted in their thoughts, feeling somewhat dissatisfied but not daring to speak up. They could only mutter complaints in their hearts. Rulong, let's discuss your plan for the Dragon Star exploration fleet. It's not mine, it's yours. Besides, what is there to discuss? You've already named it and finished your discussions. LiRulong said with a smile, giving Old Joe a knowing look. Old Joe also smiled back at him. You could just speak plainly. That won't do. This is a consultative meeting. We can't have a one-man show. After their silent exchange, the meeting continued. We think your plan is good, but we have never actively invaded any country or interfered in other nations' internal affairs, so we do not recognize piracy. Of course, we fully support the exploration fleet for the purpose of exploring the unknown of Dragon Star. Therefore, it won't just be you and the Black Dragon. We have decided to add 20 of the latest developed warships to form the exploration fleet and escort you. As Old Joe spoke, the elders around him nodded in agreement. Look at that. It was perfect just a moment ago, and now it's doubled. And you mentioned the latest developed warships? Show me the blueprints. Where are they? Also, do those warships have cannons? Director Huang looked confused. He had been calculating with his colleagues from the Academy of Sciences what kind of alien technology they needed or how many scientists to send along. So he had overlooked Old Joe's small meeting. Now, they were talking about the latest developed warships, and he had no idea. Actually, all right, it's settled then. Also, your Uncle Xiong will temporarily step down as the Minister of Defense of Dragon Star and be appointed as the commander of the exploration fleet, while you will be the deputy commander. Zhou Ji will step down from his position as foreign minister and be appointed as the chief diplomat of the exploration fleet. Old Huang, I'll borrow Vice President Iurkio for 5 years to serve as the chief scientist aboard the fleet. How does that sound? Old Zhou arranged several positions and then asked Director Huang. That's fine, his wife, AI Mutant, is also a scientist. She can go along too. Director Huang nodded in agreement and even offered a buy one get one free deal. I'll also select 1000 academicians and various experts, along with 500 PhDs and graduate students, to go learn. Director Huang added, such a great opportunity. If the Academy of Sciences didn't need him to hold the fort, he would want to go himself. Old Joe nodded in satisfaction. With this, the fleet would be perfect. LiRulong wasn't skilled in fleet command, so they'd let Uncle Xiong take charge, while also keeping an eye on him to prevent any rash actions. The 1,000-year-old fox Zhou Ji would serve as chief diplomat. He would probably be able to talk any alien civilization into submission. Now, with scientist Iurkio added, the exploration fleet was taking shape. Moreover, he had heard that among the Kryptonians, aside from LiRulong, scientist Iurkio was actually the strongest. Even Zod and Zira couldn't gain any advantage against him. All right, that is settled. As for other personnel, you few leaders can discuss it among yourselves. My principle is, for the development of Dragon Star, all green lights. Clap, clap, clap. After old Joe's loud declaration, applause erupted in the conference room. Only LiRulong stood on the stage, clapping helplessly. Discussing? Did any of you ask me a single question? It doesn't seem matter anyway, as long as it allows me to go out and grab. No, I mean explore, that's fine. Although there was some discrepancy, the outcome was what he wanted, so it didn't seem matter. After the meeting, everyone hurried back to their respective posts, while old Joe kept LiRulong behind, and he, along with the elders, returned to his office to drink tea and smoke. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. After sitting down, LiRulong realized that the atmosphere in the office was off. He sat in the middle chair while the others sat across from him, resembling a three-court trial. Grandfathers, uncles, I still have things to do. You all, LiRulong asked quietly like a student caught making a mistake. Stop that. We didn't call you here for anything else. We just want to know if you have any plans to have great-grandchildren, Elder Zhang said, puffing on a cigarette and glaring at LiRulong, his tone very displeased. The others laughed, and no one came to his rescue. Grandpa, well, pregnancy depends on probability. It's not something I can decide. He was scared to death. It turned out to be this. He simply leaned back in his chair. Stop talking nonsense. Is it that you're unable? Does Xiao Huang still have those blue little pills? Send him a few boxes. He should take them every day. I think it's fine. Even if there is a probability, have you forgotten how many wives you have? Your probability can't be zero, right? Or should we let a traditional Chinese medicine doctor check him out? After all, there is no way for Western medicine to operate. That thing of his is too. Hey, Grandpa Li, mine is perfectly normal. Not small at all. Elderly was interrupted by LiRulong before he could finish his sentence. What does no way to operate mean? What does that thing mean? This is slander against his reputation. You kid, when did I say you were small? You don't know how hard you are. What can Western medicine do to operate on you? Old Joe and the others burst into laughter. Teasing him was a joke, but they genuinely hoped LiRulong would have descendants. All right, stop scaring him. Rulong, we truly hope you can have a few descendants. Our nation has always emphasized that there are 3 unfilial acts, and having no descendants is the greatest. Although thoughts have modernized, it still depends on the individual. That's right. Also, the other warships for the exploration fleet still need to be built. We privately learned that it will take about 2 months to complete. During this time, aside from coordinating supplies and personnel selection, you will have 5 days off a week, work for 2 days, and the rest of the time, you should stay at home. LiRulong looked at the big shots who clearly laid out his arrangements and could only accept it helplessly. He left Huaxia and strolled back home. Tong, do you think I can have descendants? You are already a silver hyper. Using a biological force field to wrap it up and controlling it well, there is still a high probability. After the system explained, LiRulong's eyes lit up. It seems I'm destined to branch out in this world. By the way, did I forget something? Stinky Rulong. Stinky Rulong. You love him. You love him. Hello. Hello. In a delicate 2-story building in a welcoming new military district, Lux Klein was on the second-floor balcony, vigorously pounding on the cushion in her arms. A group of colorful hello robots bounced around her feet happily. Oh, who has upset the princess? A teasing voice came from outside the balcony. Lux quickly looked up and saw the person floating on the second floor. It was her beloved, Rulong. She instinctively called out happily, but then turned her head aside, pouting with her cheeks puffed up. What are you doing here? Lux said, somewhat dissatisfied. LiRulong smiled slightly and didn't mind. He was originally in the wrong, and after coming back, he got busy preparing for war, then went to the battlefield, attended meetings, and as a result, he really forgot about this princess, leaving her alone in Welcome City, guarding an empty house. I'm really sorry. I've been busy since I returned. The war just ended, and I immediately had a meeting, and then rushed to find you. Did you get hurt? After LiRulong apologized, Lux dropped the pillow in her arms and ran to the terrace railing, looking at the man in front of her with concern. She even kicked away the silent black hello. Black hello. I'm black. I have no presence. LiRulong flew onto the terrace and took Lux's delicate hands, as slender as green onions. Don't worry, I'm fine. Although LiRulong spoke with a smile. His voice was a bit low. He was fine, but his subordinates had suffered over 320 000 casualties. Lux, who was naturally smart and good at observing people's hearts, noticed something was off with LiRulong. She instantly thought it might be that his subordinates or even friends had encountered issues in the recently concluded war, which was why he showed such an expression. It's good that you're fine. War is like that. Once it begins, it's a matter of life and death. In the previous world, I always hoped to resolve the conflicts between adjusters and natural people through dialogue. Lux said solemnly, then looked seriously at LiRulong. However, I have come to understand this world somewhat, of course, through the internet. You know, we in the future must work for the survival of the Huaxia human race. Everyone is working towards a common goal, with no internal divisions. This is what I have longed for, and I didn't expect your world to have achieved it. Rest assured, I couldn't do anything before, but now that I am by your side and have come to this world with you, your vision will be the direction I assist you in. Lux showed a warm smile like sunshine, melting away the traces of sadness in LiRulong's heart. Lux, well, no matter what, please take care of me in the future, my lord. Lux stopped LiRulong's words, stood on her tiptoes, gently stroked his cheek, and focused on his face. LiRulong directly kissed her, on this terrace, under the setting sun. Huaxia continent, capital city, Sihiyuan. Please take care of me in the future. Everyone. Lux clasped her hands together on her abdomen, deeply bowing to the 13 girls in front of her. Zhang Jitai and the others looked at this pink-haired girl, who seemed to have walked out of a comic, and were a bit unsure how to respond. LiRulong stood awkwardly to the side, turning his head towards the rockery, as if he had discovered a rockery in his home for the first time. He originally wanted to introduce Lux's identity, but when he arrived, Lux said she wanted to introduce herself and integrate into the family. Yang Linger was the first to react. She hurriedly stepped forward, carefully examining Lux, then smiled gently and took her hand. Oh, that's great. We finally have a newcomer. From now on, we are a family. After saying this, she turned to look at Zhang Jitai and the others behind her. They understood and quickly nodded in agreement, smiling and approaching Lux, asking her many questions. But more importantly, is your hair natural? It's so beautiful. I can never dye my hair this color. Your eyes are so bright, even better than colored contacts. Your skin is so fair. How do you take care of it? Please teach me. Women's questions often revolve around these points, of course, provided they recognize each other. Otherwise, it would be a different kind of battlefield. When LiRulong turned back, he found that there was no one in front of him anymore. But there were still 2 suitcases on the ground, which Lux had brought. Sigh. With a sigh, LiRulong picked up a suitcase and took it to Lux's exclusive room. That night, Zhang Jitai and the others initiated a welcome party to welcome the new member, Lux Klein. They had just chatted together and realized that this girl was not simple. She was very articulate. Of course, they could also sense that she genuinely wanted to join the Li family and had no hostility or negative emotions towards them. This was also the reason they could quickly accept her, as well as their trust in LiRulong's ability to recognize people. The banquet continued late into the night, and LiRulong was pushed into Lux's room by the girls. After a night passed, the next day, when LiRulong left for work, Lux reappeared in front of everyone with her pink hair tied up, which was their previous custom. However, she was informed by Yang Linger that in the current world, women have complete autonomy. They can choose any hairstyle they want without particularly adhering to tradition. Young master, this chapter has more to come. Please click the next page to continue reading, as it gets even more exciting. LiRulong then went to Director Xiong's office, proactively bringing up the list of personnel he wanted to take with him. Are you sure you want to take them? Director Xiong put down the tablet after reading it. Yes, I definitely want to take Captain Jia. Zod and the others will stay in Longxing to continue recuperating, which also counts as leaving high-end combat power in Longxing. Cuz and the others need practical experience, and their abilities are not weak. They can get to know this universe together and adapt more quickly to our way of doing things in combat sequence. LiRulong stood in front of the desk and said seriously, "All right, we have 3 months. They're all adjusters and are inherently stronger than ordinary people in the original world. So let's arrange for them to be injected with the super serum as soon as possible to see how much they can strengthen. Then those who want to board the ship can board, and those who want to continue piloting MS. No, I mean mobile suits can continue piloting mobile suits. As for the others, distribute them according to their abilities." But Director Xiong paused suddenly as he was saying this. Then he pointed into the void, and a person's photo and introduction suddenly appeared in front of both of them. "You said you want to modify the Black Dragon to be single pilot with multiple assistants, and specified that he would be in charge. Isn't that too hasty?" The person on the virtual screen was none other than the original pilot of the Archangel, Arnold Newman. "Uncle Xiong, you might not believe it, but this guy is definitely a metaphysical pilot. If the Black Dragon is handed to him, it might not even lose a paint chip in the future. LiRulong smiled as he explained to Director Xiong, including many things that he himself didn't quite believe before. In the end, Director Xiong still agreed to LiRulong's request, knowing that LiRulong was only informing him out of respect. After all, the Black Dragon was his, and Director Xiong was merely the nominal highest commander. The Black Dragon underwent a major crew change. The main pilot was not only replaced by Arnold Newman, but the weapons officer was also changed to Natalie Basiliou. Director Xiong trusted his aide Patrick Sala. The tactical aide to Vice Captain Xiong Nuofu was added to Malu Lamius. Zhou's aides increased by 3, namely Lux's father, Siegel Klein, Gilbert Dylandel, and his good friend Lao Lucas. The fighter squadron also added many newcomers, such as Aslan Sala, Isaac Schioer, Diak Arsman, Majibao Hanifs, Nico Amavai, and Heine Weiss-Fenfris, not to mention the new recruits Shin Asaka, Luna Maria Hawk, and the reborn Reza Barrel. They were all particularly interested in the 3-mode fighter jets of the Longxing Universe Navy. After receiving the super serum injection, they all requested to join the Black Dragon and pass Zhang Peng's tests. After the tests, Zhang Peng wiped the sweat from his brow. He almost embarrassed himself during the testing. Those new recruits were indeed fierce, especially the ones named Aslan and Zhun Feinyao. Whenever he gained an upper hand, they would immediately push him back to his original state. Of course, besides personnel, there were also significant modifications made to the interior of the battleship. Many functional compartments were added, and some areas that were unnecessary during travel were reduced. For example, the bridge, which previously had 2 pilots, was now changed to 1 main pilot and 2 assistants to operate the battleship. The captain's area was transformed into a multi-row, multi-functional seating arrangement similar to a conference room. The entertainment room was expanded, and many entertainment options were added. It was also ordered that well-known entertainment companies like Mi Shi Yu and Penguin work overtime to deploy quantum entertainment servers specifically for the battleship, transferring all the hottest games to it. Moreover, LiRulong added a requirement. It didn't matter about the 648, but if 10 consecutive draws didn't yield gold, he would come and talk to them. This scared the major companies into hurriedly modifying the probabilities and algorithms, changing the skewed probability to 0. 0-1. During the maintenance period of the Black Dragon, LiRulong visited once. When he returned to his command room, the layout made him think he had entered the wrong place. He hurriedly found Zhang Zhong, who was in charge, and asked what was going on. "Don't ask me. It's an order from old Zhou himself. If you have the guts, go ask him," Zhang Zhong replied, ready to get back to work. He had been exhausted during this time, and here was LiRulong, who was enjoying the blessings but still wasting his time. He wanted that newly modified and decorated cabin for himself. LiRulong's exclusive commander cabin, which used to be a 50-square-meter office area and a 30-square-meter lounge with a private bathroom, was considered the largest cabin on the battleship. Now it had transformed into a 50-square-meter office area and 6 30-square-meter rooms, each with a private bathroom and a 2-meter double bed, making it a 6-room, 1-living-room layout. The decoration style was no longer the previous minimalist style. It now resembled a warm home, with each room equipped with a simulated balcony that offered a 270-degree view of various desired sceneries. The environmental simulation system could also automatically simulate rain, wind, sea, and other natural environments according to the scenery. No, old Zhang, what I mean is, does my cabin now have to accommodate 6 people? Isn't that a dormitory? LiRulong quickly pulled him back. He preferred living alone for better privacy. Are you sick? Who dares to live in your cabin? Those are all prepared for your wives. Zhang Zhong rolled his eyes, shook off LiRulong's hand, and walked away with his tablet. LiRulong stood there, wondering if he could still bring his wife along. And 6 people? Who would he bring? Not long after, old Zhang's communication came through. "Grandpa, what is up? What is up? Are you not satisfied with your future home for the next 5 years?" No, I just think it might be dangerous to bring them along." "What danger? It's safest to have them by your side. You should discuss it with them when you get home, but I must tell you, Zhitao has to go with you. You need to reserve a spot for her." After hearing this, before LiRulong could respond, old Zhang hung up. That evening, LiRulong called all 14 of his wives to his side and informed them about the situation, mentioning the potential unknown dangers they might encounter. To his surprise, all of them, including Yangling Air, raised their hands, expressing their desire to join him on the space adventure. "Well, Zhitao must go with me, and there are 5 spots left. You all can decide among yourselves." Since he couldn't favor anyone, he left the decision to them. "Yay!" Zhang Zhitao raised her hand and made a peace sign, flaunting it to Yangling Air and the others. There was no way around it. The remaining spots will be decided by a draw among the other 13. In the end, luck favored Lux, Chunxia, Heliangzi, Yuxiaola, and Gulisha, while the other 4 excitedly rushed back to their rooms to pack their bags. The others felt a bit downcast. Although they were jealous, they weren't angry, as it was just bad luck. Since they're going to be away with you for 5 years, shouldn't we, the ones staying behind, have our share of time with you? Yongling are smelled at LiRulong. Absolutely. After the last meeting with old Zhou and the others, LiRulong completely let go. Although he didn't intentionally use the biological force field to increase the odds, he still aimed to achieve everything in one go. If LiRulong could have a child before leaving, old Zhou and the others could help take care of it, saving him the trouble of changing diapers. With only half a month left before departure, this day was the day to receive the other ships of the exploration fleet. Looking at the 20 black ships, which resembled rectangular boxes, neatly floating behind the Black Dragon, LiRulong helplessly said to old Zhou and Director Huang beside him, "Is this a battleship? Aside from defensive weapons, there isn't even a single active offensive weapon. Alas, there's nothing we can do. We're in a hurry." Don't underestimate its offensive capabilities. Its defensive capabilities are absolutely on par with the Black Dragon, and each ship only requires 2,000 people to operate. Isn't that great? Director Huang proudly introduced. What hangars? They're just warehouses. I personally designed the Pichio series of warships, focusing on unbeatable defense. Great. It really is a one-way street. You might as well just say you built 20 super transport ships, each 10 kilometers long, 4 kilometers wide, and 5 kilometers high. LiRulong rolled his eyes at Director Huang and stopped speaking. LiRulong, there are only 14 days left until departure. Do you need anything else? Think carefully. Yes, Grandpa. I feel there's nothing left. It's just training now. That's good. You don't need to come in these 14 days. And you're not allowed to leave home. It's best if you don't even leave your bedroom. Old Zhou looked at LiRulong with a smile. Before long, it was the day of the official departure. 1 day in advance. LiRulong took Zhang Jitao and the others to the exclusive cabin of the Black Dragon. Chief Xiong even made an exception to grant military ranks to the other 5, all of whom were second lieutenants, under the jurisdiction of Zhang Jitao, who had been promoted to colonel, responsible for taking care of LiRulong's daily life, officially named the Life Secretary Office, with Zhang Jitao as the colonel director. Yang Ling and the others looked at the few people dressed in brand new military uniforms, showing off in front of their wives, feeling envious and somewhat irritated. August 1st was a special day, marking both the military holiday of Longxing and the departure day of the Longxing exploration fleet. Old Zhou and other senior officials all gathered at the lunar base to send off the exploration fleet. Old Zhou took the stage first, passionately delivering a 3-minute speech to the fleet and the entire military, followed by Chief Xiong personally taking the stage to issue the departure order. The already arranged exploration fleet immediately activated its auxiliary thrusters under the lead of the Black Dragon, leaving the base docking position in an orderly manner, heading at a steady pace towards the Neptune wormhole that had been previously explored and marked. Chief Xiong then saluted and bid farewell to the other fleet officers, taking a shuttle back to the Black Dragon. The farewell personnel at the lunar base all saluted the exploration fleet in respect. Far away in the sun, Zod and others, who had already awakened, could only stand at attention and salute the departing exploration fleet under LiRulong's strict orders to not leave the sun even a step. LiRulong, who was in charge of arranging the route on the Black Dragon, seemed to sense them, looked towards the sun, smiled, and returned a military salute. When Chief of Defense Xiong returned to the bridge, Zhang Zhong, the deputy commander of the fleet, immediately ordered the fleet to activate the main engines and proceed to the target at maximum speed. Originally, they could have jumped directly, which would have been faster and more convenient. However, considering that the departure of the fleet was broadcast live through Dragon Star TV and the internet, they wanted the citizens to see it clearly, so they opted for traditional propulsion methods. After 7 days of rapid travel, the fleet finally arrived at the outskirts of the wormhole, which was also the first time for most people to confront a wormhole directly. The strange scenery before them deeply attracted everyone in the fleet. A roughly discernible black sphere, covered with various stars and galaxies distorted due to refraction, remained still in a synchronous orbit outside Neptune. How beautiful, like that cosmic subatomic energy necklace in the movies. Authorized to have a place on the bridge, Lux and her companions were sitting in the last row of the staff positions, observing the distant wormhole through the bridge's windows. Lux, have you seen this in your world? Yuxiaola exclaimed sincerely, and Xinxia quietly asked Lux beside her. No, Rulong told me before that in our world, although we can explore the solar system, it seems we are also firmly anchored in place by some unknown existence, making it almost impossible to leave the solar system. Lux said, focusing on the outside scene. Is this the wormhole? But why does it look like a ball with no hole? Gulisha muttered with her head tilted. A wormhole, also known as an Einstein-Rosen bridge, is a narrow tunnel that may exist in the universe, connecting two different space-time regions. In 1916, Austrian physicist Ludwig Flamm proposed the concept of a space-time pipe connecting two different space-time areas while studying Karl Schwarzschild's solutions to Einstein's field equations. In 1935, Einstein and Nathan Rosen further explored Flamm's theory using general relativity, and together they proposed the concept of a bridge connecting two different points in space-time, the Einstein-Rosen bridge. In 1957, physicist Wheeler was the first to use the term wormhole to refer to this space-time bridge. Wormholes are a special structure allowed by general relativity, which can directly connect 2 points in space-time, regardless of how far apart they are in spatial distance or time intervals. Simply put, a wormhole is a fine tube connecting distant regions of a universe. By utilizing the properties of wormholes, it is possible to complete long-distance space travel or even time travel in a shorter time. Wormholes may also be tunnels connecting black holes and white holes, hence also called gray roads. Zhang Jitao, who had long been prepared, patiently began to explain to those around her. To add, there's a necessary basic condition for a traversable wormhole called spherical symmetry. Look, isn't the outside just a sphere? Zhang Jitao pointed to the black sphere outside. The others suddenly realized and began to praise the knowledgeable Zhang Jitao. Spherical symmetry? So that means it can be traversed? Gulisha, confused, looked down at her two large spheres in front of her and instantly understood something. I get it now. If it's spherical symmetry, it can indeed traverse back and forth. The others didn't understand what she meant, but upon seeing her downward gaze, they instantly blushed. Originally sitting in the command seat at the front, LiRulong was observing the wormhole while recalling what had happened during his previous traversal of the wormhole, and he also heard the quiet conversation of the women behind him. He appreciated Zhang Jitao for being well prepared, but was directly caught off guard by Gulisha's silly remark. Turning to look at his 6 wives, who were blushing, and glancing at Qilao and Fiola standing at the bridge's entrance acting as guards, he found they showed no unusual reaction, probably adhering to his previous command not to use their super senses to eavesdrop or spy on others' privacy, which relieved him. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Rulong, will it really stretch when we go in? Chief of Defense Xiong asked quietly. Yes, it stretches quite a bit, but don't worry. I estimate it should be a kind of spatial stretching phenomenon. Initially, when you just enter, it feels like an illusion caused by spatial distortion or light refraction. But the sensations from your body and senses confirm that you are indeed being stretched. LiRulong comforted him with a smile. Chief of Defense Xiong nodded and confirmed once more before he could feel at ease. Report. The fleet self-check is complete. All warships are normal. Report. The quantum communication satellite has been launched. Data transmission is normal. Report. The Dragon Star Command Center reports that the detection signal is all normal. Report. On the bridge, all the main officers responsible for various departments and functional modules reported their statuses. Dispatch. The fleet will change formation, and the connection anchors will begin docking. We absolutely cannot get separated in the wormhole. Chief of Defense Xiong immediately issued the final command before entering the wormhole. The fleet promptly began to form the pre-rehearsed shuttle formation, with the Black Dragon leading the way. From the large thruster exhaust ports on both sides of the Black Dragon's rear, 2 steel cables, each 1 kilometer long and 300 meters thick, were launched. The heads of the cables featured devices similar to train couplers. And the 20 rectangular show-class transport warships behind also launched steel cables of the same length and thickness from their heads and tails, equipped with similar coupler devices. The cables were made of special materials, with strength and toughness exceeding that of the external armor materials used by the Black Dragon. The 20 warships arranged in 2 rows, connected pairwise, with the leading ships, number 1 and number 2, and number 6 connected to the Black Dragon's cables. At the same time, both rows of warships adjusted their photon force field defense shield's force field mode to a repelling mode, preventing them from colliding with each other in the wormhole. After half an hour of formation and connection, the entire fleet had formed a structure with the Black Dragon as the locomotive and the other warships as the carriages. Everything was ready, and as they received Chief of Defense Xiong's deep breath, he looked around and found everyone was watching him. LiRulong and Zhang Zhong on either side nodded at him. indicating that this command must be given by Chief of Defense Xiong himself. Order. Pai Xiu-class warships, shut down all engines and non-essential power sources. All personnel except for essential key positions must return to their respective cabins and fasten their seatbelts. Order. The fleet is on high alert. Order. Black Dragon, 10% power output. Enter the wormhole. Minister Xiong methodically issued one command after another, and the bridge crew transmitted all orders. Since there had been several drills before, many details were learned from the submarine forces, so everyone returned to their respective compartments after completing the connection with the warships, closely monitoring the internal displays. Not wanting to miss the first wormhole journey in human history, not counting LiRulong's previous trip. The 8 auxiliary engines at the tail of the Black Dragon began to emit white thrust, effortlessly pulling 20 warships toward the wormhole. 20 minutes later, the triangular head of the Black Dragon plunged into the wormhole, and an irresistible pulling force instantly seized the ship, causing it to gradually lose its original flight posture. Alarms suddenly rang out in the bridge, prompting all departments to conduct self-checks. Newman, Minister Xiong saw that the warship was losing control and quickly called out to Arnold Newman, who was responsible for the main driving of the warship. "Commander, I can control it. Don't worry." Newman gripped the helm tightly while rapidly scanning various data on the control panel. Gradually, the warship was brought back under Newman's control, but the pulling force was also increasing. As everyone was tense, LiRulong suddenly said, "Newman, just maintain the flight posture. There's no need to resist the wormhole's gravity, as we need to go in anyway." After hearing this, Newman immediately followed his instructions and stopped resisting the wormhole with the ship and shields. The wormhole's pull intensified, instantly sucking the Black Dragon and the 20 Pai Xiu-class transport warships trailing behind into it. The orbit of Neptune returned to calm, with only 5 quantum communication satellites still at a safe distance, broadcasting live coverage of the wormhole and everything that had just happened. In the command center of Longxing's capital, upon seeing the video of the Black Dragon and the fleet entering the wormhole in an instant, Zhou Lao and the others all sighed, uncertain whether they would return safely. "Xiao Xiong, remember, this trip isn't about bringing something back, but about returning safely. If that kid gets stubborn, show him the video I left for you." Thinking of the special order left to Minister Xiong, Zhou Lao could only pray that LiRulong wouldn't be stubborn or reckless. That video wasn't recorded by Zhou Lao and the others, but was the last words left by General Ma Jun to LiRulong years ago, hoping to dissuade him. In the bridge, everyone gritted their teeth, trying not to make a sound. Even the first-time soldiers like Chen Xia were holding on, not wanting to embarrass LiRulong. The first time crossing a wormhole, feeling their bodies being stretched was like a full-body spasm, with countless bugs crawling all over them. Thankfully, the duration was short. When the fleet burst out of the wormhole, Zhang Zhong quickly checked the time. 70 seconds. Phew. Thankfully it was short. My old bones almost fell apart. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he stretched his arms and legs. Reports from all departments. Minister Xiong S. Adams' apple moved slightly as he quickly issued orders. The warships departments began to summarize the situation, and finally, the Chief of Staff reported, "Commander, everything is normal with the fleet, but quite a few people have vomited." Minister Xiong glanced at the Chief of Staff, thinking to himself that he almost vomited too, but thankfully the duration was short, and he managed to swallow it back. Or it would have been quite embarrassing. It's inevitable the first time. We need to strengthen training in this area. The accompanying aide hurriedly recorded the orders. Notify the fleet to disconnect and release the quantum communication satellites. Remember to deploy the Mirage system. Yes, everyone in the fleet returned to their posts, with many quickly taking a shower and changing clothes. In the science compartment of the Black Dragon, AI Xiao, who had been observing by the porthole since entering the wormhole, stroked his chin, reflecting on the sensation in his body and contemplating how to counteract the spatial stretching to make wormhole travel less uncomfortable. He had already formed a rough direction in his mind during those 70 seconds, but it still needed experimentation and validation. The fleet was under the command of Minister Xiong and Zhang Zhong, while Rulong approached Zhang Zhiqiao and the others. "How's it going? Are you okay?" Looking at the 6 girls with pale faces, Rulong said apologetically, "No, it's fine. Thankfully, it was just this time. Otherwise, I would have vomited. I already did, but I swallowed it back." Guli Sha quietly raised her hand, and Chun Xia, Yu Xiaola, and He Liangzi beside her also raised their hands simultaneously. Only Zhang Zhiqiao, who was a soldier, had better physical fitness than others who had undergone super serum injections, and Lux's physical fitness was even better than Zhang Zhiqiao's. So they didn't vomit. "Zhiqiao, it's okay here for now. You take them back to the cabin to rest." If they're fine, just eat a little to settle the stomach. Okay, we'll head back now. Zhang Jiqiao nodded obediently, and then helped the weakest Xiaola, while Luck supported Guli Sha, and Chun Xia and He Liangzi were helped by Fiora back to the command cabin. Zareo, take some people out and sweep the area for me. Yes, General. Zareo accepted the order and left the bridge directly. Report. We have lost contact with the Longxing Command Center. Report. Star chart comparison is complete. The current region does not belong to any known star coordinates. Report. Quantum satellite deployment is complete. No special signals or planets within 1 light year. The head of the Intelligence and Communications Department immediately reported the current status. It seems we have arrived in an unknown universe. Minister Xiong said to the others. And when he turned his head, he suddenly noticed LiRulong staring intently at the space outside. Rulong, did you discover something? LiRulong turned his head and suddenly smiled at Minister Xiong, a smile that seemed rather mischievous. Uncle Xiong, I'm familiar with this place. After saying this, LiRulong pointed to a place they couldn't see in the distance. Come on, I'll take you to taste exotic delicacies and stock up. At this moment, LiRulong was feeling quite happy. While it was the first time for the others to come here, he had been here before, but he didn't expect that the wormhole from back then would once again send him to the same destination. It seemed that the wormhole in the solar system was a directional passage, which was great news for him and Longxing. LiRulong shared his thoughts with Minister Xiong and the others, and they all became excited after hearing it. If this wormhole truly was a directional wormhole, then after returning, Longxing, Zhurong, and the moon could set sail to this new cosmic space. The generals immediately began to plan in their hearts, determined to clear the areas they had set their sights on within these 5 years and lay a solid foundation for Longxing here. Zhou crossed his arms, pondering as he looked at the materials about LiRulong's previous alien travels, knowing that there were many alien civilizations here. He was now considering whether to pursue fame and cultural unity or to implement military unification for resolving future troubles. Ethnicity, nothing is more important than ethnicity. Then let's unify by force. Having made the decision in his heart, he looked out of the porthole again, recalling the information about various alien civilizations mentioned in the data. For those that are weak but beneficial to the development of Longxing or have special resources, direct occupation. For those that are on par with Longxing, have a friendly attitude, and can engage in mutually beneficial trade, direct dialogue. For those with a hostile attitude, unstable civilizations, or those whose technology is stronger than Longxing but are within the targeted territory. It depends on the situation. If it can be resolved by force, he would let LiRulong and the Super Kryptonians take action directly to root out the problem, and he would definitely not waste a word more. The fleet had completed disconnection and rearranged its formation. LiRulong gave a rough coordinate range to CIC and Arnold, then ordered the fleet to begin the jump. He was very eager to see those old friends again, and he wondered what amazing gifts they would prepare for him this time. After 4 jumps, they finally arrived at the periphery of a binary star system consisting of 2 white stars. The Black Dragon and 20 Pai Yao transport warships simultaneously activated the Mirage system and turned on the gravity engines, controlling their speed to fly toward the habitable zone of the star system. In addition to the 2 white stars that exert mutual gravitational influence and revolve around each other, there are more than 30 planets of different shapes in the system. The smallest was only the size of Ceres, but after detection, this asteroid had a mass comparable to Mars and magnificent rings comparable to Saturn. The largest one was half larger than the Sun, with a mass similar to the Sun, but it was a gas giant similar to Jupiter, filled with methane and various toxic gases. In an orbit deemed most suitable for biological survival by Longxing scientists. The fleet discovered 7 habitable planets or planets that could be transformed into suitable living conditions for humans by the Saturn-like system. Zhang Zhong ordered reconnaissance spy satellites equipped with the Mirage system to be dispatched to these 7 planets. Among them, 2 pure blue planets were detected to be completely composed of liquid water, and it was still unknown whether there was life present. But the tides on these 2 planets were something humans could not resist. Every few minutes, there were towering waves of up to several thousand meters running across the surface of the planets, and that speed and power would obliterate any islands or continents. The reason was that each of the 2 liquid planets had 4 moon-like satellites orbiting around them. There were also 2 green planets, one completely covered by forests and vegetation, while the other was filled with green gas covering the planet's surface. There was a yellow-brown planet, entirely composed of deserts and gobi, with only a few small green oases, but very few in number. The remaining 3 planets were all white, completely covered in ice and snow, and these three were also the outermost planets in the habitable zone. If it weren't for the detection of water, oxygen, nitrogen, and other elements on these three planets, they would have been classified as uninhabitable. Looking at the data of the various planets on the screen, General Xiong and the others turned their gaze to LiRulong. LiRulong pointed, and to everyone's surprise, he pointed to the yellow-brown planet. This planet, translated, was called Tuba Star, and there was a civilized race there that you would definitely be interested in. They are the Oma Treants who presented me with the Oma box. We will land on this planet, at the equator of Tuba Star. There's a large oasis where the Oma people and the Oma temple are located. As soon as he mentioned the Oma people and the Oma box, General Xiong and the others immediately became interested. The Oma box is still a mystery to Longxing, although it cannot hold living creatures. LiRulong had previously brought back a lot of good things with it. All right, let's go to Tuba Star. Lao Zhou, prepare a bit. They previously sent gifts to Rulong, and this time it would be unreasonable if they don't give us something in return, General Xiong said directly to Zhou Zhizhong beside him. Before Zhou Zhizhong could agree, LiRulong hurriedly interrupta. Click Xiong. What's wrong? Is there something inappropriate? Oh, I forgot. Thinking only about their good stuff, this isn't our style, General Xiong said, slapping his forehead. He was so focused on the artifact that he almost made a military discipline mistake. Lao Zhou, the Payano. Two ship has half a ship of gifts purchased from Yiwu. It should be fine for us to exchange with them. I'm guessing they haven't seen anything like music boxes or snow globe with snowmen inside. I don't know if they need refrigerators in such a hot environment. I also brought many fridge magnets with flags of various countries from the Eagle Sauce and other nations. They have no market on Longxing anyway. After saying this, he especially instructed, but this stuff counts as door-to-door delivery. The shipping cost is not cheap. You have to weigh the value ratio well. 4 or 5 fridge magnets. We should at least get an Oma box in return. If we can obtain their technology, I can send them a set of porcelain tea sets. But the tea leaves will have to be exchanged with their stuff. Let's tentatively set the price of 100 tons of tea leaves as gold. Of course. I'm just giving an example, as gold is of no use to us. General Xiong was enthusiastically discussing with everyone, but he didn't notice LiRulong's face of constipation. When he finished speaking, LiRulong finally said, Uncle Xiong, the Oma box wasn't given by them. What? Oh, to be honest, I was afraid of being scolded by Zhou Lao and you guys at that time. I actually acted as a pirate and stole it. LiRulong lowered his head as he finished speaking, and General Xiong and the others stared wide-eyed. They truly did not expect that the upright, handsome, and charming LiRulong had been so carefree in space and even resorted to stealing. Is there anything else you haven't said? Now that it's all out, we can be better prepared. General Xiong asked helplessly. I'm quite famous here, after all. I've robbed quite a few civilizations and races. I had no choice. When I came here, I had nothing but the clothes on my back. I couldn't just sell myself, could I? LiRulong shrugged, saying quite straightforwardly. After hearing this, General Xiong and the others finally clapped their hands and said, no wonder you suggested being a pirate before. It turns out it's so profitable. All right, since you've taken the lead, let us go all the way this time and get all their good stuff. Once General Xiong and the others agreed, LiRulong immediately began arranging the first batch of troops and personnel to descend. Since they had to follow the principle of courtesy before force, this time, the contact with them would be handled by Zhou Zhizhong. LiRulong also dispatched Kaleo to lead 20 Kryptonian supermen as guards, ensuring their safety while also cooperating with some of their actions. Zhou Zhizhong personally led a diplomatic team. With him as the leader, it included Siegel Klein, Gilbert Dillendar, and Lao Lu Cruz in the personnel list. Moreover, Old Silver Coin Cruz was also responsible for intelligence gathering. The diplomatic team consisted of 57 people, including a military observation group composed of 12 military generals. The security personnel were provided by the Xiong Ethnic Orbital Airdrop Troops, consisting of 300 soldiers wearing the latest cosmic-powered battle armor and carrying Gauss rifles. The 21 Kryptonian supermen, led by Kaleo, were responsible for intervening at critical moments. The bottom deck of the Black Dragon slowly opened, and a silver-white shuttle-shaped warship, named Little White Dragon, sailed out from the bottom. LiRulong and General Xiong and others stood on the bridge watching them head towards Tuba Star. This could be considered the first true contact, and they didn't know if Lao Zhou and the others could handle it. Rest assured, if talking doesn't work, we'll just use our fists. I brought something for the Omans, and they should listen obediently when they see it, LiRulong said with a grin and a sly smile to Defense Minister Xiong. Minister Xiong was puzzled and didn't know what LiRulong had up his sleeve. Beep beep report. We are about to enter Tuba Star, and there may be slight turbulence. Please prepare yourselves. The interior of the Xiaobelong is very similar to the private luxury aircraft on Longxing, with spacious sofa seats, luxurious carpets, solid wood desks, and various precious decorations. The cabin is divided into 4 levels, with the top 2 levels being passenger cabins that can hold up to 200 passengers, the middle level for supplies, and the bottom level for equipment and small hangars. The hangar contains anti-gravity combat vehicles, cars, and 6 transforming fighter jets, each painted in different colors. The Red Leader's aircraft is piloted by Aslan Saleh. The blue and white fighter has a sword of the same length as its fuselage underneath. Piloted by Isaac Kerr, the yellow and black pilot is Nicole Amifai. The olive-green aircraft has 2 cannons on top, piloted by Tiago Alsman. The pink pilot is Isaac's fiancée, Majibo Hanifs, and the yellow fighter pilot is Heine Weistengfew. This squad is entirely composed of former ZFD elites. Originally, the true Osaka and others wanted to accompany as pilots for this mission because the Xiaobelong could accommodate at least 6 transforming fighter jets, but Zhang Peng held them back, as he didn't want their first contact to be messed up by a few unstable kids. Half of the warehouse was filled with gifts selected from the Heilong, and LiRulong personally prepared some natural fertilizers for Zhou Zhejiang to give to the Omans. The spaceship is equipped with a gravity simulation system, making the crew feel as if they are not flying in space. As they entered Tuba Star's atmosphere, the spaceship experienced slight shaking. Tuba Star's atmosphere is denser than Longxing's, and its gravity is significantly higher. However, thanks to the photon force field defense shield, most of the friction was mitigated. Once they broke through, Zhou Zhejiang and the others began to observe the yellowish planet through the portholes. Minister Zhou, what do you think the Omans are? Why haven't we seen any buildings? Siegel Klein asked Zhou Zhejiang softly. Zhou Zhejiang smiled slightly and pointed to a patch of oasis below. Do you see that oasis? The big trees and vegetation inside are the Omans. They are different from us and can be considered a form of intelligent plant civilization. Huh? A plant civilization? Does that mean tree people and grass people? Sigh, doesn't that sound a bit insulting? Zhou Zhejiang chuckled and shook his head, continuing to observe the external environment. Captain, what did the general give you just now? Here, it's this. Kilao opened his hand to reveal a small badge made of golden metal, featuring a silver S-shaped dragon pattern. It wasn't very exquisite, but it was clear that it was handcrafted by LiRulong. What is this thing? I don't know either. The general just instructed me quietly that if the negotiations reach a deadlock, I should give this to their high priest. If they accept the badge and still refuse to compromise, then it's our turn to step in. Kilao carefully held the badge in his hand. What are you thinking? Dylandal looked at the meditative Cruz beside him. Destruction or rebirth? Cruz turned to his few close friends. What do you mean? Dylandal asked, puzzled. The general mentioned that the Omans are a plant civilization. So what do plants fear? What do they need? Cruz said softly. What do plants fear? Fire, right? But that's our understanding and may not apply to a new civilization. Dylandal began to ponder. That's right, they fear fire, but they also need water and sunlight. However, this is all within our understanding. So I need to consider how to quickly identify the other party's weaknesses and greatest needs to help Minister Zhou and the others gain the upper hand in negotiations. Come on, what you really want is probably how to quickly wipe out their civilization if negotiations fall through. Dylandal rolled his eyes and confidently concluded. Cruz hurriedly looked at him, wondering if he was being too obvious. The passengers on Xiaobelong had various thoughts, but they all shared the same unified goal. When the battleship reached the edge of the largest oasis, the captain landed at Zhou Zhejiang's instruction. The external environment was safe, oxygen levels were suitable for human survival. Humidity was 31%, and the temperature was a high 52 degrees Celsius, with no harmful substances detected in the air. You may disembark. Xiaobelong will enter a state of level 1 alert, ready to assist and respond at any time. Zhou Zhejiang and the others stood up, tidied their Zhongshan suits, picked up their administrative briefcases, and prepared to leave the ship. The hangar side door at the back of the battleship opened, and 6 armed anti-gravity off-road vehicles drove out first, followed by 10 12-meter-long Hongqi H-99 ceremonial anti-gravity armored sedans, and finally 12 armored anti-gravity off-road vehicles completed the exit. After the main hangar door opened, Aslan's team piloted the transformed fortress-shaped fighter jets, slowly flying to the sides of the convoy to escort them. Kilao sat in the passenger seat of Zhou Zhejiang's special vehicle, with each ceremonial vehicle guarded by a Kryptonian superhero, while the rest remained on the outer deck of Xiaobelong, monitoring the convoy's movements with super senses. When the convoy arrived at the first large tree, the ground suddenly shook, and Zhou Zhejiang immediately ordered the convoy to stop and hold their position. After the shaking ceased, the previously towering 100-meter tree suddenly extended its roots from the ground and slowly moved in front of the convoy like legs. A wrinkled, elderly face appeared in the middle of the trunk, with a nose as large as 7 or 8 meters. Foreign travelers from afar, state your purpose. An equally ancient voice in a universal language inquired about the convoy's intentions. Zhou Zhezhong actively opened the door and got out, then, under the protection of Kileo and others, approached within 30 meters of the giant tree. Hello, Omans, we come from Longxing civilization, and we bring goodwill, Zhou Zhezhong replied in the universal language, showing his signature benevolent smile. The giant face on the tree showed a look of confusion. Longxing civilization? I have not heard of it. You should leave immediately, as the Omans do not welcome outsiders. The tree said to the small race in front of it in a muffled voice. Zhou Zhezhong had long anticipated being unwelcome, but he would not give up so easily. He carefully observed the various details of the treeman's exterior, then suddenly smiled slightly and whispered something to his assistant beside him. The assistant nodded in acknowledgement and immediately ran back to the vehicle carrying gifts. I remember when I was young, I learned about the characteristics of desert plants while growing mushrooms in the northwest. I don't believe you can withstand the gifts I bring. Thinking this, the assistant returned with 2 warriors carrying metal barrels. However, even through the helmets, one could see the assistant's barely perceptible expression of doubt and disdain. Zhou Ji directly took the metal barrel in one hand, stopping the assistant and others who wanted to say something or help. He took a few steps forward, placed the metal barrel in front of the treeman, and then looked up at him, saying, "It's okay if you haven't heard of it. We'll become familiar in the future. Look, we brought you a gift. Of course, this one is for you. Just consider a way to make friends." After speaking, he ignored the treeman's expression, opened the lid of the metal barrel, and then kicked it over, quickly stepping back to avoid getting splashed. A thick, mud-like liquid sprayed out, and except for those wearing powered combat armor, everyone else frowned. The smell was overwhelming for them, who had heightened senses. Zhou Ji stood there, his expression unchanged, still maintaining a diplomatic smile, but his eyes were fixed on the treeman's reaction. The treeman initially thought the other party had opened some kind of special biochemical weapon, and was about to use his race's communication methods to warn his kind and call for support. However, when he caught a whiff of a special scent, it made him feel as if his branches and leaves had been rejuvenated, bringing him great enjoyment. How many years had it been? How long since the last rainfall? 300 years? Or 400 years? He actually felt the vitality of his plant body again, sensing the opportunity for new buds to sprout. The treeman closed his eyes at this moment, breathing deeply through his long nose to savor the aroma coming from the metal barrel. He could hardly resist the urge to step forward and absorb all the yellow mud with his roots, not wanting to waste a single drop. But as an outer guard, he still remembered his duty and had to suppress his desires, reopening his eyes. He then bent down, staring at the little person on the ground, unsure if it was to get a better look at him or to get closer to the yellow mud. "I won't. Please don't misunderstand. I just said, we are a civilized race, and of course, we won't force anyone to do anything against their will. Meeting you here is what we call fate. Do you understand fate? It's like destiny brought you and me together here. So this gift is merely a token of our first meeting." Seeing the other party's expression, Zhou Ji felt confident. It seemed that the knowledge he had learned really came in handy. After speaking, he waved at the treeman and elegantly turned to leave. Walking back to the vehicle, his assistant proactively opened the car door for him, and Zhou Ji got in directly. Hoo-hoo! Looking at Zhou Ji, who was gasping for breath in his seat, the assistant asked curiously, "Minister, what's wrong?" Zhou Ji loosened the collar of his Zhongshan suit and fanned the air in front of him. "It smells so bad. It nearly suffocated me. Where did this stuff in the barrel come from?" It seems to have come from Major General Zhang Peng's flight squad's lounge. I heard many of them didn't eat anything before crossing the wormhole, and later, when they celebrated, there were many cases of vomiting, which embarrassed the flight squad leader. So Major General Zhang Peng kindly invited them to a big meal at the cafeteria, and as a result, everyone overate, leading to the largest quantity from their side. The assistant replied cautiously, "This Zhang Peng, isn't he indirectly putting me in a tough spot?" Zhou Ji complained, but he had a smile on his face. Having a large quantity was good, and the concentration was high, so Zhang Peng was actually helping him. The assistant did not dare to say anything more on this topic and sat opposite him, waiting for his instructions. Notify them. Have the convoy turn around and prepare to leave, but keep the speed to the slowest. Zhou Ji issued the order, and the entire team immediately began to comply. Although they did not know the reason, they still followed Zhou Ji's commands as the standard for their actions. The convoy slowly started moving, making a wide turn in front of the treeman, moving at a speed slower than a toddler's walking toy. The treeman watched as the other party nonchalantly returned to their vehicle, showing no reluctance, and started the vehicle to leave, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Previous alien civilizations either had demands or were aggressively seeking something, and some even aimed to colonize them or turn them into materials for decoration or furniture. Especially 10 years ago, a visitor from an unknown civilization was even more ruthless than a robber. At that time, he chased a group of space pirates and invaded CampusStars, completely annihilating them. When he discovered their Oma civilization, he even offered to help them resolve their crisis while demanding compensation. At that time, he thought the other party was just one person, and the treeman warriors of the Oma immediately prepared for war, until the other party punched a 1,000-meter-high mountain into a basin. The high priest proactively extended an olive branch, not only warmly inviting them to a feast, but also presenting many rare fruits from their kin, along with one of their civilization's sacred artifacts, the Oma box, which finally satisfied the other party. The treeman was not present at the time, but he heard his kin on guard discuss it with indignation. However, upon hearing of the other party's strength, he felt he was still young at 1,000 or 800 years and should not get involved in such matters. He even praised the wisdom of the high priest, who was indeed one of the few intelligent trees of their civilization. However, the civilization that was leaving now, especially the one who had spoken to him, was very polite, showing no arrogance whatsoever, and even presented such a precious gift at their first meeting. The treeman felt that something that could attract him so greatly must be very precious and rare in the other party's civilization. He thought he could report this to the priesthood so they could handle it, and, at the very least, they should exchange some of the contents of the metal barrel with the other party. With this in mind, the treeman immediately took a step forward, not only showing sincerity, but also placing his roots on the spilled divine substance. Wait, Longxing's civilization, please hold on. I will report your intentions to the priesthood immediately. The treeman waved his thick branches and shouted urgently at the convoy below. Inside the car, Zhouji's mouth slightly curled up. He exchanged a glance with his assistant, who immediately relayed the command to the convoy to turn around and stop. The front vehicle received the order, immediately executing a smooth drift and stopping back at the previous position. Zhouji got out of the car, standing at the door to tidy up his attire once more. Adjusting his smart glasses, he walked to the front of the car. Is there anything else? The treeman, seeing the other party return, took a breath. Alien, your goodwill has been received by Rongbam, and I will convey your intentions to the priesthood. Please wait here. Zhouji nodded after hearing this, gesturing for the other party to proceed, then walked aside with his hands behind his back, admiring the desert and Gobi scenery that no longer existed in Longxing. The treeman named Rongbam turned to leave. Suddenly remembering the rare gift beneath his feet, he hurriedly extended several branches to insert into the soil, lifting both the soil and the gift together. He even wove a sealed wooden basket with branches to protect it in front of himself before carefully leaving, as if fearing it would be taken by his kin or spilled. Seeing the other party leave, Zhouji finally felt relieved. Old Zhou, there are 3 main objectives for your trip. If you can establish a good relationship and engage in friendly communication with the other party, try to persuade them to join Longxing. Of course, joining Huaxia as a minority is impossible, but becoming a vassal race is still quite popular in the universe. If you can only engage in equal dialogue or trade, then see if you can obtain their technical data, especially in the field of space science. Long said that the Oma people have focused all their technological skills on space science, and there are blank slates in essential fields like botany and environmental science necessary for their survival. Lastly, if the negotiations break down, you need to retreat as quickly as possible and leave the rest to Qilao and them. The Oma people are not good at fighting and lack large weapons like starships, but you still need to be cautious since it involves space science. If they use a space slash or space blockade, that would be problematic. Reflecting on the meeting with Minister Xiong and others regarding the Oma civilization before departing, Zhouji felt that he should be able to achieve the second goal, 100, and strive for the first. As for the possibility of the negotiations breaking down, Zhouji hadn't thought much about it. If they did break down, wouldn't that imply his incompetence? He must not let the negotiations fail and must do his utmost to accomplish the first objective. He thought to himself, while courtesy requires reciprocity, a certain level of military deterrence is also needed. Should the Black Dragon come just for show? Right? Long seemed to have given Qilao something. I need to ask. With this thought, Zhouji quickly walked back to the special vehicle. Bang bang. Qilao saw Zhouji knocking on the car window and hurriedly got out. General Qilao, I want to know what Long gave you before I left and what instructions he had. Minister Zhou, it was a badge, Chilao said, pulling out the badge from his backpack to show Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji stepped closer and examined the small badge carefully. It was clear that the marks on it were made by LiRulong himself, but he didn't know its specific function. Minister Zhou, the general told me that if the negotiations do not go well, I should give this badge to the other party. As for what these plant people decide in the end, it depends on how fast their photosynthesis is. Qilao finished speaking with a broad grin. Zhou Ji understood what the other party meant, whether their photosynthesis was fast or not. It was really about whether their tree-cutting speed was faster than the other party's recovery speed. But at this moment, he had a flash of insight. If LiRulong dared to do this, it meant this badge definitely had a connection with the Oma people, and whether it was good or bad didn't matter. General Qilao, it's like this. I understand Long's intention. This badge will be very useful for the negotiations later. Could you let me keep it for safekeeping? And I'll decide when to use it based on the situation. Zhou Ji looked at Qilao eagerly. Qilao quickly waved his hand, saying, Minister Zhou, don't say that. Just keep it with you. The general told us to follow your lead. Zhou Ji expressed his gratitude and carefully placed the badge into the pocket of his Zhongshan suit, which was originally just decorative and typically shouldn't hold anything. After chatting for a few more moments, Qilao suddenly said, they're here. And this time there are 3 plant people, 2 big trees and a small one. Sigh, it looks a bit like a little sprite with flowers growing on its head. Although the other party had yet to arrive, Qilao had already noticed and was looking in the direction Baba Mu had just left. Zhou Ji turned his head. It seemed the little one was the key. 10 minutes later, the big tree people finally appeared before everyone. This time, it wasn't just the previous Baba Mu that resembled a banyan tree, but also an Oma person with a slender trunk and white patterns, resembling a white birch tree from Longxing. Only when the 2 big trees approached them did Zhou Ji and the others see that on a branch of the white birch tree, there was a blue flower with 4 limbs and a body. The center of the flower resembled a human face, with large eyes, no nose, and a long mouth. Indeed, resembling what Qilao had just described, a fairy from a fairy tale. The white birch tree stopped about 30 meters away from them, while Baba Mu took a step forward, kindly bending its trunk and introducing Longxing people. This is the temple guard chief, Lord by Bamu, and this one on top is the great priest fairy of the Oma, Lady Lanhua. The small tree bent down respectfully while introducing the 2. Lady Lanhua, Lord by Bamu, these are from Longxing civilization. Sorry, what is your name? Baba Mu suddenly remembered that he had forgotten the name of the leader of the other party. Zhou Ji smiled and stepped forward a few steps, looking up and saying loudly, hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. On behalf of the Longxing civilization, I extend my greetings. I am Zhou Ji, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Longxing civilization. After speaking, he extended his right hand voluntarily. This was the etiquette of Longxing, and a handshake could close the distance and even strengthen the relationship. The 2 big trees didn't understand what this meant, but the little blue flower with wide eyes thought for a moment, stood up, and suddenly extended 2 pairs of transparent wings, like dragonfly wings, flying in front of Zhou Ji. Hello, Zhou Ji from Longxing. Looking at Zhou Ji, who was giant in comparison to him, he also extended his right hand. Zhou Ji smiled and carefully shook hands with the little flower, which was only as thick as his finger, then quickly let go, fearing that he might apply too much force and cause a misunderstanding, which could lead to an immediate conflict. Lady Lanhua looked at her right hand and found the etiquette very novel and quite interesting. Is this your etiquette for a first meeting? It's really special. We usually bow to each other to show respect and greetings. Zhou Ji patiently explained, I understand. But I'm sorry, our Longxing people cannot bend our ways for any outsiders. Lady Lanhua tilted her little head, examining Zhou Ji carefully. She had seen other aliens with similar body structures before. Although they looked different, most of them could bend down. She didn't understand why this Longxing civilization couldn't bend. Fortunately, she didn't dwell on this issue. Otherwise, if she pressed Zhou Ji and the others to bow, Qilao and the others would likely make it clear to them right away. While Lady Lanhua was still observing them, the temple guard chief, Lord by Bamu, who had been silent all along, suddenly bent his straight trunk, squinting his eyes and staring closely at Zhou Ji and the others. After watching for a while, he suddenly asked, do you know Li Super? As soon as he finished asking, the blue flower, which had been flapping its wings nearby, almost fell to the ground, while Baba Mu shook so much that leaves fell from him. Both stared closely at Zhou Ji and the others, with Lady Lanhua even slowly flying back a bit. Zhou Ji maintained a courteous smile without any change in expression, but his heart skipped a beat. Just the next second, he suddenly showed a puzzled expression, looking closely at Baibamu and saying, "Li Super? Of course, I know him, but he's been dead for many years." When he finished speaking, the other party not only didn't relax, but became even more tense. Many branches on Baibamu's body even transformed into weapons resembling long spears, pointing directly at Zhou Zhizhi and the others. Dead? Impossible. How could such a strong person die? At this moment, Lan Hua peeked out from behind Baibamu, shouting loudly in disbelief. Zhou Zhizhi continued to look puzzled and said, "Well, our civilization was invaded by alien insectoids prior to that. Our country initiated a national protection plan. This Li Superman thought he was a citizen of another country, John Bull at that time, so he didn't return home and ultimately died outside." After speaking, he pretended to sigh regretfully, "Alas. It's not to say that the Li family of this Li Superman can't compare to the Hua family of Hua Superman. Although they are very wealthy, they are short-sighted and do not believe in their own country. What a pity for a generation of rich merchants. There's another Hua Superman." Baibamu instantly took a step back, carefully observing the surroundings and the other people who came with them. Yes, the Hua family are patriotic merchants. The first-generation Hua family head truly deserved the title of Superman. What's wrong with that? Zhou Zhizhi patiently replied, knowing they were asking about who he was. But he couldn't admit it now. He needed to muddle the waters to gain their trust. Wait, Lan Hua flew out from behind Baibamu and asked Zhou Zhizhi, "Are the Li Superman and Hua Superman you mentioned merchants of the Cosmic Commerce Association?" "No. Isn't that the one who can punch and shatter such a huge mountain?" "Of course not. They're just merchants. One loves the country, the other loves wealth. Don't even talk about shattering a mountain. It will be difficult for them to break a stone." After Zhou Zhizhi finished speaking, he clearly felt that the three plant people opposite had lowered their guard. "It seems we misidentified the race. Sorry about that." As the one with the highest IQ, Lan Hua actively expressed an apology, but Baibamu, although he retracted his branch spears, still remained wary of Zhou Zhizhi and the others. He always felt that the person in front of him was too much like that Li Superman from back in the day. Black hair, yellow skin with a nose, eyes, and mouth. Even the voice was almost identical. "Oh look, I almost forgot my purpose. Just now, Rong Baomu brought the gift you sent him. Do you still have this gift? We can exchange for something." Lan Hua clapped her small hands and said. Beside him, Rong Baomu looked helpless and frustrated. He had originally kept a bit of very beneficial nutrient, but upon arriving at the temple, it was forcibly submitted to the priesthood. Zhou Zhizhi just realized why he didn't smell that foul odor when Rong Baomu returned. It turned out he was intercepted. "We still have it, but I understand. Such a precious item must be hard to come by, but it is really very important to us. If there is anything we can exchange, please feel free to mention it. We are truly sincere." Lan Hua thought Zhou Zhizhi was in a difficult position and hurriedly expressed her intentions first. Yes, well, but isn't it against your emphasis on etiquette to just stand here and talk?" Zhou Zhizhi quickly swallowed what he wanted to say and changed the subject. "You see, I'm sorry, I was too anxious. How about this, you all come with me, but those big guys can only stay here." Lan Hua proactively invited them, but still pointed at the 6 mobile warriors driven by Aslan. Zhou Zhizhi instantly replied with a smile, "No problem. After all, guests should follow the host's arrangements. Then we'll take our few vehicles in." After saying this, without giving the other party time to agree, he directly shouted to the back, "Captain Aslan, stay put. Everyone else get in the vehicle and follow Lord Lan Hua." Then he waved, returning to his own vehicle. Seeing the other party leave, Baibamu whispered to Lan Hua, who had settled back on him, "Lord Lan Hua, don't you think there are too many people on the other side? Will it? Don't worry. As long as they aren't of that person's race, with just these few little guys, how could they possibly be a match for the temple guards? You could easily step on several of them." Baibamu looked at the smaller Lan Hua and didn't continue. He always felt uneasy, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt they were absolutely related to Li Superman. However, thinking of that person's domineering nature, if he really had returned, would he even talk with him? What conversation? Just give him whatever he wants. After all, to him, tree people will never be slaves. Lan Hua and Baibamu led the way, while Zhou Zhizhi's convoy slowly followed behind. Rong Baomu returned to his tree pit. As the guard here, he absolutely couldn't leave without special circumstances, even if it meant sitting for 1,000 years. After more than an hour of travel, they arrived at the center of the oasis, where many active Oma people could already be seen. Along the way, Kaleo introduced to Zhou Zhizhi that the trees on both sides were basically alive and had a faint probing power constantly scanning them, but it was blocked by the biological force field of Kaleo and the others. "Cruz, what do you think?" In Zhou Zhizhi's special vehicle, the driver was none other than Lao Lu Cruz, who was responsible for intelligence. At this moment, he was driving while carefully observing the surroundings and quickly calculating the intelligence of the Oma people in his mind. This was a task that Kaleo and the others couldn't handle. Although they had high intelligence, they simply didn't have a mindset for this. Minister Zhou, we have traveled approximately 140 kilometers. According to observations from the sky, this oasis is circular, and the temple should be located at the center of the oasis. Therefore, it is estimated that there are at least 6 million large tree people like Baibama here, with small ones being temporarily uncountable. Hearing Zhou Zhaji's inquiry, crews immediately provided a simple report of the scarce intelligence obtained. Lan Hua led them into the only building of the Oma people, the temple. It's called a building, but in fact, it is just a huge cave hollowed out inside the only mountain, with a pool of water in the center. The pool is very deep, but extremely clear. This is the source of our life, is the holy water of the Oma tribe. Every new sprout must be nurtured in the holy water until it can withstand the external environment before leaving to root in its own place. This is also the place that all Oma people guard for life. Zhou Zhiji nodded in understanding. After all, very few plants can survive without the nourishment of water, especially in the dry and hot planet of Tabaxi. Please sit. Sit? Where to sit? The diplomatic representatives looked around and found no chairs or tables. They couldn't possibly sit on the ground, right? That would be unacceptable and a disgrace to their dignity. Just as they were wondering how to inquire with the other party, a tree person walked by. The tree person rooted beside the pool, intertwining its roots and vines, ultimately transforming into a chair and table completely made of vines. A group of small fairies resembling Lan Hua flew over and thoughtfully laid large leaves on the table. They also noticed that the shape of the chair resembled the sofas of Longxing, covered with soft leaves, making it quite comfortable. This is something others taught us. We don't need such things. I see you resemble them a lot, but after all, the races are different. Zhou Zhiji understood that the him mentioned by Lan Hua was very likely LiRulong. Zhou Zhiji seated himself and his team at one side of the table, preparing to begin negotiations. Please wait a moment. The other priests are waking up and will arrive soon. I am just one of the guarding priests and cannot make decisions. All right, Blue Flower Priest, we can wait, but I hope it won't be too long. Blue Flower quickly assured that it would be soon and had the other elves each bring a cup of water from the pool, although the amount was a bit small. Cruz picked up a soil-made cup and, while no one was watching, poured the water into his power armor to save it. He wanted to take it back to the Academy of Sciences to investigate what was special about this water. After more than 10 minutes, a somewhat withered large tree bent over, bringing a group of flying little elves to the meeting room. The large tree rooted itself directly opposite Zhou Zhiji, while the little elves sat at the tables on either side. This is our great priest elder, the oldest being of the Oma tribe. Hello, great priest elder. This is Zhou Zhaji from the Dragon Star civilization. He is here for some friendly exchange with us. The great priest shook the leaves on his body, scattering a few. Great priest, they have brought a divine object that can help us revive. You should try it. After Blue Flower spoke to the great priest, several little elves struggled to use the large leaves to carry the fertilizer that Zhou Zhaji had just given to the banyan tree and poured it directly at the roots of the great priest tree. The great priest closed his eyes, feeling the nourishing power coming from the trunk. He could already sense the benefits this substance had for him and the Oma people. With a bit more, it might even help him sprout new buds. Welcome, foreigner. What is your purpose for coming here? A deep voice came from the ancient tree face. Zhou Zhaji sat at the negotiation table, his gaze firm and deep as he stared at the great priest, quickly settling into his role. Respectful great priest, what is your view on the current situation in the universe? He did not answer the question, but instead threw his own question back at the other side. Taking the initiative, the great priest seemed to ponder for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, "We Oma people value tranquility and spend our days in peace. We do not understand much about the universe. In fact, we are not very welcoming of foreigners. However, if you come with gifts rather than weapons, we are still willing to befriend you." That is certainly true. We Dragon Star have a saying, when friends come, there is fine wine. When wolves come, there are knives and guns. Oh, wolves are a kind of hostile creature. Zhou Zhaji explained to the Oma people with a smile. Truly wise words. This is also our view. You see, we have found common language. Zhou Zhaji clapped his hands with a smile. However, I still want to ask you, what is your view on the current situation in the universe? Please do not blame me for being overly curious. After all, this plays a crucial role in our communication. The representatives from Dragon Star looked seriously at the large tree and little elves across from them, knowing that Zhou Zhaji was setting them up. The great priest shook the trunk, and the little elves hurriedly flew over to collect the fallen leaves. We have encountered foreigners, many different kinds of them. They once said that several major forces in the universe are warring against each other, although Tuba Star is located at the edge of the universe. It is also difficult to avoid being caught up in the conflicts. But time, it may be a long, long time, and we Oma people are never short of time. Zhou Zhezhi smiled slightly and calmly said, "Respectful great priest, we Dragon Star have faced many challenges, but we have never felt that being complacent is a way to escape reality. Often, this is the beginning of destruction. You see, my coming here is to seek a deep communication and exchange with your side. Many matters should not be spoken by us, but should be experienced by you. However, I cannot bear to watch the peaceful and good-hearted Oma people ultimately become food or furniture." Just as he said this, the great priest suddenly trembled, startling many of the little elves nearby. "I understand. Just say your purpose, foreigner. I wonder if you need a large quantity of the fertilizer you just tasted?" Zhou Zhezhi shifted the topic again. "We need it, although we do not know where you obtained such a perfect divine object. It is very important to us, Oma people. If I say I can provide it infinitely, what?" Not only did the flying little elves look shocked, but even the great priest stood up, the branches on his head poking the cave ceiling. "Really? You can really provide us Oma people with an infinite amount?" Zhou Zhezhi nodded, but then raised his hands and said, "I can guarantee that whatever you need, we have, but the Oma people are not robbers. We can make exchanges. What do you need? Here it comes. The trap has been set. We have heard that your side is very advanced in the field of space technology, while our side is very knowledgeable about plants. Oh, just like the Oma people, our civilization has a natural ability to cultivate and plant plants. We can even say that everyone in our civilization is born a farm. So, we hope to exchange all of your technological data, including but not limited to space science and theoretical knowledge, for our planting techniques and that fertilizer." "This is impossible." The great priest directly refused, knowing well the importance of space technology and understanding that if they exchanged everything, what would they have left to trade with Dragon Star? Zhou Zhezhi did not expect to conclude the deal so easily. He crossed his arms, resting his chin on them, and focused his gaze on the old tree bark face opposite him. "Since the great priest knows the current crisis in the universe, we can consider a different kind of trade." An assistant nearby timely handed a tablet to two little elves, who delivered it to the other side. The tablet automatically played videos of the previous two cosmic wars of Dragon Star, only omitting the scenes of LiRulong. But the battles of Zod and others were vividly displayed. It was also thoughtfully accompanied by a narration in the universal language of the universe, explaining the battles, the forces of both sides, and the final outcomes. The great priest showed no expression. After all, tree bark is not very expressive. But the nearby blue flower and other elves were all so scared that they covered their faces, barely holding back their cries. When the video ended, no one spoke in the entire cave. After a long while, the great priest spoke. "The Dragon Star civilization is a resilient civilization. But can you tell me what this means?" "Threat." Zhou Zhezhi directly uttered two words, causing not only the great priest to widen his eyes, but also the diplomatic team beside him to instinctively hold their breath. Fortunately, their good psychological quality prevented them from whispering to each other or exchanging glances, but Zhou Zhezhi's blunt words still startled them. "Threat? We're not afraid of threats." The great priest seemed a bit angry, and the little elves around began to fly back, preparing to call the guards outside. No, you may have misunderstood. We Dragon Star never threaten others. At least your side has not brought us any hostile pressure." Zhou Zhezhi suddenly laughed. "The threat I speak of comes from unfriendly, barbaric, imperialistic threats. They have already engaged in multiple battles with us, and your side will not be spared simply by being complacent." At this point, Zhou Zhezhi gave a subtle glance to Kaleo, who was standing at the door, and said in a very tiny voice, "Old Chi, fly one up, scare them a bit." This voice could only be heard by Kryptonian Superman, who quickly took a few people and flew up from the spot, directly behind Zhou Zhezhi. Kaleo even ignited his eyes. They had seen flying aliens before, but a flying one with red eyes was something they had encountered only once. And it was a deep memory that they had even engraved on the stone walls of the Omara sacred site as a record of their race. This time, not only did the little sprites get scared and scatter, but even the high priest pulled up his roots, preparing to escape. Yet he still shouted, "You say it's not a threat. You are indeed a civilization like Superman Lee. You are robbers." Boom! With a loud bang, Zhou Zhezhi retracted his gentle expression and slammed his fist on the wooden table, glaring at the Omara people in the cave. The Dragon Star people, who had bodies nearly as strong as little Superman, made the Omara tree people, turned into a table, nearly cry out in pain from the force of the punch. They were not just trees, They were not the kind of beings that could be casually chopped down. Their trunks and branches were filled with various nerves, including pain nerves. Omara High Priest, please mind your words. As the highest leader of the Omara people, your every word and action represents the attitude of Omara civilization towards us. I now represent Dragon Star and demand that you apologize immediately for your earlier remarks. The diplomatic team beside him also stood up, glaring at the plant people in the cave. Although our civilization no longer uses charcoal for heating and energy, in some places, charcoal is still a necessity. Like for barbecue stalls. Kaleo and the others simultaneously turned their eyes red, making it seem like with a wave of Zhou Zizi's hand, they could start burning charcoal in the cave. The high priest glared back at them, his aged voice filled with anger but clearly lacking confidence. Apologize? Why? You first bribed us with beneficial divine artifacts and wanted to exchange our important technological data. I refused, and you prepared to attack. Is this the method of your Dragon Star civilization? Threatening us to turn the Omara people into carbon? Let me tell you, tree people will never. A badge was thrown by Zhou Zizi at his roots, and when Blue Flower got close enough to see what it was, he quickly used his small body to block the high priest's next words. Woo Phew. Blue Flower was spit out by the high priest, clearly unhappy to be interrupted. Big priest, you should take a look at this first. Blue Flower lay on the ground, still pointing at the badge beside the high priest's roots. Hearing this, the high priest looked down, and in an instant, he felt he had nothing to say. Looking again at Zhou Zizi, who was still supporting the table and glaring at him in anger, and the 5 flying aliens with red eyes above him. He sighed helplessly and returned to the negotiation table, rerouting himself. Speak, we want. An apology. Zhou Zizi retracted his angry expression and became calm. But this was even more frightening. All right, I apologize for my inappropriate words earlier. This responsibility is mine, not the other Omara people. I accept any consequences from the other side. Good, we accept your sincere apology. Zhou Zizi suddenly smiled, then returned to a composed and gentle demeanor. This sudden change in attitude nearly shocked the high priest's tree trunk. Now play the environment of LiRulong Star. Let the high priest appreciate it. The assistant took the command, walking confidently to the tablet, tapping a few times. This time, what played was the transformed LiRulong Star, composed entirely of green and blue, with only a small amount of ice plains and snow-capped mountains at the poles. It could have been eliminated, but to satisfy ice and snow enthusiasts. The Academy of Sciences specially added the ice and snow settings in the terraformation process. The 10-minute video detailed the topography of LiRulong Star and its beautiful environment. And this vibrant, water-abundant planetary ecology made the observing Omara people very envious, even yearning for it. The mother star Dragon Star truly makes me ashamed. Our planet was like this millions of years ago, but unfortunately, I cannot see it. The high priest sighed, and the little sprites beside him became less active. Please allow me to correct the high priest's misunderstanding. This is not our mother star, but our neighboring star or companion planet. This planet was created through our relentless efforts and technical means, and its definition is also to protect the environment. After all, green trees and green mountains are the true treasures. Zhou Zizi said proudly. Green waters and green mountains are the true treasures. What a great and far-sighted thought. If only our ancestors had such ideas back then, Tabaxi wouldn't have ended up like this. The little sprite shed tears, and the high priest looked down in disappointment. In fact, the Omara people still have chance. Zhou Zizi's words attracted everyone's attention. The high priest shook his head, believing it to be impossible. Their mother star had become what it was now after millions of years, and if they wanted to restore it, it would take even longer. Restoring Tabaxi's ecological environment will take too long, and moreover, the 2 stars in the middle of the galaxy are entangled faster and faster, with increasingly strong energy surges. There is nothing we can do about it, the high priest said gloomily. We have already discovered the anomalies of the 2 stars. I did not say I wanted to save Tabaxi, but rather to leave a seed of civilization for the Omara people. Look, although we only brought a small fleet this time, we can spare a warship specifically to protect the Omara people, taking them to our LiRulong Star to re-establish their lives. Don't you think, High Priest, that this is better than your race waiting to die on Tabaxi? The assistant opened the screen showing the Dragon Star exploration fleet, introducing the situation of the Black Dragon and Pichio series warships. The little sprites flying beside the high priest all curiously gathered to check, and when they saw the giant warship, it instantly struck their hearts. What do we need to give? The high priest asked again. If they could preserve their civilization and allow them to propagate elsewhere, he would certainly welcome it. Moreover, this was not the first time aliens came to discuss such matters with him, but the high priest could feel from their attitude that the other side had ulterior motives. However, the Dragon Star people, or Zhou gave him a different feeling, as if he were bathed in spring wind, speaking frankly. Furthermore, there is also that terrifyingly strong LiRulong and his subordinates. Given the combat capabilities of the Omara people, if the Dragon Star people really had other intentions, they only needed to throw a punch. Negotiating? What is the point? We need space technology, all scientific data of the Omara civilization. Of course, among the rescued Omara people. It would be best if they were your scientists. They can better inherit your civilization and knowledge, and we can faster convert theories into practically applicable technologies. This way, both sides win. Zhou was already confident of victory, smiling as he explained to the high priest and the group of little sprites. The high priest's tree face nodded slightly, looking at Blue Flower and the others beside him. My last question is, if your answer satisfies us, we will accept your terms. And it's not just some of our people, but all of them. Zhou looked at the high priest with confusion. All? Just now? Kruger had calculated that there were several million Treants in this oasis alone, and their warships couldn't possibly hold them all. They couldn't send one batch and then take another. That would delay everything. But he still gestured for the high priest to continue speaking. What is the status of the Oma people in the Dragon Star civilization? After the high priest finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on the other party. And Lan Hua and the others also became tense. Status? It seems that other civilizations have been here before, and it's likely that negotiations broke down because of this. Zhou thought to himself, let me introduce to you the so-called status of the residents of the Dragon Star civilization. We have many ethnic groups, all of whom belong to humanity. The few behind me are all Kryptonians. We all belong to one race, the Huaxia people. All the ethnic minorities that join the Huaxia people receive the same treatment. They are all citizens of the Dragon Star civilization. Of course, please forgive my frankness. We also have secondary citizens who are enemies that previously posed a threat to my Huaxia people and even waged war against us, but were eventually captured. They do not enjoy the high social welfare benefits of ordinary citizens, nor can they compete for certain official positions. But in other aspects, they are treated the same. Moreover, we do not intend for them to remain secondary citizens for life. We have also prepared comprehensive, open, and fair promotion criteria for them, such as model workers, acts of bravery, and war heroes, etc. If the Oma people join the Dragon Star, then they will be our compatriots, brothers, and sisters. Any enemy that dares to show its fangs towards our compatriots, we will stand in front of them and face it together. Zhou's powerful words about the fair treatment and social welfare of Dragon Star citizens indeed deeply attracted the Oma people's aspirations. So, that means we won't become commodities, nor will we become pets of certain people? The high priest asked. Of course not. Let me put it this way. If anyone dares to do such things to the Oma people, General LiRulong, who brought us here, we'll make them know what it means to wish they were dead. The venue fell silent. Zhou took the divine water offered by the Oma people and drank it all in one go. He was genuinely thirsty. Not to mention, this divine water is pure and slightly sweet. If only he could take some with him. The high priest had now closed his eyes, and even Lan Hua and the others had flown to his branches, sitting there with their eyes closed. Minister Zhou, just now, there was a mysterious energy that spread out instantly, with the energy center being that big tree. Qirao whispered in his ear. Zhou nodded. It was likely that the high priest was communicating with his race. After an hour, all the Oma people opened their eyes, and the high priest rarely showed a smile. While Lan Hua and the others were so happy that they flew around, dancing their race's dance. Outsiders, oh no, Minister Zhou. I just communicated with the elders of all the tribes, and they have agreed to all the conditions you proposed. Furthermore, our entire race will leave with you. Glancing at the divine water pool beside him, the high priest continued, from now on, we will go to Dragon Star and treat it as our new homeland, where we will take root and flourish. In the future, we hope that the Dragon Star civilization will take good care of us. Zhou stood up laughing, leading the applause, and his assistants also applauded one after another. The little fairies on the other side imitated their actions, clapping their hands, and they became more and more enthusiastic. The negotiation table in front of them transformed back into tree roots and vines, with the treant that had served as the table gently rubbing its roots on the side. Zhou stepped forward, extended his hand, but was unsure which branch to grasp. If he grasped the wrong one, it would be awkward. The high priest re-rooted himself in the ground, closed his eyes, and the face on his trunk merged back into it. After a while, A small fairy in a white robe and a long gray beard that was longer than his body flew out from a relatively concealed tree hole. He slowly flew to Zhou Ji's front, imitating his gesture, extending his right hand and grasping one of Zhou Ji's fingers. Seeing Zhou Ji's puzzled expression, the fairy in white smiled slightly and explained, "Minister Zhou, I am the high priest, but I do not have a name." "Oh, so the treant is just your, how should I put it, disguise, and the little fairy is the real Oma people?" Zhou Ji suddenly realized, "Yes, it's a disguise. When we take off our disguise, you will recognize us the same. The Oma tribe belongs to the jungle fairy race. To be honest, we do not know our specific origins, but the disasters our ancestors endured have been preserved on the stone walls here, perhaps to warn future generations." The high priest sat on Zhou Ji's shoulder. He did not want to be so rude, but in his old age, he really could not fly for long. Moreover, it was Zhou Ji who had actively let him sit on his shoulder. A fairy the size of a Barbie doll could hardly weigh anything. Arriving at the Oma, no, it had already reverted to the jungle fairy tribe. In the true sacred place inside the cave, the high priest introduced the history of the jungle fairy tribe to them. Zhou Ji and the others listened carefully and attentively. Their focused and respectful demeanor further increased the fairy's fondness for them. "What is recorded here is the darkest moment of our tribe." The high priest pointed to a stone carving at the forefront, his expression somewhat somber. The content on the stone carving makes it clear what kind of disaster the ancestors of the fairy tribe underwent. The originally peaceful habitat of the fairy tribe was suddenly invaded by a group of beings depicted as demons. They used weapons to drive away the fairies, captured them in containers, and finally sent them onto a spaceship, taking them to a prosperous planet. There, the fairies became commodities and pets, bought by wealthy individuals to be their children as pets, and became canaries admired while confined in cages. The duration of this time is not recorded on the stone carving, but Zhou Ji and the others felt it must have been quite long, until a fairy referred to as the fairy prophet by the high priest appeared. He finally rescued most of the fairies. The fairy prophet was also one of the captured commodities, but he was very clever. He self-studied a large amount of advanced knowledge from the advanced technology of the demon planet, but clearly he had a narrow focus, primarily researching space science. The prophet stole a spaceship and filled it with supplies needed for their escape using a space container he made himself. He contacted many elders of the fairy tribe, set an escape time, and developed a meticulous plan. Finally, on a night when the demons were completely unguarded, they succeeded, but the prophet passed away during the escape. The spaceship flew for countless years, and fortunately, the fairies have long lives, allowing them to reproduce and thrive on the ship until they reach Tuba's star. The term Oma in the Oma tribe was named in honor of the prophet. Before the prophet passed away, he taught 6 clever fairy scientists to inherit his legacy. Unfortunately, although the fairy scientists were wise, their inherent aversion to weapons and similar things led them not to develop in that direction. "This space container looks somewhat familiar, doesn't it?" The assistant whispered, and Zhou Ji frowned slightly. "Haha, this is the Oma box that we regard as a sacred artifact, which was given to generally back in the day. Given to generally." The high priest answered cautiously. "Haha, no need to be like that, high priest. General Li's actions back then were unintentional. And look, because of his arrival and your warm welcome, we are here again to rescue and help you. We call this fate." Zhou Zhijing laughed heartily to ease the awkwardness. Yes, you are right, fate indeed." As they introduced each other, Zhou Zhijing and the others finally understood the history of the jungle elf tribe and realized what they needed most, a peaceful and stable life. The innermost part of the sanctuary suddenly became spacious, with many books and scrolls made of tree bark neatly arranged on stone bookshelves. Many little elves were busy organizing and packing them. "These are our technology and records. Once packed, we will take them all away," the high priest said, pointing at the busy elves and then calling over a male elf with golden long hair. "Chief, this is the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Dragon Star, Minister Zhou Zhijing, whom I just introduced through telepathy. Minister Zhou, he is our tribe's chief scientist. Well, let's just call him Chief. I'm sorry, we really lack the talent for naming." The chief elf, looking embarrassed, stepped forward and, following Dragon Star etiquette, shook hands with Zhou Zhijing. Hello. After the greeting, the chief elf went back to organizing work. Zhou Zhijing didn't mind the others' somewhat rude behavior at all. On Dragon Star, the old Dean Huang and those veteran scientists often played this way, so he was used to it. Leaving behind a Kryptonian warrior and a few staff members, they returned to outside the cave. Feeling the sultry climate, Zhou Zhijing turned to look at the high priest sitting on his shoulder. "High priest, I'm curious, why do you possess plants?" Looking at the busy tree men outside the cave and the earlier white bamboo, whose tree face had lost the wariness from when they first met, Zhou Zhijing asked. The high priest explained, "This is our tribe's gift. We are not good at fighting and lack great strength, so we can only rely on possessing various large plants. This not only increases our power to protect our tribe, but also allows us to prolong our lifespan through the nourishment of the plants." Oh, I haven't heard of that before. But don't worry, on our Rong star, we have plenty of plants, and on our mother planet, Dragon Star, although there are many cities and people, there are also many beautiful mountains and rivers. The elves can choose for themselves when the time comes. We won't interfere. Thank you so much. The high priest expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Zhou Zhijing. Suddenly, Zhou Zhijing remembered something. Earlier, when they visited the elf sanctuary filled with the history of the elf tribe, it seemed to be only about 300 meters long and about 3 meters high. These were all historical records that the elves regarded as treasures, so why not do things thoroughly and show the demeanor of Dragon Star? High Priest, we are leaving. What about this sanctuary? Oh, leave it. As you just said, the continuation of the tribe is the most important. The High Priest looked regretful. That one do. Since it's south such an important place, let us take it all away, but this mountain cannot be moved. We can think of a way for the stone carvings inside. Really? That's wonderful. The High Priest excitedly flew in front of Zhou Zhijing, looking at him with anticipation. Let me handle it. You should trust me, old tree bark. A voice came from above. The high priest trembled upon hearing it, but he quickly controlled his fear. Zhou Zhijing smiled and looked up to see LiRulong, dressed in a black superhero uniform, standing above them with a few Kryptonian guards, crossing his arms and looking down at them. Slowly descending in front of them, LiRulong carefully observed the current appearance of the high priest. Look at you. You look great, small, and quite cute. Why pretend to be a big tree? Do you have a big dream too? LiRulong laughed heartily, while the high priest awkwardly stroked his white beard, not daring to respond. LiRulong, think of a way for the elf sanctuary. The entire mountain can't even fit in the Paixio. Zhou Zhijing stepped forward to ease the situation. Besides, the elves will eventually be our people, and we should take care of our own. LiRulong smiled and nodded at the words. All right, old Zhou, don't worry. After saying that, he waved to the people behind him, and immediately 2 Kryptonian superheroes stepped forward. One flew into the cave while the other flew to the mountaintop. The 2 simultaneously fired heat vision, cutting through the entire mountain, then slicing the parts with carvings into 1-meter-thick stone slabs. Each slab neatly numbered for reassembly when returning to Rong Star. The high priest and the others watched in shock. These were just 2 warriors under LiRulong's command, and they could easily cut the entire mountain. If they truly aimed at the elf tribe, they would definitely annihilate them in minutes. At this moment, all the elf tribe members secretly gave a thumbs up to the high priest, praising his decision as spot on. As the stone slabs were neatly arranged, the Black Dragon, carrying a Paixio No. 1 ship, slowly entered the atmosphere of Star and landed not far from the oasis. The elves looked at the gigantic warship and the incredibly thick cannons on it. These were devastating weapons for them. Sent a few spaceships, each carrying an elf, to all the elf gathering places to pick them up. Crossing the desert and Gobi can be quite challenging, LiRulong said, and his subordinates immediately began making arrangements. The high priest immediately arranged for people to follow, as this was the most convenient way and could prevent any tribe members from dying of thirst on the way. Once the chief elf organized all the materials, the elves on this oasis began to board the ship in an orderly manner. Except for a few elves responsible for order and communication, the other high-ranking members and important scientists all boarded the Black Dragon with LiRulong. Old AI, this is the chief scientist of the elf tribe. The others are scientists who are very accomplished in spatial studies. You all need to cooperate more in the future. For now, let the chief assist you, and when we return to Dragon Star, let the old Huang give you a formal appointment. LiRulong clapped to wake up AI Erqiao, who was scanning the bodies of a few elves with his X-ray vision. AI Erqiao quickly snapped back to reality and nodded hurriedly. General, King Inu, you behave yourself and don't have any improper thoughts. AI Erqiao looked regretful, then turned to the chief elf. Hello, may I ask if you have a prison for holding criminals? The chief elf looked puzzled, tilting his head in response. Prison? What is that? Our tribe has no criminals. What about bad people? You know, elves who have done many bad things. Are there any? AI Erqiao still didn't want to give up. He didn't believe a civilization could be without bad people. No, our tribe is very harmonious. Friendliness and unity are our survival principles. Since the beginning of recorded history, we have never had any of the bad people you mentioned. AI Erqiao sighed. He genuinely wanted to dissect one for study. Cough, cough, he meant to understand the body structure of this fascinating race. It's a pity that without any bad people providing him with materials, he wouldn't dare to act against those who have already become his compatriots on Dragon Star. Otherwise, he would die a very miserable death. Forget it, there's still over 100 live specimens of foot basin chickens in stock. So let's take one apart to vent some frustration. With this thought in mind, he began to have the elven scientists familiarize themselves with the current technological system and progress of Dragon Star. Then, according to their respective abilities, they would start theoretical research and technological development in space science when the time was right. However, he currently didn't know that the elven scientists were completely unaware of anything other than space science knowledge. When LiRulong saw that he had made proper arrangements, he gave El Xiao a look as he was leaving, which meant to keep an eye on things in case one was missing. El Xiao smiled broadly, indicating that he wouldn't dare to do anything. Upon returning to the bridge conference room, he noticed some changes in the setup and gave a big thumbs up to Zhou Zhizhong for his meticulous work. On one side of the conference table, a small mini-conference table made by a 3D printer had been placed, along with sofas and office chairs suitable for the elven race. Not only that, but there were also many green plants arranged around. Just this one detail would elevate the elven race's sense of belonging, as Dragon Star truly regarded them as one of their own. Zhou Zhizhong and Chief Bear's arrangements didn't stop there. They thoughtfully brought in engineers who transported a large amount of suitable soil for planting from CampusStars. They even mixed fertilizers and nutrient-rich materials into the soil. LiRulong also arranged for people to build a small pond using stones and materials, with water source from the sacred elven pool, and transplanted a large number of green plants from the Black Dragon ship that had been brought from Dragon Star for experimentation and to relieve crew stress. The entire ship, Paishio No. 1, had completely transformed into a forest epoxy ship. The smell was quite strong. 3 hours later, the first ship was fully arranged, and all the elves were sent onto their ecological ship, which left them in disbelief. All of this made the elven race feel like they had encountered the only noble person in the universe. They fully agreed with any decisions made by Dragon Star. This was our temporary preparation for the elven race, but due to limited materials and space, we ask everyone for understanding. Once our exploration mission is completed and we return to Rulong Star, we will definitely provide the elven race with the most suitable living environment and implement new laws to protect their rights. Zhou Zhizhong briefly introduced the temporary arrangements, and the high priest quickly waved his hand, indicating that it was already too accommodating, leaving them unsure of how to express their gratitude. The next part involved some administrative discussions. Of course, all arrangements were only applicable to the current journey. Once they returned to Dragon Star, the Administrative Council would need to reorganize everything. During the discussion, they also discovered a characteristic of the elven race. They were particularly sensitive to spatial recognition, a level unattainable by ordinary humans. Even Aslan and the others had to concede in this aspect of spatial recognition. No wonder they could learn space technology quickly and apply it to new situations. It turned out to be one of their racial talents. Although they knew that the elven race loved peace, their spatial recognition ability was one of the most important skills in cosmic warfare and manipulating spatial weaponry. If each fighter jet or warship had one to several members of the elven race assisting, their combat effectiveness would definitely soar, even surpassing what the Xianyuan tactical assistance system could achieve. Comrade High Priest, although what I'm about to say may be somewhat offensive, I still ask you and your elven compatriots to consider whether you would be willing to let some of your people serve in the military. I can guarantee that the treatment will be exactly the same as for others, and they could even become the first generals of the elven race. Chief Bear thought for a long time and finally brought this proposal up at the meeting. The High Priest and the elven priest elders clearly had not considered this aspect and were momentarily at a loss for words. We're not in a hurry. We have plenty of time. You can discuss it with your people later. I see that Baibamu is a passionate elf, and I'm sure many like him want to protect their homes and families, Chief Bear said with a smile, before discussing the subsequent itinerary in front of them. LiRulong, now that we've resolved the matter with CampusStars, where are we headed next? To the Star Alliance. The Star Alliance? Is that the alliance of multi-civilizations in the universe that you mentioned last time? Didn't you say they were very corrupt? Chief Bear and Zhou Zhizhong exchanged glances, both feeling that now was not a good time for Dragon Star to engage with the Star Alliance. Regarding this issue, LiRulong had long had his thoughts prepared. Uncle Bear, are we afraid of corruption? I think the previous United Nations was much more corrupt than them, and we managed to navigate it smoothly, so what is there to fear? LiRulong laughed heartily, noting that he had previously been alone and simply lacked the energy to handle major affairs. Otherwise, he would have made significant moves already. I'm just concerned that the other side's technology and civilization level is far superior to ours. If we engage recklessly, it might not be beneficial for us. Chief Bear expressed his doubts. Yes, their technological level is indeed much higher than ours. Many of the photon force field defense shields we use were taken from them. However, one thing is that their political systems are vastly different, and they tend to put many things on the table. What seems like scheming is actually just minor squabbles. After saying this, he pointed at Zhou Zhejiang and joked, "Old Zhou, are you afraid of dealing with a bunch of people who haven't learned Sun Tzu's art of war or our ancestors' wisdom?" Zhou Zhejiang was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "If you put it that way, I'm not worried at all. It really is like a giant dragon dealing with small squabbles." Turning to Chief Bear, he said, "Was the bald eagle also more technologically advanced than us back in the day, constantly causing us trouble? We faced it calmly, and it was precisely because of our national perseverance and the wisdom passed down from our ancestors. Let us go and deal with them." Chief Bear nodded slightly, just as Zhang Zhong jumped in ahead of him. Hey, take me along this time. I want to see how alien civilizations are and how well we can communicate with them." Zhang Zhong's quick tongue made his face flush slightly, nearly revealing what was on his mind and his old profession. Ha! The entire conference room erupted in laughter, leaving only the high priest and the others confused about the reason behind it, looking at everyone in puzzlement. After a light-hearted laugh, Chief Bear began to make decisions. "All right, it's settled then. We'll go meet that Star Alliance and see how it differs from the United Nations. Who knows? We might even be able to secure a few permanent positions. Good. We'll leave it to our diplomatic team. LiRulong, what do you think our first step should be? After all, you're the only one who has interacted with them." Everyone turned to LiRulong. He quickly recalled in his mind and then opened the star map he had obtained from the elves. This star map was left to the High Priest by a Cosmic Trade Alliance, indicating that they could contact them if needed. But the High Priest had tossed it into storage, wishing to never contact them again. "We first need to gather enough intelligence, and then it would be best to find a member of the Star Alliance that is currently at war. Of course, it would be even better if both sides are members of the Star Alliance. Then we can look for an opportunity to intervene, mediating if possible, and if not, we can help the weaker side drive off the other. Furthermore, Old Zhou and the others will negotiate with them, primarily aiming for them to recommend us for entry into the Star Alliance. If they can't recommend us, we'll find a way to secretly control them, making them our puppets." LiRulong's ideas received unanimous approval from those present, while only the High Priest and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Fortunately, they have a very friendly attitude towards us. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare to imagine. The elves communicated with each other using telepathy, unaware that LiRulong had glanced at them. "Rulong, your idea is pretty good, but how do we find a suitable civilization? And it has to be one with friction, even in a state of war?" Zhou Zhejiang frowned and asked, "The probability is a bit low." LiRulong tapped the Fushi terminal on his wrist, and, after a while, the door of the conference room opened automatically, and a person walked in. "Report. Major Lu Cruiser is here as ordered." Cruiser, dressed in a Dragon Star military uniform, stood straight at the door. Come, old Cruiser, find a place to sit. We have a plan that needs your help." Yes, although Cruiser didn't know what use an external personnel temporarily assigned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs could be, he obeyed LiRulong's command and sat down in the assistant's seat at the back. "Old Zhou, I understand what you mean. The ancestors said if there are no conditions, we will create conditions. Can Cruiser lend me a hand temporarily?" Zhou Zhejiang and Minister Xiong and others knew what LiRulong was up to as soon as Cruiser entered. They shook their heads with amused expressions, realizing that this kid was preparing to send an evil demon to the aliens. Cruiser suddenly felt a chill, as if many cool breezes were swirling behind him. "Cruiser." "Yes." Hearing LiRulong call him, he immediately stood at attention. "Relax, we're all on the same side now. Don't be so tense. Come over here." "Yes." Cruiser nervously walked over to LiRulong and stood still, with all the big shots in the room staring at him. But why did the corner of their mouth seem to carry a hint of mischief? "Old Zhou, I was thinking we could first obtain intelligence from a certain organization or country within the Star Alliance, or from merchants or information brokers, and then select a few pairs of civilizations that have been unfriendly for generations, like the situation with the camels and the rootless tribes back in the day, where the people are in a life and death opposition. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting ahead." Then Cruiser can personally select people to form a fringe organization, secretly escalate the contradictions and situations, and finally find an opportunity to ignite a fire. "Isn't that how we achieve our goal?" LiRulong arranged, knowing he could only provide an idea. The real planning and implementation had to rely on Cruiser and Zhou Zhejiang. After all, they were the experts in playing schemes. Standing beside him, Cruiser also understood his next task and felt relieved in his heart. Isn't this just going back to my old job? I'm very familiar with it. Moreover, he was somewhat excited. He had just showcased his talents in the solar system, and now he was going to create chaos, not chaos, but find a breakthrough for the nation. He would definitely do well. As two civilizations fighting was much more thrilling than a big brawl. Zhou Zhejiang and the others seemed to see Cruiser's eager thoughts and shook their heads secretly, knowing that once this kid was released, it would be hard to reel him back in. LiRulong was also clear in his mind, but he didn't want to overly restrict Cruiser. After all, wasn't there people who would die? So he simply advised, "Old Cruiser, the opportunity is yours now. Do a good job, and we won't restrict you. You can do as big as you like. The bigger it is, the more comfortable our intervention will be." Cruiser nodded happily, about to assure him when LiRulong interrupted him. "But there's one thing. Our people are not your pawns. They can be injured, but cannot sacrifice themselves. Do you understand?" LiRulong's eyes narrowed as he gazed at him. "Understood. Rest assured, General and all commanders. If even one of my kin sacrifices, Major Liu Cruiser will immediately take his own life." Now everyone in the conference room felt relieved, knowing what Cruiser had been through. Ever since LiRulong healed him, he had become very protective of his life. LiRulong even wanted to give him a word, just like with Al Qiao, calling him Wenhe. In the interstellar routes within the Star Alliance, various sizes of starships were constantly arriving and departing. This route was one of the most important within the Star Alliance. There were Star Alliance escort ships patrolling nearby to prevent pirates or rebel forces from raiding passing merchant ships. A blue light flashed, and a silver-white elongated warship appeared in the surrounding area after finishing its jump. "Captain, we have arrived at the destination. Where should we go next?" The pilot, wearing a ZFD uniform, turned to look at Talia Kalades, who was seated in the captain's chair. Previously, Cruiser had accepted LiRulong's order to take the lead in stirring things up. LiRulong had instructed him to form his own team, so he simply called over the original members of Cruiser's team from the Black Dragon, adding several enhanced adjusters for convenience. At this time, the operators on this small liaison ship were all from the original Minerva, with Talia as captain, Arthur as vice captain, and Mei Ling Hawk as the communications officer. CIC was borrowed from Natalie Barkaloo, and Uncle Madek was the head of the maintenance team. The ship's hangar was equipped with 4 hastily made Gundams, all based on the Assault Gundam design, but the 4 units were divided into Assault, Combat, Sniper Cannon, and Intelligence Gathering types, piloted by Aslan, Isaac, Heine, and Dayaka, with Aslan serving as the MS team leader. Moreover, LiRulong also sent 2 Kryptonian superhumans along, explaining that they were not there to monitor, but to provide assurance in critical moments, emphasizing that they should follow Cruiser's orders. Captain Talia looked at Cruiser, who was sitting nearby, somewhat puzzled as to why this guy had put his mask back on. When leaving, LiRulong was also a bit confused, wondering if he thought he looked good or was worried about being taken as a son-in-law by alien octopuses. "General, I feel my thinking is more active with the mask on." Suit yourself, then you can wear it." Cruiser tapped the armrest, staring at the stream of merchant ships and transport ships in the distance, pondering for a moment. "Major Trull, please scan and see if you can find a luxury passenger ship or the largest cargo ship. The bigger and more luxurious, the better." He contacted one of the Kryptonian superhumans. "Once we get a response, we'll immediately enter the route and follow that designated ship." Cruiser instructed Talia. "Why? Luxury passenger ships or the largest cargo ships 1T go to desolate or low civilization level planets. Their destinations are either prosperous planets or large industrial planets. Either way, they're the best places to gather information and intelligence." Cruiser smiled slightly, but his masked smile made Talia feel a bit cold. After a while, Major Troll reported back, saying he had found the best target, a large passenger ship about 2,000 meters long, with extremely luxurious interiors. Many aliens with different appearances were in the hall, toasting each other, dancing unknown dances, and playing incomprehensible games, a scene of extravagance. Upon finding the target, Captain Talia immediately ordered the ship to follow it into the route, trailing behind it. During this time, they didn't know if any patrol ships passed by, but LiRulong had already prepared the merchant convoy identification codes they had kept. However, the population trade that the merchant convoy had engaged in had already been turned to ashes by LiRulong. "Sculline, please state your destination." As soon as they entered the channel, a communication inquiry came from the patrol warship. But how could they know what the purpose of this trip was? Cruz remained calm and directly answered. "The Skull Shadow is heading to the Star Alliance member country. Olivia, to celebrate the anniversary of the Lord's inauguration. This line was also instructed by LiRulong, and as for who that Lord was, neither he nor LiRulong knew. Sure enough, after he responded, the patrol ship's reply became very polite. Since they were attending the Lord's anniversary celebration, they wished them a smooth journey and asked them to call on the patrol channel if they needed anything. Skull Shadow received, "Thank you, goodbye." After hanging up, everyone on the bridge looked at him. "Don't look at me. I was just following the general's orders. What kind of person that Lord is? Neither the general nor I know." Cruz shrugged, indicating not to ask him. "Should we change our destination?" "Exactly. According to the rules of ZFD in Longxing, our itinerary has already been uploaded to the patrol headquarters. If we deviate, will it raise suspicion?" Talia and Bakililu expressed their concerns one after the other, while Cruz smiled. "Don't worry. The Lord in the Olivia Federation probably has more people than the animals in the Longxing Zoo, and each of them is someone we can't mess with at the bottom level. We just need to keep waving the tiger skin as a banner." The few of them breathed a sigh of relief. At least they wouldn't start a fight as soon as they entered the Star Alliance. That would be hard to wrap up. They followed a travel ship to an unknown place, and on the way, they indeed encountered another inquiry from a patrol ship. As a result, Cruz smoothly dismissed them with a line about needing to prepare a gift for the Lord. Bakililu and Talia silently gave a thumbs up to Cruz. Talia's impression of him was still okay, but Bakililu had previously disliked him very much, especially when she learned that the Alaska one-eyed giant system was his work. However, seeing Cruz's calmness and extraordinary adaptability along the way, and recalling that many of the later events in the Gundam world were actions he took under the general's orders to uproot the world's sins and ugliness, she somewhat forgave him. Moreover, a feeling of goodwill towards Cruz seemed to rise in her heart. What was going on? Cruz suddenly took off his mask, rubbed his brow, and when he put it back on, he felt a bit unaccustomed. Bakililu saw his handsome face and couldn't help but feel her heart race. Quickly focusing her attention on the CIC panel to find something to do. After a day's journey, they finally arrived at the orbit of a giant star planet. From space, the entire planet looked like an enormous city, with no blue oceans, no green forests, and no yellow deserts nearby, just steel buildings, with points of light reflecting brighter than the stars in the sky. In the planet's orbit, a massive starport was stationed there. Skull Shadow. This is the Matru Capital Star Orbit Patrol Command Center. Your itinerary has not been reported in advance. Please state your purpose. Cruz ignored the other party and focused all his attention on the urban planet before him. For him, this was a paradise for gathering intelligence. Patrol Command Center. We are tourists from Osphastar. Due to a last-minute change in our itinerary, we have not reported it. Received, Skull Shadow. Since you did not report, you will need to pay an additional 20% docking fee. You can proceed to the designated docking area. And please comply with the regulations of the Capital Star during your stay. Otherwise, your ship will be detained and you will be expelled from the Matra system. Skull Shadow received. Thank you for the reminder. We are all very law-abiding and good people. After hanging up the communication, Cruz noticed that everyone on the bridge was looking at him with strange expressions. Captain Talia next to him muttered softly, "You law-abiding? Good person?" which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Ahem. Okay, let's go to the docking area as instructed. After saying that, he quickly left the bridge and entered the elevator. Major True, please follow us off the ship for a while Major Hell stays on board. Leaving the elevator, Cruz immediately instructed, and True nodded in understanding. The interstellar port docking area of Matru Star was very large, with a massive port and various ships constantly shuttling back and forth, including warships from the Capital Defense Corps. Looking out the porthole at the largest warship docked at the military port, its massive size was even more than 3 times that of the Black Dragon. So shocking. I hope to command such a warship in the future. Deputy Commander Arthur's eyes were glued, nearly drooling. Arthur, check our supplies. There may be patrol personnel coming to inspect soon. Put all the important items into the space storage. Captain Talia reminded, and Arthur hurriedly wiped the drool from his mouth and began to arrange it, first storing the mobile fighters in the hangar to avoid trouble. Originally, the High Priest and the Chief Scientist had prepared a space bracelet with 200 cubic meters of internal space for each person. But LiRulong had warned that many developed planets have space detection devices to combat interstellar smuggling and other illegal means. Therefore, this time, aside from the 2 Kryptonians wearing a space bracelet each, Cruz only brought a large space backpack with a size of 1 cubic kilometer, carried by the Kryptonian, wrapped in a biological stance bag to ensure that any high-tech equipment would become ineffective. After the ship docked and the hatch opened, Cruz stepped off the ship coolly, wearing sunglasses, leading the way. Accompanying him were Aslan and Heine. Isaac and Diego, the duo of unfortunate brothers, remained on board for guard duty, along with Major True and a team of intelligence personnel personally selected by Cruz. Combat personnel were temporarily unnecessary since his purpose for this trip was to stir up trouble, not to find it. Welcome to Matru Capital Star. I'm the port receptionist. Is this your first visit? A somewhat female Matru person was already waiting for them outside the ship. Yes, beautiful lady, this is our first visit to Matru Capital Star. We heard it is a great place for tourism, so we wanted to come and have a look. The Matru receptionist looked at the aliens before her with a puzzled expression. I'm very sorry, dear alien guests, but you may have been misled by bad people. Matru Capital Star is not suitable for tourism. Aside from administration and business alliances, there is no natural scenery at all. Oh, is that so? Well, we heard about it on the way, which is why we changed our itinerary last minute. So, is there anything fun to do here? Cruz asked with a smile, pretending to be helpless. Let me think. Oh, we have the largest casino in the universe here. If you think you have good luck, you might want to try it. The receptionist was quite straightforward, which left a good first impression on Cruz and the others. Upon hearing that there was the largest casino in the universe, Heine immediately showed great interest. His three major hobbies in life were smoking dogs, playing cards, and pouring chicken soup. Especially playing cards, he was known as the ZFD golden-haired gambling god. Beautiful lady, please arrange accommodation for us first. Of course, it would be best if you could take us to exchange for some local specialties before that, as we've spent all our credit coins on the way. All right, no problem. Please wait on the spaceship. Shortly, security personnel will come to check. Everyone, please follow me. Cruz and the others followed the receptionist, admiring the various spaceships and the different-looking aliens in the docking area, while carefully listening to the receptionist introduce information about Matru Star, occasionally interjecting and gathering useful intelligence. On the other side, the Black Dragon, along with the fleet, found a system in an extremely harsh environment, one that any civilization would avoid. After all, the enormous, unstable star at the center of the system was on the brink of exploding. Initially, when Rulong suggested to stay here, Minister Xiong and the others disagreed. However, he explained that energy crystals are obtained from such soon-to-be-destroyed stars, and he would personally lead Kryptonian supermen into the star to mine and collect, which made them agree. Once inside, they found that the environment here was beyond harsh. It was like a cosmic hell. Because the star was about to explode, the gravitational forces were extremely chaotic, with various tangled cosmic rays and disorderly meteors traveling at hundreds of times the speed of sound. If it weren't for the energy crystals, Zhang Zhong would have been in tears, feeling like he couldn't go on, but he steeled himself to maximize the defensive shield, and with the Kryptonian supermen moving around him, he destroyed all the greatest threats. Chirao, take your people with me. The space here is too chaotic. We can't use the storage space. We'll transport the energy crystals back separately later. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Yes, General. Ready. LiRulong was about to take them to the star to learn how to mine when he was suddenly called by Zhang Jitong. What's wrong, Jitong? Seeing Zhang Jitong looking somewhat shy in front of him, LiRulong was a bit confused. She, who was usually so energetic, was acting so demure now. Rulong, we're pregnant, she said softly, looking down. She forgot that the people preparing to leave the ship were all Kryptonian supermen. As soon as her words fell, thousands of eyes turned to her. Startled, but she didn't mind. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. LiRulong widened his eyes and immediately used his X-ray vision to look at her abdomen. Sure enough, there was something different there. His vision could clearly see that a new life was being nurtured, although it was still very small, but he could feel the vibrant life force emanating from it. He took Zhang Jitong's hand and was about to return to his cabin, where several women were waiting for him. General, you go first. This is a good thing. Congratulations. Congratulations, General. I know. Shouldn't we treat everyone to a celebratory drink? Yes, and celebratory cigars. Hey, I heard they even give us red envelopes. As soon as LiRulong left, the Kryptonian supermen started chattering, each shouting about customs they learned from Dragon Star. I wonder if we need to recognize a godfather. Do I have a chance? Chirao stroked his chin, standing there calculating in his heart. He had to beat Zod to it. Otherwise, he would be livid. LiRulong followed Zhang Jitong back to his cabin. To be honest, he felt quite anxious on the way, as it was his first time becoming a father, and he was going to be the father of at least 6 children. His mood was hard to describe. In short, there was excitement and a sense of responsibility. Loxies and the others were sitting on the sofa, their faces flushed, but even more alluring. Zhang Jitong sat directly beside them. and the few of them looked up to examine LiRulong standing in front of them. "Aha, you're all amazing. Old Li is going to be a dad." LiRulong laughed heartily, rubbing the back of his head. Uffed. His expression amused them. Gulisha laughed so hard she leaned back, her movements causing quite a stir beneath her military uniform. Startled, LiRulong hurried to her side, supporting her. "Be careful, don't disturb the pregnancy." "Oh, come on. We aren't that fragile. Don't forget we are all heroines who can give birth and tear apart tigers and leopards," Gulisha said, hands on her hips, pouting proudly. "All right. We found out during the physical examination in the life medical cabin today," she continued. "Didi Rulong, are you there?" A voice came from the communicator. It was Minister Xiong, sounding a bit urgent. LiRulong let Fushi open the door, and Minister Xiong led a group of people into the room. Following him were Zhou Zheji, Zhang Zhong, Xiong Nuafu, Zhang Peng, and Loxi's father, Siklai Klein, among others. In short, all the high-ranking officials on the Black Dragon and those close to LiRulong had come, nearly filling his large commander's lounge. "Uncle Xiong, what is going on? You step aside." Minister Xiong pushed him aside and walked to Zhang Jitong and the others. As Zhang Jitong was about to stand and salute, he waved his hand to stop her. "Jitong, girl, do you really all have this kid from this guy?" Zhang Jitong raised her hand slightly and awkwardly nodded. "Loxi's, you are pregnant too?" "Yes, father, we all have Rulong's children." Minister Xiong and the others received the affirmative response and breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the few of them with a kind demeanor, as if watching their own juniors. "Ha, great. Wonderful. This kid usually messes around, but he finally did something truly significant." Zhou Zheji and the others laughed heartily. This was truly a joyous occasion for them. "No, you all keep it down. Don't scare my girls." LiRulong glared at the old men, laughing wildly, reminding them with a dark face. "What girls? You little brat violated organizational regulations and got involved with the girls?" Minister Xiong teased, glaring at him. "What are you looking at? Of course they're girls. I like girls. They must be pink." LiRulong looked at them proudly, unable to suppress his grin, which was almost reaching his ears. "Girls or boys are the same. By the way, I accept the title of God-grandfather. I'm first in line. Then I'm second. Third. Third is me. Get out of here. My hand was raised first. I'm third. You're fourth." "No. You old men are a bit too much." With a black line on his forehead, he just wanted to chase them away. After they settled down, they all gave Zhang Jitong and the others a few reminders, mostly about being careful in their actions, that work was to be paused for now, and if there was anything, they should report it immediately and could fine anyone. Siklai didn't want to leave, but seeing everyone else was preparing to go, he could only say a few words to Loxi's before returning to work. Finally, Zhang Peng walked up to LiRulong with a mysterious air, whispering, "You better be careful. If you really have a girl, you have to keep an eye on her." Han Duo had a son with Lu Peiqiang, and they've already named him Lu Qi, saying that way he can have a household registration. After finishing, he sized up LiRulong with a mischievous expression. "Don't let his son run off with your girl." LiRulong rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "You still care about your apprentice? You haven't even secured a wife for him yet. Just talking nonsense every day. By the way, weren't you getting along quite well with that TV station host?" Why should I be in a hurry? The war was urgent before. But I'm only 49 now, and I have over 1,000 years left. What's the rush?" Zhang Peng replied with wide eyes. Your kid is already over 500 years old, and you're still single. Don't let your abilities decline by then." "Damn, I have little on." Cough, never mind. "I'm leaving." Zhang Peng almost let it slip and quickly left the room. Once the person was gone, LiRulong finally relaxed. He wanted to take a good look at his wives. Although he hadn't organized any wedding for them, he had always remembered that matter. Now he was even more determined. This time he would take them all back and marry them, since old Zhou had said he would arrange a big legal ceremony for them. Congratulations to the host for successfully nurturing offspring, hereby rewarding a collective time travel once. Duration 1 year. As soon as he sat down, the system chimed in his mind. "Damn, system brother, you're being so generous this time? Another collective time travel? Your women are pregnant. I have to give you a gift. Just accept it. Don't tear it apart." "Who the hell is tearing it apart? By the way, where are we going this time?" "I don't know. Didn't I tell you?" Due to the incident with the Black Death Annihilation Star, time travel has become uncontrollable. This time I managed to gather the funds for you, but I really have no way of knowing where we are going. Also, you need to prepare for the time travel quickly, or I won't be able to hold on. Right? I really got busy and forgot. Anyway, thanks, system brother. When the child is born, you can consider yourself a big shot. I don't have a surname, E. After joking with the system in his mind, LiRulong fell into contemplation. To be honest, he really didn't want to time travel right now, as there were too many things to deal with. But he also didn't want to miss this opportunity. After all, he could gain a lot of benefits each time. What if this world's technology or abilities were something extraordinary? That would help him protect his family and children better in the future. Rulong, what's wrong? Lux, who excelled at reading people's emotions, noticed something off and quickly asked softly. It's nothing. I was quite happy, but I just found out that we can time travel again, and it's a collective time travel. But you're all pregnant now, and I don't know if it will be dangerous. LiRulong said honestly. He was truly conflicted. Upon hearing this, the girls exchanged glances and smiled slightly. Come on, let's go. I also want to see other worlds. Previously, Zhang Peng and the others were showing off in front of me. This time I must go. Yes, I want to go too. I want to see Lux's world. Zhang Zhiqiao and the others were very eager, clearly indicating that they wouldn't let LiRulong have just a son without them. Rulong, don't worry. Our physical fitness is strong, and your offspring will definitely be strong and healthy babies. I saw Dr. Alkio's report. Time travel has no burden or impact on the body, so don't worry. Lux smiled to reassure him. Hearing them say this, LiRulong nodded in his heart and made a decision. He would go find Chief Bear and the others to discuss it. He needed to arrange things here clearly. Moreover, he could only take the Black Dragon with him. The remaining 20 warships had to stay here. Also, he needed to notify Kaz and the others to let them make their own decisions. In the conference room, smoke filled the air as everyone pondered over the sudden proposal of time travel that LiRulong had just brought up. Extinguishing his cigarette, Chief Bear looked up and sighed, saying to everyone, we can't miss this rare opportunity, but we also can't leave this place unguarded. How about this? I'll stay behind and take a part of the staff and administrative personnel to the ship Paishio No. 1 to be in charge of command. The others, along with the Black Dragon, will travel to the new world with Rulong. Minister Zhou, I will trouble you with foreign affairs and politics at that time. Zhou Ji and the others nodded in agreement. This was the best plan. Of course, they could also see that Chief Bear was somewhat unwilling. After all, who would want to go? Chief, leave it to me. Don't worry, I will also arrange the work of the diplomatic and intelligence personnel here properly. Zhou Ji replied. Okay, thank you. Rulong, leave me some Kree warriors just in case. This trip will last a year, and if anything happens over there, you must discuss it with Minister Zhou and the others. Remember, you're going to be a father. Yes, Uncle Bear. By the way, Zhiqiao and the others want to go with me. I've already promised them. LiRulong said softly. Nonsense. We don't even know what's going on over there. They are all pregnant, and you dare to take them. Chief Bear glared and slammed the table angrily. LiRulong shrank his head. He regarded many elders in this world who had treated him very well as family, not to mention their strength. They cared for him as if he were their own child. So when people like Grandpa Zhou and Chief Bear glared at him, he really felt a bit intimidated. But he also felt warm inside. After all, having family is a completely different concept from pretending to be a lone wolf. Stealing a glance at Alkio, who was lost in thought across the table, with a cigar in his mouth and a smug expression, he coughed lightly. Alkio noticed that LiRulong was staring at him and instantly realized what was happening. Chiefs, based on our previous experience of time traveling to the Gundam world, I have accurately calculated that time travel has no effect on our bodies. The first time may cause a brief dizziness, but it will quickly recover. As a great scientist, Alkio's conclusions were quite convincing. Chief Bear and the others understood that Alkio was saying this because he feared LiRulong's wrath. Well, you guys just do as you please. But if anything happens to them, when you come back, I will immediately order the fleet to return to Longxing. Let's see if your grandpas will peel your skin off. LiRulong smiled awkwardly. Even if nothing happened, he would definitely get a scolding. But if they really peeled his skin off, that would be ridiculous. Kaz and the others still needed our attention and support. Our plans also need to be revised. After this meeting, I will contact Minister Zhou to come up with a plan. Yes. As for the rest, you can arrange it. Take good care of them. This trip will last a year, and when the children are born, I, as the great-grandfather, will not be around. What kind of business is this, Chief Bear looked regretful. What do you mean you'll be the great-grandfather? I've been paired with him the longest and even shared a bed with him. So I should be the great-grandfather. Zhang Zhong hurriedly interjected. Just you? You nearly got my grandson and granddaughter crippled. Stay wherever it's cool. Chief Bear lit another cigarette, blowing smoke and glancing disdainfully at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was a loss for words. After all, his dark history was indeed too dark. The key was that this wasn't what he wanted to do. It was all arranged by these guys. Then I'll be the second one. Being a second great-grandfather should be fine. Resigning to second place, he thought he couldn't fall out of the top 3. Falling out would not only be a ranking issue, but also a matter of face. Get lost, I'm the second. The chief of staff glared angrily. Don't look at our ranks as generals. I've been a general for over 10 years, and you've just been one for a few years. You dare to compete with me for ranking? Damn, this is really bullying. Old 3, it can't drop any further. Hey. Old 3 is sitting here. Just move back a bit. The chief of the general staff was glaring at Zhang Zhong with a sinister expression while counting his fingers. The high-ranking military officials were eager to take action. They had just privately set the rankings, and if Zhang Zhong dared to interfere, they were ready to rush him and teach him a lesson about who the real authority was. Zhang Zhong was gritting his teeth in anger, but he was too weak to do anything. Even if he came in last, he still had to hold his ground as the elder. If he provoked everyone's anger and became a junior, how could he face returning to Longxing? All right, everyone calm down. Rulong, go prepare. All departments must get the personnel and supplies ready within a day. Meeting dismissed. After Director Xiong finished speaking, he directly took his people out of the conference room. LiRulong was going to arrange things with the Kryptonians. He planned to keep Fiora behind, since she was quite smart. If he had left Zureo, that big brother would have led his people to rampage through the universe. Sigh, I kind of miss Zod now. At least he was a competent general. While LiRulong was lamenting, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to see his cheap father-in-law, Siklai. Rulong, I want to go this time. I discussed with Minister Zhou and will stay behind to assist Director Xiong. You must take good care of Lux and the others. Siklai looked intently at LiRulong. Don't worry, I'll take good care of them. When I return, I'll definitely bring you a big fat granddaughter. After saying that, he left quickly. He was pressed for time. Siklai watched him leave and sighed in place. Actually, a grandson would be nice too. If it's a girl, I wonder if she will be as sly as Lux. Shaking his head, he walked briskly back to the office. Boom! A star exploded, and immediately a figure flew out from the explosion, holding a translucent crystal that was half his height. See, just like this. You must pay attention to controlling the direction of the thermal cutting. Make sure not to cut into the crystal, or else this star will be lost too. LiRulong threw the crystal in his hand to Fiora. He had already stripped Zureo of his identity as the mining team leader, but Zureo didn't team mine at all. After all, following the general to other worlds was way more exciting than mining. After teaching them how to collect and gather energy crystals, LiRulong took Zureo back to the Black Dragon. After a day of scheduling and preparation, Director Xiong and the remaining personnel watched as the Black Dragon was sucked into a blue vortex outside. Everything was safe. Confirmed. This is Neptune in the solar system. The star map corresponds perfectly. Looking at the familiar planet outside, after a systematic comparison, Zhang Zhong directly said to LiRulong. LiRulong nodded. Of course, he knew this was the solar system, but he couldn't say it outright. He focused on the distant blue planet. And as his gaze sharpened, the blue planet was quickly magnified until he could see even a pebble on it. Then he began to scan quickly. Interesting. So this is the world. The Lambda driver is quite interesting. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. This world was not just chaotic. And if the officers from Longxing on the Black Dragon found out that the Dragon Kingdom here was divided into 2 countries, would they rush over to slap them? There was a vintage armed helicopter being shot down, just now, by a half-meter-long dagger. Did you find something? Captain Zhang Zhong suddenly noticed that LiRulong sitting next to him had a mischievous smile and hurriedly asked, I saw an armed helicopter being shot down in Khabarovsk. There's Khabarovsk? So, if this world also has the Great Bear, then the Dragon Kingdom must also exist? But it wouldn't be our people who shot it down, right? This place is quite close to us. Zhang Zhong asked softly. LiRulong shook his head. It wasn't the Dragon Kingdom that shot it down. It was mercenaries. And you definitely wouldn't guess how it was shot down by a half-meter-long dagger. Are you sure half a meter long isn't a sword or knife? A dagger? The staff behind them also joined in the discussion, not because they didn't trust LiRulong, but because they were afraid he misidentified a half-meter-long dagger and a sword. It is a dagger, using daggers on vehicles. This world is very chaotic, and weapons have developed to land combat mechas that are about 8 to 9 meters tall, with decent agility. But compared to our mobile soldiers, they're far behind. Moreover, that's not the main point. Hearing this, Zhang Zhong and the others felt a bit relieved. An 8-meter land combat mecha was indeed flimsy in their eyes. Their mainstream mechas were made of ultra-high-strength alloys, and the soldier form of the mass-produced model was already 18 meters tall, not to mention the various special models. Since the ZFD warriors from the Gundam world joined the military, there had been a wave of special models in the army, especially after hearing that they could be modified and customized according to individual fighting styles and abilities. The pilots were excited, their eyes bloodshot, nostrils flaring, and collectively wrote a petition for thousands to present to the high command of the Longxing military. Back then, when Director Xiong saw the petition signed by over 60 million pilots from Longxing, he was practically in agony. He didn't want to mishandle it and cause a collective incident. Finally, he asked LiRulong to call all the original ZFD High Command for a meeting, and it was decided they could customize mobile soldiers for elite pilots, but it had to be elite pilots. They also issued a points system within the military, where points could be used to change or customize equipment, paint, etc. Points could not be traded. They could be earned through attendance, combat, training, and daily military duties. They also negotiated a redemption method with the military factory, and the military factory and military had announced the specific redemption methods and points system, even creating a custom app. When LiRulong saw the app, he couldn't help but complain that it looked like a shopping interface ripped off from certain already obsolete mecha game. Once the points system was announced, the entire military was invigorated. Even Zhang Peng and Xiong Nuofu, who usually didn't care much, started dressing neatly and cleaning up, and it was said that whenever they had a holiday, the two would go to bustling areas to help old ladies cross the street. However, because of the two of them, the number of complaints in the military skyrocketed from 0 to 999. Of course, the point system was not limited to mobile soldier pilots. Even ordinary soldiers could earn points. Although they didn't have fighters or mechas, they could still redeem some special items, which was a fair balance. Zhang Zhong also suggested that since civilians couldn't earn points anyway, it would be better to open the app to the public, allowing them to register, log in, and even virtually assemble their own mecha warriors. This would not only bridge the gap between the military and civilians, but also boost enthusiasm for joining the military. LiRulong immediately gave him a thumbs up, praising that if it was about deception, it had to be the brilliant bureau chief. Zhang Zhong chuckled, expressing regret that now Longxing only had its own people. Otherwise, with just this app, he could have lured foreign people to naturalize, but unfortunately, there were no conditions now. The first batch of elite pilots to get the opportunity for special models included Zhang Peng and Xiong Nuofu. Of course, Liu Peiqiang and others were also on the list. And gradually, elite pilots from ZFD also joined in and obtained the qualifications. It's not an exaggeration to say that the adjusters are leagues ahead of Zhang Peng and the others when it comes to earning points. Originally, the ZFD mobile suit pilots were responsible for maintaining and even constructing their own mobile suits, making each of them an absolute expert in mechanics and electronics. They found a quick way to earn points and gain favor with the military factories, which was to work as free labor during their spare time. They didn't participate in anything classified, but there were plenty of tasks they could help with, such as cleaning, serving tea, or anything else that needed doing. Especially the former elite ZFD members, who were obsessed with showcasing their prowess on their special mobile suits. Now that they no longer wore red uniforms, they had to stand out on their special mobile suits, otherwise their efforts to rise from the green uniforms would have been in vain. Zhang Peng and the others could only watch enviously, as there were indeed things they couldn't do, like tasks that require intelligence. Of course, they went as well, but after an hour, the head of assembly came to personally escort them away with a dark expression. It was said that the number of complaints to the military that day was infinite, and even Fushi had proactively cut off the network. There was nothing they could do. They were only making things worse. Although they had participated in weapon tests at military factories, they had never been involved in manufacturing or assembly. In the end, they managed to get on a special mobile suit through sheer perseverance. Zhang Peng's suit was painted red, and his mech's hands were larger than those of other models. He said he liked slapping people and might even poke their eyes out if given the chance. Xiong Nuofu wielded a large hammer filled with high explosives. Striking an enemy would produce a powerful explosion. Liu Peiqiang had taken the technical route and crafted 2 large Columbi alloy claw knives, specifically for kidney shots. LiRulong found himself at a loss for words when he asked Zhang Peng if he knew the sunflower pointing finger technique. Zhang Peng replied that he knew the chrysanthemum pointing finger technique, asking which part the sunflower referred to. Returning to the main topic, LiRulong continued recalling some details about this world he had learned before, as well as the black technology he was interested in, and began to introduce Zhang Zhong and the others. The Soviet Union in this world has not yet collapsed, and mercenaries are active globally. In the Middle East, conflicts are ongoing all year round, and Dragon Country has been divided into 2 opposing nations. Just as he said this, the high-ranking officials in the bridge exploded in outrage. What the hell? Who did this? Who dares to do this? Damn it! What were we doing back then? How dare they create a split? Shut up. Notify the combat units to go directly to Dragon Country in this world and arrest all the high-ranking officials. I want to rectify the situation. The advisors and commanders were fuming, and the spittle flying from their mouths was enough to make even LiRulong dodge. Everyone quiet down. We need to come up with a plan first. Wiping his face and shaking his hand in disdain, Zhang Zhong said solemnly. He had previously been a hawk, eager to split others apart, but now that his own nation was in such a state, he had to take action. If old AI were still alive, he would have charged in with cannons to re-establish the borders, possibly creating even more divisions. Rulong, what do you think our first step should be? The accompanying chief of staff asked solemnly. Listen to me. The national power in this world is very fragmented and chaotic. Take the northern neighbors, for example. They're divided by several warlords. There are also a few major organizations we need to pay attention to. One is a mercenary organization that calls itself Secret Silver. Although they are mercenaries, their structure and armament are more sophisticated and high-end than some countries' regular armies. Next is the Hidden Mercury Alloy Organization. These two organizations have a lot of overlap, and their behind-the-scenes big shots are the same group of people. It's a situation where one operates in the light and the other in the dark, coexisting yet being adversarial, playing a game of covert support for terrorists while overtly profiting and gaining fame. There are also many individuals around the world referred to as whispers. They're usually 18-year-old teenagers who, for some reason, can obtain very advanced black technology from the future or parallel worlds. Some of this black technology could be of great help to us. Therefore, I think the first step is to have Fushi take control of the global network to gather intelligence, and then concentrate all the whispers on our side before considering other actions. I agree with Rulong's proposal, but shouldn't we also send a team to find a place to land? Since there are so many mercenary organizations here, we wouldn't be out of place, someone suggested. Yes, the kid is right. We should go directly to Dragon Country. In any case, we can't just watch it split apart. We must integrate it. If we find out that there are external forces or certain people inside causing trouble, we will eliminate them all. Zhang Zhong looked at the chief of staff speechlessly. What do you mean by kid? This kid will grow up thinking Zhang Zhong is some kind of plaything. Besides, after the nation is established, no transformations are allowed. The others stifled their laughter, ignoring Zhang Zhong's grim expression, and they began to outline a rough plan. At that moment, LiRulong suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, the key figure here is a 16-year-old high school girl from Shooping Chicken. She's one of the whispers, and the most important one at that. I want to set out first to naturalize her. The others nodded in agreement. But suddenly Zhang Zhong looked at him and said, isn't a 16-year-old girl quite pretty? Well, she has a nice figure and long blue hair. But her personality is a bit. What do you mean by that? I'm just a kid, a father to children, LiRulong replied. Zhang Zhong looked at him with an expression of realization. What did I say? I was just asking. After all, this is important intelligence. But your taste is getting younger and younger. What your grandpa said is right. I remember when Laxis first arrived, she was also 16 years old. Damn beast, said the chief of staff in agreement, and the others nodded along. LiRulong, feeling a bit awkward, noticed that many staff members in the bridge were looking at him with strange expressions. You old geezers, showing no respect for your elders. Anyway, I'm doing this for our maximum benefit. Forget it. Talking to you is exhausting. I'm going to organize the personnel. Old Zhang, arrange for someone to print me a batch of yen and US dollars. Let's say a few $100 billion. I need operational funds, and I mean it. After saying this, LiRulong quickly left under their mocking gazes. Once he entered the elevator, he could hear their unabashed laughter, with one of them even saying that it seemed like this kid's wife team was about to grow, though it was unclear whether it would be just one or more. Rulong, do you really want me to accompany you? LiRulong returned to his room, first explaining the situation to them. Then, after careful consideration, he thought it would be best to have Laxis accompany him, with Luna Maria and Shin Asuka as her bodyguards. That should be fine. Well, you come with me first. Once you show, I'll send you back. It's just right, you can help me with some ideas. To be honest, on the entire Black Dragon ship, aside from Zhouji, no one could outsmart Laxis Klein. Even the con artist Zhang Zhong would have to concede defeat. Fortunately, it was Laxis who pursued him back then. Otherwise, he would have definitely kept her in the Gundam world as a stirring queen. Zhang Jitao and the others also realized this point, so they had no objections. Just that Yuxiaola and Gulisha shifted their bodies to block the already packed suitcase behind them. Lux hurried back to her room to pack a small bag, filled with daily necessities and simple jewelry. As for clothing, she brought 2 sets of nano-protective suits, the kind that fit closely and are virtually unnoticeable, capable of fully resisting face-to-face shell attacks. The 2 of them said their goodbyes to the others, and LiRulong also assured them that he would come back to see them anytime, putting their minds at ease before taking Lux's hand and heading to the hangar. After they left, Chun Xia suddenly spoke up. Ji Qiao, don't you think we're being too useless? We can't help it all. In the silence, Zhang Xiao didn't know how to respond, But Liangzi chimed in. Who said that? Can't we help him have kids? Can he do it by himself? Ha! Right, we're all his wives. Having his children is already the biggest help we can offer, the perfect support. Exactly. Behind every successful man, there's a successful woman. And he has a whole group of them. He must be thrilled. The mood of the group suddenly lifted, and they began to play around. Didn't he know if this time there will be more sisters joining them? Salute. Report to the general. The Kryptonian Guard has a total of 5,000 members, all present. Report to the general. Truebird, Luna Maria Hawk, is here to report. Kaleo and Truebird were lining up with their people, waiting for LiRulong's instructions, and the two of them had already changed into civilian clothes. Both of them had a spatial wristband on their arms, containing their special battle suits and necessary supplies and weapons. As for Kaleo and his team, it was simpler. They were still in their black cloaks and uniforms, ready to wrap themselves in a biofield and directly dive into the scene near the foot basin chicken. Completely undetectable by any satellites or detection methods. In the sea, they just needed to wait for the general summons, and then they could make a splash in this world, which would be quite exhilarating. I'm here, General. El Chiao, dressed in a denim outfit with a checkered shirt and his brown hair, had quite the cowboy vibe. LiRulong nodded, suddenly realizing that his wife, AI Mutant, was not there. We can't both leave. Mutant chose to stay with Chief Xiong. Seeing LiRulong's expression, El Chiao hurriedly explained. Hearing this, LiRulong didn't care whether it was his wife's decision or an opportunity he earned with his body. In any case, this world truly could not do without him. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. All right, prepare to depart. Old Chi, take 3,000 people ahead. The rest will stay on the Black Dragon to assist Zhang Zhong and their actions. The others board the ship. A black shuttle-shaped spaceship slowly departed from the Black Dragon. At the moment of departure, the surface of the spaceship shimmered, becoming gradually invisible to the naked eye as the Mirage system was activated. Kaleo, leading 3,000 Kryptonian superhumans, instantly accelerated towards this world's Earth. The Black Dragon also activated its Mirage system, but its destination was the far side of the moon. And then Zhozha would personally lead a team to the Dragon Kingdom here for a good talk. In the capital of Foot Basin Chicken, the sun was shining brightly, and pedestrians hurried along the streets. A few girls in student skirts were strolling through the shopping district. Suddenly, with a bang, one of them was kicked in the stomach by Xiao Yao, dropping to her knees and begging for mercy. Is it really like this? Will Xiao Yao kick her to death? It's okay. I didn't use much strength. Oucha, Xiao Yao. The girl with blue hair, hands on her hips, was laughing heartily, not noticing the person in front of her and crashing right into them. Self-proclaimed strong and capable of easily taking on several boys her age, she felt as if she had hit a wall of steel, the rebound force making her fall back onto the ground. The two girls beside her hurried to check on her and helped her up. Are you all right? LiRulong, look, you've knocked someone down. A gentle voice like a spring breeze came, and the three girls quickly looked up. They saw a very beautiful girl with long pink hair, walking alongside a tall, handsome boy with a bright, sunny appearance. The two were looking at them. They were none other than LiRulong and Lux, who were there by coincidence, and the blue-haired girl was Qian Yao Yao, along with her classmates and best friend, the bespectacled Kyuko, and another female classmate. This plan was devised by Lux. She said that an accidental encounter would attract the girl's attention better, which is why she dragged LiRulong into this act. Although Lux's voice was gentle and particularly beautiful, LiRulong next to her attracted Qian Yao Yao and her friend's attention even more, making the girls blush slightly as they watched. What the heck? She clearly bumped into me. LiRulong quietly complained to the person next to him, but still stepped forward and softly asked, Are you okay? Did you get hurt? No, I'm fine. Qian Yao hurriedly brushed off the dust from her skirt and bowed in apology. Although she was domineering, she at least knew how to be reasonable. I'm very sorry. I didn't notice the two of you just now. Please forgive me. The three girls bowed simultaneously, expressing their apologies. It's good that you're fine. It's all his fault. He is too strong. We should be the ones feeling embarrassed. How about this? To show our apology, let me treat you to ice cream. Lux smiled gently, pointing to a nearby ice cream shop. Qian Yao Yao and the others initially wanted to refuse, but upon glancing at LiRulong, for some reason, they instinctively nodded in agreement. What a coincidence. I live in the apartment building right next door, eating the various desserts and ice creams personally ordered by Lux and chatting with them. Qian Yao Yao was surprised to find out that the two across from her had just moved here from abroad and were living in a villa right next to her, making them neighbors. However, in her impression, Wasn't that place occupied by an elderly couple? She hadn't heard anything about them selling their house. Forget it. Who cares about old folks when there are handsome young men? No. I mean when there are young people to chat with. Is LiRulong from the Dragon Kingdom? The North Dragon Kingdom or the South Dragon Kingdom? I heard they are in a standoff, and it seems there is a possibility of war at any moment. It's so scary. Crack. The tiles under LiRulong's feet suddenly cracked, and Lux gently patted his hand, smiling as she said, "That's just on the surface. Who knows? Maybe soon both sides will turn swords into plowshares. After all, no matter what, they're all one family and one fight." Although the others didn't understand and weren't very convinced, they nodded, respecting the face-saving gesture and ending the topic. "By the way, don't call me Li Jun. That name might belong to someone in our country. You can call me Mr. Li, or how about just calling you Rulong?" LiRulong didn't like being referred to as Jun, which sounded too much like a title. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qian Yao Yao, who was holding a spoon, and before he could refuse, Lux quickly said, "Sure, you can call him Rulong, and just call me Lux. We're 2 years older than you, so we'll call you Xiao Yao. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Qian Yao Yao hurriedly nodded. Calling someone by their name was a privilege only close friends and family had. However, she didn't realize that Lux was addressing her as you, not you all. After chatting for a long time, a few people said their goodbyes. The snacks and drinks cost over 100,000 yen. Although the girls enjoyed their meal, they felt a twinge of pain when they looked at the bill. According to the rules, they would likely be asked to split the bill, but LiRulong pulled out a wad of 10,000 yen bills and paid for it directly. After all, this money still smelled of ink. It was from a special minting machine made for the Black Dragon, which could produce tens of millions of real cash in a second like it was child's play. Tokawaki Kyoko and the others said their farewells and expressed their gratitude once again before heading home. Since Chidori was going in the same direction as them, they all went home together, parting ways only when they reached LiRulong's small villa. "Thanks for your hospitality, Lux. I'll make some snacks this weekend and bring them to you. No need to be polite. You're welcome to come to my place anytime," Lux said with a smile. As Chidori greeted her, LiRulong stood by, carrying various clothes she had bought. "I paid for today, so shouldn't I get some cake? My butt still hurts, so you can't have any." After saying that, she turned and ran off. Lux turned back to LiRulong with a meaningful look before laughing and entering the house. LiRulong felt a bit of a headache. He wasn't a novice anymore, but he really didn't plan to increase the number of wives this time. Shouldn't he have taken the initiative to let Lux come along? But now it seemed counterproductive. It was likely that the blue-haired girl wouldn't run away, and he didn't know if he could still get back the white-haired girl who had made him swoon in his past life. Forget it. Let nature take its course. After all, with his steel kidney alloy waist, what was there to fear as a man? Upon entering the house, he could already smell the aroma of food. Luna Maria had just finished preparing dinner, and Lux, having changed her clothes, was about to come help but was turned down by Luna Maria, who said that pregnant women shouldn't be exposed to cooking fumes. The four of them sat down together at the dining table. Suddenly, Zhang Feinyao said, "General, call me brother." Yes, brother." Today, the apartment on the same floor across from Chidori's was bought by an ordinary person from abroad, but Fushi traced the funds and found they were transferred by several companies. Behind it is the secret silver organization you mentioned. LiRulong knew that the plot was about to begin. A sergeant sent by the secret silver organization was about to move in. Just continue monitoring, but be cautious. The secret silver intelligence organization is not to be underestimated. Don't expose yourselves yet. Yes, General, brother. The house they were currently living in had indeed belonged to an elderly couple before, but it had now been sold to LiRulong. Their son, who lived abroad, had taken the elderly couple overseas to enjoy life, a plan that had been set years ago, and it could definitely withstand scrutiny. As for the elderly couple and their son, they had already been buried in the flower bed at the corner of the villa by Zhang Feinyao. LiRulong didn't care, and Lux came from a political family. Luna Maria and Zhang Feinyao were also soldiers of the Longxing army. The deaths of a few people meant nothing to them. Moreover, since joining Longxing, they had learned about its history, and they held no good feelings towards the pot-bellied chicken people. In fact, since Zhang Feinyao learned about the history of World War I and II and recalled that his previous high-ranking officials in the Obu were descendants of his country, he almost felt inferior. He complained about wanting to change the family name, but his direct superior, Zhang Peng, flatly refused, saying that names could not be changed anymore. In their flight squadron, whenever someone called out Zhang Wei, half of the people would step forward, and 99 of them were blonde and blue-eyed newcomers. There were more people named Liu Bo, as it was said that this name was naturally protected. After dinner, Lux went back to her room to rest. and Zhun Fei Niao and the others were responsible for protecting her. LiRulong, taking advantage of the night, soared directly into the depths of the Cedo Sea. At this moment, Kaleo and his 1000 men were sitting cross-legged in a circle on the seabed, eyes closed, listening to all the information in the world. If one didn't know better, they might think they were practicing some kind of cultivation technique. Seeing LiRulong approach, everyone immediately stood up and looked at him. LiRulong expanded his biological force field to envelop everyone and disperse the seawater, instructing them, "This is your temporary identity in this world and your mission orders. Now go execute them." He took out a stack of envelopes from his spatial ring and handed them to Kaleo, asking him to distribute them according to the names. Those who received the envelopes quickly opened them to check the information, memorized it, and then destroyed the letters. After saluting LiRulong, they quickly left. In the end, only Kaleo and 10 Kryptonian warriors, 5 men and 5 women, remained. They would return with LiRulong to their accommodations, which had already been arranged nearby. LiRulong didn't rush home. Instead, he took them to other countries to retrieve a batch of items belonging to the dragon kingdom of this world, such as the 12 animal heads. Although they had already been collected in the original world, they were still his possessions, so it was only right to bring them back. Of course, he also took a lot of other desirable items, as only taking his own would raise suspicion. The Black Dragon wasn't idle in space either. It had already reached the far side of the moon, and in the internal military factory, it was constructing a warship measuring 100 meters long, 320 meters wide, 120 meters high, and capable of diving deep, named Nautilus. The Nautilus was completely controlled by the Xianyuan tactical system, with Fushi managing the assistance. In terms of armament, it was equipped with a main gun capable of sinking Iceland with a single shot and 4 electromagnetic cannons that could fire 200 rounds per second underwater. To accommodate the current world's armed forces, they had also thoughtfully prepared 20 Express 996 type neutron bombs. No other small weapons were needed, since the entire crew were Kryptonian Superman. So there was no need for additional weapons. The Mirage system and Photon Defense Shield system were standard, with energy supplied by 10 grams of energy crystals. And the propulsion system directly utilized a gravity-defying engine, ensuring absolute silence underwater. Inside the warship, aside from a hangar that could hold 20 powered soldiers and a supply warehouse, there were only luxurious 4-person accommodations and a luxurious suite exclusive to LiRulong, as this warship was primarily meant for the Kryptonian brothers to rest as a base. Of course, they also dispatched over 40 chefs and service personnel from the Black Dragon. Additionally, there were 20 powered soldiers and 20 drivers from the second flight team, led by Xiong Nuafu, as well as engineers from the maintenance crew. All of this was completed that very night, and the warship would fly down the next night, using the Mirage system, carried by Kryptonian Superman. The next morning, Chidori woke up from a strange dream, stretched lazily, and with sleepy eyes murmured, "Another one of those dreams. I'll never watch sci-fi movies again, huh?" After taking a shower and tidying up, she grabbed her school bag and prepared to go to school. Passing by LiRulong's house, she happened to see Lux fiddling with flowers and plants at the door, along with a girl with red short hair, whom she hadn't seen yesterday. "Lux, good morning." "Oh, it's Chidori. Good morning. Are you off to school?" Lux stood up and greeted her warmly. I'm really envious of you talented people who get to graduate early and enjoy life," Chidori said with a face full of envy. She not only had to go to school, but as the vice president of the student council, also had to deal with the unruly boys in school and that mysterious and unreliable fan-wielding student council president. "By the way, who is this?" "Huh? She is my younger sister, named Luna." "Luna, this is the Chidori I mentioned yesterday. You two are about the same age and should become friends quickly." "Hello. I heard from my sister that you were a student at a Zendai high school. My brother Asuka and I are also going to this school, so please take care of us in the future." Luna politely greeted her, and as for bowing, she couldn't bend down for someone from the Foot Basin Chicken nationality. "Hello, Luna. You can call me Sho. I didn't expect you to join a Zendai high school too. If there's anything in the future, feel free to find me, as I am the vice president of the student council. By the way, you mentioned your brother?" "Oh, she's talking about the real Asuka. He is a distant cousin of Ryu, and he and Luna are childhood friends. He will also be attending a Zendai high school, so please take care of them," Lux said with a smile. "No problem. Leave it to me." "Oh no, I have to catch the train. I need to go now." Chidori patted her chest confidently, but suddenly remembered the time and hurriedly finished her greetings before running toward the station. "Be careful on your way." Lux waved goodbye to her at the door. "Miss Lux, we're all going to school. What about your safety?" "Don't worry. Ryu has arranged everything. There are at least 10 Kryptonian warriors guarding this area right now. After Lux finished speaking, Luna Maria finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Kryptonian warriors are much more reliable than the two of them. At least they won't be like some lazy person still sleeping soundly. Oh hey, Osho almost overslept today. Takan Kyoko joked as she saw Chidori rush into the classroom, panting and tired. Hahu, I ran into Lux this morning, chatted a bit, and forgot to catch the train, so I had to take a taxi. Now my allowance for this week is almost gone. I'm crying. Chidori returned to her seat with a dejected look, gasping for breath as she spoke weakly to Takan Kyoko. I really envy you for being able to see him, every day. I wish I lived nearby too. Hey, who are you referring to? It would be Ryu, right? Chidori stared at her best friend with a scrutinizing look, trying to see through her thoughts. Calling Ryu so affectionately. Aren't you afraid Miss Lux will get jealous? Takan Kyoko retorted with a blush, and now it was Chidori's turn to blush. Ding 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 ding, just then. The class bell rang, and the two quickly ended their conversation. Takan Kyoko also ran back to her seat to prepare for class. What are you talking about? Lux wouldn't be so petty. Besides, didn't they say yesterday that they weren't married yet? Oh no, what am I thinking? Bang, with a red face. Chidori dramatically bumped her head on the desk, making a loud noise that startled the classmates. But when they saw it was Chidori, everyone felt it was normal and stopped paying attention. Only Chidori lowered her head, lost in thought. Chidori, what's wrong? At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Kawaruzuka Eri, walked in and noticed something was off with her, asking, it's nothing, I'm fine. Chidori hurriedly raised her head and waved her hand to indicate she was okay. If something feels off, go to the infirmary immediately, don't delay. Okay, Kawaruzuka-sensei. Clap, clap. Kawaruzuka-sensei clapped her hands and said, before class starts, I want to introduce a new student. Please come in, Sagura-kun. As soon as she finished speaking, a boy in uniform, carrying a school bag, with messy hair and a cross-shaped scar on his face, walked in. He walked to the podium with a standard military posture, hands behind his back and feet apart. Takan Kyoko looked back at Chidori, who had a large bump on her forehead and made a gun gesture with her hand, whispering. Another nerd bang. Chidori was speechless. Their class was almost turning into a problem children's class. All right, please introduce yourself, he said loudly. I am Sergeant Sagura Sosuke. As soon as he finished speaking, the students in the classroom began to discuss among themselves, what's Sergeant Sagura? Is he like Toyotomi Hideyoshi? Is the sergeant from the army? Etc. Seeing the commotion, Kawaruzuka-sensei couldn't hold back anymore and hurriedly interrupted, complaining to Sagura Sosuke. Sagura-kun, don't joke around, just do a proper self-introduction. I'm very sorry. I am Sagura Sosuke. Please forget the title of sergeant, that's all. It was tough for Sagura Sosuke. He had been carrying guns and following guerrilla fighters in war-torn places since childhood, so he had no experience in peaceful society. When faced with various strange questions from classmates later, he could only grit his teeth and answer one by one until the teacher, who could no longer endure it, interrupted him, allowing him to escape with his life. His various answers made the classmates, especially Chidori, even more convinced of his identity as a Chinibi boy. As class began, Chidori, who was focused on the lesson, always felt a pair of eyes staring at her. Whenever she turned around to check, the gaze seemed to disappear. But that direction was where the new student Sagura Sosuke was sitting. She didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just because she was too pretty, possibly attracting the opposite sex. But why doesn't Ryu seem to pay much attention to her? So annoying. The morning classes passed uneventfully, and the incident where Chidori would participate in club activities be followed by Sagura Sosuke in the girls' changing room and be mistaken for an attack, resulting in a beating, was avoided because Chidori had a bump on her head and took a leave of absence. As school was about to end, she happened to run into Lux and Luna. Along with the brother Asuka, she met for the first time, and the three of them headed home together. Sagura originally wanted to follow them, but when he found out they came by car, he had no choice but to take the subway home by himself. As soon as he entered his temporary home, he heard the complaints of a man and a woman inside. What the latest listening device? What kind of anti-interference ability is this? It's all noise. You're lucky. I boarded the M9 today, and the ground collapsed, scaring me to drive away quickly. The infrastructure of this foot-basin chicken is too terrible. Mao and crews were complaining. And when they saw Sagura Sosuke come in with his head down, they quickly asked about what happened today. Everything is normal, nothing special happened. By the way, help me check about a girl with pink hair living nearby. I only know that her name has the characters for Lux in it. Sagura Sosuke dropped his school bag and sat down on the ground. Oh wow, how come you already have a female target on your first day? Pink hair. She must be a beauty. Why not introduce me to her? Cruz asked him with a cheeky smile, putting his arm around his shoulder. Not really. It's just that I walked with her today. They drove, and I couldn't follow to protect them. According to the information provided by Target Student A, the girl with pink hair is named Lux, and her specific name is unknown. She's said to be a neighbor who just moved nearby and met the target yesterday. Sagara Sosuke said with a poker face, seriously relaying the information he had obtained. Cruz immediately put away his playful expression and turned to look at Mao, who was in deep thought. The intelligence from the intelligence department did not mention any girl with pink hair named Lux living nearby. Are you sure she lives around here? Sure. Female classmate A went shopping with her target yesterday, and at the same time, they encountered a very handsome young man, probably named LiRulong, who is said to have come from the Dragon Country to live here, but the information may not be true, so it needs to be checked. Understood. I will immediately report to the major and have him contact the intelligence department. Mao glanced at Sagara Sosuke and Cruz. You two should be careful lately. I always feel that this matter is not that simple, and there are significant discrepancies between the actual situation and the information provided by the intelligence department. Cruz felt that the ground suddenly sank today, and I don't think it's a coincidence either. The three of them fell silent in the room. The current situation left them perplexed, with so many uncertainties arising on the first day. Huh? What's that burnt smell? Mao sniffed carefully. Oh no, my crab-fried noodles are burnt. Cruz immediately leaped up and rushed to the kitchen. Where did the funds come from? Still eating crab-fried noodles. Crab? Ah, my crab cans. Mao muttered for a moment, suddenly recalling something, and hurried to the kitchen. Cruz Weiba, who told you to eat my crab cans? That was my delicacy for drinking. You're dead. Mao, big sister. Spare me. Regardless of the fight happening in the kitchen, no, it was more like one was attacking and the other was getting beaten. Sagara Sosuke was deep in thought about the events of today, the school's environment, classmates, possible escape routes, and even the thickness of the glass windows, etc. However, he had a fleeting feeling that whenever he focused on his target, he was also being watched. Yet he couldn't find out who it was or whether they were friend or foe. Oh no, I still have homework to do. Remembering his current student identity and the major's instructions before departure, he could only change his surveillance task to completing his homework. Meanwhile, in another villa, LiRulong and his three companions were having dinner. Brother, all the surrounding surveillance equipment has been intercepted by Fushi. It is expected that starting from late at night, they will only receive the information we want them to know. Fushi has also simulated all the voice and emotional modules, allowing him to mimic everyone they come into contact with and transmit false information to them. Zhenfania began to report on today's work. By the way, the truck they disguised as carrying a so-called M9D Type AS weapon. Today, when Sergeant Cruz Weiba activated the M9D, the Kryptonian warriors monitoring them caused the ground to crack, resulting in the truck sinking, forcing them to abandon the mission and drive away. They are now waiting under the bridge, 210 meters away. The Kryptonian warriors asked whether they should deal with this AS. No need, this little thing poses no threat to us. No. They are afraid the mecha's footsteps will disturb Miss Lack's pregnancy. Zhenfania whispered, knowing LiRulong's status in the Kryptonian's eyes, which also included his wives. Anyone who dares to affect or harm his wives, Zhenfania would not doubt their ability to restart the world. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Zhen, please tell them, I'm fine, everything still follows the mission and Rulong's orders. Lack smiled and said to him, feeling very gratified by the Kryptonians' importance and loyalty towards them. Of course, she also held no inappropriate thoughts. Yes, Miss Lax. I will inform them immediately. He was about to get up when LiRulong held him down. You eat first. I've already told them. Tomorrow you and Luna will go to school, and the matters at school will be up to you. The only thing to be aware of is two people. One is Chidori Kanade. She is a target that must be protected if an uncontrollable crisis occurs. I authorize you two to use the mobile warriors to fight. Understood. The second thing to pay attention to is the student council president of Jindai High School. I remember his name is Lin Shuadungsen. You need to be careful of him. He is not simple. Yes. Should we deal with him in advance? No. To avoid alerting the enemy. All right, you guys eat. I'll go greet the Nautilus. After saying that, he leaned down and kissed Lax on the forehead. Lax, looking very happy, bid him farewell and then left the room. Zhenfania and Luna Maria immediately lowered their heads to eat, pretending not to see anything. Old Zhou, hard work. What the hardship? It's all for the people. LiRulong met Zhou Zhizhong and his group on the Nautilus. Their task was to directly contact the high-level officials of the North and South Dragon countries, and there was no need for any euphemism this time. As it was dealing with their own affairs, they just needed to go directly. As for whether there would be anyone disobedient, then they would have to listen anymore. Bang! Enemy attack. Who is the enemy commander? Zigagagagagagapa. Notify the elite AS troops. Stop the enemy. Zigagagavat. Just one enemy? Is it really just one person? What weapon? Fists and electric guns? Are you kidding me? Hey! In the administrative court of the imperial capital of the North Dragon Country, which is usually claimed to be heavily defended, was suddenly breached by a person who descended from the sky, directly breaking through all defenses. Even with nearly 100 AS units, this black-clad person easily took them down one by one with a single punch. The high-level officials in the bunker watched the battle situation in the video, frowning tightly. They didn't understand where this fierce person came from. What was even stranger was that from the moment he appeared until now, all their personnel had been electrocuted or knocked unconscious, with not a single casualty, at most just minor injuries like sprained necks or arms and legs. Alarm! Upper armor is damaged. Alarm! Middle armor is damaged. Alarm! The bunker has been breached. Alarm! The main gate has. Bang! A loud noise came from behind the high-level officials, as the main gate, which could originally prevent a nuclear attack, suddenly deformed, with visible fist marks on the protruding part. Creak with a huge grinding sound. The gap in the middle of the main gate was being torn wider and wider, and behind it, a person was actually using both hands to pull the gate apart. The guards drew their weapons, resolutely blocking in front of the national leaders, pointing their weapons at the black-clad person who walked in from outside. They were also uncertain whether the deadly weapons in their hands could still stop the enemy, but their duty prevented them from taking a step back. They stared fixedly at the black-clad person before them, but to their surprise, the black-clad person simply stood aside after entering, not doing anything excessive. The high-level officials did not even feel much hostility from him, yet the pressure he brought was still significant. The elderly leader, after a moment of contemplation, stepped forward a few steps past the crowd and even pushed aside the guards who wanted to block him. Looking at the tall figure with yellow skin, black hair, and brown eyes, dressed in a black tight suit and black cloak, none of that mattered. But the red background with 5 golden stars badge on his left chest made the elderly man's pupils suddenly dilate. Comrade, may I ask which organization you are from? Why are you attacking us? The moment he saw the exceptionally familiar badge, the elderly man changed his address to comrade, wanting to test the other party's attitude and stance. Stay quiet here, and it's best not to be arrogant, or I'll deal with you. The man in black spoke fluent dragon language with a northeast accent, glared at them, and stood still. His attitude was not friendly at all, and one could sense his dissatisfaction with the elders. Feeling the other party's attitude, the elder wisely closed his mouth, guessing that there might be more people coming. Anyway, there was nothing they could do now, so they just waited. But just as he was about to sit down, the man in black shouted, "Stand still. Are you still going to sit there? Are you waiting for a nosebleed?" Startled, they quickly stood at attention like students caught misbehaving, waiting for a scolding. After 10 minutes of internal torment, footsteps echoed. The man in black immediately stood at attention, and when a group of people entered, he saluted and reporting, "Chief. The mission has been successfully completed. All targets captured. No casualties on the enemy side, but some minor injuries. Please give instructions, Chief." The elders were also startled and quickly stood in military posture, their eyes fixed on the incoming group, led by Zhou Zhejiang, who wore glasses and usually had a friendly demeanor but appeared somewhat angry at the moment. "Thank you for your hard work, Erniu." Zhou Zhejiang instantly transformed into a smiling face and said to the Kryptonian superhero, "Erniu, serving the people. I'm not tired, but I won't take this job again. It's too hard to hold back during a fight." Erniu scratched his head and complained with a big grin. "Ha, that's not my fault. You drew the short straw for the task." Zhou Zhejiang laughed a few times, suddenly turning to the elders, his expression shifting from a gentle smile to a fierce glare, and the elders even sensed a faint killing intent. Zhou Zhejiang noticed that there were still security personnel daring enough to point guns at them, but didn't care and walked straight to the main seat where the elder had been sitting. The elders wanted to speak, but didn't dare to be the first to break the silence. They knew full well that this middle-aged man, who looked amiable but could change his demeanor in an instant, was the hardest to deal with. Zhou Zhejiang glanced at the so-called high-ranking officials of this country, took off his glasses, lowered his head to clean them, and sighed a few times. The elders were puzzled by his actions, and just as the elder was about to muster the courage to speak, they heard Zhou Zhejiang softly say, "In 1962, I was ordered to take troops to plant mushrooms in the Gobi Desert. We barely had enough to eat, mostly sand and stones. But not a single one of us complained. In 1964, the mushrooms bloomed. It was the most beautiful fireworks I had ever seen and also the most terrifying sight. But those of us who survived held our heads high, and the nameless heroes buried there could finally rest, though they would never return. 1962, 1964? You were ordered to lead troops? Wait, how old are you? It's already 1995, and you look like you're only in your 30s. Aren't you in a hurry? The elders all knew what had happened back then, but they were all young at the time and had no qualification to participate in such significant events. Nor could they even know about them. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Bang! Zhou Zhejiang suddenly slammed his newly cleaned glasses down on the table, shattering the lenses into pieces, and even the temples were smashed into the table. The elders were once again startled, staring in shock at the glasses now fused with the table. How much strength did that take? This was a solid wood table 20 centimeters thick. We ate sand and dirt back then. It was all for the country, not to be bullied in the future. For Huaxia to sit in a position to say no to the whole world. For the integrity of our homeland. For national unity. But now what? It has become a damn division of North and South. How disgraceful. You all grew up eating fine grains. But what have you done? Speak. Zhou Zhejiang roared angrily, startling not only the elders but also the accompanying Kryptonian superheroes, who had never seen the usually cultured and amiable minister, Zhou, so furious. Tear down this ceiling. Let the ancestors above see what the splitters look like. Better take them all away. Zhou Zhejiang pointed at the bunker ceiling, and instantly, four Kryptonian superheroes appeared around the house, raising their eyes, which turned red and fired heat vision upwards, then proceeded to cut through, and finally, LiRulong flew up and carried the ceiling away. It was fortunate that Zhou Zhejiang chose this timing well. The summer sun was glaring, shining directly down through the newly opened ceiling. The elders were initially panicked as they watched the ceiling disappear, but upon seeing the blue sky and sunlight, they quickly lowered their heads. Zhou Zhejiang didn't care whether they were blinded or ashamed. The goal of intimidating them had been achieved. Next came the cleanup and rectification. In any case, division could not occur in Longhua, not even in their own world. A few younger individuals, who clearly had never experienced anything significant, were so frightened that they wet their pants. Zhou Zhejiang waved his hand in disdain and said, "You're scared to the point of wetting yourselves? The real tough guy hasn't even arrived yet. All right, sit down, you're all old enough. If I didn't still need you, I'd send you all to the Northwest for re-education." Though he said this, the elders didn't dare to sit down, and Zhou Zhejiang didn't care. He directly stated, "I know the South is being stirred up by the Eagle Sauce behind the scenes. And I even know that Eagle Sauce dares to act because of the instigation of the Rootless clan, while you have relied on the most unreliable Big Bear. Sigh, I really don't know what you all are thinking." The elders exchanged glances, and finally, the elder gritted his teeth and replied, "This is Zhou speaking. Oh, Mr. Zhou, that's how it is. We've always wanted to take back the South, but they have stationed a large military force along the Yangtze River defense line. And once war breaks out, it will be our own compatriots who die, so we've been seeking diplomatic means to mediate. It's just that. It has been of no use, right? Let me analyze this for you. When national strength is weak, what use is diplomacy? What does diplomacy rely on? It relies on military strength, on the courage to fight and struggle, on the determination that if you don't let me live well, I'll take the earth back to the Stone Age with me. And you? What are the mushroom bombs for? Mr. Zhou, we do have mushroom bombs, but so does the South. A man in a general's uniform behind the elder said with a look of constipation. Are you stupid? Who told you to throw them south? Why not throw them at Eagle Sauce? Eagle Sauce wouldn't dare throw, but that tiny place would dare, right? Are you afraid that your assets in foreign banks will be confiscated, or that your children abroad will be kidnapped as hostages? Zhou Zhejiang mocked. Isn't that making enemies with the whole world? Enemies? At this point, do you still care about that? Besides, how many countries dare to madly throw mushroom bombs at each other? Have you fed your ancestors' military strategies and wisdom to the dogs? The people present dared not speak any further. Some of them were radicals, but even the most radical had never considered directly launching mushroom bombs. Were they conservative? The conservatives were even more afraid to speak, fearing that if they tried to justify themselves, they would lose their own lives. Zhou Zhejiang also noticed their reluctance, but it was clear they lacked the courage. Sigh, let him take charge. Forget it. I've said so much because I think there's still hope for you. Do you know why our people attacked here but didn't kill anyone? It's because we believe we're all of the same race and don't want to harm our own people. However, I will not show any mercy to traitors. Pointing to the south, I immediately prepare for a press conference. You can come up with the content as long as it satisfies me. And at the same time, release detailed intelligence about the actions of the Eagle Sauce and the rootless clan behind the scenes. As soon as I finished speaking, the old man anxiously said, "No, Mr. Zhou, they definitely won't agree, and once it's announced, it would be like tearing the face off." Zhou, however, laughed at this moment, but this smile sent chills down their spines. I certainly know they won't agree. If they did, then my visit would be for nothing. And where would I find an excuse to plant mushroom bombs? Zhou laughed and said, seeing their apprehension, "Don't worry, our army will ensure territorial integrity. Just do as I say. It's also your only way to atone." The old man exchanged glances with the others, then steeled his heart and finally made up his mind. Not doing as instructed might mean not seeing the moon tonight, but following orders, judging by Mr. Zhou's calm demeanor, might just allow them to realize their ambitions. What happened here was unknown to the outside world. All signals emitted outward, and the spy satellites in the sky were blocked and altered by Fushi. And the fierce battles that had taken place in the executive yuan were concealed by the pre-installed Mirage system. No one knew what was happening here. An hour later, the press conference was ready, and almost all media outlets, big and small, were invited to the conference hall to wait for the so-called major announcement from the executive yuan. Soon, the old man, who was at the front, rarely donned a military uniform without rank, leading all the senior officials and military generals to appear on the podium. This definitely meant something big. All the reporters thought simultaneously. "Hello, everyone. On behalf of the Dragon Kingdom government, I hereby solemnly announce to all forces that disregard the national sentiment and dignity the following content. 1. The Southern forces must disband immediately. All personnel must remain on standby for our review and incorporation. 2. All soldiers must return to their respective barracks immediately. Weapons must be secured, and they must await review and incorporation. 3. All residents must return home immediately. Military control will be officially implemented from now on. Those who violate the law will face immediate execution. 4. Any foreign personnel and forces, as well as overseas forces supporting or violating our national policies, such as the Eagle Sauce Country, John Bull Country, and the Wayward Chicken Country, as well as the Rootless Clan, which has been attempting to manipulate the world through dark means, must immediately withdraw from our territory and compensate for the losses caused to our country within 12 hours. Otherwise, we reserve the right to respond with all means necessary. 5. A stern warning to all illegal mercenary organizations that are harming social security in our country. You must all leave our territory within 12 hours. And those who commit crimes must voluntarily go to the nearest police station to confess. Otherwise, our country will impose severe punishment according to our laws. Finally, we will announce to the world the foreign forces and countries that are attempting to stir up trouble behind the scenes and their shameless actions. The old man spoke with a serious face, every word ringing in strength, but he and the senior officials beside him felt an immense sense of relief inside. He had finished speaking, and the media reporters and those watching the live broadcast on their TVs and computers were all dumbfounded. What does this mean? Are they serious? Meanwhile, the countries and major forces behind the southern side furrowed their brows, pondering what the northern side was planning. On the TDD-1 submarine, which was currently operating in the North Pacific, Colonel Captain Teresa Testarossa, Lieutenant Colonel Deputy Captain Richard Madukas, and Major Operations Commander Andrew Segovich Garanin all frowned as they watched the press conference live. "It seems we have to go there. We must intervene," Deputy Captain Richard said first, as they also had interests in the South, and besides, the northern people just mentioned that mercenaries must leave the Dragon Kingdom, which they absolutely cannot accept. Garanin furrowed his brow and did not express an opinion, as the sudden change in attitude from a northern Dragon Kingdom was not within their organization's plans. "I agree with Richard's opinion. TD should immediately change course. Let's head to the offshore base first and contact the intelligence department. I want to know why the Northern Dragon Kingdom has suddenly become so tough." Captain Teresa commanded while playing with her white braid. "Understood." Next, the whole world finally knew what darkness, filth, and shamelessness were. The intelligence materials and videos released by the Northern Dragon Kingdom showed the world why, 10 years ago, the thriving Dragon Kingdom suddenly split in two overnight. The leading force behind the split, Eagle Sauce, was merely because the staff predicted that allowing the Dragon Kingdom to develop would lead it to catch up with Eagle Sauce in less than 20 years and surpass it to become the world's #1 in 30 years, which made Eagle Sauce feel threatened. Meanwhile, the Rootless clan was eyeing the prosperous environment of the Jiangnan region, fantasizing that it should belong to the great Hebrew descendants. So they invested both money and effort, waiting for complete control to execute a century migration. At that time, LiRulong and others, upon seeing the intelligence retrieved by Fuxi, both sided the competence of the Eagle Saw staff for their accurate predictions and laughed while drawing lots to decide how to completely annihilate the rootless clan. This time, the world exploded. Countries and forces that had long disapproved of their actions surged into the streets, demanding the United Nations to severely punish the rootless clan and Eagle Sauce. Moreover, some vigilantes began to rob and loot the rootless clan's companies and shops, even committing murder and arson, employing all means possible. Eagle Sauce and the rootless clan were completely panicked. The Northern Dragon Kingdom had flipped the table too suddenly, catching them completely off guard. Originally, they thought the content of the press conference would be similar to before, making the harshest statements while doing nothing. But this time, there was no negotiation at all. They had lost everything. Realizing the situation, they suppressed their anger and immediately held a press conference, condemning the Northern Dragon Kingdom for being irresponsible and attempting to provoke global disputes with false information. At the same time, they privately contacted the Northern Dragon Kingdom to inquire what they meant and what they intended to do. What can't be solved over drinks? The once indifferent bear country hurriedly contacted the Northern Dragon Kingdom to test their attitude. They were now so poor they were trading weapons for rice. If a fight broke out, they could side with the Northern Dragon Kingdom, but they had to be compensated, preferably with vodka. In response to inquiries from countries around the world, the Northern Dragon Kingdom uniformly stated that this was their internal matter and did not need to explain to foreign powers. No force had the right to interfere in their affairs, or else they would see whether the Dragon Kingdom dared to chop off their claws. To Bear Country, they simply replied, "We can handle it ourselves. You should think about what happened with the Xinkai Lake Republic, and also that so-called rootless autonomous region bordering us. Hurry up and dismantle it. It bothers me." Countries around the world did not receive the answers they wanted. To save face, they did not want to intervene too much in the Northern Dragon Kingdom's affairs, but also wanted to protect their interests in the Southern Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, major mercenary organizations simultaneously received large orders, allowing them to profit immensely. The Mithril organization has also received many orders, but all were rejected by the organization's creator, Count Maloran. He doesn't lack money, but he is a stateless person. Their original intention in creating mithril and mercury alloys was to secretly incite disputes, profiting while seeking to establish the largest stateless nation. He must now channel all military strength and resources towards the Southern Dragon Kingdom. If they cannot protect the Southern Dragon Kingdom, their decades of efforts will turn to ashes. He ordered the West Pacific Fleet, the Indian Ocean Fleet, and part of the Mediterranean Fleet to disguise themselves as United Nations forces and enter the Southern Dragon Kingdom for mediation, absolutely not allowing the Northern Dragon Kingdom to invade. Losing his usual noble demeanor, he angrily issued orders to the senior members of the Mithril organization in the conference room. The senior members took their orders to execute, and Count Maloran opened another virtual meeting room, which was empty except for metal plaques inscribed with the names of chemical elements. His own plaque read Mr. HG. At this time, almost all metal elements had come online. He first addressed the plaque inscribed with Mr. O. Mr. O. Don't you want to restore the Empire's glory for the footbath chicken? Now's your chance. Get your people to stir things up in the Northern Dragon Kingdom, and I'll give you the 3 eastern provinces. Haha, Mr. HG, you're such a good person, I'll arrange it right away. After saying that, he logged off, clearly unable to wait. Mr. Fei, your 2 apprentices are not on Hong Kong Island, are they? Send them to the front lines. If a war really breaks out in the north, you must resist until we are fully prepared. No problem. But the Hell King needs to be changed to the Hell Knight. That is fine. I'll send someone to deliver one to you. But I hope you won't let me down, or you'll know my methods. Of course, I have a good credit record. After saying that, he also logged off. The remaining people could not move for the time being, especially the silent Mr. AG, who probably still wanted to figure out how to develop the device in his mind. After everything was arranged, returning to reality, Count Maloran felt somewhat relieved. He stood by the window, watching the servants busy in the garden. This world was created by our great Hebrew God, and it should be inherited by us. This is a history long recorded in the Bible, and we will not allow anyone to destroy history. However, he did not know that his self-talk in the supposedly soundproof and confidential study had been clearly heard by a man dressed casually, holding a colorful book in a small garden CAF in Paris, over 6,000 kilometers south of his London estate. The man put down the book and muttered softly, "I had only heard before, but I didn't expect this stateless nation to be so arrogant as to use the damn Bible as a history book. Can I use my book too? Little master, there's more in this chapter, Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Looking at the illustrated classic Shanhai Jing in his hand, he felt he might have chosen the wrong book in his second major in traditional Chinese painting. The pseudo-government of the Southern Dragon Kingdom would certainly not act according to the ultimatum from the legitimate government of the Northern Dragon Kingdom. They weren't foolish. They had also dissolved their original standby and waiting for inspection because they couldn't withstand an investigation. Many had taken the positions of various ministers and departments just for profit. What they had done back then could be lightly described as treason. Tying up their entire family and flattening them with anti-aircraft guns for 5 minutes would not feel unjustified to them. Thus, under the instructions of their backers, they immediately ordered the military to prepare for war, and any soldiers or officers who disobeyed orders would be executed on the spot. The trio responsible for protecting Thousand Bird would also be temporarily reassigned to the Dana assault landing submarine. Following the troops to the Hong Kong island base due to the potential outbreak of war between the Northern and Southern Dragon Kingdoms. All of this was observed by LiRulong, who smiled slightly, thinking this delay of 10 days or half a month, the yellow flower will be cold. He then contacted Zhou Zhizhong, who was reforming the Dragon Kingdom government, through Fuxi. Old Zhou, you hold on over there, don't rush. That's not good. I've already said that after 12 hours, I'll be preparing to grow mushrooms on the territory of Little E. I can't go back on my word. Be flexible. There are so many islands in the Pacific. I'll point one out to you. You can enjoy it first, just to give a demonstration to the whole world and the mercury alloy. That works. Just send it to me. After hanging up the call, LiRulong clicked on an intelligence report regarding mercury alloys, marking a beautiful island labeled as uninhabited, located 310 nautical miles east of Guam in the West Pacific. This was the secret factory of the mercury alloy production giant AS. Interestingly, the island was only 600 nautical miles, or just over 100 kilometers, from the Mithril base on Merida Island in the West Pacific, which was quite close. Sending the coordinates to Zhou Zhizhong, LiRulong admired by Mao's brother, who brought along Mr. AG's Leonard Testarossa. This hand in the dark was indeed skilled. Good morning, Xiaoyao. Luna, good morning. The sun was shining brightly. Perfect for going to school. As Thousand Bird yawned and carried her school bag past the small villa, she happened to bump into Luna Maria, who was also on her way to school. The two greeted each other and prepared to walk together. Luna Maria and Zhanfei Niao had entered the Jindai High School 3 days ago. Luna Maria was fine, able to relive her student life, which made her quite happy. However, Zhanfei Niao was different. He looked listless all day and had no interest in what the teachers were teaching. It was also understandable. They graduated from university at 14, so why should they go back to high school to learn 1-1? Where's Fei Niao? I didn't see him. Thousand Bird looked behind Luna Maria and didn't find Zhanfei Niao, who had been by her side. He has diarrhea. He took leave this morning. Diarrhea? Who knows if he randomly ate something? Let's not care about him. Let us go. After Luna said that, she pulled Thousand Bird toward the direction of the station. In a room on the second floor of the villa, Zhanfei Niao looked at the two, leaving with a black line on his forehead, mumbling, "We agreed it was a headache. How did it turn to diarrhea?" On the electric train, many people were quietly discussing the events happening in the ancient eastern country. Thousand Bird was puzzled. She had never cared about such matters, and Luna just listened without bringing up the topic. Afraid of being reviewed, she didn't mention it. The two were only discussing the latest doll figures released by Buntajan or the opponents of the Jindai women's baseball team next week. Just as they were having an interesting conversation, a sudden uproar erupted in the train carriage. Did it really launch? Quick, check what the target is. It can't be us, right? After all, we have committed unforgivable mistakes against them in the past. Got it. The target is the West Pacific. What Pajisakea Island? Where is that? What is happening? Thousand Bird turned to look at Luna, who of course knew, but pretended to shake her head in confusion. Damn, a 10 million ton yield. That island is gone in an instant. Do they really launch? What on earth do they want to do? I want to get off the train. I'm not going to the company. I'm going to the shrine to pray, praying that they take revenge on us. Mom, will I still be able to see the cherry blossoms at Grandpa's house? Your grandfather should just die. He was one of the bad guys back then. Chidori, confused, pulled out her phone, which had just popped up a news notification reading nuclear missile launch. Small island disappears. Why is there only a headline and no content? Chidori frowned and said, who can understand just a headline? Oh, you don't get it? Few words indicate a big event without pictures. It seems serious. Luna stretched her neck to look at her phone screen and laughed. Xiaoyao, do you think the media is afraid to comment? Worried about getting burned? I heard the people there, from toddlers to 99-year-olds, have been wanting revenge. Serves them right. I don't care. It's best to let me know before they take revenge so I can go back to Eagle Sauce. Chidori's mother is a foot basin chicken person, and her father is an Eagle Sauce person. She was born in Eagle Sauce and returned to foot basin chicken with her mother to study after her parents divorced when she was 10, so she doesn't have much patriotic sentiment toward this country. Moreover, she has studied World War II history and knows what this perverted and crazy country did back then. But she only read the version written by Eagle Sauce. Upon arriving at school, most of the students around her were quietly discussing the so-called world crisis, but they were more concerned about whether they would be targeted for revenge. When she entered the classroom, Tokitama Kyoko saw Chidori and quickly ran over, looking worried, and asked, "Xiao Yao, do you think the grade trip next week will still go on as scheduled? After all, I've already bought my beloved swimsuit, and I've saved up pocket money for 2 months." Huh? Is that what you mean? Hard to say. It still depends on the school's arrangements. How about this? I'll ask Senior Lin Shui at noon. Hearing this, Tokitama Kyoko felt relieved for the time being, just as the school bell rang, marking the start of a day of classes. In a shabby warehouse in the capital of Foot Basin Chicken, Zhenfei Niao parked her motorcycle in front of the door while wearing sunglasses. Ding ding, who are you looking for? Spring flowers bloom. 14, 15, 16. Creak. The iron door opened inward, and Zhenfei Niao looked back and quickly walked inside, as the door automatically closed behind her. Inside the warehouse, many soldiers in powered combat armor were organizing their equipment. Zhenfei Niao walked straight up to a tall figure, stood at attention, and saluted. Report. General Xiong. Pilot Zhenfei Niao of the Black Dragons, 1st Aviation Brigade reports for duty. The tall figure turned around and looked down at him, his mouth breaking into a wide grin. Haha, welcome, Lieutenant Zhenfei. We've been waiting for you. This person was the former diplomat of the Wandering World, Xiong Baka, who was now the commander of the Black Dragons' orbital airborne troops. Their mission was to raid the secret base of the Secret Silver near Chiba Island, while Zhou Ji and his team attracted the world attention. According to investigations, there were at least about 10 Whisperers imprisoned there. Ironically, although it was nominally under the Secret Silver, everyone from the management to the guards and soldiers here were all Mercury alloy people. The plan devised by LiRulong and his team was to lure out all the hidden organizations in the world, so they couldn't let the Kryptonian Superman shock the world too early. They could only fight with technology weapons acceptable to this world. That's why they temporarily borrowed Zhenfei Niao with a special machine to cooperate with Xiong Baka's team. Report, General Xiong. My surname is Zhen, not Zhenfei. Zhenfei Niao said, looking speechless. Hey, whatever, I'll just call you Little Bird then. Come on, let me explain the plan. It's better to call me Zhenfei then. Zhenfei Niao was led by Xiong Baka to a table where a holographic projection had already been set up. Little Bird, look here. This building in the valley is our target. According to intelligence, it is guarded by at least 150 soldiers, about 20 tanks and armored vehicles, and approximately 10 AS units, all of which are M6 models. Your task is to help us take out all the M6s. Actually, it wouldn't have been so troublesome, but generally insisted that we must fight soldier against soldier and not let us dismantle the mobile infantry barehanded. Sigh. Xiong Baka looked dejected, given their current strength. They could easily take on the AS units here, even in their bare fists. However, they couldn't disobey LiRulong's orders, so they had no choice but to proceed step by step and engage in a primitive siege battle. Zhenfei Niao reviewed the projected map, memorizing all the details, then found a corner and took out his combat suit from his space wristband. Just as he was about to change clothes, he suddenly noticed the previously busy bear soldiers in the warehouse were all sneakily glancing at him. Frightened, he quickly hugged his clothes and found an empty room to lock the door. After taking a breath, he heard a loud burst of laughter outside. Ha! I told you this kid would be scared off. Did he really think we were perverts? Who lost earlier? Hand over the cigar. Ha ha ha! Here you go. I admit defeat. Sigh. I wonder how those Amnesty high-ranking officials left in the Wandering World are doing. What else? They must be making a mess. At this moment, Zhenfei Niao also realized that these burly bear warriors were just messing with him, wishing everyone a happy short holiday. Ugh, this damned weather is killing me. Just hold on. In 9 days, we can take turns for vacation. Huxis, are you going back to Italy then? 2 soldiers sitting by the island's shore were chatting casually. No, Dylan, I'm going to Kyoto first. I promised a female teacher to teach her hand-to-hand combat, and she'll teach me Japanese. Hey, take me with you. I want to go too. Wait, did you hear something? The middle-aged soldier looked curiously at the sea. It sounds like a transport plane. The young soldier replied. Buzzing in the distance, a small black that was rapidly flying toward the small island. The two men realized it was a C-130 Hercules transport plane. Strange. Is there supply delivery today? The young soldier frowned and asked. Command Center, this is Python 21. We've spotted a C-130 to the northwest of the small island. Over. ZZZ. Python 21. The Command Center's radar has not detected any anomalies. Please confirm visually if it is indeed a C-130. Over. Hearing this, the middle-aged soldier squinted his eyes to reconfirm the distant aircraft. At this point, the transport plane was less than a kilometer away from them, a distance that could be covered in an instant. He quickly said, Command Center, confirm it's a C-130, and it seems it's not passing by. It's flying directly toward us. Over. Python 21. The radar has not detected any C-130. We will reconfirm. Maintain your position and report any anomalies immediately. Wait, Command Center. It's descending. The communicator crackled with static, and the soldiers, all veterans turned mercenaries, understood the situation all too well. Their communication was being disrupted by electromagnetic interference. In other words, the battle had begun. Damn it! The middle-aged soldier cursed as he hurriedly pulled back the bolt of his rifle. The stingy higher-ups must have diverted the budget for radar maintenance. Don't just stand there. The enemy is coming. He kicked the young soldier beside him, who was still trying to figure out what was going on, then ran back to the off-road vehicle, starting it up and heading to the defensive position to prepare for combat. Meanwhile, the command center underground on the small island was in chaos. The radar and surveillance video that had been functioning just moments ago were now nothing but static, and the external communication system had been thoroughly jammed by an unknown interference. Forget the surveillance and radar for now. Quickly issue a combat alert. We are being invaded. Immediately contact the M6 team and the Armored Vehicle Company, as well as the Apaches. Everyone prepare for action. Commander, our communications have failed. Soldier, are your legs just for show? Yes, I'm on it. The highest-ranking officer present, a colonel, shouted at the somewhat panicked soldiers. You go prepare the fish shuttle, a mini submarine for 5. If things go south, I want to leave immediately, he said quietly to the guard behind him. The guard saluted and turned to leave, happy to receive such an order from his commander. After all, it was all about making money, and who would want to risk their life for nothing? Ding, General, we have arrived over the combat area and can implement airdrops. Should I carry out a round of fire support first? Inside the transport plane, the ever-relaxed Bear Baka suddenly opened his eyes and shouted into the communicator, Stop the nonsense. If you fire, what will we do? Open the hatch. We'll jump straight down, activate the Mirage system, and find a place to land and wait for us. Having said that, he got up and walked to the opening hatch at the back of the cabin, with the soldiers around him following closely behind. I wasn't planning on any pre-battle mobilization, but this is a rare opportunity. The general wants us to finish quickly. I want everything done in 10 minutes. Is that clear? Understood. Everyone shouted in response, fastening their helmet visors and gripping their weapons tightly. Bear Baka turned and jumped from the plane, shouting with tears in his eyes, Yura, Yura, Yura. X-30 the 30 soldiers behind him shouted in unison, then followed his lead and jumped out of the cabin. True Fei Niao looked speechlessly at the passionate Bear tribe warriors. Once they had all left, he waved his hand, and an M9, hastily assembled by the engineers of the Black Dragon, suddenly appeared before him. Though it was hastily made, its performance was on par with a small Gundam. Not only did it use outdated cold fusion energy, but the mech materials were made from Gundam-grade superalloy armor, equipped with photon shields and anti-gravity engines, and armed with a beam rifle and 2 beam swords. Quickly entering the somewhat cramped cockpit, the M9 powered up instantly. True Fei Niao, what is this thing called again? Forget it. True Fei Niao is launching. Haha, this is going to be fun. The communication was cut off, and the belly of the C-130 transport plane opened rapidly, with True Fei Niao piloting the M9 flying out in an instant. Now, only the 2 pilots remained in the transport aircraft's cockpit. They exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Shall we go? Let us go. Xian Yuan, the mission is yours. We're going to have some fun. Lieutenant, please don't worry. I wish you a pleasant day. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The 2 pilots hurriedly left the cockpit, each grabbing a huge wrench and hammer made of superalloy, and jumped from an altitude of 1,500 meters while wearing lightweight but bulletproof military uniforms. For ordinary people, falling from 1,500 meters would result in a splatter, even if they landed in the sea. However, the 2 pilots chose to jump into the sea closest to the command center, intending to surprise the enemy from behind. Bang! 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 Boom! Bear Baka and his team were already engaged with the Mithril soldiers. As soon as the Mithril soldiers met the enemy, they realized something was wrong. The suddenly appearing enemy had weapons that could easily pierce their tanks, and even soldiers hiding behind cover would get shot in the head with a single bullet. The enemy advanced in a long, straight line, moving sideways while firing, and not a single soldier was seen reloading. Damn, are they monsters? Commander, do you think they are Alastair's vengeful demons? The colonel in command of the battle looked at the staff officer beside him, who was aware of the new mini-combat robots developed by the Mercury Alloy organization. Impossible. Those things are strong, but they can't withstand a direct shot from a tank's 120mm smoothbore cannon. Look at the one leading the charge. It's taken 2 shots already and hasn't flinched. The colonel replied, puzzled. He also doubted that they were all robots. The key question was what materials could be used to make them so formidable. If the organization was really that powerful, why were they hiding in the shadows and not conquering the world? Commander, a soldier ran over, breathless, gasping. Commander, the M6 team has encountered the enemy. They reported a white M9 with no special markings or insignia. We don't know which organization it belongs to. Just one? We have a squad of 10 minutes and 6 seconds. And weren't 2 Apaches dispatched for support? The colonel's eyes widened at the news. The armed helicopters were known as mecha hunters. Even the best pilots would have to kneel against such a lineup. The Apache was shot down as soon as it arrived by the M9. I saw it with my own eyes. The soldier quickly replied, thinking he would witness a great show, only to be nearly scared to death by the white M9's firepower. Boom! A sudden, violent explosion occurred at a distant position. It was the mortar position he had previously set up, indicating that the shells had misfired. You go continue monitoring. Report back immediately if anything happens. After saying that, he didn't care about the soldier's rest and exchanged a glance with his staff officer. The 2 quickly ran towards the underground command center, protected by 2 guards. The remaining soldiers had no choice but to run towards the M6 engagement site, taking cover as they went. There was no way around it. Communication had failed, and disobeying orders would mean a pay cut. Bang! Unfortunately, just as he had taken a few steps, he was shot in the head by a Gauss bullet that penetrated the concrete cover. Old Bear, the infantry and tanks on the ground have been wiped out. The rest have all fled underground. Suckabulug, why can't you change? I told you to call me by my rank on the battlefield. All right, Bear Plant. Split into 3 teams. You personally take a team to protect the target and then contact the transport plane to escort them on board. 1 team goes underground to eliminate the rats, and the rest will defend in place just to show a presence. Bear Baka, carrying his Gauss rifle, instructed his adjutant and turned to leave. Wait, where are you going? Me? I'm going to support Little Bird. He must be having a tough time alone, haha. Chewbacca laughed heartily as he quickly ran towards the battlefield where the real birds were fighting, fearing that if he arrived late, the enemies would all be killed by the little birds. The lieutenant, with a gloomy face, cursed Chewbacca for being ungrateful, as he also wanted to go. Turning around, he arranged tasks and led people into the building to capture those so-called whisperers. Whoosh! Boom! The white M9 used its beam sword to once again slice an M6 in half, and the pilot was instantly vaporized in a gas by the sword's extreme heat. The remaining 2 M6s cautiously hid behind a large tree, their pilots panting heavily and drenched in sweat. They knew hiding here was futile, but that machine, or rather the pilot controlling it, was incredibly powerful. Their guns left no mark on the M9, and when they finally seized an opportunity to rush in with their melee high-speed chainsaw daggers, the result was a broken dagger with just 1 stab. Meanwhile, the M9 pulled out its sci-fi weapon, the beam sword, and directly split the ambushing M6 in 2. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? With inferior technology, using tactics, the M9 was a level above the M6, and with both sides having a vast technological gap. What could they do? Just now, the M6 squad leader was cut in half. He thought the M9 pilot was a mercenary from some organization and wanted to surrender to save his life with money. But unexpectedly, the other side seemed uninterested in money, not even responding to any offers, just swinging their sword to kill. Yamato, what should we do? How the hell would I know? The other side is inhumane. They want to even accept the surrender. But I don't want to die. The remaining 2 pilots, regardless of whether the M9 could hear them, directly communicated through the M6 loudspeakers, as their communicators were useless. At this moment, the M9 suddenly stopped and retracted its beam sword. Yamato? The M9's external loudspeaker suddenly emitted a voice that sounded so young. The 2 M6s looked at each other in confusion, and Yamato was even more stunned. Could it be that they had encountered someone familiar? A comrade from their previous unit? or a neighbor from their hometown. But the voice was unfamiliar. They had never heard it before. However, with the hope of survival, they naturally had to seize the opportunity. One M6 gestured to Yamato, suggesting he should ask. After a moment's hesitation, Yamato shouted loudly in Japanese, "I'm Yamato. Who is your friend?" The real bird could understand Japanese, as they needed to cross various worlds and had to learn such things for the mission, even if it was disgusting. "Yamato? Do you know Kira Yamato?" The real bird replied fluently in Japanese. "Kira Yamato? Who the hell is that? A younger generation in the family? Or someone with the same surname? Whatever, let us build a connection. I could even offer my 80-year-old mother as a sacrifice to recognize this Kira as my father. Let us get to know each other." Saying this, the M6 pilot walked out from behind the tree. Since they couldn't win anyway, it was better to be straightforward. Looking at the white M9 in front of him, with its extraordinary combat power, Yamato swallowed hard, unsure if it was out of fear, envy, or jealousy. "My name is Yamato Garbage, and Kira and I grew up together, planted cherry blossoms in our hometown, tasted tea and rice together, and shared Maria. In short, we are really good buddies. Aren't you called Inuyasha Yamato? When did you change to Garbage?" Another pilot muttered to himself. At this moment, Inuyasha Yamato began to ramble in order to survive. The real bird suddenly laughed. "That's great. We can live." X2 the M9 stepped forward slowly. That bastard was our counterexample. When he was young, he had no chance. Now he could kill this foreign kid with the same surname and brag about it when he got back. The two pilots were dumbfounded. It wasn't a relative. It was, what the hell is a counterexample? My lord, is there some misunderstanding? Bang! Just as Yamato wanted to explain, the M9 instantly appeared in front of him, smashing the cockpit with a punch and grabbing Inuyasha Yamato. Misunderstanding, Ms. The M9 slowly clenched its fist, gradually letting Inuyasha Yamato feel death and pain until he was crushed into a pile of flesh and blood. The other pilot was so scared he wet his pants, trying to take the opportunity to escape, but was suddenly pounced on by Chewbacca, who flew towards the cockpit, punching through and directly smashing his skull. The real bird noticed that his prey had been snatched by Chewbacca. Although angry, he could only endure it since the other party was a major general. "Haha, little bird, why are you so slow? If he escapes, the general will spank you." Chewbacca shook off the brain matter and flesh from his arm. "Major General Chewbacca, how could he escape? Didn't I just kill a guy named Yamato?" The real bird said speechlessly. "What? There's a foreigner? Damn, how did I forget this? I just caught a batch. The Academy still needs experimental materials." Chewbacca said with a face full of regret. "Oh, it's fine. ISNT, there's still foot basin chickens in this world. When we get back, I'll ask Deputy Director AI if he needs materials. I'll personally deliver him a few million for use. Let us go. The mission is complete. We need to withdraw." After saying this, he jumped onto the M9, letting the real bird take him back to the battlefield near the building. At a cliff underwater near the small island, a small fish shuttle submarine was cautiously navigating silently. Originally designed to carry 5 people, it was now crammed with 8, including the major and the staff officer, as well as their trusted guards. No one wanted to die, so they decided to either escape together or meet their maker together. After all, they were mercenaries for money, and loyalty was out of the question. Except for the guard piloting the submarine, the other 7 were staring at each other, not daring to make a sound. Bang! Bang bang! Suddenly, there was a knocking sound from above, startling them. Thinking quickly, it should be some curious fish. Otherwise, how could there be enemies 100 meters deep? The pilot operated the submarine's external camera to look at the source of the sound above. The image on the video made all 8 of them's hair stand on end. Outside were 2 humans dressed in light clothing, holding wrenches and hammers. One of whom was banging on the outer wall of the submarine with a gigantic wrench. "Accelerate! Damn it, accelerate!" They couldn't care less about staying silent. The situation was too terrifying, and escaping was the most important thing. The outside people were the pilots who had just jumped into the sea. The 2 of them jumped out of the cockpit, only to find that below the surface of the sea was the cliff of the small island. Initially thinking it was a wasted trip, they didn't expect to find a delivery right at the bottom of the sea. The 2 exchanged glances, raised their wrenches and hammers, and swung down heavily, ignoring the resistance from the water pressure. Bang! Boom! The outer wall of the submarine instantly cracked open, and the immense water pressure crushed the submarine, accompanied by terrified screams and splattered blood, as 8 bloody figures floated out. One pilot quickly grabbed the major, while the other grabbed the staff officer's foot. They both laughed at the same time, looking at the ranks. one major and one lieutenant colonel. According to intelligence, these were the two biggest catches on the island, and they didn't expect to catch them. Even if they were dead, they could still exchange for quite a few points. Grabbing their spoils, the two quickly swam upwards towards the small island. Wait, where's the pilot? Xiong Baka looked bewildered at the empty cockpit and asked AI Xianyuan in confusion. What about the two of them? They also wanted to join the fight and jumped out of the cabin before landing. In the southern sea area of the island, the life detection system indicated that both pilots had normal vital signs, but their heart rates were elevated. Want to fight? Nonsense. They're both fighter pilots. Do they lack enemies? I think they're just after points. Xianyuan definitely couldn't lie. After a moment of hesitation, he voluntarily disclosed his highest probability analysis. Fine, let us wait. Those two kids aren't even wearing powered battle armor. Xiong Baka returned to the rear cabin and complained to his deputy. The deputy, with a cigar in his mouth and a grin on his face, replied, Old Bear, we have to give the young one a chance. The general only said to resolve it quickly. Look, we've only used 8 minutes, let's wait a bit. Xiong Baka, feeling helpless, could only sit down and take a swig from his small flask. The deputy and other soldiers stared wide-eyed, surrounding Xiong Baka and glaring at the flask in his hand. Old Bear, give me a sip, just one sip, the deputy said eagerly, thinking to himself, just one sip, I'll down the whole thing. Xiong Baka, nonchalantly and generously, handed him the flask. The deputy took it and started drinking. Ha! He stared at the flask in disbelief and shouted. You used an antique Tiffany custom silver flask to hold red tea? Burn you. The Tiffany brand had long become a relic of the past. It can only be found at flea markets now, and it wasn't cheap. Snatching it back, he looked at the deputy with disdain. What's wrong? You think a colonel knows how many military points a lieutenant general has? Besides, this is a battlefield. Do you think I would make a mistake? The others shot Xiong Baka a fierce glare. If it weren't for his higher rank, they would have surely beaten him up. Using a flask to fool a bear person. Even God couldn't save him. After they all grumbled and left, Xiong Baka secretly turned the flask spout and took a nice sip of white whale rye vodka. To be honest, the strong red tea really masked the smell of the alcohol well. Ding ding, Major Xiong. Lieutenant Helica and Lieutenant Polar Bear are engaged in combat with an unidentified enemy. Please provide immediate support. Coordinates 13 kilometers southeast of the island. Xianyuan urgently reported, and Xiong Baka and the others quickly stood up, including the real flight bird who hadn't participated in their banter. What's going on? Where did the enemy come from? The detected enemy is likely a drive system-equipped humanoid-powered armor vehicle codenamed Hell Knight, came the reply. Upon hearing that a big weapon was coming, especially one equipped with the drive system, the real flight bird immediately excitedly asked Xiong Baka for permission to engage. Xiong Baka knew the characteristics of that fantastical drive system and figured that their infantry, armed only with light weapons, would be unable to fight against it. So, he could only let the real flight bird go save the people and hopefully eliminate the enemy as well. The real flight bird received authorization, hurriedly left the cockpit, threw out the special M9, and dashed toward the direction of the Hell Knight. Xianyuan, activate the Mirage system and take off immediately. Also, inform the Black Dragon and General Kila AO to send a Superman over for support. After thinking for a moment, Xiong Baka instructed Xianyuan. Although he had confidence in the real flight bird, he wanted to prevent any casualties on their first mission. Better to save face than lose it. Data link has been sent. Boom. What the hell? Where did this come from? How would I know? Stop whining and run fast. I estimate support will arrive soon. In the dense forest south of the island, the two pilots carried their battle achievements on their backs, dodging the attacks from the pursuing Hell Knight in an irregular route. They really didn't want to lose their points, and fortunately, their strong physical condition made it feel like carrying nothing, and they moved quickly. Meanwhile, the pilot of the Hell Knight, the Mercury Alloy ace pilot Wilhelm Casper, had lost his usual calm and gentlemanly demeanor and was now staring dumbfounded at the monitor in the cockpit. The enemy identification speed on the screen had surprisingly reached 120 kilometers per hour. Is this even human? A cheetah can't run this fast. After cursing, he glanced at the no signal prompt displayed in the lower right corner of the communication connection and wanted to report everything happening here to his master, Reinhard Testarossa. Ding. Huh. The cockpit alarm sounded, and the Hell Knight immediately abandoned the fleeing pilots and quickly jumped back. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion and a deep pit appeared in the direction they were advancing. He immediately raised his rifle, aiming cautiously at the smoke-filled area. As the smoke cleared, a white M9 appeared, but the identification signal showed it was unrecognizable. Wilhelm Casper realized this must be the machine that had just attacked the unknown forces on the small island. Lieutenant Helica, Lieutenant Polar Bear, are you okay? The M9 speaker inquired, while Wilhelm Casper frowned. Dragon language? Helica and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally free from being hunted down. No, we're fine, Lieutenant Little Bird. Thank you. That bastard probably wants to steal our achievements. Let me take care of him. Don't call me Little Bird. Who the hell wants to steal your achievements? Both the M9 and the Hell Knight shouted angrily at the same time, startling Helica, who awkwardly patted the colonel's face on his back. Then he gestured to Polar Bear and hurriedly ran toward the transport aircraft, thinking, I can lose my head and bleed, but I can't lose my points. The battlefield was left with just the M9 and the Hell Knight facing off. The Hell Knight suddenly asked, I'm curious. What faction are you from, and why are you attacking the mithril base that maintains world peace? Oh, then I'm even more curious. How could a mithril base that maintains world peace have Hell Knights of Mercury alloy conducting terrorist attacks? I wonder if Reinhardt rented this place. Did he pay rent to his sister Teresa? The real flight, Bird rarely engaged in banter, as he wasn't very good at it, usually only managing to hold his own against Liu Peiqian. But that depended on who his opponent was. If he was up against a side character in this world, he could easily handle it. Upon hearing the M9's response, Wilhelm Casper's pupils instantly constricted. He didn't expect the other side to know their background. Who are you really? I'm your grandfather. The M9 instantly launched an attack. He didn't want to waste time. As he raised his gun to shoot, the Hell Knight also opened fire and raised his left hand to activate the drive, forming a protective shield around himself. However, he didn't expect the other side to also have a shield. When the bullets hit the M9, they created ripples of golden light. The M9's attack turned out to be a beam weapon, and the weaknesses of the drive system immediately became apparent, with the cockpit alerting that the drive temperature was rapidly rising. Wilhelm Casper could only change a strategy, using his agile maneuverability to evade the M9's attacks, and looking for an opportunity to deliver a dreamlike strike to the M9. Jean Faniaz charged forward with a shield, undeterred, as his energy was sufficient. With the physical firearms of the Hell Knight, it was impossible to break through the photon shield. The dense forest in the southern part of the island was nearly plowed flat by the two's battle, with birds wailing in the sky and squirrels and other small land animals quickly fleeing their former homes. Like a damn loach bouncing around. Jean Faniaz was feeling a little overwhelmed at this moment. It had been over 10 minutes since he started fighting the Hell Knight, and despite the superior performance of the M9, he still hadn't been able to take him down quickly. When he returned, he would surely be mocked by Xiong Baka and Zhang Peng. He quickly calculated strategies in his mind. Now there was only close combat left, trying to use the beam sword to eliminate the opponent. But what he didn't know was that Wilhelm Casper had the same idea. As long as they got close, he would use the drive to form an attack energy that could penetrate the opponent's indestructible shield, with both harboring the same thought. The combat distance between M9 and the Hell Knight continued to shrink. Zing! The M9 suddenly drew the beam sword and slashed horizontally at the Hell Knight. The Hell Knight discarded his rifle, activated the drive defense shield, and formed a rainbow-colored vortex in the palm of his right hand, slapping it towards M9. Boom! An explosion erupted, and dust flew everywhere. A figure leaped out swiftly from the explosion. It was the Hell Knight, now missing an arm. After jumping approximately 100 meters, the Hell Knight landed on the ground, kneeling on one knee, with heat radiating from his body and head, warping the air around him. Huff! Finally took him down. Wilhelm Casper panted heavily, ignoring the various alarms ringing in the cockpit. Using the drive was a significant burden on the pilot, especially when forming shields and attacks simultaneously. Just that brief moment had nearly drained all his vitality. The dust in the distance still hadn't settled, and he lacked the strength to attack other enemies. So he had to wait for the Hell Knight to cool down and the system to recover. He needed to find a way to contact the higher-ups of the Mercury alloy, at least to report everything strange and the unknown forces in this area to his master, Leonard Testarossa. However, before he could catch his breath, the monitoring screen revealed a figure emerging from the dust. It was a black-haired boy wearing only tight-fitting clothes. The black-haired boy had a gloomy expression, filled with malevolence, tightly clenching his fists, yet his steps were steady. That was Jean Faniaz, who had been protected by his nanotight clothing after the M9 was destroyed. Slowly walking to within 50 meters of the Hell Knight, Jean Faniaz raised his head, gritting his teeth, and shouted at the Hell Knight, "You bastard! This is my first solo mission. Although this piece of junk mech is terrible, Being destroyed is still embarrassing. Wilhelm Casper frowned. He knew this boy was the pilot of the M9, but couldn't understand why he didn't take the chance to escape now that he had miraculously survived. Instead, he dared to walk up to him. Did he really think he could fight the temporarily disabled Hell Knight with just his body? What a joke. Although some alarms were still ringing, the Hell Knight's basic functions had mostly restored. Wilhelm Casper slowly rose, now with a new idea. He wanted to capture the opponent alive and have the organization extract valuable intelligence from him. Why don't you cherish your own life? If you had escaped just now, I might not have been able to catch you. If you surrender, I think the organization will take you in, boy. If you refuse, then your little organization of sewer rats. You think you can persuade me to surrender? I am a second lieutenant of the Dragon Star Universe Mecha Corps. None of my billions of comrades would ever surrender. Now I'm going to kill you. Come out. Destiny. Billions? It seems you have a mental problem. There aren't even billions of people in the world, and Destiny can't. What is this? Wilhelm Casper initially shook his head and laughed at Jean Fania's words, thinking that the previous attack had damaged his brain. But then he saw Jean Fanias dramatically point to the sky while shouting something about Destiny, and suddenly, an unprecedented mech appeared in front of him, standing 18 meters tall, painted in light gray, looking exceptionally formidable. Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, Jean Fanias leaped directly into the 14-meter-high cockpit, which quickly closed. Destiny's eyes immediately lit up with green light, and then the entire mech transformed from gray to blue, white, and red. Damn it, you made me use Destiny. I'll definitely be mocked when I go back. Jean Fanias was now fired up, and with a fierce demeanor. He pulled out a massive battleship cutter from his back and swung it at the now smaller Hell Knight. Wilhelm Casper was stunned. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but the mech across from him had completely captivated his mental energy. He could only stand still and watch as the battleship cutter swung towards him. So big, so long. This was Wilhelm Casper's last thought. Half a second later, he and the Hell Knight were cut in half from above by Jean Fanias. Boom! The Hell Knight exploded, and debris flew everywhere. Jean Fanias coldly watched as the enemy vanished, then turned the mech towards the direction of the transport aircraft, as there were still more troublesome things awaiting him, such as various mockeries. As he moved further away, a young man in a black cloak suddenly appeared at the battlefield. The young man hovered in midair, arms crossed. Watching as Destiny disappeared, Jean Fanias, feeling dejected, kept his head down as he walked into the transport aircraft. The transport aircraft activated its mirage system, took off, and only after disappearing did he retract his gaze. ZZZZ, this kid will definitely bleed when he gets back, but I've come for nothing. He was a Kryptonian superhero sent by Zareo to sweep the battlefield. In fact, he had arrived long ago, but chose not to intervene in someone else's war. After all, if something special happened, he could save people in an instant. Frowning, he looked at the remaining M9 debris, shook his head, and sighed. Jean Fanias was still too inexperienced and didn't know how to clean up the battlefield. Flying to an altitude of 10,000 meters, he suddenly smashed down toward the island below. The island immediately shattered into pieces, slowly sinking into the sea, with several red lasers appearing, instantly evaporating everything that shouldn't be on the island. Jean Fanias silently gazed out the transport aircraft's window at the sky, feeling very nervous. Fearing that someone would come to ask him about the battle he just fought at any moment. Little bird, do you think the other side's drive is impressive? What you fear will come. Xiong Baka sat down beside him and took the initiative to ask. Impressive, really impressive. Jean Fanias helplessly replied. What else could he say? Even the M9 with a photon shield had been destroyed, and he had to use the mech Destiny, personally assigned by the general, to deal with the opponent. He also wanted to save face, okay? Jean Fanias knew in his heart that they must have watched the entire battle live. So it was inevitable that he would feel a bit down and embarrassed. But Xiong Baka and the others didn't mock him or say anything. He simply patted his shoulder and then resumed smoking a cigar. The transport aircraft, operating the Mirage system, had now arrived at the base prepared by the Dragon Kingdom. They were going to send the rescued Whisperer back to the Black Dragon via shuttle, because they had heard from a special Whisperer that there seemed to be some kind of telepathic energy between them. So everything had to be done carefully. Zhou Zhe and the others didn't believe that once the person was sent into space, they could still sense anything. Even if they did. Could mercury alloy or mithril really make it up there? Jean Fania didn't speak throughout the process, but he diligently wrote a detailed mission report, especially about the drive system. He meticulously documented all the processes, feelings, and every detail, including how the opponent destroyed his M9 made of super strong alloy steel from the universe. Taking a deep breath, he commanded his Xianyuan system to push the report to the Operations Command Center and also sent a copy to LiRulong. After finishing everything, he greeted Xionbaka, declined the invitation to stay for a meal, and flew straight back to the home of the pot basin chicken. Hey, Fania Cohen, you're back? Are you feeling better? On a bright morning, Xiao, who came to find Luna Maria to go to school together, noticed Fania standing beside her, yawning, and took the initiative to greet him. Yes, much better. Good morning. Jean Fania, still half asleep, remembered that when he got home last night, LiRulong wasn't there. He couldn't fall asleep in bed. His mind filled with thoughts of battling the Hell Knights, being destroyed, and then using fate to take them down. He kept replaying in his mind whether he could find a way to defeat the opponent if he used the M9 again. By the way, what did Captain Aslan say about the feeling of going berserk? This was a topic he suddenly thought of this morning, but he had been unable to find this skill that supposedly only a few adjusters could activate. He originally thought he didn't have any so-called C genes, but this morning, Miss Laxus adamantly told him that he did, and it was very powerful, second only to Aslan and her. Jean Fania's mind was filled with this question as he followed the laughing Xiao and Luna Maria to school. Just as he sat down, a bento box wrapped in a pink napkin was handed over to him. Looking up, he saw glasses girl Takanabe Kyoko. Jean Cohen, this is a special bento I prepared just for you. If you don't mind, please accept it. Takanabe Kyoko's face was flushed, her eyes seemed watery, and her two big lights were rising and falling rapidly with her hurried breaths. This, big sister, don't mess with me. My girlfriend is watching from behind. Jean Fania was momentarily at a loss for words, but his peripheral vision had already caught the murderous intent on Luna Maria's smiling face. Gulping down cold sweat, he felt it would be better to refuse. Brother, just accept it. This is a love bento that Kyoko prepared for you every day because she heard you had a stomachache. You can't refuse her good intentions. Sure enough, Luna Maria's voice came from behind, carrying various meanings, but he remembered what Major Zhang Peng had said. When a woman says yes, it means no. When she says no, if she's lying down, it means hurry up and stop dawdling. If she's crossing her arms or holding her waist, it means absolutely not. At that moment, Luna Maria was crossing her arms, watching like it was a show, and it was a firm no. Thank you for your kindness, but my body can't handle it. I can only eat special medicinal meals. He quickly found an excuse to refuse Takanabe Kyoko, and then randomly took out a book, lowering his head to read. His refusal attracted the attention of the entire class. They didn't expect this newcomer to refuse so decisively. Takanabe Kyoko, not knowing whether she was rejected or felt embarrassed, saw her originally rosy face turn pale, and her eyes began to glisten with tears. How dare you? You new brat. How dare you refuse Kyoko? The boy sitting in the last row, D, was initially very sad about Takanabe Kyoko proactively giving someone else a bento, but with his macho attitude, he suppressed his inner feelings to avoid hurting his goddess's feelings. However, Jean Fania's ungrateful rejection and causing Takanabe Kyoko to cry was absolutely intolerable. After cursing, he was about to rush up to teach Jean Fania a lesson. After all, the other party was only 170 centimeters tall and very thin. He was 172 centimeters and a good fighter. As long as he taught him a lesson, Takanabe Kyoko would definitely appreciate his brave and fearless figure. However, after he rushed a few steps, he suddenly stopped, as if someone had cast a spell on him. As an ordinary person, he could feel two kinds of hellish, cold energy surging into his body, making him tremble and break out in a cold sweat. At the moment D was cursing, Jean Fania and Luna Maria narrowed their eyes and unconsciously released their murderous aura, locking onto him. How dare a little brat insult them, the Dragon Stars? Didn't he know they had a long-standing feud with little brats now? Jean Fania stood up, but found Luna Maria already walking toward D with a fierce expression. So he had to sit back down, hoping Luna Maria wouldn't cause any fatalities. Feeling someone approaching from behind, D, sweating, mechanically turned to look. A delicate, smooth hand, as slender as a jade onion, appeared to him in a magnified view. Slap. A goose 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 goose. Luna Maria slapped him across the face, sending him spinning like a top, blood spraying from his nostrils and mouth as he twirled around, finally collapsing to the ground, seeing his great-grandmother waving goodbye in his memory. The classmates screamed in fright and hurriedly retreated, fearing D's blood would splatter on them. Takanabe Kyoko and Xiao were also stunned by Luna Maria's actions. Takanabe Kyoko quickly squatted down to check on D's injuries, while Xiao stood in front of Luna Maria. Lunaria, don't hit him. Lunaria. How could you hit someone? They both shouted simultaneously, but Takanabe Kyoko's words were full of reproach, while Chito Xiao didn't want the situation to escalate. DS' left cheek was already swollen to match Takanabe Kyoko's big lights, and he had completely fallen into a coma. Luna Maria, however, looked indifferent, standing there with a gloomy face, and said, "If he dares to insult us again, I'll make him wish he were dead." Her low voice sent a shiver down the spines of all the classmates. "Hello everyone, about our summer camp. What is going on? What happened?" Just then, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom. Originally happy, wanting to share with the students that they could continue their summer camp itinerary, she found out there had been a fight. "Teacher, it was Lunaria." "Teacher, they were just messing around, right, Kyoko?" Chito Xiao suddenly interrupted Takanabe Kyoko, who wanted to report, because Luna Maria and Takanabe Kyoko were her friends. And besides, it was the delinquent D who spoke first. Chito Xiao didn't want to escalate the matter. The homeroom teacher frowned. She wasn't a fool. But if the class monitor could handle it well, that would be best. "Kokuin and Okuin, please take D to the school infirmary." She casually called two boys she considered delinquents to carry the unconscious D away and gestured for everyone to return to their seats and listen to her speak quietly. Chito Xiao pushed Luna Maria back to her seat, while Takanabe Kyoko, slightly angry, ignored her. The Okinawa study trip, which was originally postponed due to the potential conflict with a neighboring superpower, has been approved to continue after coordination between the school board and the government. The date is set for next Monday, 5 days from now. All students are asked to consult their parents and have them sign the consent form for the study trip. If a student does not have a signature or cannot participate for any reason, do not be discouraged. There will be another opportunity next semester. Yay, that's great. Finally, we could go to Okinawa. I thought I wouldn't be able to wear the bikini I specially bought for the trip. Are you going for the trip, or for you, Suji-kun? That's annoying. The class immediately erupted into excited discussions, having already forgotten about Ono D getting beaten up, except for Tokawaki Kyoko, who looked unhappy. "Chidori, I've already spoken with your mom on the phone regarding your consent form, and she agreed. I will help you sign it." "Thank you, teacher." Chidori's mother is working in Hokkaido due to her job and hasn't stayed in the capital. All right. Everyone be quiet. Class is starting now." The lessons were dull and boring, especially for Asuka and Luna Maria. If it weren't for their mission, they wouldn't want to learn this ridiculous culture at all. "Here is your ice cream. Enjoy." "Thank you." After school, Chidori mentioned she didn't have work today. She had just asked the convenience store manager for a day off to prepare for the study trip. "Xiaoyao, why are you all so excited about the study trip?" "Slurp. So refreshing." "Hey, I live alone, and while it looks free, it's actually quite inconvenient for traveling, so this is a rare opportunity." "What a hassle. Being able to travel whenever you want, what is inconvenient about it?" Asuka, holding a straw, interjected. Chidori rolled her eyes and ignored the emotionally clueless idiot. "By the way, has your brother come back?" Suddenly remembering she hadn't seen LiRulong for several days, Chidori asked. "He is very busy. He should be on a business trip in Longwa now." Asuka replied quickly. "Longwa?" ISNT that hearing this, Chidori's expression immediately turned a bit tense and worried. Don't worry. Your brother is very capable. There's no need to be concerned," Luna casually replied, then looked at Chidori, who was sipping her cold drink, with her big eyes and smiled. "What's wrong? Missing him?" Puffed. "Oh my gosh." Chidori suddenly spat out her drink, soaking Asuka's face completely. Cough. EM soda. Quickly wipe it off. "Luna, it's all your fault. I was just asking how he was doing, haha." Saying this, she quickly turned her head to look out the window, laughing awkwardly as if trying to cover it up. Asuka wiped her face and glanced at Luna Maria, thinking that she shouldn't take him for a fool. She could see that this crazy girl was looking at him with admiration. All right, stop laughing. You're disturbing the other customers," Luna reminded with a smile, and Chidori hurriedly quieted down, her face flushed. She then quickly started chatting about other topics. But the two people across from her could tell that Chidori was feeling guilty. Asuka rested her chin on her hand, not wanting to listen to the girl's gossip, staring out at the blue sky, thinking it should be settled, right, with the general's capabilities? At this moment, in the ancient capital of the Yangtze River, not a single resident could be seen on the streets. Every household had tightly closed doors and windows, pulling down the curtains. Outside, soldiers in military uniforms from across the river patrolled, with numerous tanks, helicopters, and countless unfamiliar white AS mobile soldiers. The ancient capital of the 13 dynasties had been completely reclaimed, and it could even be said that not a single shot had been fired. When the highest commander here saw the large number of AS and warplanes rushing over from the opposite side, and then looked at his side's completely paralyzed defense system. He had no choice but to order surrender. After all, with the AS and vehicles unable to start, who could escape? Standing in the south of the city, on the tower that once symbolized liberation, a group of generals and surrendering military and civilian officials looked at the tall, imposing young man standing with his hands behind his back by the city wall. Those who surrendered felt uneasy, unsure of what arrangements would be made for them next, while the opposing officers were eagerly thinking about how to seize the subsequent tasks. Have they replied? The young man suddenly asked as he gazed at the endless buildings to the south. Report, General, there has been no reply, but according to Fushi surveillance, they're all preparing to flee, and the command center has already moved to an aircraft carrier. A staff officer stepped forward to respond. Still thinking of escaping? Order Zhang Peng to bring them all back. They can be injured, but they must be alive. They need to face the people's judgment. Yes, General. Intelligence shows that, led by the CIA and special forces, many mercenary organizations have illegally entered Yangcheng to the south. And the secret Silver Teat D you've been keeping an eye on is also docked an illegal base in Wanhai. Oh, also, Lieutenant Jun has sent back information that they will be going to Okinawa for a study trip next Monday, and the fourth target, Rulong, has already arrived at the capital's Mercury alloy safe house. This report was made without any concealment. After all, the surrendering people couldn't leak any information. LiRulong pondered for a moment and ordered, do not worry about the TTD matter, but if they dare to enter our territory, eliminate them and capture them alive. As for the other wolves, capture one and kill one. All units advance according to the previously formulated plan and finish within a week. Yes. Turning to the trembling captives, LiRulong waved to Captain Jia, who had followed him, stepping forward with an unwilling expression. Old Jia, you're in charge of identifying these people. It's up to you, LiRulong said with a smile. Damn it, this dirty work again. I want to do it unless you let me be the vanguard next time. Captain Jia complained loudly, feeling confused about being promised to be a pirate, but only doing dirty work all the way. All right, if you do this well, you'll be the vanguard next time. You said it, but don't mess with me again. The captives didn't understand how a major general could dare speak to a general like this, though this general looked so young, probably supported by a big family from the north. However, when Captain Jia turned to look at them, his mischievous smile immediately sent chills down their spines. LiRulong then led his men down the city wall, but just as they reached the city wall entrance, his words frightened many captives. Old Jia, I heard that the Ming Dynasty's founding emperor liked to skin corrupt officials and hang them on this city wall as a warning. As for traitors, they shouldn't be treated any lighter than this, right? After saying this, he disappeared around the corner of the tower. LiRulong handed over the battle situation to other generals and flew directly back to the capital with his guards. In the living room, Lux, who was quietly watching how to be a good mother, saw LiRulong come in and hurriedly ran over to hug him. Oh, be careful. LiRulong quickly supported her, with a spoiled smile on his face as he complained. It's okay. The medical staff said that since the national enhancement, there hasn't been a single miscarriage in the entire Dragon Star. Lux smiled brightly at him. LiRulong helped her sit on the sofa and then started chatting with her about the war in Longhua. In short, everything was going smoothly. If it weren't for the fear of alerting the enemy and not wanting to harm his fellow countrymen, a few Kryptonian supermen could have easily solved this by now, instead of still engaging in conventional warfare. Are you really going to drop a mushroom bomb on the rootless? Well, they have always been the source of chaos since ancient times. It would be more straightforward to clear the area. LiRulong said it didn't matter, and Lux nodded, agreeing with him. By the way, I came back because I heard that Luna and the others are about to go on a study trip. Yes, I've already signed for them. What's up? It's nothing, but I want to go too. If everything goes well, Qian Yao will be able to smoothly take over. LiRulong casually said that Qian Yao was a crucial part of the plan, and they must get him into their camp before the Mithril, and also not let the white-haired Teresa Testarossa escape. He just didn't know if that brother of his, who had thoughts comparable to Cruz, could manage it smoothly. What kind of takeover are we talking about? Looks like we're going to have more sisters, Lux giggled. You're already a mother. Pay attention to prenatal education. Time flew by, and the day of departure was approaching. Interestingly, the Mithril D team, which was originally prepared to be captured, suddenly withdrew and returned to the Pacific Ocean to stand by. Meanwhile, Sagaru Sasuk also returned to school to continue his student life. Except for the classmate Ono D, who needed to rest at home and was said to have already completed the transfer procedures, everyone else arrived early in class, excitedly chatting with each other while waiting for the bus to the airport. Ono D's transfer was arranged by Lux, and his parents were very cooperative. During these 4 days, Longwo restored its previous borders, clearing out all the pests and traitors, and also captured a large number of prisoners of war. They didn't go to the POW camp. They all went to the Academy of Sciences, as Aljo's recent experiments were consuming too many materials. Some countries publicly demanded that Longwo return their citizens. But Longwo previously stated that they hadn't captured any citizens, only confirmed mercenaries. What do you mean? Eagle Sauce suffered the worst losses. To protect their interests in the south, Eagle Sauce sent out their most elite special forces, but no one was killed. They all disappeared. The obsession in the hearts of Longxing people was fulfilled, and after discussing with Zhou Zhe, LiRulong decided to take advantage of this study trip opportunity to confront the world directly. As for how many people to bring back in the end, that would be decided later. Those so-called high-level figures behind the mercury alloy and mithril, damn it, must die, and anything of value can be taken away. For example, Andrei Segovich Garin. This old Russian is a master in special warfare, and they have ways to make him comply. Rulong's back? That's great. Is he okay? Upon hearing from Luna that LiRulong was already home, Qian Yao hurriedly asked, "What'd be wrong with my brother?" "He's perfectly fine. By the way, let me tell you some good news. Do you want to hear it?" Luna teased Qian Yao. "It's good that he's fine. So, what's the good news? Hurry up and tell me." Luna wore a smug expression, about to speak, when a nearby Xin Fein Yao interrupted. "My brother is also going to Okinawa on the same flight as us." "Really?" Luna Maria blushed and glared at Xin Fein Yao. She wanted to tease Qian Yao. "Huh, is that true? That's great. What a coincidence." Qian Yao was so happy that she almost jumped up, but thinking it was too obvious, she hurriedly restrained herself, though she regretted not buying that bikini made of just a few pieces of cloth when she was out a few days ago. "Okay, students, make sure to take your luggage and line up to board the bus to the playground. Pay attention to safety and discipline," the homeroom teacher timely reminded, and everyone quickly slung on their bags and grabbed their luggage, rushing out as if the first one on the bus would be the first to reach the beach in Okinawa. Upon arriving at the airport, each class lined up. The class leader, Qian Yao, who was supposed to lead, was absent-mindedly looking around, eager to see the figure that had kept her awake at night. "Qian Yao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" The homeroom teacher returned with the tickets and asked her, puzzled by her demeanor. I'm fine, teacher. I'm just checking if any classmates are lost." Qian Yao quickly made up an excuse, and only Luna Maria and Xin Fein Yao looked at her speechlessly. After distributing the tickets and passing through security, they finally reached the waiting room, where she saw LiRulong seriously reading a book. After arranging her classmates, Qian Yao quickly walked up to LiRulong, glancing at the book in his hand, which was a popular online novel from a neighboring country and had even reached the Foot Basin Chicken here, published in physical form, titled Superman, starting by submitting myself to the country. "Little Master, there are more chapters after this one. Please click next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." So he likes reading online novels. Maybe I'll register for a tomato membership to check it out. While thinking, she was suddenly startled by a voice behind her. "Xiao Yao, what are you doing?" "Ah, brother, you arrived early." Luna and Xin Fein Yao walked up behind her. In fact, they had seen LiRulong long ago. But after putting down their luggage, Qian Yao had already walked over first. Putting down the book, LiRulong smiled at the three of them. "I just arrived too. You guys are on a study trip, so I don't want to disturb you too much." "Hello, Xiao Yao." "You hello, Rulong brother." Qian Yao, with a flushed face, lost her usual domineering image, crossing her hands in front of her skirt, swaying her long legs like white jade, speaking shyly. "Hee, I was busy before, but my wife told me that you took good care of Luna and the others at school. I really appreciate it," LiRulong said with a smile, deliberately emphasizing the word wife, wanting to remind her that he was a married man, so she shouldn't get involved. However, Qian Yao seemed not to notice and immediately replied, No, it's nothing. It's my duty. Yes, I'm the class leader and also the vice president of the student council. It's my responsibility to take care of the new classmates. Please don't take it to heart, Brother Rulong." The few of them chatted for a while, and then the announcement for boarding began. After exchanging greetings and saying they'd meet again in Okinawa when they had time, LiRulong took a small backpack and boarded the plane. Qian Yao stood behind him, watching until she could no longer see his figure, before being pulled back into the class line by Luna. She just didn't notice that as LiRulong stood up, several tall individuals, dressed differently, closely followed him onto the plane. The plane taxied and took off, soaring into the sky. While LiRulong was resting with his eyes closed, he suddenly opened them. Are they in such a hurry? In his perception, the mercury alloys Rulong had already brought several men in black suits toward the cockpit. Not only did he notice Rulong and the others, but also Xin Fei Niao and Luna Maria, as well as the frowning Sagara Sasuke in the diagonal back. Casually glanced at each other before quickly averting their gaze. Chidori was constantly stealing glances at his position, wondering whether to swap places with the man next to LiRulong, but felt shy about it. Her mind was in a battle between thoughts. Bang! Just as LiRulong was helplessly smiling to himself, a faint sound came from the cockpit ahead, inaudible to ordinary people, but audible to LiRulong and the others. It was the sound of suppressed Glock 17 handgun. LiRulong shook his head, and those who were paying attention to him immediately withdrew their gazes. He planned to act when they reached the so-called Xinkai Lake Autonomous Republic. The plane continued flying, but some passengers had already noticed something was off. They were supposed to be heading to the island of Okinawa, surrounded by the sea. But now the scene outside the cabin was an endless expanse of desolate mountains. Where's this? Why are there so many mountains? Does our country have such large mountains? Huh? Why is the sun in the west? No, we should be flying south. Why are we flying north now? Passengers began to whisper among themselves, their voices growing louder. And the students started to get nervous. Luna, they said we're flying north? Chidori anxiously glanced out the window and quietly asked Luna Maria beside her. Don't worry, Chidori. It's all the same wherever we fly. Just look at Jean. He's sleeping so soundly. Luna smiled at Chidori and gestured for her to look at Jean Fei, who was drooling in his sleep. Flight attendant? Where did the flight attendants go? We haven't seen them for a long time. The homeroom teacher pressed the call button above her head a few times, and seeing that the flight crew didn't come, she shouted loudly. Just as she was about to unbuckle her seatbelt, the cabin's intercom crackled to life. Buzz, ladies and gentlemen, I am now the person in charge of this plane on behalf of the captain. We are now heading to a new destination, the Xinkai Lake Autonomous Republic, Hanka Autonomous Prefecture Air Force Base. Please remain seated. If you make me unhappy, I can only hope that you all know how to fly. Over. What is going on? Are we being hijacked? My beach babe bikini. Damn terrorists, sob sob. You're courting death. Stop shouting, I can't fly. The cabin was suddenly thrown into chaos. But fortunately, they all knew they couldn't fly, so no one did anything outrageous. Plus, given the situation, nobody wanted to stick their neck out. So they all shrank back and whispered among themselves. But the homeroom teacher, Megumi Katarasaka, couldn't sit still. She had promised the students' parents to safely deliver everyone to Okinawa and bring them back intact. And now, they had been hijacked right after departure. W, what did you say? I didn't hear anything about going to the Xinkai Lake country. A nearby teacher grabbed her tightly, fearing she might provoke the terrorists and get them all in trouble. Sagara-kun, look, it's an F-16 fighter jet, and it's painted in the UN colors. The only classmate who could chat with Sagara Sasuke, Kazama Shinji, suddenly spotted an F-16 fighter jet flying alongside outside the window and whispered to Sagara. Sagara also looked out the window. It was indeed a UN-painted F-16, and it was armed, but he knew in his heart that this fighter jet absolutely did not belong to the UN. Passengers had to suppress their fear and were being taken to an unknown destination. After more than an hour, the plane began to descend and eventually landed at a military base. The passengers nervously looked out the window and saw many armed soldiers around the plane, as well as tanks, armored vehicles, and helicopters made by the Bear Country, and even their army was equipped with the frog-like Soviet-made second-generation RK-92 Savage Barbarian mechs. As a heavy military fan, Kazama Shinji, forgetting the danger they were in, excitedly listed the names of the equipment one by one. He completely failed to notice that Sagara Sasuke had a gloomy expression and was glancing around nervously. Hey, the flight attendant finally appeared, but she was pushed out from the front cabin and fell to the ground. Following her were several tall and burly men in suits, one of whom was holding a gun. The leading man was none other than the real Kowloon. Kowloon scanned the passengers in the cabin, smiled, and said, I need one person to act as a hostage. You can look outside. The people here are very welcoming of your arrival. Upon hearing this, the passengers all looked outside. And indeed, armored vehicles, infantry, and AS had surrounded their plane, and the atmosphere of fear quickly spread. This beautiful lady, could you cooperate with me? Just as Chidori was about to look outside like everyone else, Kowloon had already walked to her side, looking down at her. Chidori was scared and didn't dare to reply, so she simply pretended not to hear. Hey, if you don't answer, it makes me look bad in front of so many people. As Kowloon spoke, he reached out to forcibly take Chidori away. At that moment, Luna Maria, sitting beside her, suddenly said, What do you mean, you dirty old man? Are you blind? Just because she is pretty doesn't mean I'm not. Why should she have to cooperate? You look down on me. And now I'm embarrassed in front of so many people. The initially quiet cabin grew even quieter. Everyone couldn't believe that a girl would argue with a terrorist for such a reason. Although she was indeed beautiful, that wasn't the key to survival. Chidori opened her previously tightly shut eyes, looking incredulously at Luna Maria. She suddenly realized that Luna was helping her out of the situation, but that also put her in danger. Luna, Chidori, don't speak. This man with unshaved facial hair looks down on me, and I'm angry. Let the birds fly. Kowloon, who had been slightly taken aback, didn't he expect this female student to dare to insult him? And she did so twice in a row. Is this dirty? This is dangerous manliness. Miss, are you? You're the miss. Your whole family is a bunch of misses. Jean Fei suddenly leapt from her window seat with a speed that Kowloon and Sagara couldn't catch, kicking him in the face. Kowloon was kicked backward, slamming into the 4 burly men behind him. Passengers in the cabin gaped, including Chidori and Sagara. Luna, on the other hand, crossed her arms with a smug expression, watching Kowloon and his group disappear, while Jean Fei stood in the aisle, dusting off her shoes. I hope I didn't get dirty from Kowloon. Luna will scold me when I get back. Chidori reacted quickly, hurriedly standing beside Luna, looking worriedly at her. Luna smiled back at her and then looked toward the direction where LiRulong was sitting. LiRulong shook his head, slowly stood up, and snapped his fingers. Bang! Everyone felt a jolt, then noticed several large holes appearing in different parts of the plane, and the seats that had been occupied were now empty. You two really can't keep calm. Can't you let me enjoy the show? LiRulong walked in front of Luna and the others, smiling at them. Jean Fania hurriedly lowered her head, while Luna Maria playfully stuck out her tongue. Are you okay, Xiaoyao? Qian Yao, recovering from the shock, looked at the tall and handsome LiRulong. For some reason, she, who had never cried before, suddenly threw herself into LiRulong's arms and began to cry. What? Enemy attack. Fire. Quick fire. At that moment, loud gunfire erupted outside the cabin. Although the passengers inside the cabin were scared, human curiosity drove many to sneak a peek outside. What they didn't expect was that the terrorists outside were wildly shooting with guns, and the machine guns were rotating aimlessly, not knowing what they were targeting. Boom! A firing RK barbarian suddenly shattered into pieces, as if it had been violently smashed by something. Moreover, the soldiers were rapidly disappearing. Yes, disappearing, as if something had suddenly taken them away. The enemies outside realized they couldn't hit their target, and the remaining enemies aimed their guns at the plane, causing the onlookers to scream and retract their necks, crouching down in their seats. LiRulong stood there calmly. Qian Niao nervously glanced at him, as well as at the very composed Luna Maria and Jean Fania beside her. She gritted her teeth and stood her ground. At worst, they would die together, and she was willing to accompany LiRulong. Meanwhile, Sagara Sosuke felt a slight sorrow, not for facing death, but for failing the mission. LiRulong and the others were calm, because they had arranged for Kryptonian superheroes to protect the plane. If even a single bullet hit the plane, it would count as a failure for them. For the Kryptonian superheroes, that would be a disgrace. And the fact that the enemy dared to aim weapons at the location of the general was an immense humiliation for them, even knowing that the general wouldn't be harmed at all. Initially, they had the intention of playing with the enemies, but now they were enraged and directly opened fire. Aside from the Kryptonian superheroes protecting the plane, the others had red eyes and began to slaughter the enemies with heat vision. In just 10 seconds, there was not a single living enemy left outside, including the mercury alloy female scientist who was hiding behind the hangar and sitting in a car waiting to pick up Qian Yao. She had been turned to ashes along with her car by the intense heat of the heat vision. Realizing that the gunfire outside had ceased, the brave Qian Yao pulled her head away from LiRulong's warm and hard chest and looked out the porthole. Where were the enemies? How was it so clean? A gasp from her caused many to gather their courage to look outside. Just as she said, there were no enemies outside. Not even the destroyed armored vehicles and AS fragments remained, as if everything had been meticulously cleaned up. Xiaoyao, can you let go of me now? There's no danger anymore. A gentle voice came from above her head. Qian Yao looked up, her face instantly turning red as she lowered her head again, realizing that her hands were tightly holding onto LiRulong. Report. A Kryptonian superhero has appeared behind General LiRulong, standing upright with a resolute expression. All enemies within a 10 square kilometer radius have been eliminated, and the timed bombs in the baggage compartment have also been dealt with. Please give your orders, General. Good work. Find a quiet place to entertain those people. Yes. The person behind him saluted respectfully and then turned to leave. Hearing that the enemies had been eliminated, the passengers in the cabin felt safe and began to rise, grabbing their personal belongings, preparing to leave the plane. After all, the aircraft now had many holes and could not take off at all. The relief of surviving the ordeal led to a loud embrace, and the noise grew increasingly louder, with even some self-important politicians stepping forward, wanting to get close to LiRulong. After being coldly rejected by LiRulong, one of them became furious, shouting that regardless of which army LiRulong belonged to, he would make him apologize when they returned to the foot basin chicken. Just as he finished speaking, Jean Fania suddenly snapped his neck, and the other passengers, witnessing this young student committing murder, quickly retreated in fear. The teachers and classmates were also incredulous, covering their mouths as if they were seeing Jean Fania for the first time. Qian Yao widened her eyes, looking at Jean Fania, who usually seemed lazy and hated doing homework, and subconsciously glanced at Luna beside her. Damn it, she got ahead of me, Luna muttered in dissatisfaction. Just as Qian Yao heard her, Brother Rulong they. She turned to LiRulong with concern, fearing that Jean Fania's killing might bring them trouble. Sorry, Xiao Yao. For some reasons, we've disguised our identities. Jean Fania and Luna, oh, her name is Luna Maria Hawk, are actually my subordinates. LiRulong explained that soothly. Then, what about Lady Laxus? Qian Yao seemed to have caught on to something important and hurriedly asked. Laxus is indeed my wife, or could be said to be one of my wives. In fact, I have more than 10 wives. LiRulong meant to hint that he hoped Qian Yao would hear about his many wives and dispel some of her fantasies. He was already a father. Besides, if he took in another 16-year-old, Laxus joined him at 16. Zhang Zhong and the others would probably tease him endlessly. More than 10 wives? One of them? That shouldn't exclude me, right? LiRulong had no idea what Qian Yao was thinking at that moment. Otherwise, he would have given himself a big facepalm for his loose lips. Let's go. We need to get off the plane. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the door. Jean Fania immediately followed, and Luna Maria, having just taken a few steps, suddenly stopped, grabbed Qian Yao's hand, and pulled her along. Sagara Sosuke, you come too. I need you to contact the white-haired girl. Just as they reached the door, LiRulong suddenly remembered someone. Sagara Sosuke had been planning how to contact the combat team to report everything incredible he had just experienced. He didn't expect that man to take the initiative to find him, so he decided to follow and see what was going on, as staying on the plane was of no use anyway. After standing up, he hesitated. He hadn't brought a weapon. But then he thought about those people from earlier. Having weapons probably wouldn't make a difference, so he could only lower his head in frustration and follow along. Hey, what about us? What do we do now? Yeah, we need to get off the plane too. I want to make a call and contact my family. I want to report to the authorities and have the self-comfort team come rescue me. The passengers, seeing LiRulong and the others preparing to leave, began to argue among themselves, completely forgetting that Jean Fania had just killed a foot basin chicken politician. Shut up. Everyone sit back in your seats. I can kill you foot basin chicken commoners, and it's worth points. Jean Fania shouted angrily at them, her head throbbing from the noise. She was serious about killing, especially those little devils. The general probably wouldn't blame her. Classmate Fania, please sit down. Don't think that just because I've been your teacher for a few days, I won't dare to kill you. The class teacher had intended to advise her, but was so frightened that she quickly retreated, covering her mouth and crying out. All the passengers obediently bowed their heads and sat down, no longer daring to cause trouble for them. The flight attendants waited until they had all left before thinking it over and then began to serve the passengers. In their minds, LiRulong and his group were even more terrifying than the previous Jiulong. Jiulong had only killed the pilot, but LiRulong's people had killed hundreds of soldiers outside. It was clear who was more formidable. Qian Yao anxiously followed LiRulong and the others off the plane, walking towards a relatively intact hangar. On both sides of the path, there were muscular men dressed in various outfits, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Some were business elites in suits with gold-rimmed glasses. Others were wearing beach shorts and short-sleeve t-shirts adorned with large gold chains. And there were also delinquent youths in neat Showa-style school uniforms with their white shirt collars flipped out. In short, they encountered a variety of people along the way. But they all shared one characteristic. No matter what clothes they wore, their solid muscles made their outfits appear tight and bulging. Moreover, whenever LiRulong passed by, they would turn around and salute respectfully, the fervor on their faces unmistakable. Once inside the warehouse, Qian Yao was pulled aside by Luna Maria to find a place to sit. She didn't want the future general's wife to see any bloody scenes. LiRulong approached a person who was hanging in midair and still swaying. This person was Jiulong. However, his condition was not good. Although his arms were bound and hung up, it was evident from his shoulders that his arms had nearly separated from his body. with only the skin and flesh still connected. His face was so disfigured that it was hard to recognize him. Even Zhu Beiji would have to admit that he was more thoroughly transformed than a pig. What happened to him? Did he crack? LiRulong asked, frowning at Jiulong's miserable state. General, this guy has a tough mouth, and we really aren't suited for interrogation. We just lightly hit him a few times, and he ended up like this, responded the Kryptonian superhero cautiously, who had followed behind. He had indeed used the lightest means, barely applying any force, just flicking him gently with a finger. Well, forget it. We really aren't cut out for this line of work. Let's contact old Jia and have him take care of it. LiRulong sighed helplessly. Jiulong was a double agent, involved with both sides, and he had intel that was even more extensive than Leonard Testarosa's. LiRulong wanted to gather all the whispers, so he could not let Jiulong meet his end like this. Yes, General. The Kryptonian superhero complied, raising his hand to contact the Black Dragon. LiRulong carefully examined the pitiful Jiulong, thinking that obtaining even a shred of information from a natural-born terrorist was truly difficult, especially since Jiulong had no family to leverage against. He could only rely on old Jia's methods now. Qian Yao, who had been quietly watching, couldn't he help her curiosity and quietly asked Luna Maria beside her, Luna, no, Miss Hawk, can you tell me what organization Rulong and you all belong to? Those people outside were a bit how should I put it, too incredible. She struggled to find the words, as she couldn't fathom the existence of beings that could tear tanks and AS apart with bare hands. Let me tell you, we are not from this world, Luna Maria said softly, covering her mouth with her hand and whispering in Qian Yao's ear. What? You're not human? Qian Yao looked at Luna Maria in shock. But how she looked was no different from an ordinary person. Just as LiRulong was contemplating the upcoming mission, he suddenly heard her words and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Shoo, who says we aren't human? Ugh, it feels so awkward to speak ghost language. Can you speak dragon language? Luna Maria said with a conflicted expression. Well, my mother tongue is English. I learned ghost talk from my mom, but I'm quite fond of dragon culture, so I taught myself dragon language. Qian Yao spoke this sentence in relatively standard dragon language, but her accent suggested that her teacher probably came from the Central Plains. Luna Maria could understand. There were many comrades from various places in the army, including those who spoke Central Plains dialect. What I mean is, we are not from this world. We come from another world, you know? Oh, I see. With that, Qian Yao naturally understood and accepted it. If Luna Maria and the others were locals, she would have a hard time accepting it. LiRulong found it amusing. He guessed Uncle Xiong would like her since they both hailed from the Central Plains. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound from outside. It was the sound of a shuttle landing. Soon, footsteps could be heard. 5 people were approaching. Damn, more dirty work. Can't you let me shine for once? A voice boomed even before the people arrived. LiRulong turned around with a smile. Looking at the disgruntled Captain Jia and the 4 people following him, suddenly his expression became serious, and he hurriedly approached. Uncle Zhang, why are you here? Hee. I heard you were going to interrogate a prisoner. That's my specialty. Little Jia is good at killing and dirty work, but this is still my job, said the newcomer. A righteous-looking man with a friendly smile, dressed in an administrative jacket. He was Zhang Huanghe, the first person LiRulong had encountered upon crossing over. And he was also the father of Zhang Jitao, making him one of his father-in-law figures. No, Director Zhang, you shouldn't be dealing with such dirty business. You should know how much dirty work I've done for your son-in-law, muttered Captain Jia from the side. LiRulong and Zhang Huanghe ignored him, telling the younger generation to shut up. I'll leave this to you, since you're the professional. You all wait outside to avoid losing sleep tonight. Zhang Huanghe said amiably to LiRulong. After finishing, he walked up to Jiulong, unzipped his jacket, and the people behind him helped him take off the administrative jacket. LiRulong waved for everyone to leave, and Qian Yao hurriedly ran out of the hangar as well. In the end, only Jiulong, who was hanging and bound, and the 3 subordinates brought by Zhang Huanghe remained in the hangar. Old Jia handed LiRulong a cigarette and helped him light it as they began to smoke. How's it going on your side? You only just thought to ask? I thought you had given up on it. It's already turned to ash. Let me tell you, I used a nano knife. It didn't hurt the internal organs. I was cutting while transfusing blood and injecting stimulants, and I cut it so thin that it was transparent. Captain Jia bragged while smoking, raising his eyebrows at LiRulong. You're getting more twisted, LiRulong said with a shiver. Come on, compare to your father-in-law in there. I'm just a kindergarten graduate. Do you dare to go in and take a look? Captain Jia shrugged, unfazed. In this line of work, there is always someone better. What they dealt with was definitely on a higher level, while old Jia's achievements weren't worth mentioning. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, the hangar door opened, and Zhang Huanghe walked out with his men. I sent you the details of when he peed his pants at the age of 2. Take a look for yourself, Zhang Huanghe said casually, not even breaking a sweat. He naturally took out a cigarette from the right pocket of Captain Jia's shirt and a lighter from the back pocket of his pants, lit one for himself, and tossed one to his subordinate. Captain Jia and LiRulong exchanged glances, truly deserving of their titles as the brothel owner and the mountain chief. 32. The mercury alloy found so many whispers? After reading the heartfelt words from the 9 dragons, LiRulong exclaimed in surprise. They had just stolen some secret silver, which actually involved 10 whispers imprisoned by the mercury alloy. Now they realized there were still 32 whispers at the Eucalyptus Island base, if they counted the 1,000 birds, as well as Mira, who was secretly hidden by the secret silver intelligence organization, and Nami, the leader of the underground fighting organization Stonebow in South Brazil, who had not shown any signs of being a whisper but was indeed one, plus the white-haired siblings. LiRulong had already confirmed the existence of 47 whispers. Unfortunately, the whisperer Barney Moriyuta, who developed the ARX-7 crossbow and drive, ended up committing suicide due to his mental breakdown as Teresa's sycophant. Otherwise, he could have been a powerful genius. An entire heavy armored army from the Eagle Saw stationed on a small island, along with a nuclear missile silo, and no less than 3,000 elite mercenaries? So exciting. Rulong, no, generally, can I take this job? Captain Jia craned his neck to look at the virtual pop-up interface in front of LiRulong and excitedly asked for his permission. Seeing his eager face, LiRulong couldn't refuse. After all, he had let Captain Jia down a lot before, and he felt a bit guilty. Besides, it wasn't a big deal anyway. He could just send 4 Kryptonian superheroes along to accompany him, treating it as GM guiding a newbie to farm points in a dungeon. After calculating in his mind, LiRulong smiled and said, "Sure, old Jia, I'm handing this over to you. You arrange the personnel, but I want to send 4 Kryptonian superheroes with you. They can hold back and be used to solve problems at critical moments. Is that okay?" "Sure, that's great. I'll just use my White Hat Patrol team. I don't need the main battle team." Captain Jia immediately expressed his excitement upon hearing LiRulong's agreement. "I will take a military oath to ensure that I bring back all 32 whispers intact. If I miss one, you can deal with me." He patted his chest confidently. LiRulong's face darkened. He had so many beautiful wives at home. Who would want to deal with this old gourd? "Take the order and hurry up. Don't block my view here." "Yes. Director Zhang, I'm off now." After saying that, he turned and ran towards the shuttle, hopping and skipping as if someone finally took a liking to him after being single for ages. "Uncle Zhang, there's a bit of a problem here. Please don't mind." He turned to Zhang Huanghe with a bitter smile, as Captain Jia's crazy antics were embarrassing him. Zhang Huanghe waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's normal for young people to be eager to achieve merit, I understand," he said with a smile, "but Rulong, you should pay more attention to your subordinates. I think their eagerness to achieve merit is one aspect. More importantly, they might be feeling pent up. Anyway, this isn't our world. Give them some arrangements to release some pressure." "This, isn't it inappropriate?" LiRulong felt a bit troubled upon hearing this. He wasn't a pimp, and discipline didn't allow for that either. "What are you thinking? Remember, the mentality of subordinates determines their combat effectiveness and quality. There are plenty of football chickens. Just don't mess with your fellow countrymen," Zhang Huanghe kindly reminded him, then suddenly became serious and whispered in his ear, "Remember the safety gear. No seeds left behind. And it's best to humanely eliminate them afterward, including the hosts." LiRulong stared wide-eyed, unable to believe his cheap father-in-law could be so ruthless. Is it really that cruel? Isn't this too dark? Hey, I'm doing it for the brothers. Besides, think about the Nanjing massacre in 37. How were our sisters treated by the little devils? After finishing, Zhang Huanghe's face returned to a friendly smile as he patted LiRulong's shoulder. "All right, consider it yourself. I have things to do, so I'm off." Without waiting for LiRulong to say anything, he turned and led his people towards the shuttle. "Got it." LiRulong gritted his teeth. There was no hesitation in avenging. Moreover, he could also take care of his brother's emotions and mental health. However, since this matter originated from old Jia, he would have to take on this dirty work. Tossing aside his cigarette, he walked towards another hangar, where S.G. Minori was standing in military posture for quite a while. His legs had gone numb. But no one came to attend to him, and he didn't dare to move recklessly, let alone think about escaping. Bang! Just as he was pondering, the hangar door finally opened, and LiRulong walked in with his man. "Sorry, S.G. Kun, for keeping you waiting." LiRulong greeted him with a smile. Then casually introduced, let's get acquainted. My name is LiRulong, commander of the Longxing Universe Fleet, with the rank of general. And I know more about your secret silver than you do. Upon hearing this, S.G. Munenori's mouth dropped open. Although he was a natural airhead in daily life, he was very clear about military regulations. Moreover, from LiRulong's expression, he could completely tell that the other party wasn't lying to him and had no reason to do so. Realizing this, he decided to be straightforward and immediately stood at attention, straightened his chest, saluted, and loudly said, General, I am Sergeant S.G. Munenori from the SRT unit of the Tuatha Danann Marine Corps, West Pacific Battle Team of the Secret Silver, greeting you. Sergeant S.G. At ease. Yes, LiRulong casually commanded, and S.G. Munenori immediately complied, spreading his feet shoulder-width apart and placing his hands behind his back. Nodding in approval, LiRulong expressed his appreciation for his behavior. All right, I was just joking. You don't need to be so respectful to me. We're not from the same unit, and you're certainly not my subordinate. S.G. Munenori remained in the at-ease position without moving. I just want to chat with you. Of course. I guess you won't say much if I ask too many questions, because I admire your professional ethics and military quality. I hope to communicate with the highest commander of the Secret Silver West Pacific Battle Team, Colonel Teresa Testarossa. Please help me with the introduction. LiRulong waved his hand backward, and someone brought over a laptop, setting it up and opening it. This, S.G. Munenori hesitated to agree, but he also knew that whether he agreed or not was irrelevant. He would first report and then see how the colonel arranged it. If he was ordered to fight, he would have no choice but to follow orders. He turned and walked to the computer, entered the secure line, and contacted the Dana submarine waiting deep in the West Pacific. Is that you, Munenori? Are you all right? That's great. A concerned image of Teresa appeared on the screen, with two people behind her, Lieutenant Colonel Richard Madukas and Major Andrew Segovich Garanin. Colonel, I'm safer now. I'm currently at a military base near Lake Shinkai. The plane for our school trip was hijacked by terrorists, and the leader, Major, is the Nine Dragons. S.G. Munenori reported his situation normally, then seriously said to Major Garanin in a low voice, Nine Dragons? Are you sure it's Nine Dragons? Garanin widened his eyes in disbelief, not believing that the person he and S.G. Munenori should have killed had returned to commit hijacking again. All right, Sergeant S.G. I'll explain the rest. LiRulong suddenly stepped in front of S.G. Munenori and faced the screen. Hello, commanders of the Secret Silver Pacific Fleet. I can vouch for your Sergeant Sagara Sosuke that the hijacker is indeed Chiron, but he definitely won't commit any more wrongdoings in the future. Sir, are you here to plead for Chiron, or are you in cahoots with him? Colonel Garanin narrowed his eyes, staring at the young man appearing on the screen. No. Kenelgarinin musanderstuth. What I meant is that Chiron can't compete anymore, so he won't continue to do evil. Can't compete anymore? What do you mean? Teresa frowned her cute little brows and tilted her head towards Colonel Matukas beside her. Colonel Matukas shrugged, indicating he didn't understand either. Colonel Garanin had just been frowning, but suddenly realized something and relaxed. Sir, are you sure he won't be able to compete anymore? Absolutely. As a commander of the Long Star Space Fleet, I wouldn't joke with you about the life of an ant. LiRulong said seriously. Long Star? Space Fleet? Commander? The three of them widened their eyes upon hearing this. Sagara Sosuke, standing behind LiRulong, leaned forward and nodded heavily at the figure in the video. I still can't believe this young man is a general. Teresa exclaimed in surprise. She knew quite a few high-ranking military officials for various countries, and which general wasn't in their 60s. Those in their 50s were considered to have prestigious backgrounds and were young and promising, of course, except for the chaotic gray continent, where dogs and penguins could be marshals or defense ministers. LiRulong smiled slightly. It's nothing. Our people generally have lifespans of thousands of years, and ordinary people are the same. In the future, living for tens of thousands of years, or even coexisting with the universe, isn't impossible. This statement from LiRulong was somewhat exaggerated, but it was based on facts. Who knows if they might obtain some technology or mythical equipment that extends life in the future. After all, he had Tonga and O, right? There was also the scientific muscle man, Al Chiao. He mainly aimed to raise his side's profile, using the greatest temptation for humanity to attract the other side. It would be best to subdue them without fighting. If it didn't work, then he would resort to fists. Teresa and the others were all people who believed only in science. They didn't believe a word of what LiRulong said. But since Sagara Sosuke had become a hostage, they didn't dare to express their doubts and anger him. Well, that is really impressive. We, these insignificant humans. Simply cannot imagine it. Teresa praised, but her honest nature made it clear to anyone that she had a hidden meaning. Matuka's and Garanin sighed beside her. The colonel was truly unsuitable for negotiations. It's okay, I'm very sincere. How about we meet and talk? LiRulong smiled. The eyes of the three people in the video lit up. Colonel Matuka's suddenly raised his head, his glasses reflecting the light. Of course, they agreed to this proposal. With the combat strength of the Pacific Fleet and Dana's long-range support, they didn't believe they couldn't take down the kidnappers of Sagara Sosuke. Matuka's and Garanin nodded slightly to Teresa, and she immediately agreed. Okay, let us set a time and place. I will definitely arrive on time. No need to be so troublesome. I've already sent someone to pick you up. We'll meet in 2 minutes. After saying that, he waved a brief goodbye, and the communication ended. Sagara Sosuke gathered his courage and stepped forward to ask, "That general, you Haven team mentioned the time and place yet?" LiRulong turned to look at him casually and said, "I already said, in 2 minutes, right here." Then he walked out of the hangar with his hands behind his back. Sagara Sosuke murmured, "How is that possible? It's at least 4,000 kilometers from here to Dana's current location." He quickened his pace to keep up, wanting to gather as much information as possible to prepare for any potential confrontation. On the other side, seeing the video suddenly cut off, Teresa and the others looked at each other. "Captain, what do you think of the person just now?" Colonel Matuka's asked. "Very handsome, exceptionally handsome, 100 times more than my long-haired brother." Teresa was somewhat infatuated, and Matuka's and Garanin looked speechless at the 16-year-old captain, thinking, "Captain, what about your loyalty? Everyone on the ship knows who you have in your heart, and he is now being treated as a hostage, in danger at any moment. How can you praise the kidnapper like this?" Teresa suddenly realized what she had just said. "How could I say that? Sagara Sosuke is still alive, isn't. Blushing, she immediately changed the topic. "What did he say at the end?" He said no need to be so troublesome. I've already sent someone to pick you up. We'll meet in 2 minutes. Richard, I know what he said. I mean, what did his last words mean? I'm sorry, ma'am. I also don't understand. It might be a delay tactic. Matuka's tried to find a relatively plausible reason within his military expertise. He really didn't know. Colonel, Major, do you think he needs to use such an excuse? Or would someone express something in 2 minutes? Garanin remained relatively calm. He always felt something was going to happen, something significant. Teresa twirled her white braid with her fingers and suddenly gave orders to the bridge operators. Level 1 battle readiness. Yes, Captain, Level 1 battle readiness. The alarm sounded throughout the Dana submarine, and red battle readiness lights illuminated. At this moment, 1 minute had passed. There was still 1 minute left, and no one felt anything would happen. Garanin also wondered if he had been overly stimulated by the sudden appearance of Chiron and had become too sensitive. But suddenly, the submarine shook, and Matuka's and Garanin, who were standing beside Teresa, almost lost their footing from the sudden jolt. What's going on? Colonel, the ship is rapidly surfacing. 300 meters, 100 meters, breaking the surface. The CIC immediately reported loudly. The current situation made everyone tense. They were captured by some weapon or device. How is that possible? Dana is a super submarine. It can't be captured. Teresa shouted nervously. Report. The external camera has footage coming in. It's a person? How can it be a person? The operator responsible for monitoring exclaimed in panic, quickly projecting the surveillance footage onto the big screen. The footage was captured by a camera at the bottom of the submarine, showing a person dressed in black, wearing a black cloak, lifting their submarine with both hands, flying out of the water, and the scenery of the sea surface behind them showed they were rising very quickly. Mira, what is our current altitude? Captain, we've already exceeded the feet. Speed has reached 7 Mach, 10 Mach, 25 Mach. Mira gazed incredulously at the altitude and speed readings on the control panel. If it weren't for the video being live-streamed, she would have been sure the submarine was malfunctioning. Captain, it seems we're in big trouble. Matukas took off his naval hat and whispered to Teresa, though his tone trembled a bit. I know, but what I'm concerned about is why, at a speed of 25 Mach, we don't feel any discomfort. We are a submarine, and we're not wearing any pressure-resistant suits. Teresa forced herself to stay calm, but inside she was panicking. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the submarine. Lieutenant Mira, who was monitoring the submarine's data, shook her almost deafened ears and glanced at the readings, suddenly gasping. Captain, we may have landed. Current altitude is 1 meter above sea level. Speed is 0. I know outside, I see Sagara Sasuke. In the surveillance video, Sagara Sasuke, dressed in a school uniform, was staring wide-eyed and with his mouth agape, closely following a group of people. And in the earlier communication video, that ridiculously handsome young man who claimed to be a general commander was smiling and waving at them. See, I said 2 minutes. It's 1 minute and 58 seconds. We arrived early. His words were not only directed at Sagara Sisuk, but the sound was also transmitted into the submarine by the submarine's voice print collector. Introduction: LiRulong, who just graduated from middle school, is equipped with a parallel Blue Star Dragon Country system that gives him an invincible superhero template, but he's reminded that an apocalyptic game is about to begin. Growing up under the red flag, LiRulong resolutely decides to join the Dragon Country as a nationalist. He travels through worlds, taking on the responsibility of protecting the Huaxia Dragon Star, leading it to gradually fight against enemies from different worlds, only to discover that this is merely a so-called game of the gods. Then I will destroy the game and eradicate the false gods.